Chapter 1. The Recruitment of the Child of Destiny. In the realm of Jiuxiao, within the province of Yunzhao, in the Southern Territory, today marks the annual recruitment day for new disciples at the Dongshin sect. At the gates of the sect, an assembly of talented youth from numerous surrounding towns has gathered. The scene is truly a spectacle of bustling crowds, with the clamor of drums and the crackle of firecrackers filling the air. Amidst this throng, contemptuous voices can be heard. "Yi Fan, how dare you show your face here? You should leave at once. You are but an ordinary body, devoid of any talent. I cannot fathom your audacity, just go." Indeed, a mere common lad aspires to join the Dongshin sect? Perhaps you should take a moment to reflect upon yourself. Faced with the scornful jeers of the crowd, the youth clenched his fists, yet he did not yield. "Dear brother, please allow me to join the Dongshin sect, even if it means becoming a menial worker or a disciple in training. I only wish to enter." "Yi Fan, spare yourself the effort. You are utterly worthless. Do you think the Dongshin sect is merely a refuge?" At that moment, a voice cut through the din, drawing the attention of all present. "Ahem, young man, would you be willing to join my Immortal Holy Sect?" A graceful youth approached, appearing to be around 18 years of age, a smile gracing his face as he walked forward. "What? The Immortal Holy Sect?" Do not heed his boast. The Immortal Holy Sect is nothing more than a dilapidated and abandoned sect. I heard just days ago that even their leader has perished, leaving only one disciple behind. Goodness, is it truly that dire? One must wonder how brazen one must be to attempt to recruit here at the Dongshin sect. The irony is that he seeks to recruit someone as inconsequential as himself. Ha ha! The crowd erupted in derision, scorn, and insults. Yet, Ling Xiao remained unfazed. It was a rare opportunity to discover a child of destiny, and he could not let it slip away. Yi Fan regarded Ling Xiao with a hint of surprise. He had indeed heard of the Immortal Holy Sect, and like others, he perceived it as a nearly defunct institution. "Join my holy sect, and we shall resolve the issues you face. When the time comes for your cultivation, it will be effortless," Ling Xiao proclaimed with an air of authority. "Dream on. He is but a mortal, utterly ordinary, and incapable of cultivation," scoffed a disciple of the Dongshin sect from the sidelines. Such worthless individuals were not welcome at the Dongshin sect. Nay, Yi Fan is the child of destiny, marked by fate. Once he embarks on the path of cultivation, even the premier prodigies of your Dongshin sect will pale in comparison. Ling Xiao replied calmly. "Ha. Do you truly believe that? You should leave at once and not impede our recruitment efforts." Yi Fan's gaze remained fixed on Ling Xiao, filled with profound yearning. "Can you truly guide me in my cultivation? I am willing to endure hardship, no matter how arduous the path. This is the way of nature. As I have stated, once you enter my sect, you shall naturally embark on the path of cultivation," Ling Xiao proclaimed with a smile gracing his lips. "Very well. I pledge myself to the sacred sect. I, Yi Fan, have come to pay my respects to my esteemed master." Yi Fan bowed before Ling Xiao, thus becoming a member of the sacred sect. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully recruiting a child of destiny, Yi Fan, ancient saint body. The host is rewarded with the divine passive skill, Master of Sect. Reward: 1 exclusive ancient extreme pill. Reward: 1 drop of exclusive ancient essence blood. Reward: 1 exclusive cultivation technique, ancient divine art. Reward: 1 exclusive martial skill, 8 desolations and 6 harmonies fist, sacred ritual domain. Reward: the host cultivation level is elevated by 2 ranks, and the host receives the chaotic divine body. In Ling Xiao's mind, a series of reward notifications echoed, filling his heart with immense delight, though his expression remained as calm as a tranquil lake. He decided to claim these rewards upon returning to the sacred sect and said nonchalantly, "Excellent. From this moment forth, you shall be the first direct disciple of our sect. Come, follow me." Before long, the two arrived at a mountain peak, the very site of the sacred sect's entrance. Upon beholding the dilapidated mountain gate and the disordered structures within, Yi Fan was momentarily taken aback. Is this truly the sacred sect? Though I was aware of its worn state, this is rather lacking. Ahem, as cultivators, we must not concern ourselves with such material appearances. It is essential to understand that true invincibility lies in one's own strength. Ling Xiao said with a facade of righteousness. Yi Fan immediately clasped his fists and bowed. Indeed, I shall take your teachings to heart, Master. Good. Today, I shall assist you in awakening your ancient saint body, guiding you onto the path of cultivation. Ling Xiao nodded slightly. He produced the ancient extreme pill and the ancient essence blood, presenting them to Yi Fan. What? Master, is this truly for me? Gazing at the pill and the essence blood before him, Yi Fan felt his very blood boiling, ignited with excitement. Refine them here, I shall assist you. Without hesitation, Yi Fan consumed both the pill and the essence blood, then sat cross-legged. At that moment, he radiated a brilliant red light, an exuberant vitality that was the very manifestation of the ancient saint body. Before long, a multitude of black impurities began to expel from his body, emanating a foul stench. At that instant, Ling Xiao unleashed several beams of divine light into Yi Fan's mind. This is your exclusive cultivation technique and martial skill. Train diligently. Do not squander this supreme physique. With the ancient divine art and martial skill now in his possession, Yi Fan's cultivation began to surge instantaneously. Starting as a mere mortal, in the blink of an eye, he soared. Postnatal first level, postnatal second level, postnatal third level. Innate first level, innate second level. Ultimately, when Yi Fan came to a halt, his cultivation had ascended to the innate ninth level, a mere step away from the next realm, the martial vein realm. The cultivation hierarchy of the nine skies continent is as follows: postnatal realm, innate realm, martial vein realm, martial soul realm, martial spirit realm, celestial martial realm, martial king realm, martial emperor realm, martial sect realm, venerable realm, sacred master realm, and great emperor realm. That why Yi Fan opened his eyes, filled with immense joy, and immediately bowed to Ling Xiao. Disciple expresses profound gratitude to Master. I shall wholeheartedly protect the sacred sect with my life. Without the sect leader, there is no Yi Fan. These words stemmed from the depths of his heart. Previously, he was merely a mortal, but since encountering his master, he not only awakened the ancient sacred body, but was also bestowed with divine techniques and exclusive martial skills. Such unparalleled kindness left him with no means to repay. There is no need for you to sacrifice your life. All I ask is for you to diligently cultivate and uphold the prestige of our sacred sect. Ling Xiao replied, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, turned away from him. To Yi Fan, his master exuded an unimaginable grandeur, embodying a realm beyond comprehension. As Yi Fan made his breakthrough, Ling Xiao had already claimed his own rewards, the chaotic divine body and an elevation of 2 tiers in cultivation. Now, his cultivation had reached the 8th level of the martial vein realm. Ding! Congratulations to the disciple for breaking through in cultivation. Reward: 500 sect points reward. Elevation of 2 tiers in cultivation. At that moment, Ling Xiao's aura surged once more, ascending to the 10th level of the martial vein realm. Congratulations to the host for successfully recruiting a child of destiny, achieving a first-tier sect accomplishment. Shall the sect level be elevated? Elevated. What are we waiting for? Chapter 2. Rewards abound. Ding. Congratulations, host, for achieving the first-level sect accomplishment. The rewards are quite plentiful, so please be sure to check them. Rewards include a majestic sect master's palace, a disciple's Tao palace, a protective formation capable of withstanding attacks from martial emperors, a divine artifact, the Chaos Bell, and a fortune-bearing golden dragon along with an auspicious Qilin. As an additional reward, the host receives the art of Qi observation and a unique cultivation method for the Chaos Divine Body, the Chaos Divine Technique. Ling Xiao was pleasantly surprised and declared, "System, commence the acceptance of rewards." At that moment, Yi Fan had just finished his grooming and was astonished by the scene before him. The once dilapidated hall of the sacred sect had transformed into a grand palace, the sect master's palace. Beneath the palace, 4 colossal pillars supported the structure, each intricately carved with the 4 divine beasts, the azure dragon, white tiger, black tortoise, and vermilion bird. The imposing aura emanating from them compelled one to bow in submission. Moreover, at that instant, 2 massive ethereal figures appeared above the sect master's palace, an illusory golden dragon and a Qilin radiating 9-colored divine light. Is this the fortune-bearing golden dragon and the auspicious Qilin? Truly magnificent. Yi Fan marveled, his mouth agape, as he stood in awe. Another grand palace manifested, this one belonging to the disciples, the Tao Palace. Surrounding the sacred sect, an illusory barrier emerged, enveloping the sect within. This barrier would serve as its greatest safeguard. Ling Xiao experienced even greater changes. The art of Qi observation materialized in his mind, followed closely by the Chaos Divine Technique. System, is the Chaos Divine Body and the Chaos Divine Technique truly formidable? Ling Xiao inquired. Host, do not pose such naive questions. The Chaos Divine Body is the foremost divine body across all realms, and paired with the Supreme Divine Technique, would you not deem it formidable? And how is the art of Qi observation utilized? Ling Xiao asked, unashamed, for the system could not perceive his embarrassment. The art of Qi observation assists the host in detecting those with fortuitous destinies or special constitutions and allows one to discern the weaknesses of foes. In essence, its applications are boundless. Immediately, Ling Xiao turned his gaze to Yi Fan and activated the art of Qi observation. Name, Yi Fan Constitution, Ancient Sacred Body Fortune Value, 9999 Sect Loyalty, 100 Cultivation Level, Innate 9th Layer Sect Value, 500 of 10,000. In an instant. Ling Xiao comprehended Yi Fan's overall information and continued to inquire, System, what does this fortune value signify? Host, the fortune value reflects the individual's luck. Currently, his fortune is exceptionally abundant, ensuring a smooth path in his cultivation journey. Ling Xiao quickly grasped the implications and began to examine his own attributes. Host, Ling Xiao Cultivation Level, Martial Vein Realm 10th Layer Constitution, Chaos Divine Body Fortune Value, 99999 Technique, Chaos Divine Technique Abilities, None Passive Skill, Master of a Sect Facilities, Sect Master S Palace, Disciple S Tao Palace, Protective Formation, Fortune Golden Dragon, Auspicious Qilin. After reviewing this, Ling Xiao inquired once more, System, what does my passive skill entail? Host, this passive skill is divine in nature. As long as one remains within the bounds of the sacred sect, the host can unleash the prowess of a martial emperor. Even amongst fellow martial emperors, within this domain, they shall be subdued by your might. Such is the authority of a sect leader. Remarkable. Ling Xiao finally comprehended the extent of the system's benevolence, akin to a realm of infinite possibilities. What of the sect value? How can it be enhanced? Ling Xiao, resembling an inquisitive child, pondered. Host, the sect value can be increased through your cultivation advancement, reputation enhancement, or when disciples achieve milestones, or by recruiting Sons of Fortune. Once the sect value reaches 10,000, it can be upgraded to a second-tier sect. Upon hearing this, Ling Xiao was enlightened. He resolved to recline and allow his disciples to undertake the arduous task of cultivation. With his current level of prowess, he could not even dream of being invincible, let alone rival the Eastern Xin sect. For now, he would bide his time until he reached the martial emperor level. To venture out now would be tantamount to courting death. Preparing to recline, Ling Xiao instructed Yi Fan to find a palace to reside in, before beginning to contemplate how to swiftly accumulate sect value. The system had indicated that enhancing the sect's reputation or achieving milestones through disciples would bolster the sect value. Thus, he had a starting point. Ding. A Son of Fortune has been detected approaching. Please prepare to receive the new Son of Fortune. Just as Ling Xiao furrowed his brows in distress, the system issued a new task. At this moment, a pursuit was unfolding some distance from the sacred sect. Xiaoyan, no matter how far you flee, you cannot escape my grasp. A middle-aged man, wielding a long sword, led 5 formidable martial spirit realm experts in pursuit of a young man. I cannot perish. I must survive. Accursed Su Ruoxue, as long as I, Xiaoyan, live, I shall repay this humiliation 100-fold. Fueled by an intense desire to survive, Xiaoyan pressed forward rapidly. Yet, at that moment, he spotted a glimmering light ahead, igniting hope within his eyes. No matter the cost, if I can survive, it shall all be worthwhile. The pursuers seemed to have realized this as well, hastening their chase. Soon, the group arrived at the entrance of the sacred sect, where the barrier dissipated to reveal a brand new gate. The sacred sect. Haha, Xiaoyan, prepare to meet your end. Su Qingyong, accompanied by powerful allies, surrounded Xiaoyan. Unwilling to concede, Xiaoyan's eyes burned with an intense will to survive. He was but a step away from life. Su Qingyang, your Su Ruoxue was merely accepted as a direct disciple by the Grand Elder of the Eastern Xin sect. What right does she have to unilaterally annul our engagement? Even if it were to be called off, it would be I who ends this union, Xiaoyan declared vehemently. Humph, you and the young lady are not of the same world. Were it not for the assistance your Xiao family provided to the Su family in the past. With your talent, what gives you the right to be worthy of the young lady? You are not even fit to carry her shoes. Su Qingyang, the steward of the Su family, retorted. Return with us obediently, kneel at the gates of the Eastern Xin sect, and personally apologize. In front of everyone, declare that you are unworthy of my lady, and perhaps she will spare your life. Su Qingyang's words ignited a fury within Xiaoyan. Huh, very well. This is Su Ruoxue. Let me tell you, even in death, I shall never part ways with her, Xiaoyan declared, a grin spreading across his face. Well said. You possess spirit, came the voice of Ling Xiao, who soon appeared at the mountain gate. With one more step, he would be unable to wield the powers befitting a sect leader. Who are you, young man? My lady Su Ruoxue has been accepted as a personal disciple by the Grand Elder of the Eastern Xin sect, possessing an exceedingly rare supreme physique. If you know what is good for you, do not meddle. Su Qingyang squinted, his eyes glinting with malice. Unable to discern Ling Xiao's cultivation, he resorted to threats, hoping the other would think wisely and avoid offending the Eastern Xin sect. At that moment, Ling Xiao remained silent, directing his gaze towards Xiaoyan. In an instant, he activated his aura-gazing technique. Name, Xiaoyan Physique. Endless Fire God Physique. Awakening pending. Fortune value, 99.99. Goodness, how familiar this plot is. Is he not the one from the annulment tale? Even the name bears a striking resemblance. He truly is the child of fortune. Ling Xiao mused internally, recognizing the potential in such a fortunate individual and determined to bring him under his wing. What is the Eastern Xin sect? In the presence of my undying holy sect, it amounts to nothing. What an arrogant brat, dismissing the Eastern Xin sect as insignificant. The undying holy sect is merely a dilapidated little sect. Do you think you can deceive us? Su Qingyang scoffed. Today, allow me to teach you a lesson. Chapter 3, The Endless Fire God Body. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Qingyang and his companions charged forward, resolute in their decision to first eliminate this despicable lackey of the holy sect before dealing with the formidable Xiaoyan. You shall have to step over my dead body to get past. At that moment, Xiaoyan stepped forth, much to Ling Xiao's surprise. He had not anticipated that this young man possessed such loyalty. Xiaoyan, if you are sincerely courting death, we shall oblige, Su Qingyang declared, raising his sword, a cold gleam emanating from its blade. Turning away, Xiaoyan responded, Thank you, but I, Xiaoyan, am a man of integrity and cannot allow you to be implicated. Su Qingyang, if you release him, I will accompany you. Excellent. Xiaoyan, would you be willing to bow under our banner? Join the holy sect. And I assure you safety. The mere Eastern Xuanzong is of no concern to us, Ling Xiao said with a calm smile. What a farce. With the might of a super sect system at our disposal, why fear a mere Eastern Xuanzong? A mere jest. The Eastern Xuanzong is the foremost sect in the southern region. How could a trifling holy sect compare? Xiaoyan, I offer you a final chance. Either come with us, or we shall slay him, and you will follow us. Su Qingyang proclaimed shamelessly. Rest assured, my lady has no intentions of taking your life. She merely desires to make you the center of attention. At this juncture, Ling Xiao let out a cold snort. Noisy. With a wave of his grand sleeve, he soared into the air. Su Qingyang and his companions were sent flying, blood spewing from their mouths, their faces pallid with shock. As they regained their composure, they gazed in awe at the youth before them, astounded by his overwhelming strength. Xiaoyan observed this scene, astonished to discover that the sect leader of the holy sect was so young, standing in midair, a veritable powerhouse of the heavenly martial realm. Merely a flick of his sleeve had sent these individuals reeling, a display of terrifying prowess. In the entire Eastern Xuanzong, there were only 3 such formidable beings. Hope blossomed in Xiaoyan's heart, and without hesitation, he knelt on one knee, bowing respectfully to Ling Xiao. Disciple Xiaoyan pays his respects to the esteemed master. Ling Xiao, in high spirits, laughed heartily. Very well, our sect shall grant you the opportunity to seek vengeance against Su Ruoxue. Thank you, master. I shall exert my utmost effort. You You are indeed a powerhouse of the heavenly martial realm? Impossible. Who could have imagined that the dilapidated holy sect would harbor such a formidable figure? This was utterly abnormal, an impossibility. Humph. Is this sect one that you may doubt? Ling Xiao stated, casting a calm gaze upon Xiaoyan. I grant you the autonomy to decide. Release them, or slay them. The choice is yours. Upon hearing this, Su Qingyang and his companions turned pale with dread. If a heavenly martial realm expert sought their demise, who would dare defy? Xiaoyan fell silent for a moment, realizing that this was a test from his master. Master, I have but one question. Are you truly unafraid of the Eastern Xuanzong? Xiaoyan inquired. Of course. This sect has declared, within the holy sect, we fear nothing. The words of Ling Xiao instilled great confidence in him. Very well, master. I have made up my mind. Release them and deliver a message to Su Ruoxua, stating that I, Xiaoyan, shall personally reclaim this humiliation. They are merely pawns, and when the time comes, I can extinguish them at will. They are dispensable. Xiaoyan took a deep breath, resolutely preparing to speak. Ling Xiao nodded slightly. Good. Confidence and an unwavering belief in victory are essential. I have faith in you, but while I shall not personally avenge you, I can ensure your safety. Thank you, master. Upon hearing Xiaoyan's words, Su Qingyang and the others exhaled in relief, genuinely fearing they might perish here. You should leave quickly. Xiaoyan cast a cold glance at them. Humph, Xiaoyan, just wait. We shall not let this matter rest. Holy sect, prepare for the retribution from the Su family and the Dongxian sect. Su Qingyang left those words behind, hastily fleeing with his subordinates. He feared that Ling Xiao would obliterate him if he lingered. Not regretting this, you are releasing a tiger back into the mountains. Ling Xiao glanced at Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan slowly shook his head. Do they even qualify as tigers? Come, let us return. Upon their return to the sect, a familiar voice echoed in Ling Xiao's mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, for recruiting a child of destiny as a disciple. Reward, sect value 500. Reward, endless source fire pill. Reward, green lotus earth fire. Reward, endless burning technique. Reward, exclusive martial skill, 8 desolations annihilation, Buddha's wrath fire lotus. Reward, heavenly tier martial skill, green lotus sword formation, cultivation level increased by 2 tiers. Following Ling Xiao, Xiaoyan distinctly sensed that his master's aura had intensified compared to before, leaving him in awe. His master was truly formidable. Upon arriving at the entrance of the Master's Hall, they found the eldest disciple, Yi Fan, practicing martial arts. That is your senior brother, the ancient holy body, who is on the verge of entering the martial vein realm, Ling Xiao introduced. Xiaoyan quickly approached Yi Fan. I have met my senior brother. Upon seeing Ling Xiao approach, Yi Fan immediately bowed. Greetings, master. Greetings, junior brother. From now on, we are family, true brothers. Thank you, senior brother. Ling Xiao then spoke. Yi Fan, this is your junior brother, the endless fire divine body, though he is yet to awaken it. Ah, Xiaoyan was taken aback, realizing he possessed a special constitution as well. Xiaoyan, do you feel that boundless power inexplicably disappears every time you cultivate? Ling Xiao inquired calmly. Indeed, master. This is the fundamental reason I remain at the first level of innate, Xiaoyan replied truthfully. Before he turned 13, he was a renowned genius from Yin City, not far from the Dongxian sect. Unfortunately, after entering the innate realm, he had not progressed for several years. At just 13, he had reached the innate level. Yet now, at 18, he remained stagnant at that realm. His descent from the heights to the depths was due to his unique constitution. The reason your endless fire divine body remains dormant lies in the inadequacy of the power you possess. Herein lies an endless source fire pill, which shall aid you in awakening your endless fire divine body. Furthermore, I shall impart to you various techniques and martial arts. Ling Xiao produced the endless source fire pill, and with a few gestures, streams of divine light entered Xiaoyan's mind. Without hesitation, Xiaoyan consumed the endless source fire pill and commenced its refinement, subsequently activating the endless burning formula. Waves of fire began to flicker around him, accompanied by surges of heat. What an astonishing talent! Yi Fan marveled from the side. Truly, my master is unmatched. The disciple he has brought back is remarkably powerful. Thankfully, I am not without merit myself. He thought to himself. In no time, Xiaoyan's endless fire divine body awakened, and alongside his unique techniques and martial arts, his cultivation began to soar wildly, from the first to the second layer of the innate realm, progressing through the 8th and 9th layers. Ultimately, Xiao Yan's cultivation stabilized at the 9th layer of the innate realm, with a considerable amount of spiritual energy yet to be refined. At a certain moment, a resonant hum echoed, and his cultivation broke through once more, reaching the first layer of the martial vessel realm. I have ascended an entire major realm, thanks to my master. Upon awakening, Xiao Yan immediately knelt before Ling Xiao, filled with profound reverence in that moment. Ding! Congratulations to the host's disciple for breaking through in cultivation. Rewards include the training arena, spiritual energy hall, and the library. Additionally, the host receives a 2-tier enhancement in cultivation, along with the rewards of a heavenly grade spirit sword and a heavenly spirit divine sword. Ling Xiao's own cultivation sword, reaching the 14th layer of the martial vessel realm, just a step away from the ultimate pinnacle of the 15th layer. Such a carefree existence is truly delightful. Haha. Chapter 4. The Great Tao Chaos Bell rings 9 times. Following Xiao Yan's breakthrough, Ling Xiao cast a glance at the Great Tao Chaos Bell hovering above the mountain gate. The Great Tao Chaos Bell is a divine artifact, capable of both offense and defense. Moreover, it possesses the remarkable ability to assess the talents of disciples with boundless applications. Now that you both have embarked on the path of cultivation, I shall impart to you the martial technique, the Azure Lotus Sword Formation. You must practice diligently. Upon concluding his words, Ling Xiao selflessly transmitted the Azure Lotus Sword Formation to his 2 disciples. The disciples, upon receiving this formidable martial art, were left utterly astonished. Its power was indeed on par with their own specialized techniques. Thank you, Master. They expressed their gratitude in unison. Ling Xiao nodded slightly, then proclaimed, "Come, I shall take you to a certain place." Shortly thereafter, the 3 arrived beneath the Great Tao Chaos Bell. Wow, Master, is this truly a divine artifact? Xiao Yan inquired, astonished by the unprecedented terrifying aura and the chaotic Tao essence emanating from it. Indeed, this is the supreme artifact that suppresses the fortune of our holy sect, the Great Tao Chaos Bell. However, I have summoned you here to assess your talents. Talent? Ahem, Master, we have already awakened the supreme divine body. Is there still a need for assessment? Xiao Yan asked, somewhat discontented. Ling Xiao smiled gently and replied, naturally, your physique represents heaven's favor upon you. Frankly speaking, it has little to do with true talent. Rather, talent often signifies one's comprehension. In the case of the same martial techniques and practices, the speed at which one comprehends them is what defines talent. Master, how do we undergo this assessment? Yi Fan asked eagerly, curious about his own innate abilities. It is quite simple. Place your hand upon the Chaos Bell and channel your spiritual energy. The bell will sound once to indicate that the individual possesses the most basic level of cultivation talent. 2 chimes signify a person with average aptitude, likely achieving a martial soul realm at best. 3 chimes indicate a decent aptitude, suggesting that with effort, one could attain the rank of martial king, though that would be their limit. 4 chimes reflect good aptitude, with future accomplishments no less than martial sovereign, and perhaps even aspiring to martial venerable. This is the utmost limit. 5 chimes denote excellent aptitude, with the potential to become a martial venerable, and a possibility of reaching martial saint. 6 chimes signify formidable aptitude, with the chance of becoming a holy master. Of course, the 9 heavens continent is merely a continent. Our holy sect will inevitably transcend this realm. 7 chimes indicate terrifying aptitude, capable of advancing to the Emperor realm, achieving the status of Supreme Emperor. 8 chimes surpass the Emperor, with ascension to the upper realms being a certainty and future potential being limitless. As for the final 9 chimes of chaos, well, I believe even the heavens cannot constrain such potential. The future holds infinite possibilities. After hearing Ling Xiao's explanation, both disciples were filled with immense anticipation, eager to discover their innate talents. Master, I shall go first. Yi Fan was the first to approach, placing his hand upon the chaos bell of the Great Tao, subsequently channeling his spiritual energy into it. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Soon, it resonated 6 times, and Yi Fan was filled with anticipation, wondering if it might echo 7 or even 8 times. Buzz. After a few seconds, the chaos bell of the Great Tao sounded once more, achieving the Chaos 7 resonance, a feat sufficient to elevate one to the status of an emperor. He continued to amplify his spiritual energy input, causing the Chaos bell to tremble slightly, producing merely a half resonance. It was tantalizingly close to the 8th resonance. Wow, brother, you are truly remarkable. Achieving the status of an emperor in the future is undoubtedly within your grasp, and following our master, transcending the void, is not just a dream. Xiaoyan expressed his congratulations from the side. I am already immensely satisfied. Once I was so ordinary, but it is only because of our master that I have attained today. I, Yifan, am a child of the sacred sect in life, and will remain its spirit in death. Yifan's words profoundly impacted Xiaoyan, who nodded in agreement, affirming, indeed, the sacred sect is my home. Whoever dares to bully us must tread over our corpses to do so. You need not concern yourselves with such matters. What you must do is diligently enhance your own strength, elevating the prestige of the sacred sect, ensuring that countless others recognize its might. All right, Xiaoyan, it is your turn to give it a try. Xiaoyan promptly followed suit, channeling his spiritual energy. Buzz, 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 buzz. The 7 resonances flowed seamlessly, and he then exerted all his potential. Buzz. The chaos bell of the great Tao produced an 8th resonance. Junior brother, you are indeed more formidable. Well done. Yifan congratulated him, devoid of any jealousy, feeling immense gratitude. The stronger his junior brother became, the more esteemed he felt as an elder brother. For future prodigies, no matter their strength, they would still refer to him as elder brother. Master, why do I feel my physique is not as robust as my elder brother's? Xiaoyan inquired. That is because your endless burning technique harbors infinite possibilities. Once you discover sufficient exotic flames, your strength and potential will experience a tremendous enhancement. And the more potent the exotic flames, the greater the augmentation. This is also your primary task moving forward, to seek and refine exotic flames to elevate your prowess. Yes, I shall heed your guidance. At this moment, Yifan turned to Ling Xiao, clearing his throat. Master, why not give it a try as well? Xiaoyan's eyes sparkled with excitement, realizing, indeed, although there are only 3 of us in the sacred sect, I wonder how exceptional our master's talent truly is. Very well, I too am inclined to give it a go, Ling Xiao stated, walking over to the chaos bell of the great Tao, channeling his spiritual energy. Buzz, 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 buzz. Just like Xiaoyan, he initiated with 7 continuous resonances. Xiaoyan's face was filled with anticipation, believing that master would surely surpass him. At that moment, another sound echoed forth. Buzz. The 8th resonance rang out. Their master had achieved the 8th resonance as well. Was this level of prowess truly attainable? Might there be a 9th resonance? Amidst the anticipation of the two, after a brief pause, a sound finally resonated. Buzz. The grand chaotic bell tolled 9 times. An unprecedented event. In that very moment, at the location of the sacred sect, an extraordinary phenomenon unfolded in the heavens. What a terrifying sight it was. Golden lotuses of the great Tao unfurled, heralding the manifestation of the chaotic seeds, azure lotus. Over the boundless sea, a radiant moon ascended, representing the famed phenomenon of the moon rising over the sea. Stars adorned the sky, each brighter than the sun, an awe-inspiring display of the stars illuminating the azure sky. A figure materialized, seated high above the 9 heavens, shrouded in the mystical yellow aura, surveying the realms below. This was the unparalleled immortal king descending from the heavens. Soon, a Taiji diagram appeared in the sky, embodying the duality of life and death, ceaselessly rotating. This was the yin-yang diagram of life and death. Above Ling Xiao, 3 flowers gathered at his crown, and 5 energies converged at his essence. In that moment, he shone as brilliantly as an emperor. The celestial phenomena quickly caught the attention of some ancient beings who reached out with their formidable senses. In the southern region of Yunxiao, something peculiar stirred. The south of Yunxiao might hold infinite opportunities. Upon sensing the supreme phenomena here, various factions and prodigies began their journey towards the southern region of Yunxiao, the very place of the sacred sect. In a certain area, a woman opened her eyes, sensing the arrival of a great era. It was time for her to seek opportunities, and perhaps the south of Yunxiao held her destiny. Beyond the western Pure Land, a monk hastily fled. I must escape from here. Huh. They wish to capture me and then eliminate me. Such folly. My opportunity has arrived, right in the south of Ling Xiao. In an instant, prodigies from all directions, each a child of fortune, seemed to sense the call of destiny, collectively moving towards a singular direction. Just as Ling Xiao's phenomena concluded, a group of individuals appeared not far from the sacred sect. Chapter 5. The Five Fiends of Zhushan. Did any of you just see something? One of them inquired. Indeed. Just now in that direction, there seemed to be some mysterious light. Perhaps a treasure has appeared. Certainly, I saw it too, elder brother. This time, the opportunity for us. The Five Fiends of Zhushan has arrived. Bamboo pole, you talk too much. Does elder brother not know? We should seize the moment and hurry over, lest we be outpaced by others. Old Fourth chimed in. This group consisted of 5 individuals who were blood brothers, renowned in the southern region and Yunzhou. They were the 5 fiends of Zhushan: Zhushan, bamboo pole, bamboo joint, bamboo leaf, and bamboo root. Elder brother Zhushan glanced at the direction of the Holy Sect and remarked, if I am not mistaken, this area seems to be where the Holy Sect was located before. It gives me the impression that the legacy of the Holy Sect is not as simple as it appears. Haha, elder brother, you worry too much. Just a few days ago, I heard that during the East Xian sect's recruitment of disciples, a person claiming to be from the Holy Sect appeared. But he was nothing but a waste, possessing only the martial vein realm, and even took in a disciple lacking any talent. Moreover, it is rumored that only one person remains in the Holy Sect now. Oh, has the Holy Sect declined to such an extent? Zhushan expressed his surprise. Elder brother, it is merely a trivial Holy Sect. We, the 5 fiends of Zhushan, are not to be trifled with. Both you and second brother are formidable warriors of the heavenly martial realm, while the rest of us are at the high tier of the martial soul realm. Do not speak of the Holy Sect. Even if we were to storm the East Xian sect, what is there to fear? Bamboo Joint declared. Indeed, it is merely a decrepit sect, not worthy of our concern. The Holy Mountain is our true destination. Bamboo Leaf concurred. Elder brother Zhushan then produced a sheepskin scroll, which bore a map indicating a vast area. It was rumored that the legacy of the Holy Sect was extraordinarily ancient, and the Holy Mountain was once the foremost sacred mountain in the world, surely hiding many secrets. According to the treasure map before them, it seemed that the secrets lay within this holy mountain. Zhushan explained that they had stumbled upon this enigmatic sheepskin scroll, and ever since, they had embarked on a quest to explore various renowned mountains until they arrived at the Holy Mountain, where they felt the corresponding location was indeed here. The scroll concealed many mysteries, which was precisely what drew them in. Let us proceed. Regardless of the circumstances, we must first locate the treasure site. Zhushan led the group onward. Meanwhile, at the Holy Sect, in the Spirit Energy Hall, Ling Xiao, who was in the midst of cultivation, received a system alert. Ding! The system has detected powerful beings approaching, possessing an extraordinary item imbued with heavenly secrets. It is recommended that the host acquire it. Ling Xiao opened his eyes. Oh, an item containing heavenly secrets? For the system to take notice, it must indeed be remarkable. He swiftly dismissed the protective formation of the sect and ascended into the air, appearing at the mountain gate just as the 5 from Zhushan arrived. They soon caught sight of Ling Xiao's figure. Who are you, esteemed guest? What brings you here? Zhushan inquired. The others revealed their cultivation levels. 2 were at the heavenly martial realm, and 3 were high-level martial soul realm practitioners. That question should be directed at your sect. Who are you, and why have you trespassed upon the sacred grounds of my holy sect? Ling Xiao hovered in the air, gazing at the 5. He then began to employ the art of divination. Shortly, he discovered that Zhushan possessed a parchment bearing the outlines of certain mountain ranges. Name: Zhushan Cultivation. 6th level of Heavenly Martial Realm Physique. Heavenly Fire Thunder Bamboo Bloodline. Awakening pending. Treasure. Map of mountains and rivers. Incomplete. System. What tier of treasure is this map of mountains and rivers? Ling Xiao inquired inwardly. Host. The map of mountains and rivers is one of the 24 artifacts of the Great Luo of the Myriad Realms, a supreme innate artifact. Further information will be provided once the host acquires more fragments. A simple introduction. One of the 24 artifacts of the Great Luo, a supreme innate artifact. Just a few words conveyed the extraordinary nature of this parchment. Holy Sect? Are you the current sect master of the Holy Sect? Zhushan stuttered. Ling Xiao then spoke. Indeed, I am the current sect master of the Holy Sect, Ling Xiao. Now, tell me, why have you come here, and what is your purpose? If I say we are merely passing through, would you believe me? Zhu Shan stepped forward, speaking earnestly. Not a chance. Ling Xiao chuckled. Zhu Shan, you are a descendant of the heavenly fire thunder bamboo bloodline, yet it remains unawakened. Am I correct? Upon hearing this, the expressions of Zhu Shan and his companions shifted dramatically. Who exactly was this young man, that he could uncover such secrets? Their bloodline was peculiar, derived from an ancient divine tree, knowledge they gleaned from scarce ancestral texts. Yet, they had been unable to truly awaken this bloodline. As countless years passed, their lineage dwindled, now numbering fewer than 100. Who are you? The five of Zhu Shan glared with intense murderous intent. Moreover, you possess a parchment of which you are unaware of its origins. Merely seeing the map resembling that of my holy sect is no coincidence. To be frank, this parchment was originally a relic lost by my sect, Ling Xiao stated calmly. At that moment, the five were even more astonished. Their greatest secret had been effortlessly revealed by Ling Xiao, and most importantly, they could not discern his cultivation level. What do you intend to do? Zhu Shan unleashed his aura, causing the air around them to ripple ominously. If it were not for sensing the presence of my sect's lost artifact, I would not bother with you. Hand over the parchment, and I may choose to overlook this incident, even offering assistance in restoring your bloodline. Of course, you may also opt to resist. Ling Xiao's words ignited furious outrage among the five. Seeking death. Attack. The five united in a fierce assault against Ling Xiao. Their offensive was formidable, swiftly coalescing into a massive orb of light, pulsating with an aura of annihilation. Perish. Bamboo Mountain Thunder Sea. As the terrifying assault approached Ling Xiao, he merely waved his hand, and their attack dissipated entirely. This spectacle left the five in utter astonishment. What a fearsome powerhouse this was. Soon after, Ling Xiao gestured, and a parchment scroll materialized before him, soaring through the air. Within the sacred sect, he was invincible. As an elder of the sect, not only would he spare their lives, but he would also assist them in restoring their bloodline powers. What say you? Are you intrigued? Ling Xiao's words instantly quelled the fury of the five. Such extraordinary strength, such a magnanimous spirit, the promise of restoring their bloodline powers. These temptations were irresistible. And with the sacred sect's might and the sect leader's prowess, what did the future hold for them? Do you truly wish for us to become elders of the sacred sect? One of them inquired, astonished. When my sect speaks, it is with unwavering conviction. This, indeed, is your final and singular opportunity. The five exchanged glances, swiftly resolving their decision. They then knelt before Ling Xiao, proclaiming, "We are willing to join the sacred sect. We pay our respects to the sect leader." Ding. Congratulations to the host for recruiting 5 elders. Reward. Chapter 6. The Map of Mountains and Rivers. Ding. Congratulations to the host for recruiting 5 elders who will contribute to the sect, rewarded with 1,000 sect points. A Grand Elder Hall has been bestowed. Additionally, 5 Thunder Bamboo Divine Pills are granted. You are awarded a Celestial Grade Martial Technique, the Heavenly Fire Thunder Sea, and the Thunder Sea Burning Heaven. Furthermore, a Divine Level Cultivation Method, the Supreme Void Thunder Sword Art, is conferred. The host's cultivation level is elevated by 2 tiers. The 5 individuals kneel before Ling Xiao, who gives a slight nod, saying, "From this day forth, you shall be the elders of our holy sect," with Zhu Shan temporarily serving as the Grand Elder, overseeing the Elder Hall. "Thank you, Sect Master," they exclaim. "Now, let us enter the sect and allow you to witness its grandeur." Before long, the 5 enter the holy sect, and upon beholding the majestic Master Hall, they are overwhelmed by its grandeur. The atmosphere is imposing and regal. A golden dragon of fortune traverses the holy sect, while an auspicious Qilin leaps through the void. Besides the Master Hall, there are other spiritual halls, shrouded in ethereal mists, resembling a realm of immortals. The martial training ground is vast, capable of accommodating over 10,000 individuals, while various disciples' palaces exude an aura of magnificence, with mysterious halos swirling about. Is this truly the holy sect? Who claimed it was on the brink of collapse? Such ignorance. They ponder. Surely, even Ling Yun's sect, the foremost sect in Yunzhou, cannot compare to this place. Before long, they observe 2 disciples within the spiritual hall. Yi Fan, Xiaoyan, please step forward. The 2 disciples swiftly appear before them, each exuding an air of nobility and vigor. Is this the ancient sacred body? How can it be? This young man's physique is extraordinarily formidable. A powerful aura emanates from him. Greetings, Master. Yi Fan and Xiao Yin both bow respectfully. In the void, Ling Xiao's figure manifests. Let me introduce you to my two direct disciples, Yi Fan and Xiao Yin. These five are the new elders of our holy sect, the five fiends of Zhushan, Ling Xiao announces, facilitating introductions between the two parties. Both groups exchange bows. And Ling Xiao continues, as promised, our sect shall fulfill its commitments. These 5 Thunder Bamboo Divine Pills are for you 5, sufficient to aid in awakening your Thunder Bamboo bloodline. Moreover, as members of the Holy Sect, you must possess powerful martial techniques and cultivation methods. Here is the Divine Level Sword Art, the Supreme Void Thunder Sword Art, which you all may cultivate, along with your exclusive martial techniques. As these rewards are proclaimed, a magnificent palace materializes before everyone, the Elder Hall. You are the first batch of elders in the Holy Sect. You shall each select a room within the Elder Hall. With Ling Xiao's benevolence bestowed, everyone present, including Yi Fan and the others, as well as the 5 fiends of Zhushan, stand in awe. The incredibly grand and mysterious hall has miraculously appeared, an astonishing feat indeed. The 5 fiends of Zhushan regard Ling Xiao with even greater reverence. To them, the sect master seems omnipotent, possessing formidable strength. With such a holy sect, how could it not thrive? After speaking, Ling Xiao commenced the process of claiming his exclusive reward, which was a significant elevation in his cultivation level. His original cultivation had already reached the 14th level of the martial vein realm, and now, upon advancing 2 tiers, he ascended to the 2nd level of the martial soul realm. The onlookers sensed that Ling Xiao had grown even more formidable, and their admiration and reverence for him surged to an unprecedented height. Following the activation of their bloodlines, the cultivation levels of the 5 individuals began to rise as well. Zhushan and Zhugan, who were initially in the heavenly martial realm, skyrocketed to the 9th and 6th levels of the heavenly martial realm, respectively. Meanwhile, the remaining 3 individuals also harnessed the power of their bloodlines to elevate their cultivation into the heavenly martial realm. Consequently, all 5 elders had become formidable practitioners of the heavenly martial realm, with the Grand Elder achieving the pinnacle of the 9th level, a status that would be regarded as exceptional even within the Eastern Xian sect. Ding! Congratulations to the sect elders for breaking through in cultivation. Reward: Sect Value 500. Reward: Master Level Alchemy. Reward: Master Level Forging. Reward: Master Level Talismans. Reward: Master Level Arrays. The series of 4 rewards filled Ling Xiao with immense joy. The system's offerings were undoubtedly exquisite. How marvelous it was that he received 4 master-level professions in one go. This was akin to giving him wings. Indeed, the system proved to be exceptionally considerate, akin to the 7 little bears. Ling Xiao extolled the system's virtues. As for the master-level skills, they would suffice in Yunzhou. Given that there were scarcely a handful of master-level alchemists, forgers, and talisman experts throughout the entire region. At the back mountain of the Holy Sect, Ling Xiao lit a stick of incense and poured a cup of wine. Master, do you see? Our holy sect will not sever its lineage. Rather, it will ascend to unprecedented heights. I hope that your spirit in the heavens can bless our holy sect to become a truly immortal institution. Moreover, he reflected on the talisman that his master had previously bestowed upon him, a token whose significance had eluded him until now. Ling Xiao retrieved the talisman, which his master had left him before departing. He had been unaware of its purpose, but upon encountering the map of mountains and rivers, its meaning became clear. He unfolded the remnants of the map, revealing the location that corresponded to the holy sect. Several spots were marked, yet the runes inscribed were unfamiliar to him. System, could you decipher the meaning of these runes? Ling Xiao inquired. The system swiftly initiated a scan of the parchment, and the results emerged promptly. Host, this area is marked with 3 special locations. One is a forbidden zone of the Holy Sect, inscribed with the words Immortal Holy Sect. The second location is a secret realm, 1,000 miles to the east of the Holy Sect, denoted as Holy Realm. The final marked place lies 10,000 miles to the west of the Holy Sect, labeled as Sealed Land. Truly, the system lived up to its reputation, possessing knowledge of such details. Ling Xiao began to contemplate the 3 locations. The forbidden area at the back mountain, The Immortal Holy Sect, the secret realm of the Holy Realm and the Sealed Land. In other words, the secrets of the sacred sect may reside in these particular locations. Ling Xiao, possessing keen intellect, swiftly deduced the outcomes. Not long after, he arrived at the forbidden area on the back mountain of the sacred sect, a place once designated for the interment of ancestors. However, as generations passed, the strength and numbers of the sacred sect dwindled, rendering this area increasingly desolate. The forbidden grounds behind the sacred sect were the only place he currently felt unafraid, situated within the very confines of the sect itself. Once he ventured beyond the sect's borders, he would not dare to take risks, for formidable powers existed in the outside world. Shortly thereafter, he discovered an ancient cave, yet it was sealed by a formation. Despite his attempts to employ the newly acquired formation techniques, he found them ineffective in unlocking it. Just then, the formation flickered, revealing an opening shaped like a talisman. Ling Xiao felt a surge of joy. Perhaps the talisman left by his master would prove useful. He produced the talisman and placed it at the entrance, and soon, the formation dissipated, unveiling the cave, from which an ancient and primal aura emanated. What secrets lie within the immortal sacred sect? Ling Xiao quickly entered the cave and, before long, arrived at a stone hall. You have arrived. The sudden voice startled Ling Xiao, but fortunately, his passive skill, the sect master, prevented him from instinctively fleeing at that moment. Chapter 7. Endless Wealth, Disciple-S Trials. Who are you? Ling Xiao began to search, and at that moment, his formidable prowess was unveiled. Before long, he noticed an image of a figure above the stone hall, inscribed with ancient runes, which he could still comprehend. It read, "The first Saint Master of the Immortal Holy Sect, Sheng Feixian." Ah, I understand now. You are Sheng Feixian, the inaugural Saint Master of the Holy Sect? Ling Xiao inquired. Indeed, I am he. I have awaited countless years, and at long last, the destined you have arrived. Sheng Feixian's words astonished Ling Xiao. Destined me? Is that truly me? I have come. Do you have something to convey, or perhaps a legacy to bestow upon me? Ling Xiao asked. Since you have awaited my arrival, there must be benefits to gain, correct? Young one, I have 3 matters to impart to you. First, I shall bestow upon you my entire legacy, encompassing techniques, martial arts, and a personal treasure trove prepared for you. The prior seal can unlock it. Located at the rear of the stone hall, Ling Xiao glanced back and indeed, at the far end of the hall, there was a recess that bore a resemblance to the seal. And what else? Secondly, there lies a place of sealing, wherein the most ferocious evil spirits of the world are confined, the extraterrestrial malevolence, possessing terrifying power. The Holy Sect was established to suppress such vile entities. Your appearance will gradually loosen the seal, and your mission is to either thwart or eliminate these malevolent spirits. Ling Xiao knitted his brows. After all this, the sealing place harbored such profound secrets, extraterrestrial evil spirits. How absurd. Cough, cough. Do you truly believe I can vanquish such a being? Are you not capable of destroying it yourself? Ling Xiao queried, somewhat helplessly. My current strength is sufficient to annihilate it. Yet this entity bears a karmic connection to you. It is your destiny. Should you be fortunate enough to ascend to the divine realm, you may seek me at the feathered transformation sacred land, where I shall provide guidance. You are not deceased? The feathered transformation sacred land in the divine realm? Very well, I comprehend. Thirdly, exercise caution in the western blissful pure land. The Buddha harbors demonic thoughts, a thought of Buddha, a thought of demon. With the resources I have left, you shall be adequately equipped to develop the Holy Sect to its zenith and to confront the blissful pure land. Upon concluding, that voice vanished, and Ling Xiao turned to see the figure in the painting beginning to dissipate, swiftly transforming into dust, causing the entire artwork to vanish as well. As Ling Xiao approached the rear, the statue in the center of the stone hall stirred. An ancient ring emerged, soaring towards Ling Xiao. He seized it and began to examine it. This is the Qianquan ring, containing the universe within, aiding you in elevating the Holy Sect. Without the Qianquan ring, the resources within cannot be taken. Ling Xiao quickly placed the seal into the recess, and a stone door slowly creaked open. The scene before him left Ling Xiao utterly astounded. Even with his system, he was overwhelmed by the sight. An endless expanse of spirit stones lay before him, all of exceptional quality, with the lowest being mid-grade spirit stones, and a considerable number of top-grade spirit stones as well. Fortunately, with the Qianquan ring in hand, He would have been unable to carry away anything otherwise. Ling Xiao, confident in his spatial system, was nonetheless astounded by the sheer volume of resources before him. With a mere thought, he absorbed the boundless resources into the Qianquan ring before venturing into another area, the realm of spiritual herbs. Here, a dense array of herbs, ranging from low to high grade, was abundant beyond count. One could indeed describe the quantity as immense. He estimated that the number of spiritual herbs alone exceeded a staggering 100 billion. Following the herbs, he encountered weapons, and at that moment, he was once again overwhelmed. The celestial-grade spiritual weapons numbered over 1 billion. The holy-grade weapons surpassed 100 million, and the number of extreme imperial weapons exceeded 10,000, truly godly armaments. But that was not all. In addition to these, there existed a vast collection of texts, techniques, and martial skills, all encompassing a complete spectrum. Ah, splendid. These would fit perfectly in the library. With a flick of his consciousness, an endless array of texts flowed into the library. These techniques and martial skills spanned from yellow grade to mysterious, earthly, heavenly, holy, and imperial levels, encompassing all. Moreover, there were pills of various types. From the simplest to the most complex, truly a cornucopia of alchemical wonders. This sovereign is indeed affluent. This bounty could spare me years of struggle. Ling Xiao was exceedingly pleased as he collected all the treasures, having filled 1/3 of the Qianquan ring's capacity. No one knew the extent of his spiritual stones or wealth. With these resources, I have saved considerable time. It is time to venture forth. Ling Xiao appeared silently in the Lord's Hall, and it must be said, the treasure map lived up to its reputation, providing me with a wealth of resources. At this moment, he employed his consciousness within the sacred sect, able to clearly perceive every individual. The 5 fiends of Bamboo Mountain were cultivating, having just broken through, now at the prime moment to solidify their cultivation. He then observed his 2 disciples, who were also diligently practicing. At this time, Yi Fan was just a step away from the martial vein realm, striving with all his might to break through. Yi Fan, you are the ancient sacred body. Let me see your potential and whether you can achieve a breakthrough. Soon, Yi Fan's cultivation ascended, reaching the first level of the martial vein realm. Ding! Congratulations to the host's disciple for breaking through. Reward: sect value 500. Reward: 10 martial vein pills. Ling Xiao was quite satisfied, as both Yi Fan and Xiao Yin had now advanced to the martial vein realm, an impressive level indeed. With less than 2 months until the Southern Domain Grand Competition, it was time for them to venture out and accumulate some sect value. Let them explore this sacred realm. Ling Xiao did not intend to venture out lightly. Within the sacred sect, he was an invincible presence. Outside, he would be but a small fry. Until he felt an absolute sense of security, he would remain within. A quarter of an hour later, 2 figures arrived at the Lord's Hall. Master, we have both achieved breakthroughs in our cultivation and wish to venture out for some training. We ask for your approval. Yi Fan and Xiao Yin spoke in unison. As Ling Xiao was contemplating how to let them out, the 2 arrived unexpectedly, as if a drowsy person had found a pillow. You 2 have already broken through to the martial vein realm. Quite commendable. Here are 10 martial vein pills for you. Thank you, Master. We hope for your support. He chuckled and said, Go ahead, but before you leave, take this. It is a rune crafted by me, although it cannot unleash even a fraction of my strength. It remains invincible beneath the martial king level. Use it sparingly and only in dire situations, understood? Ling Xiao handed each of them 3 talismans, capable of helping them evade 3 crises. The Southern Region Grand Competition is 2 months away. I hope you can elevate your strength to at least the 10th level of the martial vein realm by then. What? Achieve the 10th level in 2 months? Humph. Do you not seek vengeance? Do you not wish to stand out? Do you wish to tarnish the reputation of the sacred sect? Remember, you possess unparalleled talent and supreme physique. If you cannot achieve this, it would be utterly disappointing. The 2 clasped their fists and assured, Rest assured, Master. We will accomplish this. Very well, Xiao Yin. Venture about 1,000 miles east of the sacred sect for training. There lies your opportunity. Yi Fan. Head to a distance of 5,000 miles west of the sacred sect. Your fortune awaits there. Thank you for your guidance, Master. Go forth, and remember, should you encounter others with similar fortunes, you may lead them into the sacred sect. This is your ancillary task, but do not force it. The 2 swiftly departed. And at that moment, Ling Xiao summoned Zhu Shan and Zhu Gan. You 2 shall covertly protect them from behind. Do not intervene unless absolutely necessary. Take these 2 summoning talismans. Should you face an insurmountable problem, summon our sect directly. The 2 formidable warriors of the heavenly martial realm set off in secrecy. The sect currently has a value of 3,000. By the conclusion of the Southern Region Grand Competition in 2 months, it should meet the requirements for promotion to a secondary sect. Achieving 10,000 sect value is still a long journey ahead. Chapter 8. The Toxin of Destiny. The Indifferent Solitude of Dugu indeed. The reason why Ling Xiao dispatched his 2 disciples to embark on a journey of experience was to accumulate sect value. Recruiting those blessed with fortune would augment the sect's prestige, while the disciples' endeavors to enhance the reputation of the Holy Sect would also contribute positively, alongside their personal cultivation advancements. Having already acquired 2 disciples, he naturally relied upon them, as he himself had chosen to recline in complacency. As long as his disciples' cultivation improved, he would benefit from their progress, rendering his own arduous training unnecessary. With the celestial phenomena manifesting upon the sacred mountain, it seemed as though the entire continent was stirred into activity, particularly in Yunzhou. On the path not far from the sacred realm, Xiaoyan had been journeying tirelessly for 3 consecutive days. At that moment, the earth began to tremble violently, and soon after, thick plumes of smoke ascended from a mountain peak, soaring into the heavens. What could that be? A volcanic eruption? Undoubtedly. Treasures must be emerging. We must hasten there. Countless cultivators flocked to the vicinity of the sacred mountain upon witnessing the billowing smoke, all hastening towards that direction. Observing this, Xiaoyan felt a gentle call resonating within him. He raised his head, his gaze resolute. Truly, my master is wise. My opportunity lies here. What could this call signify? Xiaoyan pressed forward with urgency. Initially devoid of confidence in his ability to break through to the 10th layer of the martial vein realm within 2 months, the emergence of this call ignited a belief within him that seizing the opportunity here would undoubtedly lead to significant enhancement in his cultivation. At present, I possess 5 martial vein pills. Once I reach the volcano's mouth, it will suffice for me to break through to the 2nd layer of the martial vein realm. Xiaoyan murmured to himself, calculating his strength. Regardless of whether an opportunity awaited him this time, he needed to be prepared. His master's auxiliary task seemingly involved seeking out prodigies. One must be discerning, and thus, he must remain vigilant. A day later, Xiaoyan finally arrived at the site of the volcanic eruption, and as fate would have it, his cultivation had ascended to the 2nd layer of the martial vein realm. Achieved without the aid of any martial vein pills, a testament to his remarkable talent and formidable physique. The intense call beckoned him, urging him to delve into the source of the treasure that was summoning him. He was not alone in this endeavor. Numerous talented youths had gathered, forming clusters that unmistakably indicated their affiliations with certain sects or families. Among them stood a youth clad in splendid attire, his gaze fervently fixed upon the crest of the volcano. My opportunity must lie here. I am determined to break through to the martial soul realm this time. The youth brimmed with confidence, his cultivation already at the 9th layer of the martial vein realm. The martial vein realm is divided into 15 tiers, necessitating the thorough unblocking of the 8 extraordinary meridians, with each unblocked meridian leading to an elevation in rank. Behind him stood an elder, exuding utmost reverence. The young master's visit this time must yield success. Thereafter, our family will have no cause for reproach. Indeed, our Flame clan has remained dormant for far too long. I fear the world may soon forget our formidable presence. The youth in question hails from one of the ancient clans, the Yin clan, and is known as Yinling. He possesses the extraordinary fire physique known as the Extreme Flame Ancient Body, inherently attuned to the powers of fire. The aura emanating from him is unmistakable. It is indeed the ethereal fire of the netherworld. Behind Yinling stands an elder, clutching an ancient wheel that reveals the presence of the netherworld's ethereal fire. Upon arriving here, Xiaoyan quickly took note of Yinling, sensing both similarities and repulsions in their essences. The similarities arise from their shared extreme fire attributes, while the repulsion stems from the principle that like repels like. The collision of 2 extreme fire physiques is bound to incite a fierce conflict. Yinling, too, soon became aware of Xiaoyan's presence, albeit the latter expertly concealed his own physique as well as his azure lotus earth heart fire. When Xiao Yan awakened the infinite fire god body, the system rewarded him with an extraordinary fire, namely, the azure lotus earth heart fire, akin to the netherworld's ethereal fire. That youth I find exceedingly detestable. Yin Ling felt an intense sting emanating from Xiao Yan. Young master, shall I extinguish him? The elder inquired. Yin Ling slowly shook his head, advising caution. Despite his disdain, it stemmed from their shared attributes. Young master, we are of the Yin clan. What do we have to fear? Apart from a few formidable factions, we need not fear anyone. The elder spoke with pride, while Yin Ling displayed remarkable composure. That is unnecessary. Remember, we are here solely for the netherworld's ethereal fire. It is best if our presence goes unnoticed. Do not forget, this is the sacred mountain, a realm where, aside from our Yin clan, other formidable entities reside. Yin Ling's words silenced the elder. The Yin clan is one of the 8 ancient clans, immensely powerful. Yet this is the sacred mountain, the realm of the clouds. Do not dismiss the legend. It holds truth. Yin Ling remarked, noticing the elder's skepticism. The elder's expression shifted slightly, and he nodded in silent agreement. If the young master believes it to be true, then it must indeed be so. If it is true, then great terrors lurk here. Aside from the youth, many other prodigies are present, yet the volcano remains active, rendering entry into its depths impossible. One can only wait. Soon, a group captured the attention of many, the individuals from the southern region's Medicine Emperor Valley. The Medicine Emperor Valley? It is said they are not inferior to the Eastern Xuanzong, and they are a formidable assembly of alchemists. Even the Eastern Xuanzong would think twice before provoking them. Alchemists? Then there is no cause for concern. On this 9 heavens continent, certain professions transcend martial prowess. For instance, alchemists, formation masters, artifact masters, and talisman masters. While their combat abilities may not rival those of martial artists, their influence is undeniably profound, and none dare to overlook them. The contingent from the Medicine Emperor Valley is modest in number, consisting of only 6 individuals, 2 from the younger generation and 4 guardians, indicative of their high regard for the 2 young talents. However, their guardian's cultivation level is merely at the pinnacle of the martial soul realm, a mere step away from the celestial martial realm. In stark contrast, the guardians of Yinling cannot even perceive the depths of a mere bamboo pole. They are indeed formidable experts. Esteemed guests, this is the volcano that my Medicine Emperor Valley has discovered first. I implore you to keep your distance. I am Yao Chen, the current young master of Medicine Emperor Valley. I kindly request that you afford our valley some respect and evacuate promptly. Yao Chen's immediate intention was to drive away the others, displaying an audacious arrogance. Ignorance. Yin Ling responded with just 2 words, though he merely thought them without uttering a sound. Arrogance. Although Xiao Yan stood alone, the call of the place rendered retreat impossible. Such tyrannical behavior from Medicine Emperor Valley. I sincerely wish someone would put them in their place. At that moment, 3 more individuals arrived. Judging by their attire, they are the sworn enemies of Medicine Emperor Valley, the people from Poison King Valley. This promises to be entertaining. Medicine Emperor Valley and Poison King Valley, 2 of the foremost powers in the southern region, each possessing strongholds of celestial martial realm experts, and not just one. Medicine Emperor Valley, how grandiose your claims are. This young lady is eager to experience your prowess firsthand. From Poison King Valley, a young woman spoke. The heavenly poison body, Dugu Yuqing. Upon hearing her words, a flicker of trepidation crossed Yao Chen's eyes as he uttered her name. Dugu Yuqing, a peerless genius among the younger generation of the southern region. Endowed with a unique physique, her cultivation and talent are unparalleled. Yao Chen, Yao Ling, your Medicine Emperor Valley continues to be as domineering as ever. However, today, I am here, and you shall not act with impunity. Dugu Yuqing grinned maliciously. Although the volcanic eruption had yet to conclude, the atmosphere was charged with palpable tension. Chapter 9. The Gathering of Talents, each with their own schemes. The expressions of Yao Chen and Yao Ling were bleak. They had long been accustomed to their own arrogance. Yet they found themselves dwarfed by the presence of the formidable Dugu Yuqing, the wielder of the Tian-Yi poison body. Yin Ling wore a sly smile, intrigued by the unfolding drama. First, the Yaohuang Valley, then the Poison King Valley. And now a mysterious figure. This contest over the infernal fire of the underworld promised to be captivating. Yin Ling felt little trepidation. After all, he possessed a top-tier physique, one that rivaled the Tianyi poison body, and with the protector by his side, he was undoubtedly the strongest in attendance. Esteemed guests, he addressed the assembly. This is the domain of the Dongxian sect. Do you not consider our presence worthy of respect? At that moment, a group of over 10 individuals arrived, clad in uniform attire, exuding an air of confidence. They were the prodigious talents from the Dongxian sect, the largest sect in the southern region. Among the crowd, Xiaoyan spotted a familiar figure, Su Ruoxue. The arrival of the Dongxian sect drew the attention of the other factions. Their numbers were formidable, and each member boasted strength above the martial vein realm. Two individuals stood out. One was naturally Su Ruoxue, who possessed the Millennium Profound Ice Body and had made remarkable strides in her cultivation, advancing to the 4th level of the martial vein realm in a remarkably short time, elevating her status by 3 tiers since joining the sect. The other was the one who had just spoken, Yu Xian, ranked 3rd among the direct disciples of this generation. The presence of the Dongxian sect momentarily halted the actions of the other factions. Just the 3rd-ranked Yu Xian. Do you truly believe the Dongxian sect dares to engage in battle with us at the Yaohuang Valley? Yao Chen scoffed, unperturbed by the opposition. Undaunted, even if their leader stood before him, Yu Xian regarded Yao Chen with indifference. No matter how strong you claim to be, you are merely a defeated opponent of my senior brother. Do you dare contest this? Yu Xian, you seek your own demise. Yao Chen seethed, the remark striking a nerve. He harbored deep resentment. During his encounter with the senior brother of the Dongxian sect, he had been decisively defeated, one strike sufficing to seal his fate. The Dongxian sect truly lived up to its reputation as the premier sect of the southern region, both in heritage and strength. What? Are you from the Yaohuang Valley seeking a confrontation? Who fears whom? Su Ruoxue interjected, unleashing her cold ice technique, causing the temperature of the surrounding air to plummet by several degrees. The Millennium Profound Ice Body. Yin Ling smiled faintly. Though this physique was formidable, he remained unafraid, especially considering her cultivation was significantly beneath his own. Xiaoyan, however, fixated intently on Su Ruoxue, perceiving her as a cunning and ruthless woman, adept at shattering the resolve of her opponents and excelling in the art of adding salt to their wounds. Ultimately, the personnel from Yaohuang Valley were limited, and with both the Poison King Valley and the Dongxian sect in attendance, they fell silent, choosing not to further provoke the situation. Meanwhile, Su Ruoxue had become the center of attention. Her beauty was striking, rivaling even that of Dugu Yuqing, and upon entering the Dongxian sect, she swiftly ascended to the title of its most beautiful disciple. Moreover, rumors circulated that she was celebrated as one of the 3 great beauties of the southern region in Yunzhou. Su Ruoxue reveled in the sensation of being adored by the masses, as if she were the very protagonist of the universe. However, at that moment, her gaze fell upon an unexpected figure, Xiaoyan. Following her line of sight, many turned to regard him. Who was that young man who caught the attention of the illustrious Su? Asked Yu Xian with curiosity. Do not concern yourself with him. He is merely a waste. Su Ruoxue replied nonchalantly. It is prudent to clarify, lest the junior disciples misunderstand, Yu Xian stated leisurely. Though Su Ruoxue felt a surge of anger, she recognized her own limitations in strength and thus explained, he is the one I previously annulled my engagement with, named Xiaoyan. What? He is the waste from Yin City? Yinling also turned to glance at Xiaoyan, surprised that this young man hailed from Yin City. Could he belong to another lineage? Yinling was inexplicably reminded of another figure, one representing the former glory of the Yin clan. Old Dong, upon our return, investigate this Xiaoyan thoroughly. I desire all information regarding him and the secrets of his family, Yinling proclaimed calmly. The elder glanced at Xiaoyan, seemingly recollecting something, and nodded. Rest assured, young master, I will uncover the truth. Perhaps that unsettling feeling stemmed from this realization, as Yinling scrutinized Xiaoyan once more. The Yin clan harbored secrets closely linked to the Xiao clan. I never expected you to have advanced to the martial vein realm, but even so, we are not of the same world. Su Ruoxue remarked coolly. Boy, do you truly believe you can vie for Su's affection? Do you not understand that she is a direct disciple of the Grand Elder? You are simply not in the same league. Leave. We do not wish to see you here. Xiaoyan had been quietly observing, pondering the words of his master regarding the unparalleled prodigies. He deemed Dugu Yuqing to be one, along with this young man. Should these two enter the Holy Sect, Would it please his master? He had not anticipated encountering several top-tier prodigies upon his arrival, all gathered in this place. As for Su Ruoxue, he held confidence that once he acquired the treasures here, he would surpass her. You are correct. We have never been of the same world, nor shall we ever be, Xiaoyan declared. To him, the Eastern Xian sect was hardly worthy of comparison to the Holy Sect. Not to mention, the sect leader's ability to seize the very essence of heaven and earth was beyond what a mere Eastern Xian sect could aspire to match. Humph. Even if you have broken through, you remain nothing but a waste. Su Ruoxue scoffed. Ruoxue, do not fret. Once this matter concludes, I shall personally deal with him. Yu Xian cast a glance at Xiaoyan, akin to gazing upon a corpse. Ignoring their taunts, Xiaoyan silently consumed a medicinal pill, preparing for his breakthrough. The second level of the martial pulse realm is ultimately too low. However, breaking through to the third level, albeit still modest, would undoubtedly grant me the strength to contend with Su Ruoxue. Hee, little brother, allow your sister to guard you. Feel free to advance. At this moment, Dugyuking approached Xiaoyan, smiling. No, thank you. Xiaoyan decisively declined, believing it best not to provoke anyone from the Poison King Valley. This woman exuded a sense of danger, not merely due to her cultivation level, but for other reasons as well. Hee, my little brother is shy, but rest assured, with your charming visage, I would never dream of harming you, Dugyuking said with a grin. Xiaoyan ignored her and began his breakthrough. He was not concerned. If these individuals decided to act, he was no pushover either. An hour later, Xiaoyan successfully broke through, solidifying his cultivation at the third level of the martial pulse realm. At that moment, the flames at the volcanic mouth finally subsided. The volcano was now nearly accessible, and it was time to see who would emerge victorious. Everyone, let us proceed and seek our fortunes. The members of the East Xian sect swiftly entered, followed by those from the Medicine Emperor Valley and the Poison King Valley. Just as Xiaoyan prepared to enter, Yanling arrived. Xiaoyan, I hope you can emerge alive, Yanling said casually. Thank you for your well wishes. I shall. If you are not averse, why not join me in my sect? Xiaoyan proposed. That won't be necessary. Your sect cannot accommodate me, and I shall not join. Yanling flatly refused. How absurd. I hail from one of the 8 ancient clans, the Yan clan. I come from the Holy Sect, Xiaoyan stated, causing Yanling to stare at him intently for a prolonged moment. The Holy Sect? Yanling echoed, before leading his entourage away, leaving Xiaoyan in a state of bewilderment. Little did he know, Yanling's heart was in turmoil. He actually originated from that place. The legends were indeed true. Chapter 10, The Sovereign Strikes, Annihilating the Grand Master. The Yan clan is one of the 8 ancient clans, with a history that stretches back to antiquity. Within their lineage, there exist ancient texts that vaguely record fragments concerning the Holy Sect. These references are scarce, yet they mention a great terror within the Holy Sect, one potent enough to obliterate the heavens and earth. Furthermore, they speak of the Holy Sect's might, a power so immense that the world bows before it. Truly an indomitable Holy Sect. However, the reasons for its gradual decline and eventual retreat to the brink of collapse remain known to only a few. Yet, the Yan clan is aware of one thing. The once mighty Holy Sect was extraordinarily powerful and terrifying. Ironically, this discomforting young man hails from that very Holy Sect and has extended an invitation to the Yan clan, stirring a tempest within his heart. At the volcanic crater, shaped by the eruption of molten lava, a vast chasm remains, resembling a profound well with torrents cascading downwards. Xiaoyan swiftly descends into its depths. Upon entering, the surrounding flames do not evoke terror. Rather, they impart a sense of warmth and familiarity as the azure lotus heart fire within him begins to manifest. Enveloped in a mysterious aura of flames, he feels a protective shield encompassing him. He senses an overwhelming call. Yet the vastness of this place renders the quest for the treasure a formidable challenge. Even if discovered, acquiring it would prove no simple feat among the talented individuals present. None are weak. Even Su Ruoxue possesses a cultivation level of the 4th stage of the martial vein realm, not to mention the other prodigies, whose prowess exceeds the 7th or 8th stages. Upon entering, the endless flame technique autonomously activates, absorbing the immense flame's spiritual energy surrounding him. In this moment, he clearly perceives that cultivating here yields exceptional results. Setting aside all distractions, he resolves to enhance his cultivation. After all, Even if they find it, they will have to compete for it. Nothing will come easily. His inner yearning gradually brings him to a state of calm. His strength is insufficient to contend with those individuals. Yet the endless flame technique allows for rapid cultivation in this environment, and with the martial vein pills at his disposal, he may significantly elevate his prowess. Resolute in his decision, he ventures into a cavern at the volcanic mouth, surrounded by boundless flames. Within the fire, he resembles the Emperor of Flames, commanding all flames to submit. He consumes a martial vein pill and swiftly begins to absorb the surrounding flame's spiritual energy, feeling his cultivation loosen and hinting at a breakthrough. My choice proves to be prudent. Rather than competing, it is wiser to wait in the wings. Meanwhile, others have already discovered the ultimate goal at the very bottom of the volcanic crater, a mesmerizing flame, their destination, the hellfire of the underworld. Brother Yuxian, what manner of flame is that? It seems almost sentient, inquired Su Ruoxue. That is the hellfire of the underworld, a type of inherently possessing spirit. Should I fuse with this, my strength, talent, and potential shall undoubtedly surpass that of the senior brother, making me the foremost figure of the Dongxian sect. Yaxuan is remarkably composed and speaks sparingly, yet those familiar with him understand that he possesses an unforgiving nature, not only towards his adversaries, but also towards himself. Indeed, this is an unusual fire. We shall not hold back any longer. Esteemed elders, I implore you to take action. Let us descend and seize the infernal fire of the underworld. Yao Chun and the others brim with anticipation. This is truly an extraordinary flame. Should we manage to acquire it, the enhancement it brings would be beyond imagination. Young master, do you require my assistance? Elder Dong inquired. No need. Simply hinder their guardians, and we shall handle the rest. Yin Ling replied, exuding confidence as he felt the intense call of the flame. Several prodigies had already entered the fray, while the infernal fire of the underworld exhibited cunning, darting about and inciting fierce battles among the elites. The infernal fire of the underworld is mine. No one shall contest it. Yao Chen bellowed. Humph, do you think you are worthy of the infernal fire of the underworld? Dug Yuking targeted Yao Chen directly, provoking an outraged response. Yao Ling found himself intercepted by Dug Yuking's junior, and their strengths were evenly matched. Meanwhile, Yaxuan and Yin Ling clashed fiercely, while Su Ruoxue shivered in a corner. As a body forged from a millennium of profound ice, she possessed a constitution most detested by extraordinary flames, and upon sensing her presence, the relentless fires surged towards her. In the confined space, explosive sounds reverberated as the 6 prodigies engaged in combat. Elsewhere, Xiao Yin remained immersed in his training, drawing ever closer to the infernal fire of the underworld, which appeared to harbor a particular fondness for him. Especially when he practiced the endless burning technique, the infernal fire was particularly invigorated. His cultivation had ascended to the 5th level, a remarkable achievement. At that moment, Elder Dong discerned that the infernal fire of the underworld was gravitating towards Xiao Yin. Humph, a mere martial vein realm dares to covet extraordinary flames? Elder Dong made his move. As the specter of death loomed, Xiao Yin wasted no time and produced the talisman gifted by his master, unleashing a formidable aura that countered Elder Dong's assault. Boldness indeed. In that case, I shall extinguish you myself. Elder Dong's aura surged, his cultivation reaching the martial king level. Xiao Yan's expression turned ashen. He realized that his fate was sealed. Master, I am sorry. I have underestimated the situation. This debt of gratitude shall be repaid in my next life. Faced with the martial king Elder Dong, there were few in the southern region who could stand against him. In this critical moment, the bamboo pole emerged. A dignified martial king was prepared to slaughter a mere martial vein cultivator. Was the older generation truly so shameless? The bamboo pole appeared. Though his strength fell short of his opponents, he possessed a trump card, a hidden ace. Elder bamboo pole, flee quickly. He is a martial king. If you do not leave now, it will be too late. Tell master that I have no regrets in being his disciple in this life. Xiao Yan's words brought a sense of comfort to the bamboo pole. Flee. No, you all shall remain. The infernal fire of the underworld is only fit for the young master. None others are worthy. The terrifying methods of Elder Dong soon manifested, and at the critical moment, Zhugan immediately employed the summoning talisman. Master, please save us. Die. Elder Dong's assault was unparalleled, leaving no chance for those in the heavenly martial realm to withstand it, let alone the mere martial vein realm cultivator, Xiao. However, at that instant, an invisible barrier emerged, shielding the two. Ling Xiao had arrived. Sensing the boundless aura, Elder Dong's pupils constricted. He realized his doom was imminent. Shamelessly bullying the weak with your martial king prowess, I decree your death. The formidable power instantly obliterated Elder Dong. Indeed, obliterated. His flesh and soul were entirely annihilated, leaving no possibility for reincarnation. Senior, spare us. We did not lay a hand on him. At this moment, other powerful figures knelt in submission. My sacred sect shall not be trifled with. To attempt to oppress the weak will lead to your downfall. Ling Xiao's words were overwhelmingly domineering and terrifying. Yan Ling, engaged in battle with Yuxian, felt an overwhelming dread. Elder Dong's true cultivation was that of a grand master, a legitimate martial sovereign, yet he had been silently eradicated. The sacred sect indeed harbored great terror. Retreat. Yan Ling immediately chose to withdraw, fearing that remaining would lead to his own annihilation at the hands of this formidable sect master. At this juncture, Xiao transformed peril into safety, advancing boldly. If you possess the capability to confront me head-on, what merit is there in bullying the weak? Come forth, netherworld fire. To the astonishment of the onlookers, the netherworld fire obediently manifested in Xiao palm. It offered no resistance, akin to a cherished pet, affectionate, delightful, and mischievous. What? No. Impossible. The other prodigies were left speechless, gazing heavenward in disbelief. Ding. Congratulations to the host. The disciple's cultivation has improved. Reward. Chapter 11. The Way of the Thief. Chao Yud. Ding. Congratulations, disciple. On your breakthrough in cultivation, rewarded with 500 sect points. You are granted 10 soul pills. You have received the divine weapon, the Xuanhua heavy sword. Additionally, you have been bestowed with the divine ability, Buddha's Wrath Reincarnation. Your cultivation level has also been elevated by 2 tiers. Xiao breakthrough left many present in awe. For at that moment, his cultivation had ascended to the 9th level of the martial veins realm. From the 4th to the 9th level in one breath. He now possessed the capability to compete with the top-tier prodigies. Upon opening his eyes, a spark of fire glimmered within them, and he respectfully bowed to Ling Xiao. Disciple is deeply grateful to Master. Ling Xiao had but a short incense stick of time to remain. He needed to swiftly bestow these gifts upon his disciple. Here are 3 soul pills for you, sufficient for your forthcoming breakthroughs in the martial soul and martial spirit realms. Additionally, this is your divine ability and your exclusive weapon, the Xuanhua heavy sword. As Xiao grasped the Xuanhua heavy sword, he felt an exhilarating transformation coursing through him. Once he established a bond with the sword, he sensed a subtle inclination towards another breakthrough. The 10th level, as mentioned by his master, was now within reach. Thank you, Master. Yes, cultivate diligently, and continue to forge ahead. Indeed, disciple shall uphold the illustrious name of our sacred sect. As Ling Xiao vanished, Xiao returned to the spiritual energy hall, brimming with excitement. Having ascended 2 tiers, he now stood at the 4th level of the martial spirit realm. This elevation was truly delightful. The abilities rewarded by the system were available for his training, and with such an array of high-level martial techniques, his strength would surge rapidly. System. Is my reputation still insufficient? This time, Xiao has certainly vindicated our sect's name. It should be enough, right? Host, you are still a bit short. The accolades collected pertain solely to Xiao. The other disciples' achievements have yet to be recorded. Therefore, only when the other disciple makes a name for himself will the reputation follow. Indeed, it now hinges on whether that lad Yi Fan can seize his opportunity. This is too uncomfortable. I have prepared a mother-child projection talisman for each of them for their next outing, allowing me to easily observe their current circumstances. TSK. I did not expect the host to have a penchant for voyeurism. Truly unexpected. The system teased. Ahem system. I am a man of virtue, never indulging in such indiscretions. Do not slander my character. The system ceased its banter, and Ling Xiao immersed himself in the cultivation that lay ahead. Previously, he had acquired the techniques of the 4 major professions, but to utilize them in service to the sect and its disciples, he required further comprehension and integration. On the other hand, after departing from the sacred sect, Yi Fan journeyed westward. There must be a reason why his master instructed him to head west. 5 days later, Yi Fan arrived at a location 4,000 miles from the sealed land and paused, for here he sensed something seemingly calling out to him. In the present day, the sacred mountain has attracted many prodigies. The volcanic region on one side is filled with them, and the same can be said for this side. Feeling the call, Yi Fan felt a profound joy in his heart. Indeed, his master was powerful, possessing such knowledge. However, upon reaching another location, he was utterly astonished. Before him lay an immense cemetery. Indeed, it was a cemetery, and inscribed above were the grand characters for Hero's Tomb. A hero's tomb? Why is there such a vast necropolis here? Are the remains of great heroes interred within? Yet, the very call seemed to emanate from within this cemetery. Should he venture inside? Just then, a young Taoist appeared, capturing his attention. So this is the place. Oh, there is another companion. This Taoist, though small in stature, was quite rotund, his weight nearing 200 pounds at such a tender age. Brother, are you also here for the hero's tomb? The jovial Taoist inquired. Yi Fan nodded slightly. Yes, there are things I seek within. Excellent. It just so happens that I too am in search of something here. Shall we journey together? The rotund Taoist said with a cheerful expression, his excitement palpable. Yi Fan pondered for a moment. Being alone was daunting, and having a companion seemed agreeable. The cemetery was vast, and as they entered, they followed the sensation that guided them to the depths of the necropolis. Here, they beheld towering graves and lofty stone tablets, each marking the resting place of renowned figures of great strength. Brother, may I ask your name? The young Taoist inquired. I am Yi Fan. As they traversed the path, they encountered numerous grand tombs, growing more familiar with each other. This chubby Taoist was quite affable, and through their brief exchanges, Yi Fan sensed there was more to him than met the eye. Many specialized terms flowed effortlessly from his lips, fostering a sense of intrigue rather than disdain towards this young man. A fine name, brother. My destination is approaching. What about you? Still ahead, but I feel I am close as well. Yi Fan responded curiously, observing the young Taoist as he produced a shovel. What was his intention? Wait, are you seriously here without any tools? Xiao Yid asked incredulously. Tools for what? Yi Fan replied, puzzled. Honestly, I assumed you were of the same ilk as I. Who would have thought otherwise? However, since fate has intertwined our paths, how about you exchange 1,000 spirit stones for this divine artifact of mine? Xiao Yid proclaimed with conviction. At that moment, Yi Fan finally comprehended the young Taoist's implication. He was indeed a grave robber. Are you a professional tomb raider? Shallow. Crude. The young Taoist scoffed. We refer to it as salvage excavation of the underground world. Consider it. These treasures buried in the earth are in peril. Are we not merely rescuing them? By the heavens, the act of tomb raiding is simply tomb raiding. Yet the manner in which it is expressed is so refreshingly unconventional that I nearly found myself convinced. Thank you, but I have no need for these artifacts. You may keep them for yourself. You intend to excavate his grave? Yi Fan observed as the chubby fellow approached a tomb, upon which were inscribed several prominent characters that he recognized. The tomb of the Supreme Tomb Raider. Indeed, this is the grave of his revered master. Splendid. Last night, this old man appeared in my dreams, urging me to pay him a visit, and here I am. Rest assured, we adhere to a code. We shall not take a single thread that does not belong to us. We are professionals, possessing both quality and refinement as underground excavation specialists. I wish you good fortune. I shall join you shortly. Excellent. I shall seek you out soon. Together, we shall rescue other grand tombs. The chubby fellow managed to force a smile. Yi Fan felt exasperated. What sort of companions are these? However, the priority now is to locate that which calls to him, as enhancing his strength is paramount. Shortly thereafter, Yi Fan arrived at a tomb, for within it lay that which beckoned him. He raised his gaze to the tombstone, which bore the inscription, the tomb of the great accomplished sacred body, martial arts unparalleled. How shall I gain entry? Yi Fan began to fret. While he was aware of this tomb, the method of entry eluded him. Surely, he could not resort to digging in like the chubby fellow. What am I to do? I await guidance. This is quite urgent. Chapter 12. The tomb of the great accomplished saint body. Yi Fan began to survey his surroundings, uncertain of how to proceed. The treasure lay before him, yet he found himself unable to partake in its splendor, an experience that left him quite perturbed. After a quarter of an hour, Yi Fan still had not discerned the entrance, at which point, The chubby fellow approached him. "Hey, brother, what troubles you? I've already made my successful rescue. And you haven't even begun?" The chubby one chuckled. With a furrowed brow, Yi Fan replied, "Little Taoist, I implore you to assist me. I am at a loss as to how to enter. 1,000 spirit stones. Deal." As they exited, Ling Xiao also provided them with spirit stones, albeit a modest amount. Just enough to serve as their pocket money. Wow, so generous. Am I to receive less? Yi Fan mused. To accept another's wealth is to bear their burdens. The little Taoist quickly located the entrance, a mechanism that could be effortlessly activated if the correct spot was identified. Yi Fan had to concede. In the realm of tomb raiding, the little Taoist was indeed a master. No, he surpassed even the master, daring to excavate his very tomb. Brother, what do you think? Truly, you are commendable. You possess great virtue. Yi Fan's words caused the little Taoist to scowl. Is this how one converses? You have effectively extinguished the topic. Following the tomb passage, the two soon entered a vast interior, resembling a grand palace. Indeed, the tomb of the great accomplished saint body was far superior to that of the unscrupulous elder. The little Taoist murmured to himself. Yi Fan could only roll his eyes. After all, he had already plundered the place clean, yet he still had the audacity to comment. Before long, they arrived before a colossal coffin, from which emanated a terrifying aura of pressure. Such overwhelming force. The great accomplished saint body could rival an emperor. Indeed, this was no mere boast. Had it not been for the old man's secret treasure, I fear I would not have been able to withstand it. Conversely, Yi Fan felt a strange familiarity, free of any constraints. Moments later, he stood directly in front of the coffin, whereupon he noticed some inscriptions. The great accomplished saint body, Wu Juekong, participated in the demon sealing war, entering and exiting 7 times, earning renown across the 9 heavens continent, ultimately capturing 2 imperial-level evil entities, dominating the world. HM. The 3rd-generation disciple of the Holy Sect, Wu Juekong, possessed the ancient holy body, unrivaled across the realm, becoming one of the representative disciples of the Holy Sect. Yi Fan was immensely astonished. What? So this great accomplished saint body was also a disciple of the Holy Sect? Just how powerful was the Holy Sect back then? Disciple of the Holy Sect, Yi Fan pays respects to the esteemed elder. You have arrived? At that moment, an ethereal voice resonated, sending both into a state of alarm. The little Taoist clung to Yi Fan, and after scanning their surroundings, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. The voice emanated from the coffin, though it sounded as if it were on the brink of fading into oblivion. Esteemed elder, is it you who speaks? Time is of the essence. I shall impart to you the profound techniques and insights of the great holy body. Lastly, I must ask, do you wish to inherit my legacy? I do, esteemed elder. I wholeheartedly agree. Excellent. Since you desire to inherit, you must also undertake the monumental task that I could not complete, the complete eradication of malevolent forces. Rest assured, I shall do so. My master is unparalleled in strength. He will undoubtedly lead us to vanquish those evil beings. Yi Fan was acutely aware of his master's capabilities, possessing fearsome techniques and an elusive prowess, establishing him as a top-tier figure. The young Taoist squinted, knowing more about this place than Yi Fan. The cemetery here is, in fact, one of the sacred sect's forbidden grounds, where the supreme powerhouses and those who participated in the great battle are interred. After their passing, they were primarily laid to rest here. As for the present forbidden ground of the sacred sect, it was relocated by the 2nd generation of the Holy Master, as the sealing of demonic forces transpired within the sacred sect itself. This implies that the current site of the seal is the original location of the first sacred sect. Remarkable. Truly, you are a disciple of the sacred sect, possessing great responsibility. Moreover, I have an additional request. Please, esteemed elder, speak. The great holy body shall be bestowed upon you, and its fusion will significantly enhance your strength and potential. I hope you can leave a portion of your ashes to be buried in my birthplace, the Qingxiao Wu family. Worry not, I shall fulfill your final wish. Yi Fan bowed in gratitude, and soon, the coffin erupted. A golden skeleton manifested before the two, advancing step by step towards Yi Fan. The young Taoist was utterly astonished. Had the bones come to life? In the next moment, the golden skeleton vanished, only to reappear within Yi Fan's body. Yi Fan felt an excruciating pain, and he instantly lost consciousness. What an immensely powerful, great holy body. The young Taoist was now drenched in sweat. Considering you are of the same sect, I shall not hold it against you. Take good care of him. Once that voice fell silent, it made no further sound. The young Taoist understood this well. His ancestor, the founder, hailed from the sacred sect, which had attained unprecedented strength in its heyday. The most formidable beings of the Jiuxiao continent almost all emerged from the sacred sect. The cemetery here is the resting place of the most exceptional prodigies of the sacred sect. Their legacies and physiques can be passed down, forming part of the sacred sect's foundation. A day later, Yi Fan awakened, now exuding an aura of profound mystery. His aptitude and talent had ascended immensely. Moreover, when he assessed his cultivation, he was utterly astounded. What? Could it be the 10th level of the martial vein realm? Yi Fan was genuinely shocked. He had yet to consume the martial vein pill, yet his cultivation had surged from the 1st to the 10th level. How terrifying. You have awakened. The young Taoist approached, gazing at Yi Fan with a hint of surprise. I almost forgot to ask you, where do you hail from? Yi Fan inquired. The young Taoist understood that Yi Fan's question stemmed from the earlier conversation about the great holy body. Those who could be interred here were all heroes from before the Holy Sect. It was inconceivable for anyone but the closest of kin to be privy to such secrets. I come from the Taoist school, the young Taoist explained. It has been passed down through generations until my time. The old man instructed me to come here to seek my roots, so here I am. Yi Fan felt a twinge of disdain in his heart. The Taoist school? No. It should be the school of thieves. Fortunately, our holy sect serves as a safeguard against thievery. Not to worry. Is that so? So, you are all alone? Indeed. Is there a problem? Join my holy sect. You have no idea. My master possesses boundless wisdom, and since you are a descendant of the holy sect, he would surely not refuse you. Yi Fan exclaimed with excitement. If he could bring this little chubby boy into the holy sect, would he not fulfill his master's original supplementary task? The young Taoist looked somewhat hopeful. Really? I can truly enter the holy sect? His eyes glistened with moisture. It was the unparalleled might of the holy sect during ancient times that filled him with pride and compelled him to journey to the sacred mountain in search of his roots. Naturally, he sought the holy sect. Ding! Congratulations, the disciple's cultivation level has risen to the 10th heaven of the martial vein realm. Reward, 500 sect points. Reward. Chapter 13, the sacred land of the clouds and the holy sun. Congratulations to the host disciple for the enhancement of cultivation. A reward of 2 levels of cultivation improvement is granted. Additionally, the ancient divine sword is bestowed. 10 soul pills are awarded. The celestial rank martial technique, sword draw slash, is also rewarded. On Ling Xiao's side, the rewards were swiftly distributed. His cultivation rose 2 more levels, reaching the 6th heaven of the martial spirit realm. Now merely a step away from the final realm, the martial soul realm. Yet, he yearned for swifter progress. Only by accumulating more sect points could he experience rapid growth. The sword draw slash was commendable, and he decided to practice it first. As for the soul pills, he had previously acquired 10 when Xiao Yin made his breakthrough. And now with another 10, he intended to retain a portion for himself while preparing the remainder for Yi Fan, along with the ancient divine sword. These items resonated well with Yi Fan, so they were best suited for him. In the mausoleum, the young Taoist was astonished by Yi Fan's breakthrough. It was as effortless as drinking water, truly befitting of the ancient sacred body. Fortunately, his own cultivation was not lacking, having recently obtained the wealth of the heavenly thief. He was now at the 12th heaven of the martial vein realm, considerably surpassing Yi Fan. Yi Fan, undeterred, continued his cultivation, swallowing a martial vein pill. In that moment, his cultivation ascended to the 11th heaven. He then consumed the remaining martial vein pills in one go, ultimately stabilizing at the 11th heaven. Yet his foundation had become quite solid. Not bad. Yi Fan brimmed with confidence, feeling increasingly assured about the upcoming grand competition of the southern region. Brother, impressive. Your cultivation speed surpasses even mine, the young Taoist remarked. By the way, brother, you have yet to inform me whether you are willing to join my sacred sect? Yi Fan inquired with a smile. Of course I would. His dream had always been to return to the sacred sect and strive for its resurgence. Now, that dream was on the verge of realization. Excellent. Then let us embark together. My time in this journey of experience will not be lengthy. With that, Yi Fan approached the coffin, inside which lay some ashes. He had promised that esteemed sacred body, and thus he must fulfill his vow. After retrieving the ashes and the spirit tablet, he once again bowed to the coffin before departing with the young Taoist. "Brother, shall we explore other tombs? Perhaps there are more treasures to be found?" The young Taoist suggested, his eyes sparkling with curiosity, clearly contemplating the potential riches within those tombs. "No, let us refrain. What was destined for us, we have already received. The rest, we shall not covet. Moreover, we must show respect to the deceased, especially since they are the martyrs of our sacred sect. Indeed, they are our forebears. If they were from another tomb, I would have acted differently." The young Taoist ultimately abandoned the notion of further grave robbing, acknowledging that Yi Fan was correct. It would be inappropriate to disturb the resting place of their sect's ancestors. As they stepped out of the mausoleum, an old man and a young boy appeared before them. "Who are you?" The young man spoke up, prompting a glance of mutual confusion between Yi Fan and the young Taoist, as they did not recognize him. "We echo your inquiry. Who are you?" Yi Fan questioned. "Listen well, I am the son of the cloudy sky sacred land. Surrender the treasures you possess, and perhaps I shall consider granting you a dignified demise." The boy's arrogance was palpable. Such brashness elicited disdain from both Yi Fan and Xiao Yud. "I have encountered arrogance before, but never to this extent," Xiao Yud muttered. "Oh, treasures belong to those destined for them. We have already seized our fortune. Should you wish to enter, we shall not impede you, but kindly step aside," Yi Fan declared. "Son, I implore you to resolve this swiftly. Otherwise, this old servant may intervene to eliminate them, lest the night stretch on with unnecessary dreams." The elder behind the boy, evidently his protector, was an enigmatic figure whose prowess was beyond their comprehension, indicative of a formidable master. Given their affiliation with the cloudy sky sacred land, one of the paramount forces, the boy's cultivation level, standing at the 14th stage of the martial vein realm, surpassed both of theirs. Raising his hand, the boy replied, "No need. This is my trial. I have come forth to recruit a few followers, and you two will do nicely." He then turned to Yi Fan and the young Taoist. "Accompany me, and you may avoid death." "Huh, are you a fool? You claim to offer us a dignified death, yet now you wish for us to follow you? I am convinced. You must be deranged." Xiao Yud could no longer contain his disdain for such pretentiousness. With a cold gaze, the boy retorted, "As the esteemed son of the cloudy sky sacred land, your following me is a privilege, a blessing. How amusing. You may observe as I personally subdue them." Upon finishing his declaration, the boy launched his attack. "Brother, you go first. I shall cover you." Xiao Yud pushed Yi Fan forward. Yi Fan inwardly cursed. "Xiao Yud, you ought to be called Xiao Wuda for your lack of martial ethics. Do you believe you can command me to follow?" Yet Yi Fan felt no fear, while he recognized he would be no match for the elder. This boy did not intimidate him. Yi Fan advanced swiftly, engaging in a clash of palms. Bang, bang, bang. Both retreated. Yi Fan stepped back twice, while the boy staggered back a single step, clearly indicating his superior cultivation. "Your physical strength is remarkable." Intriguing. The boy's anger dissipated, replaced by excitement. Yi Fan remained composed and launched another attack, employing the 8 Desolations and 6 Harmonies fist, an exclusive martial art imparted by his master, renowned for its immense power. 8 Desolations and 6 Harmonies fist, unrivaled under heaven. The formidable punch surged toward the boy, who, in a moment of haste, retaliated with his own strike. Crack! The impact resonated, and the boy's arm fractured under the force of the collision. "You have audacity, courting death." The elder made his move, raising his hand. And the atmosphere shifted dramatically, an overwhelming force instantly propelling Yi Fan into the air. He fell to the ground like a severed kite, crashing down with a thud. The young Taoist hurried over, exclaiming, "Yi Fan, are you all right?" Yi Fan, in a state of despair, murmured, I apologize to my master. I am utterly inept." At this moment, he continued to lament his inadequacies. Confronted by such a formidable opponent, he realized he was no match at all. "Is it not excessive for you to bully the weak in such a manner? Is this what constitutes a holy ground?" A voice emerged, and Yi Fan's expression brightened slightly. He recognized it as Elder Zhu Shan. In this perilous moment, Zhu Shan had stepped forward, though he too was no match for the elder before them. However, he possessed a summoning talisman. "Do you dare to obstruct me, a mere earth martial realm? You are oblivious to the terror of the Yuntian sacred land." The elder raised his hand once more, and the terrifying force was about to descend again, threatening certain death for Yi Fan and the others. Yi Fan closed his eyes, awaiting the arrival of death. The young Taoist was filled with resentment. After finally returning to the Holy Sect, he found himself entangled with the detestable minions of the Yuntian's sacred land. Everything is about to come to an end. The Holy Sun is merciful and does not wish to slay you, yet you harbor malicious intent. Your crimes deserve punishment. I, the Holy Sun of the Yuntian's sacred land, am not someone you can trample upon. Prepare to perish. The terrifying power coalesced at the elder's fingertips, ready to strike. In the nick of time, Zhu Shan disregarded everything and crushed the summoning talisman. Master, save us. No one can save you. Perish. Chapter 14. Incomparable Rewards. Is it so? As a terrifying assault descended, a disdainful voice echoed. Soon, the elder stood in stunned silence, for he clearly witnessed all his attacks vanish without a trace in an instant. Hearing the familiar voice, Yi Fan opened his eyes, and at that moment, his gaze glistened with emotion. In his direst hour, it was his master who had come to his rescue. Master, be careful. Yi Fan could not help but utter a warning. Ling Xiao replied nonchalantly. A mere martial sovereign dares to bully the weak? Just moments ago, I crushed a grand master, and now I confront another martial sovereign. Does the world today permit such tyranny? At this juncture, Ling Xiao gently clasped his hand towards the elder. The elder, to his horror, realized he was utterly beyond his control. The overwhelming might before him surpassed even that of his own ancestor. No, I am a revered elder of the Yunxiao sacred land. If you kill me, you will provoke the Yunxiao sacred land. The old man could only invoke the name of the Yunxiao sacred land in desperation. A mere Yunxiao sacred land. What is there to fear? Yi Fan, remember this. Regardless of who you encounter, be it a forbidden zone, a sacred land, an esteemed family, or an ancient clan, anyone who dares to bully the weak will be met with annihilation. This is my decree. Within the sacred sect, we are invincible. Ling Xiao granted no opportunity for further dialogue and swiftly crushed the elder. Yes, master, I understand. At that moment, Yi Fan felt an unparalleled sense of pride and exhilaration. This was his master, a figure of unimaginable strength. Little did he realize he had long forgotten the initial struggles Ling Xiao faced at the Dongxian sect. Ling Xiao nodded calmly. Take these soul elixirs and this sword. Handle your own troubles. The younger generation may act freely, but if the elders intervene, our sect shall also respond. Yes, master. By the way, master, this is my friend who has accompanied me in exploring this place. He is also a descendant of our sacred sect's illustrious ancestors. Please accept him. Yi Fan introduced the young Taoist. The young Taoist recognized this as his opportunity and immediately knelt, proclaiming, I am Chao Yud, descendant of the sacred sect's thief of heaven, and I have met with the sect master. Very well, then return. Resolve matters here swiftly. Ling Xiao commanded before departing. Casting a glance at the young Taoist with the art of divination, the latter felt an overwhelming sensation of being seen through, and when he regained his senses, he found himself drenched in sweat. Within the sacred sect's spirit chamber, Ling Xiao mused, not bad. Indeed, he possesses the thief of heaven physique, a child of destiny. He was thoroughly pleased with his assessment of the young man. Name, Chao Yud, 8888, physique, thief of heaven cultivation, 12th layer of martial veins. However, his fortune paled in comparison to that of Yi Fan and Xiao Yan. He vividly recalled that both Yi Fan and Xiao Yan possessed a fortune value of 9,999, while the young Taoist had a commendable 8888. With the inclusion of this individual, there would surely be captivating developments ahead. How could it not evoke memories of the experiences of the Heavenly Emperor? The script seemed strikingly similar. Both were ancient sacred bodies. Both had a grave-digging companion, and the storyline felt oddly familiar. In the mausoleum, even if the young Taoist were to take on a master, the system would remain oblivious. Only by acknowledging oneself as a disciple before the system would one receive any rewards. Over in the mausoleum, only a single holy sun remained in the Yunxiao sacred land. Such a worthless being, and yet you claim to be the holy son of Yunxiao sacred land? It appears your sacred sect is not as esteemed as you believe. The young Taoist remarked. You cannot kill me. As the holy son of Yunxiao sacred land, how could I lack any means of survival? Yun Tinga retorted. This holy sun will remember you, a mere dilapidated sacred sect. Do you think you can compare to the past? Just wait for the powerful ones from Ling Xiao's sacred land to descend. Master, come forth. Yun Tinga bellowed, shattering a talisman, and at that moment, a colossal vortex appeared in the sky. A giant hand emerged, whisking him away. This scene left the three of them momentarily stunned, but they quickly regained their composure. Yi Fan had the formidable protector Zhu Shan from the heavenly martial realm and talismans crafted by his master to withstand a blow from that realm. As a holy son of Yin Xiao's sacred land, having his own trump cards was only natural. Elder Zhu Shan, let us return. We shall inform our master of the events here and see how he chooses to address them. The three began their journey back to the sacred sect. 3 days later, they arrived at the sacred sect. At the entrance, Ling Xiao's figure appeared. Upon seeing the three return safely, he felt a sense of relief, particularly as Yi Fan's cultivation had reached his expectations. Respectful greetings to Master. Respectful greetings to the sect leader. The trio bowed in unison. Ling Xiao nodded slightly. Addressing Chao Yud, you are Chao Yud. Do you wish to take me as your master? I am willing. I, Chao Yud, respectfully greet my master. Chao Yud immediately knelt, performing the rite of discipleship. Ling Xiao accepted with joy. Gaining a child of fortune as a disciple was a boon he eagerly welcomed. Come, let us proceed inside and discuss further. As they entered the sect leader's hall, the young Taoist was awestruck by the grandeur of the surroundings. Such a magnificent hall and so many grand edifices. Who would dare claim this was a dilapidated sacred sect? I shall not be defeated. Ding. Congratulations to the host for recruiting a child of fortune. Reward, 500 sect points. Reward, Cycle of 9 Rebirth Seal. Reward, Divine Artifact, Heavenly Shovel. Reward, Divine Technique, Thief's Insight. Reward, Hostess Cultivation increases by 2 tiers. Reward, Divine Ability, Breath Capture Technique. Ling Xiao, seated at the head, gazed down at the gathered individuals. Since you have become the 3rd direct disciple of our sect, your rewards shall be plentiful. This is your exclusive martial art and technique, along with your divine artifact, all bestowed upon you. Ling Xiao handed over the 9 reincarnation seal, the thief's charm, and the celestial shovel, rewards granted by the system, to Chao Yud. Upon receiving these gifts, Chao Yud's cultivation immediately soared by 2 realms. Ding! Congratulations, disciple of the host, on your cultivation breakthrough. You are awarded 500 sect points and a divine beast egg. Ling Xiao felt a surge of excitement. He had not yet claimed previous rewards when the system presented him with yet another. His aura intensified significantly, and after ascending 2 levels, his cultivation reached the 2nd realm of the martial soul stage. As for the elixirs and spirit stones, each of you shall receive your share. Take them. Ling Xiao then distributed some cultivation resources among the group. Though not abundant, they were certainly substantial. After everyone departed, Ling Xiao inquired about the system. System, what exactly is this qi absorption technique? He asked curiously. Host, do you recall the qi observation technique? It can detect the talents, physiques, and flaws of others. The qi absorption technique specifically targets fortune, allowing one to absorb the fortunes of others, transferring it to oneself or to disciples, and even bestowing it upon the fortune golden dragon to suppress the sect's fortune. Wow, such a terrifying divine ability. My goodness. The ability to absorb another's fortune for personal use or to benefit my disciples is almost a god-defying skill. The system's attentiveness had significantly increased, akin to a comfort that one cannot live without. He then received another reward from the system, the divine beast egg. This egg was the size of a human head, but he was unaware of the specific divine beast it contained. Ahem, system, may I timidly inquire, what kind of divine beast is this? Unknown. It is a randomly obtained divine beast egg. You shall discover its nature upon hatching. Is that even possible? This system is undeniably domineering. Chapter 15. The Projection of the Great Emperor. In the boundless depths of space, a colossal divine phoenix emerges, seething with wrath. How dare you steal my progeny? Even if you are a divine emperor, you shall meet your demise. Consequently, the entire cosmos trembles, and countless powerful beings begin to take notice. What are you staring at? Keep looking, and I shall gouge out your eyes. Many esteemed figures retract their consciousness in response. To my astonishment, it is a supreme being of the Immortal Phoenix clan. As for Ling Xiao, the incubation has yet to commence, so it remains set aside for now. By the way, system, what is the current value of the sect? Host. The sect value stands at 4,005. Ling Xiao is rather pleased. It has reached half so quickly. He believes that after the competition in the southern region, the system will fulfill the conditions for advancing the sect to a second-tier status. By the way, Yi Fan and the others have returned. Is their reputation sufficient? Ling Xiao recalls that the system had previously mentioned that once Yi Fan gained renown, he would receive reputation rewards. The task has been completed. Ding. Congratulations, host. Your disciples have achieved the goal of enhancing the sect's reputation, awarding an increase of 1,000 sect value. Awarded divine ability. Projection of the Great Emperor. Is that all? Ling Xiao inquires, astonished. Previously, when his disciples raised their cultivation, the rewards were numerous. Yet now, upon completing a task, the reward is so modest? If the host finds it lacking, the system will automatically reclaim it. No, even the tiniest morsel is still sustenance. So what purpose does this divine ability serve? Ling Xiao asks. Host, this divine ability can be used to probe 1,000 miles away or even farther. For instance, in the Cloud Sky Sacred Land. Employing this ability can unleash an invincible projection even within the sacred sect. It can also be utilized by the disciples, should they encounter a life-threatening crisis. This ability will automatically summon your Great Emperor projection. Upon hearing this, Ling Xiao can only exclaim, System, you are extraordinary. Now, let me comprehend this divine ability. Shortly thereafter, Ling Xiao has grasped the essence of this divine technique. It can be said that it is even more practical than summoning talismans. And being within the sacred sect allows him to engage in combat at the Cloud Sky Sacred Land. This is truly remarkable. But host, do not rejoice too soon. There is a limitation. The duration is only as long as a stick of incense. Beyond that, the projection's power will regress to your true realm. Such a formidable ability cannot be used without restriction. Otherwise, he would be invincible. A stick of incense? That is ample time. If several disciples cultivate, can I directly observe their activities? Ling Xiao continues to inquire. Indeed, as long as they cultivate and the host actively employs the ability, you will be able to clearly see their whereabouts and the surrounding scenes. Haha, splendid. This is akin to remote surveillance, remote projection, is it not? Excellent, excellent. The rewards have finally been collected, yielding tremendous gains. The sect value has reached 5,500, and the goal of 10,000 sect value is now within reach. In addition, the disciples have experienced significant enhancements in their cultivation prowess, alongside the system's rewards, such as divine beast eggs and various extraordinary abilities. He firmly believes that in the not-so-distant future, he shall rise to prominence. Ling Xiao began to invoke the projection of the Great Emperor, initially seeking to discern the current situation of his second disciple, Xiaoyan. However, he soon encountered failure, as the latter had not engaged in cultivation, rendering it impossible to provide an accurate coordinate, a rather frustrating predicament. Never mind, he thought. I shall wait for their return to address them collectively. Yunxiao, Central Continent. This is the headquarters of the Yunxiao Sacred Land. Within the Grand Hall of the Sacred Land, the Sacred Lord occupies the foremost seat, with the Holy Son, Yuntian-gu, positioned below. I have come to pay my respects, Master. I implore you to advocate for your disciple. Yuntian-gu knelt on the floor, beseeching the Sacred Lord. What transpired? Why is your guardian spirit's tablet shattered? Inquired the Sacred Lord. The Holy Son's guardian was a formidable martial artist, one of the most elite beings throughout the entire Yunzhou. Yet such a terrifying entity had met its demise. Master, we encountered disciples of the Sacred Sect on Sacred Mountain. That individual possessed the ancient sacred body. After a conflict erupted, Elderly intervened to protect me, but unbeknownst to us, that person summoned their sect leader, and with a mere clasp of fists, Elderly was slain. Yuntian-gu dared not conceal any details. What? Sacred Mountain? Sacred Sect? Sect leader? Are you certain it was the leader of the Sacred Sect? The Sacred Lord was profoundly astonished. They referred to him as such. There can be no mistake. Yuntian-gu replied respectfully. The Sacred Lord's expression remained one of immense shock. As the leader of the Sacred Land, he possessed knowledge far exceeding that of Yuntian-gu. Investigate the Sacred Sect. I require the most current and comprehensive information. Yes, Master. A phantom vanished from sight. Unbelievable. The Sacred Sect has revived. Had they not been on the brink of severing their lineage? The Sacred Lord pondered, perplexed. Detail every aspect meticulously. Should there be even a single error, your status as Holy Son will be forfeit. Few dare to underestimate the sacred sect, even if they are reduced to but 2 individuals, or on the verge of collapse. Yun Tiangu recounted every detail, while the sacred lord's eyes narrowed, his fingers drumming rhythmically upon the table. The sepulchre you mentioned must be the hero's tomb. You need not concern yourself with that matter. Henceforth, devote yourself entirely to your cultivation in preparation for the significant event ahead, and disregard all else. Yes, master, I shall take my leave. Once the hall was devoid of presence, the sacred lord turned his gaze towards a specific direction. What is the current overall strength of the sacred sect? This could indeed be an opportunity. Let us not rush. We shall discuss it further upon the return of the shadow. A voice, ethereal and elusive, echoed. Indeed, the sacred sect's signs of revival are not to be taken lightly. Notify the other sacred lands, the forbidden zones, ancient clans, and noble families, as well as the pure land of ultimate bliss. Understood. Once the mightiest sacred sect of yore, I wonder what remains of them now. The anticipation is palpable. The sacred lord's eyes gleamed with avarice. Let us not dwell on trivialities. The mere existence of a hero's tomb is sufficient to cultivate a multitude of prodigies, not to mention the entire essence of the sacred sect itself. No one would dare question the profound heritage of the sacred sect, for it was undeniably powerful in its heyday. Meanwhile, Xiaoyan did not rush to return. Instead, he pressed onward, his objective being the location initially indicated by his master, which is the realm of the sacred. This sacred domain, belonging to the sacred sect, remains shrouded in mystery. Its interior is known only to a select few, and even the possibility of entry is uncertain. Were it not for the 5 fiends of Bamboo Mountain unveiling the map of mountains and rivers, these sacred realms and heroes' tombs might have remained undisturbed in their slumber. As Xiaoyan crested a hill, he beheld a gathering of numerous individuals, their attire suggesting a multitude of factions. Upon his arrival, he quickly recognized several familiar faces, including Su Ruoxue, Yu Xian, Yao Chun, and Dugas Yuqing among others. Esteemed guests, this secret realm was first discovered by our Dongxian sect, and thus rightfully belongs to us. I kindly request that you depart. Our masters shall soon arrive, spoke a formidable figure at the pinnacle of the martial soul realm. On the surface, the Dongxian sect boasts only 3 powerhouses in the celestial martial realm, and with disciples venturing out for training, having a martial soul guardian is already a remarkable advantage. Treasures belong to those fated to possess them, and besides, this place does not rightfully belong to your Dongxian sect. What makes you think you can stake a claim? At this moment, Dugas Yuqing spoke up, unperturbed by the presence of her adversaries. Indeed, the Dongxian sect is arrogant, and this secret realm belongs to us all. Do you truly believe you can monopolize it? Let it be known, the various factions from the southern region are present here. Does your Dongxian sect possess the audacity to consume everything within this realm? This secret domain should rightfully belong to our Ling sect. Everyone, it is time to clear the area. At this juncture, over 100 individuals arrived, exuding an imposing aura. All were at least at the martial soul realm, with more than a dozen at the celestial martial realm, and even 3 formidable martial kings among them. The foremost sect of Yunzhou, Ling sect, has made its entrance. Chapter 16. The Tyranny of Ling sect. What? The disciples of Ling sect have arrived? Upon witnessing the distinctive attire of the Ling sect, many present were left in sheer astonishment. The Ling sect stands as a formidable entity, the foremost sect of Yunzhou, truly a paragon of strength. In comparison, Dongxian sect appears as mere children, dwarfed by the vast chasm separating the two. Just how many warriors of the Tianwu realm does Dongxian sect possess? This time, 3 formidable Wuwang-level warriors have come. The disparity is insurmountable. Xiaoyan stood silently to the side, pondering the intentions of the Ling sect. Esteemed guests, this secret realm is a blessing for Yunzhou. Should it be seized by you, would it not render us a laughingstock in the eyes of outsiders? We have come on the orders of our sect master to mediate, and to publicly declare that this secret realm belongs to all of Yunzhou. Any registered sect within Yunzhou may send disciples to partake in the trials based on their respective circumstances, proclaimed one Wuwang. What? Registered in Yunzhou? The might of Ling sect is evident. Their declaration of this site as a shared treasure of Yunzhou implies that even Dongxian sect pales in significance at this moment. Furthermore, With the imminent Southern Domain Grand Competition approaching, the quotas shall be determined from this very event. Another Wuwang interjected. This revelation ignited a wave of uproar. What? Are we to understand that this Southern Domain Grand Competition hinges upon the quotas of this secret realm? Ling Sect's audacity is overwhelming. They are directly meddling in our Southern Domain affairs, even to the extent of influencing the Grand Competition. Indeed, to ensure fairness and justice, our Ling Sect will dispatch elders to oversee the Southern Domain Grand Competition, alongside rewards for all prodigies from our sect. The final Wuwang added, his words resonating with an extraordinary weight among those gathered. How did they come to know of this secret realm? Why are they so intent on intervening in the Southern Domain Grand Competition? According to their previous assertions, each sect could send disciples. Yet it has now transformed into a contest of excellence among the sects, with quotas determined by their performance. This effectively severed the opportunities for the major sects of the Southern Domain, prompting a flurry of discussions among the attendees. Very well. We have come to inform you that you may take your leave. One Wuwang emanated a terrifying presence, a regal pressure characteristic of the Wuwang realm, an aura that those at the martial pulse level could hardly withstand. Wuwang Sr., this may be somewhat inappropriate, came the voice of a peak warrior from Dongxian sect. Humph, there is nothing inappropriate about it. If you have any objections, we can pay a visit to Dongxian sect right now. With a mere wave, the Wuwang caused the peak warrior to spit blood, his face paling, no longer daring to utter another word. Remember, we are here to inform you, not to negotiate. Faced with the oppressive presence of the martial king, no one present could muster the courage to resist. Even Xiao Yin found himself in a predicament. What was the Ling Sect up to with this display? Helplessly, Xiao Yin felt compelled to withdraw, as he needed to inform his master of the developments and seek his counsel. 5 days later, upon returning to the sect, Xiao Yin sensed that the sacred sect appeared even more magnificent and imposing than before. In the main hall, he respectfully addressed, Disciple Xiao Yin, pays homage to master. He immediately bowed. Do not rush. Let us wait until your fellow disciples arrive, Ling Xiao replied calmly. He then communicated with the other disciples and elders. Soon, 7 individuals appeared in the grand hall, representing the entirety of the sacred sect, 1 sect master, 3 direct disciples, and 5 elders. Ling Xiao introduced Xiao Yin to Qiao Yud, and they exchanged pleasantries. All right, Xiao Yin, you may speak now. Ling Xiao had summoned everyone to discuss matters pertinent to the sect. The Sacred Realm and the Hero's Tomb were both legacies left by the sacred sect, and their current objective was to firmly secure these treasures. Master, an incident has occurred in the Sacred Realm. The foremost force in Yunzhou, the Ling Sect, has dispatched 3 martial kings and numerous heavenly martial realm experts to forcibly occupy the divine realm. They demand that all sects register in Yunzhou, and furthermore, the outcome of this southern region grand competition will determine the quotas for entering the sacred realm. Xiao Yin articulated the Ling Sect's tyranny in one breath. Master, the situation at the Hero's Tomb is similar. The people from the Yunzhou sacred land have appeared there, and they are likely aware of the Hero's Tomb. If they come, we may not be able to defend it with our current strength. Yi Fan interjected. He had intended to voice this concern earlier, but Ling Xiao had not given him the opportunity, as it was necessary to deliberate collectively. Indeed, Master, the legacies within the Hero's Tomb are vast and comprise some of the most formidable figures. If those sacred lands become aware, the consequences would be dire. Qiao Yud added, Fear not. As I have said before, as long as we are within the sacred sect, we are invincible. To safeguard these 2 treasures, there is but one solution. Ling Xiao spoke with composure. Master, what is the solution? Everyone's gaze turned towards Ling Xiao, eager for his insight. It is simply for the 3 of you to secure the top 3 positions in this grand competition, thereby elevating the prestige of the sacred sect. The rest will naturally follow. We will expand the boundaries of the sacred sect, and when the time comes, these 2 locations will rightfully belong to us. Even if the martial emperor comes, he shall be powerless. Ling Xiao's plan was thus, to elevate the sect to a second-tier status, enhancing its strength exponentially. Securing both locations would enable him to contend with all formidable adversaries. The prospect of claiming the top 3 positions in the competition left the 3 disciples exchanging glances, with Xiao Yin being the least experienced, while Qiao Yud had already reached the 14th level of cultivation. With considerable time remaining before the grand competition, I implore you to refrain from venturing outside and to devote yourselves diligently to your cultivation. Indeed, Master, this place is replete with ample resources for your training. I hope that by the time you emerge from your seclusion, you will not merely attain the realm of martial soul, but at least reach the 14th level of martial veins. Ling Xiao provided the three with abundant resources, encouraging them to utilize them fully. Master, I wish to cultivate at the volcanic crater, as it is the most suitable location for me. Xiaoyan interjected at that moment. Very well, let Elder Zhu Gan accompany you. Thank you, Master. By the way, I possess a divine technique for you three to practice. It will yield immense benefits for you. In due time, you shall understand its significance. Ling Xiao imparted the projection of the Emperor to the trio, yet he refrained from revealing its specific name. As long as they cultivate the Emperor's projection, he would be able to monitor their conditions at any moment. Should a crisis arise, he would swiftly come to their aid. The three disciples eagerly accepted the inheritance, and for them, Ling Xiao was exceedingly generous, bestowing upon them only the finest resources. Given their innate potential, it would be an utter disgrace if they failed to secure a position among the top three. Ling Xiao also provided the 5 elders with numerous resources, urging them to cultivate diligently and not squander their bloodline prowess. The Holy Sect is rapidly strengthening, and the impending crisis is only just beginning. Chapter 17. The Azure Sky Demon Saint. With a decree from the Lingyun sect, countless sects flocked to Yunzhou to register, all vying for a chance to secure a few coveted spots in the sacred realm. The entire southern region descended into chaos as this secret realm intertwined the major powers. Prominent forces such as the Dongxian sect, the Medicine Emperor Valley, and the Poison King Valley also made their way to Yunzhou, their overall strength starkly contrasting with that of the Lingyun sect. The sacred sect remained silent, for in Ling Xiao's eyes, once the grand tournament concluded and the sect ascended to the second tier, they would undoubtedly reclaim everything that was rightfully theirs. Nevertheless, he dispatched an elder to the hero's tomb to guard it. Both the sacred realm and the hero's tomb were relics of the sacred sect, theirs alone, and outsiders would never be permitted to lay claim to them. On this particular day, as Ling Xiao was immersed in his cultivation, a system notification chimed in. Host, a powerful entity has been detected nearby, probing the internal affairs of the sacred sect. Ling Xiao snorted coldly and promptly activated the sect's protective array. With a single step, he positioned himself at the mountain gate. Since you have arrived, do show yourself. There's no need to skulk about like a rodent. Within the confines of the sect, Ling Xiao could unleash formidable power, and he swiftly pinpointed the intruder's location. The individual, however, was exceedingly cunning and vanished the moment they sensed something amiss. Ling Xiao chose not to pursue. Once outside a certain range, he could not exert his strength. Even the unrivaled skill of the sect master required proximity to the sect to be effective. Beyond a distance of 1,000 meters, it would falter. Seeing the figure disappear, Ling Xiao paid it no mind. As long as he remained within the sect, he was invincible. I am invincible. You may act as you wish. He quickly returned, knowing without a doubt that the intruder must be a master from the Yunxiao sacred land, as among those he had previously eliminated. Only the Yunxiao sacred land possessed such formidable strength. The protector of the Yin clan was a grand master, while the protector of the Yunxiao sacred land was a martial sovereign, a terrifying existence capable of effortlessly extinguishing life. If the Yunxiao sacred land remained indifferent, that would be truly bizarre. Regardless of who it was, anyone daring to cause trouble within his sacred sect would be met with ruthless suppression. Ling Xiao disregarded the intruder, returning to his studies of the texts left behind by the sacred sect. In its prime, the sacred sect was immensely powerful, having amassed nearly all the top-tier techniques, martial arts, and divine abilities known to the world. Though he need not cultivate them himself, he could reference them, familiarizing himself such that, should he encounter such foes in the future, he could subdue them with a single move. 1,000 miles north of the sacred mountain lies a region perpetually sealed by arrays, known as one of the life-restricting zones. The reason for this is simple. Beneath these seals lurk a multitude of terrifying demonic beasts, and even sacred and divine creatures. With the emergence of the hero's tomb and the sacred realm, these seals have begun to weaken, resulting in a surge of demonic beasts. Within a vast chasm, a terrifying aura now permeated the air. A formidable being was awakening. After 9,000 years, This saint has finally awakened. It was a sacred beast, the azure-eyed celestial wolf. The resurrection of the azure sky demon saint has occurred, a truly magnificent event. Below, the members of the wolf clan are filled with unparalleled excitement. The wolf clan is numerous, yet there exists but one of the demon saint realm, the azure sky demon saint, one of the most formidable entities in this region. Following the resurrection of the azure sky demon saint, a search for other locations commenced. I have awakened. What are you waiting for? Azure sky, I have returned. Within a water-curtained cave, a Lingming stone monkey opened its fiery golden eyes, revealing an even more formidable presence, the heaven-piercing Demon Emperor. I have witnessed the Demon Emperor. Where are the heavenly and the mixed heavens? The heaven-piercing Demon Emperor inquired. Soon, two terrifying auras emerged, belonging to two formidable demon saints. I have witnessed the Demon Emperor. I have awakened. It is time to settle this score. Azure Sky, go and investigate the sacred sect. Once you ascertain the situation, take immediate action, leaving them no chance. Commanded the heaven-piercing Demon Emperor. Rest assured, my Emperor, I have already dispatched experts to investigate. Outside the sacred sect, a colossal demon beast appeared, a green-eyed wolf. Yet its cultivation was merely at the Grand Master level. Strange, why can't I probe further? The wolf demon pondered, and soon it discerned the internal situation. There are only a handful of individuals, and their cultivation levels. Could it be? Only martial vein and heavenly martial realms. Has the once mighty sacred sect fallen to such depths? The wolf demon quickly returned. In the abyss, the wolf demon swiftly reported back. A splendid opportunity, my Emperor. Let us trample the sacred sect. They have sealed us for so many years. We have endured enough. Spoke the Azure Sky Demon Saint. Indeed, it is time to bring an end to this decrepit sect. Both mixed heaven and heavenly heaven echoed in agreement. Do they truly lack powerful experts? Only heavenly martial realm guardians? Why not directly annihilate the sacred sect? The heaven-piercing demon emperor questioned. My lord, my offspring refrained from entering to avoid alarming the enemy. But it is certain that the current sacred sect is far from its former glory, elucidated the Azure Sky Demon Saint. If that is the case, send your experts to seize the sacred sect. If you fail, present your head before me, commanded the heaven-piercing demon emperor. Yes, please rest assured, my emperor. We shall surely capture the sacred sect. The Azure Sky Demon Saint departed, and the abyss returned to tranquility. With the seal broken, the heavens are about to change. A day later, outside the sacred sect, over 100 powerful demon beasts appeared, all heading towards the sacred sect. These were indeed the elite of the green-eyed wolf. The Azure Sky Demon Saint personally took command, leading experts, all of whom were above the martial sovereign level, including 70 formidable great demons and over 30 at the demon sovereign level. Sacred sect, we have arrived. Inside the sacred sect, a notification sounded. Detection of a demon saint intent on annihilating the sacred sect. Emergency mission issued. Protect the sacred sect. Reward 1,000 sect points. At this moment, Ling Xiao smiled, for he had awaited this very moment. The previous wolf demon had certainly been observed, yet he chose to remain still, patiently biding his time for a grand catch. He was unaware of the reason behind the wolf demon's emergence, but now that the main figure had arrived, it turned out to be a demon saint. Is this a jest system? The reward seems a trifle scant at merely 1,000 sect points. After all, this is a demon saint. Ling Xiao lamented. If the host could subdue them, an abundance of sect points would be awarded. However, they were currently the aggressors. Ling Xiao now comprehended that they were indeed enemies. By eliminating them or driving them away, he could secure 1,000 sect points. And if he could recruit them under his banner, the rewards would be even more substantial. Finally, a solution to my dilemma of insufficient sect points for the sect's upgrade has presented itself. With a decisive step, Ling Xiao approached the mountain gate. Who dares to trespass upon our sacred sect? Ling Xiao was oblivious to the reasons these formidable demons targeted them. The Cloud Sky Sacred Land? Impossible. This time, they were confronted by a demon saint leading the charge. Would the Cloud Sky Sacred Land have the capacity to tame such a demon saint? Quite unlikely. How can you be so ignorant? Your sacred sect has sealed our demon race for millennia. You deserve your fate. A wolf demon retorted. Ling Xiao scoffed, huh? What a farce. You are grand masters, martial venerables, even a demon saint. Yet my sacred sect possesses such strength? Why was I unaware of this? Enough banter. Prepare to meet your demise. Today, this saint shall utterly annihilate your sacred sect and unleash countless demon beasts. With a grand gesture, the blue sky demon saint prepared to launch an attack. Chapter 18. Subduing the Demon Sage. Over 100 formidable azure-eyed wolves were charging towards the sacred sect. Ling Xiao stood suspended in the air, a smile gracing his lips. Since my sacred sect was capable of sealing you away a millennium ago, today, we shall once again decisively suppress you. His words were nothing short of provocation to the wolves. How audacious! Do you really believe that with your mere martial vein and heavenly martial realms, you stand a chance? Sneered the azure sky demon sage dismissively. As the horde approached, Ling Xiao awaited their proximity to the sect, knowing that only then could he unleash his full combat prowess. Soon, the demon beasts surged forward, and at that moment, Ling Xiao raised his hand. Suddenly, an unimaginable, terrifying pressure descended, causing even the azure sky demon sage to feel a chill run down his spine. This sensation was reminiscent of his encounters with the celestial demon emperor, signifying something profound. No, you are an emperor-level powerhouse? The azure sky demon sage was engulfed in fear. His subordinates, the demon lords and grand masters, were gripped by despair as if doomsday had arrived. Ling Xiao, with absolute strength, bound all the demon beasts. You have two choices. Either become a part of my sacred sect or face death. His voice resonated with the authority of a celestial emperor, exuding an overwhelming spiritual energy that proclaimed his invincibility. The closer they drew to the sacred sect, the more intense the feeling became. The azure sky demon sage sensed that even the celestial demon emperor would likely be no match for this man. My patience has limits. You have 10 breaths to decide. After that, any resistance will be met with merciless retribution. You are the current sect master of the sacred sect?
The azure sky demon sage inquired. Indeed, I am the current sect master, Ling Xiao. We are willing to submit. But what of the demon court?
The azure sky demon sage pressed further. The demon court? Are you referring to the sealed land of demons? Yes, sect master. There, at least 9 demon emperors are imprisoned, and it exists in its own realm. Their strength is now exceedingly fearsome. The azure sky demon sage responded. His intention was to gauge whether this sect master could handle the situation, as returning would mean facing the wrath of the demon emperor. Yet, resistance only led to death. He had to ensure a path for himself. A mere 9 demon emperors are insignificant. Should they dare to come, let them all be taken in. Previously, we merely sealed them. If they do not repent, we shall send them to the afterlife. Ling Xiao declared confidently, whether facing these demon sages or emperors. Within the confines of the sacred sect, he felt no fear. We bow before you, sect master. The azure sky demon sage submitted, leading his elite warriors. This represented the entirety of the azure-eyed wolf clan's elite forces, now wholly devoted to the sacred sect. Excellent. Consume these elixirs. I trust you understand what is required. Ling Xiao produced several pills. The heavenly demon saint and other formidable demons were acutely aware that abstaining from sustenance would inevitably lead to their demise, whereas consuming it might not guarantee death. Furthermore, should they submit, they would be subjected to the Holy Sect's dominion, relinquishing their freedom. Fear not, for in 5 years, should your conduct be commendable, our sect shall lift all your shackles and elevate you further. Ling Xiao's words instilled a glimmer of hope within them. As long as they survived and retained the prospect of freedom, what was a temporary humiliation in comparison? Over 100 experts thus entered the Holy Sect, becoming its members. The demon court? Very well. If that is the case, let us establish a demon court. Heavenly demon saint, from this moment forth, you shall be the leader of the demon court, temporarily commanding your subordinates. As for the greater demons who may join later, we shall address that in due course. Ling Xiao commanded. Yes, sect master, the heavenly demon understood. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the task of defending the Holy Sect. Reward, 1,000 sect points. Ding. Congratulations to these great demons for becoming members of the Holy Sect's demon court. Reward, 50,000 sect points. Additional rewards include the Beastmaster's seal for the dominion over the demon court, a palace for the demon court. At this moment, Ling Xiao was overwhelmed with excitement. The reward of 50,000 sect points was a staggering fortune. Host, please contain your excitement. The principal reason for this bounty is that the sect is currently at level 1. should it advance to level 2. The influx of such powerful beings would yield even greater rewards, yet the sect's level currently limits the points accrued. Please endeavor to elevate the sect's level promptly. System: what is my current total of sect points? Host: please check for yourself. Total: 56,500. System: I have one more inquiry. Should I raise the sect's level now or wait until after the Southern Region Grand Competition for greater benefits? Ling Xiao inquired. The higher the sect's level, the greater the rewards. However, it is advisable to wait until the conclusion of the Southern Region Grand Competition before upgrading, as that will allow the surrounding 5,000 miles to be included in the Holy Sect. What if I upgrade now? If you upgrade now, the range will only expand to 1,000 miles. The system responded. Ling Xiao naturally contemplated expanding the Holy Sect's territory as much as possible, thereby encompassing the sacred realm and the hero's tomb, enabling him to safeguard these two treasures. However, since the system had offered its counsel, he had no further objections. The system would not lead him astray. Very well, I shall wait until the Southern Region Grand Competition concludes before upgrading. I truly hope for an influx of demon beasts. I shall claim them all. Ling Xiao murmured to himself. If more demon beasts were to join, the Holy Sect's power would reach terrifying heights, rendering sacred lands, forbidden zones, and ancient clans insignificant. With only 2 days remaining until the Southern Region Grand Competition, Ling Xiao summoned everyone. The emergence of the demon court was known to the members of the Holy Sect, though he had not disclosed the true cultivation levels of these great demons. In the Sect Master's Hall, Ling Xiao's 3 direct disciples, 5 elders, and the Heavenly Demon Saint were all present. With merely 2 days remaining until the grand competition in the Southern Region, your progress during this period has been commendable. Your objective is to secure a position among the top 3 while simultaneously elevating the prestige of the sacred sect. Yes, Master, we shall exert our utmost effort. At present, the 3 disciples have attained remarkable levels of cultivation. Among them, Xiao Yud has already transcended to the 2nd level of the martial soul realm, while Yi Fan and Xiao Yin have both entered the 1st level of the martial soul realm. With their current prowess, they are certainly capable of standing toe-to-toe with any prodigy. Ling Xiao feels a sense of reassurance regarding them. Their strength is sufficient to face all challengers. Very well. Prepare yourselves. We depart tomorrow, and let Jushan escort you there. Master, will you not join us? The 3 inquired eagerly. Ling Xiao slowly shook his head, jesting. How could I possibly attend? No, I must remain to oversee the sacred sect. You may go without concern. Should any trouble arise, I will be there. Though the absence of their master left the 3 feeling somewhat disheartened, they were internally ignited with determination. If master does not accompany us, then we shall proclaim our achievements to the world. In due time, master will surely learn of our success. On the final day, you may visit the library pavilion. Within, you will find an array of techniques and martial skills from which you may select at your discretion. Ling Xiao granted them access to the library pavilion. Thank you, master. The library pavilion now houses an abundance of invaluable treasures, being a repository of the sacred sect's previously amassed top-tier techniques and martial arts. All Ling Xiao can do is strive to enhance their abilities as much as possible. Upon arriving at the library pavilion, the 3 soon felt a surge of excitement. Let us proceed. May we discover martial skills that prove beneficial to us. Chapter 19. The Arrival at Ling Yun's Sect. At present, the trio of Yi Fan is not lacking in cultivation. Their prowess is sufficient. They possess both techniques and martial arts. Yet they have still entered this realm to address their shortcomings or to magnify their strengths. Within the library, the 3 began their search, each eager to discover the martial arts or divine abilities most suited to them. Before long, Yi Fan was the first to strike gold, his excitement palpable. Haha, I've found it. Indestructible golden body. If paired with my primal holy body, I am confident I can overpower any adversary. Yi Fan was now brimming with enthusiasm. Having already possessed the primal holy body and fused it with the bones of a perfected holy body, his physical form was immensely powerful. Now, with the addition of the indestructible golden body, the strength of his flesh would reach unimaginable heights, crushing anyone foolish enough to challenge him in a contest of might. Eagerly, Yi Fan commenced his training, acutely aware that time was of the essence, with only 1 day to hone his skills. Observing their senior brother's swift success, Xiao Yin and Xiao Yud hastened their searches as well. Not long after, Xiaoyan too had a breakthrough. Specifically, he discovered a set of martial techniques, sacred-level martial arts. 3 months of blazing fire. Haha, at last, I have found it. Once unleashed, the spectacle will be beyond imagination, truly unbeatable. Xiaoyan quickly dove into his training, determined to achieve mastery as soon as possible. Shortly thereafter, Xiaoyan also made a discovery. He uncovered a divine ability related to movement, known as the Moonlit Shadow. Indeed, the Moonlit Shadow consists of 3 grand realms: Celestial Shift, Starry Chase, and Moonlit Shadow. The young Taoist swiftly departed, entering a mode of rigorous training. With only a day remaining until the Southern Domain Grand Competition, the 3 disciples were engrossed in their pursuits. Meanwhile, a group of individuals appeared from the outside world. We are here on behalf of the Holy Sect, specially visiting Lingyun's sect. The leader of the group was a formidable martial king. Ling Xiao soon appeared at the mountain gate, surveying the visitors before him. There were but 4 in number, 1 martial king and 3 formidable figures of the celestial martial realm. I am the leader of the Holy Sect. Pray tell, what brings you here? Ling Xiao inquired coolly, curious about the intentions of Lingyun's sect at this juncture. It is worth noting that Lingyun's sect is the foremost power in Yunzhou, with a significant gap compared to the Holy Sect. Even Dongxian's sect looked down upon the Holy Sect, let alone Lingyun's sect. In their perception, Lingyun's sect was a nearly defunct sect, having recently lost its leader. However, in recent days, the celestial sacred land had sent emissaries. I am Elder Ling Feng of Lingyun's sect, hereby command of the sect leader to formally invite the Holy Sect to participate in the Southern Domain Grand Competition. Ling Feng announced. Ling Xiao was somewhat taken aback. They had not previously registered in Yunzhou, yet here they were, extending an invitation. What could be their ulterior motive? A classic case of a weasel wishing the hen well. With dubious intentions. The Southern Domain Grand Competition? Indeed, these are the very words of our revered leader. As you are aware, our sect is in a state of disrepair, with talent dwindling, and I fear. Lin Xiao said lightly. No matter, this is an invitation bestowed by our sect leader. I kindly ask you to accept it. The grand competition in the Southern Domain will be held at the Eastern Xian sect tomorrow. We would be honored by the presence of the sacred sect's leader. Lin Feng proclaimed. Although he held a deep-seated disdain for the sacred sect, he dared not show any disregard for the words of his leader. Moreover, this matter undoubtedly pertains to the celestial sanctuary, should they manage to establish a connection with such a revered place. It would undoubtedly be a golden opportunity for the Lingyun sect to soar to new heights. Lin Feng presented the invitation, which Lin Xiao accepted. Very well. Since the leader of Lingyun sect has extended a warm invitation, we shall send a few unremarkable disciples to broaden their horizons. Lin Xiao remarked as he took the invitation and subsequently departed. Lin Feng and his companions returned without a glance back, reporting in. Elder, why would the leader send an invitation to this dilapidated sect? An elder of the heavenly martial realm inquired, perplexed. Lin Feng slowly shook his head. I too am uncertain. But this is the leader's command, and there must be a rationale behind it. We need only to execute it without delving into the details. Understood, Elder. We shall remember. Upon returning to the sacred sect, Lin Xiao squinted thoughtfully. The Lingyun sect, by all accounts, should have no connection to the sacred sect, yet at this critical juncture, they extend an invitation. Could it be that the Lingyun sect is aware that the sacred realm belongs to the sacred sect? Or perhaps it is related to the celestial sanctuary? Regardless of your schemes, they shall crumble in the face of absolute strength. Lin Xiao disregarded the thoughts of others, focusing solely on his own responsibilities. Initially, he had no intention of dispatching individuals from the demon court, but it seems there is a necessity now. With over 100 formidable demons, this force is sufficient to contend with the celestial sanctuary, serving as a trump card for the sacred sect that he had previously wished to withhold. However, the unexpected visit from the Lingyun sect has made him somewhat cautious. There is no need for the demon saint by Tian to personally intervene. Sending one demon sovereign will suffice. The Southern Domain is merely a speck in the vast expanse of the 9 heavens continent, where the heavenly martial realm is essentially the limit. And only a few major sects within Lingyun sect possess formidable warriors of the martial king realm. Yet this time is different. For the Lingyun sect directly orchestrates the grand competition in the Southern Domain, altering the very nature of the event. Meanwhile, within the abyss of the demon sealing land, Tong Tian, Hun Tian, what is the status of Bai Tian? Still no response. The demon emperor Qi Tian expressed his irritation. His subordinates were failing in their duties, having been dispatched for so long without any sign of progress. Your Majesty, please temper your anger. I have faith that Bai Tian will surely triumph. For as long as the emperor-level warriors remain absent, the demon saints represent the pinnacle of combat prowess. That mere sacred sect has only 7 or 8 individuals, and they are nothing but weaklings, hardly worthy of consideration. Indeed, Your Majesty, there is no cause for concern. We must place our trust in them. At this moment, the 2 demon saints were incessantly flattering, while internally harboring an intense loathing for the azure-eyed celestial wolf clan. How foolish they were, unable to handle even the simplest matters, and still without any news after such a long time. Tong Tian, you must personally investigate the situation and ascertain what is truly happening, commanded the heavenly demon emperor. Your Majesty, we have only just broken free from our seal. Even as demon saints, our capabilities are akin to that of the venerable ones, and adapting fully to the external world may take nearly a year. Since Your Majesty has awakened, we shall certainly unite with the other demon emperors to obliterate the Holy Sect. Indeed, Your Majesty, we need not rush. With Bai Tian still absent, any hasty action on our part may allow other demon emperors to reap the benefits. Very well, we shall wait a while longer. The East Xian sect's grand competition in the southern domain is set to commence today, with numerous sects arriving one after another. For the East Xian sect, this is an extraordinary opportunity to showcase their prowess and demonstrate that they are the true overlords of the southern domain. Meanwhile, on the side of the Holy Sect, Ling Xiao instructed Zhu Shan and Zhu Gan to lead 3 individuals with invitations to the East Xian sect. Ding. System task. The disciple of the host must secure the first and second place in the southern domain competition, rewarding the sect with 3,000 sect value. Enhance the prestige of the Holy Sect, rewarding an additional 2,000 sect value. The system task has arrived most opportunely. Chapter 20. The affluent Lingyun sect at the martial arts arena of the Dongxian sect. A multitude of spectators had gathered, predominantly comprising members of the Dongxian sect. Upon the stage, a dozen formidable figures had already emerged, with Ling Feng and his compatriots from the Lingyun sect at the forefront. As elders of the Lingyun sect, they were tasked with overseeing this grand competition in the southern region. Ling Feng had brought along 2 formidable martial kings, as well as 3 exceptionally talented youths from the younger generation. Their presence served 2 purposes: to scout for potential talents from the southern region, and to assess the prowess of the Lingyun sect's own prodigies. The representatives of the Yaowang Valley had arrived. Many turned their gaze towards them as over 20 individuals from the Yaowang Valley made their entrance. The valley's leader personally spearheaded the delegation, accompanied by 2 elders of the heavenly martial realm, representing their most formidable members. Among the younger generation, besides Yao Chun and Yao Ling, several other disciples possessed strength exceeding the 7th layer of the martial vein realm. Indeed, the Yaowang Valley is not to be underestimated this generation. I am Ling Feng, an elder of the Lingyun sect, responsible for all matters concerning this southern region competition. Elder Ling Feng declared. The members of Yaowang Valley acknowledged Elder Ling Feng with respect. That is your designated area. Please take your seats. Once the sects have gathered sufficiently, we may commence. Ling Feng remarked nonchalantly. Did you see that? Even the leader of the Yaowang Valley, who stands at the pinnacle of the heavenly martial realm, pays his respects to the Lingyun sect. Of course, the Lingyun sect is the foremost power in Yunzhao, and the 3 elders present are all martial kings. Showing respect is only appropriate. Powerful strength commands admiration, drawing attention wherever one goes. The representatives of the Duwang Valley have arrived. The crowd's attention shifted to the Duwang Valley as their contingent also approached in substantial numbers. 3 heavenly martial realm experts led the group, accompanied by a dozen disciples from the younger generation, with Dugu Yuqing and Lu Yuan at the helm. Lu Yuan, once a peer of Yao Ling, is the second most distinguished talent in the Duwang Valley, following Dugu Yuqing. Subsequently, numerous sects, both large and small, arrived, showcasing the overall strength of the southern region. Among them, nearly 10 formidable factions were bolstered by experts in the heavenly martial realm, while the remainder comprised smaller sects led by peak martial soul realm practitioners. Compared to the previous Holy Sect, which had only reached the peak of the martial vein realm, Their strength now surpasses it by an immeasurable magnitude. The Dongxian sect has arrived. As the crowd turned their attention towards them, an involuntary gasp of astonishment erupted. Their entourage was simply overwhelming. 5 heavenly martial realm leaders led the way, and over 50 disciples, the weakest of whom were at least at the 8th layer of the martial vein realm, participated in this southern region competition. The formidable prodigy Yu Xian could only rank 3rd among them, with a male and a female ahead of him, representing the pinnacle of Dongxian sect's talents in this event. The Eastern Xian sect is indeed formidable, deserving of its title as the foremost sect in the southern region. Its profound heritage surpasses all other sects by a considerable margin. One cannot help but acknowledge the immense strength of our Eastern Xian sect. Dong Wulai has come to pay his respects to Elder Ling Feng. Dong Wulai bows, followed by others in attendance. We have all met Elder Ling Feng. Please rise, take your seats. Ling Feng gestures, a wave of formidable aura sweeping through the crowd, lifting them to their feet. Such power is truly terrifying. This is the might of a martial king. Each movement exemplifies their immense strength. After a while, the crowd begins to frown, sensing that Ling Feng shows no intention of commencing the gathering. Dong Wulai stands. Elder Ling Feng, the time is drawing near. Might we inquire when we shall begin? This remark resonates with many. Indeed, we have waited for quite some time. When will this commence? What is happening? We are enduring this blazing sun. It is quite unbearable. Are you all feeling the same? Elder Ling Feng. At this moment, Yao Feng from the Medicine Emperor Valley also rises, prompting Ling Feng to finally respond. Fear not, there are still sects yet to arrive. Surely there cannot be any other influential sects left? A voice interjects, surely, all the prominent sects of the southern region are present. Elder Ling Feng, are you mistaken? Ling Feng casts a glance at the crowd, his aura intensifying once more. Humph, am I someone you can question? The assembly falls silent, murmuring internally about who could be delaying their arrival. A quarter of an hour passes, and 5 figures approach from the distance. Upon seeing them, a smile breaks across Ling Feng's face. They have indeed arrived. Look, who are they? Goodness, is that not Yi Fan? I recall a certain individual took him away. Presumably someone from the sacred sect. Does that mean they are from the sacred sect? The sacred sect? Impossible. Were they not reduced to just their sect leader? In that moment, the 5 from the sacred sect leave the crowd in stunned silence, sparking a flurry of whispered conversations. The presence of the sacred sect is overwhelmingly impactful, leaving Ling Feng unperturbed despite their late arrival. The sacred sect? How can this be? Do they truly have 2 heavenly martial realm experts? Dong Wulai and the others stand in astonishment. At this moment, Zhu Shan and Zhu Gan's prowess is revealed, one at the 7th layer of the heavenly martial realm, the other at its pinnacle, on the cusp of breaking through to martial king. It has been over a month since they joined the sacred sect, and with their bloodline awakening and abundant resources, failure to advance would be quite embarrassing. Ahem, esteemed guests, my apologies for our tardiness. The journey was long, and we sincerely regret the delay. Zhu Shan speaks, cupping his fists in respect. Behind them, Yi Fan, Xiao Yan, and Xiao Yid stood, each brimming with vitality and radiance. However, at that moment, their cultivation auras were entirely concealed, making it impossible to discern their true levels of prowess. Haha, since you have all arrived, I hereby declare the commencement of the Southern Domain Grand Competition. Ling Feng announced. Esteemed participants, I shall elucidate the rules and rewards of this competition. I hope that when the time comes, each of you, as paragons of your respective sects, will excel and bring glory to your clans. First, let us discuss the competition rules. This grand contest is divided into 3 phases. The initial stage is an elimination round, where only 100 individuals will advance after the selection process. What? Only 100? There must be at least 300 outstanding talents present. The competition will certainly be fierce, and this is merely the first stage. The second stage will feature the battle of the top 10, where the 100 prodigies will be divided into 10 groups for a series of challenges. Ultimately, the 10 finalists will compete in the championship round. In the third phase, the 10 will draw lots to face off, determining the top 3 contenders and the champions. The process is straightforward, and I trust many of you will grasp it. Now, let us move on to the rewards for each round. Every individual who makes it into the 100 strongest will receive a soul pill provided by the Ling Yun sect, which will assist in breaking through to the martial soul realm or even the martial spirit realm. Incredible. To have such benefits just for entering the top 100? I must secure my place among them. Furthermore, participants will also receive a high-level Xin-class martial skill, a Xin-class weapon, or a piece of Xin-class cultivation technique from the Ling Sect. Astonishing. The Ling Sect is truly formidable. Their resources are simply unparalleled. With hundreds of martial skills, techniques, and weapons at stake, they indeed live up to their reputation for wealth and influence. Chapter 21. The Heights of Deception. My heavens, even among the top 100, such rewards exist? The might of the Ling Sect is truly formidable. Indeed, it exists on an entirely different plane. At this moment, Ling Feng slightly nodded, and in doing so, he etched the Ling Sect into the memories of countless individuals. Quite impressive. It appears that the influence of the Ling Sect remains potent. Everyone knows who the true leader is. Next, the focus shifts to the top 10. All eyes are on Ling Feng, wondering if the rewards for the top 10 will be even more astonishing. Those within the top 10 gain the privilege of entering the inner circle of the Ling Sect. Should they catch the eye of an elder, they might even become personal disciples of the elders or the sect master, ascending within the ranks of the Ling Sect. To enter the Ling Sect, a personal disciple? What exactly is the Ling Sect here for? To seize disciples. Nevertheless, becoming a disciple of the Ling Sect is undoubtedly far superior to their current situation, for the southern region is still too weak and the spiritual energy is scarce. Progressing to higher-tier warriors necessitates relentless advancement. Of course, as long as you agree, we shall negotiate with your masters and sect regarding adequate compensation for any losses incurred. How considerate of the Ling Sect to care for their masters. Is this a concern that they may refuse to release their students? Nonsense. They are formidable martial kings. Providing them with compensation is merely a gesture of respect, a courtesy extended to the disciples. Quite right. Now, let us continue discussing the rewards. In addition to these, each of the top 10 will receive a soul pill, a set of Earth-tier martial skills, a set of Earth-tier cultivation techniques, and an Earth-tier spirit weapon. What? Is this truly the reward for the top 10? It is at least tenfold greater than that of the previous 100. Truly, the Ling Sect is deserving of its reputation, showcasing an incredible foundation. Everyone is overwhelmed with excitement. This Ling Sect is undoubtedly far more powerful than their current sections. If they could gain entry, the rewards would be immense. At this moment, many prodigies began to ponder Ling Feng's words. They must enter the Ling Sect. Finally, we arrive at the rewards for the top 3 and the champion. Those in the top 3 are granted the direct qualification to become personal disciples of the elders and the sect master, holding a status equivalent to that of the sect master's own disciples. Furthermore, the sect will provide boundless resources to cultivate them into powerful warriors above the rank of martial king. Indeed, even greater heights await them. In summary, for the top 3, an infinitely bright future lies ahead. The champion's reward entails becoming a personal disciple of the sect master while also securing a place on the candidate list for the position of the young sect master. They may compete with other potential candidates for this esteemed role, enjoying privileges equal to that of an elder. At this moment, the entire venue fell into silence. No one had anticipated the weight of such a championship to be so monumental. To become a personal disciple of the sect master and a candidate for the position of young sect master, with privileges equal to that of an elder, this is the most alluring aspect. Dong Wulai observed that his own prodigies were now wide-eyed with excitement. It goes without saying that they were captivated. Few could resist such temptations. This was an unabashed and audacious scheme. Before the assembled crowd, someone boldly proclaimed the immense power of the Ling Sect, asserting that no one dared to oppose or challenge it. Now, I kindly request all participants to step forward and register as we commence the first round of the elimination tournament, Ling Feng stated calmly. The bait had been cast. Now it was merely a matter of waiting for those who would take the hook. Soon, the registration results were announced, a total of 370 participants. At that moment, Dong Wulai rose to his feet. Wait, Elder Ling Feng, may I inquire about the allocation concerning that secret realm? Dong Wulai had not forgotten that their greatest concern was indeed that very secret realm, currently monopolized by the Ling Sect. They harbored unspoken grievances, feeling powerless in their situation. Indeed, Elder Ling Feng, it would be prudent for you to clarify matters regarding the secret realm. We are not fools. Several prominent figures stood up in agreement. The fact that Ling Feng had not mentioned the secret realm was akin to treating them as simpletons. Ah, I nearly overlooked that detail, Ling Feng continued. Among the top 100 entrants, the sect they represent will be granted one quota. For example, if the Dongxian sect has 30 individuals in the top 100, then you will possess 30 quotas. The top 10 will have 5 quotas each, while the champion will receive 10 quotas, with the totals being cumulative and not reusable. Are you all satisfied with this arrangement? Dong Wulai and his companions laughed heartily, expressing their contentment. Indeed, we will heed Elder Ling Feng's guidance. Our concerns were unwarranted. The Lingyun sect is undoubtedly the foremost sect in Yunzhou, a fact to which we wholeheartedly acquiesce. Ling Feng merely huffed in response, continuing. The trial grounds of the Dongxian sect should now be ready. The first round will be held there, and you shall have 1 hour to arrange a sufficient number of tokens, 100 individuals, with elimination based on the number of tokens. Dong Wulai nodded to 2 formidable warriors by his side. Rest assured, Elder Ling Feng, we will ensure an ample supply of tokens. Let us await the outcome. An hour later, the 2 martial experts returned, nodding slightly to Dong Wulai. Elder Ling Feng, all is prepared. Excellent. With these specialized identity tokens, you may enter. The trial grounds of the Dongxian sect are indeed a treasure of a location, Ling Feng remarked coolly. Dong Wulai's expression darkened. He understood that Ling Feng was subtly warning him. Should he act dishonorably, those tokens could easily belong to the Lingyun sect. The trio from the Holy Sect also entered the trial grounds. Although unfamiliar with this domain, their formidable strength rendered them unafraid of any adversary. Brothers, should we not engage in a bit of plunder? If we were to seize the tokens ourselves, would it not be exceedingly tiresome? Zhao Yu chuckled mischievously. Yi Fan and Xiao Yin exchanged glances and quickly acquiesced. Indeed, a splendid idea. Through plunder, we can also enhance our sect's reputation and elevate the Holy Sect. The 3 disciples swiftly reached a consensus. They would band together and engage in robbery. Upon the martial stage, Ling Feng cast his gaze towards the duo from Zhushan. Previously preoccupied, he now found the moment to engage them. Esteemed elders, although the disciples of the sacred sect are few in number, their caliber is remarkably high. Ling Feng remarked with a hint of intention. Haha, not at all. We dare not compare ourselves to you, for your wealth and profound heritage are unparalleled. Zhushan responded. Their sentiments towards Ling Yun's sect were far from favorable. Indeed, Zhushan and Wu Sha had once contemplated fostering a relationship with Ling Yun's sect, yet their interactions had culminated in discord. I believe there may be individuals among them who could contend for a position within the top 3. What do you think? Ling Feng inquired, directing his attention towards Dong Wulai and the others. Are you truly suggesting that their dilapidated sacred sect stands a chance? Such presumption. Ling Feng chuckled, dismissing the notion that they were worthy. Zhushan and his companion exchanged cold smirks, remaining silent, awaiting the moment when their predictions would manifest. Did I not hear that the sacred sect was reduced to but 2 members? How, pray tell, did you 2 of such cultivation manage to join their ranks? Please, do not take offense. My curiosity simply compels me. Ling Feng continued his questioning. Due to Ling Yun's sect's inability to accommodate us, we had no choice but to seek refuge in the sacred sect, which, under the leadership of the sect master, graciously welcomed us. Zhu Shan's words elicited a disdainful snort from a nearby martial king. Zhu Shan, Zhu Gan, mind your tongues and refrain from provoking Ling Yun's sect, lest you wish to face our wrath. The powerful martial king exuded an overwhelming aura, directly bearing down upon the 2. The expressions of Zhu Shan and Zhu Gan swiftly paled, for their strength ultimately fell short in comparison. This is intolerable. Chapter 22, The Heist of the Trio. Dong Wulai and his companions observed intently, as they had previously been curious about why Ling Feng awaited the arrival of the Holy Sect's members. He refrained from uttering any unfriendly remarks towards them, yet it now appeared that Ling Yun's sect harbored some animosity towards the Holy Sect. Was it a mere test or genuine hostility? As the current sect master of Dongxian sect, Dong Wulai possessed a discerning eye and keen insight. He had inquired about the Holy Sect's affairs and learned that their leader, Ling Xiao, had taken away an individual of ordinary constitution, none other than Yi Fan. Presently, it seemed that Yi Fan had reached the martial vein realm, which was indeed quite perplexing. No matter how deeply one hid, there was no escape before Ling Yun's sect. Dong Wulai resolved to abstain from involvement in this matter, preferring to observe as they engaged in mutual conflict. At this moment, prominent figures from Yaowang Valley and Duwang Valley, among others, were also observing. They noted a significant shift in Ling Yun's sect's attitude. What could be the reason behind this? Should they also take a stance against the members of the Holy Sect? They began to contemplate, for suppressing the Holy Sect had long been a habitual endeavor for them. In their eyes, the Holy Sect was contemptible and nearly forgotten, save for two individuals. Was Ling Yun's sect truly so brazen as to bully the weak? At that moment, Zhu Gan's face flushed crimson, teeth clenched, and blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. The oppressive force dissipated instantly, causing both individuals to tumble from their seats in utter disarray. Humph, this is merely a lesson for you. Defaming Ling Yun's sect shall not go unpunished. The martial king stated coldly. Zhu Shan and Zhu Gan exchanged glances, remaining silent. They accepted this silent humiliation but vowed to retaliate. Elder Ling Qi, do not be angered. The Holy Sect possesses profound foundations. I have uncovered some information. This current secret realm, in principle, should belong to the Holy Sect, albeit that pertains to the ancient Holy Sect, not the present one. What? Such confidential information exists? At this moment, Dong Wulai and the others were astounded. They had never encountered such secrets and were entirely unaware of the ancient Holy Sect's formidable existence. Of course, Zhu Shan and Zhu Gan had already discerned that Ling Yun's sect was targeting them. Whether it was a test or oppression, a rift had emerged between them and Ling Yun's sect. Elders, do you agree with my assertion? Ling Feng, finally revealing his true intentions, gazed at the two. Under such pressure, facing numerous formidable opponents. Should the feeble Holy Sect dare to resist, they would confront an onslaught from all sides. It would be prudent to consult our sect master regarding this matter. We are merely individuals sheltered by him and possess no authority, Zhu Shan declared through gritted teeth. Ah, what a pity. I have long wished to witness the prowess of the Holy Sect's leader, yet regrettably, he has not appeared. Elder Ling Feng, regarding that worthless sect master. I possess some knowledge of him. A couple of months ago, that sect master even attempted to seize a useless individual from us, one devoid of talent, aptitude, or spiritual roots. It truly baffles me how such a worthless being could have been taken away by that incompetent sect master. Ah, by the way, at that time, this sect master, Ling Xiao, was merely at the innate stage, not even reaching the martial vein stage. The individual spoke with a sense of triumph. He was an outer disciple of the Dongxin sect and had witnessed Ling Xiao attempting to recruit Yi Fan firsthand. Oh, such events transpired? Haha. This holy sect is indeed feeble. At this moment, almost all the prominent figures began to mock the Holy Sect, while Zhu Shan and Zhu Gan swallowed their disdain. Do not act rashly. The sect master will support us. They remain oblivious to the terrifying prowess of our current sect master. Zhu Shan communicated telepathically with Zhu Gan. Not to mention, the demon court of the Holy Sect, where each of the great demons is of grandmaster caliber, a fact I have personally felt. Yet, our sect master has not uttered a word about the demon court, and I dare not inquire. However, this does not diminish my confidence in the sect master. If he can subdue such formidable figures, these individuals before us are no concern at all. In the trial grounds, the notorious trio of robbers has become infamous. Quite commendable. Each of us has amassed over 100 tokens. This quantity should suffice for our entry. Yi Fan nodded slightly, satisfied with their haul. Within less than 3 hours, they had plundered over 50 individuals, stripping them of all their tokens. Senior brother, second brother, shall we engage in something thrilling, perhaps target those top-tier prodigies? Chow Yud inquired. Yi Fan shook his head decisively. No, we must maintain a low profile. Observe how discreet our master is. We still need to cultivate. Furthermore, for our safety, we ought to conceal our true strength. Unless absolutely necessary, we must never reveal our genuine cultivation level. The three of them comprised Chow Yud at the second stage of the martial spirit realm, while the other two were at the first stage. This power level was sufficient to surpass everyone, yet they remained uncertain whether the two hidden prodigies of Dongxin's sect might be stronger. Senior brother speaks wisely. In the absence of absolute assurance, we must remain patient. If our trump cards are easily exposed, we will find ourselves in peril. Nonetheless, this does not hinder us from robbing others. Just then, a group of over 10 individuals approached. Senior brother, it is them, the three from the Holy Sect. They are the ones who robbed us. At this moment, the group confronted the trio. You Holy Sect members are courting death. Hand over all your tokens, and I may spare you. Otherwise, prepare for your demise. A young man declared. Senior brother, when have we, the Luyan sect, ever feared the Holy Sect? It is merely an insignificant sect. They think themselves formidable. Indeed, senior brother, you must stand up for us and teach them a lesson. The one referred to as senior brother resolved to make a strong impression. All three of you, Jiang Shui Lu commanded. Bring forth the token and bow an apology to my junior brothers, or face dire consequences. At that moment, Jiang Shui Lu spoke up. Having noticed the arrival of Su Ruo Shui and her companions from the Eastern Xin sect, the beauty of Su Ruo Shui captivated the young man, causing him to steal a glance at her amidst the crowd. Bow an apology? Huh. Do you truly believe we are as pliable as soft persimmons? Yi Fan and his companions remained unmoved. Just then, Su Ruo Shui and Yu Xian approached. Brother Yu Xian, sister Ruo Shui, it is these three who just robbed us of our token. Jiang Shui Lu exclaimed, his eyes lighting up. These audacious youths dared to challenge even the Eastern Xin sect. Su Ruo Shui, Yu Xian, are you here to avenge them? Xiaoyan fixed his gaze on Yu Xian and the others. Su Ruo Shui furrowed her brow. Xiaoyan clearly underestimated her worth. Who do you think you are to speak to me? She thought, not even casting a glance in his direction. Hand over the token and leave. Yu Xian demanded directly. The three stood back to back as Yi Fan stepped forward. Oh, it seems it's time for me to reveal a portion of my strength, Yi Fan declared, exposing his cultivation level. 14 levels in the martial veins realm. What? 14 levels in the martial veins. At that moment, even Yu Xian felt his heart race. Su Ruo Shui and Jiang Shui Lu furrowed their brows. None of these three were to be trifled with. If you have the confidence, feel free to step forward. I shall reluctantly take on all of you alone, Yi Fan said modestly. Senior brother, that's enough. Chapter 23. Maintain a low profile. What happened to the promised humility? You face off against everyone alone, and you call this modesty? Where's your dignity? Were it not for the fact that you are my senior brother, I would have dealt with you already. Yi Fan's cultivation level instilled fear in Yu Xian and the others, rendering them hesitant to act recklessly, while those who had previously been robbed by them fell silent. Paralyzed by fear. Impossible. You are merely a mortal. It is inconceivable that you could elevate your cultivation to the 14th level of the martial vein realm in just 2 months. Yu Xian squinted his eyes, maintaining his composure. This Yi Fan is undoubtedly exceptional. He turned his gaze towards Su Ruo Shui. That Xiaoyan, are you certain he is worthless? Su Ruo Shui hesitated, unsure of how to respond. He had broken through to the first level of innate much earlier, yet remained stagnant for several years. The last time she saw him, he had suddenly surged to the martial vein realm. It was indeed peculiar. If memory serves, he had already reached the 9th level of the martial vein realm last time we met. Now he should be around the 12th level. Yu Xian directed his attention to Xiaoyan. Hiss, another one above the 12th level? Are the 3 disciples of the Holy Sect truly prodigies? Jiang Shui Lu is currently the strongest talent of the Flowing Cloud sect, yet he is merely at the 11th level of the martial vein realm, which is already commendable. However, these 3 youths before me are each more formidable than the last. Enough of this nonsense. Stop dilly-dallying. Are you going to fight or not? If not, get out of the way, Yi Fan said impatiently. Jiang Shui Lu and the others retreated silently. This was beyond their capacity to contend with. They could only wait to see if the Dongxian sect would take action. We shall meet again. Jiang Shui Lu spat out a harsh remark, leading his disciples away. If they were to lose their spirit tokens, the Flowing Cloud sect would suffer greatly. From now on, they would avoid these encounters. It was not yet the time to strike. Yu Xian spoke up at this moment. Su Ruo Shui glanced at Xiaoyan, ultimately letting out a cold snort. Worthless remains worthless. Before senior brother Yu Xian, he is insignificant. This was Su Ruo Shui's sentiment. 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. Do not underestimate the youth and their poverty. At that moment, Xiaoyan erupted, his voice resonant and powerful. Ling Xiao observed this scene within the Holy Sect. Unable to suppress his emotions, he finally uttered that phrase. 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. Do not underestimate the youth and their poverty. It was at this juncture that Xiaoyan's cultivation broke through, reaching the 2nd level of the martial soul realm. Su Ruo Shui sensed Xiaoyan's transformation, her heart twinging with pain. Had she truly been mistaken? No, that cannot be. he remains worthless, stagnant in a single realm for years. Even if he has now advanced to the martial vein realm, what of it? She had now become a formidable expert at the 13th level, no longer the frail girl she once was. In these past 2 months, Su Ruoxue had exerted herself in training, finally elevating her cultivation. She was determined to keep Xiaoyan firmly beneath her heel. Congratulations, second senior brother, on your further advancement in cultivation. Xiaoyan slowly shook his head, realizing the profound intentions of his master. Fear not, for this time I have confidence in myself. Let us proceed with the heist. Shortly thereafter, the trio encountered another group of 3, who, having heard of the illustrious exploits of the Holy Sect's trio, had begun to form their own team. Stop right there. We are the robbery trio. Surrender your tokens, or else. Haha, big brother, second brother, it seems someone dares to impersonate us. How amusing. The name of our holy sect should now resonate throughout the trial grounds. Xiaoyu chuckled at this moment. Upon hearing his words, the opposing trio immediately comprehended the gravity of the situation. You are members of the Holy Sect? One of them gasped in astonishment. Haha, you dare to impersonate us, yet remain unaware of our identity? Come now, be obedient. Hand over your tokens, and do not compel us to take action. Xiao Yu's speed was unparalleled. He had already arrived behind the speaker, patting him on the shoulder. Don't be foolish. Haha, brother, just surrender your tokens. Moreover, why mimic us? Do you not realize that we can only be imitated but never surpassed? His words echoed ominously behind the man, leaving him momentarily stunned. The other 2 were equally horrified. Xiao Yu's speed was nothing short of terrifying. Big brother, please, have mercy. We only seek to protect ourselves. Enough of your excuses. You have but one chance. The trio reluctantly yielded their tokens. One of them then implored, Great brothers, please accept us and allow us to follow you. What? Follow us? Apologies. But we have no interest in you. You are far too weak. Xiao Yu slowly shook his head. The 3 lacked exceptional physiques, optimal talents. They were simply unworthy in the eyes of their master. Moreover, such individuals were not fit to be their companions. Great brothers, we hail from a humble sect. We beseech you to grant us this opportunity. They all knelt in desperation. Yi Fan also shook his head, lamenting, regrettably, you are too feeble. Do you possess any special physique, a supreme bloodline, or unparalleled talent? They shook their heads. Had they possessed any of those, they would not have fallen to such depths. Since you do not, we truly cannot accept you. Furthermore, your actions amount to betrayal of your sect, and we cannot associate with such individuals. Yi Fan's words left them utterly despondent. Indeed, to betray one's own sect for a mere sliver of benefit was something they resolutely could not endorse. The trio quickly departed in shame. Yi Fan then remarked, Did you see that? These are the very individuals my master detests most. And you too. Even when recruiting the gifted, you must consider this aspect of their character. Not all are solitary cultivators. Those with sects must be approached with extreme caution. Understood, big brother. We shall be vigilant. Given that Yi Fan had entered the sect before them and held the title of Big Brother, they were inclined to heed his words. In the subsequent days, they relentlessly plundered several small groups, accumulating a staggering number of tokens, exceeding 500 for each individual. Let us find a place to rest. This quantity is undoubtedly sufficient. We merely need to enter the second round. Master brother, could you share more about our esteemed master? When he took you in, was he truly at the martial vein realm? Xiao Yu inquired with curiosity. Xiaoyan turned his attention as well, for this was witnessed by many at that time. Yi Fan rolled his eyes, scoffing. Do you think what you saw was the truth? With our master's extraordinary abilities, do you truly believe he was merely at the martial vein realm? Do not be deceived by appearances. If it were not for our master's humble nature, he would not even deign to acknowledge my existence. We remain far from our master's level. When shall we genuinely learn the art of modesty? Within the sacred sect, Ling Xiao was on the verge of laughter. My 3 disciples, I am but at the martial soul realm myself. What you say is indeed accurate. I merely possess a system and nothing more. Modesty, modesty. Currently, all 3 disciples had cultivated the emperor's projection. Within the sacred sect, he could distinctly perceive their presence and even project their images through certain methods, akin to watching a film. Ling Xiao held a divine beast egg in his hands, and for days he had been unable to decipher its secrets. Despite providing various spiritual herbs and stones, there had been no response, nor any absorption of spiritual energy. He expressed his bewilderment regarding this enigmatic divine beast egg. What could it truly be? Chapter 24. The Emergence of the Sacred Name. Ling Xiao had possessed this divine beast egg for quite some time, yet he had been unable to comprehend its essence or ascertain its lineage. At that moment, he recalled a certain individual, the Bai Tian Yao Sheng. As fellow beast kind, they should possess the knowledge he sought. He summoned Bai Tian Yao Sheng, who immediately knelt before him. Master, this aura is terrifying. It is the presence of a supreme divine beast. Bai Tian Yao Sheng, confronted with the divine beast egg, found himself devoid of the courage to act. Can you discern its lineage? Master, based on its attributes and aura, it must belong to the direct line of the immortal divine phoenix clan. Bai Tian Yao Sheng was bewildered by his sudden insight. Oh, the immortal divine phoenix clan? How intriguing. No wonder I felt it was futile. It was merely due to the lack of a suitable environment. Ling Xiao finally grasped the situation. Since it was an immortal divine phoenix, its affinity for flames was undeniable. He also had a disciple who resonated with the fire attribute. Ah, the volcanic crater. While I am excited, I cannot stray from the sect. I must wait until we ascend to a second-tier sect. Ling Xiao managed to suppress his inner excitement. Although he could venture out, doing so would expose his cultivation level, which could lead to peril. The most prudent course of action was to await the sect's elevation, at which point the surrounding area would naturally be enveloped and everything would fall into place. You may continue your training. These resources and martial techniques should prove beneficial to you and your kin. Thank you, Master. Bai Tian shall not hesitate to brave fire and water for you. Ling Xiao waved his hand. Very well, return now. By the way, ensure that those dispatched maintain constant communication. My 3 disciples are of utmost importance. No mishaps must occur. Bai Tian Yao Sheng, with resources in hand, reassured him, rest assured, Master, I have assigned a pinnacle grandmaster and a pinnacle Yao Zun to ensure no accidents arise. Indeed. Well done. If I am not mistaken, your clan should have 5 pinnacle Yao Zun. Should they perform admirably, this sect can elevate them all to Yao Sheng. And you? Hee, the title of Yao Di beckons you. Ling Xiao's words filled Bai Tian Yao Sheng with immense joy. Fear not, Master. I, Bai Tian, shall give my all. Bai Tian Yao Sheng glimpsed hope. Once he ascended to Yao Di, he could traverse even the Jiuxiao continent without fear of anyone, except for the formidable master. Meanwhile, the first round had concluded. In the training arena, individuals streamed out, some dejected, others brimming with delight. With the first round now concluded, I trust they shall surprise us. Damn the sacred sect, I will end you. Despicable, robbery trio, do you have no shame? Shameless sacred sect, you are merely courting death. Many voices in the crowd are denouncing the holy sovereign, which has, in turn, captured the attention of the esteemed figures on the martial platform. What deeds have the followers of the holy sovereign committed? Several martial kings glanced at Zhu Shan and the others before shifting their gaze downward. Yi Fan and his companions have also emerged, and after a series of meticulous maneuvers, each of them has officially surpassed the milestone of 1,000 tokens. All right, esteemed participants. Regardless of what you have encountered in the trial grounds, we shall only assess your performance based on the tokens. If you cannot even safeguard your own tokens, entering the second round will be of no consequence. At this juncture, Ling Feng spoke up. His imposing presence silenced the crowd, rendering them mute. Now, let us commence the tally of results. Jiang Shui Lu, Lu Yun Sect, number of tokens, 302. Lu Yun Sect, number of tokens, 210. Su Ruoxue, Dongxian Sect, number of tokens, 784. Upon the announcement of Su Ruoxue's score, astonishment rippled through the assembly. What? Her count is so high? No wonder she is one of the 4 prodigies of the Dongxian Sect. Such an achievement is truly unattainable for many. Indeed, she is formidable. Su Fairy is remarkable. At this moment, Su Ruoxue wore a radiant smile, relishing the attention that enveloped her. Yu Xian, Dongxian Sect, number of tokens, 802. Wow. Yu Xian, well done. This is genuinely terrifying. The Dongxian Sect indeed stands as a pillar in the southern domain. Such prowess is astonishing. Yu Xian remained composed, confident that this score would secure his position. Dong Yao Yang, Dongxian Sect, number of tokens, 1005. Wow. The senior brother deserves his title. He possesses an astounding number of tokens. At this moment, All gazes turned to Dong Yaoyang, the most formidable prodigy of the Dongxian sect this generation, who had effortlessly defeated Yao Chun with a single strike. Yu Xian clenched his fists tightly. Surpassing Dong Yaoyang was his lifelong ambition, for which he would pay any price. Senior brother is truly impressive. This exemplifies the true strength of our Dongxian sect. The number of tokens far exceeds that of other sects. Dong Xingyu, Dongxian sect, number of tokens, 968. My heavens, is the Dongxian sect aiming to dominate the rankings? Such terrifying depth and strength. Yi Fan and his companions glanced at the members of the Dongxian sect with a hint of disdain. Was this meager number of tokens enough to astonish you so? Wang Li, Lioli sect, number of tokens, 761. At this moment, a prodigy from the Lioli sect, Wang Li, also garnered significant attention, as his token count exceeded 700. This generation indeed boasts a plethora of prodigious talents. It is remarkable. Wang Li's achievement made many realize that beyond the Dongxian sect, Yaohuang Valley, and Duwang Valley, there exist numerous sects with substantial heritage. Dugu Yuqing, Duwang Valley, number of tokens, 973. Lu Yuan, Duwang Valley, number of tokens, 532. Yao Chun, Yaohuang Valley, number of tokens, 789. In the realm of medicinal prowess, the number of tokens stands at an impressive 543. The Valley of Poison Kings and the Valley of Medicine Sovereigns have indeed showcased remarkable talent this time. Now, it appears that only their esteemed sect remains. One wonders how many tokens their disciples possess. At this moment, many eyes are fixated on the three from the sacred sect, while others quietly curse under their breath, expressing disdain for their shamelessness and misdeeds, wishing them ill fortune. Yi Fan swiftly revealed his token count, which was substantial, 900 tokens. What a surprise! Has it surpassed 900? It is noteworthy that, thus far, there have been fewer than 4 individuals achieving such a feat. Look, it has reached 1,000. Everyone's gaze was riveted on Yi Fan, who remained composed, striving to emulate his master's low-key demeanor. Yi Fan of the sacred sect boasts a token count of 1105. Incredible! He has eclipsed Dong Yaoyang, amassing over 1,100 tokens. The sacred sect appears poised for ascendance. No, it may be their downfall, for they have offended nearly every faction, engaging in numerous transgressions within the trial grounds, brazenly seizing others' tokens without a hint of shame. Soon, the results for Xiao Yin and Xiao Yud were also revealed. Xiao Yin from the sacred sect accumulated 1120 tokens, while Xiao Yud secured 1112 tokens. Can it be? Each of these 3 individuals surpassed the 1,000-token mark? In that moment, the name of the sacred sect echoed throughout the martial arena, with all present acknowledging that each disciple had outstripped Dong Yaoyang. However, the number of tokens does not equate to strength. The main event is yet to unfold. Dong Yaoyang scoffed, closing his eyes with unwavering confidence in his ability to vanquish any adversary. Even the 3 young prodigies of Ling Yun's sect are no match for him. He entertained a fervent ambition to challenge the 3 exceptional youths of Ling Yun's sect once he claimed victory as champion. Now, esteemed participants, congratulations to those ranked in the top 100. You have achieved this honor, and the rewards that accompany it are rightfully yours. At this moment, Ling Feng gestured, and individuals brought forth the rewards. Countless youths were filled with exhilaration. Chapter 25, The Battle for the Top 10. Ling Feng swiftly distributed the rewards from the first round, and each participant received their respective treasures. However, when it came to Yi Fan and his 2 companions, a hint of disdain was evident on their faces. What? A soul pill? Excuse me, but the soul pill my master bestowed upon me is of flawless perfection. As for the martial arts techniques, apologies, but we possess exclusive martial skills and the thunder sword art passed down by our master, each one surpassing the celestial grade. Nevertheless, even the slightest morsel is still sustenance. They did not refuse the rewards, casually accepting them. After the distribution, Ling Feng declared the day's competition at an end, promising to resume tomorrow. It was already quite late, and the selection of the top 10 would undoubtedly take time. Elder Ling Feng, esteemed guests, tonight our Dongxian sect is hosting a banquet, inviting the elites of Ling Yun's sect and the leaders of various first-rate factions. Dongwu remarked with a smile. Haha, well said, Sectmaster, you are too kind. Ling Feng responded with a grin. Many prominent figures from the celestial martial realm had received invitations from the Dongxian sect, with the notable exception of the two elders from the Holy Sect, leaving them to reside outside the Dongxian sect. The Dongxian sect is being excessively unreasonable. Though Yi Fan and his companions were young, their wisdom allowed them to discern the underlying motives. Zhu Shan nodded slightly. Indeed, their intentions are not pure. They previously tested us deliberately. You must be cautious tomorrow. Do not let your guard down. I suspect they will send someone to target you. Elder, do not worry. Even if all of them come at us, they are no match for us. The trio expressed little concern about the upcoming battle, each possessing strength far beyond that of these talented disciples. Do not be complacent. I fear they may alter the rules. If you are grouped together, it could spell disaster. Zhu Shan's concerns were valid. Upon hearing this, the trio understood the gravity of the situation. Being placed in the same group could lead to the elimination of two of them from the top rankings. Elder, what shall we do then? We cannot possibly call upon our master. Yi Fan asked, somewhat helplessly. Perhaps we will have to rely on the sect master's contingency plan. They may lack righteousness, but let it not be said that we are unjust. Zhu Shan declared resolutely. At the Dongxian sect, within a grand hall, nearly all the experts above the celestial martial realm had gathered, along with the three young prodigies from Ling Yun's sect. After several rounds of drinks, Dong Wu spoke up. Elder Ling Feng, I have a query that I wonder if I may pose. Feel free to speak. Dong Wu rose and surveyed the room. Elder Ling Feng, as you may have noticed, we have not invited anyone from the Holy Sect this time. I wish to inquire about Ling Yun's sect's stance towards the Holy Sect. After all, Ling Yun is the foremost sect. We must align ourselves with the will of our superiors, must we not? Indeed, Elder Ling Feng, are you intentionally targeting the Holy Sect? If possible, we could unite to ensure their complete annihilation. Several sect leaders stood, echoing their sentiments. They are demonstrating their loyalty to win the favor of the Ling Yun sect. For these opportunists and sycophants, the Ling Yun sect is indeed quite essential. There is no need for you to target them intentionally. Our primary focus this time is not on them, but rather on the Holy Sect behind the scenes. Everything remains unchanged. I, too, wish to observe where these three young men will ultimately arrive. Perhaps they could become the pride of our Ling Yun sect. Ling Feng's words clarified everything for the assembly. There was no necessity to employ deceitful tactics against them. A straightforward approach would suffice. Meanwhile, Ling Feng discerned that the three from the Holy Sect were formidable, yet he remained uncertain of the extent of their strength. The following day, at the East Xian sect's martial arts arena, the attendance had swelled considerably. After all, today marked the true clash of titans, 100 competing for 10 spots, rendering the competition fiercer than before. Yi Fan and his companions had spent a restless night, concerned that alterations to the rules could render them utterly powerless. Fortunately, they had not encountered such news. Ling Feng appeared on the martial stage, raising his hand to silence the crowd. Ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome the top contenders into the arena. Today, we shall witness the competition of 100 vying for 10, and the rules dictate a tournament format. What? A tournament? The announcement left many in utter shock, for the intensity of a tournament is far greater. Indeed, this was the finest opportunity to showcase one's prowess. If one possesses strength, confidence should follow. Aim for the top 10, but if you lack confidence, it would be wise to withdraw early. The rules are straightforward. There are 10 platforms, meaning each will yield a singular champion, and these 10 champions will constitute the top 10. Additionally, each participant is permitted a maximum of 2 challenges. Once exhausted, they shall be eliminated immediately. With a grand gesture, Ling Feng's aura surged, and he declared, "Now, I announce the commencement of the battle for the top 10. At this moment, over 100 individuals were momentarily taken aback, many hesitant to step forward due to the formidable presence around them. However, a number of fearless souls boldly advanced. Yi Fan and his friends chose to observe initially, keen to identify the formidable contenders. Dong Yaoyang and Dong Xingyue from the East Xian sect were the first to make a move, dominating 2 platforms and effortlessly sending their opponents flying with a mere flick of their hands, showcasing their extraordinary might. How dare such pathetic figures contend for the top 10? Begone. At this juncture, Yao Chen also claimed a platform, brimming with confidence and fighting spirit. Dugu Yuqing swiftly occupied another, choosing not to engage Yao Chen, for her primary objective was to secure a place in the top 10 rather than expend energy on inconsequential rivals. With these four on stage, few dared to challenge them, as their prowess was widely acknowledged. Unexpectedly, Wang Li also ascended the stage, immediately revealing his exceptional strength, demonstrating the prowess of the 14th heaven of the martial vein realm. Such formidable strength instantaneously sent opponents plummeting from the arena. Wang Li, an exceptionally powerful contender, undoubtedly stands as a dark horse. At this moment, Wang Li from the Lioli sect has garnered a substantial following, with many rallying in support of this unexpected champion. Senior brother, it is time for us to take action. Is it not? Those few have already claimed their respective platforms and will not descend to engage us in battle. We should seize one for ourselves. Xiao Yud remarked. Patience. Let us await Yuxian's move. He is an unpredictable expert. We must remain discreet and not let our guard down. The trio of Yi Fan was also under the scrutiny of many, yet their reluctance to act left some feeling exasperated. Soon, Yuxian ascended to the stage. As a figure in Dongxian sect who rivaled Dong Yaoyang in prowess, he maintained a low profile, hiding his capabilities, yet none dared to underestimate him. Upon seeing Yuxian take the stage, Yi Fan led the others toward different platforms. Everyone look. The disciples of the Holy Sect have made their move. Are they aiming to seize 3 platforms at once? It must be said, with the trio's actions, countless gazes were fixated upon them. We absolutely cannot allow them to successfully claim the platforms. Otherwise, we shall have no opportunity left. Let us charge together. Unaware of their imminent demise. I am eager to witness how you survive this time, Su Ruoxue remarked, resembling an ice-cold beauty as she advanced toward another platform. Chapter 26. There is no way to remain low-key. Yi Fan and his companions effortlessly vanquished their opponents, seizing control of a stage. Ladies and gentlemen, I implore you, do not stir up trouble. Do not overestimate your capabilities. You are far too weak, Xiao Yud declared. This statement ignited the fury of the crowd, drawing a gathering of no fewer than 50 individuals towards him. Unfazed by the escalating tension, Xiao Yud continued to provoke. What is the matter? Do you not believe me? Come, let us see what you've got. I assure you, I want to kill you. I can't take this any longer. This wretched little priest is nothing but a corpulent fool. Hey, I can begrudgingly accept being called fat, but please, do not prefix it with dead. Xiao Yud protested vehemently. Curse it. I'm going to teach him a lesson. Soon, a formidable talent emerged, Lu Yuan. You are quite impressive. You qualify to be my opponent, he proclaimed. The little priest smiled faintly. Please, do not embellish your role. Refrain from stealing my lines. Come on. At that moment, Lu Yuan prepared to strike, only to witness the little priest vanish from sight. When he reappeared, the crowd gasped in shock as Lu Yuan lay on the ground, blood streaming from his mouth, with a significant wound at the back of his head. The little priest approached leisurely, wielding a shovel. Ah, truly, you don't withstand a blow well. I only used a single move. His words once again incited the crowd's ire. Enough is enough. I cannot tolerate this any longer. Brother, you go? Get lost. If you can't stand it, why should I be the one to go? Cough. It's because I deemed your strength adequate. Get out of here. The little priest shook his head slowly. Pathetic. Too weak. Not a single worthy opponent in sight. How lonely it is to be invincible. The crowd was on the verge of eruption when another challenger stepped forward. Jiang Shui Lu from the Flowing Cloud sect. Little priest, I will slay you. However, barely had Jiang Shui Lu uttered his threat when the little priest dispatched him with a shovel, leaving him convulsing and bleeding profusely. The scene was ghastly. How utterly shameless. Indeed, I suspected no one could withstand my single strike. Am I to believe my rivals are limited to just a few? The little priest lamented. The crowd erupted in outrage. By heavens, I have never witnessed such a brazen display of arrogance following a sneak attack. The little priest pointed at one individual. You there? Step forward. I noticed you were the loudest in your threats. Dare you to confront me? Fear not. It will be but one move, and it will be over swiftly, guaranteed. It won't hurt. Upon hearing this, no one dared to approach the little priest any longer. That was quite ruthless of you. We at the Poison King Valley will not let this go unpunished. A powerful martial artist from the heavenly martial realm appeared, carrying Lu Yuan away while turning back to issue a threat. What is the matter? In the grand arena of combat, the elder stood with an air of indignation, expressing disdain for those who sought to challenge him. How dare you, a mere child, aspire to confront me? Do you not possess any sense of shame? Once this grand competition concludes, your fate shall be sealed. This formidable figure, a master of the heavenly martial realm, was incensed for his prized disciple, Lu Yuan, second only to the illustrious Dugu Yuqing of the Poison King Valley, had been humiliated by an assailant wielding a shovel. The elder felt utterly disgraced. With the young Taoist left without allies, they swiftly gravitated toward Xiaoyan. If I recall correctly, you are Xiaoyan, correct? I have come to challenge you. In response, Xiaoyan effortlessly conjured a flame that ignited the challenger's posterior. Hey, my friend, your rear is ablaze. Xiaoyan kindly alerted him. Get lost. The unfortunate soul realized the truth too late. Oh no, it's actually on fire. He tumbled away, leaving the onlookers in stunned silence, their eyes wide with astonishment at Xiaoyan's display. I recognize him. He wields a unique fire, the infernal ghost flame. This is indeed the infernal ghost flame. Xiaoyan quickly became the center of attention once more. Unique fire? At this moment, several individuals fixated on Xiaoyan, including a young disciple from the Ling sect, a prodigy in his own right, who also practiced fire affinity. How intriguing! Immortal Holy Sect has birthed 3 prodigies. Remarkable. I shall claim this unique fire for myself. Fear not. Once the competition concludes, they will swiftly meet their demise. Some were eager to see them extinguished, perceiving them as potential threats. Xiaoyan, with a flick of his finger, summoned the unique flame, causing none to dare approach him further. Dong Yaoyang and Dong Xingyue watched in awe, realizing the terrifying prowess of this youth who had so easily mastered the unique fire, marking him as a formidable adversary. A throng of challengers soon approached Yi Fan, prompting Xiaoyan and Xiao Yu to shake their heads in disbelief. Are they jesting? To collide with the senior brother? They may as well be courting death. Despite their superior cultivation levels compared to Yi Fan, they both acknowledged that they were not equals, not only out of respect, but also due to his extraordinary talent. The synergy of 2 ancient sacred bodies was not merely a simple sum. Moreover, the accomplished sacred body had imparted his lifelong experiences and insights to Yi Fan, along with the indestructible golden body he cultivated, presenting yet another nearly insurmountable divine ability. Soon, a challenger ascended the stage to face Yi Fan. 8 desolations and 6 harmonies fist. Yi Fan engaged the opponent head-on with a single punch, sending the adversary hurtling backward, blood spewing from his mouth, his complexion ashen. Upon landing, he lay utterly motionless. Brother, are you all right? Do not move. It's broken. Damn you, Yi Fan. Are you seeking your own demise? Yi Fan shrugged nonchalantly. Too weak. My junior brother dispatched him with a single move. If I were to use 2, wouldn't he that make me appear feeble? Was he truly Yi Fan, the one deemed talentless, devoid of physique, and lacking spiritual roots? Are you certain this Yi Fan truly visited our Dongshan sect? Dong Wu inquired aloud. Chow, damn it. Such formidable prodigies, and yet you have allowed them to slip away, becoming adversaries instead? What a pitiful display. At this moment, Yao Ling ascended the stage, realizing that if she did not act soon, she would lose her chance. She was a prodigy, second only to Yao Chun, possessing immense strength. Yet, upon confronting Yi Fan, she was effortlessly defeated with a single punch. Following that blow, Yao Ling spat blood, only to be caught by the leader of Yao Huang Valley. Such ruthlessness. The sacred sect does not even spare a frail woman. Yao Feng of Yao Huang Valley cast a frosty glare at Yi Fan, his eyes brimming with lethal intent. Another ancient relic. Individuals like you truly deserve to perish. Yi Fan remained unfazed by the malice directed at him, finding it far too trivial to concern himself with. It simply did not align with his understated demeanor. Alas, there was no remedy. He had already maintained a low profile, yet their weakness was not his fault. Yi Fan's words left a multitude disheartened. Is this what you call humility? Humility so profound that it is known to all, heard by all. It appears that any further attempts to target the 3 disciples of the sacred sect would be futile, for they are undeniably formidable, and thus far, no one has managed to unveil their true capabilities. The final arena was claimed by Su Ruoxue, whose unique constitution, combined with her combat prowess, allowed her to encase her opponents in ice and vanquish them with ease, rendering her invincible. After a considerable time, no challengers dared to approach, for they understood that they were irrevocably distant from the top 10. How delightful it is that we can swiftly announce the names of the top 10. They are Dong Yaoyang, Dong Xingyue, Wang Li, Yu Xian, Dugu Yuqing, Yao Chun, Su Ruoxue, Yi Fan, Xiaoyan, Chao Yud. Chapter 27, Elevating cultivation. The top 10 have finally been unveiled. A chorus of cheers erupted, for these 10 individuals truly deserved their accolades, each possessing prowess that far surpassed their peers. Among those eliminated were formidable contenders like Yao Ling and Lu Yuan, yet fate dealt them a cruel hand as they encountered the might of the Saint Sect's trio. At this moment, Ling Feng continued, "Esteemed guests, the top 10 have emerged, and it is time to bestow upon them their rewards." The rewards were exceptionally generous, inciting envy among many, as these were conferred directly by the Lingyun sect, far surpassing those of the Dongxian sect in prestige. Yi Fan and his companions also received their respective rewards, yet their interest remained lukewarm, for they paled in comparison to the gifts bestowed by their revered master. Even the champions' reward seemed unremarkable to them. Their sole focus lay in fulfilling their master's task, enhancing the prestige of the Saint Sect, ensuring that countless individuals recognized its unparalleled strength. "Elder Ling Feng, when may we select our master?" one inquired. Once this grand competition concludes, those willing to join us in the Lingyun sect may accompany us. Do not concern yourselves with the remaining matters. Ling Feng's words instilled great confidence in the crowd. Indeed, the Lingyun sect exuded formidable strength and certainty. Now, everyone has had a long day. Tomorrow we shall commence the final round of battles to determine the champions, Ling Feng declared, summoning the 7 contestants, excluding Yi Fan and his 2 companions, to present them with some secret weapons. "Thank you, Elder Ling Feng." Upon receiving these gifts, their respective sects bestowed upon them further resources, all in preparation for the ultimate duel on the morrow. The members of the Saint Sect, however, found themselves overlooked, ignored by the crowd, and thus chose to depart in solitude. Once outside, the trio seethed with indignation. The Dongxian sect and Lingyun sect were indeed excessively oppressive. Did you see their blatant wariness and hostility towards us? Tomorrow will surely present a formidable challenge. Zhu Shan reminded the others. Yi Fan then turned to his 2 junior brothers. "It is time we utilize the resources left by our master. We have yet to use the soul pill, as we intended to rely solely on our innate talent and formidable strength to break through to the first level of the martial soul realm. Given their blatant targeting of us, they will undoubtedly seek to enhance their cultivation. We must not hold back any longer. Senior brother is right. We too should elevate our strength, for otherwise, our current abilities may prove insufficient." Xiao Yan and Xiao Yu promptly produced their pills. Previously, they had refrained from hastily consuming the soul pill, saving it for this pivotal moment. "Begin your refinement and breakthrough now. We shall safeguard you." Zhu Shan and the others commenced their protective watch. After ingesting the soul pill, the trio's aura began to surge with remarkable rapidity. Not long after, the 3 individuals experienced significant breakthroughs in their cultivation. They consumed the remaining soul elixirs in one go, initiating further advancements or solidifying their powers. An hour later, they came to a halt. Yi Fan had reached the 3rd level of the martial spirit realm, while Xiao Yan and Xiao Yu ascended to the 4th level. In the sacred sect, at the Spirit Energy Hall, a notification chimed. "Congratulations, disciple. Your cultivation has broken through, earning you 1,000 sect points. Your cultivation level has increased by 2 tiers. Splendid. With this 2-tier enhancement, ascending to the pinnacle of the heavenly martial realm shall pose no challenge." Soon after the elevation, Ling Xiao's cultivation soared to the 9th level of the heavenly martial realm, mere steps away from becoming a martial king. Previously, the 3 disciples had surged from the 10th level of the martial vein realm to the 1st level of the martial spirit realm, and his cultivation had followed suit, reaching the heavenly martial realm. Whenever a disciple or elder achieved a breakthrough, it elevated the prestige of the sacred sect, generating sect points and further propelling his own cultivation. The enhancement from the 3 disciples was markedly evident, as his cultivation had reached an awe-inspiring pinnacle of the heavenly martial realm. Well, 3 disciples are still somewhat insufficient. I must expedite the recruitment of other fortunate individuals, Ling Xiao murmured to himself. During this period, he had perfected the arts of qi observation and qi absorption, and having thoroughly studied all the texts left by the sacred sect, his reservoir of knowledge had reached a formidable level. Of course, all of this was attributed to his unparalleled advantage within the sacred sect. The pinnacle of the heavenly martial realm was still inadequate. He needed to persevere. Outside the Eastern Xin sect, the 2 from Bamboo Mountain, Zhu Shan and Zhu Gan, were profoundly impressed by the aura of the three, feeling as though they were nearly invincible among their peers. Congratulations. This time, you undoubtedly have no rivals. Stay low-key, stay low-key. Tomorrow, let's showcase our 15th level of cultivation right from the start, giving them a formidable introduction. Yifan declared at that moment. Excellent idea. I concur. They will surely enhance their cultivation as well. It will be a matter of who advances more. Elder, I see your aura is nearly ready. Why have you yet to break through? Yifan asked, puzzled. Zhu Shan responded with a mysterious smile. No rush. If all goes well tomorrow, splendid. However, should a conflict arise, I shall surprise them. After awakening their bloodline powers, the Bamboo Mountain 5 fiends experienced effortless breakthroughs. Yet, Zhu Shan had been deliberately suppressing his progress to solidify their foundation while maximizing their advancements. Their bloodline powers could elevate them beyond the sacred realm, and they were currently in a phase of laying a solid groundwork. A night passed without incident. Soon, the day of the grand finals arrived, drawing more participants from first-rate forces such as the Eastern Xian Sect, Liuli Sect, Medicine Emperor Valley, and Poison King Valley, all eager to witness who would emerge as the true protagonist of the day. Moreover, concealed at great heights, there exists a venerable figure of the esteemed realm, a formidable being hailing from the sacred land of clouds. Is that the aura of a Grand Master? This venerable one swiftly located the Grand Master of the Azure-Eyed Wolf clan. At this moment, the pinnacle of the demon sovereigns, a wolf demon, transmitted a message urging the Grand Master to depart, unbeknownst to this venerable figure, who failed to perceive the presence of the demon sovereign. This demon sovereign stood at the peak of the esteemed realm, merely a step away from entering the sacred domain, whereas this martial venerable was merely at the 4th tier of the esteemed realm. It would be best if you left, otherwise I would not hesitate to eliminate you. The venerable one murmured to himself, subsequently returning to the skies. Little did he know that even his murmurs were overheard by the demon sovereign. A mere 4th tier esteemed one, how audacious they have become. After the demon sovereign spoke, he too began to conceal himself. On the martial platform, esteemed guests, today marks the final day of the Southern Region Grand Competition, and the championship battle is about to commence. Let us welcome the 10 prodigies of the heavens. The top 10 swiftly entered the arena, and at that moment, they were astonished to discover that the 3 from the sacred sect all possessed the same cultivation level, each at the 15th tier of the martial vein realm. Goodness, are they all this powerful? No wonder they could easily dominate a platform before. At this moment, many cast glances at the trio from the sacred sect. Foolish ones, revealing their cultivation level now. Is that not courting death, merely at the 15th tier? Today, you shall meet your demise. Even before the final battle commenced, many prodigies had already begun to scheme against one another. Esteemed guests, please come forth to draw lots. In this round, 5 matches will take place, with those sharing the same number grouped together for their duels. Chapter 28. I shall strike but one blow. The 10 participants drew lots and began to form their groups. Yifan and his companions fervently hoped to avoid each other, and to their relief, they discovered that their numbers were all different. Very well, those numbered 1 stepped forward and commenced the duel. Wang Li faced off against Dong Xingyue, and the audience was in for an exhilarating spectacle. Dong Xingyue, the prodigy of Dongxian Sect, second only to Dong Yaoyang, had proven her strength by overpowering the enigmatic. This indicated her exceptional prowess and innate talent. Although Wang Li was an unexpected contender, he was still somewhat lacking in overall strength. Begin. The clash between the two swiftly commenced. Wang Li unleashed his full potential, radiant and grand. As a practitioner of the radiant ancient body, his physique, while not on par with the sacred or divine bodies, was still formidable compared to other talents. Countless stars illuminated the battlefield as Dong Xingyue also activated her formidable abilities. Possessing the stellar sacred body, her physique was exceptional enough to contend for the position of Holy Sun within the sacred grounds, and her future ascendance to sainthood appeared inevitable. Their fierce exchanges produced dazzling starbursts, intertwining and colliding with explosive force. Boom, boom, boom. A series of detonations resonated between them, each clash generating sonic booms. Dong Xingyue, akin to a celestial maiden descending from the heavens, exuded an aura of unfathomable holiness with every graceful movement. Wang Li soon realized that his offensive maneuvers were being effectively suppressed. He pressed on, continuing to employ his martial techniques. Dong Xingyue, however, taunted him. It is futile. While the radiant ancient body is commendable, you remain no match for me. With a dimming of starlight, the terrifying death light descended, sending Wang Li hurtling backward, blood spilling from his lips. Liu Li Sect's Wang Li, radiant ancient body, is defeated. In stark contrast, Dong Xingyue of Dongxian Sect demonstrated her absolute superiority from the outset, crushing her opponent with ease. I have lost. I was defeated before I could fully harness my martial spirit realm. I concede. Wang Li shook his head, disheartened. As he rose and exited the arena, a dark horse departing in silence. The first battle concluded with Dong Xingyue's victory, and the second match was about to commence. At this juncture, Ling Feng spoke up. Yi Fan soon stepped onto the stage, and his opponent was none other than Yao Chun. Saint Sect's Yi Fan versus the Medicine Emperor, Yao Chun. Upon ascending the platform, Yi Fan regarded his adversary and remarked, I have heard that you could not withstand even a single move from Dong Yaoyang in your prime. Yao Chun's expression shifted dramatically, and he retorted furiously, Yi Fan, what do you mean by that? Who do you think you are? Dong Yaoyang possesses the Nine Suns' divine body. Do you believe you are akin to him? Even if I falter, I shall never be inferior to you. Let us begin. Do not dawdle. Yi Fan, with utmost seriousness, declared, I too shall strike but one blow. Yi Fan, do not underestimate the world. Today, you shall learn. Before Yao Chun could finish his words, Yi Fan had already made his move. With the 8 desolations and 6 harmonies fist, Yao Chun was instantly sent flying. He fell off the arena, utterly defeated. Could it be that Yao Chun lost so easily? How could he not withstand even a single strike? This is a resounding slap to the face, astonishingly swift. Incredible. At this moment, Yao Chun fainted, pretending to be unconscious. The humiliation was too great for him to face the elders of Jiangdong, so he succumbed to darkness, unable to see anything. My goodness, just one punch, merely one punch. Many began to exclaim in astonishment. The Saint Sect's Yi Fan had resolved Yao Chun with a single blow. Dong Yaoyang couldn't help but glance at Yi Fan, then shook his head. As long as one had not stepped into the martial soul realm, they were unworthy of being his opponent. In the sky, the elder of the 4th rank was also somewhat astonished. If my eyes do not deceive me, he should be the ancient sacred body. Such a terrifying ancient sacred body. This Saint Sect must be eradicated. The elder harbored murderous intentions towards Yi Fan. None of these promising talents from the Saint Sect can be spared. At this moment, Yao Feng, the leader of the Medicine Emperor Valley, also harbored a murderous intent. This Yi Fan deserves to die. Do not be anxious. There will be opportunities. Dong Wulia transmitted a calm message. Ling Feng began to announce the results. Saint Sect's Yi Fan wins. Soon, it was time for the third match, where Dong Yaoyang took the stage against Yu Xian. Upon seeing Dong Yaoyang, Yu Xian's expression turned grim. No one had anticipated such ill fortune, encountering his own senior brother. Surrender. You will never be able to catch up to me in this lifetime. Dong Yaoyang's words struck deeply at Yu Xian. Impossible. Let us fight. Yu Xian charged forward. Dong Yaoyang raised his hand, then swiftly brought it down, sending Yu Xian flying back, unable to withstand even a single strike. Originally, I thought that with the acquisition of the Nether Fire, you would be qualified to battle me. But now, you cannot even endure my blow. You have truly disappointed me. Dong Yaoyang's words pierced like needles. Yu Xian's countenance was exceedingly grim. Was the gap between them so vast? This scene left many spectators sighing. The Dongxian sect had 4 members in the top 10, and the odds were still relatively high for them to meet. One could only say that Yu Xian was unfortunate, lacking in strength. Yu Xian glanced at Xiao Yan, blaming him for everything. Had it not been for him, he would have long since obtained the Nether Fire. Damn Xiao Yan, I will not allow you to live. He then turned his gaze towards the individual from Ling Yun's sect, seemingly harboring intentions against Xiao Yan as well. It appeared he too needed to start plotting his escape. He devised a plan for himself and began to implement it. Dong Yaoyang of Dongxian sect emerged victorious. After Yu Xian's defeat, his expression quickly regained its composure. His demeanor was profoundly deep, previously very low-key, albeit regrettably lacking in strength. He approached the disciple and knelt before him, pleading, "Please take me in as your disciple. I am willing to be your loyal dog." The sword in your hand. Very well, I am in need of a loyal hound like you. The youth was thoroughly satisfied. Indeed, he was a prodigy, and having him as a follower was a stroke of fortune. Dong Wulai observed everything keenly, yet dared not speak. For that individual was a direct disciple of the Ling sect. Such was the helplessness of a small sect, even when they openly sought to recruit talents. They could hardly utter a word in protest. Soon after, two more ascended the stage. Xiaoyan versus Su Ruoxue. The fated confrontation had finally arrived. Both awaited this moment. One sought to redeem past humiliations and restore honor, while the other aimed to utterly subjugate her opponent. Ruoxue is indeed impressive. She could be taken under your wing, remarked another direct disciple. Her physique aligns well with yours, serving as an excellent vessel. Alas, it is ultimately limited. Not the most supreme constitution. The one who had taken in Yuxian shook his head slowly. Heh, Ling Yin, not necessarily. He is the one I have set my sights on. Mind your own dog, the individual declared, casting a casual glance at Yuxian. Yuxian feigned ignorance. Yet within her, a series of malicious schemes began to formulate. Xiaoyan, I never anticipated that after being spurned by me years ago, you would have your day of resurgence. However, today, I shall proclaim to the world that you and I inhabit entirely different realms. You are unworthy of me, now and forever. Su Ruoxue declared frostily. Xiaoyan laughed heartily. Ha ha. Foolish woman, you are absolutely right. We are indeed not of the same world. For you are far too inferior. I once looked down upon you, and in the future, I shall not even acknowledge your existence. This statement ignited Su Ruoxue's fury completely. Well said. How could a woman like her ever be worthy of senior brother heir? Seeking death, Su Ruoxue could no longer contain herself, her temperature plummeting, and snowflakes began to fall around her. Chapter 29, Incompatible Forces. At this moment, Su Ruoxue resembled an ice and snow princess, as large flakes descended to the ground. Such a physique is commendable. It is precisely what I seek in a cauldron. The youth spoke again. Heh, Ling Bing, do you not perceive their relationship? There is a hint of green atop your head. Ling Yin remarked with a subtle smile. You. Enough. Focus on the battle. Why the ruckus? Another voice interjected, belonging to the undisputed leader among the trio. The two immediately quieted. Yes, elder brother. This individual was named Ling Yun. And the honor of sharing a name with the sect signifies that he is undoubtedly the most extraordinary prodigy in the history of Ling Yun's sect. On the stage, Xiaoyan merely sneered. Your icy barriers pose no threat to me. Ethereal fire, protect me. Xiaoyan stated calmly. Surrounding him was a fiery barrier, formed from the underworld fire, a rare and extraordinary flame, which he had adeptly harnessed to such an extent. Witnessing this scene, Ling Yin could not suppress his growing covetousness for Xiaoyan. Yuxian observed with a subtle smirk at the corner of his mouth. At this moment, Su Ruoxue unleashed her full potential, summoning boundless snowflakes as she began to execute her martial techniques. 1,000 miles of ice. Let me see whether your flames reign supreme or if my ethereal ice is more resilient. Su Ruoxue exclaimed as she launched another assault. Xiaoyan remained unmoved, comfortably shielded by the ethereal flames. What of your ice? Ethereal fire is a celestial treasure, incomparable to your lifeless ice. As Xiaoyan had anticipated, Su Ruoxue's relentless onslaught ultimately failed to breach the ethereal barrier. Xiaoyan, will you merely hide? Do you possess no sense of responsibility as a man? Su Ruoxue began to provoke him. Su Ruoxue, come at me. Shortly, before countless witnesses, I shall trample you beneath my feet, and then you will comprehend. Xiaoyan's words only fueled Su Ruoxue's fury. The murderous intent in her eyes was unmistakable. In that moment, she longed to tear this scoundrel apart. Xiaoyan, do not dawdle. She is but a woman, akin to a garment, merely a discarded piece of clothing. There is nothing worth lamenting. Yifan spoke at that moment. As a result, this statement incited a chorus of outrage from several individuals. Scoundrel, would silence bring you peace? Damn it, dare to insult my woman, and I shall personally slay you. This was Ling Bing's retort. How dare you insult my woman? You shall not die in peace. Yuxian thought to himself. The elder brother spoke wisely. Women are like garments, mere tattered clothes I have worn. Su Ruoxue, allow me to demonstrate the chasm that lies between us. Devouring flames of the 8 desolations. A terrifying inferno swiftly began to encircle, melting away the ice and snow surrounding Su Ruoxue. At this instant, the two truly embodied incompatible forces. Su Ruoxue maximized her advantages to combat the flames. Xiaoyan continued to unleash boundless flames. as if attempting to incinerate the very void itself. Such an assault must surely be a tremendous drain on your spiritual energy. Let us see how long you can endure. Su Ruoxue, at that moment, executed a breathtaking display of divine prowess, encasing herself in an absolute ice prison. Soon, a multitude of ice and snow enveloped her, offering protection. Fear not, my endurance is formidable. As for how formidable, that depends on your resilience. The flames of war raged for 3 months. Xiaoyan, seizing the moment, unleashed this divine technique. The unrelenting inferno began to consume the mysterious ice without restraint. The two combatants remained locked in a stalemate for an extended period, far exceeding the duration of their previous encounters. After an hour, Xiaoyan maintained his composure, unhurried, waiting for Su Ruoxue to reach her limit. It was unnecessary for him to exert himself further. As anticipated, another hour passed, and Su Ruoxue could no longer remain composed. The intense heat within her was unbearable. Yet if she dispelled the ice, she would be scorched by the flames. It was important to note that Xiaoyan wielded the hellfire of the underworld, a true flame. You may take your time. I shall indulge in a brief slumber, Xiao Yud remarked, observing the drawn-out confrontation between the two, whose divergent strategies prolonged the battle. With a fierce cry, Su Ruoxue suddenly soared into action. The mysterious ice surrounding her was nearly melted away. She appeared pale and on the verge of collapse. At last, she emerges. I have awaited this moment for far too long. Xiaoyan invoked his martial skill once more. This was the exclusive technique of the endless fire divine body. And soon, flames born of otherworldly fire converged to form a magnificent lotus. Let the endless flames disperse, under the wrath of the Buddha's fiery lotus. Su Ruoxue initiated her final resistance. Yet, at that instant, the lotus erupted, akin to a nuclear explosion. With a resounding boom, Su Ruoxue was thrown to the ground. A cloud of dust swirled around them, and Xiaoyan stepped forward, placing a foot upon Su Ruoxue's face. Still wishing to faint? Have you consulted with me? With a flick of his fingers, a flame ignited upon Su Ruoxue, the terrifying heat awakening her instantly. Ah, damn it! Xiaoyan, you shall pay for this. With one foot still upon her face, Xiaoyan surveyed the arena. I, Xiaoyan, hereby declare that I have dismissed Su Ruoxue. A woman of her fickle nature is unworthy of me. We are not of the same world. In that moment, Xiaoyan's aura surged, reaching new heights. He had transcended. Yet he quickly concealed his presence, though the elder in the sky had already sensed it. What a formidable youth to master otherworldly fire. He cannot be spared. The 3 youths of the sacred sect are each more formidable than the last. One has yet to reveal his prowess, yet he undoubtedly possesses great strength. The breakthrough achieved by Xiaoyan left countless spectators in astonishment. Could it be that he has transcended so effortlessly? What level of cultivation has he attained post-breakthrough? And why is it beyond our perception? Aside from the venerable elder present, none could discern Xiaoyan's cultivation level, not even the 3 martial kings. This young man is extraordinary. Should he prove useful to me, it would be fortuitous. However, if he cannot, then he must be eradicated, Ling Yin remarked nonchalantly, seemingly pronouncing Xiaoyan's fate. At that moment, Su Ruoxue was engulfed in fury, unable to accept the reality of being so trampled upon. Soon, she fell silent as Xiaoyan unceremoniously cast her aside. Begone! A woman like you will forever remain beneath my feet. Xiaoyan echoed her earlier taunts back to her without alteration. I will surely kill you, Xiaoyan. Su Ruoxue silently vowed in her heart. Regardless of the cost, she would not flinch at the prospect of eliminating him. In the sacred sect, Xiaoyan emerged victorious. The final confrontation is upon us. At last, the climactic duel arrives, pitting the sacred sects Xiao Yud against the enigmatic Dugu Yuqing. One is the descendant of the celestial thief, blessed with the celestial thief's physique, while the other possesses the formidable heaven's poison body, a top-tier constitution. What sparks will ignite from their fateful encounter? Chapter 30. This person is quite the actor. Xiao Yud of the Holy Sect, with his elusive agility, had previously secured a victory in the arena. One wonders what might transpire if he were to face off against the enchanting Dugu Yuqing. It remains uncertain, yet the prospect seems rather captivating. The two soon took to the stage, becoming the center of attention. Little fatty, concede now. I shall not hold back. Dugu Yuqing began to tease the young Taoist. The young Taoist could hardly endure it. Though the lady was undeniably beautiful, her expectations were rather fanciful. Ha ha, delightful, truly delightful. Dugu Yuqing snorted. Then allow me to demonstrate the might of the Poison King Valley. Is it merely poison? Indeed. I have discovered that I am already afflicted by your venom, the poison of love. The young Taoist's words caused Dugu Yuqing's cheeks to flush instantly. Goodness. Here I am teasing others, only to be teased in return by a mere Taoist. The young Taoist clutched his chest, feigning the effects of the poison. Laughter erupted throughout the arena. Your tongue is quite skilled, but I wonder about your true strength. Dugu Yuqing huffed. Fear not, dear lady. Not only am I adept with my words, but my prowess in the bedroom is equally impressive. Shall we practice together? This lad had never encountered a worthy opponent in verbal sparring. Observing Dugu Yuqing's blushing face, one could not help but speculate if her heart was stirred. A remarkable secret unfolded. It appeared that even the renowned Dugu Yuqing of the Poison King Valley had begun to entertain thoughts of romance. Upon hearing these remarks, Dugu Yuqing's fury surged, releasing a wave of toxic gas. The young Taoist chuckled. Is this how you treat your beloved? A femme fatale indeed. Perish, you shadowless poison. Dugu Yuqing ceased her martial display, opting instead to unleash her toxins. Curse that plump Taoist. Let him witness my formidable prowess. At that moment, the agile young Taoist maneuvered effortlessly, evading her potent toxins without suffering any harm. Thank goodness that old man provided me with this treasure, or I would be doomed. As a tomb raider, no, rather, a protector of subterranean treasures, he had extensive knowledge regarding various tombs and their potential poisons. Lady, might you consider joining our holy sect? If you agree, I shall gift you this tome. The young Taoist brandished a classic text. Humph, young Taoist, your end is nigh? I shall draw a circle to curse you. The terrifying nature of her heavenly calamity poison body began to manifest. However, she had not fully harnessed her innate abilities. Thus her power was only moderate. The young Taoist seemed immune, suffering no ill effects. In the next moment, he vanished, reappearing behind Dugu Yuqing, shovel at the ready. Just then, Dugu Yuqing suddenly pivoted, delivering a powerful palm strike. Then her palm collided with the shovel, causing her such pain that tears nearly brimmed in her eyes. Oh dear, I apologize. Miss, are you all right? Let me take a look. The young Taoist retracted the shovel and grasped Dugu Yuqing's hand. The latter was taken aback. Given her esteemed status, no man had ever touched her aside from her father. Yet here was this rather uncouth young Taoist, holding her hand with apparent concern. Get away. Dugu Yuqing felt a wave of humiliation wash over her, but soon, to her astonishment, she realized she had somehow collapsed into the young Taoist's embrace in an utterly unexpected manner. It was as if they were a pair of affectionate spouses. This was truly overwhelming. Ah, you're courting death. You scoundrel, perish. A terrifying poisonous gas erupted from her body. The young Taoist nimbly evaded it, and then produced a tome, which Dugu Yuqing recognized as the Heavenly Calamity Poison Scripture. Just a glance was enough for her to be utterly convinced that if she possessed this scripture, her physique would be completely activated, making her a formidable being, rivaling the likes of Dong Yao Yang and others with their powerful constitutions. You truly possess it? Dugu Yuqing was astonished. The people from Poison King Valley were equally shocked. None of them had anticipated that the Heavenly Calamity Poison Scripture, which they lacked, would appear in the hands of a mere young Taoist. Oh, what of it? My ancestor's wife was the Heavenly Calamity Poison Body, and she authored this scripture. Fate has led me to you. What do you say? Shall we join the Holy Sect together? Observing the young Taoist's earnest yet absurd claims, Yi Fan and Xiao Yin averted their gazes, silently conveying that they did not know this person. Is what you say true? Dugu Yuqing felt her heart stir. The allure of the Heavenly Calamity Poison Scripture and the strength exhibited by the Holy Sect made it impossible for her to refuse. Indeed, my master is unparalleled. Should you become his disciple, it would be the best choice for you. Coughing, Ling Feng interjected, this is a dual period. If you wish to converse, do so later. He could no longer bear to watch. If this continued, they might genuinely become a couple. I concede. Dugu Yuqing declared her defeat outright. The young Taoist was somewhat surprised, yet he understood that this young lady was undoubtedly intrigued. He tossed the Heavenly Calamity Poison Scripture to her, and Dugu Yuqing stared at him in a daze. Are you really this confident? Handing it to me now? The young Taoist replied nonchalantly. What is the big deal? You certainly won to escape. If my ancestor could attain the heavenly calamity poison body, so can I. Young lady, do not forget our agreement. Dugu Yuqing glanced away. This young Taoist was far too audacious. She had encountered many who sought to lure others, but none had been so brazen in their attempts. Presumptuous. Chao Yuda, how dare you try to steal my disciple before me? The Valley Master of Poison King Valley spoke up, nearly ready to attack. Nay, have you not realized? Her name is Dugu Yuqing, and I am Chao Yud. Together, we embody both affection and virtue, a harmonious union ordained by heaven and earth. Shengzong, Ling Xiao can hardly bear to watch any longer. The audacity of this disciple is such that even the thickest city wall would pale in comparison. However, if he could summon the Tianyi poison body, it would undoubtedly be advantageous. At this moment, Ling Xiao finds himself both amused and exasperated. Nevertheless, he harbors a certain fondness for Dugu Yuqing, especially considering that the current Shengzong lacks any female presence. Victory belongs to Shengzong Chao Yud. Now, we shall commence the second round of drawing lots, where one individual shall receive a bye and directly claim third place. Could it be true that one can attain third place without a duel? Is there any doubt? Remember, fortune is also a facet of strength. Let us proceed. The 5 victorious individuals are respectively Dong Xingyue, Dong Yaoyong, Yi Fan, Xiao Yan, and Chao Yud. Divided into 2 sects, it can be asserted that these 2 factions are the true victors of this round. They advance to draw lots. The results soon emerge. Chao Yud receives a bye, Dong Yaoyong faces Yi Fan, and Dong Xingyue competes against Xiao Yan. At this moment, Chao Yud holds an empty lot, gazing at the crowd. See, luck is indeed a part of strength. Of course, you two are no match for my 2 senior brothers. Mark my words. This individual is quite the performer. The irony is that we find ourselves at a loss for words. How infuriating. I have encountered boastful individuals before, but never one quite like this, and yet he has managed to outshine us. Enough. The first duel shall commence now. Ling Feng interrupts Chao Yud's theatrical display, urging them to begin the fight promptly. Should they delay any further, I shall not hesitate to teach this rascal a lesson. Chapter 31. Dominating the top 3. Dong Yaoyong faces off against Yi Fan. On the arena, both individuals exude an aura of immense power. Dong Yaoyong presents himself as the unrivaled champion, a subtle smile gracing his lips. In contrast, Yi Fan adopts a demeanor of nonchalance, embodying a low-profile essence, determined to remain understated. The stark contrast between the two is palpable as their energies begin to clash in the first round of their confrontation. A battle of wills ensues. Both combatants possess vigorous vitality. Dong Yaoyong, a bearer of the 9 Suns' divine body, radiates an aura that even the martial soul realm would find daunting. However, upon facing Yi Fan, it is as though he encounters an insurmountable mountain, one that steadfastly neutralizes his imposing presence. The senior brother is formidable. The disciples of Dong Xian's sect ponder, while the 2 from the Holy Sect express their admiration. Unleash your full strength, or you won't withstand even a single blow from me, Dong Yaoyong declares as he makes his move. A blinding sphere of light manifests in his palm, a testament to the formidable prowess of his martial skills. This intensity would compel even those in the 3rd tier of the martial soul realm to retreat. Dong Yaoyong's strength, even among the Lingyun sect, ranks within the top 3. At this moment, Ling Yun offers his assessment of Dong Yaoyong. Ling Yan and Ling Bing, standing nearby, remain silent, merely emitting a cold snort. Indeed, the power that Dong Yaoyong displays is sufficient to make them cautious. Yi Fan, however, remains resolute, unleashing his signature technique, the 8 Desolations and 6 Harmonies Fist. The 2 prodigies engage in a fierce clash, their attacks colliding with fervor. Boom, boom, boom. The atmosphere reverberates with the sound of continuous explosions as their rapid and fierce assaults meet head-on. Dong Yaoyong, now taking the encounter seriously, recognizes the remarkable strength of this young man, who conceals his prowess beneath a veil of humility. With my master's task merely a step away, I cannot afford to lose. 8 Desolations and 6 Harmonies Fist, Yi Fan proclaims, executing his exclusive martial technique. The powerful attacks collide once more, creating numerous craters upon the arena, the aftermath of their fierce exchange. Your strength exceeds that of the martial vessel realm. Have you entered the martial soul realm? Dong Yaoyong inquires. Ha ha, are you not the same? Yi Fan retorts with laughter. How intriguing. It seems I must unleash my full power now. 9 suns radiant sky. Dong Yaoyang exclaims, summoning 9 fiery spheres above his head. These are the 9 suns. The 9 suns' divine body is about to manifest its true strength. Such a prodigy would surely be coveted even by the Holy Land. Those esteemed individuals begin to assess the situation, for they are of the heavenly martial realm and can discern the terrifying nature of Dong Yaoyang's martial technique. Yi Fan's lips curl into a smile. It is time to make the audience tremble. Though your divine body is formidable, it cannot rival my own. Sacred ritual domain, star-plucking hand. A colossal hand materializes in the void, seizing the 9 suns, followed by a series of resounding thuds that echo throughout the arena. Dong Yaoyang's offensive was utterly crushed, and at this moment, he was engulfed in sheer astonishment. Impossible. You, your physical form? How can you be so powerful? Dong Yaoyang exclaimed. Heavens, the ancient sacred body. Yi Fan possesses the ancient sacred body. Ling Feng remarked, equally shocked. The ancient sacred body, a superlative physique ranked among the top 10 in the Jiuxiao continent, had unexpectedly emerged in the humble Yunzhou. What? The ancient sacred body. Did our Dong Xuanzong truly overlook such a treasure? Dong Wulai felt an intense, burning shame on his face. A physique of such high caliber, the ancient sacred body, was outright rejected by Dong Xuanzong. Dong Wulai felt as if he might vomit blood, while countless others were filled with regret and scorn towards Dong Xuanzong. To dismiss such a formidable ancient sacred body was indeed audacious. At that moment, Dong Xuanzong was left feeling humiliated, as many could not lift their heads in pride. This included Dong Yaoyang, who found himself thoroughly outmatched by Yi Fan, whose every attempt at resistance proved futile. Although the 9 Yang divine body was sufficient to rank within the top 20, it paled in comparison to the ancient sacred body, destined to be thoroughly overrun. Ling Feng remarked, astonished that the Holy Sect possessed such a disciple, signaling an impending rise in power. After enduring a series of crushing blows, Dong Yaoyang ultimately succumbed to Yi Fan's punch, falling unconscious. Admittedly, there was an element of pretense involved, for being so thoroughly defeated was quite the humiliation. In this battle, Yi Fan emerged victorious. Who would have thought that Yi Fan was the ancient sacred body, and that he had previously sought to join Dong Xuanzong, only to be spurned? The members of Dong Xuanzong were indeed lacking. With that, the stage was set for the second duel, Dong Xingyue versus Xiao Yan. The majority anticipated Dong Xingyue's victory, for although her talent might not rival the 9 Yang divine body, it surpassed that of her contemporaries by a significant margin. Unless Xiao Yan possessed a similarly terrifying physique ranked among the top 10. The prior battle had been exhilarating to behold, though the latter half was a gruesome display of domination. It is evident that your strength is formidable. Had you not possessed a physique akin to Yi Fan's, your defeat would have been catastrophic. Dong Xingyue declared. Oh, is that so? If you remain as arrogant as your brother, the one who will ultimately lose will still be you. Xiao Yan replied coolly. Soon, his extraordinary fire manifested, both offensive and defensive, leaving Dong Xingyue at a loss. It appeared that she had no choice but to employ her ultimate technique. Faint starlight, light of death. Useless. The spark of stars can ignite a vast expanse. Xiao Yan's flames had reached a transcendent level. Any fire in his hands would transform into something extraordinary. As Dong Xingyue struggled to break through, she once more unleashed her divine powers, Star of Death, Celestial Destruction. Xiao Yan remained calm and collected, manipulating his incantations as waves of flames emerged, coalescing into a grand lotus of the great Tao. Buddha's Wrath Fire Lotus. Buddha's Wrath Reincarnation. In this decisive confrontation, Xiao Yan's flames swiftly overwhelmed his opponent, clearly demonstrating Dong Xingyue's inferiority. Impossible. I have unleashed my cultivation at the 3rd level of the martial spirit realm. How can you be so powerful? Dong Xingyue could hardly believe the reality before him. Xiao Yan smiled. The 3rd level of the martial spirit realm, you say? Your defeat is merely a twist of fate. Enough with the idle chatter. Let us conclude this. With that, Xiao Yan unleashed his formidable fire divine abilities, completely vanquishing Dong Xingyue, who was left without a shred of resistance, ultimately succumbing to Xiao Yan's might. The sacred sect emerges victorious. The implication was clear at that moment. The top 3 contenders in the Southern Domain competition were all representatives of the sacred sect. How formidable is this sect, with merely 3 participants? yet all securing a position among the top 3? Such a terrifying faction. At this moment, Dugu Yuqing was also filled with excitement, realizing that all the Sacred Sect members had triumphed, claiming the top 3 spots. If he were to join the Sacred Sect, perhaps his future achievements would soar to greater heights. Congratulations to you all for becoming the biggest dark horse of this competition. Now, you may continue to draw lots for the final championship battle. At this juncture, a glint of coldness flickered in Ling Feng's eyes. No need for further competition. Our senior brother is undoubtedly more formidable than us, as we all know. Xiao Yan and Xiao Yud wholeheartedly agreed with this sentiment. What? No need to compete? Do you think the Southern Domain competition is a mere playground where you can do as you please? Dong Wulai's ire was palpable. Dong Yaoyang and Dong Xingyue were his trump cards, and both had fallen to the Sacred Sect's champions. What? Is Dong Xuanzong attempting to bully the weak? Have you consulted us? Zhu Shan and Zhu Gan rose, their cultivations erupting with intensity. 8th level of the Heavenly Martial Realm, pinnacle of the Heavenly Martial Realm. Meanwhile, within the Sacred Sect, a notification chimed. Congratulations to the disciple for completing the task and securing a position among the top 3 in the Southern Domain competition. Reward, 2,000 sect points. Another notification followed. Congratulations to the disciple for elevating the prestige of the Sacred Sect. Reward, 3,000 sect points. Chapter 32, A Fierce Battle. The reward consists of 1,000 fortune points, which may be allocated to any disciple, oneself, or the Fortune Golden Dragon. Additionally, there is a reward of 2 tiers of cultivation for the disciples, along with divine soul pills and marrow cleansing pills. At this moment, Ling Xiao gazed at these rewards with astonishment. Among his 3 disciples, only Xiao Yu possessed a fortune value of 8888, while the remaining 2 boasted a value of 9,999. It would be prudent to reserve this 1,000 fortune points for the 3rd disciple. System, may I directly distribute the rewards to them now? Ling Xiao inquired. No, it can only be done within the bounds of the Sacred Sect. The system replied. It appeared he must wait until their return to elevate their cultivation. Since distribution was not feasible at present, he would temporarily hold on to the rewards until they returned. On the side of Dongxian Sect, the atmosphere had escalated to a tense standoff. Zhu Shan and Zhu Gan exuded a formidable aura that astonished many. Their cultivation was indeed formidable. What an audacious Sacred Sect! Do you dare to openly provoke my Lingyun sect? A martial king made his appearance. Ling Han, a martial king powerhouse from Lingyun sect, stood at the 7th level of the martial king realm, exuding an utterly terrifying strength. The immense pressure rendered the crowd breathless, and at that moment, Zhu Shan erupted, his voice booming as his aura surged dramatically. He was on the verge of a breakthrough. Do you still wish to break through? Did you consult us first? At this juncture, Dong Wulai and others launched their attacks, surrounding the 2 men. The Sacred Sect disregards hierarchy and commits grave offenses. They deserve death. Let us unite and apprehend them. Should they resist, they shall be dealt with mercilessly. Ling Feng declared at that moment. Understood, we obey. The situation shifted instantaneously. All eyes were fixed on the 5 individuals on stage, akin to floating weeds in a tempestuous sea, poised to be obliterated at any moment. Humph. If I desire to break through, you shall not hinder me. With a thunderous shout, Zhu Shan summoned lightning that struck perilously close to Ling Han. The crowd recoiled, their expressions filled with terror upon witnessing the lightning. These beings harbored a profound fear of thunder, for once touched, death was inevitable. To command such lightning? What a terrifying skill! Ling Feng and the others were profoundly astonished. With the presence of thunder, they had no choice but to maintain their distance and await Zhu Shan's breakthrough. Fear not, even if he ascends to the Martial King realm, it will only lead to his demise. Zhu Shan's breakthrough occurred swiftly. In less than a quarter of an hour, he reached the Martial King realm, subsequently pushing further and settling at the 3rd level of the Martial King. Nearby, Zhu Gan also commenced his breakthrough, ultimately achieving the Martial King realm, albeit at the 1st level. Is it true? Has he become a Martial King already? People were astounded. In the span of less than an hour, 2 individuals from the Sacred Sect had become Martial King powerhouses. The hearts of Dong Wulai and his companions were engulfed in extreme imbalance. Why is it that after our arduous cultivation, we have yet to achieve a breakthrough, while you have ascended so effortlessly? A fierce jealousy consumed them, and the murderous intent in their eyes intensified. Even if you have become martial kings, you are merely 2 in number. We can still easily eliminate you. Prepare yourselves. At this moment, Ling Feng was resolute in his intention to annihilate the 5 before him. They were a source of shame for him and his peers. Having seized control of the entire competition and brazenly declared before him that there was no need for further contests, this was a direct affront to his dignity. If you wish to harm them, you must first step over our corpses. The 2 newly ascended martial kings exhibited a fearless demeanor, knowing that as long as their sect leader or a formidable expert from the demon court appeared, they would be safe. Why the endless chatter? We will hold them off. The rest of you, eliminate the 3 of them, Ling Han proclaimed. Ling Feng and Ling Han intercepted the 2 martial kings, leaving Yi Fan and his companions utterly exposed before the crowd. Do not harm them. If you wish to kill, then take me as well. At that moment, a woman appeared before Yi Fan and his companions. It was the spirited Dugu Yuqing. You, young lady, you must leave at once. We do not wish to burden you. The young Taoist was somewhat moved. Who could have anticipated that in their dire straits, this spirited girl would stand forth? Dugu Yuqing, after all these years we have nurtured you. Is this how you repay our kindness? The master of Poison King Valley was filled with resentment at this moment. Dugu Yuqing smiled lightly. Master, I am eternally grateful for your teachings throughout the years. Now, I will renounce all the cultivation you imparted to me. And from this moment forth, we shall sever our ties, with no debts between us. After speaking, Dugu Yuqing struck her abdomen with a palm, letting out a cry as her entire cultivation vanished in an instant. What a resolute woman! At that moment, the elder in the clouds held Dugu Yuqing in high regard. No one anticipated her to be so steadfast. It left everyone deeply astonished. Why? This cannot be. Why would she do such a thing? Su Ruoxue could hardly believe her eyes. Dugu Yuqing was willing to accompany the 3 of them to their demise, a gesture of profound tragedy and magnanimity. The young Taoist hurried to support Dugu Yuqing, saying, How foolish of you. We will be fine. Trust us. Yes, I believe in you. Dugu Yuqing replied before slipping into unconsciousness, her loss of cultivation inflicting immense pain upon her, making fainting preferable. Dong Wulai led no fewer than 10 formidable experts from the heavenly martial realm, now converging upon them. We have already extended you an opportunity, yet you failed to cherish it. Now, it is time for you all to descend into hell. Dong Wulai began to unleash his martial techniques. You fools, you seek death. Even without cultivation, those of Poison King Valley remain ours. Even in death, we shall be the ghosts of Poison King Valley. Bring it on. At this moment, the leader of the Poison King Valley possessed eyes of a blood-red hue, filled with an unparalleled fervor for slaughter. You wish to extinguish our lives. You are not worthy. The 3 companions produced several talismans, bestowed upon them by their master, capable of withstanding assaults from those of the celestial martial realm. In no time, Dong Wulai and his cohorts advanced with lethal intent. Unperturbed by the impending onslaught, the trio activated the talismans. With a resounding boom, the attacks launched by Dong Wulai and his men were entirely thwarted. There was no need for martial techniques to confront them directly. Dong Wulai was resolute in his desire to eliminate these wretched scoundrels. They must perish. Once more, a dozen adversaries charged forth, this time eschewing martial arts in favor of a brutal, physical confrontation. In this perilous moment, how would the 4 withstand the onslaught? What to do? Should they truly summon their master? Yi Fan and his companions pondered. They understood that invoking the Emperor's projection would call upon their master. Yet the current circumstances left them with little recourse. Perish. The relentless assault from the dozen adversaries was beyond their capacity to repel. In this dire predicament, Zhu Shan broke free from Ling Han's grasp and soared into the fray, a terrifying bolt of thunder descending to hurl the attackers away. However, he too suffered from Ling Han's ferocious strike, blood spilling from his mouth, his countenance devoid of color. At this moment, do you dare to be distracted? If you do not perish, who shall? Their demise was imperative. No savior would come to their aid. Kill. Ling Han now directed his wrath upon Yi Fan and his companions. Such audacity! Even in death, we shall not allow you to harm them. The duo, Zhu Shan and Zhu Gan, commenced their martial techniques, resolutely intercepting Ling Han's onslaught. Yet, their peril had not abated. In fact, it had intensified, plunging them into an even greater danger. Chapter 33, A Grand Entrance. The audience was profoundly shaken by the unwavering resolve of the two individuals before them. What kind of sect could instill such unwavering loyalty? Could it truly be a dilapidated sect? Was their leader genuinely only at the martial vessel realm? In that instant, everyone came to a startling realization. The sacred sect was far from the decrepit institution they had envisioned. How shameless it was to exploit the weak. At that moment, someone stepped forward. The crowd turned to see a cerulean-eyed celestial wolf, the formidable Grandmaster-level beast they had previously encountered, returning once more. The cerulean-eyed celestial wolf. Its aura resonated with that of a Grandmaster-level demon. Upon reaching the Grandmaster tier, demon beasts are collectively referred to as great demons. The three martial kings of Ling Xiao's sect felt an overwhelming pressure. They had only one Grandmaster ancestor among them. Yet now, a Grandmaster had emerged on behalf of the sacred sect. The assembly bowed in reverence, daunted by the presence of such a Grandmaster, lacking even the courage to retaliate. Meanwhile, Zhu Shan and the others exhaled in relief. Had they delayed their appearance any longer, their fate would have been sealed. The cerulean-eyed celestial wolf surveyed the crowd, particularly the three martial kings of Ling Xiao's sect. Previously, our sacred sect had issued a warning to the Ling Xiao sacred land. Now, our leader has reiterated the message. Anyone who dares to oppress the weak, regardless of their sect, be it a sacred land, a prominent family, an ancient clan, or a forbidden zone, we shall not be intimidated. Today, if you choose to bully the weak, we shall retaliate. At that moment, the cerulean-eyed celestial wolf struck, channeling terrifying power directly into Ling Han's body. He let out a pained scream, spewing forth a copious amount of blood, utterly powerless against a Grandmaster's might. The executioner shall be relentlessly pursued. Similarly, those who oppress the weak deserve utter annihilation. Ling Han, a martial king, was rendered as defenseless as a fledgling chick in the presence of a Grandmaster. This exemplified the dire consequences of bullying the weak. With a single swipe, the cerulean-eyed celestial wolf dispatched Ling Han. A once mighty martial king, brimming with vigor, was now reduced to a lifeless corpse. Many were left in a state of bewilderment. What had transpired in this world? How could a martial king disregard his own life? For the cerulean-eyed celestial wolf, slaying a martial king posed no challenge. And then it turned its attention to Ling Feng. The latter retreated incessantly, imploring, "Senior, will you not intervene? If you do not act soon, we shall perish." Senior? Could there be another expert? Many began to glance around, but their feeble strength prevented them from detecting the revered presence. Alas, it was unexpected that the sacred sect would conspire with demon beasts, betraying the interests of humanity. Such treachery deserves punishment. A gray figure appeared before the crowd, seemingly unremarkable, yet all understood the terror embodied by this elder. Upon seeing this revered figure, the cerulean-eyed celestial wolf displayed neither surprise nor fear. After all, the demon lord of the Azure Dragon was right beside it. "We have encountered a revered one." "What? A revered one? We are saved. Haha, we are saved." Dong Wulai and the others felt as if they were caught in a realm of extremes, teetering between life and death. Their fates were entirely in the hands of these eminent figures. A few promising seedlings could indeed be nurtured, but as for those from the sacred sect, no matter how extraordinary, they must meet their end. The elder spoke with a calm demeanor. At that moment, it seemed as though he alone was the protagonist in this vast universe. All light converged upon him. This was the essence of true strength. One word could determine life or death. "Are you from the cloudy sky sacred land?" Bikuin turned his gaze towards the elder. "Does it matter whether I am or not?" The elder extended his hand, targeting the azure-eyed celestial wolf. "Of course it matters. If you are, then today you shall surely die." The words of the azure-eyed wolf caused the elder to pause momentarily. The sacred sect appeared to have anticipated their arrival. What formidable forces did they possess? The elder may have forgotten that the protector of Yintian Gu was also an elder, yet he was ruthlessly slain. "Do you dare to strike? Haha, it seems you truly are from the cloudy sky sacred land. Have you forgotten the pain of your past wounds? Is the death of one elder not enough?" Bikuin faced the elder without an ounce of fear. "Knowing so much, you may as well prepare for death." The elder, feeling a mix of embarrassment and anger, was rattled by being seen through. "Are you not curious why I harbor no fear? Do you think yourself the strongest in the world? Has your mind been muddled?" Bikuin's words once again halted the elder. After a lengthy pause, the elder seemed to gather himself and resumed his intent. Regardless, you all shall die. He was eager to complete his mission and eliminate these individuals. However, at that moment, an unimaginable sense of impending doom surged from the depths of his heart. A colossal claw materialized, and then everyone witnessed the elder being flung aside as if he were a mere insect. What? That is an elder. The onlookers had never encountered a master of such caliber, and the sight shattered their preconceived notions. They had been told that elders were invincible, that they were beyond reproach. Yet, this elder had been struck down by a mysterious beast. A mere fourth-tier elder dared to boast? You are correct. Today, you must perish. At this moment, the Biyun demon sovereign made his move. As a peak demon sovereign, his power vastly overshadowed that of the fourth-tier elder. Dong Wulai and the others turned pale. Having just experienced a rise from despair to exhilaration, yet before they could catch their breath, the elder was sent flying. Is the sacred sect truly this fearsome? As the Biyun demon sovereign attacked, the elder began to scream in agony. My lord, save me. The once mighty fourth-tier elder was now pleading desperately, casting aside all semblance of dignity. To spare is to show mercy, but you have gone too far. An elderly figure emerged once more, exuding an aura of unfathomable depth. Despite his seemingly ordinary appearance, even the formidable by long felt an overwhelming pressure in his presence. A saint from the Ling Holy Land? Very well. In that case, I shall refrain from intervening and allow the sect master to take charge. Is the sect master truly that terrifying? The saint inquired. When you meet your demise, you shall understand. Oh, are you aware that the Holy Sect is currently facing formidable enemies as well? The elder's words instilled a touch of worry in Bai Long. At that moment, Yi Fan interjected, Impossible. My master is unparalleled. Even a saint cannot match his prowess. Senior, do not heed his words. At this juncture, a dozen terrifying figures materialized, revealing themselves as the elite of the Yunxiao Holy Land. The Holy Sect, it remains uncertain how much strength it retains. A shadow appeared, accompanied by 3 other saints and numerous powerful beings of the venerable realm. Guests have arrived. Please, esteemed ones. Lin Xiao's silhouette appeared at the entrance of the Holy Sect. You are the sect master of the Holy Sect? A saint inquired. Indeed, I am Lin Xiao, the sect master of the Holy Sect. You have traveled far, and I have prepared some exquisite coffins for you. Resting within them will surely be quite comfortable. Lin Xiao regarded the assembly with a calm demeanor. Presumptuous. Do you believe you can annihilate us? Unaware of your impending doom, Lin Xiao casually cleaned his ears and continued. Have you finished? I am pressed for time. Do you intend to delay me to allow those behind you to succeed? Unfortunately, you have misjudged my strength. Without hesitation, Lin Xiao made his move, for in this realm, he was an invincible presence. Soon, the formidable opponents found themselves ensconced within the coffins, ruthlessly obliterated by Lin Xiao. He then cast his gaze toward the direction of the Dongxian sect. It was time for the last saint to return to his rightful place. Chapter 34, Ling Xiao Strikes. Ruthlessly annihilating. Ding. Congratulations, esteemed host, on achieving the milestone of protecting the sect. You have vanquished the encroaching foes, earning a reward of 10,000 sect points. Your cultivation shall ascend 2 levels. Additionally, you are bestowed with the sacred divine ability, words manifest as law. Ling Xiao swiftly acknowledges the rewards. The sect points have now reached 71,000, drawing ever closer to the 100,000 threshold required for advancement. With his cultivation elevated once more, he has attained the 2nd level of the Martial King realm. Furthermore, he possesses a sacred divine ability to impart in due course. In the Dongxian sect, the emergence of a saint from the Yunxiao sacred land has rendered even the esteemed Bai Long demon sovereign powerless in comparison. The might of a saint is akin to celestial authority, representing a being of an entirely different caliber. The adage that all beneath a saint are but ants is not mere rhetoric. The disparity between the pinnacle of the revered and the saint is vast. Even 100 peak revered warriors stand no chance against a nascent saint, for saints are those who begin to commune with the laws of the universe. I have come to utterly obliterate you, the saint declared. An invisible pressure rapidly enveloped the entire Dongxian sect, compelling countless individuals to kneel in reverence, including martial kings and revered figures alike. Thud. A multitude of powerful beings prostrated themselves beneath the saint's overwhelming aura, confronting him as though facing a deity. Merely the pressure of a saint, and you wish for us to submit? Ancient sacred body. Yi Fan scoffed, for within him resided the bones of a perfected sacred body. In the face of the saint's pressure, these bones began to radiate a resplendent golden glow. Yi Fan gazed steadfastly at the saint, his posture unyielding. Beside him, Xiao Yan and Xiao Yud also began to unleash their own formidable auras. Ancient sacred body. Such an extraordinary physique must be eradicated in its infancy. The saint uttered no further words, initiating his assault. A colossal hand materialized in the void, reaching toward Yi Fan. To claim your supreme bones would suffice for me to ascend to the realm of the sacred lord. The saint harbored his own ambitions. Achieving the status of sacred lord would significantly enhance his power and standing. Master, projection of the emperor. At this critical juncture, Yi Fan could not resist summoning his master. The situation had transcended the limits of his endurance. As the saint's hand approached, it was abruptly repelled by a mysterious force. To bully the weak. It seems the Yunxiao sacred land cannot change its ingrained nature. This coffin has been custom-tailored for you. A figure emerged before the crowd, towering and majestic, shielding Yi Fan and his companions. What? No, this is impossible. The saint stood astonished, for he found himself utterly immobile. What manner of existence is this? How could the sacred sect possess such a terrifying master? Well then, before your demise, let your fortune nourish my disciples. Ling Xiao invoked the art of ether manipulation. It is evident that the aura of this sage is plummeting at a terrifying velocity, and within, he is gripped by unparalleled fear. Yet, at this moment, he is utterly immobilized. Ling Xiao employs the technique of aura absorption, channeling this energy to his 4 disciples. Among them is Dugong Yuqing, who, if nurtured properly, may possess a physique rivaling those in the top 10 of extraordinary beings. While a person's achievements are significantly influenced by innate talent and physical constitution, fortune is equally indispensable. With improved fortune, serendipitous encounters multiply, paving the way for limitless future accomplishments. Ling Xiao swiftly drains the sage's fortune, redirecting it to his 4 disciples. Although their cultivation does not break through, they experience a profound clarity regarding previous confusions. Countless onlookers are astounded. A sage, rendered powerless in Ling Xiao's hands, is obliterated without resistance. A coffin appears to collect the remains, and in the background, several additional coffins await, undoubtedly containing the elites of the Cloud Sky Holy Land. The sage has been vanquished, and now, you, revered one, shall join him. After extinguishing the sage, Ling Xiao's gaze shifts to another revered figure, who is now engulfed in terror, shaking his head, his eyes filled with dread. No, Senior, do not take my life. I am willing to submit. Those who defy the rules deserve to perish. Ling Xiao shows no mercy and swiftly eliminates him. Having witnessed their master, Ling Xiao stands in the void, resembling a deity. All behold that towering figure, exuding boundless might, rivaling even the mightiest emperors. By long, take this girl back. The rest may resolve their own issues. With that, Ling Xiao vanishes, the moment of grandeur perfectly timed, shrouding all in an air of profound mystery. The name of the Holy Sect and its might are known far and wide. By long the demon sovereign takes Dugong Yuqing away, yet the Grand Master Bai Kong remains behind. Indeed, he is a Grand Master. Senior, we were blind. Please spare us. At this moment, 2 martial kings from Lingyun sect approach Bai Kong, pleading. Yet, to their astonishment, Bai Kong pays them no heed. After all, the direct disciple of the sect master stands before him, and he cannot dare to compete. Esteemed elders, it is our fault. We should not have been swayed. We implore you to grant us mercy. Ling Feng bows deeply to Zhu Shan and others, even prostrating himself in apology. Previously, Ling Feng basked in glory and grandeur, but now he finds himself kneeling, begging for leniency. Alas, we are not in a position to decide your fates. Your lives rest entirely in the hands of these esteemed disciples. With a swift motion, all eyes turned to Yi Fan and his companions. No one anticipated that their very lives would ultimately be subject to the whim of these 3. Su Ruoxua found it almost unimaginable that her life, along with that of others, lay entirely in the hands of Xiao Yan. Master brother, what shall we do? The gaze of everyone turned towards Yi Fan. For at that moment, he was the one wielding the authority to decide. They have already harbored murderous intent towards us. Let us eliminate them, Yi Fan declared, pointing at the two martial kings. Without hesitation, Bai Kong acted, and the two formidable martial kings met their demise. What about the rest? Yi Fan surveyed the crowd. All heads bowed, terrified of being singled out by him. You may disperse. Surely you know what actions to take next. If you are uncertain, we shall not hesitate to eradicate the roots of the problem. Yi Fan's words carried a palpable threat. However, they also brought a sense of relief to Dong Wulai and the others. As long as they remained alive, everything else was manageable. That was perilous. We nearly lost our lives. What is most unsettling is that our fates rest entirely upon their whims. It is an utterly suffocating feeling. Let us not forget. They were once in a similar position, but their master is far more powerful, and their sect possesses greater strength. However, while the death penalty can be evaded, the punishment for living is inescapable. We demand that all previous rewards be surrendered to us, and furthermore, each sect must provide 1/3 of their resources as compensation. Yi Fan's proclamation left many present utterly astounded. 1/3 of their resources was no trifling matter. Yi Fan, that is exceedingly excessive. One sect leader protested. Eliminate him. With a swift motion, the individual collapsed to the ground. No one dared to defy him again. You have 3 days to deliver this to the sacred sect. And take them away. Yi Fan pointed at Dong Yaoyang and Dong Xingyue. Both were jolted, an ominous premonition surging within them. Chapter 35. The Reclamation of the Child of Fortune. Yi Fan, what are your intentions? Dong Wu spoke up at that moment. These two individuals were his lifeblood, the very hope of the Dongxian sect. If Yi Fan were to take them away, who could predict their fate? We shall not accompany you. Even if it leads to our demise, we refuse. Dong Yaoyang declared resolutely. Yi Fan chuckled, oh, is that so? Would you still refuse if I were to offer you a place in the sacred sect? You must realize that your physiques are far from ordinary. Consider the advantages of joining my sacred sect. They had already witnessed the formidable power of the sacred sect, where even the saints could be extinguished at will. Such a terrifying sect was incomparably superior to the Lingyun sect. At that moment, Su Ruoshui rushed over and knelt before Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan, I apologize. I was wrong before. Please spare me, and I am willing to do anything for you. After witnessing Ling Xiao's near-invincible prowess, her perspective had shifted dramatically. Xiaoyan regarded her with a frosty gaze. What do you think I am, unaware? The sacred sect does not welcome you, and your aptitude is far too lacking for us to consider you. His words crushed Su Ruoshui's spirit, but it was a consequence of her own actions. What of Su Qingyang and the others? Let them take their own lives. Furthermore, bring every member of the Su family to kneel before the Xiao family and plead for mercy. Only then will I consider sparing you. Xiaoyan stated nonchalantly. Understood. I will do so at once. Su Ruoshui quickly departed. At this juncture, Chao Yu discreetly reminded Yi Fan, there are still individuals from the Lingyun sect present. Yi Fan paid no heed. These three posed no threat to him or his companions. Even if they were allowed to return, it would be of no consequence. 3 mere martial spirit realm cultivators were hardly worth consideration. Let us depart. The members of the sacred sect withdrew, and the grand competition in the southern region concluded. Yet, the impact that the sacred sect had imparted upon the southern region would continue to resonate. Not long after, the Bai Long Yaozun returned with Du Guyu Qing. Sectmaster, we have returned. Bai Long Yaozun gently placed Du Guyu Qing on the ground and respectfully stated, take these elixirs and strive to break through to the saint level as soon as possible. Ling Xiao tossed some elixirs. Never one to be stingy with those who had contributed. Thank you, Sectmaster. I shall endeavor to swiftly elevate my cultivation and achieve the status of Yao Sheng. With a wave of his hand, Du Guyu Qing appeared in the Sectmaster's hall. Her meridians shattered and her dantian destroyed. Such a rarity for a woman. How could he not accept someone so remarkable? He then began to employ the art of divination. Name, Du Guyu Qing. Fortune value, 9,999. After increasing fortune value, physique, heavenly poison body cultivation, none loyalty, 99. In the face of life and death crises, Du Guyu Qing rises to the occasion, willing to forfeit everything and sever ties with the Poison King Valley. It is evident that such a woman embodies both sentiment and righteousness. Indeed, once they return, the sect can be elevated to a second level, which will be sufficient to incorporate the Flame Mountain into its territory. As for the hero's tomb and the sacred realm, they too shall not remain out of reach. As long as the Holy Sect envelopes these two locations, It will be enough to claim them, and at that time, Ling Xiao will retain his unparalleled power to safeguard the relics of the Holy Sect, an obligation he shall not forsake. Ling Xiao produced several elixirs and administered a few to Dugu Yuqing. Her dantian gradually began to mend, her complexion turning rosy, yet she had not yet awakened. A day later, Yi Fan and the others returned. Ling Xiao scanned with his divine sense and promptly summoned 3 disciples to escort Dong Yaoyang and Dong Xingyue to another location. In the hall of the sect master. After over a day's recovery, Dugu Yuqing had awakened and was now seated in meditation. Greetings, master. The 3 direct disciples bowed at this moment. No need for formalities. Since you are all present, I hereby accept Dugu Yuqing as my 4th direct disciple. Child, do you consent? Ling Xiao spoke with a serene demeanor. At this, Dugu Yuqing immediately knelt before Ling Xiao, exclaiming, "Disciple consents. Thank you, master." Ding. Congratulations to the host for accepting the child of fortune, the heavenly poison body. As a disciple. Reward. Sect value 500. Reward. Exclusive divine body. Cursed calamity, poison body. Reward. Exclusive cultivation method. Cursed calamity, heavenly poison scripture. Reward. Exclusive martial arts techniques. Cursed technique, calamity technique, heavenly poison technique. Reward. Exclusive divine artifact. Source heaven mirror. Reward. Master level curse technique. Reward. Master level calamity technique. Reward. Master level heavenly poison technique. The rewards this time were extraordinarily lavish, filling Ling Xiao with uncontainable delight. In addition to his previous skills in alchemy, formation, artifact crafting, talismans, and divination, as well as breath control techniques, he now possessed nearly 10 distinct arts and abilities. Excellent. Now that you have become the 4th direct disciple of our sect, these benefits are also bestowed upon you. Here are your exclusive cultivation methods, unique physique, and divine artifact. Thank you, master. But, master, is this truly of divine caliber? Dugu Yuqing could hardly fathom the luxurious gift her master had presented upon her initiation. Ling Xiao employed his divination technique and discovered that Dugu Yuqing's loyalty had reached 100. Aside from you, the 3 of you shall also receive rewards. Your prior efforts have significantly enhanced the sect's reputation, and thus, this is your reward. The 3 were instantly astonished, for they witnessed their cultivations directly surging by 2 realms. Xiao Yin successfully ascended to the 7th level of the martial spirit realm, while Qiao Yud reached the 6th level. As for the senior brother Yi Fan, he found himself at the 5th level. The 3 immediately expressed their gratitude. At this moment, Dugu Yuqing was wholly engrossed in the fusion of her physique, martial arts, and divine abilities, oblivious to the changes in her 3 senior brothers. After the duration of an incense stick, Dugu Yuqing opened her eyes, her cultivation having fully restored, and directly ascended to the 4th level of the martial soul realm. Thank you, master. Dugu Yuqing promptly knelt in reverence. Rise, Ling Xiao said, his tone enigmatic. As my direct disciples, there is no need for such grand displays of respect. Let us all be more relaxed. Come, I shall take you to witness the birth of some miracles. Yi Fan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Having previously witnessed his master's divine abilities, he deemed them akin to the descent of a celestial being. Let us go. Soon you shall see what true miracles and divine phenomena are, far surpassing those of any holy land or sect. Yi Fan exclaimed with delight. Curiosity piqued. The 3 followed Yi Fan to the front of the sect leader's hall. The conditions for upgrading the sect to level 2 had been met. It was time for the advancement. System, commence the sect upgrade. Ding. The host has achieved the sect upgrade accomplishment. The sect is now upgrading. A moment later. Ding. Sect upgrade successful. Rewards include an expansion of the sect's range by 5,000 miles. A celestial ladder for the sect leader. A divine artifact. The Tower of Heaven. A divine artifact. The 4 great heavenly gates. A task hall for the sect. A trial ground for the sect, leading directly to the Holy Realm. A 10-fold increase in the sect's auspicious dragon fortune, and a 10-fold increase in the auspicious Qilin. A 10-fold enhancement in the spirit energy fusion speed of the Spirit Energy Hall. My heavens, such rewards are truly lavish. Ling Xiao marveled. System. How much sect value is required for the next upgrade? Host. The next upgrade requires 1 million sect value. Ling Xiao was taken aback, realizing that the 100,000 sect value he currently possessed paled in comparison. Let us begin to receive the rewards. Chapter 36. The Ascension of the Sect and Abundant Rewards. Why does it seem that nothing has changed? At this moment, Donggu Yuqing gazed curiously at Ling Xiao. Do not fret, you shall witness it shortly. Yi Fan patiently reminded from the side. Suddenly, they could distinctly observe the protective array of the sect expanding immensely, multiplying by an unfathomable magnitude. The sect had expanded by no less than 50 times. Ling Xiao's first utterance left the four disciples astounded. Not only him, but the elders also emerged, as they could distinctly sense that the sect had transformed. Gasp! Expanded by over 50 times? Heaven, what a miracle! Even an emperor could not achieve this. Still reeling from the shock, four celestial gates appeared in Ling Xiao's hands, namely the South Gate, North Gate, East Gate, and West Gate. The four great gates, go forth. From this moment, they shall be the four main gates of our sacred sect. Upon finishing his words, the four celestial gates vanished and reappeared, now encompassing the sacred realm, the volcano, and the heroic tomb. The four great gates. My goodness. Master, what terrifying techniques. At that moment, the four disciples regarded Ling Xiao as a deity, a creator capable of bringing forth all. Donggu Yuqing's mouth slightly agape. She remained in that state, utterly astonished by all that transpired. It was overwhelmingly shocking. Ascend the celestial ladder, come forth. Ling Xiao called out again, and a celestial ladder with 999 steps materialized before them. He gently tossed it, and in an instant, it expanded magnificently. The ladder shot up into the clouds, disappearing into the heavens like a divine dragon, its head unseen. The celestial ladder, akin to the chaos bell, could assess a disciple's innate talent and serve as a trial ground to temper their hearts. The system explained to Ling Xiao. The emergence of the celestial ladder allowed all beings within the sacred sect to feel its immense, towering presence, as if it pierced the very fabric of heaven and earth. Such grandeur was incomparable, not even to the eastern Xuanzong, let alone the Holy Lands. Dong Yaoyang and Dong Xingyue were utterly dumbfounded at this spectacle. Suddenly, an overwhelming desire to join the sacred sect surged within them. They yearned to become part of this extraordinary sect. Yet, the miracles of the sacred sect were far from over. Heaven-reaching tower, appear. Ling Xiao summoned a 9-story tower into his hands. He tossed it, and instantly, the tower descended, manifesting a magnificent structure upon the ground. It was a divine artifact, radiating ethereal brilliance, surrounded by a mist that constantly signified its extraordinary nature. Yi Fan, Xiaoyan, Chao Yud, Donggu Yuqing, and the others stood with their mouths agape. All of this surpassed their wildest imaginations, and their admiration for Ling Xiao reached unprecedented heights. Their loyalty to the sect soared to an astonishing level of 200. Fortune Golden Dragon, Auspicious Qilin. A resonant dragon's roar echoed, followed by the calls of the Qilin, reverberating through the air. Above the grand hall, an ethereal golden dragon appeared intermittently, its presence instilling a sense of submission in those who beheld it. The auspicious Qilin emanated a resplendent aura of 9-colored light, flickering in and out of sight within the void. The dragon and Qilin, oh my heavens! Moreover, even the stone pillars of the four divine beasts underwent a transformation, their carvings seeming almost alive, exuding a formidable pressure. Go and experience the spiritual energy hall, Ling Xiao remarked with a smile. The four disciples promptly made their way to the hall, and upon entering, they were struck dumb with astonishment. The concentration of spiritual energy here was already tenfold that of the outside world, and now, the absorption rate was an additional tenfold. They felt that merely inhaling a breath would lead to a noticeable increase in their cultivation. How marvelous! What an extraordinary master! They exclaimed. Our master is invincible, akin to a celestial being. Upon their return, Yi Fan's cultivation had indeed broken through, ascending to the 6th level of the martial soul realm. His prior accumulation now ripe for this advancement. Ling Xiao's actions had left the entire sect in shock. In the demon court, Bai Tian Yaosheng also felt an overwhelming sense of disbelief. Such a miraculous feat was beyond even an emperor's capabilities. Children, do you see? The sect master possesses the ability to transcend heaven and earth, undoubtedly enabling us to become the foremost fighting force of the demon court, the Premier Legion. Take all these resources for cultivation, striving for an early breakthrough. Bai Tian Yaosheng resolved. The demon court should not only consist of them, but should also encompass a greater army of demons. Their aim was to become the foremost legion under the sect master's command. Members of the Bi-Eyed Sky Wolf were now brimming with excitement, each clamoring to break through and become a Yaosheng. The vision is too narrow. Our holy sect is destined to become the strongest sect in history, and the demon court shall be your gateway to soaring heights. Ling Xiao perceived the transformation within the demon court. His voice resonated throughout, invigorating over 100 members as if they had been infused with adrenaline. Take these resources. Those who need to restore their cultivation should do so, and those ready to break through must seize the opportunity. Soon, you shall face formidable adversaries. At that moment, Ling Xiao's consciousness swept across the trial grounds, revealing a direct connection to the sacred realm, with everything within it not escaping his notice. It was evident that countless treasures lay within, yet at his current level, he deemed them unworthy of his attention. The sacred realm can now be opened for the disciples, he declared, then turned his gaze toward the hero's tomb. In an instant, his awareness scanned the entire cemetery. He was somewhat taken aback, for he indeed saw a gravestone beside the tomb of the sky-thieving king, inscribed with the name of the heartless fairy, who possessed the heavenly toxic physique. This young man must have perceived these truths to just about Dugu Yuqing, unaware that some destinies are already etched in fate. Ling Xiao could sense that the sealed land was not far from the Holy Sect. It was once the true core region of the sect. He believed that during the next upgrade of the sect, this place would be enveloped in its embrace. He then turned his gaze northward, where a multitude of demonic beasts had emerged near the North Heavenly Gate, currently probing for information about this area. More than 5,000 miles from the North Heavenly Gate lay the land of sealing demons. This was intriguing. The Holy Sect had originally established its foundations upon the sacred mountain, intricately laying out its territories in all directions, each with its own unique merits. Now, he wondered what the southern region held in store. Ling Xiao directed his attention southward, where a vast expanse of mist obscured his view. However, within the boundaries of the Holy Sect's influence, he could discern an air of mystery. The mist was, in fact, a toxic miasma. The southern wilderness and the 10,000 great mountains were indeed captivating. Ling Xiao's consciousness swiftly penetrated the mist, revealing the true nature of the area. Ding! A system task had been issued. Recruit at least 10 disciples, including 2 children of destiny. System, do we not already have 2 children of destiny within our holy sect? While they may not compare to the 4 others, they are still formidable. Ling Xiao felt a twinge of surprise. Among the children of destiny, Dong Yaoyang could also be considered one, possessing the 9 suns divine body. Although he had not ranked in the top 10, he was nonetheless a terrifying physique within the top 20. Host, these 2 can be accepted as outer disciples, but for direct disciples, individuals with even higher fortune are required. As the sect evolves, the structure must also expand. Do you understand? The system was imparting wisdom to Ling Xiao. This was straightforward. It was merely a matter of recruiting disciples, and the conditions were now ripe. The number of people in the Holy Sect was still far too few. Chapter 37. The Resoluteness of Dong Wulai. The transformations occurring within the Holy Sect have left the 4 disciples, along with Dong Yaoyang and others, utterly astonished. Among them, Dong Yaoyang harbors an intense yearning to join the Holy Sect. Such an esteemed sect renders the Lingyun sect utterly insignificant, devoid of any comparability. Dong Xingyue feels similarly. All notions of sacred lands and the Lingyun sect are dismissed as mere trifles. Elders, may we join the Holy Sect? We are willing to pay any price. The 2 of them have now sought out Jushan. Ha! Do not inquire of me. The sect master possesses keen insight, and once he speaks, it shall not be a problem. Jushan responds with a degree of politeness, for both Dong Yaoyang and Dong Xingyue possess formidable constitutions. Should they become direct disciples, their status would undoubtedly surpass his own. Despite their position as elders, they stand in stark contrast to the direct disciples in terms of significance. In the heart of the sect master, the importance of direct disciples ranks supreme. Dong Yaoyang clenches his fists, resolutely determined to join the Holy Sect. He conveys to them that while joining the sect is indeed possible, it is contingent upon passing certain trials, with further details to follow. A voice resounds in Jushan's mind. He trembles, feeling an even deeper reverence for his sect master. Ahem, my dear disciples, your talents are surely recognized by the sect master. He has just instructed that a new batch of disciples will be recruited, and you may be among them. Whether you become disciples, however, will depend on your performance. Zhu Shan articulates. The two are overwhelmed with joy. Is that true? Splendid. Haha. Allow me to remind you, the sect master despises those who are fickle or treacherous. Joining the sect is not as simple as you might envision. Unfazed by these admonitions, the two are resolute. As long as they can enter the sect, any sacrifice is worthwhile. At the mountain gate, Ling Xiao arrives with several disciples. Master, is this the divine artifact? Xiao Yud instantly discerns. Indeed. I have summoned you here to sound the chaos bell anew. Furthermore, you and Yu Qing have yet to attempt it, so come forth. Ling Xiao replies with a gentle smile. I shall. Junior brother, simply channel your spiritual energy, and the chaos bell will resonate. Xiao Yud begins to infuse it with his spiritual essence. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The 6 chimes arrive swiftly, a mere formality for the gathered individuals. Failure to achieve even 7 chimes would be embarrassing. Buzz. In no time, Xiao Yud elicits 7 chimes. At that moment, he channels his spiritual force, and the great chaos bell once again reverberates. Buzz. 8 chimes. Yi Fan and Xiao Yin are visibly delighted. 8 chimes herald a future of great promise, transcending even the mightiest emperors with ease. Next up is Dugu Yu Qing, who, after acquiring a new constitution, has seen her potential and talent soar significantly. Ultimately, she too strikes the bell 8 times. Yi Fan gazes at his younger disciples, feeling an immense sense of joy within. Their talents are evidently commendable. Yi Fan, ascend and give it a try. Last time, you achieved only 7.5 strikes. This time, you should be capable of 8. Ling Xiao proclaimed. Yi Fan was momentarily taken aback. Ah, master, didn't I already attempt it? The first time he struck, he reached merely 7 times. With the fortune value now bestowed upon you, and the perfected sacred body within, you should be considerably stronger, not inferior to any of them. Ling Xiao encouraged. Yi Fan stepped forward, channeling his spiritual energy. Hum hum hum, hum hum hum, hum. 7 consecutive strikes ignited a flicker of hope in Yi Fan. Soon, the 8th strike came. In that moment, Yi Fan was overwhelmed with joy. His innate talent was finally on par with others, and it felt magnificent. Yet, it was not over. Just then, the great Dao Chaos Bell trembled once more, though it did not fully resonate. 8.5 strikes. Quite commendable. An improvement of 1 over the previous attempt, indicating that your talent and strength have ascended significantly. Ling Xiao expressed his satisfaction, and Yi Fan beamed with a smile. Thank you, master. If not for you, there would be no Yi Fan. All of this is thanks to your guidance. No, this is all the result of your own hard work. You all share the same sentiment. I do not require you to risk your lives for me, nor to plunge into danger for the sect, but simply to cultivate yourselves, enhance your strength, and elevate the reputation of the sacred sect. Ling Xiao replied calmly. Yes, master. Ling Xiao then slightly nodded and continued. You 4 shall journey to the 4 great cities of the southern region, issuing a proclamation that our sacred sect is recruiting new disciples. Should you encounter any child of fortune, feel free to bring them back. Yes, master. When shall we depart? Yi Fan inquired. We shall set off once those sects arrive. By that time, the name of the sacred sect will surely reach unprecedented heights. Utilize this time to accelerate your cultivation. During this period, you need not make appearances outside the Spirit Chi Hall. The 4 quickly entered the Spirit Chi Hall, immersing themselves in fervent cultivation. 3 days swiftly passed. Sacred Sect, Eastern Heaven Gate. The Lord of Dongxian Sect, Dong Wu Lai, along with the leaders of various major factions, gathered here, as they could not access the previous mountain gate, needing to enter through the 4 great heaven gates instead. Is this the sacred sect? Why did it not possess such a magnificent mountain gate before? The grandeur is far more terrifying than that of Ling Yun's sect. Words are futile. Now that even the holy realm resides within this mountain gate, it would be superfluous for Ling Yun's sect to attempt to dominate the holy realm. The sacred sect is no longer the same as it once was. Indeed, previously they paid no heed to the sacred sect, as it consisted of merely 2 individuals, both still in the innate realm and martial vein realm. However, in less than 3 months, everything has changed. The leader of the sacred sect has even slain a saint. What a terrifying feat. It has utterly overturned their perceptions, leaving them feeling as though it is somewhat unreal. Dong Wulai and others came to seek an audience. As they spoke, the eastern heaven gate swung open, revealing Zhu Shan, who ushered them inside. A teleportation array was in place. As the distance to the Holy Sect's main hall was considerable, upon arriving outside the hall, everyone was astounded. Was this truly the Holy Sect? Who claimed it was dilapidated? Who asserted it had fewer than 2 members? Who dared to say it could be freely bullied? To the slanderers, I curse you. We humbly pay our respects to the sect master. These individuals were not permitted entry into the main hall, remaining outside. Ling Xiao's figure materialized before them, leaving no trace in the void. Leave these matters behind. You may depart, Ling Xiao said indifferently. No one dared utter another word, for they understood the futility of comparison with him. Senior, may I inquire about my 2 children? Dong Wulai pressed, for his offspring were within the Holy Sect. The rest may leave, Zhu Shan interjected, escorting the others away, leaving only Dong Wulai. Soon after, Dong Yaoyong and the others emerged, and the 3 reunited. Yaoyong, Xingyue, are you both unharmed? Father, we are fine. The sect master has treated us well, providing ample food and drink. Dong Yaoyong replied, that is a relief. As long as you are safe, I would endure anything. At that moment, Dong Wulai turned to Ling Xiao, uttering words that left those present in utter shock. Sectmaster, I intend to disband the Eastern Xin sect. After all these years, I have had enough. I kindly ask you to spare my children from your wrath. With that, Dong Wulai bowed and departed, casting a lingering glance at his children. Cultivate diligently. It brings me great solace. Ling Xiao watched silently, without a word. A day later, the southern region was astir. The Eastern Xin sect had disbanded, and Dong Wulai along with several high-ranking officials committed suicide in atonement. Chapter 38. The Xiao Family of Flame City. The news of the dissolution of the Dongxian sect rapidly spread throughout the southern region. Countless individuals and factions expressed their astonishment and lamented the turn of events. Who could have anticipated that the foremost sect of the southern region would disband, with its upper echelons choosing to take their own lives? Faced with the wrath of the Holy Sect, they had no alternative, otherwise. Not a single ember of hope would remain. Wasn't the Holy Sect rather antiquated? How could it wield such power? Onlookers displayed expressions of ignorance. The Holy Sect was no longer the same as before. Its leader possessed unparalleled might, a transcendent genius. Could a mere Dongxian sect be extinguished with a mere flick of the wrist? Such terror. The Holy Sect was on the rise. This thought resonated in the hearts of many, as the name of the Holy Sect had now echoed throughout the southern region. Upon hearing of the Dongxian sect's downfall, other sects hastily fled, relocated, or chose self-destruction. In short, after today, no other power would remain in the southern region. The Holy Sect would stand alone. Flame City, the home of Xiao Yan, served as the entrance to the territory of the Yin clan. As an ancient lineage, the Yin clan possessed its own independent realm, and the entrance to this world lay within Flame City. After returning, Yin Ling shared his suspicions, garnering the Yin clan's utmost attention. They promptly dispatched several esteemed elders to investigate the situation and seek opportunities. Should the chance arise, they would eliminate the Xiao family. The Xiao family. Su Ruoxue's strength had now nearly matched that of her father, and as the cherished jewel of the Su family, her words were heeded without question. Upon learning of Xiao Yan's plight, they resolved to survive at all costs. Previously, Xiao Yan had pointed the way forward, bringing the Su family members to the Xiao family. And now, they had arrived. The Holy Sect's 4 disciples of Xiao Yan also set out, with their destination being none other than Flame City. Flame City, located at the foot of the sacred mountain's remnants, boasted several volcanoes, resulting in temperatures significantly higher than those of other cities, hence its name. In the main hall of the Xiao family, I sincerely apologize, esteemed head of the Xiao family. The previous inconveniences were due to my daughter's capriciousness. It is entirely my fault, Su Dingshan proclaimed. However, not a single member of the Su family knelt or displayed genuine remorse. Although Xiao Hong was unaware of the specific circumstances, he understood that it likely pertained to his son. Recently, news of the southern region's grand competition had arrived. His son had secured a spot among the top 3 and had broken through to the martial spirit realm. Xiao Yin was the pride of the Xiao family. It was Miss Su who caused such a commotion in my Xiao family, even tearing up the engagement before everyone. Xiao Hong coldly stated. He was uncertain when Xiao Yin would return, but he would bide his time, awaiting his son's arrival. Above the Xiao family, 6 formidable figures concealed themselves in the void. Hailing from the Flame clan, they refrained from immediate action, opting instead to gather intelligence. The ancient sacred sect had begun to awaken, and even as members of the Flame clan, they dared not openly confront it. In the South region's grand competition, the incident involving the sacred sect's leader slaying a saint had been silenced by the higher-ups. After all, the fall of a saint could incite widespread panic. Uncle, it is all my fault. I was young and reckless, and I am willing to restore my engagement with Xiao Yan. I implore you to grant me this request. At this moment, Su Ruoxue bowed respectfully to Xiao Hong. Head of the Xiao family, you should acquiesce. Ruoxue possesses the eternal ice physique, a powerful constitution. If she were to unite with Xiao Yan, the combination of fire and ice would complement each other splendidly. Su Dingshan interjected, expressing his willingness to sacrifice everything for his daughter. Just then, a voice echoed through the air. You wish to remarry me? Su Ruoxue, you have greatly disappointed me. Xiao Yan had returned. Hearing his voice, Xiao Hong finally breathed a sigh of relief. His son had transformed, now stronger than he himself. Similarly, the Su family members displayed expressions of dread upon hearing Xiao Yan's voice. As they beheld him, they averted their gazes. Su Ruoxue, did I not make myself clear? Did they kneel to plead with you? No. Xiao Hong shook his head, noting that they had not once mentioned the act of bowing in apology. Su Ruoxue and her companions were taken aback. Xiao Yan had not spared them. Xiao Yan, Ruoxue at least has an engagement. She is still a young woman. Can you truly bear to make her kneel? Su Dingshan spoke, his expression darkening. Xiao Yan scoffed derisively. Old fool, there's no need to feign pity. How did she humiliate me back at Dongxian sect, even attempting to kill me? I merely returned the favor in kind. Is that excessive in your eyes? When she sought to step on me before the Dongxian sect, did you ever stand up for me? Su Dingshan's countenance soured, and he fell silent. Silent now? Weren't you so eloquent before? I previously stated that if you came to bow and admit your mistakes, there might be a glimmer of hope. What is your attitude now? Has anyone bowed to apologize since arriving at my Su family? You seem to have forgotten this crucial step. Xiao Yan slowly shook his head. If that is the case, why do you even come here? I offer you one last opportunity. The entire Su family must leave Flame City. I will let bygones be bygones. However, should you disobey, I won't hesitate to ensure your complete annihilation here. At this moment, Su Dingshan glanced at Su Ruoxue, who ventured, Xiao Yan, is there truly no possibility left between us? Possibility? Huh. Su Ruoxue, you should be grateful that you are a woman and one with whom I share a past. Otherwise, you would have perished long ago. Time and patience are fleeting commodities. Should I find any member of the Su family still lingering in Yin City after the passage of an hour, I shall ensure their utter annihilation. Su Ruoxue, accompanied by Su Dingshan and others, swiftly departed from this place. Their pace was remarkable. Within less than an hour, they had exited Yin City. This enmity shall not go unavenged. Su Ruoxue gazed back at Yin City, home to the one she despised most in her lifetime. Ruoxue, what shall we do now? Su Dingshan could only look to his daughter for guidance at this juncture. Father, let us lead our kin to Ling Yun's sect. Although Ling Yun's sect may not rival the Holy Sect, it is a destination we must pursue. For it is there that we shall find the teleportation array that leads to the center of the clouds. Su Ruoxue, being remarkably astute, had already devised a future plan while at Dongxian sect. However, the unexpected turn of events in this grand competition had rendered her entire scheme to mere vapor. The Su family's abrupt exit left Yin City in a state of astonishment. Henceforth, the sole ruler of Yin City shall be the Xiao family. Father, these resources are for you. Accept them. My master has been exceedingly generous to us, yet your cultivation still requires enhancement. The Xiao family of Yin City will depend on you. Xiao Yan said with a smile, presenting a substantial amount of resources to Xiao Hong. After all, the Xiao family was not merely a handful of individuals, but a vast clan. You must refine these soul-nourishing pills to elevate your cultivation. Without sufficient prowess, one cannot instill fear in others. Indeed, my son has matured and learned to contemplate the future. Very well, father, I shall heed your counsel. Xiao Hong replied with a smile as he accepted the resources Xiao Yan had offered. At that moment, Xiao Yan turned his gaze towards the void. Come forth. Having observed for so long, I trust you have seen enough. Chapter 39. The Recruitment of New Disciples. At this moment, several formidable members of the Flame clan were taken aback, for the location where Xiao Yan was gazing was indeed their concealed refuge. The perplexing matter was that Xiao Yan's cultivation was merely at the martial spirit realm. How could he perceive the presence of these esteemed elders and grandmasters? Are you not coming out? With a snap of his fingers, the ethereal inferno appeared, igniting the void around him. At this juncture, several figures manifested before them. To think that the Xiao family has such a descendant. Quite unexpected. The foremost figure, a formidable expert at the 6th level of the esteemed realm, introduced himself as Yin Huang. You carry the aura of that individual, and my strange fire can sense your presence, Xiao Yin remarked with an air of calmness. This revelation astonished the powerful figures. This young man from the Xiao family was indeed peculiar. Typically, lower-tier martial artists would be petrified upon encountering grandmasters such as themselves. However, Xiao Yin displayed remarkable composure, devoid of even a hint of fear in his eyes. State your intentions. There is no need for further observation. My master is not present here. Xiao Yin lifted his gaze to meet Yin Huang's. Young man, are you not afraid of any harm I might bring upon you? Yin Huang inquired, testing the waters. You do not possess the courage. Xiao Yin retorted confidently. Had you the audacity, you would have acted long ago and would not be here questioning me now. Naturally, I am more inclined to trust my master. His words were meticulously crafted, leaving no room for rebuttal. Had it not been for the unexpected circumstances surrounding the Southern Domain Grand Competition, they would have already taken action. Although Yi Fan had imposed a gag order on the higher-ups of the sects, such matters could not be concealed from the Flame Clan. The Saint sect's leader had directly annihilated a saint. This level of power was not merely formidable, it undoubtedly surpassed even that of a Saint Lord. The expressions of the group turned grim, evidently struck by the accuracy of Xiao Yin's observations. Xiao Heng stood to the side, deeply concerned, yet felt somewhat reassured by the confidence radiating from his son. After all, it was his first encounter with such prominent figures, and it would be disingenuous to claim he was not anxious. So once again, I ask, what brings you here? I have other matters to attend to. Of course, you may choose to attack, but I cannot guarantee the continued existence of the Flame Clan. Xiao Yan's declaration instilled considerable trepidation within them. You dare to mention the Flame Clan? Indeed, Xiao Yan was aware, having gleaned information from Ling Xiao, and both parties shared nearly identical constitutions, exhibiting a profound affinity for flames. I am aware of the Flame Clan, and I even possess knowledge about certain matters concerning the ancestors of the Xiao family. Do not presume that we are oblivious. In the past, we might have feigned ignorance, but now, such pretense is unnecessary. Return and inform the clan leader of the Flame Clan that although my Xiao family has fallen into obscurity, we have not been exterminated. Whether there shall be war or peace lies solely within his thoughts. And be sure to convey that his thoughts could determine the fate of the Flame Clan. Do you dare to threaten us? Xiao Yan chuckled. Threaten? If you insist on perceiving it that way, so be it. However, I am more inclined towards peaceful coexistence. After all, we are, in essence, one family. Xiao Yan acquired all this knowledge from Ling Xiao, who in turn gleaned it from the memories of several saints of the Yunxiao Holy Land and hints from the system. The last Grandmaster who annihilated the Yin clan had already prompted the system to investigate. The ultimate conclusion revealed that they were originally one family, which later split into two factions due to certain conflicts. Ling Xiao then felt a sense of relief. It was no wonder that Yin Ling possessed the extreme flame ancient body, while Xiao Yin bore the endless fire god body. The group cast a profound glance at Xiao Yin, who had displayed unwavering courage throughout, even possessing more knowledge than they had anticipated. Very well, we shall return to report. What remains is not our concern, the powerful beings declared as they departed. Once they left, Xiao Heng finally regained his composure, realizing that his back was completely soaked. Son, are you not afraid they will take action? He inquired. Your lack of concern does not mean I share the same sentiment. Did you not see how wet my back is? Father, do not worry, they are not fools. In fact, I hope they do act, for if they do, they will meet their demise. My master's might is unparalleled. Xiao Yan's admiration for Ling Xiao had reached an unparalleled zenith. Seeing his son's confident smile, Xiao Heng felt a surge of inspiration. If my son is unafraid, what have I to fear? He thought. You are right. Do you have any resources left? I need to break through. It has been far too long. Xiao Yin was more than willing, presenting an abundance of resources to his father. Father, our Xiao family must establish a foothold in Yin City. Our few numbers are certainly insufficient. This is a matter for the family. As for how to proceed, I believe you possess far more experience than I. Xiao Yan's words filled Xiao Hong with immense pride. My child, you have matured, and your father can now rest easy, allowing you to venture forth on your own. What else is there to discuss upon your return? Father, we must integrate Yin City as swiftly as possible and publicly announce that my holy sect will be recruiting disciples, encouraging everyone to participate enthusiastically. Is that all? Xiao Hong had expected a greater revelation. Yet, to Xiao Yin, any task assigned by his master was of utmost priority and urgency. My master is my sole focus. My master is paramount. Leave this trivial matter to me. Under the Xiao family's guidance, Yin City quickly transformed, henceforth to be led by the Xiao clan. On this very day, the Xiao family commenced a grand campaign, announcing that the Holy Sect, where Xiao Yin resided, would be recruiting new disciples in the coming days. In an instant, a multitude flocked to the Xiao family to inquire about the situation. Xiao Yin took the lead, personally introducing the Holy Sect, and ultimately, the number of applicants from Yin City exceeded 100. In the northern region of the Sacred Mountain, the Abyss. Upon hearing the news of the Southern Domain competition, the Celestial Demon Emperor was filled with unbridled fury. Curse it! Bai Tian has outright betrayed me. Were it not for my current inability to manifest my true form, I would personally take his head. Your Majesty, calm your wrath. Bai Tian's treachery is shrouded in mystery. It is likely connected to the Holy Sect. You too shall investigate the affairs of the Sacred Sect. I require the most recent and accurate information. Yes, Your Majesty, rest assured, we shall. Humph, Bai Tian. When I emerge from my seclusion, you shall be the first I seek to eliminate. Betrayal meets with no favorable end. This statement was not solely directed at Bai Tian the Demon Saint, but served as a caution to these two Demon Saints as well, should they entertain any ulterior motives. I shall show them no mercy. In the Medicine City, Du Gu Yuqing returned, overwhelmed with myriad sentiments. She now bore a new identity, that of a disciple of the Sacred Sect, and moreover, a direct disciple of the Sect Master. She had not forgotten her mission, yet upon her arrival, she found that many began to vociferously curse her upon sight. Traitor! You have betrayed the Poison King Valley. How dare you return? Even though the Poison King Valley has withdrawn, you shall forever be a sinner of the Poison King Valley. We shall never forgive you. You are not welcome here. At this moment, Du Gu Yuqing scoffed coldly. I, Du Gu Yuqing, stand tall and proud. I ask you, when my Dantian was destroyed, did your valley's master utter a single word on my behalf? At that time, all you thought was that we were doomed. Now that I have become a disciple of the Sacred Sect, a direct disciple of the Sect Master, I did not come here to endure your scorn. Hear me well. People of Medicine City, the Sacred Sect is about to recruit new disciples. Anyone who passes the assessment may become a disciple of the Sacred Sect. If you are interested, you may register with me, and I shall lead you back to the Sacred Sect. Is it true? The Sacred Sect is recruiting new disciples? In an instant, the news spread throughout the city. The people were eager not to miss this opportunity. On a nearby path, a woman approached with an air of determination. After searching for so long, she had finally found what she was looking for. Though she felt 90% assured, it was prudent to exercise caution. Chapter 40. The Hall of Yama. In the northern Liang City, the northernmost stronghold of the southern region, only a city separates it from the central domain. Further north lies the heart of Yunzhou, a region governed by the powerful and deeply rooted Ling Yun sect. Xiao Yun arrived here to promote the Sacred Sect and recruit new disciples. The response was overwhelming, filling him with exhilaration. As long as he fulfilled his master's mission, every hardship endured would be worthwhile. Everyone, I have elaborated extensively on this matter. Join me, and once we reach the Sacred Sect, you will be eligible to enter after passing the assessment. Xiao Yun proclaimed loudly. The crowd buzzed with excitement, especially after the Sacred Sect's remarkable performance in the recent Southern Region Grand Competition. As they exited the city, a figure approached. Wang Li. Ciao, brother. Wang Li called out as he stepped forward. Oh, Wang brother, are you here to participate in the assessment as well? Xiao Yun inquired. Wang Li nodded. Indeed. The Liuli sect has been disbanded, and I am no longer bound by any sect. Rest assured, I, Wang Li, am an honorable man and shall not become a traitor. Haha, then you are most welcome. After traveling 100 miles from the city, they entered a dense forest, where Xiao Yun suddenly sensed an ominous presence. Everyone, be cautious. Something feels amiss ahead, he warned. Soon, a chilling voice echoed through the woods. Haha, The king of hell demands you die at the third watch. Who dares let you linger until the fifth? Oh, this is bad. These are assassins from the Hall of Yama. Wang Li's expression shifted, as he was well aware of their reputation near the central domain. Assassins from the Hall of Yama? Xiao Yud stepped forward, shielding the others behind him. At that moment, an unimaginable sense of death loomed over him. Without hesitation, he executed his swift movement technique, shifting like the stars. Behind him, Wang Li thrust his sword but struck nothing but air. Xiao Yud's movements were enigmatic, deftly averting the imminent peril. Is it you? Heh! What a brave soul to claim not to betray. Xiao Yud glared at Wang Li, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. From the forest emerged several shadowy figures, charging directly at Xiao Yud. Their strength was formidable, most being high-level martial spirits, accompanied by 3 martial soul experts. Looking for death, Xiao Yud swiftly shattered the talisman given by his master, unleashing a terrifying explosion that obliterated several black-clad assailants. This strike was akin to that of a high-level heavenly martial artist. It was a gift from Ling Xiao, one of 2 remaining after the grand competition. Hall of Yama. I shall settle this debt with you later. Wang Li, prepare to meet your end. Xiao Yud executed the star-shifting technique, reaching Wang Li's side in mere breaths. With a shovel in hand, he struck down fiercely. With a resounding thud, Wang Li was slain, utterly beyond resurrection. Whoa, that was close. After enduring these trials, Xiao Yud grew increasingly cautious. It is likely that the Lioli sect has expended a considerable sum to summon the Yama Hall. However, rest assured, this debt will ultimately fall upon your heads. Fear not, my friends, I shall safeguard you. In Nanjun City, Yi Fan found himself ambushed upon his departure. A formidable sense of impending doom overwhelmed him, leaving little time for contemplation as he swiftly produced a talisman. Upon shattering it, he invoked the indestructible golden body. A tremendous explosion ensued, claiming the lives of 4 cloaked assassins. Yet, 2 remained, both of whom were high-level martial spirits. If Yama decrees your demise at the third watch, who would dare allow you to linger until the fifth? Regardless of your ghastly affiliations, meet your end. With a fierce determination, Yi Fan charged forth. Although the 2 martial spirit experts were both at the 7th level, they stood no chance against Yi Fan, who was at the 6th level. In mere moments, the assassins met their grim fate. Yi Fan surveyed his surroundings, relieved. All is well, my friends. We shall soon arrive at the northern heavenly gate, where we can enter the sacred sect, he proclaimed with a smile. Behind him, over 150 individuals followed, and he held faith that some would surely endure until the end. Brother Yi Fan, we believe in you. A young girl stepped forward, her words imbued with trust. Upon seeing her, Yi Fan felt an inexplicable warmth. Everyone, stay with me. We are almost there. Outside the sacred sect's gates, no less than 300 people had gathered. Xiao Yin, Dugu Yuqing, and Yi Fan had all returned. Has the 3rd senior brother not yet arrived? Yi Fan inquired. Fear not, he will return shortly. He reassured with a grin. As if on cue, before he could finish speaking, Xiao Yud appeared, leading over 100 individuals into view. Ling Xiao's 4 direct disciples were now all present. The Grand Elder of Zhushan emerged before the crowd. Esteemed guests, I am the Grand Elder of the Sacred Sect. I will personally oversee this process. After 3 rounds of assessments, you shall gain entry as outer disciples. Zhushan declared. Grand Elder, what are the 3 assessments? Someone queried. You shall learn in due time as you undergo the challenges, he replied. Now, everyone, gather around. This is the Great Tao Chaos Bell. The first assessment will be a talent evaluation. Worry not, for the Great Tao Chaos Bell assesses only talent, not cultivation level. A collective sigh of relief swept through the crowd, as many feared their insufficient strength might disqualify them. You simply need to channel your spiritual energy. If you lack cultivation, simply attune your heart. Zhushan's voice resonated. I shall go first. Someone volunteered eagerly. However, the Great Tao Chaos Bell only resonated 3 times. Apologies, you have been eliminated. Next. What? It rang 3 times. Why am I eliminated? The young man protested, discontent swirling within him. The sect master has decreed that only those who achieve 5 rings or more may qualify as outer disciples. 6 rings grant entry to the inner sect, and 7 rings allow one to become a direct disciple of the sect master. The words of Zhushan have left many in a state of profound reflection. Numerous disciples have stepped forward to test themselves, yet to this day, none have met the criteria. Is it truly so arduous? Nevertheless, it is perhaps for the best. The greater the challenge, the more it attests to the formidable strength of the sacred sect, embracing quality over quantity. A young woman, pondering this, found herself in agreement. At that moment, a little girl approached, appearing innocent and pure, with a pair of large, endearing eyes that radiated innocence. Come on, little one, believe in yourself. Yi Fan encouraged with a smile. Yes, brother Yi Fan, I will. The little girl replied earnestly, nodding her head. She possessed no cultivation, but relied solely on her heartfelt perception. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A series of 6 resonant sounds left everyone astounded. Soon after, the 7th sound emerged, causing countless gasps of astonishment. 7 sounds. Truly, there were 7. Brother Yi Fan, this is all I can achieve. If I could cultivate, I'm certain I could produce even more. The little girl exclaimed with delight. Well done, little one. You are remarkable, and your brother believes in you. Yes, brother Yi Fan, you remind me of my brother. Just seeing you fills me with a deep sense of familiarity. Within the spirit energy hall, Ling Xiao glanced over. Little one, could you be the one who seeks not immortality, but waits for your return amidst the mortal realm? Ling Xiao felt an inexplicable surge of excitement. That individual was truly extraordinary, a remarkable talent who had dazzled an era with their unparalleled grace. Following the little girl, for others successively struck the bell 5 times or more, qualifying them as outer disciples. However, this was merely the first trial. They would still need to undergo 2 more assessments. This was the sacred sect's inaugural recruitment of disciples, and they were determined to leave nothing to chance. Soon, a woman stepped forward, taking a deep breath as she began to channel her spiritual energy. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Another 6 consecutive sounds rang out, capturing the attention of the entire assembly. Ling Xiao began to employ his divination technique, and upon observing, he was left utterly astonished. Chapter 41. The 2 Fated Children. Name: Jun Qianma. Fortune value: 9999. Physique: reincarnation of an emperor. Hongming Dao. Body cultivation: first level of martial soul realm. Sect loyalty: 70. Ling Xiao was somewhat astonished. A young girl possessed 2 remarkable identities. First, as the reincarnation of an emperor, and second, as a Hongming Dao body. The Hongming Dao body is a terrifying physique that rivals the Chaos Divine body, ranking among the top 10 super physiques, akin to the ancient sacred body. To his surprise, he encountered one today. How intriguing it was. First, a primordial Dao shaped by the Emperor's Dao fruit, and now, a reincarnated Hongming Dao body. This time it was splendid. Ling Xiao felt greatly satisfied, as this task was destined for success. Buzz, buzz. Once again, the bell resonated, 8 chimes. At that moment, everyone focused intently on the girl, who appeared to be around 15 or 16 years old, yet possessed unfathomable cultivation, having reached the martial soul realm. 8 chimes. The few direct disciples were also taken aback, for they too had achieved 8 chimes, fully aware of what it signified. Look, he hasn't given up. No, he has already conceded. It seemed the girl understood the importance of restraint. In the final moments, she withdrew her hand. Nevertheless, this still caused the chaos bell to emit a faint rumble. Such a physique is truly unparalleled and immensely formidable. Little girl, what is your name? Where do you hail from? Replying to the elder, my name is Jun Qianma, a wandering cultivator. What? A wandering cultivator? Moreover, she has elevated her cultivation to the martial soul realm. If she belonged to a sect, wouldn't her prowess be even greater? The crowd buzzed with discussion. Such an extraordinary girl was indeed rare in the world. Upon learning she was a wandering cultivator, Zhu Shan felt a surge of delight, for wandering cultivators are unencumbered by ties and thus make for the finest prospects. Very well, please rest aside for now. The subsequent youths resumed their attempts, with 2 achieving 6 chimes, displaying commendable speed. 2 hours later, fewer than 10 individuals remained. In contrast, over 20 had met the standards in the first round of assessments. Among them, Jun Qianma stood out most prominently, eliciting envy from all. At that moment, another girl stepped forward, appearing to be merely 13 or 14 years old. Buzz, 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 buzz. She produced 6 consecutive chimes, but halted thereafter. Congratulations, little girl. What is your name? Zhu Shan regarded the girl with evident satisfaction. In this recruitment of disciples, the most outstanding candidates were predominantly female, which pleasantly surprised him. Elder, I am called Xiaohua. The girl shyly replied. Xiaohua. That name is quite ordinary. Yet, how could one who elicits 6 consecutive chimes from the great Tao chaos bell be anything but extraordinary? Ling Xiao once again employed his divination technique to observe further. Name, Xiaohua, beggar, fortune value, 88 physique, Dan Dao medicine god body cultivation level, innate first stage loyalty, 95. This fortune value is akin to that of Chao Yud and Dugu Yuqing at the outset. Should it be augmented, they would soar to great heights, their future unfathomable. Among the subsequent individuals, none met the requisite standards, which is truly unfortunate. Apologies, everyone. But the upcoming assessment no longer pertains to you. We shall escort you back. The Grand Elder gazed upon the assembly. Many hung their heads in despondence. Having failed the evaluation, they faced elimination. Dong Yaoyang and Dong Xingyue were also called forth. In this round, they did not participate, as their physique sufficed. Zhushan regarded those selected in the first round with satisfaction, surprised that 28 had passed. However, the true test lay ahead. Do you see? The immortal ascension steps stand before you, not significantly influenced by your cultivation level. Those who ascend 10 levels may enter the final selection. The immortal ascension steps are a divine artifact, serving to test not only perseverance, but also character and talent, all of which will manifest during the ascent. Very well. Esteemed participants, please proceed. The 28 swiftly approached the immortal ascension steps. The initial 2 steps were relatively effortless, but from the 3rd step onward, the pressure suddenly quintupled. 2 individuals could not withstand it and were immediately cast down. You have one more opportunity. Should you fail again, you will be eliminated. The 2 attempted once more, yet soon found themselves thrust down from the 3rd level again. The 10 levels of the immortal ascension steps are not so easily conquered. Jun Xinma, Xiao Nannan, Xiaohua, and Dong Yaoyang traversed the steps most swiftly. In less than a quarter of an hour, Jun Xinma emerged first. Subsequently, others arrived at the 10th level in succession, marking their eligibility for the next round of assessment. An hour later, 19 individuals had successfully ascended the 10 levels, a reduction of 9 from the initial 28. The elimination rate remains notably high. The final assessment requires everyone to enter through the heavenly gate. At this moment, all gathered before the heavenly gate, specifically the eastern heavenly gate. Cough, cough, Grand Elder. Is this trial truly so simple? Haha, simple. If it were simple, do you think it would serve as the final trial? This assessment is precisely the most arduous. As these individuals began to step through the heavenly gate, they encountered various scenes before them. One disciple, an undercover agent sent by the Ling Sect, was promptly unmasked and subdued by Zhushan. Let go of me. I am here to enter the Holy Sect. The individual protested. No need for explanations. Your innermost thoughts are crystal clear to us. Before long, 2 more were apprehended. One had been bribed by the Holy Sect, while the other was an assassin from the Yamahal. Zhushan was unyielding, taking everything down. The other 16 individuals successfully passed this trial and approached the main hall of the sect. Before them stood Ling Xiao, the esteemed leader of the sacred sect. We pay our respects to the sect master. No need for haste. You may all enter as well. Soon, Zhushan led 3 individuals inside, followed closely by Yi Fan and the others. Summon all the powerful members of the sacred sect. Ling Xiao commanded. In no time, the 5 elders arrived. While the figures of the formidable beings from the demon court faintly manifested in the sky, though they did not reveal their true forms. These 3 harbor ill intentions. One is an infiltrator from the Ling Sect, another is a disciple of the Holy Sect, and the last is an assassin from the Yinluo Hall. Their motives are impure, and this sect condemns you to death. With a mere flick of his finger, the 3 vanished without uttering a sound. The audience was left in shock at this spectacle. Congratulations on passing the sect's trial. Jun Xinma, Xiaonuan, do you wish to take me as your master? Ling Xiao inquired of the 2. We are willing to. We pay our respects to our master. The 2 women knelt in reverence. Excellent. Dong Yaoyang, Dong Xingyue, Xiaohua, you shall be inner disciples. The rest will temporarily enter the outer sect. Ding. Congratulations, host, for recruiting the child of destiny, the Hongming Dao body, rewarding 10,000 sect points. Rewards include the exclusive technique, the Hongming Divine Formula, exclusive martial skill and divine ability, Hongming 7 styles, purple chi coming from the east, exclusive artifact, Hongming Purple Gold Gourd. Reward of divine ability replication. The host may choose any characteristic of a disciple, be it physique, technique, or divine ability, and claim it as their own. Each disciple may only have one copied. Ling Xiao felt a surge of excitement. The ability to replicate any characteristic from a disciple, whether it be physique, technique, martial skill, or divine ability, was simply extraordinary. Ding! Congratulations, host, for recruiting the child of destiny, the innate Tao fetus, rewarding 10,000 sect points. Rewards include the exclusive technique, the primordial true resolution, exclusive martial skill and divine ability. All spirits return to ruins, the Tao of nature. Exclusive artifact, map of the all spirits heavenly Tao. Reward of 10 drops of divine liquid. Indeed, these rewards are quite substantial. Very good. System, my task is complete. What about my rewards? Chapter 42. Rewards abundant. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully completing the task of recruiting 2 children of fortune and exceeding 10 disciples. The rewards include a sect value of 100,000, an outer sect Tao palace, an inner sect Tao palace, a medicinal peak for the sect, a divine artifact, the heavenly Tao list, and a trial ground known as the ascending dragon cliff. Ling Xiao surveyed these rewards with great satisfaction, recognizing that the sect had become more complete. Since you have chosen to be my disciples, I bestow upon you these gifts. He pointed a finger at Jun Qianma, transferring the Hongming divine art and martial techniques to her, leaving her utterly astonished. Master, is this a divine level? She exclaimed. A divine level technique is unparalleled. The highest level in the entire 9 heavens continent is the emperor rank, but divine level resides above that. Furthermore, this Hongming purple gold gourd is also for you. Ling Xiao produced the gourd and handed it to Jun Qianma for her to refine. A divine artifact? Thank you, master. Jun Qianma never imagined that upon arriving at the Holy Sect, she would be so fortunate. Not only had her cultivation method been completed with the Hongming divine art, but she was also granted martial techniques and a divine artifact. Indeed, my master is exceptional. At that moment, Ling Xiao noticed that Jun Qianma's loyalty had soared to 100. The other disciples gazed at this scene with immense envy. Their master was indeed generous, even bestowing divine artifacts. Next came the little girl. Ling Xiao again pointed his finger, imparting techniques and abilities to the young child. This is for you, the All Spirits Heavenly Tao map. Another divine artifact? My heavens! The other disciples stood in awe, their mouths agape, realizing the master was truly extravagant. I love it. Thank you, master. The other disciples need not feel disheartened. The Heavenly Tao list is also a divine artifact. With diligent cultivation, there will be a grand competition in 6 months, providing an opportunity for them to advance or ascend the Heavenly Tao list and receive corresponding rewards. Additionally, the trial ground will directly open to the Holy Realm, which contains numerous holy artifacts and imperial weapons. Of course, whether from the inner or outer sect, if there are disciples who meet the sect's expectations, they may be accepted as direct disciples. All facilities within the sect are open to everyone. Furthermore, Elder Zhushan will oversee the outer sect, while Zhushan will also manage the inner sect. Outer sect Tao Palace, arise. A magnificent palace materialized before everyone, followed by another, which was the inner disciples' Tao Palace. My heavens! Is this real? This is nothing short of a miracle. Heavenly Tao list, reveal yourself. Do not be stingy with the rewards. I only desire the strength of my disciples. Ling Xiao's voice resonated throughout the Holy Sect. Ascend Dragon Cliff, go forth. Soon after, another trial ground, the Ascending Dragon Cliff, emerged. At the pinnacle of the Shenglong Cliff, there lies the essence of the divine dragon's blood, the bloodline of the dragon, and other exquisite rewards such as the true dragon techniques. For Ling Xiao, however, these are of no immediate use, as his constitution is already sufficiently robust. Now, you newly initiated disciples may proceed to select your abodes. As for you few esteemed disciples, follow me. In the hall of the sect master, Ling Xiao occupied the highest seat, gazing toward the 6 esteemed disciples. Speak. Why have you drawn the ire of the Yamahal? He inquired with a calm demeanor. Master, it is not we who provoked them. Rather, someone has offered a substantial sum to have us assassinated. Yi Fan interjected at that moment. Indeed, master, as we barely left the city, Wang Li launched a surprise attack from behind. Had it not been for my swift movements, I fear I would not have made it to see you. Xiao Yud also stepped forward, his voice tinged with a hint of distress, conveying his sense of grievance and helplessness. It must be the Ling Yun sect or the Lioli sect that has engaged the Yama Hall. Xiao Yin analyzed at this juncture. Ling Xiao nodded slightly, directing his gaze toward the North Sky Gate, where two formidable auras descended. Ding! System notification. A demon saint has appeared near the North Sky Gate. Please protect the sect and complete the task. Let us set aside the matter of the Yama Hall for now. Since they have made their appearance, they are bound to strike again. For the time being, focus on your cultivation. We shall address other matters later. With that, Ling Xiao's figure vanished, only to reappear at the North Sky Gate moments later. The two great demon saints, Huntian and Tongtian, had arrived, fully aware that betrayal would lead to their consumption by the Qi Tian demon emperor. It seems the Holy Sect did not possess such grandeur before. What a magnificent gate! Even we cannot help but feel a sense of subservience before its imposing presence. Tongtian exclaimed in awe. Indeed, the Holy Sect has grown even stronger. Huntian concurred. Does this imply that the Baitian has been subdued by the Holy Sect? What of us? Just then, Ling Xiao appeared not far from the two. Gentlemen, having lurked here so stealthily, what brings you? The two demon saints trembled, caught off guard by Ling Xiao's sudden presence. May I inquire, is the Baitian demon saint within the Holy Sect? Huntian asked. Indeed, upon encountering our sect, he deemed us the most handsome under heaven and insisted on following me. Alas, sometimes great charm can be a burden. Is this truly human speech? The two demon saints felt humiliated, wishing for a crevice to hide within. I have encountered shamelessness before, but never such audacity, Tongtian remarked. Do not think to deceive me, cunning Holy Sect. Surrender the Baitian demon saint, and we shall let bygones be bygones. Ling Xiao slowly shook his head, realizing that these two demon saints were rather obtuse. Despite his clear insinuations, they remained oblivious. Enough. I have no time to waste here. Come inside. With a mere wave of his hand, the two demon saints found themselves unable to resist, their astonishment evident as they were effortlessly drawn into the North Sky Gate. Faced with Ling Xiao, they possessed no strength to oppose him, rendered utterly at his mercy. Two little demons, I shall present you with but two choices. First, to follow me into the realm of demons. Second, to meet your demise. Ahem, master. Is there truly no other alternative? None, and your time is running out. Hold on. I have but one question. If the Supreme Demon Emperor were to attack, do you possess a strategy to counter such an event? At this moment, Huitian interjected. Ling Xiao erupted into laughter, saying, Do you believe I would be afraid? I assure you, even if 10 demon emperors were to descend upon us, there would be but one outcome. What outcome? Submission or death? Huitian rolled his eyes, thinking, Is that truly an outcome? Make your stance clear. My time and patience are limited. Ling Xiao stated nonchalantly. The two great demon saints felt the overwhelming aura of death emanating from Ling Xiao. In that fleeting moment, they were enveloped by an acute sense of impending doom. This individual was immensely powerful, unprecedentedly so. Very well, we shall submit. Huitian and his brother Tongtian joined the sacred sect, becoming part of the demon realm. Yes, that is more like it. Now, go find Bitian and consume this elixir. The two demon saints transformed into human forms, swallowed the elixir, and subsequently proceeded to the demon realm. Ling Xiao then returned to the Master Hall, eager to assess his recent acquisitions. The multitude of benefits derived from the consecutive tasks and sect upgrades was astounding, with many aspects even Ling Xiao was unaware of. How could this be? He was determined to discover the true utility of these divine artifacts. System, what is the divine liquid, and what purpose does it serve? Host, as the name suggests. The divine liquid enhances one's divinity, augments comprehension, and simultaneously refines the body. The most crucial aspect, however, is that it cleanses the primordial spirit. Cleansing the primordial spirit? Ling Xiao was somewhat astonished. If that is the case, the value of the divine liquid is beyond question. It is undoubtedly of the highest caliber. Chapter 43, The Path Ahead. Ling Xiao promptly refined a drop of celestial elixir. Immediately thereafter, his cultivation broke through, soaring directly to the third layer of the Martial King realm. This was merely the initial stage of refinement, and soon he felt an unprecedented lightness and comfort within his primordial spirit. Upon reaching the Martial Soul realm, one would give rise to a primordial spirit, which would only undergo transformation into a divine soul after attaining the status of a great emperor. Upon completely refining the celestial elixir, his cultivation ascended to the 5th layer of the martial king realm. This marked the first time he had truly relied on his own efforts for cultivation since awakening the system, reaping such extraordinary benefits. He felt that a single drop was more than sufficient. In the future, should he acquire more, he would reconsider. For now, he chose to reserve the remaining elixirs for his disciples, elevating their cultivation and converting it into his own. This was the essence of a laid-back approach. After refining 1 drop, Ling Xiao distributed the remaining celestial elixir among his 6 direct disciples, as well as Dong Yaoyong, Dong Xingyue, and 9 others. Ding. Congratulations to the host's disciple for breaking through in cultivation, rewarding 50,000 sect points. Ding. Congratulations to the host's disciple for breaking through in cultivation, rewarding the host with a 2-tier increase in cultivation. Ding. Congratulations to the host's disciple, Xiao Nan Nan, for a significant enhancement in cultivation, rewarding 10,000 sect points. Ding. Rewarding the host with a 2-tier increase in cultivation. In a short span, Ling Xiao's cultivation reached the 9th layer of the martial king realm. This was the benefit of a single drop of celestial elixir. Each disciple experienced a marked enhancement in their cultivation after consuming it. For Ling Xiao, this was the most gratifying outcome. System, check the current sect points. Host, the current sect points stand at 245,000. The next upgrade requires 1 million points. It appears that a quarter of the way has been completed. All that remains is to continue enhancing the cultivation and strength of the disciples, as well as the prestige of the Holy Sect. Wait, system, regarding the previous task involving the 2 demon saints, did you neglect to distribute the rewards? Forgot. Ling Xiao found himself at a loss for words in the face of such a powerful rationale. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the achievement of protecting the sect, rewarding 50,000 sect points. Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 2 demon saints, rewarding 50,000 sect points. Rewarding the host with a treasured artifact of the demon race, the Eastern Emperor Bell. You are indeed forthright. This reward is quite to my liking. Ling Xiao felt a surge of delight as the sect points suddenly increased by 100,000, reaching 345,000. He now held the Eastern Emperor Bell, a treasured artifact of the demon race, rumored to be a chaotic treasure of the 1st-generation demon emperor, Dong Huang Tai. On this day, ominous clouds gathered above the Holy Sect as Ling Xiao's figure emerged, wearing a smile. The Bai-Long demon sovereign was on the verge of becoming a demon saint. However, in the later stages, each ascension through a major realm would necessitate enduring a heavenly tribulation. From the breakthrough to the venerable realm, to the sage, and finally the emperor. All required traversing through tribulations. A colossal shadow of a celestial wolf manifested in the sky, awakening all disciples and elders of the Holy Sect, who gazed in astonishment at the heavens. The tribulation faced by the newly ascended demon saint is indeed terrifying, with torrents of lightning descending relentlessly, soon engulfing the Azure Dragon Demon Sovereign. Fortunately, the Azure Dragon Demon Sovereign possesses formidable strength and, with the abundant resources provided by Ling Xiao, his foundation is remarkably solid. After enduring the 81 bolts of tribulation, the Azure Dragon Demon Sovereign radiates a celestial glow, with streams of sacred energy manifesting around him. Congratulations! You shall henceforth be known as the Azure Dragon Demon Saint. Ling Xiao exclaimed with a smile. We have witnessed the emergence of the Azure Dragon Demon Saint. Upon his ascension, the Azure Dragon immediately bowed to Ling Xiao. Thank you, Sect Master, for your support. Without you, there would be no Azure Dragon today. My life will forever belong to the Holy Sect, to the Demon Court. Haha, splendid. Distribute these elixirs further. Should any more powerful beings attain the rank of Demon Saint, I shall reward each with a sacred artifact, and those who ascend to the position of Holy Master shall receive an imperial weapon, Ling Xiao declared, producing 4 sacred artifacts, which he bestowed upon the 4 demon saints. Sect Master, do we also receive such gifts? The likes of Hun Tian and Tong Tian were incredulous. Having joined the Holy Sect for less than a day, they were already being presented with sacred artifacts? The distinction between a saint with a sacred artifact and one without is monumental. Indeed, I have never been stingy with the strong of our holy sect, nor with my disciples. Those who elevate from the outer sect to the inner sect shall receive heavenly-grade spirit weapons, and those advancing from inner disciples to direct disciples shall be rewarded with imperial weapons and divine arms. Ling Xiao's pronouncement filled the entire holy sect with jubilant cheers, as countless powerful individuals began to chant his name. The sect master is mighty. The holy sect is exceptional. My sect is undeniably strong. No, it is overwhelmingly powerful. Now, continue your cultivation. The disciples resumed their training, inspired by Ling Xiao's reward system, all united by a singular ambition to grow stronger. At this moment, 7 names appeared on the heavenly Dao rankings. Astonishingly, the top rank was claimed by Jun Xianma at the 3rd level of the martial soul realm. Following were Yi Fan, Xiao Yan, and Xiao Yud, each at the 2nd level, along with Du Gu Yuqing, while Dong Yaoyang and Dong Xingyue occupied the 1st level. Ling Xiao then arrived at the ascending dragon cliff, surveying the surroundings with satisfaction. He anticipated that someone would reach the summit of the cliff and claim the rewards awaiting there. Instantly, his figure vanished, reappearing beneath the Tower of Heaven. System, is there something within the Tower of Heaven? Ling Xiao inquired curiously. Indeed, host. The Tower of Heaven, also known as the Abyssal Prison Tower, holds some formidable beings within. Once you unlock it, those imprisoned will automatically become part of the Holy Sect and will obey your commands. Upon hearing this, Ling Xiao was thrilled. Excellent. The system is becoming increasingly powerful. I like this. Can I open it now? Not yet. You must possess at least the cultivation of a grandmaster. And each advancement by a major realm will allow you to unlock 1 layer, the system replied. Ling Xiao gazed into the distance, contemplating that the grandmasters corresponded to the 1st level of the Celestial Tower, which boasts a total of 9 levels. This implies that those formidable beings in the later stages possess powers that surpass even the 9 heavens continent. Indeed, as a divine artifact, it is only natural that it confines deities, requiring the host to undertake their own examination. After absorbing this knowledge, Ling Xiao began to contemplate the 1st level. As he was on the verge of breaking through to the Grandmaster realm, he subsequently departed from that place, only to reappear at the volcanic crater near the Eastern Heaven Gate. Immortal Divine Phoenix Egg, I hope you can hatch swiftly here. Ling Xiao settled into this location. Although the concentration of spiritual energy could not compare to that within the sacred sect, it was still quite adequate. Furthermore, as a chaos divine body, he could absorb any form of spiritual power. The Immortal Divine Phoenix gleefully absorbed the fire energy, while Ling Xiao commenced his study of another divine technique. System, is there no limitation on my replication of divine techniques? Can I comprehend all the skills of the 6 direct disciples right away? Ling Xiao inquired. Negative. The replication technique does not allow for simultaneous comprehension of all 6. It requires a sequential approach. For instance, once the host masters a skill from the 1st disciple, the system will automatically begin to replicate the skill of the 2nd disciple, provided the host maintains a connection of intent. System, could you offer a recommendation? Surely you know which skills would be most beneficial to me. Ling Xiao mused, taking advantage of the system's assistance. Why exert himself to think when he had the system at his disposal? That would be akin to taking the easy path. The primary consideration is the direction the host wishes to pursue. Upon reaching the sage realm, one will engage with the laws and comprehend domains, which ultimately determine future achievements. By the way, system, since you mentioned this, what are the most powerful domains? Do I have a chance to attain them? Ling Xiao continued his inquiry. There are myriad paths, and the domains exceed 3,000, as they can overlap. The more domains one possesses, the greater the power, the higher the rank of the domain, the more formidable its strength. The system outlined 2 paths. One is to acquire as many domains as possible, while the other is to prioritize the higher-ranked laws. Now, system, it's your time to shine. Please enlighten me on the highest-ranking laws so that I can plan ahead and not fall behind in the future. The top 10 laws are as follows: destiny, life and death, yin and yang, cause and effect, reincarnation, chaos, thunder, devouring, slaughter, and time and space. Of course, many laws can interweave and merge, such as the sword path, which encompasses destruction, slaughter, life and death, and cause and effect, among others. Chapter 44. The egg of the immortal divine phoenix has hatched. This signifies that I am now cultivating the path of chaos. Ling Xiao did not forget that he is a chaotic divine body, making the path of chaos the natural choice. Indeed, the path of chaos is capable of merging all things. When all returns to the void, it ultimately converges into chaos, which can be regarded as the overarching principle of all great paths. Ling Xiao now comprehended that these were all aspects he needed to cultivate. His 6 disciples each possessed their own unique qualities. The eldest disciple, Yi Fan, boasted an unparalleled physical form, endowed with 2 ancient sacred bodies, which would undoubtedly lead him to greater achievements compared to other ancient sacred bodies. As for Xiaoyan, he is a born fire sovereign, wielding all flames as if they were mere extensions of his will. However, for Ling Xiao, this did not provide significant assistance, as his primary path was not aligned with the fire element. The 3rd disciple, Chao Yud, was remarkable in his agility. Despite his portly stature, his nimble movements were unaffected. Yet, Ling Xiao already possessed such skills and found no need for enhanced agility. The 4th disciple's curse and disaster techniques had some redeeming qualities, yet they did not greatly aid in Ling Xiao's future cultivation. Jun Xianma was different. Not only was he a reincarnated emperor, but he also possessed the primordial Tao body. For a martial artist, cultivation is fundamentally about essence, energy, and spirit. The chaotic divine body can merge with all things and all spirits, representing the cultivation of energy, while the ancient sacred body pertains to physical essence. The primordial Tao body, being the strongest soul constitution, when combined with the other 2, would elevate my essence, energy, and spirit to unprecedented heights. The original true resolution from Shaonan would also provide immense assistance, and the remaining skill would be the 9 turns reincarnation seal. Ling Xiao swiftly organized the skills he needed to replicate. System, I have made my choice. I shall first begin to comprehend the ancient sacred body. The ancient sacred body is now integrating. A golden radiance began to emanate from Ling Xiao, enveloping him in an ancient bronze aura. After 3 days, the ancient sacred body was complete. Now to replicate the primordial Tao body. The primordial Tao body is currently integrating. Another 3 days passed, and Ling Xiao successfully merged the 2 supreme constitutions, reaching an unprecedented pinnacle of physical prowess. At this moment, his constitution was undoubtedly the greatest in the world. System, integrate the 9 turns reincarnation seal. A quarter of an hour later, Ling Xiao mastered the 9 turns reincarnation seal, only then realizing the terrifying potential of this set of seals. 9 lives, returning to 1. Once the 9 lives are fused, a direct metamorphosis occurs, surpassing countless strong beings. System, integrate the original true resolution. As a top-tier technique, the original true resolution encompasses all, complementing the chaotic divine art splendidly. At this moment, he felt an affinity with everything around him. Irrespective of the laws or great paths, he could effortlessly comprehend them. The remaining 2 disciples' mystical skills would not be replicated for now, as he felt sufficiently powerful. Just then, the system's voice echoed once more. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The disciple's cultivation has significantly advanced, earning a reward of 100,000 sect points. The host's cultivation has been elevated by 2 tiers. Additionally, the host receives 100 drops of celestial essence. Ling Xiao's cultivation began to break through instantaneously, soon reaching the 4th level of martial sovereign. System, why are there so many sect points? Ling Xiao inquired, astonished. Previously, when several disciples broke through, they received only 10,000 sect points. Yet this time it soared to 100,000. Host, in recent days, several individuals have made remarkable advancements in their cultivation. Furthermore, several elders have ascended to the martial king realm, resulting in the accumulation of 100,000 sect points. The system elucidated. Upon understanding, Ling Xiao realized that the next sect upgrade was drawing near. With the celestial essence, he could indeed share some with others. Ling Xiao glanced at the undying divine phoenix egg, which continued to absorb energy. To his astonishment, when he collected the celestial essence, he discovered that the egg had devoured it entirely. No way, 100 drops of celestial essence just vanished? Ling Xiao felt a pang of regret. However, before he could fully process this, the undying divine phoenix egg seemed to have absorbed enough energy, and numerous cracks began to form around it. The undying divine phoenix was about to emerge. With a crack, a small beak broke through the shell, and soon the little beak began to gnaw at the shell, revealing a featherless chick. Ling Xiao was momentarily dumbfounded. This bald creature, you tell me, is the undying divine phoenix? Daddy, a tender voice emerged. The very sound of the little phoenix. Stop. I am not your daddy. You're the first thing I saw. You must be my daddy. I am not. Mommy. Then I shall call you Mommy. Please, my little ancestor, just call me Daddy. Ling Xiao's face darkened. What species is this? It could speak right after birth. Moreover, he was astonished to discover that this chick-like little phoenix possessed the strength of a martial king. What the hell? You just hatched, and you already have such power? Woo. Why are you crying? I'm too poor. It has been so hard for me. If only I had enough energy, I wouldn't be underdeveloped. According to my memories, I should have reached the emperor level upon birth. Ling Xiao was left speechless. Born as an emperor? Even if you were the undying divine phoenix. Isn't that a bit exaggerated? Just tell me, what can help you? Ling Xiao was intrigued. He had ample resources. Surely he could feed this little chick. He presented a portion of the resources he had obtained from the founding patriarch of the Holy Sect, only for the little phoenix to glance at it and turn its head away. These are trash, akin to feces. I won't eat that. Ling Xiao nearly lost his temper at this little creature. Those were premium spirit stones, and it had the audacity to call them excrement? At last, he once again produced some exquisite elixirs, yet the little one consumed only a portion before expressing disdain and refusing to continue. Father, I desire divine pills and supreme spirit stones. Go away. Do not bother me. I wish for solitude. Solitude? Is that my mother? Ling Xiao felt a headache coming on. The words of this little creature were simply astounding. Not your mother. Well, since you have come into this world, you must have a name. You are my daughter. Ling Xiao, how about we call you Ling Xiaoji? Tears welled in the corners of the little phoenix's eyes. Truly, it was a sight that tugged at one's heartstrings. Ahem. All right, I was merely teasing you. How about we name you Ling Huang? Ling Xiao chuckled. Yes, yes. From now on, I shall be called Ling Huang. Let us return home. No, father, I shall not leave. There are delicious beans down here. Ling Xiao was taken aback. Beans. Without hesitation, he took the little one into the volcanic crater, and before long, they arrived at the place where Xiao Yin and the others had contended for the nether fire. Father, it is just below, not far. I can sense many beans. I truly wish to eat. Upon hearing the little one's words, Ling Xiao understood that there were treasures beneath, but the previous individuals were too weak to sense them. Soon, Ling Xiao navigated through layers of magma, reaching the heart of the earth. Before him lay a multitude of glimmering red crystals, the fire essence. Without a moment's pause, Ling Xiao gathered all the fire essence in the vicinity, bringing immense joy to the little one. Clutching the fire essence, the little one began to nibble on it with great delight. Ling Xiao retained a few pieces of fire essence, intending to leave them for Xiao Yin, as they would surely aid in his cultivation. After thoroughly scouring the area, Ling Xiao then led the little one back to the Master's Hall. Chapter 45. The System Task Returns. In the Master Hall, Ling Xiao has returned, leaving 3 pieces of fire essence with Xiao Yin. With the fire essence in hand, his cultivation has once again made a breakthrough, ascending to the 3rd realm of the martial soul stage. The martial soul stage comprises only 3 realms, each corresponding to the 3 souls of the human body, while the martial spirit stage consists of 7 realms, corresponding to the 7 spirits. After reaching the 3rd realm of the martial soul stage, one ascends to the celestial martial realm. Ding! Congratulations to the disciple for the breakthrough. A reward of 10,000 sect points has been granted. Additionally, 100 drops of divine essence have been awarded. At this moment, Ling Xiao does not hasten to retrieve the divine essence, choosing instead to store it within the system space, for he knows the little one would snatch it away. He then turns his gaze toward the outer disciples, noting that all 13 have elevated their cultivation to the martial vein stage. Although they pale in comparison to the direct disciples, it is still commendable. Ling Xiao distributes 13 drops of divine essence to these disciples, who, upon receiving it, are filled with immense joy, their cultivation skyrocketing as a result. Thank you, Master. The library pavilion holds a wealth of martial arts and techniques. You may freely explore and cultivate. Almost all facilities will be accessible to you, so make the most of your training. Is it really the Master? The Master is personally communicating with us. The 13 disciples are now filled with uncontainable excitement. Ling Xiao then shifts his attention to the 3 inner disciples. In truth, they are all fully qualified to become his direct disciples, yet he does not rush the decision. Dong Yaoyang and Dong Xingyue may harbor some reservations due to matters concerning the Dongxian sect, and their loyalty currently stands at only 90. He will not accept them as direct disciples until their loyalty reaches 100. Dong Yaoyang possesses the 9-sun divine body, and Dong Xingyue has the stellar sacred body, both of which rank among the top 20 physiques. If they are granted fortune points, their future achievements may well rival those of the established direct disciples. As for Xiaohua, with her alchemical divine body, a physique almost exclusively suited for alchemy, there are currently no grandmasters in the sacred sect capable of refining elixirs. Thus, she must temporarily remain within the inner sect. You three possess the greatest opportunity to advance to direct disciples compared to your peers. The library pavilion contains the most superior techniques, martial arts, and divine abilities. Choose those that best suit you, but remember not to be overly greedy. Our sect eagerly anticipates the moment you become direct disciples. At that time, divine artifacts, abilities, and techniques will be at your disposal. The three inner disciples are now exceedingly thrilled. Ling Xiao can sense that Xiaohua's loyalty has increased to 100, while Dong Yaoyang and the others have reached 95. Xiaohua, to the Master Hall. Xiaohua is somewhat taken aback. Why has the Master called for her alone? Go, your opportunity has arrived. Dong Yaoyang remarks. Before long, in the Master Hall, Xiaohua arrives. Previously, Ling Xiao had used the Qi observation technique to assess this girl, confirming that there are no issues with her identity. Xiaohua pays her respects to the Master. Within the sacred sect, aside from Ling Xiao's direct disciples, all others must address him as Master. This is the status of a personal disciple, elevated above other disciples and elders. Rise, do you wish to become the 7th personal disciple of our sect? Ling Xiao's words left Xiaohua momentarily stunned. A personal disciple, just like that? I am willing. I pay my respects to the Master. Very well. Since you have become a personal disciple of our sect, your name shall also be changed. Do you have a name you prefer? None. I humbly request the Master to bestow a name. After contemplating for a moment, Ling Xiao offered several options. You are the embodiment of the Pill Dao, flawless and perfect. What do you think of the name Hua Wu Kei? If you do not favor it, you may also be called Hua Yao Shun or Ling Hua. Master, I adore the name Ling Hua. Xiaohua proclaimed. Excellent. From this moment forth, you shall be known as Ling Hua, the 7th personal disciple of our sect. Ling Xiao's words resonated throughout the entire sacred sect. Wow, Xiaohua. Ling Hua has become our 7th junior sister. Let us call her Xiaoqi. In the hall of the sect leader, a notification chimed. Congratulations to the host for recruiting the Child of Destiny, the Pill Dao embodiment, rewarding the sect with 10,000 points. Reward, Divine Level Technique, Shinnong's Pharmaceutical Cannon. Reward, Exclusive Artifact, Shinnong's Cauldron. Reward, Experience and Insights at the level of a Pill God. Reward, Exclusive Martial Skill, Turning Beings into Soldiers with Spiritual Elixirs. Reward, Sacred Level Alchemy. The first few rewards were for Ling Hua, while the last reward was for Ling Xiao. Ling Hua, having become a personal disciple of our sect, shall not be without rewards, including techniques, artifacts, and martial skills. Ling Hua bowed again, expressing gratitude. Thank you, Master, for your generous gifts. Now, you may go and cultivate. Ling Hua promptly went to train. But Ling Xiao was not yet finished. He summoned the 5 elders. We have met the sect leader. This is the heavenly divine liquid. Each of you shall receive a drop, which will greatly aid you. Ling Xiao distributed a drop to each of them. Though the 5 were unaware of its nature, they observed the others ascend several realms, affirming its value. Thank you, sect leader. Do you feel overwhelmed? What I mean is, the number of elders is currently a bit low, and I intend to recruit some elder-level figures from outside. I would like to hear your opinions. Ling Xiao stated. The 5, being the first batch of elders, were acutely aware that Zhu Shan had previously held the title of Grand Elder, and his status had significantly decreased. However, they were well aware of their own limitations. Their strength was insufficient to shoulder the vast responsibilities of the sacred sect. Sect leader, we support you. In truth, our current standing is thanks to you. We are willing to do whatever you ask. Rest assured, our sect is not one to abandon those who have served diligently. You remain external elders, and specifically, external elders with authority. This will never change. Thank you, sect leader. Certainly, with your current lineage and my resources, Should your future cultivation keep pace, our sect will prioritize selecting higher echelons from among you. Ling Xiao has shown utmost benevolence. What more can they say? Each individual is profoundly grateful. After the five departed, Ling Xiao looked around. The southern domain is merely a trifling territory. To establish a foothold in the Jiuxiao continent appears to be woefully insufficient. Moreover, with the Yunxiao Holy Land and the Yanluo Hall, should you behave, our sect will not hastily take you down. However, should you defy us, do not blame us for eradicating you entirely. Ding. A system task has commenced. The task hall has been unlocked. Direct disciples are required to undertake random missions within the task hall. Note that this mission must be accomplished. Failure to do so will result in the system erasing the direct disciple. Goodness, how ruthless. The task hall was established when the sect upgraded, yet it remained dormant until now. Who could have anticipated the arrival of system tasks? Perhaps it is for the best, preventing idleness during this period and allowing them to venture forth and explore. Shortly thereafter, in the hall of the sect leader, 7 direct disciples gathered. Notably, aside from Ling Hua and Xiao Wan, the others all possessed martial souls. The task hall is now open. You are to select a task within, which must be completed. Should you fail, your lives will be at stake, and our sect cannot protect you. Conversely, successfully completing the task will yield significant enhancements for you. Crisis and opportunity coexist. You should understand that these resources are sufficient to navigate numerous perils. The talismans have been empowered to deliver the strongest strikes below the level of a revered one. And you, do not forget the Tai Su Thunder Sword technique and the Emperor's projection. These supreme skills and abilities must be utilized. Each disciple holds a spatial ring. Their expressions earnest. Rest assured, Master, we will certainly complete the tasks. Very well, off you go. By the way, should any of you encounter top-tier prodigies while out, you may recommend them to the sect, which will soon be recruiting elder-level figures. Keep an eye out. That is all. You may disperse. Chapter 46. The Sect Missions. Each with its own merits. In the mission hall, the 7 direct disciples have gathered. The primary purpose of this session is indeed focused on them. Senior brother, please go ahead. We are eager to learn about your mission, Xiao Yin remarked, prompting the others to echo his sentiment. After all, as the senior brother, he must take the lead in facing any challenges. Yi Fan chuckled helplessly before adding, I understand what you all are saying, but there is no one here. How are we to receive our tasks? His observation was astute. Since the inception of this mission hall, no one had been stationed to guide them, leaving them uncertain about how to claim their assignments. Returning now would surely result in a scolding from their master. Just then, a multitude of luminous orbs appeared within the hall, piquing the curiosity of the 7. Soon, one of these orbs hovered above Yi Fan's head, allowing him to discern his task clearly. In no time, the other 6 experienced the same phenomenon, each receiving their respective missions. I can't shake the feeling that the tasks are selecting us, rather than us choosing them. They exchanged glances, each contemplating their assignments. Senior brother, please share your task with us. Many were eager to discover the nature of the senior brother's mission. After surveying the group, Yi Fan replied, my task is relatively straightforward. I merely need to challenge the top talents of the various sects in Yunzhou. 10 will suffice. Upon hearing this, the others felt it was rather too simple. Given their current prowess, fulfilling such a challenge would not pose much difficulty. Each of them was on the brink of advancing to the Tianwu realm, possessing formidable strength, making this task appear quite manageable. It seems simple, yet it is fraught with peril. Remember, none of us have protection this time. We must embark on this journey alone to complete our missions. Yi Fan's words plunged the group into contemplation. Indeed, without the safeguarding presence of other powerful figures, should those elite sects take offense and decide to eliminate them, no one would come to their aid. Trust in ourselves. Our strength is sufficient. Quickly, their gazes turned to Xiao Yin, the 2nd disciple, whose task was likely to be significant as well. My mission is relatively simple too. There's a flame mountain in Yunzhou. My task is to journey there, seek out the strange fire, and refine it. Xiao Yin chuckled. The others exchanged glances, somewhat speechless, for while the notion of was daunting to most, the 2nd disciple treated it as a treasure. I'm undertaking this mission with Miss Dugong, so at least I have a companion. Xiao Yu chimed in. At this point, Dugong Yuqing added, our task entails locating individuals from the Yama Hall and eliminating over 20 of them. The Hall of Yama has now been recognized as one of the paramount forces in Yunzhou, a power so formidable that even the reigning hegemon, the Ling Yun sect, dares not provoke it lightly. Rumor has it that the Hall of Yama is supported by an unparalleled transcendent force in the realm of Yunxiao, a colossal entity of immense influence. Yunzhou is merely one of its branches. Nevertheless, it remains beyond their current capacity to contend with. At this moment, Jun Xianma turned to the assembly and inquired, "Have you heard of the Yunxiao celestial rankings? Her mission is to enter the top 5 of the celestial rankings." "What? The top 5? Ahem, I am somewhat acquainted with that." Duke Wuqing gazed at Jun Xianma with a hint of sympathy. "How so?" "The Yunxiao celestial rankings serve as a record of the most distinguished prodigies in Yunxiao, divided into 2 categories. The celestial list corresponds to the celestial martial realm, while the earth list pertains to the martial soul realm. Your task is to achieve a position within the top 5 of the celestial list. To be frank, without advanced cultivation in the celestial martial realm, it is virtually impossible to succeed." Duke Wuqing elucidated. Jun Xianma, however, displayed little reaction, merely nodding slightly. "It's manageable. Not too difficult." Her prowess and talent are indeed formidable. As a reincarnated sovereign, coupled with the primordial Tao body, such qualifications would even evoke a tinge of envy in Ling Xiao. Little Nuan then emerged, exclaiming, "Hee, I can complete my mission without leaving the sect. Where is the hero's tomb? My task is to go there and receive a legacy." The others felt a pang of unfairness. Why does little Nuan not need to venture beyond the sect to fulfill her mission while they face various unknown dangers, their very lives at stake? Comparing oneself to others can be infuriating. All eyes turn to the youngest disciple, Shaoqi. "My task is relatively simpler. I must challenge the renowned alchemists of Yunxiao and subsequently enter the Yunxiao Alchemist Guild to compete." Ling Hua expressed little concern. "Indeed, for you, it poses no challenge. I have some insights to share." Jun Xianma began to impart her past experiences and knowledge to Ling Hua. They were well aware that Shaoqi was a naturally gifted alchemist, possessing the alchemical deity physique, a constitution coveted by all alchemists. Yi Fan surveyed the group and declared, "Dear fellow disciples, although the road ahead may be fraught with obstacles, it presents an exceptional opportunity for us to make our names known. We must ensure that the prestige of our sacred sect remains untarnished. This time out, we will make certain that everyone knows of our sacred sect. Rest assured, senior brother, we have committed our master's instructions to heart." The 6 soon arrived at the eastern heavenly gate and parted ways. As they vanished from sight, Ling Xiao withdrew his gaze, acknowledging that even he could not intervene lightly in this mission, nor could he dispatch experts to assist covertly. If they endure this trial, thereafter, no one shall impede their progress. The eagle must ultimately soar in the skies. Ling Xiao swiftly approached little Nuan, who immediately bowed upon seeing her master. Little Nuan pays her respects to master. "Little Nuan, do you not have a name?" Ling Xiao inquired. The young girl gazed at her master with a hint of bewilderment, then shook her head, expressing her uncertainty. Since the dawn of her memories, she had been addressed as little girl, and she was unaware if she possessed a name of her own. Ling Xiao nodded slightly and smiled, proposing, "How about this? From now on, you shall be called Ling Xian, your grand name, while we shall continue to refer to you as little girl in our daily interactions. What do you think?" Upon hearing this, the young girl immediately bowed in gratitude, exclaiming, "Thank you, master, for bestowing me with a name. Ling Xian shall be etched in my heart." "Very well, let us proceed to the hero's tomb together. Your task may appear simple, yet it is fraught with peril. I shall watch over you, but ultimately, you must rely on yourself." With that, the 2 arrived at the hero's tomb, a resting place for the most formidable beings of the Holy Sect's past. Those of legendary stature such as the great accomplished sacred body, the celestial thief body, and the heavenly ebon poison body could all be found here. During the zenith of its power, the Immortal Holy Sect encompassed nearly all the top-tier experts across the 9 heavens continent, which contributed to its profound legacy. Upon reaching the hero's tomb, the young girl felt an overwhelming sense of insignificance, yet a mysterious force seemed to draw her closer. This sensation appeared to emanate from the depths of her heart, guiding her until she stood before a towering mausoleum. There, inscribed in ancient runes, were the words, "Tomb of the Eternal Emperor." The Eternal Emperor was a supreme being from the ancient era of the Holy Sect, possessing an invincible physique known as the innate sacred body Tao embryo. Chapter 47. The Temple of the Burning Lamp, Hu Meinyang. Each individual destined to become an emperor possesses unparalleled talent, a legacy of greatness throughout the ages. In recent times, the number of mighty emperors has dwindled, with each one capable of shaking the very foundations of history. The young girl approached the tomb of the eternal emperor with deep reverence, bowing respectfully. After her salute, a sense of confusion washed over her. How was she to receive the inheritance? Although the formidable presence before her was indeed the one she sought, the key lay in how to gain access. At this moment, Ling Xiao reminded the young girl, who soon discovered a mechanism nearby, causing the tomb chamber to open. She stepped inside, while Ling Xiao returned to the spirit hall, knowing that everything now depended on her. Should she successfully inherit the legacy, boundless benefits would follow. If she failed to endure it, she could only attribute her misfortune to herself. For every disciple, Ling Xiao provided ample resources, particularly after his own breakthrough to the Master Realm, significantly enhancing the power of his talismans, which in turn greatly benefited them. The young girl entered in a daze, navigating the twisting passages, only to find herself feeling increasingly disoriented. Before her loomed a colossal coffin. The overwhelming pressure emanating from it presented a formidable challenge she must overcome. "Elder, where are you? How can I find you?" she called out. After an extended silence, only her echo and the oppressive force responded. No one answered her. Eventually, the young girl succumbed to slumber. In the depths of her dreams, she heard a voice laden with regret. "Alas, the supreme Tao fruit. And yet you fall asleep at the slightest provocation? I am truly defeated by your innocence. No, it is the lack of footwear that has vanquished me." It was evident that this entity sensed her bare feet as she entered. What more could be said? Even in her dreams, she was destined to accept this inheritance. Along with the emperor's invincible constitution, a mysterious force enveloped the young girl's body, and she vanished without a trace. The southern region is but a remote corner of Yunzhou, the most barren and backward area within the province. To those in Yunzhou, it is a wasteland, a forsaken place. Days later, in the western domain of Yunzhou, Xiao Yan arrived at an ancient temple, its name inscribed as the Temple of the Burning Lamp. After traveling for over 10 days, Xiao Yan had reached the pinnacle of the martial soul realm, just a step away from the celestial martial realm. He was reluctant to hastily break through. He wished to accumulate strength before transcending upon acquiring the strange fire. Before he could enter the temple, a terrifying voice echoed forth. "You demon, you have ensnared my disciple, inciting chaos and wrongdoing. Today marks your demise." Inside the Temple of the Burning Lamp, the radiance of the Buddha illuminated the surroundings. "No, please, Master, do not harm her," a young monk urgently interjected, rushing to stand before the fox demon. Just then, Xiao Yan stepped inside, witnessing an old monk poised to strike down the fox demon. Upon seeing Xiao Yan's arrival, the old monk retracted his Buddhist powers, uttering, "Umatba, who is this benefactor?" Several individuals turned their gaze toward Xiao Yan, who promptly bowed and introduced himself. "Esteemed guests, I am Xiao Yan, hailing from the Holy Sect." Upon hearing the mention of the Holy Sect, the old monk visibly trembled slightly before regaining his composure. "You should be grateful to this young benefactor. Were it not for him, you would have met your doom." The old monk directed his gaze towards the fox demon. The fox demon, too, recognized that it was Xiao Yan's intervention that had spared her from peril. She approached Xiao Yan and respectfully bowed. "Esteemed benefactor, I am Hu Meinyang, and I thank you for your kindness." Xiao Yan regarded the elderly monk with a look of confusion, wondering what this meant. "I pay my respects to the benefactor." The young monk also approached Xiao Yan and bowed to him. "What is the meaning of this?" Xiao Yan inquired. The young monk explained, "Benefactor, you may not be aware, but our master once stated that if someone were to enter the Lantern Temple before Meinyang's execution, that person would be our benefactor, the destined one we await." Xiao Yan, even more perplexed, replied, "I am a martial cultivator, not a Buddhist practitioner. What does this have to do with me?" "No, you misunderstand. I am merely passing through. My destination lies in the Flame Mountain." Xiao Yan firmly rejected their claims. "Indeed, the Flame Mountain aligns perfectly. You are the destined one we have awaited." The old monk chuckled, his demeanor markedly different from before, radiating warmth. "Hold on, I have no idea what you are talking about." Xiao Yan interjected hastily. "The Buddha states that you are fated to us. No, I do not know you, nor do I have any fate with you. Xiaoyan adamantly refused the notion of becoming a monk. My senses are not yet purified, and I have someone I cherish. You must be mistaken, young benefactor. Please remain calm. Allow this old monk to elaborate. Xiaoyan hesitated, ready to turn and flee if the explanation did not come swiftly. This matter is rather lengthy. If it is lengthy, then do not speak of it. Be more straightforward. The two monks exchanged glances, feeling as if they had swallowed a fly. However, this was their destined one, and they could not afford to offend him. Mainyang, it is now your turn. Although the old monk had spent centuries mastering Buddhist teachings, he understood the ways of nature and the importance of adapting. Your forthcoming fate depends on how you seize it. At that moment, Hu Mainyang knelt before Xiaoyan, pleading, Esteemed benefactor, I implore you to save me and my mother. Xiaoyan felt a sense of helplessness. This is daunting. My strength is limited. How can I possibly save you? What is the situation with your mother? The young monk was tempted to remark, You forbade us from speaking, yet now you inquire? Esteemed benefactor, it is as follows. Please lend your strength to help me break free from my shackles and fully transform into a human. Even if there are only a handful of us, I shall have no regrets. Hu Mainyang knelt before Xiaoyan, revealing her plight. This time, Xiaoyan understood clearly. The woman before him was, in truth, a hybrid of human and demon. I beseech you, esteemed benefactor, save Mainyang. Hui Ling expressed her heartfelt gratitude. Cough. After all this discussion, how am I to take action? Sighed Xiaoyan, feeling a twinge of regret. This master's prowess far surpasses my own. I fear I may be powerless. The old monk spoke. You, old monk, possess such profound cultivation that you cannot accomplish this. How could I? The venerable monk continued, Benefactor, I have discerned through my keen insight that you are the endless fire divine body, and you have merged with exotic flames. Furthermore, it appears you possess two divine abilities that are related to the Buddha. Xiaoyan then realized, having previously been bewildered as to why his unique divine abilities were named Buddha's Wrath Fire Lotus and Buddha's Wrath Reincarnation. It seems he indeed has a connection to the Buddha. Seeing the look of enlightenment on Xiaoyan's face, the others were filled with joy. If my divine abilities can assist you, I am more than willing, Xiaoyan declared, expressing his desire to aid others. Mainyang, after this, you shall become an ordinary mortal. Do you still wish to proceed? The old monk inquired, turning his gaze towards Hu Mainyang. The young monk Hui Ling took Hu Mainyang's hand, reassuring her, Fear not, I shall never betray you in this lifetime. I am willing, even if my life spans less than a century. Hu Mainyang responded resolutely. Very well, we invite you to assist us. Shortly, I shall perform a rite. You need only provide these two divine abilities when we require them, the old monk instructed. Cough. Do you not wish to see my two divine abilities? Are you so trusting of me? Xiaoyan asked, somewhat taken aback. We trust you, for you are our destined companion. Chapter 48. The bloodline of the nine-tailed celestial fox. As others have spoken, Xiaoyan had no choice but to acquiesce. The old monk summoned Hu Mainyang to the rear courtyard, where a natural formation enveloped the entire burning lamp temple. Here, Hui Ling, the old monk declared, I must inform you that once she transforms into a human, you shall be severed from the Buddha. Are you certain you wish to relinquish your connection to the Buddha's wisdom? Once the two become one, your enlightenment will be shattered, leading to the demise of your future. I have no regrets, Hui Ling replied resolutely. I have always been an ordinary person. Had I not encountered my master, I likely would have perished long ago. Furthermore, throughout these years, I have never aspired to cultivate Buddhism. In all of Yinzhou, and indeed the entire Yinxiao, only our western region boasts such a temple. Master, my heart yearns more for martial arts. I would rather forego the teachings of the Buddha. Upon hearing this, the old monk burst into hearty laughter. Ah, splendid. Since that is your true desire, I shall honor your heart. However, you must bear the consequences of all that follows. Yes, master, I understand. The old monk then began to cast his spell. A brilliant light of Buddha irradiated forth, followed by a series of profound and mysterious beams appearing in the area. Xiaoyan and the young monk were left utterly astonished. Is this Taoist magic? Can the old monk also wield such powers? To deny their astonishment would be disingenuous. Xiaoyan never anticipated that a seemingly benevolent old monk was, in fact, a practitioner of the Tao. Do not be overly surprised, the old monk chuckled. I was originally a practitioner of the Tao, yet by mere chance sought to comprehend the teachings of Buddhism, leading me to the Buddhist path for several centuries. Now, having discovered what I truly seek, I cast aside the teachings of the Buddha. In that moment, the old monk exuded a sense of carefree abandon, a spirit far removed from that of a traditional monk. He resembled a wandering Taoist instead. Cough, cough, master, since you are also a practitioner of the Tao, why do you compel me to cultivate Buddhism? Hui Ling's eyes brimmed with complaint. The old monk's face flushed with embarrassment. Were it not for your connection to the Buddha's wisdom, I would never have taken you as my disciple. Regaining his composure, the old monk entered the final stage of his incantation. Xiaoyan, unleashed the Buddha's wrath of the lotus. Without hesitation, Xiaoyan activated the spell, and he beheld the divine power descend upon Hu Meinyang, enveloping her from head to toe. She emitted a heart-wrenching cry, yet she neither resisted nor surrendered. Persisting with unwavering determination, the flame seared Hu Meinyang, causing her body to tremble violently. Hui Ling, standing anxiously nearby, feared that Hu Meinyang would not endure. Should she falter, the flames would consume her entirely. At that moment, a terrifying red light erupted from within Hu Meinyang, manifesting as a colossal nine-tailed celestial fox. The bloodline of the nine-tailed celestial fox? Xiaoyan gasped in astonishment, for such bloodlines belong to the most exalted of divine beasts. The might of the nine-tailed celestial fox was unparalleled. No other flame could hope to burn it. Ultimately, this bloodline fused completely with Hu Meinyang, rendering her immensely resilient. With a resounding thud, the old monk was propelled backwards, blood spilling from his lips. He had been rebuffed by the backlash. Not only that, but a terrifying force had uprooted the entire Lantern Temple, reducing it to mere ruins. Meanwhile, Hu Meinyang was not in a much better state, having collapsed. Utterly drained of strength, her entire being rendered feeble. Xiaoyan, utilizing the Buddha's Wrath Lotus, had directly activated her nine-tailed fox bloodline, which not only remained intact, but melded with exquisite perfection. It was fate. Indeed, it was destiny. The old monk sighed ruefully at this moment. Hui Ling rushed over, cradling Hu Meinyang in her arms, filled with concern. I'm fine, Hu Meinyang asserted, but soon afterwards, she succumbed to unconsciousness. 2 days later, the old monk had recuperated, and Hu Meinyang had awakened. At this juncture, she possessed the ability to switch identities at will, and her beauty had undeniably intensified, to the extent that Xiaoyan dared not gaze upon her for long. Such unparalleled beauty would likely overshadow even the most renowned beauties of the Holy Sect. Hui Ling was overwhelmed with joy. Hu Meinyang had always been his everything, and now, he felt an even greater need to devote himself entirely to her. Hu Meinyang's cultivation had also seen a significant elevation, now reaching the celestial martial realm, far surpassing Hui Ling's martial soul realm. Thank you, benefactor. Thank you, master, she expressed with a bow towards Xiaoyan and Hui Ling. The old monk waved his hand dismissively, declaring that there would be no more lantern monk. Only the sage of Buddhism and Confucianism from now on. Xiaoyan also gestured, saying, no need for thanks. I hardly assisted at all. Hu Meinyang responded earnestly, no, benefactor. You have been of immense help. Had it not been for you, my bloodline would have devoured my corporeal form, leaving me in a state of half-human, half-demon. Now, I can master my own being, with my bloodline and physical body perfectly integrated. I now possess the most exquisite nine-tailed fox bloodline. That is splendid. It indicates I do have some worth. Xiaoyan replied. By the way, benefactor, you mentioned you intend to go to Flame Mountain? Hu Meinyang inquired. Indeed. That is my primary destination, Xiaoyan affirmed. Hu Meinyang, filled with excitement, exclaimed, benefactor, we shall accompany you. My mother is sealed beneath Flame Mountain, restrained by a unique fire, the Supreme Vajra Flame, a fiercely potent fire of the Buddhist realm, second only to the Buddha's 10,000 Buddha heavenly fire. Oh, the Supreme Vajra Flame? When shall we depart? Xiaoyan's eyes sparkled with anticipation. The monk waved his hand, saying, you may go. I shall await your return here. Seeing the old monk, Xiaoyan smiled slightly and asked, Elder, what are your plans going forward? When the nine-tailed fox bloodline erupted earlier, the temple had been utterly destroyed. Now a landscape of ruins. Cultivators consider the world their home. Xiaoyan, what is it that you wish to convey? The monk inquired. Xiaoyan replied with a grin. Before I departed, my master mentioned that if we encounter esteemed individuals, We could invite them to join the Holy Sect as elders. If you do not mind, elder, you are welcome to join our Holy Sect as an elder. Huh, you clever lad. I suspect you have been yearning to express this for quite some time. However, if you, venerable elder, have granted your consent, then why not proceed with the endeavor for your esteemed Holy Sect? Upon hearing the old monk's affirmation, Xiaoyan felt a wave of relief wash over him. Excellent. Let us make our way there at once. The trio journeyed together towards the Flame Mountain, which was indeed Xiaoyan's true destination. Once they had departed, the old monk resumed his attire as the venerable Taoist. Holy Sect at last. The old Taoist is returning home. Tears trickled down the corners of his eyes. After traveling 3,000 miles westward, the three finally beheld a colossal mountain range, entirely barren and devoid of any vegetation. Moreover, the surface of the mountains was engulfed in ceaseless flames. These infernos burned relentlessly, and the terrifying heat rendered the place scarcely traversable. For those whose cultivation had not reached the heavenly martial realm, this area was akin to a death zone. Even those at the martial soul realm found it exceedingly challenging to survive here, and delving deeper into the Flame Mountain was an impossibility. The flames here are impenetrable. Xiaoyan, henceforth, we shall guard you from this point, but you must exercise caution. Hui Ling spoke solemnly. Hu Meinyang also produced a talisman and handed it to Xiaoyan. Benefactor, should you venture into the Flame Mountain, you will be able to sense my mother. I do not ask you to rescue her in earnest. I would be immensely grateful if you could alleviate her suffering, even if just a little. Tears streamed down Hu Meinyang's face. Xiaoyan nodded gravely. Rest assured, this time I shall truly assist you. And as for the two of you, if you do not mind, how about joining my Holy Sect alongside your master? Xiaoyan, even at this moment, did not forget to recruit others. Haha, that sounds agreeable. We shall heed our master's guidance in all matters. Hui Ling laughed heartily. For her, Hu Meinyang was her entire world. Chapter 49. The Three Divine Birds and the Boundless Fire Domain. Xiaoyan gazed resolutely at the fiery mountain before him. He commenced his advance. The flames here, though fierce, felt akin to docile lambs to him. Not only did they pose no harm, but they also accelerated his cultivation. The intense fire elements enveloped him, causing his very being to simmer. This place was indeed most suitable for his practice. Before long, Xiaoyan found himself deep within the heart of the Flame Mountain. Yet he had still not encountered the nine-tailed celestial fox, nor did he sense any trace of the mystical fire. This indicated that he was not yet in the desired location, compelling him to press onward. A day later, Xiaoyan was uncertain of his whereabouts. The flames burned fiercely, igniting the fire elements within him into a fervent blaze. He stifled the urge to break through and began his search. It was at this moment that he perceived three terrifying auras ahead, each potent enough to annihilate the heavens and the earth. These formidable presences quickly sensed Xiaoyan's existence and surged toward him. He contemplated fleeing, yet it was too late. Before him appeared three diminutive birds. Indeed, they were birds, but each possessed unique characteristics. One boasted 3 legs, the three-legged golden crow. Another was the vermilion bird. The last, a bifong, astonishingly had but a single leg. The three ancestral fire beings had manifested before him. Xiaoyan's heart thumped with astonishment. Who could have imagined that he would encounter the legendary 3 divine beasts in the fiery mountain? The three-legged golden crow, bifong, and vermilion bird, each, should they appear in the mortal realm, could bring about cataclysmic destruction. Such an intriguing human, spoke the three-legged golden crow. Within you resides a power that resonates profoundly with us, along with 2 distinct mystical fires. It appears you are fated to the flames. Though the crow's voice bore a youthful timbre, Xiaoyan dared not underestimate them. Even a child exhibiting such prowess would be formidable. Their auras, while not as boundless as that of his master, were certainly formidable. At the very least, they rivaled that of the ancient monk from the outside world. This indicated that each of these little creatures possessed terrifying strength. Ahem, I have encountered the 3 of you. You speak true. I am the endless fire divine body, harmonizing with all flames, and I indeed harbor 2 mystical fires within me. At this moment, Xiaoyan summoned the mystical fires, which danced playfully in his palm. Upon sensing the presence of the 3 divine beasts, the flames became extraordinarily docile, as if fearful of being consumed. Human, this is a forbidden zone for your kind. Do share your intentions. The vermilion bird inquired. Xiaoyan held the 3 divine beasts in the highest regard. fully aware that offending any one of them would be unwise. Moreover, if he could persuade them to join the Holy Sect, it would be a monumental achievement. Thus, a new idea began to take shape in his mind. 3 esteemed beings, I must confess that I have come here with a purpose. Firstly, I seek to locate and subdue the ethereal flames present in this realm. Secondly, I aim to rescue the 9-tailed fox that is ensnared here. Should you possess any knowledge regarding this matter, I would be immensely grateful for your guidance. Xiaoyan earnestly addressed the 3 divine beasts. Esteemed beings, we are merely in our infancy, one of them remarked. If we were to convert our age to your human years, we would indeed be quite similar to you. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyan's expression brightened with joy. Then does this not mean we can refer to one another as brothers? Brothers? What does that entail? They inquired. To be brothers means to be one family. Not necessarily born on the same day or in the same year, but sharing the same fate. When a brother is in need, all shall lend their support. It is a bond of mutual trust where one can rely on the other's protection. Such is the essence of brotherhood. Xiaoyan's words resonated with the 3 divine beasts, evoking a sense of profound depth. The concept of brotherhood you speak of is indeed admirable. We find it appealing. One of them responded, since our encounter here seems destined, shall we pledge ourselves as sworn brothers? Sworn brothers? Very well, but I shall be the leader, declared the 3-legged golden crow. No, I was born before you. Thus I am the rightful leader, retorted Bai Fong. I shall be the leader, cease your quarrels. The 3 divine beasts were unwilling to yield, as the designation of leader would determine their hierarchy. As their dispute escalated, Xiaoyan remained a bystander until the discord reached a fever pitch, at which point he interjected. Stop! Have you forgotten? Brothers must not resort to violence against one another. How about this? I am slightly older than all of you, he proposed, extending his hand to signal for their attention. Indeed, you are older than us. And then? They queried. Clearly, I am the leader you speak of, and my leadership will foster your loyalty. You were on the verge of conflict previously, and with me as your leader, we can avert such strife. That is a valid point. I support you. One responded. Very well, you shall be our leader. Another concurred. As long as he is not the leader, it matters not. They quickly agreed, and Xiaoyan became their designated leader. Since I am the leader, we must unite and form the most formidable organization in this realm. We have come together through our shared affinity for flames, and from henceforth, our organization shall be named the Endless Flame Domain. You 3 shall hold the titles of 2nd, 3rd, and 4th leaders of the Endless Flame Domain, Xiaoyan proclaimed, only to be met with immediate dissent from the 3 divine beasts. That will not do. Who shall be designated as 2nd and who is 3rd? Such an arrangement is untenable. They protested. Xiaoyan, recognizing the merit in their argument, suggested, let it be thus. You 3 shall occupy equal standing as the 2nd in command, directly beneath me. This way, balance and equality shall be maintained. Agreed. This is how it should have been from the start. Brother, your wisdom is commendable. Xiaoyan, with a furrowed brow, mused that although his elder brother's actions were somewhat disreputable, they were ultimately for their benefit. By the way, do you possess names? Or shall I address you by your species? He inquired. We have no names. Upon our birth, we have only encountered the 2 of them, and throughout these years, we have remained unaware of our own identities, replied Bai Fong. Nodding in understanding, Xiaoyan declared, as the 2nd in command of the Endless Fire Domain, you must each have illustrious titles. Henceforth, when I call upon you, it shall resonate with your greatness. As for myself, I embody the Endless Fire God. My title shall be Fire God. You 3 shall be known as Fire Emperor, Fire Sovereign, and Fire Monarch. These 3 titles shall stand as equals. Very well. From this moment, I shall be known as Fire Emperor, proclaimed Zhu Quebec. Then I shall take the title of Fire Sovereign. The 3-legged golden crow quickly asserted. And I shall be the Fire Monarch. Bai Fong expressed with satisfaction. Having secured the allegiance of the 3 divine beasts, Xiaoyan felt a surge of excitement. Yet he remained steadfast in his primary mission and goals. You have resided here for quite some time. You must know where the core area lies. I intend to locate that extraordinary flame, as well as the place where the 9-tailed celestial fox is ensnared. Xiaoyan asked, his tone now imbued with confidence, devoid of the previous timidity. We are aware of that. Within the depths of Flame Mountain lies a fire cloud cave, home to a fire Qilin. The 9-tailed celestial fox you mentioned should be there. Bai Fong responded. That creature is quite obstinate and possesses formidable strength. We dare not provoke it lightly, Zhu Ke added, a hint of trepidation evident in her voice. Fear not, I shall take care of it. Let us proceed to investigate, Xiaoyan assured them with a pat on his chest. The three divine beasts regarded him with sympathetic glances, leaving him somewhat puzzled. Nevertheless, he dismissed the thought and urged them to lead the way to the Fire Cloud Cave. Chapter 50. Dare to Fight? The Fire Cloud Cave, situated at the very heart of the Flame Mountain, is also its most perilous locale. This is primarily due to the tempestuous Fire Qilin, a divine beast whose formidable power instills a sense of trepidation even in the three great divine birds. They are acutely aware that, in the eyes of the Fire Qilin, they are but mere fledglings, as it has reached maturity and possesses the essence of fire itself. As they approached the periphery of the Fire Cloud Cave, the temperature around them noticeably escalated, a clear indication that the ancient entity had sensed their presence. The old fellow is out, Bai Feng remarked. Indeed, it has already detected us. Let us proceed, we cannot evade it forever. The Flame Mountain is their birthplace and a cherished environment. The only place where their growth is expedited. Within its confines, they are the sole divine beasts, disregarding other lesser beasts that do not even register on their radar. The trio of celestial birds, along with the Fire Qilin, are indeed formidable divine creatures. Uncle Bullhead, we have arrived, Zhu Ke announced. Soon, they found themselves at the entrance of the Fire Cloud Cave, where a towering divine beast enveloped in flames awaited them, the Fire Qilin. Xiaoyan was somewhat taken aback. Uncle Bullhead, he mused, though he couldn't deny the resemblance between the Fire Qilin's head and that of a bull. Have you forgotten the lessons of the past? How dare you bring outsiders here? The Fire Qilin chastised, its tone stern yet revealing a hint of care for the three divine beasts. Uncle Bullhead, he is not an outsider. He is our leader, hailing from the Endless Fire Domain, Zhu Ke asserted confidently. Endless Fire Domain. What a grand title. All I know is that he is human, an outsider. The Fire Qilin's overwhelming presence locked onto Xiaoyan. Greetings, esteemed elder, Xiaoyan declared, revealing his unique constitution, accompanied by two distinct flames. The Fire Qilin, surprised, inquired, You possess the Endless Fire Divine Body? No wonder you dare to claim the title of Endless Fire Domain. However, no matter what enchantments you wield to deceive them, you shall not deceive me. Declare your true intentions, and I may grant you a dignified demise. The Fire Qilin was not to be trifled with. It was no gullible child. Elder, I am a disciple of the sacred sect, sent on a mission to seek the exotic fire and subdue it. Along the way, I encountered the offspring of the nine-tailed heavenly fox, who implored me to rescue her mother, the nine-tailed heavenly fox, who is said to be within this very cave. Xiaoyan felt compelled to speak the truth, knowing that his every action could not escape the gaze of such a powerful being. Given that you speak the truth, I shall spare your life for the time being. However, to claim thee or rescue the nine-tailed heavenly fox is an utterly fanciful notion. The Fire Qilin coldly rebuffed Xiaoyan, leaving him anxious. It seemed that completing his task would not be as effortless as he had hoped. Clenching his fists tightly, he fixed his gaze upon the Fire Cloud Cave. The completion of his mission lay within reach, and he must press forward. Senior, no matter what, I must enter, even if it costs me dearly. Xiaoyan gritted his teeth, his gaze fixed upon the Fire Qilin. To his surprise, the Fire Qilin had not anticipated that even after being rejected, this young man would remain undeterred. Thus, it decided to teach him a lesson. It extended its hand, conjuring a flame, while simultaneously directing its attention to the other three divine beasts. Release your flames. The trio, unwilling to defy, obediently unleashed their fiery essence. They were the progenitors of flames, born experts in the art of fire. For distinct divine flames enveloped Xiaoyan. Young one, if you wish to enter, it will not be so simple. However, I shall grant you a glimmer of hope. Comprehend these flames, and then we shall see. The Fire Qilin proclaimed before leading the three little creatures into the Fire Cloud Cave. Upon entering, Zhu Ke spoke up. Uncle Niu, why do you hinder him? Indeed, he is our leader. If he truly is the destined one, it is fate's design. If not, he must bear the consequences. You need only observe, for if he succeeds, the rewards will be greater. The Fire Qilin then cast a penetrating gaze into a certain space. If he is the fated one, it signifies that the individual has already appeared. Our return to the divine realm may soon be within reach. Ling Yun Sect, situated in the central region of Yunzhou, is officially recognized as the foremost power in Yunzhou. Of course, ancient clans like the Yin clan and some venerable families are not included in this reckoning. At this moment, Yi Fan found himself in Lingyun City, the largest metropolis in Yunzhou and the principal city under the aegis of Ling Yun Sect, boasting a population exceeding 10 million. I must make a grand entrance this time, but I need to strategize how to initiate my mission. Yi Fan, a cunning individual, appeared deceptively simple but was, in fact, quite astute. Before long, he devised a plan and entered the city. In the grandest square of Lingyun City, throngs of people bustled about. Yi Fan arrived at the square, surveyed the crowd below, and announced loudly, "Esteemed guests, halt. I am Yi Fan, a disciple of the Holy Sect. From today onward, I shall set up a stage here. Anyone who can defeat me shall receive these treasures." With that, Yi Fan produced a celestial-grade spiritual treasure, a rarity in Yunzhou, where such items were exceedingly scarce within the entire Lingyun sect. Goodness, did we see that correctly? That is a celestial-grade weapon. Who on earth is this youth? Did he not say he is Yi Fan from the Holy Sect? Holy Sect? What is this Holy Sect? Why have we never heard of it? Back when they were at Dongxian Sect, although there were many people, most remained tight-lipped, and few were aware of the Holy Sect. What an audacious young man. You must be desperate for fame. Within the crowd, a few individuals recognized Yi Fan on the stage. Among them were Su Ruoxue and her companions. Su Ruoxue had successfully joined Lingyun Sect, becoming a disciple and earning the favor of an elder who took her under his wing as a personal disciple. It is indeed him, so presumptuous. Su Ruoxue coldly remarked at this moment. Who is that person, Su Fairy? How arrogant. I can hardly restrain myself from teaching him a lesson. Su Ruoxue cast her gaze towards Yi Fan's location and continued, "He is merely a pitiable wretch, overlooked by all. We must not lose sight of our primary objective." Su Ruoxue had no intention of engaging with the disciples of the Holy Sect. Should there be any interaction, it would only be during her moment of vengeance. During her time of seclusion, she would strive to avoid encounters with those from the Holy Sect. It is a pity that often, the more one wishes to evade, the more unavoidable the encounter becomes. Upon their arrival at the entrance of the Alchemist Guild, a young girl stood defiantly at the doorway. This girl was none other than Ling Hua. Her method was rather straightforward and bold. She intended to block the entrance of the Alchemist Guild, demanding that everyone witness her prowess. Disciples of the Holy Sect. Ling Hua challenges all alchemists of the Alchemist Guild. My goodness, Su Fairy, I can no longer restrain myself. First, there was a brat challenging Lingyun City. And now a little girl challenging the Alchemist Guild? Have they lost their minds? Su Ruoxue too wished to voice her disbelief. Indeed, have you all lost your minds? Why do we encounter disciples of the Holy Sect wherever we go? Ling Hua soon spotted Su Ruoxue, though she had never met her. She had heard tales from her fellow disciples about the illustrious past of the second senior brother, a once prominent figure, spurned an engagement, who subsequently rose to prominence and slapped that individual in the face. This was none other than her second senior brother, and the female protagonist in this tale was the Su Ruoxue before her. Are you from Lingyun Sect? Do you have any alchemists among you? I, Ling Hua, hereby challenge all alchemists of the Lingyun Sect. Dare to face me in battle? Any grade will do. What an audacious girl. Humph. One wonders if her alchemical skills are as grand as her words. The members of Lingyun Sect were quick to feel offended. But Ling Hua's next words only ignited their fury further. Do you see? The Alchemist Guild is nothing extraordinary. No one dares to step forward to accept my challenge. Chapter 51. The Celestial Rankings are about to commence. In the plaza of Lingyun City, Yi Fan's actions swiftly drew the attention of many. A celestial-grade spirit weapon is indeed worthy of engagement. Boy, do not be so arrogant. We have come to battle you. Several individuals, unable to tolerate his demeanor, charged forward. Yi Fan slowly shook his head. No, you are not qualified to challenge me. Summon the top prodigies of the Lingyun Sect. My cultivation is at the 3rd level of the martial soul realm. Do you dare to step forward? Yi Fan revealed his cultivation, the 3rd level of the martial soul realm. Instantly, discussions erupted among the crowd. No wonder this young man boasts so boldly. He possesses the cultivation of the 3rd level of the martial soul realm. I said it all along. Those whose arrogance surpasses their abilities must have some skill. His goal was simple, to draw out the talented disciples of the Lingyun Sect. It soon became evident to the onlookers that Yi Fan was almost solely targeting the prodigies of the Ling sect. Yi Fan then spoke, "Ladies and gentlemen, any top sect from Yunzhou may challenge me. If you can defeat me, these treasures shall be yours. In addition to this celestial-grade spirit treasure, I also possess a set of celestial-grade martial techniques." In order to attract challengers and lure the experts of the Ling sect, he had to adopt this approach. Those who had previously ascended the stage descended in disgrace, their cultivation merely at the martial soul realm, unworthy even to carry Yi Fan's shoes. Everyone spread the word, Yi Fan, a disciple of the Holy Sect, shall challenge the younger generation of Yunzhou. Of course, should any elder wish to intervene, they might inquire with the Ling sect. They should be well aware. Yi Fan's proclamation etched the image of this audacious youth into many minds. A similar scene unfolded at the entrance of the Alchemist Guild. "Who says we dare not accept your challenge? You are merely taking advantage of your position." At this moment, over a dozen individuals emerged from the Alchemist Guild, led by Master Yen Sei, the vice president of the guild. Ling Hua was displeased. "How have I taken advantage of anyone? I have come to assess the rank of alchemists. Why have you barred me from doing so? All alchemists may participate. Why should I be excluded? Your Alchemist Guild is nothing but a facade, a source of mockery. You little brat, do you truly believe we are afraid of you?" Yen Sei looked at Ling Hua, his displeasure evident. This girl had arrived and immediately established herself as an unparalleled alchemist, producing flawless pills that outclassed everyone, even the president. This was why she had been denied entry. She was a natural prodigy in alchemy, yet she already belonged to another sect and refused to join the Alchemist Guild, leading to their disregard for her. "Humph. No one would blame you for your inadequacies. I already belong to a sect. Do you still wish to coerce me? What of your pride?" The expressions of Yen Sei and his companions soured. This girl was audacious. Had it not been for their appreciation of her talent, they would have long since retaliated. "Forget it. You are simply too inferior. I shall venture to the Central Plains." After Ling Hua finished speaking, she revealed a disdainful expression. The Alchemist Association of Yunzhou was nothing remarkable, as she had already defeated it. Shortly thereafter, Ling Hua encountered Yi Fan. Observing her senior brother's calm demeanor, she chose not to disturb him and instead turned to leave. "Senior brother, persevere. I believe you will undoubtedly succeed. I too shall achieve success. I shall head to Zhongzhou. There is no challenge to be found here." Ling Hua departed swiftly, her mission relatively uncomplicated. She was to challenge the alchemists of the entire Yunxiao region, and in Yunzhou, there was not a single worthy opponent, leaving her disheartened. Upon her arrival, she realized that Yunzhou was merely a remote corner, and she must venture to Zhongzhou. Upon reaching Lingyun City, she comprehended the vastness of Yunxiao. Yunzhou was but one of its 9 states, and indeed the most backward and inferior one. In the evening, 2 figures appeared in Lingyun City, none other than Chao Yud and Dugu Yuqing. They had tracked the 2 individuals from the Yanluo Hall, but upon entering Lingyun City, they needed to proceed with caution. "I heard that senior brother is also here. Perhaps we will have some support," Dugu Yuqing remarked. Chao Yud shook his head decisively. "No, we must not disturb or influence senior brother. He has his own mission. Since we have gained some clues, we can continue our pursuit. Come, I shall take you to the largest tea house and tavern." The 2 quickly entered the city and soon arrived at a tavern named Tianyuan Tower. "What has happened in Yunzhou?" one inquired. "Speaking of which, in just these past 2 days, it has become almost incomprehensible." "Oh, what do you mean?" The 2 perked up their ears, as such places were ideal for gathering information. "Hee, today in Lingyun City, a lad actually possesses a heavenly-grade spirit treasure and intends to challenge all the prodigies of Yunzhou, seemingly from an unheard-of sect. Yes, it seems to be the Holy Sect. Strangely, Lingyun Sect has shown no reaction. It remains a mystery." Upon hearing this, Chao Yud and Dugu Yuqing understood that this was none other than their senior brother. They were impressed by his wisdom and ingenuity in devising such a plan. Moreover, an amusing incident had transpired at the Alchemist Association, where the esteemed guild was thwarted at its door by a young girl, ultimately leading to her humiliation of them. No way, who would dare offend the Alchemist Association? One must realize that across the entire Jiuxiao continent, the Alchemist Association is a colossal entity with unfathomable depth. Their overall strength remains unknown to this day. The fact that such an association was blocked at its entrance, with no resistance from them, was astonishing. They knew this was the work of their junior sister Ling Hua, whose alchemical talent was unparalleled. It was only natural for those individuals to be thoroughly defeated. In another corner of the tavern, a figure donned in a wide-brimmed hat was also listening intently. Upon spotting Chao Yud and Dugu Yuqing, he thought to himself, "These two have just arrived, moving at a snail's pace. I shall continue to observe for now." This individual is Jun Qianma, who has long since arrived, but remained silent. Her aura restrained. Even Chao Yud and Dugu Yuqing failed to recognize her. Relatively speaking, Jun Qianma's task is the most challenging. For entering the celestial rankings is no easy feat, let alone securing a position within the top 5. It seems this young lady is also affiliated with the Holy Sect. Yet what exactly is this Holy Sect? Who can say? Yunzhou has not heard of the Holy Sect for at least several millennia, so it must be a recently emerged power. At this moment, the proprietor of Tianyuan Tower entered. "Ah, esteemed guests, I bring splendid news. The Yunxiao Celestial Rankings are about to commence. This event, spearheaded by the Yunxiao Sacred Land, will reinstate the Celestial Rankings, with registration starting tomorrow and lasting for a full year." What? The Yunxiao Celestial Rankings are to be unveiled? Does this mean that ancient and mysterious realm shall also be opened? Jun Qianma was unaware of what this ancient place entailed. She only understood that her opportunity had arrived. To breach the top 5 of the Celestial Rankings, one must possess the cultivation of the heavenly martial realm. However, she currently remained at the 3rd level of the martial soul realm, having already reached her limits. She had been awaiting a chance, a moment to soar to great heights. The Celestial Rankings are about to commence. It appears that the plans of the senior brother may falter, and many factions are likely preparing for the competition over the Celestial Rankings. Dugu Yuqing remarked. "Who knows? We shall see how the senior brother responds. Perhaps we can participate in the Celestial Rankings and strive for the first position on the Earth Rankings, allowing us to challenge many talented disciples. Let us focus on our own matters." The others continued. In addition, news from the Tianji Pavilion has surfaced, indicating that a tremendous upheaval is imminent in Yunxiao, one that all factions will find inescapable. What? How can that be? All factions in Yunxiao are to be unable to avoid this? What exactly is about to transpire? No one knew, but the information from Tianji Pavilion should not be taken lightly. Countless individuals were astonished, for this revelation was as explosive as the previous one, if not more so. There is no need for excessive concern, even if something occurs. The Yunxiao Sacred Land and other powerful factions will shield us from the brunt of it. Chapter 52. The Energy of Tianyuan Tower in a Corner. Jun Qianma murmured to herself, "Tianyuan Tower remains unchanged, yet I must ensure that my identity is not exposed. Further planning is essential." Jun Qianma was acutely aware of the intricacies behind Tianyuan Tower, having gleaned some understanding even before her reincarnation. The pressing matter at hand was to focus on the heavenly rankings. To ascend to the heavenly list, one must attain the celestial martial realm. However, her current cultivation was insufficient. If only fortune would smile upon her. Jun Qianmo recognized her own situation well. While she had become invincible in the martial soul realm, the celestial martial realm was a different beast altogether, comprising 9 distinct levels. Only the most exceptional talents and masters of the 9 heavens might contend for the top positions on the heavenly list. Chao Yud and his companion were listening intently. They held little interest in the heavenly rankings. Their sole objective was to locate and eliminate the denizens of the Yama Hall. Jun Qianma soon prepared to depart, but kindly offered a word of caution. If you wish to learn about the Yama Hall, it would be prudent to keep a close watch on Tianyuan Tower. Unexpected discoveries may await you. As Jun Qianma's figure vanished, Chao Yud and his companion found themselves unable to sense her presence any longer. It was Jun Qianma. She arrived earlier and seemed to be warning us. Chao Yud communicated telepathically with Dugu Yuqing, who nodded slightly in response. It appeared they would be staying, for they had uncovered vital clues. Just as they were about to rise, a figure clad in black entered. "Boss, I seek a piece of information," the black-clad individual declared, catching both Chao Yud and his companion off guard. Was it truly acceptable to be so forthright? "Oh, and what level of information do you require?" The boss regarded the newcomer with keen interest. While the identities of such individuals did not concern him, the trade of information was his profession. "From the Southern Domain's Holy Sect," the black-clad figure stated bluntly. It was rather audacious to be so brazen within the bustling inn. "Huh, I fear you may find this price beyond your means. It requires 10 billion top-tier spirit stones. The boss's words left the black-clad figure and all present utterly astonished. 10 billion top-tier spirit stones. What a staggering concept. While the entirety of the continent might possess such wealth collectively, no individual could possibly amass such a sum. Impossible. How could so many spirit stones be required? The black-clad figure was left dumbfounded. Ah, dear guest, you are unaware that the records of the Holy Sect are of the utmost secrecy. This price has been set considering the current circumstances of the sect. In the past, it would have been even higher. The proprietor of Tianyuan Tower was enigmatic and evidently well informed about the Holy Sect. His words deeply resonated with those present. Then it follows that the two disciples of the Holy Sect we encountered today hail from this mysterious sect? A keen observer's eyes lit up. Indeed. To learn about the Holy Sect, these disciples would be the most advantageous targets, wouldn't they? The black-clad figure nodded slightly, preparing to depart. The proprietor of Tianyuan Tower has spoken, advising everyone to refrain from harboring intentions towards these individuals. As for the reasons, they are aptly conveyed in these words. Whether to heed this warning or not, life and death rest solely upon one's own thoughts. The proprietor's caution is abundantly clear. The sacred sect harbors profound secrets, and its disciples undoubtedly conceal many secrets of their own. It would be unwise to provoke them lightly. Chao Yud and Dugu Yuqing resolved to depart, sensing the peril that loomed heavily in the air. Observing the two, the proprietor interjected, "Esteemed guests, please wait a moment. Here is a letter for you both, a token of our first encounter at Tianyuan Tower. I trust we shall meet again." Chao Yud accepted the letter and, accompanied by Dugu Yuqing, made their exit. They had initially intended to stay, but the emergence of the cloaked figures instilled a profound sense of danger within them. Their master had previously stated that no assistance would be offered this time. Everything must rely on their own strength. Should they reveal their identities now, they would be thrust into the eye of the storm, becoming targets for all. "Thank you. We shall remember this," they expressed. Upon reaching a secluded corner, they opened the letter, which detailed the distribution of the underworld palace in Lingyun City. Third senior brother, this proprietor may have known our identities from the very beginning, perhaps even from Jun Qianma. Otherwise, he would not have so readily provided us with the information we seek, Dugu Yuqing surmised. Indeed, that seems likely. We must remain vigilant. The footwork techniques you comprehended in the library can now be employed. Henceforth, we shall blend into the shadows, avoiding open conflict with the underworld palace, but rather opposing them covertly. Rest assured, third senior brother, I understand this well, and I possess poison, so it need not require our direct intervention. The two reached a mutual understanding and swiftly transformed into shadows, vanishing into the streets. As they departed, Jun Qianma, perched upon a great tree, subtly nodded. "I hope all goes well for you. My capacity to assist is limited to this." Soon, Yi Fan learned of the Cloud Heaven rankings and realized he had been somewhat naive. While treasures of heavenly grade are indeed rare, they pale in comparison to the significance of the Cloud Heaven rankings. What remarkable treasures does the Cloud Heaven sacred land not possess? To enter the top 10 of the rankings, or even just to be included, offers a pathway to the sacred land. One could say that the Cloud Heaven rankings were specifically designed for these superpowers, seeking to recruit the finest talents to absorb into their sections. This will not do. I must devise a plan swiftly. Yi Fan pondered further. Before long, an idea struck him. If Ling Hua, the junior sister, could block the entrance, so could he. The Lingyun sect would undoubtedly seize the opportunity presented by the rankings, so he would position himself at the entrance of the Lingyun sect, ensuring that those wishing to register for the rankings would need to consult him first. Yes, that is the plan. The following day, Yi Fan arrived at the mountain gate of the Lingyun sect, setting up a platform and producing a heavenly grade spirit weapon. On this particular day, the entirety of Lingyun City would commence the proclamation of the divine edict from the sacred land of Yunxiao, announcing the opening of the celestial ranking. All prodigies meeting the criteria would be permitted to register for participation. Among the 108 slots in the Earth ranking, there were a mere 72 in the celestial ranking. It could be said that as long as one could secure a position on the rankings, entry into the sacred land of Yunxiao was assured. Is there truly no one in the Lingyun sect? Not a single genius to be found. What a disgrace. Early in the morning, Yi Fan began to vociferate, his voice resounding loudly enough for many near the mountain gate to hear. Enough is enough. That damned Yi Fan seems determined to oppose us at every turn. You can confront him if you can't tolerate it. He is at the third level of the martial soul realm. What is your cultivation level? I merely meant to express my frustration. Yi Fan's outburst quickly attracted the attention of the Ling Sect. However, the higher-ups had already issued a directive, cautioning against offending Yi Fan, and certainly refraining from any thoughts of eliminating him. While others may be oblivious to the terror of the sacred sect, they had witnessed it firsthand. The 5 saints of the sacred land of Ling Xiao were effortlessly obliterated by the sacred sect, and a revered figure from the sacred land was dispatched in a single encounter. The sacred sect was not to be trifled with. The leaders of the Ling sect dispatched a few individuals, not for any other reason, but merely to fulfill the appearance of engagement. Unable to provoke or evade, they would find a way to manage the situation. On the arena, a dozen talented youths emerged, ranking just beneath the foremost echelon of prodigies within the Ling sect, their strengths hovering around the first level of the martial soul realm. Although we know that stepping up means certain defeat, this is our duty. Let us proceed. Why do you suppose the elders do not allow the senior brothers to come forth? This Yi Fan is insufferably arrogant. It truly vexes me. Do not speculate on the elders' intentions. Focus on your own performance. Since we are meant to lose intentionally, we must not make it too obvious. Let us act with a bit more finesse. Chapter 53. The Timeless Bell, the Eternal Sutra. Yi Fan, do not be arrogant. I shall battle you. Upon noticing the arrival of an opponent, Yi Fan finally breathed a sigh of relief, indicating that his strategy had proven effective. Yi Fan, do not engage with nameless individuals. State your name. Yi Fan proclaimed from his elevated position. Listen closely. The one who shall defeat you is Zhang Hui, a mere nobody from Ling sect. Yi Fan beckoned Zhang Hui with a flick of his finger, and in an instant, the latter appeared on the arena, only to be sent flying moments later. With a single move, Yi Fan had dispatched him, leaving Zhang Hui bloodied and pale, his eyes wide with terror. Such terrifying prowess is indeed formidable. Even the senior brother may not stand a chance. Why not all come at once? Otherwise, this will be rather dull. Yi Fan was not boasting. He had already discerned the lackadaisical approach of Ling sect. If you treat me with such indifference, you shall face the consequences. A dozen individuals wasted no time, rushing onto the arena, yet their ascent was slower than their descent. In the blink of an eye, they lay scattered on the ground, leaving behind numerous craters. Ling sect, heed my words. If you do not send forth your finest disciples, I shall not hold back. Rest assured, my aim is to defeat you, not to kill you, Yi Fan declared, emphasizing that his mission was to vanquish, not to extinguish life, a crucial distinction. Upon hearing Yi Fan's words, the higher-ups of Ling sect finally comprehended the situation and allowed Ling Han and others to take the stage. The true battle was about to commence. Before Yi Fan stood 3 individuals, the very same exceptional disciples from Ling sect who had appeared at the Dongxian sect competition, Ling Yin, and Ling Bing. These 3 were Yi Fan's genuine targets. Only by defeating such formidable opponents could he fulfill a portion of his mission. The sects of Yunzhou are not limited to Ling sect. There exist several other forces. His mission entailed 10 victories, and Ling sect could readily provide him with 3. Yi Fan, with such ostentation, do you not fear an untimely demise? Ling Yun remarked coolly. Those who are overly conspicuous often meet a tragic end. You need not concern yourselves with that. Come forth, the 3 of you. Yi Fan prepared to face all 3 alone, and they, undeterred, unleashed their most potent martial techniques. Ling Yun's Heavenly Cloud, Ling Yan's Heavenly Fire Incineration, and Ling Bing's Absolute Zero. Yi Fan countered with his own retaliation, employing the 8 Desolations and 6 Harmonies fist. His speed was astonishing. In the blink of an eye, he had exchanged blows with each of the 3. He remained stationary as they were all sent flying. Such was Yi Fan's might. How can this be? Your cultivation is merely at the 3rd level of the martial spirit realm. How can your strength be so terrifying? Do not forget, he is the ancient sacred body. Losing to the ancient sacred body is not a disgrace. Ling Yin cautioned. The ancient sacred body. Then it is of no consequence. Defeat is defeat. The 3 once again consolidated their strength to launch an assault, and Yi Fan began to invoke another divine ability, the Indestructible Golden Body. The Indestructible Golden Body, in conjunction with the primal sacred body, unleashed a tremendous force upon him. only to be repelled in return. The three of them spat blood anew, their expressions dimmed. It must be said that despite unleashing their full might, they were no match for the primal sacred body. The top 10 superphysiques are not mere empty proclamations. Yi Fan radiated with golden light, descending from the heavens like a divine being. You have won, we concede. The trio exchanged no further words, acknowledging their defeat and departing. With so few onlookers present, their shame was somewhat mitigated. However, should word spread widely, it would truly be a humiliation. Yi Fan paid them no mind, intent on completing his own mission. Once I fulfill my task, I shall also strive for a place on the celestial rankings. Yi Fan felt a sense of anticipation regarding the celestial list. As for the earthly rankings, he harbored no desire to linger in this realm for an entire year, lest he fall further behind his junior disciples. As the eldest brother, he could not afford to retreat or lag behind. Having completed 30% of his mission, he now aimed for the next sect, Yuntian Sect, the Holy Sect, the spiritual energy hall. Ling Xiao felt quite satisfied. Through the projection of the great emperor, he could observe the condition of each disciple, and it appeared that their performances were commendable. Who would be the first to complete their task? By the way, system, what is the reward upon completion of this task? Host, the rewards are exceedingly substantial, not only for you, but for them as well. Hearing the system's response, Ling Xiao felt a profound sense of contentment. His current strength was merely at the 4th level of the martial realm, and now was not the time for recklessness. He would wait until he was invincible across the land, unafraid of the great emperor, before flaunting his prowess. For now, he must remain humble, biding his time within the Holy Sect, diligently cultivating. Suddenly, a blinding light erupted from the hero's tomb, soaring into the heavens. Ling Xiao immediately turned to gaze upon the scene, witnessing the tomb of the eternal emperor explode, releasing a radiant spectrum of colors. As the light dissipated, a small girl emerged, none other than Ling Xian, affectionately known as Little Nuan. At this moment, she had reached the heavenly martial realm, being the first among many disciples to achieve such a breakthrough. Ling Xiao was left speechless by the sight of the little girl, for she was still soundly asleep. He felt a pang of discomfort. Though he had been idle, he had not been so exaggeratedly so as to simply sleep through it all. Ding! Congratulations to the host's disciple for completing the task. Reward: Sect value 10,000. Reward: Host cultivation level increased by 2 ranks. Reward: Supreme Emperor Weapon, Primordial Bell. Reward: Host Disciples Emperor Scripture, Eternal Scripture. Ling Xiao's cultivation ascended 2 ranks, reaching the 6th level of the martial realm. He swiftly moved to embrace the little girl, who remained blissfully asleep, clearly unaware of her extraordinary experience. Are you the current sect master? A resonant voice reached Ling Xiao's ears. Upon closer inspection, he beheld a spectral figure. It was the eternal emperor himself. Indeed, the current leader, Ling Xiao. I am curious to know whether you have ascended to the divine realm or met your demise, Ling Xiao inquired. Alas, the time for this projection has elapsed, and I cannot recall, the eternal emperor responded. With you at the helm, the Holy Sect shall undoubtedly regain its former glory. Upon finishing these words, the ethereal image vanished completely. At that moment, the young girl awakened, and it was evident that the eternal emperor held a deep fondness for her, transferring much of his vast heritage to this child. In addition to experience and the innate sacred body, he also imparted a portion of his own soul and strength. Fear not, with my presence, the Holy Sect shall reign supreme. Child, have you awakened? Ling Xiao smiled as he gazed at the young girl. Suddenly, she jolted awake, exclaiming, Ah, Master, I. Child, how could you fall asleep during the inheritance? Besides you, no one else would dare. Ling Xiao chuckled. Congratulations. You have attained the 5th level of the heavenly martial realm and can now soar through the skies. Ah, my cultivation? She gasped. Oh, it's true. I remember falling asleep while an old man spoke endlessly to me. It was quite tedious. Then I drifted back into slumber, and when I awoke, I was in your cough. Master S. Embrace. What an extraordinary occurrence. Faced with such innocent wonder, Ling Xiao felt a profound sense of joy. Let us proceed to the library, where you may select some techniques and martial arts that will aid you. By the way, these items are for you. Ling Xiao presented the Primordial Bell and the Eternal Sutra to the young girl. Thank you, Master. Daddy, I want to go too. At that moment, a small bird, no larger than a palm, emerged from Ling Xiao's sleeve and perched upon the young girl's shoulder. Go ahead, just do not cause any destruction. Feel free to create otherwise. Ling Xiao, having broken through to a new level of cultivation and in high spirits, allowed Ling Huang a moment of indulgence. He then directed his gaze towards the direction of Flame Mountain, where a tremendous commotion was unfolding. Chapter 54. The Nine-Tailed Celestial Fox Breaks Free. In the fiery expanse of Flame Mountain, within the depths of Fire Cloud Cave, Xiaoyan found himself enveloped by the flames of 4 divine beasts, each rivaling the prowess of the. It is worth noting that each of these 4 entities is a progenitor of flame. After absorbing their divine fires, Xiaoyan felt an overwhelming surge of power that threatened to overwhelm him. With a thunderous roar, he proclaimed, let the breakthrough commence. Endless burning technique. At that moment, the flames encompassing Xiaoyan underwent a sublime transformation, erupting in terrifying brilliance. The 4 divine beasts, including the fire Qilin, gazed at him in astonishment. Indeed, he is the fated one. It seems we may engage with him. The fire Qilin declared. Yes, the boss is indeed the boss. The 3 other divine beasts exclaimed with palpable excitement, acknowledging their recognized leader. Xiaoyan's cultivation soared uncontrollably, and in a mere instant, he ascended to the 4th layer of the heavenly martial realm, yet it did not end there. Upon fully absorbing the last vestige of power, he advanced to the 5th layer of the heavenly martial realm. In a brief span of time, he had completely mastered the 4 divine flames. The sensation was indescribable. While the current strength of these divine fires may not surpass that of, with relentless cultivation, each could certainly surpass the prevalent across the 9 heavens continent. Most importantly, divine fire can evolve, while the rank of is predetermined. Once the divine fire reaches its pinnacle, surpassing is merely a matter of time. It was akin to having fused 4 at once, which unleashed such ferocity in his cultivation. The divine fires, Qilin Divine Fire, Baifeng Divine Flame, Zhu Ke Divine Flame, and Jin Wu Divine Flame, when combined, exhibited even greater might. Meanwhile, in the Holy Sect, Ling Xiao received a system notification. Ding. Congratulations, host disciples' cultivation has significantly increased, granting 10,000 sect points. Host cultivation has risen 1 tier. With this, Ling Xiao's cultivation broke through once more, reaching the 7th layer of the martial sovereign realm. Now just a few minor realms away from the esteemed rank of Venerable. Provided his disciples completed their tasks, his ascension to Venerable was assured. Back in Fire Cloud Cave, the Fire Qilin finally acknowledged Xiaoyan. Youngster, quite impressive. You have successfully fused the 4 divine fires, indicating that you indeed share a bond with us. Proceed within. As for your ultimate success, it shall depend on your own fortitude and strength. We shall not intervene. Thank you, esteemed elder. Xiaoyan expressed with great anticipation, for he was on the cusp of fulfilling his mission. Upon entering Fire Cloud Cave, he knew he must rely solely on himself. Fortunately, although the flames here were terrifying, they brought only benefits, not detriments. Before long, he reached the deepest recesses of Fire Cloud Cave, where he encountered a scene of dreadful magnificence. Before him lay a vast blood pool, within which was ensnared a 9-tailed celestial fox, its body pierced by mysterious chains of order, bound in captivity. Surrounding the 9-tailed celestial fox was the supreme Vajra flame, ceaselessly consuming all. As he approached, the 9-tailed celestial fox seemed to sense his presence and lifted its gaze. At that moment, a golden light descended from above, and it appeared, directly suppressing the 9-tailed celestial fox. The 9-tailed celestial fox emitted a piercing wail, the sound sending shivers down one's spine. Senior, I am Xiaoyan. How can I rescue you? He inquired earnestly. He too did not wish for the 9-tailed fox to remain imprisoned here. Wouldn't a reunion with her daughter be far more delightful? Fire. Fire. Xiaoyan only heard the word fire, but was unable to discern anything further, prompting him to scan his surroundings. The only fire present was the supreme diamond flame, indicating that by subduing this extraordinary fire, he could alleviate the 9-tailed fox's suffering. With this thought in mind, Xiaoyan promptly set to work, employing the endless burning technique to tame the extraordinary flame. Fortunately, having previously fused 4 divine fires, the potency of his technique had escalated to an alarming degree. The supreme diamond flame began to thrash violently, and at that moment, the 9-tailed fox was enduring her most excruciating pain. However, she refrained from crying out, instead bearing it with remarkable fortitude. Xiao Yan's heart was shaken, and he quickened the pace of his refinement. An hour later, the supreme diamond flame was reduced to its final layer. Once refined, a flaw would emerge in the array, providing an opportunity for the nine-tailed fox. Benefactor, thank you. However, the supreme diamond flame is merely the first step. To dismantle the formation, the Buddha seal above must also be refined. The nine-tailed fox spoke. Xiao Yan nodded slightly, channeling the endless burning technique with full force to refine the extraordinary flame. A quarter of an hour later, the supreme diamond flame was completely extinguished, becoming Xiao Yan's third extraordinary fire, and furthermore, his cultivation surged dramatically. Previously at the 5th level of the heavenly martial realm, he now soared to the pinnacle of the 7th level, just one step away from the 8th. The swastika began to radiate a searing light, dazzling in its brilliance. With a mighty shout, Xiao Yan unleashed the Buddha's Wrath Lotus and the Wheel of Buddha's Wrath, intent on refining this Buddha seal as well. Under the influence of these two formidable techniques, the Buddha seal was swiftly refined by Xiao Yan, reappearing at the center of his brow. Resembling a Buddhist disciple from the Western regions, he could now effortlessly wield the Buddha's seal, which contained the knowledge of an unparalleled Buddhist scripture, the Sutra of Salvation. This scripture represented the highest Buddhist teachings, the Sutra of Salvation. How terrifying it was, had it not been for the nine-tailed celestial fox being a divine beast. Any other demon beast would likely have perished under its influence. After practicing the Sutra of Salvation, Xiao Yan grasped the terrifying nature of this Buddhist art. It was akin to forcibly altering a person's beliefs and subduing them through sheer force. It was difficult to fathom that the Buddhist sect, known for its compassion, possessed such a malevolent scripture. As the Buddha seal vanished, the shackles binding the nine-tailed fox completely dissolved, granting her the freedom she had long yearned for. Thank you, benefactor. I sensed the presence of Mei Nyang within you, the nine-tailed fox remarked. Indeed, I encountered Hu Mei Nyang earlier and assisted her in fully merging with the bloodline of the nine-tailed fox. They are currently waiting for me outside Flame Mountain. What about you? Will you join me in leaving, or? Xiao Yan responded. The nine-tailed fox, longing for her daughter, naturally could not remain in this place any longer. Has the fire Qilin outside harmed you? The nine-tailed fox is aware of the existence of the fire Qilin. No, they presented me with a trial, which I successfully completed, thus granting me entry. Xiao Yan proclaimed. Then let us depart. He produced some exquisite spirit stones and a few foundational elixirs to aid the nine-tailed fox in replenishing its vitality. Thank you, benefactor. There is no need for such formalities. Simply call me Xiao Yan. He replied warmly. Soon, the duo appeared within the fire cloud cave, where the 4 divine beasts of the fire Qilin still resided. Boss, you succeeded. Splendid. Truly worthy of being the boss. I am in awe. Upon seeing Xiao Yan and the nine-tailed fox, the fire Qilin nodded slightly. Congratulations, young man. And congratulations to you as well. You have finally found your liberation. Thank you, fire Qilin. Had it not been for your steadfast guardianship here, I fear I would have been subdued by other formidable beings long ago. The nine-tailed fox bowed respectfully to the fire Qilin. Haha, no need for such formality. I simply cannot abide those ruthless individuals. Moreover, as divine beasts, we ought to support one another. At this juncture, Xiao Yan interjected, Esteemed friends, my task is complete. Will you accompany me to the Holy Sect, or remain here? The completion of Xiao Yan's quest signified his impending departure. The fire Qilin and the others had lingered here for an extensive period, and the flames of this place served as their greatest shield and the most suitable environment for their existence. The 3 divine birds turned to the fire Qilin, awaiting his decision. The nine-tailed fox had already resolved to venture forth and had conversed with Xiao Yan about joining the Holy Sect. We can join the Holy Sect, but we wish to continue residing in such an environment. Is that acceptable? The fire Qilin inquired. Xiao Yan laughed heartily. Esteemed fire Qilin, to be candid, we also possess a volcanic site within our Holy Sect, which is exceedingly conducive for all of you. I assure you will find it delightful. If that is the case, then let us proceed to the Holy Sect. I am keen to witness the magnificence of the contemporary Holy Sect, especially with a disciple such as you. The fire Qilin declared. Uncle Bullhead, what shall become of our birthplace? Zhuke asked, touching upon a delicate subject. Chapter 55. Welcome to the Sacred Sect. This place is where the 3 divine birds were born, a site steeped in grand tales. Have you found peace? Inquired the fire Qilin. I do not know, but from the legacy of memories, we still harbor resentment, replied the vermilion bird. The fire Qilin chuckled. Resentment indicates you have not forgotten your identity, nor the circumstances that surround you. To the sacred sect you must go. All your grievances can find resolution there. This time, I shall accompany you. Let us proceed. Uncle Ox, we shall first head to the sacred sect. As for that place, we shall speak of it when we are stronger. Indeed, you are still but youths. When you reach maturity, you shall possess the strength and ability for vengeance. This lad is commendable, destined for greatness. Following him will lead to a brighter future. The fire Qilin, being a kind of Qilin itself, recognized the auspicious golden Qilin hovering above the sacred sect, the supreme among Qilins. Through Xiaoyan, the fire Qilin perceived his formidable fortune. Being in the company of such a fated individual, the future is boundless. Soon after, Xiao Yin led the 5 divine beasts to the outskirts of Flame Mountain, where they quickly encountered Hui Ling and Hu Meinyang. Mother, upon seeing the 9-tailed celestial fox, Hu Meinyang immediately rushed forward. At that moment, the 9-tailed celestial fox had transformed into human form, stunningly beautiful, surpassing Hu Meinyang by several degrees, a true marvel of the world. Xiaoyan dared not gaze too long, fearing he might become entranced. The fire Qilin also transformed into a middle-aged man, his aura restrained and inscrutable. Brother Xiaoyan, I am grateful for your assistance. Without you, it is likely that Meinyang and the others would not have reunited. Hui Ling expressed. Xiaoyan smiled. It is merely my duty. Let us return to the sacred sect for now, and bring along the old monk. Haha, splendid. To the sacred sect we go. At the sacred sect. In the spirit energy hall, Ling Xiao once again heard the familiar system prompt. Ding. Congratulations, disciple, for completing the task. You are awarded 50,000 sect points. Your cultivation level is elevated by 2 tiers. You have also acquired the law of heavenly fire. Ling Xiao was pleasantly surprised. His disciple Xiao Yin consistently delivered flawless results. Haha, my cultivation has reached the 9th heaven of the martial sovereign realm. The next breakthrough will be to the venerable stage. Moreover, this law of heavenly fire, could it be related to the powers of the sage level? The system promptly dispensed the rewards, and Ling Xiao joyfully discovered an extraordinary affinity for all flames. He could manipulate fire at will, surpassing even Xiao Yin in this art. A commendable reward. When Xiao Yin returns, I shall impart the law of heavenly fire to him. His growth will accelerate exponentially. Ling Xiao had already made his plans. Such a tranquil existence was indeed simple, yet monotonous. In less than a day, Xiao Yin returned, and this time, his gains were immense. Not only did he complete his mission, but he also brought back 5 divine beasts, formidable figures such as the Buddha, Taoist, and Confucian sages, along with the likes of Hui Ling and Hu Meinyang. Upon arriving at the Eastern Heavenly Gate, even the 5 divine beasts and the old monk couldn't help but marvel at the grandeur of the Holy Sect's entrance. It evoked a sense of celestial magnificence, leaving them feeling inconspicuously small beneath its imposing archway. Is this truly the entrance to the Holy Sect? What an impressive sight, exuding elegance and sophistication. Hui Ling's eyes widened in awe at the overwhelming presence of the gate, which seemed to dominate the heavens. The fire Qilin also expressed admiration, noting that compared to some super sects in the divine realm, the Eastern Heavenly Gate was equally majestic. Ling Xiao's figure materialized near the gate, prompting Xiao Yin to immediately pay his respects. Disciple Xiao Yin, I pay my respects to my esteemed master. Rise. You have performed commendably in this mission. And these individuals? Though Ling Xiao was already aware of their purpose, he still inquired. Xiao Yin promptly replied, Master, these individuals are my friends, and they are all eager to join our holy sect as elders and disciples. At that moment, a small bird appeared on Ling Xiao's shoulder, astonishing the divine beasts present. The overwhelming aura emanating from this seemingly ordinary bird revealed its astonishing identity. The immortal phoenix? The fire Qilin recognized it immediately, and soon. The other divine birds did as well. Indeed, they were divine birds, yet compared to the immortal phoenix, their status, identity, and power paled in comparison. The immortal phoenix resided at the pinnacle of all avian divine beasts, with even powerful lineages such as the Zhuke and Jinwu being mere branches of its lineage. Daddy, these little birds are quite entertaining. They shall be my companions from now on, Ling Huang declared. Very well, if you like them, let them accompany you. Ling Xiao naturally would not refuse. With these little birds, he felt more at ease regarding Ling Huang's safety. Greetings, princess. The three divine birds bowed, acknowledging Ling Huang's royal status among avian divine beasts. There's no need for formalities. Follow me, and you shall enjoy feasts. For now, make do with this divine nectar, and I promise to provide you with even better offerings in the future. Ling Huang, true to her nature as the immortal phoenix, demonstrated her remarkable ability to gather allies, leaving Ling Xiao in awe. Xiaoyan held no objections, whether they followed him or Ling Huang. The outcome remained the same as long as they were part of the Holy Sect. Boss, from now on, we shall remain by the princess's side, ready to protect her with our lives. The Zhuke declared. Boss, you can't blame us. She is our princess, and we must act accordingly. Ling Huang noted with amusement that these three foolish birds had recognized Xiao Yan as their leader. Brother Xiao Yan, I shall first play with these three birds of yours. When I have had my fill, I will return them to you. I see the flames they bear resonate with your own. In return, I gift you an immortal divine flame, which surpasses theirs in potency and is stronger than the that you possess. Ling Huang proclaimed. An immortal divine flame materialized before Xiao Yan, who promptly began the process of refining it. Feel free to use it. It is of no concern to me, he replied, settling into a meditative state as he commenced the refinement, his cultivation steadily ascending once more. Upon completion of the refinement, his cultivation had reached the pinnacle of the 9th level of the heavenly martial realm, just a step away from the martial king. Ding! Congratulations to the disciple for a significant enhancement in cultivation. Reward, Sect Value 10,000. Reward, Elevation of Cultivation by 1 tier. Reward, 1 Immortal Divine Flame. Ling Xiao was greatly pleased at this moment. This disciple had brought him endless surprises. His own cultivation finally broke through, reaching the 1st level of the Venerable Realm. Congratulations. Your cultivation is now the highest among your fellow disciples. Ling Xiao exclaimed with a smile. Thank you, Master, for your support, and thank you, Sister Ling Huang. Ling Xiao imparted the laws of heavenly fire to Xiao Yan, who expressed his gratitude, visibly thrilled. Ling Xiao then turned to the other members, saying, Welcome to our holy sect. Having employed the art of observation, he discerned that these individuals posed no issues. Moreover, the fire Qilin and the 9-tailed celestial fox were divine beasts, each having attained imperial status. The remaining elderly Taoist priest also held a position in the Holy Lord realm, significantly stronger than the saints from the previous Yunxiao Holy Land. He was no longer the Navi rookie of before. He had developed a comprehensive understanding of the Holy Lord and Emperor realms. The Holy Lord realm comprises 3 stages: Saint, Great Saint, and Holy Lord, each further divided into early, mid, late, peak, and complete stages. The Emperor realm consists of the Emperor, Sovereign, and Great Emperor stages, similarly divided into early, mid, late, peak, and complete stages. The elderly Taoist priest before him was at the late stage of the Holy Lord level. Ding! Congratulations to the host for recruiting 1 Holy Lord and 2 Sovereigns, who shall serve as elders of the Holy Sect. Reward, Sect Value 100,000. Reward, 1 Divine Temple. Reward, 1 Elder Peak. Reward. Chapter 56. My sect is remarkably powerful. Reward, 500 drops of Divine Essence. Reward, 100,000 fortune points. System. What is the purpose of these fortune points? Ling Xiao inquired with keen curiosity, for previous rewards had not included such points. Yet this time, their presence was undeniable. Host. Fortune points can be utilized on oneself, on disciples, or even on the Fortune Golden Dragon and the Auspicious Qilin. They can also be consumed to exchange for items in the marketplace. Ling Xiao felt a surge of excitement. Products from the system are undoubtedly of exceptional quality. He decided to withhold the use of these fortune points until all his disciples returned, at which point he would employ them. We have witnessed the sect master. The fire Qilin transformed into a middle-aged man, the 9-tailed celestial fox into a stunning woman, and the old monk, among others, bowed in reverence to Ling Xiao. Everyone, please rise. From today onward, a new divine palace shall be established within the sect, specifically for the residence of all divine beasts. As he spoke, a magnificent palace materialized before the assembly, leaving all present, including the divine beasts Fire Qilin and 9-tailed celestial fox, in utter astonishment. Such a display of power was nothing short of celestial. The old monk was equally taken aback. The Holy Sect's master was astonishingly formidable. A new elder peak emerged within the sect, distinctly separating the elder hall into inner and outer chambers. You shall henceforth be the grand elder of the Holy Sect. Ling Xiao addressed the sage, Li Daoru. Yes, thank you, Sect Master. I shall not fail my mission. Li Daoru was the true name of the old Taoist. Within the sect, a new elder peak and elder hall appeared, differentiating the inner and outer disciples, as the Holy Sect was now divided into these two categories. The series of actions taken by Ling Xiao left the onlookers in awe. Hui Ling and Hu Meinyang were filled with admiration. This was the sect master of the Holy Sect, the revered master of Shaoyan, who had reached such extraordinary heights. The fire Qilin and nine-tailed celestial fox attempted to discern Ling Xiao's cultivation, but found themselves unable to penetrate his depths. Rather, they sensed that their own cultivation had been perceived by him. Ling Huang, you shall oversee the divine palace from now on, and all divine beasts joining the Holy Sect will report to you. Ling Xiao's words brought immense joy to Ling Huang, who couldn't help but nuzzle against him in excitement. Ling Xiao smiled, then turned to Hui Ling and Hu Meinyang. You too. Hui Ling possesses the Buddha's wisdom and an innate spiritual body, qualifying her as an inner disciple. Hu Meinyang, with her nine-tailed celestial fox lineage, is equally deserving of this honor. Both were elated and bowed deeply in gratitude. Thank you, Sect Master, for your benevolence. Having witnessed the vast capabilities of the Holy Sect and its master, they felt no resentment, only profound relief and gratitude. Ling Xiao then waved his hand, conjuring 100 drops of divine essence. Little one, here are these 100 drops for you to distribute among the divine beasts of the palace. He handed the 100 drops to Ling Huang, who received them with delight, akin to a chick pecking at rice. He then produced another 120 drops of divine essence, sending them into the void. By Tian Yaosheng. These divine essences are to be shared with the demon court. Thank you, Sect Master, for your graciousness. A terrifying aura permeated the void, emanating from several formidable demon saints. Li Daoru could not help but marvel inwardly. Indeed, the Holy Sect was as powerful as its reputation suggested. Ling Xiao once again produced 50 drops of celestial essence, offering them to Li Daoru with the words, "Welcome home. The Holy Sect will always be our eternal abode. You may keep these 50 drops for now, to be distributed freely at the appropriate time." Li Daoru's hands trembled slightly. After all, this was celestial essence, and the sect leader had generously provided it in such quantities. The celestial essence was exceedingly precious, and even divine beasts like the fire Qilin yearned for it. For a single drop could elevate their souls and purify their bodies, possessing boundless utility. Finally, Ling Xiao presented 80 additional drops of celestial essence to Zhu Shan, instructing him to distribute them among the outer and inner disciples while also considering their cultivation levels, urging them to hasten their progress. The 5 members of Zhu Shan expressed their gratitude to the sect leader. Nodding slightly, Ling Xiao departed with an air of elegance after ensuring all arrangements were in place. On the eastern gate, a group of people seemed unable to recover from the astonishment. Is this truly our sect leader? Is this our sect? Indeed. They were welcomed into the Holy Sect, which, in their eyes, was merely modestly powerful. At that moment, Shaoyan put on a remarkable display of bravado. After experiencing such fantastical events, those present had grown accustomed to the extraordinary. Upon entering the Holy Sect, the facilities they beheld filled them with silent admiration. It's just a small affair, nothing to panic about. Our sect is merely a bit strong. Yes, just that. One will get used to it. A profound sense of pride surged within each individual. As members of the Holy Sect, they felt no regret and were willing to dedicate their lives to its protection. In the sect leaders' hall, Ling Xian and Xiao Yan were present, the only 2 disciples to have successfully completed their tasks thus far. After a period of further refinement, Ling Xian had elevated his cultivation to the 7th level of the heavenly martial realm, a 2-tier improvement from before, although it was not overly dramatic. Suddenly, a notification chimed. System task issued. The celestial rankings have emerged. The disciples must dominate the heavenly rankings. Just as Ling Xiao finished commending the 2 disciples, the system task appeared once more. However, this task bore some resemblance to the previous one assigned to Jun Qianma. albeit presenting a greater challenge for the disciples of the Holy Sect. Dominating the heavenly rankings was no ordinary feat. You two have already attained high-tier cultivation in the heavenly martial realm, yet your senior brothers and sisters remain engaged in their prior tasks. You must now proceed to Lingyun City to assist them in completing their duties, while also striving to dominate the celestial rankings. Yes, we understand. What? Master, did you not misspeak? You want us to dominate the heavenly rankings? Xiao Yin was momentarily stunned. Although he had reached the threshold of the 9th level, others seemed to lag considerably behind. Dominating the heavenly rankings posed no challenge for him, but for others, it was another story. You will be provided with ample resources. The rest is up to you. Take these talismans. Ling Xiao paid no heed to the complexities at hand. His sole focus was on assigning tasks. With his cultivation level having ascended to that of a respected elder, it was only natural that his talismans would undergo an upgrade. The talismans he now possessed were robust enough to withstand a full-force strike from a fellow elder. Each disciple was allotted a modest number of 10 talismans. Xiao Yin and the little girl set off towards Lingyun City. The recent inauguration of the Yunxiao Heavenly List had significantly enhanced the city's vibrancy, attracting an increasing number of formidable experts. After all, this city stood as the heart of Yunzhou and offered the most expedient route to the celestial realm. As more individuals registered for the Yunxiao Heavenly List, the perplexing aspect was that this list remained active for an entire year. In the central square of Lingyun City, a throng of at least 1 million people had gathered. On the stage, a venerable elder made his appearance, hailing from the sacred land of Yunxiao. Esteemed guests, I extend a warm welcome to all the prodigies here to register for the Yunxiao Heavenly List. While many may be familiar with it, a greater number remain in the dark. Therefore, I stand before you to earnestly elucidate what the Yunxiao Heavenly List entails. I am Bai Li Yun, known as the respected Elder Bai Li. Do you aspire to attain the status of a revered elder? Do you yearn to make a resounding impact and become a scion of the sacred land? The answers lie within the Yunxiao Heavenly List. What? This cannot be. Respected Elder Bai Li, please clarify the matter. With a sweeping gesture, Bai Li Yun unleashed an overwhelming aura, compelling silence among the crowd, who listened intently. Xiao Yin and the little girl had also arrived. Their intentions straightforward: to register and subsequently locate their senior brother and others to fulfill their master's formidable task of dominating the rankings. The Yunxiao Heavenly List is divided into 2 categories: the Celestial List and the Earthly List, with the former corresponding to the Heavenly Martial Realm and the latter to the Martial Soul Realm. The individuals who secure a place on the Earthly List are destined for achievements no less than that of a respected elder, while those on the Celestial List possess the prowess to vie for the position of the Sacred Land as Scion. Allow me to first elaborate on the rewards following the determination of the rankings. Chapter 57. The Frantic Rewards. It is well known that although Yunxiao ranks at the bottom in strength among the realms of the Jiuxiao continent, it has consistently remained one of the 9 skies. Currently, there are 5 superpowers on the land of Yunxiao: the sacred land of Yunxiao, the ancient family of the Yun clan, the ancient clan of the Yin tribe, the forbidden zone of life known as the Yunming Marsh, and the foremost sword sect of Yunxiao, the Yunxia Sword Sect. The rankings of the Yunxiao world are jointly overseen and initiated by these 5 major powers. What? There are so many formidable forces in Yunxiao? I had always believed that Yunxiao consisted solely of the sacred land, yet it harbors such a multitude of superpowers. Xiao Yin was equally astonished. He too had thought that Yunxiao was limited to the sacred land, but to his surprise, there were 4 other superpowers beyond it. He recalled the Yin tribe of Yin City. Could they possibly be the Yin tribe referred to by this venerable figure? Furthermore, in addition to the 5 superpowers, there exist several elite forces, such as the Yinluo Hall, the Wanbao Pavilion, the Tianyuan Tower, the Jiaofeng Division, and the Alchemist Guild, among other organizations. Enough about Yunxiao. Pay close attention now. All members of the Earth ranking are eligible to join any of the aforementioned powers and may choose at will. Additionally, each member of the Earth ranking will receive a set of heavenly-level techniques, martial arts, celestial weapons, and 10 boundary-breaking pills as rewards. The crowd erupted in astonishment. My heavens! Merely being listed on the ranking entails such generous rewards? Regardless of the circumstances, I must secure a place on this list. I am determined to do so. Many prodigies were stirred. They yearned to enter this Earth ranking, to achieve fame overnight. All members of the Earth ranking, upon joining the aforementioned sects, will be cultivated as core disciples. There are 108 members on the list, with the rewards for the top 10 being even more substantial. Those in the top 10 will receive additional rewards of sacred-level techniques and martial arts, and may select from the elders of the aforementioned powers to become their disciples. At Lingyun City, a fervent cheer erupted, as everyone nearly went mad over such terrifying rewards. It was simply outrageous. The top 3 of the ranking can choose any sect to become an inner disciple. An inner disciple. Good heavens, this reward is extraordinarily generous. On the land of Yin-Xiao, each of the 5 superpowers is immensely powerful, with a saint presiding over each sect, which is the minimum criterion for being considered a superpower. It goes without saying that the leaders of these powers, be they sect masters, clan heads, or saints, are all at the level of saints. What does it mean to become their inner disciple? The implications are self-evident. You should be well aware of what it signifies to be an inner disciple. Next comes the heavenly ranking. All eyes turn to Bailey Yun, for this venerable figure hailed from the sacred land of Yin-Xiao and is indeed a revered master. It is worth noting that the strongest individuals in this region are merely great masters at the martial sovereign level. Yet a single individual from the sacred land of Yin-Xiao is already a venerable figure. This illustrates the vast chasm in strength. The celestial rankings encompass a total of 72 individuals. All members of the rankings are granted the liberty to select esteemed elders from various powerful factions as their personal disciples. Furthermore, each individual is rewarded with a complete set of sacred-level techniques, martial arts, and weaponry, along with 10 master-grade elixirs. Such astounding rewards are indeed formidable, driving many into a frenzy. Truly, the celestial rankings deserve their reputation, for they are utterly extravagant. The top 10 of the celestial rankings are permitted to personally choose a sect leader, thus becoming their direct disciples. Bai Li Yun's words reignited fervor throughout the crowd. The rewards for the top 10 are sufficient to render everyone awestruck. My heavens, the top 10 can freely select a sect leader to become their direct disciples? This is akin to ascending to the heavens. No, it is a leap into the divine. Indeed, it is a leap into the divine. Directly becoming a direct disciple of the sect leader, even a holy son could hardly compare. Countless individuals engaged in fervent discussions, utterly captivated by the irresistible allure of the rewards bestowed by the celestial rankings. Those in the top 3 of the celestial rankings, upon joining any sect, can directly attain the status of a holy son, with countless sect resources being directed toward them. The atmosphere was utterly ignited, as countless voices erupted in cheer, and many were stirred to action. Yet, they overlooked a crucial detail. Within the vast expanse of Yin-Xiao, there exist only 72 coveted slots on the celestial rankings, an exceptionally rare opportunity. Now that the introduction to the celestial rankings is complete, we shall proceed to the registration process and subsequent operations. Bai Li Yun proclaimed loudly. The crowd fell into silence once more, for the upcoming details were of paramount importance. Registration is divided into 2 groups, namely the celestial rankings and the earth rankings. The registration location is right here. I possess numerous talismans, each inscribed with your information. You need only provide your name and cultivation level, and simultaneously, each individual must pay a varying amount of spirit stones. The registration fee for the earth rankings amounts to 1,000 spirit stones, while that for the celestial rankings is a staggering 10,000 spirit stones. This registration fee is not merely expensive, it is exceedingly so. Many prodigious talents have languished in mediocrity due to a lack of sufficient resources, ultimately fading into obscurity. Esteemed one, may I inquire how long the registration period will last? Many were only just becoming aware of the celestial rankings and had not adequately prepared. Should the duration be brief, they would undoubtedly miss the opportunity. Fear not, everyone. The registration period lasts for 1 month. The Holy Land has considered that many individuals may not possess such abundant spirit stones, hence the registration period is set for 1 month. After this period, the competition for the 2 rankings will officially commence. Bai Li Yun chuckled. His explanation eased the concerns of many, clarifying why the competition for this ranking has persisted for an entire year. Xiao Yin, Yi Fan, and the others were acutely aware that without the support of their master, they would have no qualifications to participate, even with their possession of the ancient sacred body or the endless fire god body. Without awakening or activation, such potentials remained dormant, ultimately leading to their obscurity. Xiao Yin, accompanied by the little girl, soon found Xiao Yuda and the others, who had been active in Lingyan City, making it relatively simple to locate them. Second brother, junior sister. Xiao Yud and his companion swiftly approached. How goes your mission? Xiao Yin inquired. Second brother, rest assured. Our task is nearly complete, and we have located one of their branches. Tonight is the moment for our thunderous strike. Xiao Yud proclaimed. Excellent. We have all accomplished our missions, and Master has entrusted me with a new task to dominate the heavenly rankings. Hee, your current cultivations seem rather lacking. Xiao Yin chuckled. Xiao Yud and his companion exchanged astonished glances, for Xiao Yan's cultivation had ascended to the 9th layer of the heavenly martial realm, while his junior sister was not far behind, boasting the 7th layer of the same realm. In such a short span of time, they had grown to this extent. Truly, they were the children of destiny. Meanwhile, Xiao Yud and his companion remained at the 3rd layer of the martial soul realm. Though they longed to accumulate strength, they had been incessantly occupied in recent days, and now they had finally made a significant discovery. Fear not, we are here to assist you. Complete your task swiftly so we may embark on the second mission. Here are some resources and talismans for you, Xiao Yin declared, handing them a collection of items. So much divine essence? Xiao Yud exclaimed in astonishment. Master is aware that you have yet to break through. Thus he instructed me to prepare a surplus of divine essence to facilitate your breakthroughs without any concerns. This time, Ling Xiao had entrusted Xiao Yin with 100 drops of divine essence, which could be evenly distributed, allowing each person to receive a dozen drops. Share your plans. We shall act together tonight, Xiao Yin urged. Second brother, it is as follows. We have uncovered a treasure trove near the branch of the Yamahal, yet we have not informed the division, likely intending to claim it for themselves. Tonight, we shall play the role of the opportunistic fisherman. Xiao Yud grinned mischievously. The group exchanged knowing smiles, their intentions clear, eagerly awaiting the night's endeavor. Chapter 58, The Tree of Eternal Life and the Fruit of Immortality. As night fell, four silhouettes stealthily departed from the city. During this time, Xiao Yin inquired about the status of his senior brother and, upon learning the details, could not help but admire him. True to his reputation, the senior brother stood resolutely at the entrance of Lingyun's sect, his imposing presence eliciting awe. It seemed that he was nearing the completion of his mission. It was said that the strongest prodigy of Yuntian's sect could only withstand a single blow, clearly illustrating the disparity in their abilities. Xiao Yud remarked. After all, the senior brother was indeed formidable. Anyone who underestimated him would be the greatest fool. Xiao Yin understood well the extent of his senior brother's prowess. It would not be an exaggeration to claim that he alone could subdue many. The fusion of two ancient sacred bodies had an unknown degree of strength. Moreover, with the treasures bestowed by their master and other methods such as the indestructible golden body, even Xiao Yin lacked the assurance to defeat his senior brother. As for the others, Jun Qianma might have a chance, but Ling Hua and Ling Xian lacked such strength. Enough of this talk. Not far ahead lies a valley, protected by a formation. Fortunately, over the years, I have diligently studied this path and have achieved a modest level of proficiency. Xiao Yud, once a professional tomb raider, had some knowledge of formations, geomancy, and the like. After entering the library pavilion, he deliberately elevated his formation skills to an astonishing height, for formations were indeed the strongest auxiliary tools. Before long, they entered the valley, where over 20 individuals from the Yama Temple awaited them. The leader, at the 9th level of the heavenly martial realm, was the head of the branch, having acted on his own accord without reporting to the division, naturally seeking to monopolize the treasures here. Boss, we discovered this treasure site while pursuing one of the targets during our mission, accidentally stumbling upon it. One of the members reported. The leader nodded slightly, pleased with their performance, stating that the benefits here would not elude them. They merely needed to unlock the formation to access the treasures within. Everyone, accelerate. Our time is limited. We must secure it before dawn. The group hastened to dismantle the formation, but in the end, one formation remained unyielding. Everyone attacked together. After numerous attempts, they still could not breach it, and anxiety began to set in. Meanwhile, Xiao Yin and his companions also entered the area and, upon seeing that the formation remained intact, breathed a sigh of relief. Who are you? The leader demanded, his demeanor suddenly tense. We are, of course, the ones here to kill you. Xiao Yud replied with a cold smirk. Haha, Do you know which sect we belong to? Indeed, Yama Temple. The ones we intend to kill are you, without a doubt. Seeking death, kill them. Over 20 individuals surged forward, yet Xiao Yan and his companions stood their ground. As the assailants drew near, the foremost among them let out a scream, swiftly transforming into a pile of white bones. What? There's poison. Be careful. Is that so? Regrettably, it is too late. The poison of shadows, begone. Dugu Yuqing, a master of toxins, would naturally resolve matters with poison rather than resort to brute force. Qiao Yud and the others refrained from intervening, resulting in the demise of over 20 individuals. Subsequently, Qiao Yud approached the formation and began to dismantle it. Can you unlock this formation? Xiao Yin inquired, somewhat perplexed. Second senior brother, you ought not to doubt your third junior brother's prowess in formations. I dare say. Apart from our master, I am the most skilled, Qiao Yud asserted with confidence. Enough. Hasten to unlock it, and do not waste time. They had just slain more than 20 members of the Yama Hall, and it was likely that the branch was already alerted. They needed to act swiftly. Before long, the chubby boy lived up to expectations and successfully opened the formation, revealing a vast underground palace. The four hastily entered. The underground chamber was expansive. Yet under the guidance of the chubby boy's extensive experience, they quickly located the grandest hall. Upon their arrival, all four were left in awe. Good heavens! What is this? Dugu Yuqing gasped, her mouth agape, for what lay before her was entirely unfamiliar. Xiao Wan displayed a curious expression, feeling a peculiar familiarity with the spectacle. Even Xiao Yan, a man of the world, felt intrigued, for before them stood a towering tree, laden with hundreds of fruit resembling children. This is a ginseng fruit tree, but something seems amiss. A true ginseng fruit tree should exude an ethereal aura, yet these fruits seem to radiate only vibrant life. Third senior brother, you are mistaken. This is not a ginseng fruit tree, but a longevity fruit tree, a tree of everlasting life, not a ginseng tree. Xiaowan corrected. A longevity tree? Indeed. It is a longevity tree. These fruits and the entire tree are immensely precious. How shall we transport it? Pondered the chubby boy. With our master here, we can summon him to assess the situation. After deliberation, they concluded that this was their only option. Xiaoyan called forth their master. Soon, Ling Xiao appeared and beheld the longevity tree. A longevity tree, and its fruits are ripe. It appears you have been exceptionally fortunate. Ling Xiao remarked with a smile. Master, we cannot uproot this tree. If we leave, wouldn't this divine tree be left for others to claim? Xiaoyan explained. Ling Xiao considered this and began to consult the system. System, is there a way to relocate the longevity tree to the Holy Sect? Affirmative. The host needs to expend 10,000 sect points to accomplish this. Let us proceed with the transplantation, for such a divine tree must not be left to others. Ling Xiao instructed them to pluck 7 fruits, 1 for each person, while he would take the remainder along with the divine tree. Indeed, Master possesses remarkable abilities, capable of such feats. Yes, our Master is omnipotent. We too must hasten our cultivation to catch up, Xiaoyan exclaimed with a smile. Ling Xiao expended 10,000 sect points to bring the eternal life tree back to the Holy Sect, which filled him with immense delight. This meant that whenever his disciples stumbled upon something extraordinary, he could also bring it back. Truly, he was worthy of being the child of fortune, able to encounter such a miraculous fruit. Without further ado, he decided to taste it. Ling Xiao consumed an eternal life fruit and began the process of refining it. Upon completion, his cultivation soared directly to the 4th level of the Venerable Realm, an impressive leap of 3 minor realms. The results were remarkable, and with several hundred fruits remaining, he intended to share them with the gifted individuals and the few young ones as well. Immediately, Ling Xiao distributed the fruits among several inner disciples and divine beasts, including Ling Huang, the recipients of the eternal life fruits, such as Qiao Yud and his companions. Soon returned to the city and settled down at the Tianyuan Tower. Xiao Yan had heard clearly during the introduction of top-tier forces by Bai Li Yun that Tianyuan Tower was mentioned, indicating its significance. However, at present, the priority was to enhance their cultivation. Xiao Yan instructed the trio to enter seclusion while he safeguarded them. Soon, the little girl emerged from her retreat, her cultivation having reached the 9th level of the heavenly martial realm. A day later, Qiao Yud and his companion also exited their seclusion, experiencing an astonishing surge in their cultivation, reaching the 7th level of the heavenly martial realm. It is noteworthy that Ling Xiao had ascended 3 realms within the Venerable Realm, making the gap with the Heavenly Martial Realm significantly vast. This clarified why they could achieve the 7th level of the Heavenly Martial Realm in just one night. Haha. With this level of cultivation, we can participate in the competition for the heavenly rankings. Xiao Yid laughed heartily, now brimming with confidence. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the task. Reward, 20,000 sect points. Ding. Congratulations to the host for the substantial improvement of disciples. Reward, 20,000 sect points. Reward. Host cultivation rises by 2 tiers. Reward. Chapter 59. The challenge approaches. Reward, 10 drops of divine liquid. Ling Xiao felt a surge of curiosity regarding this divine liquid. What remarkable substance could it be? System, what is divine liquid? Host. Divine liquid complements celestial liquid and is primarily used for the purification and transformation of spiritual energy. Upon consuming divine liquid, you will significantly surpass your opponents in terms of power, even if their cultivation and spiritual energy are equivalent. In simpler terms, while they wield the gentle flow of a brook, you will command the might of a grand river, entirely incomparable. With the system's explanation, Ling Xiao came to understand the extraordinary benefits of this substance, though its scarcity was a notable drawback. He promptly consumed a drop for himself, and the results were nothing short of remarkable. He felt his spiritual energy had intensified several-fold compared to before. Additionally, his cultivation had ascended to the 3rd tier of the Venerable Realm. System, what is the current value of my sect? Host, the total sect value is 695,000, with a fortune value of 100,000. The system was exceptionally considerate, reporting the fortune value as well, which left Ling Xiao quite satisfied. Approaching 700,000. He anticipated that upon completing the current task, he would likely reach 1,000,000 sect value, thus allowing for an upgrade to a Tier 3 sect. Ling Xiao was filled with eager anticipation, keen to witness the formidable strength of the Holy Sect at that level. In Lingyun City, Yi Fan had returned, having completed his task and prepared to head back to the Holy Sect. At that moment, Xiao Yin and his companions found him. Senior brother, over here. Yi Fan was taken aback. Had Xiao Yin and Xiao Wan also completed their missions? You all. Haha, we have finished our tasks. We intended to assist you, but you returned sooner than expected. Regardless, here is a longevity fruit. Consume it quickly to enhance your cultivation. Look at them. Both have now reached the 7th level of the Celestial Martial Realm. Xiao Yin proclaimed with a smile. Yi Fan quickly grasped that all 4 had successfully completed their tasks and gained opportunities that propelled their cultivation to the 7th level of the Celestial Martial Realm. The group reconvened at Tianyuan Tower, where they could rest assured without the fear of being spied upon. Yi Fan then began to refine the longevity fruit, experiencing a rapid surge in his cultivation. Meanwhile, back at the Holy Sect, Ling Xiao once again heard the familiar prompt from the system. Ding. Congratulations, host. Your senior disciple has completed a task, rewarding you with 10,000 sect value. Ding. Congratulations, host. Your senior disciple's cultivation has significantly increased, rewarding you with another 10,000 sect value. Reward. Host cultivation has been elevated by 1 tier. Reward. 10 drops of divine liquid. Reward. 500 drops of celestial liquid. Receiving yet another bounty from the system, Ling Xiao felt a wave of delight. His cultivation had risen to the 4th tier of the Venerable Realm, and he had acquired an additional 10 drops of divine liquid, along with 500 drops of celestial liquid. Now, only Ling Hua and Jun Qianmo remained. Jun Qianmo's reward would likely be contingent upon the conclusion of the current task, while Ling Hua's was nearing completion. Ling Zhao's profound gaze pierced through the projection of the emperor, directing his attention towards Ling Hua. Yunxiao City. This magnificent metropolis stands as the largest city on the Yunxiao continent, a sacred ground jointly governed by the Yunxiao Sword Sect and the Yun family. Among the 5 superpowers of Yunxiao, the Yunming Marsh and the Flame Clan are situated far from Yunxiao City, while the other 3 are intricately intertwined with it. It is rumored that in antiquity, the Yunxiao sacred land and the Yun family were one and the same, only to diverge into 2 distinct entities in the ancient era. Some even assert that the Yunxiao Sword Sect is a branch of the Yun family, having been established as such. In essence, within Yunxiao, the Yun family reigns as the foremost lineage, the preeminent aristocracy, and the supreme power. The Yun Xiao sacred land may outwardly appear as the strongest force, being a sacred domain. Yet when it comes to heritage, it pales in comparison to the Yun family. Moreover, the elite prodigies of the Yun family typically find their way into either the Yun Xiao sacred land or the Yun Xiao sword sect, their paths determined by talent. Regardless, they undergo trials within these two sections. This process serves as a gilding, and after a rigorous refinement, their growth is astonishing. The Alchemist Guild of Yunxiao City. One of the 9 branches of the Alchemist Guild may not possess the overwhelming strength of the 5 superpowers, yet generally, the 5 powers dare not provoke the Alchemist Guild directly. The forces of Yinluo Hall, Wanbao Pavilion, Tianyuan Tower, Tianji Pavilion, Jiafangxi, and the guild organization boast a depth of heritage that surpasses that of the 5 superpowers, as their industries span the entirety of the Jiuxiao continent. They are, without a doubt, the true elite families of the Jiuxiao continent, regarded as unparalleled throughout the realm. The guild organization encompasses 4 major guilds: the Alchemist Guild, the Artifact Refiner Guild, the Array Master Guild, and the Talismonger Guild. At this moment, Ling Hua has arrived at the entrance of the Alchemist Guild, poised to confront all the masters within. Little girl, what do you intend to do? Do you wish to wreak havoc here at the Alchemist Guild? A 6th-grade alchemist emerged, blocking Ling Hua's path, seething with indignation. Ling Hua, with a cold smirk, replied, I have come to challenge all of your alchemists. Previously, in Yunzhou, you dared not act. And now I am here specifically to issue my challenge. Remember, it is all the alchemists. Haha, what an audacious little girl. Do you even know where you are? Indeed, I know precisely where I am, which is exactly why I have come. Are you foolish? The 6th-grade alchemist, a remarkable figure in his own right, found himself on the receiving end of Ling Hua's fierce retort. Even the most patient of souls would struggle to contain their fury in such circumstances. Very well. Since you speak so arrogantly, I shall defeat you and teach you that this is not a place where anyone can act recklessly. This young 6th-grade alchemist, named Lu Sanxing, is the direct disciple of the branch president and has achieved such a rank at a tender age, promising a bright future ahead. However, today, he finds himself confronted by an audacious girl seeking to provoke him, an intolerable affront. Come forth, let the competition begin. The choice is yours. In terms of alchemical prowess, Ling Hua has undoubtedly surpassed Ling Xiao. Coupled with her innate constitution and the divine Shinnong Ding, it is no exaggeration to assert that unless an imperial-grade alchemist intervenes directly, none can rival her. As the two engage in this contest, a multitude of spectators gathers, for the Alchemist Guild is no ordinary venue. It attracts many visitors. This event has indeed stirred great excitement within the guild, prompting numerous elders to emerge, eager to witness the audacity of such a woman. At the entrance of the guild, a spacious area has been designated for their competition. Lu Sanxing speaks up, declaring, to be fair, let us compete with the 4th-grade soul pill. What say you? Agreed. Ling Hua readily consents. Lu Sanxing commences the alchemical process, stating that he will not disclose the required materials, merely to ascertain whether this young lady possesses the necessary ingredients. Should she lack them, she would already be deemed the loser. Though he harbors some disdain for such tactics, he feels compelled to uphold the guild's reputation. Lu Sanxing's alchemical endeavor proceeds smoothly, revealing his remarkable talent in the art of alchemy. However, his misfortune lies in the fact that he faces Ling Hua. Among the elders, one with clouded eyesight suddenly widens his gaze as Ling Hua begins her work. Impossible. How can this be? She possesses the alchemical divine physique. This elder, a sage-level alchemist, holds a position of great esteem. Old man, take a look at her constitution. No, it is unfathomable. She truly possesses the alchemical divine physique. No wonder she is so audacious. It is extraordinary. Our opportunity has arrived. Such a promising talent must be retained by our side. Her future may indeed lead her to become an imperial-grade alchemist. Nay, her future will undoubtedly surpass us all, perhaps even the guild master himself. Chapter 60. I am a person of the sacred sect. Please conduct yourselves with dignity. Sansheng has already lost. Indeed, from the moment the young girl revealed her unique constitution, his defeat was inevitable. The elders had long seen through everything. Lu Sansheng swiftly approached the final step. While at that moment, Ling Hua began her actions. What astonished everyone next was that Ling Hua directly utilized the void as her alchemical furnace, commencing the refinement of elixirs, a technique they had never encountered before. My heavens, what kind of method is this? Unbelievable, utterly extravagant. Ling Hua's movements captured the attention of all. Once Lu Sansheng stored his elixirs away, he too was struck with awe. He soon beheld Ling Hua skillfully operating, her alchemical process transforming into a form of artistry, mesmerizing all who beheld it. Before long, Ling Hua successfully refined her elixirs and collected them. Now, it is time to unveil the truth. Lu Sansheng retrieved his elixirs, boasting a success rate of 100%, yet the quality left much to be desired, with only one achieving perfection, while the others merely qualified as superior grade. Is this the best you can offer? I doubt even a dog would regard it. Behold my creation. Ling Hua presented her elixirs, each with a 100% success rate, all of perfect quality. No way, 10 of them, all at the flawless level? An elder personally examined the elixirs, ultimately confirming. The grading of elixirs includes inferior, medium, superior, extraordinary, perfect, flawless, and divine. Hiss. 10, all at the flawless level. This is simply insane. Lu Sansheng stood dumbfounded, unable to fathom the extent of this girl's prowess. In every aspect, he had already lost. Her constitution is somewhat unique. Conceding to her is no disgrace. An old man, Mo1, one of the vice presidents of the guild, appeared before the crowd. Upon his arrival, even the elders immediately paid their respects. We have the honor of meeting Vice President Mo1. How could Ling Hua possibly join another organization? She promptly declared, "No, I am a disciple of the sacred sect. I have come to challenge you. And of course, the elders may also intervene." A disciple of the sacred sect? Which sacred sect? In an instant, many were left bewildered, for the name was too unfamiliar. Upon hearing this, Mo1's body trembled slightly. He squinted, revealing a hint of a gratified smile. So it is. I have been somewhat presumptuous. You possess the divine alchemist body. Even if everyone here were to intervene, we would not stand a chance against you. You have triumphed. What? She is of the divine alchemist body? At that moment, as Ling Hua's identity was unveiled, countless individuals were left astonished. Such a peerless constitution, naturally gifted in alchemy, had emerged, and she dared to challenge their entire guild. Several elders nodded in agreement, recognizing that such a formidable constitution was beyond even their capabilities to conquer. Wait, are you referring to that sacred sect? One elder suddenly realized, for in ancient times, there existed a sacred sect of unparalleled terror. Could there possibly be another? Ling Hua appeared perplexed. Ling Xiao had not shared the history of the sacred sect with these disciples. Some of them were unaware of its ancient legacy. The elders gazed at Ling Hua in astonishment before turning their attention to Mo1. Vice President Mo1, have you already discerned the truth? Is it truly from there? Mo1 gave a slight nod, remaining silent. The sacred sect had resurfaced. This was undeniably monumental news. The Cloud Sky Sacred Land had not relayed this information to them, but had instead conveyed it to other formidable factions. After all, the 5 great superpowers were the true local forces, while guilds, the Underworld Palace, and the Ministry of Education were continental-level entities, often disregarding many matters. Hey, what are you discussing? Is there anyone willing to accept my challenge? Come forth. Ling Hua inquired. There's no need. You have already won. None of us can match your prowess. So, does that mean I have completed my task? Splendid. At this moment, Ling Hua was as joyful as a little kitten. She had only made a few moves and had triumphed, a result she had not anticipated. She had expected a more arduous battle. Are you truly unwilling to join my alchemist guild? We can offer you the position of vice president, and you would enjoy the freedom to act as you please alongside the privileges that accompany the role. It would be entirely advantageous for you. Mo1 continued to inquire. Ling Hua shook her head resolutely, rejecting the offer. No matter how splendid the alchemist guild may be, it pales in comparison to the sacred sect. I, Ling Hua, am of the sacred sect. I shall not affiliate with any other force. This is my unwavering stance. I implore you to respect it. Her demeanor was unwavering. Little girl, do not be overly presumptuous. You are merely at the martial soul realm. Before the speaker could finish, Mo1 stepped forward decisively. What? The esteemed alchemist guild cannot accommodate others? Are you prepared to bully a young girl? You are bringing disgrace upon the guild. Mo1's words silenced the individual immediately. Vice President Mo1. We are merely considering the guild's interests. If she were to join, we would certainly. Mo1 waved his hand dismissively. Enough. Inform the president that I, Mo1, am resigning. From this day forth, I shall be the protector of this Ling Hua. Let it be known to all. Should anyone dare to harm this young girl, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. He then smiled warmly and said, Come, child, let us depart. Oh, Ling Hua, still trying to comprehend the situation, understood that those present intended her harm, and this elderly gentleman was aiding her. However, she did not refuse. She needed his assistance now. Child, where do you plan to go next? This place is perilous. Even I cannot guarantee your safety 100%. Mo1 advised. Let us first return to the sacred sect. I am certain that my master will take a liking to you. Moreover, you could become an elder of our sacred sect. As my master has previously indicated, Ling Hua regarded Mo1 with unwavering trust. Oh, did he truly say that? Mo1 inquired, a hint of excitement in his voice. His ancestors had been the chief disciple of the alchemy peak within the sacred sect, and now, the prospect of returning to the sacred sect filled him with resolve. The sect's confidence in allowing its disciples to venture forth assured him of its strength, which further solidified his decision. Upon taking the teleportation array, the two soon arrived at Lingyun City, where they encountered Xiao Yin and others. Elder brother, second brother, third brother, fourth sister, sixth sister, what brings you all here? Ling Hua, being the latest disciple of Ling Xiao, was designated as the seventh. Ling Hua, have you completed your task? Yi Fan and the others approached eagerly. Yes, I have. This is Master Mo1, the vice president of the Alchemist Guild, and he wishes to join the sacred sect, so I brought him along. Little 7. There's no need to return. Our master has assigned us a new mission, to dominate the heaven ranking of the Yuntian list. We have all advanced to the celestial martial realm, and now it is your turn. Xiao Yin presented a longevity fruit to Ling Hua, causing Mo1 to gaze in astonishment. Senior Mo1, it would be best for you to report to the sacred sect first. We shall safeguard her here. Have faith that our master will surely welcome you. Yi Fan suggested. Very well, if that is the case, I shall make the journey. Mo1 understood that unless he earned the trust of the sect leader, the disciples would remain wary of him. At the sacred sect, notifications from the system continuously chimed for Ling Xiao. Ding. Congratulations to the host's junior disciple for completing the task. Reward. 10,000 sect points. Ding. Congratulations to the host's senior disciple for a significant enhancement in cultivation. Reward. 1 level increase in cultivation. Ding. Congratulations to the host's junior disciple for a significant enhancement in cultivation. Reward. 1 level increase in cultivation. Reward. 20,000 sect points. Reward. Chapter 61. You are not qualified. Reward. 50 drops of divine essence. Reward. 1,000 drops of celestial essence. Ling Xiao, having received an abundance of rewards, finds that this particular batch of divine essence and celestial essence has nearly doubled. System, are there truly such copious rewards available? Host, if you find them unsatisfactory, the system can retract them. Future distributions may also be diminished. Cough. No need for that. Let it be as it is, without further delay. Ling Xiao's cultivation ascends 2 more tiers, reaching the 6th level of the Venerable Realm. By the way, why has my cultivation only increased by 1 tier? Host. The system elevates based on the disparity in realms. Even if they were to break through significantly, they could only facilitate your advancement by 1 tier. As your current cultivation far exceeds theirs, they require a substantial amount of sect value to grant you a more considerable increase. Ling Xiao comprehended. In simpler terms, his cultivation was too advanced while that of his disciples was too modest. It was akin to asking them to haul a ship. They could only manage a small vessel, while he was akin to an aircraft carrier, placing undue burden upon them. Not long after, Mo1 arrived at the Eastern Heavenly Gate, gazing in awe at the sacred sect's mountain gate, utterly astounded. The grandeur of such a sect was overwhelmingly breathtaking, evoking a profound sense of one's own insignificance. I am Mo1, descendant of the chief disciple of the ancient sacred sect's alchemy peak, here to pay my respects to the sect master. Mo1 understood that only by revealing his identity could he earn the trust of the sect master. Ling Xiao appeared at the Eastern Heavenly Gate, employing the art of perception to discern Mo1's background clearly. He spoke the truth. Indeed, he was a descendant of the sacred sect and a master-level alchemist. In comparison to a saint-level alchemist, a master-level alchemist could concoct master-grade elixirs, standing nearly at the pinnacle of the continent. Mo1. You are the descendant of the esteemed chief disciple Mo Suyu. Enter. The eastern heavenly gate opened, allowing Mo1 to enter the sacred sect. Upon witnessing the thriving scene of the sacred sect, Mo1 was utterly dumbfounded. This place was akin to a celestial realm. Nay, it surpassed even that. Very well. You shall henceforth be the elder of Alchemy Peak, overseeing all matters pertaining to it. Here is your identity token. Ling Xiao presented a token to Mo1. This token not only served as a symbol of his status, but also enabled the sensing of their precise location. In the event of danger, the experts of the sacred sect could provide immediate assistance. It also functioned as a soul token. Should the token shatter, it signified that the bearer had perished. Upon acknowledging the token, Mo1's information appeared upon it. Ling Xiao then produced the celestial essence and divine essence, eliciting great excitement from Mo1. Sectmaster, are these truly for me? Indeed. Moreover, you shall also have access to the heroic tomb to seek the resting place of Mo Suyu and acquire the legacy. Additionally, you will take the remaining divine essence and celestial essence to administer to my disciples. For now, you will remain by their side to ensure their safety. Ling Xiao instructed. Yes, Sectmaster. In the present day, among all the disciples, only Jun Qianma has yet to complete the task, while the others have already fulfilled theirs and are now ready to dispatch skilled protectors. These elixirs will significantly aid in their cultivation, so let them be entrusted to them. Ling Xiao has also concocted several potions to elevate the cultivation of those in the celestial martial realm. His aim is to see the disciples dominate the celestial rankings. Mo1 accepted the elixirs, but did not immediately proceed to the hero's tomb. Instead, he returned directly to Lingyun City. Ling Xiao nodded slightly, feeling a sense of relief. For Mo1 understood the gravity of the situation. The inheritance from the hero's tomb can be acquired at any time, but the safety of Ling Hua and the others is far more paramount. It is this understanding that prompted him to leave the sacred sect and head to Lingyun City. Upon Mo1's arrival in Lingyun City, he encountered Yi Fan and the others, among whom was an additional presence, Jun Qianma. Previously, Mo1 had lacked the opportunity to observe them closely, but now he was even more astonished. The 7 prodigies before him were all exceptional, each possessing a unique and extraordinary constitution, among which the top 10 included the ancient sacred body, the primordial Tao body, the innate sacred body, as well as the unparalleled endless fire divine body, the heavenly thief body, and the cursed calamity, poison divine body. All of these individuals were disciples of the sect master, and one could only imagine the revival of the sacred sect should they reach their full potential, restoring it to its former glory. Mo1 felt a deeper respect for them, recognizing that these individuals were disciples of the sect master, whose realm he had previously been unable to perceive. Moreover, within the sacred sect, there were several auras that were even more formidable than his own, at least at the level of the sacred master, and possibly even at the emperor level. The might of the sacred sect surpassed all imagination. Currently, Jun Qianma's cultivation had also ascended to the 7th level of the celestial martial realm, thanks to the remarkable effects of the longevity fruit. Esteemed disciples, by the command of the sect master, I bring you some cultivation resources for your perusal. Mo1 presented the resources brought by Ling Xiao to Yi Fan. Upon seeing the divine liquid and celestial liquid, Yi Fan and the others were filled with great excitement. Such treasures of heaven and earth were indeed generously provided by their master, and this time, the quantity surpassed previous offerings. Is this the celestial martial pill for enhancing the celestial martial realm? Although it only raises 1 minor level, it is exceedingly precious to us, Ling Hua remarked. Upon hearing this, the 7 disciples were overwhelmed with joy, fully aware of how much their master valued them. Once we refine the celestial martial pill, we shall register. This time, the entire realm of Yunxiao will sing of the strength and glory of our sacred sect, Yi Fan declared with a smile. The group entered the Tianyuan building and promptly began refining the elixirs to enhance their strength. Meanwhile, at the sacred sect, Ling Xiao received another notification. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The disciples' cultivation has significantly improved, awarding 10,000 sect points. The host's cultivation is elevated by 1 level. Ding! Congratulations to the host for several disciples' cultivation improvements, awarding 60,000 sect points. The host's cultivation is elevated by 1 level. 100 drops of divine spirit liquid as a reward. 1,000 drops of celestial elixir as a reward. Ling Xiao was immensely pleased. Having elevated his cultivation to the 8th heaven of the venerable realm, mere steps away from the saint realm. In less than half a year, his cultivation had soared to such heights. If others were to learn of this, they would likely be rendered speechless in shock. With the system at his disposal, Ling Xiao was confident in his ability to transform the Holy Sect into the foremost sect across the Myriad realms. Meanwhile, in Lingyun City, Yi Fan and his companions began to register. Holy Sect Disciple Yi Fan, here to register. Holy Sect Disciple Xiao Yin, here to register. Holy Sect Disciple, here to register. Bai Li Yun was utterly astonished upon witnessing the registration of the 7 disciples from the Holy Sect. As a venerable, his discerning eye could easily perceive their extraordinary qualities. Even if they attempted to conceal their prowess, the faint aura emanating from them betrayed their formidable strength and exceptional talent. Moreover, the previous assault by the Yunxiao Holy Land on the Holy Sect had ended in utter failure, with all who ventured out mysteriously perishing. This had fueled an intense animosity within the Yunxiao Holy Land towards the Holy Sect. I'm afraid you lack the qualifications, Bai Li Yun declared outright, denying them the opportunity to showcase their talents, eager to witness their astonishment. Humph, let everyone observe. This venerable from the Yunxiao Holy Land speaks as if it were mere wind, previously declaring us all equal, now claiming we are different. We, disciples of the Holy Sect, have followed all procedures correctly. On what grounds do you deny our registration? The audacity of their words was infuriating, and Bai Li Yun's eyes glinted with murderous intent, contemplating the glory he would achieve by eliminating them. However, at that moment, Imowen appeared before Bai Li Yun, an overwhelming pressure of a great saint causing him to kneel before the might. If it weren't for your potential usefulness, you would already be a corpse. Do they possess the qualifications to vie for the heavenly ranking? Yes. Bai Li Yun capitulated in an instant. Chapter 62, Group Operations. Confronted by a sage, Bai Li Yun was instantly cowed, realizing that a mere finger from the sage could extinguish his life. Yi Fan and the others successfully registered, each clutching their own tokens, which bore their sect, names, and levels of cultivation. Master Brother, what shall we do now? After registering, there remains a considerable interval before the official commencement. The registration period lasts only a month, followed by 11 months of competition, culminating in the final rankings. Why not simply inquire? We do not know, but he certainly does. Yi Fan pointed at Bai Li Yun. Although this elder was no paragon of virtue, as the head of this Yunzhou event, he could not possibly be uninformed. Imowen called Bai Li Yun over, who approached like a timid chick, devoid of any thoughts of resistance. Although Imowen had yet to attain the status of a sage, he was a formidable great sage, far beyond Bai Li Yun's capacity to oppose. Speak. What are the subsequent procedures? What are the specific timelines? Imowen commanded, and Bai Li Yun dared not refuse. You are overtly threatening the Yunxiao sacred land. Do you comprehend the consequences of offending us? Bai Li Yun retorted. We are already sworn enemies. Do you truly believe you can send your prodigious disciples to eliminate us? And should any of your elders act shamelessly, we are not to be trifled with. Surely, you have learned this lesson before. Moreover, do you believe your life and death are not within my contemplation? Imowen's words extinguished any lingering thoughts of resistance in Bai Li Yun. Indeed, since they were sworn adversaries, what would it matter if they were to eliminate him? The previous 5 sages had yielded the best possible outcome. I shall speak. Is that not sufficient? Bai Li Yun inhaled deeply, surveying the assembly before him, and stated, the registration period lasts 1 month. The subsequent 6 months will allow the various prodigies to showcase their talents freely. After 6 months, the T&D rankings will manifest above the major cities, allowing all listed individuals to be challenged. This challenge period will last 3 months, after which the final ranking battle will commence at the Yunxiao Sacred Land. The ranking battle will extend over 2 months, also known as the ranking war, ultimately determining the 2 lists and all rankings. Bai Li Yun did not dare to withhold this information. After all, it was his duty to inform all participants. Very well. You may leave. Imowen kicked Bai Li Yun away, who departed spewing curses. Thus, we have half a year to enhance our strength, to freely exhibit our prowess. After 6 months, the challenge tournament will unveil the T&D rankings above the cities, allowing challenges against the ranked individuals. The final 2 months will encompass the ranking war, culminating in the ultimate contest for the top 10, as well as the championship and runner-up. As the master brother, Yi Fan wielded absolute authority, while even Mo1, as an elder, was obliged to serve these direct disciples. I have 2 suggestions. There are 7 of us, and shortly everyone will have the opportunity to vote. First, we could all act together and head towards Cloud City. The journey itself will serve as our training. Second, we could split into pairs, eventually forming groups of 3, providing mutual support while maintaining our destination at Cloud City. Yi Fan gazed at his companions and continued, with Elder Mo accompanying us. Safety is assured if we choose to act collectively, although the training may be somewhat lacking. Conversely, if we separate, everything we encounter will be filled with unpredictability yet abundant with opportunities. After all, we are bound to meet many prodigies along the way. Upon hearing Yi Fan's words, the other disciples understood, recalling their master's teachings that encountering other fortunate individuals could lead to introductions into the sacred sect, and that some formidable figures could also join the sect, attaining elder status. The analysis of the senior brother is quite sound. I support the second suggestion for us to act in groups. What do you all think? Xiaoyan inquired, looking towards the others. Soon, everyone chose the second option, recognizing that it would afford them more chances to encounter other top-tier talents. Despite the considerable distance from Lingyun City to Cloud City, they had over 6 months, ample time for their journey. Senior brother, how about we divide into 4 small groups? Elder Mo will accompany me, so safety is not a concern. I can take a separate group while the rest of you look after one another. Ling Hua proposed. This idea was indeed commendable. With 7 direct disciples, grouping was challenging. But with Elder Mo included, they became 8, making 4 groups quite suitable. Excellent suggestion. Therefore, you 2 will form one group, Xiao Yud and Miss Yuqing. You will remain together. The remaining 4 will be Yi Fan, Xiao Yin, Xiao Wan, and Jun Xianma. Then, senior brother, how about we each take one of the 2 junior sisters? Xiao Yin suggested. That works. This way, we can care for them. And you 2, how do you choose? Yi Fan turned to Xiao Wan and Jun Xianma, noting that everyone's cultivation had risen, and none was inferior to the others. You 2 share a compatible physique. I will team up with the second senior brother. Jun Xianma quickly made her choice, knowing the profound connection between the ancestral sacred body and the innate sacred body. Being together was indeed the best option. As for her pairing with the second senior brother, it mattered little. They could remain independent with minimal entanglement. Senior brother, do you think we should return to bid farewell to our master? Xiao Yud inquired. Yi Fan shook his head. There is no need. Our master has already provided us with the finest resources, and I believe each of us possesses ample resources to cultivate to great heights. If we wish to grow, we must tread this path. Without blood and fire, how can we swiftly mature? But senior brother, what if? My dear companions, do not succumb to complacency. Should circumstances become dire, let us not forget the great Emperor's projection imparted by our revered master. Thus, I decree, choose your paths freely. Mo would unfurl the topographical map. As a grand sage, such a map is indispensable, for the expanse of the 9 heavens continent is vast, and even the cloud heights alone is remarkably expansive. Soon, the 4 groups selected their respective routes, their ultimate destination being the illustrious Cloud City. The subsequent challenge and ranking competitions are to be held in Cloud City, providing ample opportunity for all prodigies to encounter one another along the way. I must remind all junior disciples, aside from the tasks bestowed by our master, we must not forget our duty as members of the sacred sect. It is imperative that we uphold and amplify the name of the sacred sect. Furthermore, should we encounter esteemed prodigies and formidable experts, we ought to foster alliances to draw them into our fold. Fear not, dear senior brother, we are well aware of our responsibilities. Now, farewell, everyone. We shall reconvene in Cloud City. The 8 individuals swiftly divided into 4 groups and departed from Lingyun City. The proprietor of Tianyuan Tower observed the sacred sect's departure and promptly issued orders to monitor their every movement. We shall soon discover whether the sacred sect is making a triumphant return or merely sending forth expendable pawns. In the not-so-distant future, will the name of the sacred sect resonate throughout Cloud Heights and even the entire 9 heavens continent? through the Emperor's projection. Ling Xiao was acutely aware of Yi Fan and his companion's actions, yet he remained apprehensive. After all, this time, only Ling Hua had the sage Mo1 by her side, while the others lacked such support. By Tian, By Long, and Tong Tian, you shall discreetly accompany our disciples, who are divided into 3 groups. Protect them from the shadows. Do not reveal yourselves unless absolutely necessary. Should you encounter formidable foes, feel free to shatter these talismans, and our sect shall undoubtedly respond. Yes, Sect Master. 3 formidable auras surged forth as they departed from the sacred sect. Chapter 63. The Swift Demise of the Lone Wolf. Although Yi Fan and his companions had not yet returned, and no formidable allies were present to safeguard them, it did not imply that Ling Xiao would refrain from taking action. Previously, he had been constrained by the system's tasks. However, with the completion of those duties and the absence of further restrictions, he was now free to dispatch guardians. The successful completion of their prior missions signified that they were indeed the true children of fortune. The realm of Yunxiao was divided into 9 provinces, with the region housing Yunxiao City, referred to as Zhongzhou. The path chosen by Yi Fan and the little girl necessitated traversing Lingzhou before entering Zhongzhou. They had meticulously planned their route, which would involve passing through 5 grand cities, including Lingyun City. In addition to Lingyun City, there was another settlement situated within the borders of Yunzhou, namely Ming City, located at the southwestern frontier. This southwestern region was predominantly mountainous, with the Hengduan mountain range being the most prominent, stretching across the entire southwest and bordering the northern area of the Holy Mountain. This route was characterized by endless mountain ranges, and the abundance of such terrain suggested a significant presence of demonic beasts. Furthermore, the northern part of the Holy Mountain was originally a sealed domain for these creatures, rendering it a sacred land for the demon race, surrounded by an inexhaustible number of their kind. As Yi Fan and the little girl journeyed along the path, their first destination was Ming City within Yunzhou. Ming City lay at the terminus of the northern foothills of the Holy Mountain, enveloped by towering mountains. To reach Ming City, traversing the Hengduan mountain range was unavoidable for the duo. In the forest, the little girl closely followed Yi Fan, finding solace in the presence of her elder brother. After a day's travel, they halted as a mercenary group of approximately 30 members appeared before them. In this region, mercenary bands flourished, as many sought to enter the Hengduan mountain range in search of treasure and to hunt demonic beasts. Venturing alone posed great danger, and the emergence of mercenary groups effectively alleviated these concerns. Boss, ahead are 2 unsuspecting lambs, seemingly entering the Hengduan mountain range for the first time. Unaware of the perils that lie here, one of the men spoke up. The leader glanced at Yi Fan and his companion before beckoning his brothers to approach. Yi Fan and the little girl halted, sensing the ill intentions of these newcomers. Haha, what exquisite little maid. Such beauty. Young man, you must be a newcomer. Hand over your valuables, and you may escape with your lives, the earlier speaker declared. Yi Fan positioned the little girl behind him and retorted, perhaps it would be prudent for you to reveal your true intentions, so that my sister and I may respond accordingly. Haha, allow me to introduce myself. I am the leader of the Wolf Fong mercenary group, the Lone Wolf. Judging by your attire, you must be of considerable wealth. Surrender your possessions, and let this girl accompany me for just one night. By tomorrow, you may depart. The Lone Wolf proclaimed, saliva nearly escaping his lips. All members of his group were men who had not encountered a woman in over a month. Now, upon seeing the little girl, their baser instincts could not be contained. Seeking death, Yi Fan scoffed, preparing to retaliate. Hey, are you still daring to act? Brothers, since they are so oblivious, let us kill the men and take the women back. After I have my fun, everyone will share. With a wave of his hand, the Lone Wolf's eyes gleamed with murderous intent. His subordinates immediately charged forward, and at that moment, Yi Fan was equally resolute, decisively making his move. Junior sister, conceal your strength for now, and when the moment is right, deliver a thunderous blow. Watch me. After transmitting his thoughts to the little girl, Yi Fan unleashed the 8 Desolations and 6 Harmonies fist. The 2 leading attackers were sent flying in an instant, followed by the sickening crunch of their chests being pierced, leaving behind gaping holes the size of a fist. The 2 lay lifeless, eyes wide open in death. Another expert of the celestial martial realm, quite formidable. His deputy remarked with concern. No worries. I have already broken through to the King's realm. These two cannot escape. The lone wolf exuded confidence. Despite the strength of these youths, he knew he was stronger. After Yi Fan dispatched the two, the remaining members of the Wolf Fang mercenary corps rushed in. Engaging in battle with them, Yi Fan handled the situation with ease, his movements fluid. Most of them were at the martial spirit realm, with only a few at the martial soul realm, and merely 4 at the celestial martial realm. Go, big brother. Upon hearing her encouragement, Yi Fan quickened his pace, aiming for a swift resolution. Well then, since you are so aggressive, I shall send you to the afterlife. Swordsmanship, the Void Thunder Sword Technique. At this moment, Yi Fan unsheathed the ancient divine sword and began to execute the sword technique. As the enemies closed in, he could not afford to hold back. He owed it to his junior sister's encouragement. With the ancient divine sword and the terrifying sword technique combined, more than 10 adversaries were sent flying, each with a deep gash across their throats, and soon, all lay dead. Seeking death. You too. Make sure to capture them. Lone Star, go seize that little girl. The lone wolf began to give orders, unable to sit idly by any longer. This Yi Fan was incredibly strong. His subordinates were no match for him. Lone Star, the deputy, pressed towards the little girl, wielding the strength of the 7th level of the celestial martial realm. As he approached, a massive bell manifested, and with a thunderous sound, Lone Star was sent reeling, blood spewing forth, his face turning pale. What kind of weapon is this? Judging by its level, it was at least a holy artifact. Both the lone wolf and Lone Star were taken aback, determined to seize it. Wiping the blood from his mouth, Lone Star launched another attack, but this time, the little girl did not hold back. Beginning and end without end. Struck by her martial technique, a massive hole appeared in Lone Star's chest, and he fell to the ground, astonished. Meanwhile, Yi Fan had already dispatched the remaining foes, leaving only the lone wolf standing. Just moments ago, the Wolf Fang mercenary corps had counted over 30 members. Now, only 1 remained. The lone wolf realized he had bitten off more than he could chew. However, the demise of the mercenary group ignited a furious blaze within him, rendering him devoid of reason. Coupled with the emergence of the primordial clock, his insatiable greed engulfed him entirely. Kill! The lone wolf charged forth, wielding his spiked club. Yi Fan, brandishing the ancient divine sword, stepped forward resolutely. He could not allow his junior sister to come to harm. With a resounding thud, both combatants staggered back. This strike was the lone wolf's full-force attack. Yet Yi Fan managed to withstand it. Impossible. How could you possibly endure such might? The lone wolf and his companions had spent over a month in the mountain range, oblivious to the news of the heaven rankings activation. Had they been aware, they would have understood that a multitude of prodigies had emerged at this moment. Nothing is impossible. Merely a first-level martial king, easily extinguished. Yi Fan ceased his words, invoking the Holy Sacrifice domain. This was his ultimate trump card. The Holy Sacrifice domain significantly enhances combat prowess. Surpassing 1 tier is known as a first forbidden genius, 2 tiers as a second forbidden genius, and so forth, up to 9 tiers, which is termed a 9th forbidden marvel. The Holy Sacrifice domain transcends the 9 prohibitions, permitting one to combat across an entire major realm. Once activated, Yi Fan dispatched the lone wolf with a single strike of his sword. No. The lone wolf met his demise with resentment, dying with purpose. Yi Fan surveyed the battlefield, taking the opportunity to scavenge. To his surprise, he discovered that the lone wolf and his companions had stumbled upon an ancient cavern in the Hengduan Mountains, yet they were unable to enter due to a barrier formation. They were preparing to retreat for reinforcements, seeking assistance from his father when they unexpectedly encountered the two of them. Elder brother, how did it go? Any gains? The little girl inquired. Yi Fan folded the topographic map and smiled broadly. Indeed, we have made significant gains. In the Hengduan Mountains, there lies an ancient cavern that is likely on the verge of opening. Let us proceed there at once. An ancient cavern? It must be extraordinary. Let us go. Chapter 64. The cave is about to emerge. Following the marked location on the topographical map, the two soon discovered this vast cave, which evidently belonged to a formidable being. The scale of the cave was so immense that even I would find it impossible to breach its defenses. It seems they must have retreated to summon reinforcements, and we just happened to cross paths with them. After surveying the site, Yi Fan felt utterly helpless. His proficiency in formations could only be described as mediocre, far inferior to that of Chao Yud. That fellow would undoubtedly be exhilarated upon encountering such a cave. A day later, the cave began to tremble, unleashing a tremendous force that propelled the two away. Subsequently, a golden beam of light shot skyward. Little junior sister, are you all right? Yi Fan quickly embraced Xiao Nianyan as they landed. I'm fine, big senior brother. What is happening? Xiao Nianyan exclaimed in astonishment. It appears this cave is about to emerge. We are in great danger here, and the radiance will surely attract numerous powerful individuals. We may very well miss out on this opportunity. Yi Fan spoke the truth. The commotion caused by the emergence of the cave was extraordinary. It was akin to an earthquake, with vibrations detectable from over 1,000 miles away. Coupled with that towering beam of light, it was evident that this cave was anything but ordinary. It could very well be a cave of the saint level, or possibly even an emperor-level cave. Yi Fan had previously encountered a saint from the Ling Xiao Holy Land, whose overwhelming power was suffocating. Merely their aura could obliterate grandmasters, leaving revered figures unable to lift their heads in their presence. A cave left behind by such a terrifying entity would undoubtedly contain myriad treasures, not to mention the divine weapons, techniques, and martial arts left behind. A powerful saint might even leave behind rare treasures of immeasurable worth. As expected, within moments, formidable beings began to arrive at this location. Yi Fan and his companion had already retreated to a safe distance. They understood that getting too close would inevitably attract the attention of these fearsome entities, and should they be discovered and annihilated, who would they turn to for justice? It was far wiser to observe the unfolding events from afar, biding their time until the cave fully emerged, for perhaps they might still find an opportunity. Moreover, if the Holy Sect dispatched experts, their safety would be assured. News of the cave's imminent emergence swiftly spread across the entire Yunzhou region, reaching Ling Xiao, Tongzhou, Yuzhou, and Zhongzhou. Major sects and powerful factions became aware of the situation and hastily sent their own experts to investigate. Not far from the Hengduan Mountains, Chao Yud and Dugu Yuqing also beheld the radiant beam of light, their expressions filled with excitement. This is a grand tomb, at least an emperor-level tomb. Let us hurry there, Chao Yud exclaimed with delight. That direction should align with the route taken by Big Senior Brother and the others. Should we proceed? Are you foolish? We should wait until the opportunity here has passed before departing. Trust me, I am an expert in this area, a true authority, Chao Yud proclaimed, patting his chest confidently. Indeed, speaking of tomb raiding, I mean, the diligent work of underground cultural relic preservationists, one might argue you deserve to be awarded an expert certification. The two individuals swiftly moved on, while from a considerable distance, Xiao Yin and Jun Qianmao could sense the disturbances. However, they chose not to approach, but instead veered towards a different direction, the direction of the Yunming Marsh. Both Jun Qianmao and Xiao Yin felt that this path held their fortunes. As for Mo1 and Ling Hua, they did not arrive either. Each individual possesses their own opportunities, and they are all children of fortune. Luck does not favor just one, but rather encompasses all. An increasing number of skilled practitioners gathered in this place, with their ranks continually rising. Initially, only martial kings were present, but soon, grandmasters made their entrance. Within 3 days, a revered being had descended. Revered beings are the mightiest entities beneath the saints. In the absence of saints, they represent the pinnacle of combat prowess. Look, that is Bai Liyun. As the head of Lingyun City, upon witnessing the opportunity here, Bai Liyun would undoubtedly seize the moment. Brother Tu Su, over here. Bai Liyun spotted his brother, Tu Su Sheng, who also belongs to the Yuntian Holy Land. Both are revered beings and naturally unite in this moment. In addition to them, other revered beings gradually arrived, with representatives from various factions making their presence known. The Yin clan, situated nearby, upon learning that this cavern might be of imperial grade, promptly dispatched a team led by a saint, accompanied by several revered beings. This luxurious assembly is indeed formidable. The arrival of the Yin clan left many powerful practitioners in awe, truly, as one of the ancient clans. Their profound heritage rivals that of the Holy Lands. They are all factions of the same caliber, with little to differentiate them. Saint Yin Kuan, what an honor. At this moment, yet another powerful figure appeared. Observing their attire, it was clear they hailed from the Yuntian Holy Land, revered as Saint Yunhai. Each formidable being bears a title that commands respect. Yi Fan and his companion watched from afar, In such a brief span, a saint had already graced this place, indicating the exceptional caliber of this cavern. One could only wonder if their sect would send formidable beings to join. Yi Fan was uncertain. They should arrive, as it is not far from our sacred sect. The sacred sect is not lacking in experts, without mentioning others. They are aware of no less than 5 individuals at the saint level. Unbeknownst to them, Ling Xiao was closely monitoring their every move. Upon realizing the situation, he immediately summoned the elder to embark towards this location. Li Daru, Master, I am here. Proceed immediately to the Hengduan Mountains, where a grand tomb has emerged, and a saint-level being has already descended. Our sect fears that Bai Tian and Bai Long may lack sufficient strength. You must go to support them and safeguard their path. Remember to act discreetly, and should any unforeseen circumstances arise, our sect will intervene. Understood. I shall obey the Master's command. Li Daru departed immediately for the Hengduan Mountains. For beings of their caliber, it was but a fleeting moment. The nature of the grand tomb remains uncertain, yet it is hoped to be of assistance to you. Ling Xiao continued to recline, engaging in nothing but barbecuing and basking in the sun, reveling in his leisure. Meanwhile, at the tomb, the elite from the 5 paramount powers began to converge. After all, they were the sovereigns of this realm. Some factions boasted saints in their ranks, yet their prowess paled in comparison to those possessing sacred lands under the aegis of a saint lord. These saints, too, graced the scene, albeit acting independently or under the banners of the 5 major forces. In addition, establishments such as Tianyuan Tower, Tianji Pavilion, the Bureau of Teaching, and the Yama Hall, along with various guilds, dispatched their saints as well. It seemed they had all coordinated their arrival. One prominent saint led a retinue of over 10 esteemed ones. These saints were there to pave the way, for the true nature of this hidden abode remained shrouded in mystery. The presence of saints alone was sufficient to instill awe in all who dared approach. Yi Fan was astonished to find the proprietor of Tianyuan Tower also in attendance, his cultivation level reaching that of a saint, though the specifics of his realm eluded Yi Fan's understanding. As the hidden abode was on the verge of emergence, these dignitaries had effectively sealed off the area, rendering it nearly impossible for others to gain entry. Yi Fan and his companions found themselves excluded from the gathering until Chao Yud and another arrived. The distance was simply too great. Travel required time. Big brother, we've made it too. Hee, how could such a specialized matter occur without my authoritative presence? Chao Yud declared with confidence. Third brother, what level do you think this hidden abode is? Yi Fan inquired. From the current light pillar, it appears to be at least of the imperial level. However, as you know, even within the imperial realm, there are distinctions. The specifics will only be revealed once it fully opens and emits its initial overwhelming pressure. Chao Yud, true to his expertise, articulated this with clarity. Imperial level? Is it possible that there are multiple realms within the imperial level? Yi Fan and the others were still unaware of the subsequent levels. They only recognized the distinctions between the Saint Lord and the Emperor levels when a voice interjected. Indeed, the imperial level is subdivided into the imperial realm, imperial sovereign, and great emperor. Similarly, the saint level comprises 3 realms: saint, great saint, and saint lord. The appearance of the Bai Tian Yaosheng and Bai Long Yaosheng brought newfound confidence to the fore. Chapter 65. Confrontation with the Sacred Sect. The 2 demonic saints were met with reverence from the 4 disciples. Despite their elevated status, they were compelled to pay their respects to those of the saintly echelon, as they had yet to attain such heights themselves. The 2 demonic saints, however, hesitated to fully accept these honors. Ideally, they were only obliged to bow to the sect leader, for others did not necessarily hold greater rank than themselves, as they were direct disciples of the sect leader. This alone granted them the power to overshadow all other masters. You may be unaware, but there are distinct tiers among the saints: the initial, mid, late, pinnacle, and perfection stages within the realms of Saint, Great Saint, Saint Lord, and the subsequent Emperor realms, elucidated the demonic saint of Azure Sky. The 4 nodded slightly, finally realizing the profound intricacies of the realms that lay ahead. Their journey was still far from complete. It is truly wonderful to see you here, Chao Yud exclaimed with a smile. Initially, they had wished to return, but Yi Fan had not consented. It seemed that their master had been watching over them all along. Dear disciples, you are perhaps unaware that the sect leader possesses immense foresight and wisdom. Knowing of your separation, He dispatched us to protect you in secret. But now that this cave has emerged, the saints no longer conceal themselves, and we shall reveal our presence. Come, let us escort you," instructed the demonic saint of azure sky, emanating the pressure of a saint as he led the 4 disciples into the cave. "Who are you?" questioned the formidable figures from the Ling Xiao sword sect, the Yun family, and the experts of Yunmeng Marsh, who failed to recognize the sacred sect at first. "They are from the sacred sect," Bai Li Yun declared, his heart racing with astonishment. Previously, there had been the great Saint Mo1, and now 2 demonic saints had appeared. Indeed, the sacred sect was a force to be reckoned with. At this moment, the denizens of the Yan Luo Hall, the Tianji Pavilion, and the Teaching Bureau regarded them with newfound respect, for they were well aware of the sacred sect's illustrious past, a dominance that eclipsed all others throughout the ages. The proprietor of Tian Yuan Tower laughed heartily. "Welcome to the sacred sect. With such profound heritage, your presence is extraordinary indeed. To have summoned 2 saints is no small feat. While other factions could boast only a single saint at their helm, the sacred sect had summoned 2, solely to safeguard for disciples. Among the assembly, very few were of a rank lower than the esteemed ones, except for the sacred sect." "The sacred sect? Humph. One wonders how the current sacred sect measures up to its former glory," remarked a sinister figure from Yan Luo Hall. Their previous assaults on the sacred sect and its disciples had already sealed their fate as adversaries. "Do not presume to speak of strength, at the very least. We surpass your Yan Luo Hall, and we are stronger than the Yun Xiao sacred ground. If you dare, continue to send higher-tiered experts to challenge the sacred sect, and you shall realize just how inadequate you truly are," the demonic saint of azure sky retorted fiercely. As demonic saints, their physical prowess far exceeded that of humans at the same tier, and with both of them together, they feared no one. "You? Humph." The sovereign of the underworld, exuding a palpable aura of menace, stood resolutely. Meanwhile, the saint of the cloudy heights wore a grim expression, for their domain had recently suffered the loss of 5 saints. The saint from the Yun family, known as Yun Tian, cast a glance toward the Holy Sect. "Has the Holy Sect forgotten the events of a millennium ago?" he inquired. While others may be oblivious to the ancient occurrences, the demon sovereign, Bai Tian, was acutely aware. They had been suppressed for a millennium, a consequence of the Holy Sect's actions. Yet, following the conclusion of the demon-sealing war, the Holy Sect had fallen into a state of disarray, gradually retreating from the annals of history until few remembered its former glory. "Are you insinuating that you orchestrated events from a millennium ago?" Bai Tian narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the members of the Yun family. Despite the Holy Sect's diminished status in comparison to ancient times, it had once been the preeminent power of the Cloudy Heights. However, since the demon-sealing war, its fortunes had plummeted. The resentment held by Bai Tian and their peers towards the Holy Sect was profound. Yet they were driven by a desire to uncover the truth of what transpired a millennium ago and to identify the hidden puppet master behind it all. One may indulge in careless banter, but I have never uttered such words," Yun Tian replied, casting a suspicious gaze at Bai Tian and their companion. Ling Xiao, a member of the Holy Sect, overheard the exchange and began to ponder the implications. It appeared there were layers of history entwined within this matter. The events surrounding the sacred mountain, the sealing of demons, the demon-sealing war, and the formidable 10,000 mountains to the south all hinted at a deeper narrative. Regardless of the orchestrator's identity, as long as the Holy Sect persisted, these grievances would be rendered inconsequential. Ling Xiao discerned that before the Holy Sect's total decline a millennium ago, it had undoubtedly been the victim of machinations. The sealing of demons was guarded by 9 imperial demon emperors. Moreover, the dialogue suggested that the Yun family was the true architect behind the Cloudy Heights. With connections to the Cloudy Heights, the Yun family, the Cloudy Sword Sect, and even the Dreaming Marsh. With a fierce glint in his eyes, Ling Xiao recognized the formidable underhanded schemes perpetrated by the Yun family against the Holy Sect. Meanwhile, the radiant glow of the cave began to dim, signaling that its emergence was imminent. The nature of this cave, its level of profundity, would soon be revealed. Esteemed colleagues, let us prioritize harmony. As the cave is on the verge of opening, it would be prudent to join forces in our exploration. As for past grievances, we can address them upon our emergence. What say you? Spoke a female saint from the Bureau of Teaching, a rare talent who had ascended to the saintly realm. The Bureau of Teaching. The most renowned establishment of its kind in the Jiuxiao continent had intricate ties to establishments such as the Heavenly Fate Pavilion and the Heavenly Mechanism Hall. Your argument holds merit. I am inclined to agree, proclaimed the proprietor of the Heavenly Fate Pavilion. Humph. Holy Sect, we shall see how this unfolds. From the discourse, it became evident that the Yun family, the Cloudy Heights, and the Cloudy Sword sect were interconnected, while the Dreaming Marsh appeared to remain indifferent to the Yun family's presence. Regardless of your schemes and tricks, when faced with the sacred sect, you shall be utterly crushed. The demon saint of Azure Sky spoke coldly. The might of the sacred sect is no longer a matter of debate. All present can perceive it. 3 sages remained silent, observing the dialogue while contemplating their own paths ahead. As rogue cultivators, we possess no advantage against these colossal powers. Perhaps it is time to consider our own fates once this matter concludes. What? Do you still believe the sacred sect has a chance of resurgence? Setting aside the calamity wrought by the Witch Clan 100,000 years ago, which already weakened the sacred sect, they now stand no chance of revival. There are unseen forces at play, intent on utterly dismantling the sacred sect. Another sage expressed his disapproval of the sacred sect. Alas, our paths diverge. Let us go our separate ways from here on. And you, my friend? The old Taoist can only take it step by step. Let us see who emerges victorious in this contest for the cave. Another individual displayed keen insight. Indeed, it is evident that the superpower led by the Yun family is targeting the sacred sect. However, the forces such as the Teaching Workshop, Heavenly Fate Tower, and Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion remain ambiguous, not aligning themselves with any faction. Furthermore, the 4 guilds have not declared their allegiance either, as they are not obliged to do so. No matter how powerful the sacred sect may be, it holds no sway over them. Look, the cave is about to open, and the grand spectacle is about to commence. Chapter 66. The Cave of the Azure Emperor. The towering beam of light has completely dissipated, replaced by an aura reminiscent of ancient times. In an instant, an overwhelming force surged forth, sending everyone present, even the saints, flying backward. This is not good. This cave is likely an imperial-level sanctuary. This is the mark of an emperor. What? An imperial cave? Immediately notify the sect and dispatch more experts. We must seize this imperial cave. Yun Tian and Yun Hai were utterly taken aback. Indeed, it is an imperial cave. No one expected such a sanctuary to be concealed within the Hengduan Mountains. At this moment, Chao Yud was sensing the surroundings, soon shaking his head in disbelief. No, this is not merely imperial. It is at the level of an emperor lord. Or perhaps even an emperor. Chao Yud was astounded. Just then, Li Daoru appeared in the sky, his presence rendering all saints unable to lift their heads. What a terrifying force, at least at the Saint Lord level. Who is he? Li Daoru's sudden appearance left everyone speechless. Before the saints of the sect could speak, they received a telepathic message from Li Daoru. Do not make a fuss. Do not expose yourselves. I have come on the orders of the sect leader, and we will capture this place entirely. Li Daoru's message was timely. The arrival of a Saint Lord level expert was unexpected. Even the saints of the Yun family felt a profound sense of helplessness, for the disparity in power was insurmountable. Great Elder. This is likely the cave of a great emperor, or at least at the level of an emperor lord. I am certain of it. Chao Yud conveyed this to the Great Elder. As members of the Holy Sect, Yi Fan and the others were already aware of Li Daoru's allegiance to the sect. Li Daoru nodded slightly, acknowledging the information. Who are you? I am of the Yun family, and our experts are already on their way. Yun Tian declared, unwilling to yield to threats, even in the presence of a Saint Lord. Indeed, we of the Yunxiao Holy Land also have reinforcements, if you are wise. You should depart immediately. Yun Hai chimed in. With a wave of his sleeve, Li Daoru unleashed a terrifying force that manifested as a colossal hand, striking both men across the face. Silence. I need not explain my actions to you. What are you to question me? Speak another word, and you shall die. Li Daoru's voice was akin to the arrival of death itself. The gap in realms was insurmountable. Li Daoru could easily obliterate any individual present. You 4 enter now. No one else is permitted to move. Li Daoru pointed at Yi Fan and his companions. Understanding the implication, Yi Fan immediately responded, Why? Do you intend for us to be mere cannon fodder? A hint of anger tinged his words. It must be said, this young man is undoubtedly cunning. His performance was such that even Chao Yud had to concede. Had he not known beforehand, he might have been deceived. Compared to the others, you four are the easiest to control, mere ants at the heavenly martial realm. Does anyone have any objections? You may voice them now. Li Daoru's domineering presence requires no elucidation. Both the heavenly demon sage and the Baitian demon sage internally exclaimed in awe, acknowledging the profound cunning of the Grand Elder. A level of guile beyond their comprehension. Your Excellency, we are individuals of the Holy Sect. You must ponder this carefully. The Baitian demon sage interjected, expressing a desire to make an appearance and seize an opportunity to showcase their prowess. The Holy Sect? What of it? In this world, power reigns supreme. Hurry forth, lest I take it upon myself to eradicate these children. The oppressive force emanating from Li Daoru had reached an alarming intensity. We shall comply. We beseech your mercy. Spare us our lives. The four of Yi Fan immediately sprang into action, while the others remained confined, granted only the freedom to act by the hands of fate. They understood that, as kin, it was only natural to amass benefits for their own. To share with outsiders? Regrettably, that was out of the question. Quickly enter. I shall lead the way. As an esteemed authority in this domain, Chao Yud wielded significant influence, and Yi Fan and the others placed their trust in him. This tomb of imperial caliber was no simple endeavor to navigate for its internal treasures. However, under Chao Yud's guidance, they encountered little peril and soon reached the core of the cavern. The entire cavern was divided into 4 distinct sections, at which point Chao Yud spoke, Senior brother. This area is partitioned into 4 zones. We should separate. We know not how much longer the Grand Elder can endure. Should the sovereigns and emperors of other factions descend upon us, our time and opportunities will dwindle. He expounded. Currently, the others remained unaware that Li Daoru was indeed a member of the Holy Sect. If they were to discover this, they might swiftly turn against him, making the Holy Sect the target of collective ire. Without hesitation, the 4 separated to pursue their own paths. Following Chao Yud's expert assessment, the cavern was indeed segmented into 4 areas: the spiritual herb garden, the library, the living quarters, and the dojo. The young girl swiftly entered the spiritual herb garden, encountering no threats. Upon witnessing the spiritual herbs, she wasted no time and began to gather them, leaving no flower or plant unharvested. Dugu Yuqing made her way to the library, where a plethora of ancient texts awaited. There, she uncovered vital information about the cavern's proprietor. The owner of this dwelling was none other than the Qing Emperor, the last great emperor of ancient times. The Qing Emperor, a formidable sovereign indeed. The texts within were likely to include the Qing Emperor's techniques and martial arts. Without a moment's hesitation, Dugu Yuqing cleared the entire library, leaving not even a door or window unscathed. Truly, the Holy Sect's expedition left no trace behind. Yi Fan arrived at the dojo, the very sanctum where the Qing Emperor practiced and comprehended the Tao. There, he discovered a rare enlightenment tea. Heavens, this is the miraculous enlightenment tea. No wonder the master of this place is so powerful. It is indeed nourished by such a treasure. However, he was unaware of how to collect the enlightenment tea. Fortunately, it wasn't long before the little girl arrived. Elder brother, what is this? She inquired. It seems to be enlightenment tea. Please verify it for me, as I am uncertain about the collection process. You are the expert in this matter. Indeed, the little girl possessed the innate sacred body of the Tao, granting her a natural advantage with such spiritual herbs. She swiftly transferred the enlightenment tea into her spatial ring and proceeded to nourish it with divine essence. Soon after, she noticed that Yi Fan had entered a state of epiphany. She could not leave and had to remain there to guard him. Meanwhile, Chao Yud had arrived in the living room, his favorite spot, as it allowed him to observe many details of the cave's master. He collected all the kitchenware and tools, leaving no time to hesitate or ponder what might be of value. After all, nothing here was subpar. Oh, this painting? In the living room, Chao Yud noticed a portrait on the wall, depicting an unparalleled emperor overshadowing the heavens. Just a single glance filled him with a sense of imminent danger. Fortunately, his experience guided him to swiftly gather everything. Eventually, the 4 gathered in the Tao field, witnessing Yi Fan in deep contemplation, prompting them to speak. Have any of you encountered the master of this cave? Chao Yud inquired, for the essence of a cave lies primarily in identifying its master and understanding their legacy. No, but I do know this is the cave of the Azure Emperor. However, I have not seen his presence. Dugu Yuqing produced a tome. After flipping through it, Xiao Yu felt a sense of unease. This is not right. We are not in the true cave or its core location, as we have yet to find the Azure Emperor's presence, not even a coffin. A foreboding feeling began to rise in the hearts of the group. At that moment, Yi Fan's enlightenment concluded, elevating his cultivation to the ninth heaven of the celestial martial realm, where he comprehended a set of boxing techniques. From now on, it shall be called the Eight Desolations Suppressing the World Fist, Yi Fan declared, and suddenly, the entire cave began to collapse, instilling a sense of urgency among the four. Not good, the Azure Emperor is about to emerge. Chapter 67. The Green Emperor's Journey to the Western Buddhist Kingdom. What? The Green Emperor is destined to emerge? Is he not dead after all? Yi Fan and his companions felt an overwhelming sense of impending doom. Not only were they affected, but the outside world also trembled under an unimaginable pressure emanating from the depths of the cave, causing everyone to kneel in submission. Li Daoru suffered a grave injury, directly struck to the ground by this oppressive force. All were astounded, mouths agape, eyes wide with disbelief. No, this is an emperor, merely an emperor. An emperor's cave? Only the Supreme Emperors possess such might, capable of commanding the submission of all creation. Even the Tao itself must bow. Terror gripped the hearts of the onlookers. None could fathom that they stood before the cave of a Supreme Emperor. At that moment, a phantom materialized in the void, exuding unparalleled grace and majesty, instilling an awe-inspiring presence that was beyond imagination. Even as a mere specter, this figure was sufficient to invoke reverence from emperors and compel all beings to worship. We have witnessed the emperor. Since millennia ago, no emperor of such caliber has graced the world, and the Green Emperor was the last to have done so. I understand now. This is the Green Emperor, hailing from the Holy Sect, the pivotal figure in the demon-sealing war. However, after the war concluded, the Green Emperor vanished, and his whereabouts became a mystery. At this moment, Yun Tian recognized the Green Emperor. What? The Green Emperor? The last emperor from 10,000 years ago. The phantom of the Green Emperor cast a glance at the four young ones before turning towards the direction of the Holy Sect. Ling Xiao sensed a formidable presence observing him and stood firm, perceiving the terrifying aura that had emerged. The arrival of this aura silenced the northern part of the Holy Mountain, causing all demon emperors to tremble in fear. Could it be that the Green Emperor has awakened? Impossible. The Green Emperor cannot return. After all, what a terrifying pressure. Even as a mere phantom, the Green Emperor is capable of suppressing an entire era. Indeed, in the absence of the Buddha from the Western blissful land, any emperor is the strongest in the world. The phantom of the Green Emperor fixed his gaze upon the Holy Sect and spoke. Are you the current sect master? Ling Xiao nodded slightly. Indeed. I am the current sect master, Ling Xiao. Very well. I have left my legacy for them. The final battle is approaching. I shall first venture forth to test the waters. With that, the phantom of the Green Emperor stepped into the void and departed. All were left in awe, gazing at the apparition of the Green Emperor, bowing in worship. Wherever he went, all beings submitted and knelt in reverence. This is the Green Emperor. This is the Supreme Emperor. This is the true embodiment of imperial strength. The aura of the Green Emperor resonated throughout the nine heavens continent, compelling all emperor-level beings to bow in homage. We have witnessed the Green Emperor. The phantom of the Green Emperor did not respond, but took a step, arriving at the Divine Heights. The Divine Heights is the heart of the nine heavens continent, the place where martial prowess truly flourishes. As the Green Emperor approached, all beings knelt and submitted. Ling Xiao gazed at the ethereal figure of the Azure Emperor as it departed towards the west, uncertain of what actions to take next. His fists clenched tightly. For the first time, he experienced an overwhelming sense of impotence. If I were to become the Great Emperor, why must I lie dormant? If I were to become the Great Emperor, why should I cower in fear, shrinking back within the sacred sect, too afraid to step forth? If I were to become the Great Emperor, all dissenting voices would vanish without a trace, and every scheme directed against the sacred sect would crumble into dust. I shall undoubtedly ascend to the rank of Emperor. As Ling Xiao watched the Azure Emperor's silhouette fade away, a sense of foreboding washed over him, mingled with a profound melancholy. With this departure, the Azure Emperor would cease to exist. With this departure, the world would be devoid of the Azure Emperor. With this departure, blood rain would fall from the heavens, the Great Emperor would perish, and all beings would lament. We gather to bid farewell to the Azure Emperor. A voice rang out, and soon all present understood, joining in the chant. We gather to bid farewell to the Azure Emperor. An era is on the verge of its final curtain call. Within the Azure Emperor's cave, Li Daoru had regained his freedom and immediately instructed Yi Fan and the others to leave at once. Aware that the formidable experts from the highest powers were soon to arrive, we gather to bid farewell to the Azure Emperor. After uttering this phrase, Li Daoru began to communicate telepathically with Yi Fan and the others, urging their swift departure. The Azure Emperor, a figure of the sacred sect, had fallen a millennium ago, though Yi Fan and the others were still unaware. Yet, the sages outside were growing anxious. The Azure Emperor's departure this time was likely towards the western lands, and he would never return. Yun Tian spoke with a hint of sorrow. At this moment, it matters not the allegiances we hold, for he is the Azure Emperor, the unparalleled Great Emperor. Everyone understood that in the western lands lay a realm known as the Pure Land of Ultimate Bliss, fraught with unimaginable terrors, akin to a forbidden zone of life. A millennium ago, the Azure Emperor led the sacred sect to suppress the turmoil of the demon race, quelling their chaos and achieving monumental merit. Yet, alas, the hero's curtain falls, and a legendary era inevitably concludes. The Azure Emperor hails from the sacred sect? Li Daoru inquired, drawing the attention of those around him. Yi Fan and the others also heard this revelation. The Azure Emperor was indeed one of the sacred sect. No wonder they had each experienced a stroke of serendipity earlier. The Azure Emperor had bestowed upon each of them a unique opportunity. The Azure Emperor is our esteemed predecessor? We gather to bid farewell to the Azure Emperor. Yi Fan led the disciples in a respectful bow. Their hearts swelled with pride. The Azure Emperor, a legendary great emperor, emerged from the sacred sect, a source of collective pride for them all. The ethereal figure of the Azure Emperor did not linger, advancing towards the Tianxiao. Tianxiao, located at the far western reaches of the Nine Heavens continent, was devoid of any other powers, save for the pure land of ultimate bliss, which governed all Buddhist cultivators. All Buddhist practitioners were subjects of the Buddhist nation within Tianxiao, bound to a singular master, the Buddha. As the Azure Emperor's figure descended upon Tianxiao, an unfathomable pressure emanated, a manifestation of the supremacy that belonged to the Great Emperor. What? A Great Emperor approaches. We are doomed. We shall perish. Amitabha, O Lord Buddha, hasten to our aid. Infinite Heavenly Sovereign, Buddha, please come to our rescue. The Azure Emperor descends from the heavens, throwing the celestial realm into chaos. Countless beings, faced with the supreme might of the Emperor, find themselves utterly overwhelmed and fall to their knees. Yet in their lives, they only kneel before the Buddha. How audacious of you, Azure Emperor, to dare to wreak havoc in my western paradise, when you are but a mere spirit. A colossal figure emerges. It is a Buddha. In the Buddhist realm, the Buddha is the ultimate leader, beneath whom stand the 7 great Buddhas, the lamp-illuminating Buddha, the Tathagata, the medicine Buddha, the infinite Buddha, Amitabha, Shakyamuni Buddha, and Maitreya Buddha. The infinite heavenly sovereign refers to the infinite Buddha, who can withstand the might of the Emperor. The 7 Buddhas are all at the level of the Emperor, each a pinnacle master, their prowess second only to that of the Emperor. The infinite Buddha strikes, his golden form radiating a brilliant light as he charges towards the Azure Emperor's phantom. Beneath the Emperor, all are but ants. The Azure Emperor utters a brief retort, and with a mere gesture, the infinite Buddha is sent flying, blood spilling from his mouth. The infinite Buddha possesses unparalleled physical strength, yet this blow leaves him grievously injured. The medicine Buddha appears to heal him. Azure Emperor, you possess great audacity to dare enter my western paradise. Are you courting death? The Azure Emperor's phantom remains silent, gazing into the void. Buddha, if you do not reveal yourself soon, I shall not hesitate to obliterate the western paradise. The Azure Emperor speaks with unwavering confidence. Do not be deceived by this mere phantom. It is sufficient. Soon, in the sky, a towering Buddha statue appears, resplendent in golden light. This is the Dharma form of the Buddha. Azure Emperor, a mere phantom dares to probe the essence of the Buddha realm, courting demise. The Dharma form of the Buddha, in this moment, strikes. The overwhelming golden light compels all the Buddhist practitioners in the West to kneel in reverence. The Buddha is unmatched. The Buddha is invincible. In this moment, countless Buddhist practitioners share a singular thought. to lend their strength to the Buddha to vanquish the invader. The power of faith manifests as the mere presence of the Buddha imbues his Dharma form with immense solidity, exerting pressure across the 9 heavens and the continent. Numerous powerful beings extend their consciousness, eager to ascertain the situation. After all, it has been millennia since the world witnessed a confrontation between 2 emperor-level powers. The Buddhist realm is boundless. May the infinite Buddha transcend the Azure Emperor. Chapter 68. The Fall of the Azure Sovereign. A rain of blood descends. A resplendent light of Buddha converges into a colossal swastika, soaring towards the Azure Sovereign. In the eternal azure sky blooms a single lotus. The Azure Sovereign unleashes his fist. The essence of chaos envelopes the atmosphere as the Azure Sovereign strikes fiercely at the manifestation of the Buddha. With a thunderous roar, the heavens are rent asunder, leaving a wound that time cannot mend. The might of the Emperor is indeed terrifying. The ethereal figure of the Azure Sovereign flickers. For this time he is not his true self, but merely a phantom, able to exert only a fraction of his power. With the aid of imperial weaponry, he can barely summon 2 to 3/10 of his strength, yet even this is insufficient when faced with the Buddha at his zenith. Nevertheless, the Azure Sovereign does not falter. Even with the knowledge of impending doom, he remains undaunted. He presses forward with unwavering courage. The Sutra of Deliverance, the path to liberation. The Azure Sovereign, had you chosen not to confront me, I would have spared you. However, you have foolishly chosen death. The terrifying radiance of the Buddha, unmatched and overwhelming, does not completely shatter the chaotic azure lotus, but rather rebounds. The boundless light of Buddha, stemming from countless practitioners, inflicts no harm upon the Buddha himself. Yet the Azure Sovereign is different. Each exertion of power dims his phantom further. The force of liberation is supremely domineering. Had it been any other emperor, they would have long since perished. Yet they stand before the Azure Sovereign, a transcendent emperor who has attained enlightenment. The Azure Sovereign strikes. A gargantuan fist manifests once more, propelling the swastika away, which subsequently detonates with a thunderous explosion. How formidable is the Azure Sovereign? Had he been at his peak, we would surely be no match for him. The infinite Buddha and the medicine master Buddha, among others, observe the battle, and they realize that the might of the Azure Sovereign is not merely significant, but profoundly terrifying in all aspects. Were it not for the Buddha, they might have been in peril. This is still but a phantom. Had he not perished, we would likely have had to reveal even more of our hidden strengths. Fortunately, our plans have borne fruit. He is dead. Who would have imagined that they are merely confronting the phantom of a deceased emperor? Even so, he continues to thwart the Buddha's onslaught. Thankfully, you have already departed. Otherwise, you would indeed pose a great dilemma. The Dharma is boundless, the light of Buddha immeasurable. The infinite radiance of Buddha surges once more, piercing through the Azure Sovereign's phantom. Before him, the eternal azure sky manifests a lotus, appearing to shield him from the onslaught of light. The imperial weapon possesses spirit. Should you perish, this weapon shall also return to the west. The light of all beings knows no bounds. The Buddha now employs his ultimate technique, an unparalleled radiance illuminating the entirety of the western heavens, leaving the countless practitioners feeling as though their very essence is being siphoned away. This energy coalesces into a colossal Buddha statue, relentlessly assailing the Azure Sovereign. The figure of the Azure Sovereign appears exceedingly frail, seemingly vulnerable against the statue. Yet, bolstered by the presence of the imperial weapon, he endures to this moment. Evolving chaos, all returns to the void. Before the Azure Sovereign, a vast Taiji diagram emerges, beginning its transformation, ultimately giving rise to a black hole. In that moment of sheer terror, the insatiable force of devouring darkness swiftly absorbed the power of the Buddha statue, causing it to shatter and transform into an endless cascade of golden light. The Azure Emperor struck with unparalleled ferocity. The Buddha Lord, incensed, launched yet another assault, once more drawing upon the inherent divinity of all beings, converging into an even more formidable visage. We too joined the fray, 7 great Buddhas, 36 Bodhisattvas, 72 Vajra warriors, and 108 Arhats, charging forth to vanquish. At the forefront stood the 7 great Buddhas, backed by the pinnacle of the Buddhist realm's might. all channeling their strength into a singular attack against the Azure Emperor's ethereal form. The Azure Emperor, no longer hesitant, initiated a counteroffensive. Centered around him, a vacuum formed, devouring the infinite starlight, sun, moon, and celestial bodies. The onslaught orchestrated by the 7 Buddhas struck the Azure Emperor's phantom with tremendous force. With a resounding boom, a colossal mushroom cloud ascended, soaring into the heavens. A violent shockwave radiated outward from the Azure Emperor, dispersing in all directions. Alas, no. It was painfully evident that countless practitioners of Buddhism were instantaneously vaporized, disappearing without a trace. Many others, their cultivation levels meager, were reduced to mere dust, obliterated in the annals of history. Azure Emperor, you seek your own demise. In the boundless void, a roar echoed. The true form of the Buddha Lord was unable to intervene, relegated to using his Dharma form to retaliate. Yet, the sheer terror of the Azure Emperor proved insurmountable, as, with but a phantom and an imperial weapon of unparalleled might, he ravaged 1/10 of the Buddhist realm. When the Emperor struck, 1,000,000 lay slain. In his wrath, he obliterated the heavens and the earth. The sun and moon crumbled. The cosmos disintegrated. The Azure Emperor calculated astutely, wielding the power of the 7 Buddhas to retaliate against the Western Buddhist realm, resulting in the disappearance of at least several million souls in this cataclysm. Aware of his impending doom, he resolved not to perish in vain, but to take many formidable opponents from the Western lands with him. In his fury, 1,000,000 lay slain, and the heavens shattered. The Azure Emperor's phantom struck once more, this time targeting the very core of the Buddhist realm, the heart of the seal confining the Buddha Lord. The 7 Buddhas immediately stepped forth. Should the seal falter, the Buddha Lord would suffer immense harm, and even if he survived, recovery would be exceedingly arduous. At the level of the Emperor, any injury incurred was a wound to the Tao, and restoration could only be achieved through the great Tao. We must thwart him. Let us unite our strengths. The Buddha Lord seemed to sense the impending peril and promptly employed his means, the statue reappearing, now more fearsome than before. Since you show no fear of death, neither shall I grant you respite. The terrifying power coalesced within the statue, surged toward the phantom, exploding before the Azure Emperor's visage. With another thunderous detonation, a fearsome mushroom cloud erupted, though this time in the high atmosphere, resulting in less damage to the ground. However, the ferocity of the shockwave was overwhelming, causing countless structures to collapse instantaneously. Present the Emperor's weapon of the Buddha. At this moment, the Tathagata Buddha wielded the imperial weapon and surged forth to engage. The ethereal figure of the Azure Emperor burst forth with a resounding echo, transforming into an infinite expanse of starlight. The ancient lotus of the eternal azure sky dissipated between heaven and earth, vanishing completely. Seeking to escape. Have you consulted the Buddha? The Buddha wished to retain the ancient lotus of the eternal azure sky, yet the Azure Emperor had long since chosen his path of retreat, allowing the supreme imperial weapon to depart from this place. The presence of the Azure Emperor has utterly vanished. Alas, the Azure Emperor has finally perished. What formidable strength! Following this battle, the Western Buddhist nation lay in ruins, and its restoration would require a considerable amount of time, thus providing ample room for the growth of the Holy Sect. A decree was issued to commence a frenzied assault on the Holy Sect. The hunt has begun. Yes, Master Buddha, we heed your command. On the 9 heavens continent, a torrential rain fell, a rain of blood permeating the air, as if the heavens themselves were weeping. The saga of a legendary era has reached its conclusion. The era of the great emperor has dissipated into nothingness. The Azure Emperor, fearless in the face of death. This blood rain began to descend across the entire 9 heavens continent, as all gazed up at the crimson sky, their tears cascading like rain. In the Azure Emperor's cave, Yi Fan and the others wept unabashedly, for the Azure Emperor was one of the Holy Sect, a remarkable hero who had saved countless lives. Alas, the Azure Emperor has ultimately departed to the west, but our battle here has only just begun. At this moment, Yun Tian sensed the arrival of powerful figures from his family. Li Dao Ru stood alone, while the superpowers present were not limited to just one. Many remained ensnared in profound sorrow, yet danger was also encroaching. How bold, daring to threaten even my Yun family. Even if you are the Holy Master, you shall be punished. The Holy Master-level experts of the Yun family arrived, without dispatching imperial-level powerhouses, for that level of strength was far too terrifying. Soon, the holy master-level figures of Yunxiao Sacred Land and Yunxiao Sword Sect descended upon this location. From the Yunming Marsh emerged an imperial-level expert. Truly a realm of life's prohibitions, terrifying and unparalleled. The Flame Clan also sent forth a holy master, alongside other forces, all rallying their forces. Li Daoru understood that this time, it was up to the sect master and those two. He knew that within the sect, there existed two imperial-level powerhouses, though their exact realms remained unknown. Regardless of who you may be, today, your demise is certain. An overwhelming aura of murderous intent pervaded the air, causing Yi Fan and the others to tremble in fear, seeking refuge under the banners of the two demon saints. Chapter 69, Ling Xiao Strikes. Annihilating strong foes in the blink of an eye. With a sardonic smile, they declared, "The Azure Emperor has departed. Thus, the treasures here have become unclaimed. Surrender the items within your cave dwelling, or do not blame us for being impolite." Witnessing their own sovereign-level powerhouse's arrival, Yun Tian and Yun Hai spoke with newfound confidence. Previously, they had felt as constrained as turtles, but now was their moment to exult. To desire these treasures is but a foolish dream. The Azure Emperor was one of our sacred sect, and that which he left behind rightfully belongs to us. Bai Tian interjected, unwilling to relent. Yi Fan and his companions stood ready to activate their talismans and summon their master at any moment. Before long, 7 or 8 sovereign-level powerhouses descended, their presence formidable and unstoppable. Li Daoru realized he had been singled out. Instead of fleeing, he instinctively moved closer to Yi Fan and the others, prepared to protect them at a moment's notice. The sovereign-level warriors from the Yun clan, with piercing gazes, quickly locked onto Li Daoru. Have you dared to seize our Yun clan's fortune? Who are you to snatch the blessings of our Yunxiao Sacred Land? Do you seek death? You are merely a sovereign. Do you truly believe yourself invincible? Surrender the treasures of the Azure Emperor's cave, and we may grant you a dignified demise, declared an imperial-level powerhouse from the Dreaming Marsh. With an imperial-level warrior targeting him, escape was futile for Li Daoru, and he had no intention of fleeing. I shall no longer feign. I am the Grand Elder of the Sacred Sect, and I lay my cards on the table. Do you not regard our sacred sect? Bai Tian proclaimed, albeit with lesser strength, determined not to lose face at this moment. The sacred sect? What is that worth? The Yun clan members expressed no fear of the sacred sect. In their minds, it had long fallen into decline. Even if there were signs of resurgence, it was fruitless, for they were destined never to rise again. I shall remember you. Do not beg for mercy later. Let us witness your loathsome countenance, declared the Yun sovereign. You shall not wait for that, for I shall not grant you such an opportunity. Let us strike together. We shall evenly divide the treasures of the Azure Emperor's cave. The Yun clan sovereign spoke up, and the other sovereigns nodded in agreement. Even the imperial-level warrior had no objections. Master, save me, Yi Fan cried out, shattering the talisman to summon Ling Xiao. The sovereigns seized the moment, sealing the space and launching their assault. Li Daoru immediately shielded his few direct disciples. However, he alone bore the brunt of multiple sovereign attacks. Despite being a late-stage powerhouse, blood spurted from his mouth. At that moment, the space solidified, freezing everyone in midair. To their astonishment, this overwhelming force surpassed even that of an emperor, manifesting only from a great emperor. Could it be that the sacred sect harbored a great emperor? Unfortunately, at this juncture, the sovereigns were incapable of even contemplating their next move. Ling Xiao's figure emerged, and Yi Fan and the others sighed in relief. What a close call. They had narrowly escaped death. Upon the arrival of Ling Xiao, the spatial blockade was breached, causing all the saints, sovereigns, and emperor-level powerhouses to fall to the ground in a state of utter disarray. They stood there, dumbfounded, gazing at Ling Xiao, scarcely able to utter a word. Senior, please spare our lives. We did not mean it, pleaded the sovereign of the Yun family, the first to beg for mercy. Just moments ago, he had boasted the loudest, and now he was the first to seek forgiveness, earning himself the title of the one who was slapped in the face by his own words. What of your dignity? Do you still have any left? Especially you, who had so gallantly proclaimed your intent to slay us all and divide the treasures of the Azure Emperor's cave. Chao Yud interjected, his words sharp as a nuclear weapon. Ling Xiao turned his gaze toward the sovereign of the Yun family, stating, The Azure Emperor is a figure of my sacred sect. Do you, the Yun family, covet the treasures of the Azure Emperor's cave? I would not dare. I was merely jesting. The Yun family sovereign replied, drenched in sweat, fully aware that admitting the truth would lead to his swift demise. A jest? If my sect were to slay you, it would be akin to the Yun family claiming it was an accident, merely a jest. With that, Ling Xiao struck, grasping the void, and the Yun family sovereign let out a horrified scream before vanishing without a trace, leaving no aura or shadow behind. At that moment, even the emperor-level powerhouses were taken aback, for they realized that the leader of this sacred sect had transcended into unfathomable terror. Who just acted? Ling Xiao inquired. At this juncture, Qiao Yid spoke up. Master, he, and these others, have all made their moves. Their eyes were solely fixated on the Azure Emperor's cave, disregarding the truth. Ling Xiao nodded slightly and acted again. Bang, bang, bang. After a series of anguished cries, silence enveloped the area. The sovereign of Yunxiao Sacred Land, the sovereign of Yunxiao Sword Sect, and even the emperor-level powerhouse from Yunming Marsh all vanished. Furthermore, the Yama Palace, recognizing Ling Xiao's presence, could not escape his wrath. As for Tianyuan Tower and the officials of the teaching office, Ling Xiao spared them, for they had inadvertently assisted the sacred sect before. After dealing with the sovereign-level powerhouses, Ling Xiao turned his attention to the Yin family. The Yin family? Indeed, Yin Kuan and Yin Guang have met the leader of the sacred sect. He commanded, return and inform the Yin family patriarch to come to my sacred sect and offer an apology. Ling Xiao's demeanor was tyrannical yet compelling. Yes, we shall return immediately, and from now on, we shall not meddle in matters pertaining to the sacred sect. The members of the Yin family were genuinely terrified, fully aware of the proximity between their clan and the sacred sect. While others may be oblivious to its terror, they understood it all too well. Having dealt with the Yin family, Ling Xiao then turned his gaze to the Yun family, Yama Palace, Yunxiao Sword Sect, and the Saints of Yunming Marsh. Having previously slain only sovereign-level powerhouses, in which direction lies your home? Provide me with your location, and I shall strike with but a single sword. Ling Xiao's time was running short, and he aimed to make a grand statement in these final moments. If he did not instill some pressure, they would continue to regard the sacred sect as an easy target. Senior, we were in the wrong. Please, spare us. Yin Hai implored. Ling Xiao had imparted a profound shock upon them. You had just afforded the Holy Sect no opportunity whatsoever, and were meticulously scheming against it. As for the others, Ling Xiao remarked indifferently, while Yun Hai, Yin Tian, and the others appeared ashen-faced. My lord, I know where they are. They are. In an instant, Ling Xiao made his move, unleashing a terrifying and unparalleled sword light that cascaded in 5 directions. In that fleeting moment, the Hell Palace, the Yun family, the Cloud Celestial Holy Land, the Cloud Celestial Sword Sect, and the headquarters of the Dreaming Marsh all collapsed, resulting in countless casualties. This sword strike shattered their psychological defenses utterly. Since you are destined to be enemies, what purpose does your existence serve? Perish. Once more, Ling Xiao struck, and every individual present from the Hell Palace, the Cloud Celestial Holy Land, the Yun family, the Cloud Celestial Sword Sect, and the Dreaming Marsh met their demise, with not a single soul escaping. Utilizing the Qi absorption technique, Ling Xiao harvested an immense amount of fortune points. Having previously vanquished an imperial-level being and 5 or 6 sovereign-level powerhouses. Ding! Congratulations to the host for defending the honor of the Holy Sect and safeguarding the Azure Emperor's cave. Rewards include 100,000 sect points, 200,000 fortune points, the Great Summoning Technique, insights and experiences of the Azure Emperor, the chaotic path of the Azure Emperor, an elevation in cultivation by 3 tiers. As this concluded, Ling Xiao's figure began to fade. Yi Fan and the others presented all the treasures of the Azure Emperor's cave to their master. Without hesitation, Ling Xiao took them and vanished. Upon returning to the Holy Sect, he began to assess his gains, which could only be described as monumental. His fortune points had now reached 300,000. Combined with the previous accumulation, he possessed over 200,000. System, check my current fortune points. The total value of fortune points possessed by the host is 534,500. Please claim the other rewards. Soon, his cultivation surged, breaking through to the mid-stage of the Saint Realm. Following that, a plethora of information regarding the Azure Emperor inundated him. Insights from his life, experiences, and the chaotic path of cultivation, all of which represented a tremendous wealth for Ling Xiao. As a being of the chaotic divine body, with the aid of the chaotic path, his power ascended several tiers. Now, my domain has taken shape. Let it be called the chaotic domain. Having achieved the rank of saint, Ling Xiao acquired the laws. Previously possessing the law of heavenly fire, he now embraced the chaotic path of the Azure Emperor. After careful consideration, he opted for the chaotic domain, as it was the most suitable path for him. And he discovered that the chaotic domain seamlessly integrated the former law of heavenly fire. Chapter 70. The Sword God Li Bai, Heaven Ripped and Earth Torn. What kind of divine ability is this great summoning technique? Ling Xiao inquired with curiosity. This divine ability can be imparted to disciples. When they utilize the summoning technique, they can bind to a host. Should they encounter danger, they need neither talismans nor incantations. They can descend directly with but a thought. The host can also summon on their own. When the host summons, they call forth a powerful being from another world, who will automatically join the Holy Sect as a formidable expert. Are there any limitations? Can I summon infinitely? How naive. There are certainly restrictions. You can exchange sect values for summoning. Each summon consumes 1 million sect values, and as the sect advances, the consumption of sect values will increase proportionally. You can also summon using luck values, which costs 100,000 luck values per summon. Furthermore, as the host's cultivation level increases and the sect upgrades, there are additional opportunities for summoning. So if I advance to the saint level now, I can summon once. Absolutely. Ling Xiao was eager to witness the existence that would be summoned, and he promptly utilized the great summoning technique. Ding. Congratulations, host, on a successful summon. You have summoned the Sword God Li Bai. A look of delight illuminated Ling Xiao's face. The Sword God Li Bai was not merely a great poet, but also an extraordinary swordsman, renowned as one of the two greatest sword gods of the Tang dynasty. The sword of the great river descends from the heavens. A graceful voice emerged as Ling Xiao rose to welcome him. Let us drink and be merry today. Greetings, Sect Master, Li Bai exclaimed. Ling Xiao laughed heartily, for it was evident that Li Bai's realm had ascended to the terrifying emperor level, and he had achieved perfection therein, merely a step away from the great emperor. It is known that the pinnacle of combat power in the Nine Heavens continent is the great emperor, and in nearly a millennium, no one has attained the path of the great emperor. This underscores the daunting challenge of reaching such heights. Rise, for you shall henceforth be the master of the divine sword peak, elder, and guide the disciples in the cultivation of the sword. Ling Xiao endeavored to temper his excitement. Haha, no problem. As long as there is wine, everything is manageable. Rest assured, there will be ample wine. Ding. Congratulations, host, on recruiting a new elder. You have received a reward of 50,000 sect values and a new seat at the Divine Sword Peak. You have also been awarded the Sword Path Mastery and the Sword Path Laws. Ling Xiao swiftly claimed his rewards, and Li Bai entered the Divine Sword Peak, becoming its chief elder. Within his chaotic domain, the laws of the sword were enhanced, significantly increasing his power. At that moment, the void trembled, and an extraordinarily fearsome divine weapon descended. It was the proof of the Qing Emperor's path, the eternal blue sky lotus. Though the ultimate imperial weapon may not compare to divine artifacts, it remains the highest tier of divine weapons in the Nine Heavens continent. Elder Li Bai, this eternal blue sky lotus is bestowed upon you, for your Qinglian sword song complements it perfectly. Ling Xiao generously presented the eternal blue sky lotus to Li Bai. Haha, thank you, esteemed master. This imperial weapon is of immense benefit to me. Perhaps it will not be long before I attain the status of an emperor. In light of this, you may also peruse the techniques, scriptures, and divine abilities of the Azure Emperor, as I believe they will aid you on your path to enlightenment. Ling Xiao entrusted the legacy of the Azure Emperor to Li Bai. Thank you. The attainment of enlightenment is no longer far off. The grand summoning technique must await the return of the disciples before it can be imparted to them. With the recent influx of fortune values, it is indeed time to enhance the fortunes of these individuals. Ling Xiao gazed at several disciples within the inner sect: Dong Yaoyong, the Nine Suns divine body; Dong Xingyue, the stellar sacred body; Hui Ling, the innate spiritual body, combined with the Buddha's wisdom; and Hu Meinyang, of the nine-tailed celestial fox bloodline. Through the art of fortune gazing, Ling Xiao discovered that their fortune values were all below 9,000, not reaching the heights of Yi Fan and the others. His own direct disciples, under his careful guidance, had all attained the maximum fortune value of 9,999. By the way, system, is the limit for fortune values truly 9,999? Why are all my direct disciples at 9,999? Is there no stronger existence? Ling Xiao had previously refrained from inquiring about fortune values, assuming that Yifan's 9999 was the ultimate threshold, and thus paid it no mind. Host, 9999 is merely the limit for the Jiuxiao continent. It does not represent the entirety of the universe. When conditions are met, a reassessment will naturally occur. Please take one step at a time and do not aim too high. Ling Xiao quickly comprehended that this was only the limit of the Jiuxiao continent. It seems that the disciples he would recruit henceforth must already possess a fortune value of 9,999. He could assist others in reaching that threshold, but they could not be his direct disciples. They could be registered disciples or core disciples of the sect. Ling Xiao summoned the 4 individuals and elevated their fortune values to 9999. They distinctly felt as though they had undergone a transformation. Previously, they believed their limit was at the imperial level, but now their future appears boundless. Thank you, esteemed master. You 4 have now become the foremost prodigies of this era. Are you willing to become registered disciples of our sect? If not, you may become core disciples of our lineage. Ling Xiao inquired. We are willing. Thank you, master. The 4 of them were not fools. Although registered disciples were not direct disciples, the title carried weight. They would address Ling Xiao as master, similar to direct disciples, while other designations like core disciples or legacy disciples could only address him as sect leader. Excellent. Relative to the other direct disciples, your foundations may be slightly lacking, yet your potential is limitless. Perhaps you will not fall short of them. Now, I bestow upon you the fruit of immortality. Go forth and hone your skills. 4 fruits of immortality appeared, followed by Ling Xiao granting them divine nectar and celestial essence for their refinement. A day later, the 4 emerged from their seclusion, each having reached the 6th level of the celestial martial realm, a result of refining the fruits of immortality. The heavenly ranking has not yet officially commenced. You still have the opportunity to catch the last train. You shall split into 2 groups. Go forth. Yes, master. The 4 swiftly departed from the Holy Sect, making their way towards Lingyun City. Alas, the ranks of those at the Sage Realm were dwindling. Must they resort to employing Emperor-level warriors to safeguard their journey? Ling Xiao felt a twinge of frustration. At that moment, 2 figures appeared at the eastern gate. We, the scattered cultivators Tian Can and DK, pay our respects to the sect master. We wish to join the Holy Sect. We ask for your gracious acceptance. These 2 sages were none other than the ones who had appeared in the Qingdi cave. However, while they chose to align with the Holy Sect, the 3rd had opted to join the Yun family. It seems I have encountered you before, Ling Xiao inquired. At this juncture, Li Daoru returned, trailing behind them. Sect master. They have consented to join us and are willing to become elders of the Holy Sect, Li Daoru announced. Ling Xiao remained silent, instead employing his divination technique, which yielded some unexpected revelations. Tian Can was a manifestation of the celestial desolation star, while DK was an incarnation of the earthly evil spirit, resulting in their incomplete forms. Here are your sect tokens. From this moment forth, you shall be elders of the Holy Sect, unified under the leadership of Li Daoru. Ling Xiao proclaimed. Thank you, sect master. The 2 received the tokens with great delight, but their joy did not end there. These are the celestial elixir and the divine spirit elixir. While they may not restore you to completeness, they can at least cleanse your spirits. Furthermore, take these 2 sets of cultivation techniques. The 2 were utterly astonished. To receive such generosity so soon after joining the Holy Sect was indeed extravagant. Your cultivation levels are somewhat lacking. Utilize these elixirs to break through. Once you have ascended, accompany my registered disciples as their protectors, discreetly safeguarding them. Have you received their information? Yes, sect master, we understand. They accepted the elixirs and immediately began to refine them, soon achieving breakthroughs. Their cultivation ultimately reached the pinnacle of the Sage Realm, merely a step away from the Great Sage. After expressing their gratitude, they departed to seek out the 4 registered disciples, intent on protecting them in secret. Ding! Congratulations to the host for recruiting 2 sages as elders. Reward. Sect value 20,000. Rewards include the divine ability, celestial desolation, and earthly deficiency. Rewards also include the celestial desolation star source. Rewards entail the earthly, evil spirit soul. Ling Xiao claimed the rewards and promptly bestowed the latter two upon Tian Can and D. Quebec naturally. The one running errands was Li Daoru. Chapter 71. The Temple of Corpse Mountain. The Emperor's corpse appears. At this moment, Xiao Yin and Jun Qianma arrived at the outskirts of the Yunming Swamp, an expanse covered in dense jungles. They sensed something that seemed to beckon them, a presence that promised assistance. Previously, when the Qing Emperor's cave mansion emerged, they chose to follow their hearts instead of venturing there. Now, standing at the edge of the swamp, they prepared to advance further into the unknown. Beyond lay a perilous zone, for the Yunming Swamp was isolated from the world, shielded by a formidable array, leaving the secrets within shrouded in mystery. Elder brother, can you sense anything? Jun Qianma inquired. Xiaoyan concentrated, his brow furrowing slightly. It shouldn't be like this. I felt something earlier, but it abruptly ceased here. Quite peculiar. I feel the same. It appears there is something amiss. Shall we attempt to unravel it? Jun Qianma suggested with a smile. Yet, I am utterly unversed in formations. Xiao Yan lamented, reminiscing about Chao Yud, wishing he were present to assist. Fear not, I possess some knowledge of formations. Allow me to give it a try. Jun Qianma replied cheerfully. In her previous life, she was a great emperor with a modicum of expertise in formations. While she couldn't claim to be unparalleled, she was confident that the formations below the imperial level would not ensnare her. Soon, as she began her attempts, waves of formation runes manifested. With continued effort, she managed to create an opening in the formation, allowing both to enter. Upon entering, they were taken aback by the sight that greeted them. The ground was littered with countless corpses, piled high like mountains. What place is this? It's a veritable mountain of corpses, they exclaimed in shock. The sheer number of bodies was staggering, leaving them to ponder the magnitude of lives lost and the calamity that had befallen them. Once again, a familiar sensation beckoned them, guiding their steps forward. As they ventured deeper, trepidation grew, especially upon discovering the remains of saints. The sight was almost beyond belief. If even saints could not escape death, what had transpired here? No answers were offered. It felt as if they were the only two souls in this forsaken realm. To proceed, they would have to traverse the mountain of corpses. Regardless of the peril, their curiosity prevailed. Since we are here, we cannot afford to miss this opportunity. Even if great secrets lie ahead, we must investigate. Xiao Yan's spirit soared with excitement. Jun Qianma cast a glance around, realizing that few of her master's disciples were truly normal, herself included. She felt no apprehension. Her master was a being of unparalleled prowess, transcending even her former self. They trudged onward, and soon they reached the summit of the Corpse Mountain, where a temple stood majestically. What kind of bones are these? Xiao Yan, still a novice in comparison to Jun Qianma, inquired. These are the remains of an imperial-level powerhouse, a corpse of the emperor's caliber. Even in death, they remain eternal, Jun Qianma stated with an air of ease, though her heart was tumultuous with the weight of the revelation. What, indeed, has precipitated such a terrifying scene? What secrets does the Yunming Swamp conceal? As the two approached the temple, an unimaginable pressure enveloped them, manifesting only within 100 meters of the sanctum. Beyond that threshold, all sensation faded into oblivion. Curiously, the oppressive force seemed to be manipulated by some unseen entity. Let us proceed and investigate. With her reincarnation as a sovereign, Jun Qianma found her past experiences immensely beneficial. As they continued their approach, the pressure intensified, compelling them to summon all their strength to withstand it. Regardless of the peril, they were determined to uncover whether the interior housed mortals or specters. Their advance was slow, the weight of the atmosphere growing heavier, instilling the belief that even a sage would struggle to draw near. Unless equipped with a treasure of imperial caliber, it would be arduous to endure this force. Let us employ our most potent techniques, Jun Qianma suggested, wary of revealing too many of her cards. Thus, they began to channel their powers. And Xiao Yan discovered he could advance a few more meters before succumbing to the pressure. Jun Qianma faced a similar fate and sighed in resignation. Alas, my old companion, it has been long since I summoned you. With that, Jun Qianma produced a jade disc, her imperial weapon, the creation jade plate. She refrained from utilizing the Hongming purple gold gourd bestowed by her master, reluctant to part with it, and deemed it unnecessary for the moment. A terrifying aura emanated from the jade plate, effectively neutralizing the surrounding pressure. Xiao Yin could not help but commend the weapon as he too possessed a divine artifact. The Xuanhua heavy sword, granted by his master, yet chose not to employ it. With the aid of the creation jade plate, they were now able to approach the temple without the need for additional artifacts. Soon, they arrived at the temple's entrance, and Jun Qianma pushed the door open. Before them lay a colossal sarcophagus, emanating an aura that inspired dread. Without a doubt, it housed the remains of an emperor. Whose remains could be so grievously suppressed here? Look at the order chains above. Xiao Yin, though unable to decipher it, understood that the entity binding the sarcophagus was no ordinary thing. Are you suggesting that there exists an emperor here? Xiao Yin felt his breath quicken. An emperor, indeed, represents the pinnacle of existence in the Jiuxiao continent. I cannot ascertain, but it is certain that this being is at least of imperial stature. The two exchanged fervent glances, each harboring wild thoughts, to unseal the sarcophagus and discern the nature of this entity. To be prudent, Xiao Yin drew forth his Xuanhua heavy sword, while clutching a talisman in the other, poised to summon his master at a moment's notice. Jun Qianma advanced, wielding the creation jade plate to confront the oppressive force, and with a swift motion, she unleashed a strike that shattered the order chains. A thunderous vibration rippled through the Yunming swamp, causing the very ground to tremble. What transpired? Within the depths of the Yunming swamp, powerful beings began to awaken. It seemed that calamity had befallen the Corpse Mountain. Quickly summon the ancestor. There is trouble with the Corpse Mountain. The secrets harbored within must remain undisclosed. Otherwise, our doom is inevitable. Although the Yunming swamp is deemed a realm of death, it is not the most formidable of existences. It merely houses a slumbering ancestor, whose cultivation reaches the level of an emperor, second only to the great emperor. Some mighty beings have even severed their own paths, descending from the emperor's realm. Within the temple, a coffin suddenly erupted, revealing a towering figure. The body of the great emperor, even in death, remains an eternal and indestructible presence, comparable to the most potent imperial weapons. Xiao Yin and Jun Qianma felt an overwhelming urge to kneel, yet the artifacts in their hands provided them with support. Though the emperor emitted no aura, he cast a glance towards the two. As disciples of the Holy Sect, Xiao Yin and Jun Qianma spoke in unison. We pay our respects to the great emperor. They immediately bowed. Holy Sect? A voice, raspy and chilling, emanated from the emperor's corpse, sending shivers down their spines. Indeed, we hail from the Holy Sect, as its disciples. The emperor's corpse did not attack them, but instead gazed into the void, subsequently taking a step forward. Soul, return. In another hidden realm, several emperor-level experts were sent flying, spitting blood. This is dire. The emperor's corpse has manifested, and he is summoning souls. They exerted all their strength to suppress the divine souls, mere moments away from a sacrifice to their master. Failure was not an option. These top-tier powerhouses unleashed their might. Yet the emperor's soul was overwhelmingly potent, far beyond what they could withstand. Soul, return. Another terrifying cry reverberated, shattering the formation in the vicinity. As an unimaginable oppressive force descended. Ultimately, the emperor's soul could not be contained. You shall pay for this. Upon its emergence, the emperor's soul directly devoured the divine souls of the gathered emperor-level beings. In the Yunming swamp, a cataclysmic pressure erupted, reminiscent of the earlier might of the Azure Emperor. What on earth has transpired in the Yunming swamp? The resurgence of emperor-level pressure caused great unrest among the various forces in the Cloud Realm. At the Holy Sect, Li Bai appeared in the hall of the Sect Master, and Ling Xiao observed that the ancient celestial lotus seemed eager to depart. Li Bai, follow it and investigate. This time, a monumental event is likely to unfold. Ling Xiao understood that only one individual could provoke such a vigorous reaction from the ancient celestial lotus, the Azure Emperor. Just days prior, the soul of the Azure Emperor wielded an unparalleled imperial weapon and engaged in battle against the pure land of bliss. Now, once again, an emperor-level pressure has emerged. What does this signify? The truths regarding events from millennia past are poised to surface. Chapter 72. The Azure Emperor pacifies the Forbidden Zone. Li Bai swiftly departed, following the ethereal silhouette of an ancient lotus amidst the boundless azure sky. In the Yunming Marsh, a gathering of over a dozen imperial-level powerhouses emerged, suspended in the void, each bearing a grave expression. What shall we do? The truth can no longer be concealed. One of the emperors spoke up. This is beyond our control. The might of the great emperor is simply terrifying. A lifetime without attaining the Tao ultimately renders one as insignificant as an ant. Faced with the great emperor, these emperors could only resign themselves to death. At that moment, the divine hall erupted with a thunderous roar, and a towering figure materialized before the crowd. Indeed, it was the previously fallen emperor corpse. However, beside the emperor corpse stood two individuals whose cultivation was pitifully weak, yet they remained unaffected. Who are these two? Why do they appear here, untouched by the surrounding turmoil? Strong warriors had already come to investigate. Everything here could no longer be hidden. We must retreat. The terrifying figures swiftly vanished, unable to keep the secrets of this place concealed any longer. Return, O soul! The emperor corpse bellowed, and soon after, an unimaginable divine soul descended, merging with the former. The great emperor had awakened, and the spectators gasped in awe as they beheld a living, complete great emperor. The ancient lotus now rested in the hands of the great emperor, revealing his identity without need for words. The Azure Emperor, could it be? Was he not dead? The probing consciousnesses were all astounded. The spectral image of the Azure Emperor had journeyed westward, ultimately concluding his saga as a hero, vanquishing countless masters of the Western lands and extinguishing millions of lives. Initially, everyone believed the Azure Emperor had vanished, heralding a celestial descent of blood rain. Yet who could have anticipated that the Azure Emperor had not perished? At this moment, numerous powerful figures began to investigate, for the emergence of a great emperor was undoubtedly the most significant event in the Jiuxiao continent. Li Bai's figure appeared, directing his gaze towards Xiao Yin and Jun Qianma. Come here, you two little ones. I, Elder Li Bai, have come at the behest of the sect leader to gather intelligence. Here is the sect's token. Li Bai's primary concern was to protect Xiao Yin and his companion. They had already been spotted by the previous imperial-level powerhouses, but under the protection of the great emperor's corpse, those individuals dared not act. However, once the great emperor made a move, all reservations would vanish. The Azure Emperor had reappeared, and he was indeed alive. This revelation sent shockwaves throughout the entire Jiuxiao continent. It was inconceivable that the Azure Emperor, presumed dead, could still be alive. Yet here he stood, possessing unmatched strength. In the Yunming Marsh, the Azure Emperor finally opened his eyes. After the fusion, his combat prowess had returned to its peak, thanks to the earlier imperial-level beings who had their souls devoured. The Azure Emperor's own soul was now fully restored. Are you from the Holy Sect? The Azure Emperor inquired, his gaze fixed upon the trio. Indeed, I am an elder from the Sacred Sword Peak of the Holy Sect, and these two are the personal disciples of the sect leader. You must have noted their exceptional physiques. Li Bai expressed, exhibiting no fear towards the great emperor, for he was, after all, the sword god, albeit currently constrained within this realm. In the contemporary world, there is no room for formidable emperors. Li Bai, once a deity, is now merely an emperor. The boundless fire god body and the primordial Tao body indeed indicate that this generation's sect leader surpasses all expectations. With him in the Holy Sect, the future is boundless. Senior, are you also a member of the Holy Sect? Asked Xiao Yin. Indeed, I am the sect leader of the Holy Sect from 10 millennia ago. It is time to settle some scores, the Azure Emperor remarked, casting his gaze towards the distant void. Escort them away. I shall tread upon the forbidden zones. The Azure Emperor exuded an aura of terror, dominance, and grandeur. Li Bai accompanied the two, yet they did not rush to depart, for they had yet to acquire what they sought. It was the very essence they had sensed from the beginning. Observing their hesitation, the Azure Emperor waved his hand. A flame materialized in his grasp, which he then tossed to Xiao Yin. This 3,000 flame of yans shall be yours. It was the flame I utilized during my alchemical endeavors. The Azure Emperor proclaimed. Thank you, esteemed Azure Ancestor. Xiao Yin realized that the strange flame he had sensed earlier was indeed the 3,000 flame of yans. After accepting it, he refrained from hastily merging it, for doing so would undoubtedly elevate his cultivation beyond the heavenly martial realm, hindering him from fulfilling his master's entrusted task. Meanwhile, The Azure Emperor produced a strand of primordial purple qi for Jun Qianma, as she possessed the primordial Tao body. The addition of the primordial purple qi would surely smooth her path ahead. Thank you, Ancestor, Jun Qianma exclaimed with excitement, securing the primordial purple qi without immediate refinement. Her situation mirroring that of Xiaoyan. This era is destined to be a time of great autumn, and behind the pinnacle of prosperity lies endless desolation. Alas, it is time for me to fulfill my mission. Ancestor, should you not pay a visit to the sect? I believe Master would welcome you warmly, Xiaoyan suggested. If a living emperor were to join the Holy Sect, it was needless to say that it would undoubtedly become the foremost sect. However, the Azure Emperor shook his head. No need. The Holy Sect will fare better without me. If I were to return in my twilight years, it would not be too late. With that, the Azure Emperor stepped forward and vanished from sight. Li Bai safeguarded the two as they exited. Having obtained what they desired, it was time for them to depart. In the heroic tomb of the Holy Sect, countless historical figures reside, for there lies their ultimate sanctuary. Each hero fought for the Holy Sect, for humanity, and for the world. The Azure Emperor reappeared, now deep within the Yunmeng Marsh, where terrifying entities dwell. You have crossed the boundary, Azure Emperor, a fearsome voice echoed. As an emperor, one must clear obstacles for humanity. You should have long since perished, yet you linger on. If not you, then who? The Azure Emperor was determined to traverse the life-forbidden zones. We, the sovereigns of the imperial path, are not to be compared to mere insects. Another supreme being interjected. The Azure Emperor's aura intensified. Insects, were you born as sovereigns? You too have emerged from the humble beginnings of an ant, yet you seize the resources of others. Such transgressions deserve retribution. Humph, the 9 forbidden zones of life, where countless supreme sovereigns and emperors languish in despair, how can you alone contend with us? The 9 heavens continent harbors 9 such forbidden zones, with the Cloud Dream Marsh being merely one among them. The true number of sovereigns within remains a mystery. Historically, every emperor of the Holy Sect has been tasked with the duty of pacifying these forbidden zones. However, it is certain that these sovereigns date back millennia. For in the span of 10,000 years, apart from the Azure Emperor, none have ascended to the throne of emperor. Perhaps it is because the Azure Emperor has not truly perished, thus no one has attained the path to emperorhood since. The might of the Azure Emperor is at its zenith, with his words manifesting as law. I, the Azure Emperor, am sufficient. The forbidden zones are but trifles. The Azure Emperor has entered the Cloud Dream Marsh and commenced his assault. The previous dozen emperor-level powerhouses have met their demise. Yet this is not all the strength the Cloud Dream Marsh possesses. A forbidden zone represents the most formidable power of the era, and the secrets contained within remain unknown to all. Throughout history, how many formidable emperors have inexplicably vanished, perished in battle, or gone missing? No one knows the true number that have fallen. With a singular punch from the Azure Emperor, the Cloud Dream Marsh convulses, as if the heavens and earth themselves are rent asunder. Countless beings fall into oblivion with this blow, utterly vanishing. 4 ancient figures emerge around the Azure Emperor. They are the 4 sovereigns of the Cloud Dream Marsh. Sovereigns, also known as sovereign path powerhouses, were once emperors themselves, yet in their quest for survival, they have succumbed to languishment, unable to break the void and ascend, thus transforming into a forbidden zone, ruling over it as sovereigns. Though they are no longer emperors, they retain the power of the emperor's order, no longer bound by the celestial laws, and through certain extraordinary means, they can endure for hundreds of thousands of years. In contrast, contemporary emperors do not survive beyond 10,000 years. They either reincarnate, break the void to ascend to the divine realm, perish, or self-terminate to become sovereigns. For emperors, there are but 4 paths, with no alternatives. The Cloud Emperor, Dream Emperor, Ancient Emperor, and Spirit Emperor, once great emperors of unmatched glory, have now willingly fallen, becoming sovereigns. If you do not perish, then who shall? Prepare to meet your end. The Azure Emperor has made his move. Chapter 73. Today, the Cloud Emperor shall meet his demise. The Azure Emperor has taken action, charging directly at the 4 supreme beings. These individuals, possessing unparalleled abilities, may lack the foundational essence of an emperor, yet they wield many techniques akin to those of an emperor. When compared to ordinary sovereigns, their prowess is vastly superior. Thus they are revered as supremes and ancient emperors, while others merely hold the title of emperor. The events unfolding in the Cloud Dream Marsh swiftly reverberate throughout the nine heavens continent, for the life-forbidden zone is a terrifying existence that instills dread in countless souls. This fear is not solely due to the hidden supreme beings within, but also because of their heinous transgressions. With a mere wave of his hand, the Azure Emperor conjures a mountain of corpses before the eyes of the world. He compels all living beings to witness the countless lives sacrificed by you, the supreme ancient emperors, merely for your selfish survival. The endless mountain of bodies, the sea of blood, serve as a testament to the grotesque nature of you beings from the Forbidden Zone. In your quest for survival, you have callously sacrificed innumerable lives. Most despicable of all is your covert ambush during the Demon Sealing War. Cloud Emperor, your end is nigh. The Azure Emperor enumerates the transgressions of these supremes, each one worthy of 1,000,000 deaths. The voice of the Emperor reverberates through the skies, accessible to countless beings, while those near the Cloud Dream Marsh can behold the endless corpses, all serving as sustenance for these supremes. In your struggle to endure, you have offered the lives of countless beings as sacrifices, merely to cling to existence. You regard life as insignificant, akin to mere weeds or ants, deserving of the utmost punishment. O heavens, is it truly the Cloud Dream Marsh that has committed these atrocities? They are our greatest adversaries. A multitude seems to awaken, gazing at the vast expanse of skeletal remains, hearts chilled by the sight. Those whom they have revered for countless years turn out to be their most formidable executioners. Countless beings are but livestock for their insatiable appetite. Azure Emperor, do you truly believe that you can slay this emperor alone? Allow me to demonstrate the terror of the ancient Emperor Supreme. Winds sweep the remnants. Dreams return to the ancient past, devouring all spirits. Trapped in a quagmire, the four Supremes strike in unison, while the Azure Emperor stands solitary. The terrifying force of order intertwines continuously, a signature mark of the Emperor, the power of order. This force transcends the might of the great Tao. In a mere moment, it can shatter the heavens and split the earth, causing the sun and moon to collapse. The Azure Emperor's fist, a lotus of eternal azure skies. He embodies chaos, and shortly thereafter, amidst the chaos, a chaotic azure lotus begins to emerge. The surrounding forces of order vanish, consumed and integrated by the power of chaos. As one of the top 10 formidable powers of the great Tao, the chaotic order force wielded by the Azure Emperor stands as the pinnacle of existence within the cosmos. Dream Ancient Tao, Wind and Cloud Tao, Primordial Tao, 10,000 Spirits Tao. The four Supremes unite once more, unleashing four terrifying assaults upon the Azure Emperor. The heavens and the earth underwent a profound transformation, accompanied by the resounding roar of thunder. Above the Cloud Dream Marsh, the skies were rent asunder, revealing a spectacle of extraordinary phenomena. The chaotic azure lotus harnessed the primordial forces of chaos, devouring all power and unifying the myriad paths of the world. The Azure Emperor stood alone, valiantly confronting the four supreme beings without yielding an inch. Since the power of order could not restrain him, they resolved to employ the extreme Tao royal weapons to entrap and slay the Azure Emperor. The four sovereigns began to wield their extreme Tao royal weapons, arms that, in theory, were of the same caliber as the extreme Tao imperial weapons. However, having fallen from the imperial realm, they could not fully unleash the might of their weapons unless they transcended their current state and momentarily restored their imperial stature. Such audacity! The chaos manifested and reshaped the world. Thunder consumed all. With a thunderous cry, the Azure Emperor unleashed a terrifying spectacle that instantly crushed the four sovereigns. At that moment, four formidable auras emerged. Upon closer inspection, they were the extreme Tao royal weapons of the four sovereigns. Everyone attack! The Cloud Sovereign commanded. They had already witnessed the immense power and terror of the Azure Emperor. Even if he were at the twilight of his strength, he was not a self-injured sovereign they could contend with. The chasm of their realms was insurmountable. The Azure Emperor now exerted dominion through his superior realm. The title of Emperor signifies mastery over the laws of heaven and earth, representing the ultimate path acknowledged by the heavenly order. In contrast, the four had descended from their imperial heights. Their paths were no longer unique in the world. After so long a trial, they could only conclude that they were woefully inadequate. Cloud Sovereign, you once ambushed me, Today, no one shall save you. The chaotic world has been unleashed. The Azure Emperor opened the realm of chaos, a result of evolving domain power to its utmost expression. In the early stages of sagehood, one begins to grasp the laws. In the great sage realm, one perfects these laws, while the sage lord cultivates the power of rules. When the power of rules is mastered to perfection, one ascends to the imperial realm. The imperial realm embodies the power of the path, transcending the power of rules. To attain the title of emperor, one must evolve the cultivated power of the path to its ultimate form, exploring the essence, validating the laws of heaven and earth, and achieving the power of order. What is order? The emperor establishes the rules, and that is order. The emperor's word manifests as law, and that is order. Throughout the world, all powers are reshuffled, and everything changes due to the emperor. This is the power of order. In the past, the world permitted multiple emperors to coexist, but as time progressed, the Nine Heavens continent could no longer sustain such plurality. Thus, 100,000 years ago, an era emerged with only one emperor. During the turmoil of the Witch clan, several emperors existed, but thereafter, the world could accommodate only one emperor, and that reign would last 10,000 years. After 10,000 years, as the power of the path wanes, other paths may rise to establish new formidable emperors. Formerly, there were several realms of the emperor. Now, achieving the title of emperor is a distant dream. At this moment, the Azure Emperor was enveloped in chaotic power, completely sealing the Cloud Sovereign. However, to eliminate him in such a short span proved exceedingly arduous. At their level, even if their physical forms were obliterated, as long as a fragment of their soul remained, they could swiftly revive and reconstitute their bodies. The world of wind and clouds. Resistance. The Cloud Emperor could not simply resign himself to fate. He sought to break free. With the other three supreme beings at his side, the pressure on the Azure Emperor was palpable. At this moment, Li Bai made his entrance. Although his realm was suppressed, his strength remained intact, unwavering. Leave it to the sect master. He possesses the means to annihilate them completely. The appearance of the sword god, Li Bai, took the Azure Emperor by surprise, for he realized that this Li Bai was truly formidable. The power of order seemed to hold no sway over him, inflicting little damage. Judging by realms, Li Bai was a deity, albeit currently constrained. The power of order present here could not harm him. Is that truly the case? The Azure Emperor pondered in astonishment. He understood that attempting to slay another supreme being while under assault from three others was an arduous task, even for one at the pinnacle, an emperor. Naturally, it was a trivial matter. The sect master possessed no fewer than 10 methods to utterly obliterate him. Li Bai remarked nonchalantly. The Azure Emperor had faith in Li Bai, yet he harbored doubts regarding Ling Xiao's strength. If he himself could not accomplish it, how could the current sect master? Was he also an emperor? Could someone who was not an emperor achieve what even an emperor could not? If you were skeptical, why not give it a try? The pressure on you would be significantly alleviated. Li Bai suggested casually. Very well, let us depart. The Azure Emperor was no fool. Engaging in a desperate struggle against the supreme beings could lead to facing multiple emperors if they reached their utmost potential. Even at his peak, it would be a tremendous challenge. Planning to flee? Have you consulted us? The Cloud Emperor interjected. Cloud Emperor, you should hasten to elevate your potential. Do you wish to await your demise? Upon hearing this, the Cloud Emperor began to contemplate, as reaching one's utmost potential was indeed possible, yet the consequences were dire. It would hasten their aging and death. Hence, they would not easily elevate their potential unless their very existence was at stake. Now, the Azure Emperor aimed to eliminate them. If they remained indifferent, it would lead to a most regretful demise. In the realm of the sword god, Li Bai unleashed his might. A single strike dazzling the entire era. His mastery of the sword transcended the ordinary. With a mere flick, he conjured a realm of swordsmanship. The three supreme beings found themselves ensnared within this sword god domain. To escape, they must unravel the fabric of this world. They too wielded the power of worlds. But whether they could break free remained uncertain. There was no time to waste. Elevate your potential to the utmost. In that moment, the four supreme beings commenced their ascension, fighting desperately for their survival. So the struggle has finally begun. Chapter 74, 3 Deaths and 1 Escape, Bountiful Rewards. Above the Yunming Marsh, 5 exceedingly terrifying auras permeated the heavens and the earth. Countless onlookers turned their gazes toward that direction, for it harbored the most profound power in existence. Was the Azure Emperor intent on pacifying the forbidden zone of life? After so many years, the sovereign of the Holy Sect continued to adhere to a principle. They truly fought for the living and for the realm of Jiuxiao. Following this encounter, the world's balance would undoubtedly be shattered. Numerous formidable beings flocked to investigate, yet the high tier of this place meant only a select few could perceive its essence clearly. Haha, the sword of the great river descends from the heavens. Raise a cup and sing. What is life but a fleeting moment? The sword deity, Li Bai, commenced the manifestation of his sword arts, striving to impede the three supreme beings. Meanwhile, the Azure Emperor directly suppressed the Cloud Sovereign within the tumult of the world. In the blink of an eye, the two titans soared to the skies above the Holy Sect. This Cloud Sovereign is yours to handle. I shall pursue the other Supremes. The Azure Emperor merely cast his opponent aside before turning, unleashing an unfathomable force that collided with the three supreme beings. In the sky, an immense mushroom cloud emerged. And fortunately, being at such altitude minimized the damage inflicted upon the beings below. Yet, numerous structures collapsed instantaneously, and countless low-tier martial artists were vaporized in an instant. Such was the nature of a battle between emperors, where casualties could easily reach the hundreds of thousands. Who would have thought the strength of the Holy Sect was so formidable? Who, pray tell, is this sword deity? He had never appeared before. It is said, the Holy Sect is not to be trifled with. Ancient clans trembled in fear. Was the Holy Sect making a resurgence? Let alone the Azure Emperor. His mere presence could suppress an entire era. If one were to add this mysterious sword deity into the equation, one could only imagine that other forces would find no peace. They would be forced to cower beneath the Holy Sect for eternity, a fate they did not desire. Within the Holy Sect, Ling Xiao immediately invoked his passive skill, forcefully subduing the Cloud Sovereign. Impossible. Are you also an emperor? Despite the Cloud Sovereign's diminished realm, he had never felt such trepidation, for when he beheld Ling Xiao, he felt an even greater terror than that emanating from the Azure Emperor. In truth, it was not Ling Xiao who was terrifying, but the system. Under the system, all else is but ants. Qi absorption technique. Ling Xiao directly employed the Qi absorption technique to siphon the fortune of this supreme being. Should his fortune be extracted, even if he were an emperor, he would become an extraordinarily unfortunate one. And no, what manner of technique is this? You, the Cloud Sovereign, gazed at Ling Xiao, overwhelmed with fear. The opponent did not target him in any other manner, but rather sought to absorb his fortune. Such an ethereal concept, and yet the adversary dared to directly siphon it? Fortune Golden Dragon, next, it shall be your boon. Devouring the fortune of a supreme being should elevate you to an extraordinary level. Ling Xiao summoned the Fortune Golden Dragon, initiating the consumption of the Cloud Sovereign's fortune. The Cloud Sovereign trembled in terror. The Fortune Golden Dragon of the Holy Sect was indeed fearsome. Having already evolved into a golden dragon, the auspicious golden dragon of fate consumed the entirety of the Cloud Emperor's fortune in an instant. Although it did not affect the Emperor's cultivation, it irrevocably altered his destiny. Henceforth, his fate would undergo a profound transformation. As the golden dragon absorbed a vast reservoir of fortune, its form became increasingly solidified. This was the fortune of a supreme being. Thank you, Sovereign. With but one more soul, I shall attain my true form and wield imperial-level power. Remarkably, the golden dragon spoke, having developed sentience. The Cloud Emperor, rendered speechless by terror, pondered how this enigmatic Holy Sect, once devoid of such dread, now instilled within him an acute sense of impending doom. A millennium ago, when the Azure Emperor reigned as the sovereign of the Holy Sect, he had never experienced such a perilous threat. Yet now, faced with Ling Xiao, fear gripped him. With fortune lost, it was time to devour your cultivation. Auspicious Qilin, your turn has come. Above the sovereign's hall, an ethereal Qilin materialized, then lunged forward, entering the Cloud Emperor's body. No, please no. The once mighty ancient emperor felt an overwhelming dread. Death loomed ever closer. The Qilin consumed the Cloud Emperor's cultivation and essence, eliciting a series of anguished cries, stripping him of all former grandeur. Since you have become useless, this sect shall claim you. Your world of storms, though still lacking, is sufficient to further empower my chaotic realm. Ling Xiao pointed a finger at the Cloud Emperor, who instantaneously erupted into a cascade of starlight. The Cloud Emperor was no more. The ultimate weapon left behind by the Cloud Emperor was a long spear named the Storm and Thunder Spear, which Ling Xiao also claimed. Furthermore, the Cloud Emperor's world of storms was ensnared within the Holy Sect, beginning the process of being devoured by the chaotic realm. Deep within the Cloud family, the soul tablet of the Cloud Emperor shattered, sending shockwaves through the clan. The Cloud Emperor was the very foundation of the Cloud family, and his existence had elevated them to unprecedented heights. Even the later established Cloud Sky Holy Land and Cloud Sky Sword Sect were intricately connected to the Cloud family, all descendants of the Cloud Emperor, sharing a common ancestor in him. Yet now, the Cloud Emperor was dead. Meanwhile, the Azure Emperor continued his fierce battle against three supreme beings, who distinctly sensed the vanishing presence of the Cloud Emperor. Blood rain fell from the heavens. One of the supreme beings had perished. Had the Azure Emperor failed to stabilize the realm of life? No, something felt amiss. It was the Azure Emperor eliminating one of the supreme beings. By the heavens, the Azure Emperor remains eternally vibrant, truly worthy of the title. He is formidable beyond compare. With the Cloud Emperor's fall, the blood rain descended. Having once been a supreme being, a former unparalleled emperor, his death shattered his path into countless fragments, merging them into the nine heavens continent. How could this be? The Holy Sect had genuinely slain a supreme being? The Dream Emperor and other supreme beings were gripped with fear. Li Bai, standing to the side, observed as the three supreme beings ascended. If time slipped away, they would lose their opportunity. Fight. Even if it costs us our lives, we must take him down. The three supreme beings began to fight with all their might. The imperial path of the Yakuza, the pinnacle of Taoist principles, and the terrifying phenomena of the heavens and the earth intertwine in a grand spectacle. The Azure Emperor engages in a fierce battle against three supreme beings, as torrents of blood rain down from the sky. In the Western lands, the Buddha observes this confrontation, for the current Azure Emperor has returned to his original form at the height of his power. Compared to the mere shadow of his former self, he is now exponentially more formidable. This battle rages on for an extended period, with no one able to discern whether the blood spilled belongs to the Azure Emperor or the three supreme beings. 3 days later, the conflict reaches its conclusion. One supreme being escapes while two perish. The Azure Emperor, however, is gravely injured, stripped of his previous peak prowess. Surrounding him are myriad wounds, each a testament to the toll the battle has taken, enough to cause him significant distress. Are you all right? Li Bai observes, noting the Azure Emperor's dire state. Yet he still clings to life. It must be said, the three supreme beings were incredibly powerful, but they ultimately allowed the Dream Monarch to flee. The Azure Emperor wipes the blood from the corner of his mouth. To have utterly vanquished two supreme beings is an achievement of terrifying magnitude. Out of 4 supreme beings, 3 have fallen, and 1 has escaped. The Cloud Dream Swamp is now irrevocably doomed. Though the supreme beings are dead, the Cloud Dream Swamp has lost its reason for existence. You shall either yield or perish, declares the Azure Emperor, standing above the Cloud Dream Swamp. Great Emperor, we are willing to submit. In this life-forbidding zone, the Cloud Dream Swamp bows to the Holy Sect. This battle will have far-reaching implications, as countless factions fall silent. Recognizing the overwhelming might of the Holy Sect, those who venture to the Holy Sect shall find that all here will cease to exist. Yes, we shall obey your command. Ding. Congratulations, host. Holy Sect prestige increased. Reward, 100,000 sect points. Ding. Congratulations, host. Supreme being slain. Sect prestige elevated. Reward, 100,000 sect points. Reward, 500,000 fortune points. Rewards include the Dream Ancient Path, the Wind and Cloud Path, the Primordial Path, and the 10,000 Spirits Path. Ling Xiao is astonished. The rewards this time are exceedingly generous. System, why are the sect points and fortune points so extraordinary? Host, the rewards are substantial due to the slaying of a supreme being. Naturally, the sect points and fortune points reflect this. Moreover, had the Holy Sect been a Tier 3 sect, the rewards would have doubled. Ultimately, the Holy Sect is currently merely a Tier 2 sect. By the way, is 1 million sect points sufficient now? Host, total sect points, 1,185,000. Fortune points, 1,030,000. Chapter 75. The world no longer holds the Azure Emperor. It has already surpassed 1 million. How splendid! Once they accomplish this task, the sect shall ascend to new heights. Ling Xiao does not intend to elevate the sect just yet. The system's tasks remain unfulfilled. He shall wait until his disciples dominate the celestial rankings before proceeding with the upgrade, while simultaneously continuing to recruit those destined for greatness and venerable elders. At that juncture, the prestige of the Holy Sect will reach a remarkable pinnacle. Not only will the inhabitants of the Nine Heavens continent come to know of it, but the resonance will also echo throughout the cloudy lands. This surge in renown is chiefly attributed to the Azure Emperor, a figure of the Holy Sect, whose legacy has been whispered among the elite. However, among the lower-tier martial artists, their knowledge of the Azure Emperor and the Holy Sect is still rather limited. From this moment forth, the name of the Azure Emperor shall resound across the Nine Heavens continent. Yet, few are aware that the Azure Emperor hails from the Holy Sect. The cataclysmic battle from millennia past, where the likes of the Cloud Emperor and other supreme beings launched a surprise attack, even splitting the Azure Emperor to suppress him. These scandals and truths remain unknown to countless souls. The emergence of the Azure Emperor and his pacification of the life-forbidden zone is an unparalleled merit. And it is indeed a rare fortune for people to witness a sovereign quell the forbidden zone in their lifetime. As the Azure Emperor prepared for his return amidst the dreaming marsh, a golden radiance erupted from within him. With a resounding boom, the Azure Emperor exploded into an infinite cascade of starlight. A colossal Buddha statue manifested in the void. This marked the Buddha's first retaliatory strike against the Azure Emperor. The Azure Emperor's form lingered, yet he did not recover, while Li Bai swiftly vanished into the ether. What transpired in the heavens? Had the Azure Emperor been ambushed by the Buddha? Behold, an endless rain of blood. Could it be that the Azure Emperor has perished? No, it cannot be. Such a magnificent being could not fall so easily. Grief enveloped the crowd, but the sanguine deluge in the sky left them speechless. The Azure Emperor had been ambushed by the Buddha, shattering into countless fragments. Many witnesses were formidable beings themselves. The world is bereft of the Azure Emperor. A cold voice emanated from the Buddha statue. Look, the path of the Azure Emperor is vanishing, dissipating into nothingness. In the heavens, the chaotic essence that belonged to the Azure Emperor began to fade, leaving countless onlookers in utter shock. Could it be true? Had the Azure Emperor truly met his demise? No, he is a sovereign of this age. He cannot simply perish. Must we have just witnessed a historic moment, heralding the dawn of a new era? The age of the Azure Emperor has utterly concluded. The world no longer holds the Azure Emperor, as proclaimed by the Buddha, within the Holy Sect. Ling Xiao was equally astounded. The Buddha's treachery was unfathomable. Seizing the moment to ambush the gravely wounded Azure Emperor, what audacity! Yet, he cannot bring himself to believe that the Azure Emperor is truly dead. Such a mere projection could dare to wreak havoc in the Western lands. It is inconceivable that he would fall so easily. No, the Azure Emperor has certainly not perished. Rather, he may be seizing this opportunity to conceal himself. Should he truly be gone, a multitude of formidable entities will emerge. Whether they are foes or allies will soon become apparent. Ling Xiao, with his remarkable intellect, swiftly deduced that the Qing Emperor would not expose such a significant flaw and noted that Li Bai was present at the time. After the Qing Emperor was ambushed, Li Bai departed without uttering a word. At that moment, a beam of white light entered the Lord's hall. It was Li Bai. What did the Qing Emperor convey to you? Ling Xiao inquired. As a member of the Holy Sect, the Qing Emperor undoubtedly trusted Li Bai, and at the final moment, there must have been a transmission. It seems I cannot conceal it from you, the Qing Emperor remarked, having immersed himself for a while to observe their performance. However, the damage inflicted upon him was indeed profound. As for how he would return, he did not elaborate. He merely urged you to pay attention to the chaotic blue lotus seeds he left behind. Li Bai recounted faithfully. As a formidable emperor, each one is as wise as a demon. How could they be unaware of the impending crisis? Ling Xiao produced the chaotic blue lotus seeds, and to his astonishment, he discovered that the lotus seeds had begun to sprout. Go forth. The Holy Sect, with my presence, shall face no issues. When you return, we shall conquer the world together. Ling Xiao planted the chaotic blue lotus seeds, nourishing the roots with divine liquid from the heavens, and the chaotic blue lotus began to flourish rapidly. He understood that the dream monarch had fled, and would not easily spare the Holy Sect's members. Danger loomed ahead. However, Ling Xiao found himself powerless at this moment. The formidable figures from the Yunming Marsh, who had originally intended to submit to the Holy Sect, were now taken aback. The Dream Monarch returned, regrouped, and formally announced the establishment of the Dream Ancient Path, bringing the entire Yunming Marsh under its dominion. The Yun family no longer had any backing, and they, along with the Yunxiao Holy Land and Yunxiao Sword Sect, promptly declared their allegiance to the Dream Ancient Path. The Supreme Ancient Emperor personally took action, indicating that the Dream Monarch aimed for a comprehensive resurgence, with the Holy Sect as its primary adversary. Ling Xiao swiftly issued a proclamation. Anyone daring to target the younger generation would face relentless pursuit by the Holy Sect, with the sword god Li Bai personally descending upon the Yunming Marsh. Ultimately, the Dream Monarch, compelled by circumstances, had no choice but to acquiesce. In the conflicts of the younger generation, the elders were prohibited from intervening. Anyone who did so would incur endless retribution from the opposing side. Simultaneously, the Yunxiao Holy Land, the Yun family, the Yunxiao Sword Sect, and the Yin clan publicly declared that during the Yunxiao heavenly rankings, everything would proceed as usual, adding a stipulation that no elder could intervene, even if a junior was killed by their peers. For how many disciples does the Holy Sect possess? In contrast, the Dream Ancient Path, the Yunxiao Holy Land, the Yun family, and the Yunxiao Sword Sect boast a greater number of disciples. At the eastern heavenly gate of the Holy Sect appeared two elders, who were none other than the clan leader of the Yin clan and a venerable elder, Yin Wudao. The clan leader, and Yin Chong Kong, the venerable elder, came to pay their respects to the Lord of the Holy Sect. The clan leader, Yin Wudao, spoke up. Soon, a figure emerged from the eastern heavenly gate. It was the grand elder of the Holy Sect, Li Daoru. You too follow me, Yin Wudao. Now at the level of a holy master, accompanied by the venerable elder, who was an emperor-level powerhouse, stood before the Lord's hall, both astonished. This is the Holy Sect? The disparity from before is immense. In ancient times, during the most resplendent era of the sacred sect, there existed no edifice as magnificent as the grand hall of the sect master. Surrounding the hall, four colossal stone pillars stand tall, each encircled by a divine beast. Above, a golden dragon of fortune has awakened its intelligence, meandering through the void, while a qilin can be faintly perceived, concealed among the mountains and waters. The grandeur of the grand hall transcends mere description. Entering this space feels akin to stepping into the celestial realm, poised to meet the heavenly emperor. Enter, came the voice of Ling Xiao. Under the guidance of Li Daoru, they stepped into the grand hall. The hall was vast and expansive, and at its core, a figure sat majestically. It was Ling Xiao, the current sect master of the sacred sect. We pay our respects to the sect master. Ling Xiao responded with a nonchalant acknowledgement. He had previously warned the Yin clan, and their arrival now indicated that they were well aware of recent events. Were it not for Li Bai's involvement, it was likely the Yin clan would not have come, not for any other reason than their suspicion that Li Bai was a supreme master. After all, during the Battle of the Yunming Marsh, Li Bai had once held off 3 supreme beings with his swordsmanship, a testament to his formidable prowess. Yin Wudao felt a twinge of awkwardness before speaking. Sect Master, we have come to propose an alliance with the sacred sect. After much hesitation, he uttered these words, only to be met with Ling Xiao's indifference. Does the sacred sect require your alliance? Ling Xiao retorted. What I requested was for you to come here to offer an apology. Where is Yin Kuan? Have him come and remind you of how this sect once addressed you. Ling Xiao said, his gaze piercing. A chill surged within the hearts of the two men. We beseech the sect master as forgiveness. Is this how you come to offer apologies? One might think you are here to demand retribution. Ling Xiao waved his hand, and the two men were abruptly expelled from the grand hall, only to be met with a formidable pressure that forced them to kneel at the entrance. I grant you time to contemplate. Speak when you have come to your senses. Ling Xiao, having grown weary of their presence, dismissed them entirely. The thought of acknowledging them was, quite simply, out of the question. Chapter 76. The Return of the Flame Clan, The Legend of Snow State. The formidable power of Ling Xiao instilled in them a palpable sense of dread, reminiscent of an unparalleled and terrifying pressure that even an emperor could scarcely rival. Indeed, at this moment, Ling Xiao was wielding the might of an emperor. He aimed to make the Flame clan unequivocally aware of who truly was the unassailable force. This overwhelming pressure was formidable, nearly on par with the might once exhibited by the Azure Emperor. Could he also be a paragon of imperial strength? Both individuals were drenched in perspiration, their backs thoroughly soaked, filled with regret for not heeding Yin Kuan's counsel. Previously, Yin Kuan had warned them that the leader of the sacred sect was a presence comparable to an emperor, perhaps even an emperor himself. Yet, following the demise of the Azure Emperor, they had dismissed the significance of the sacred sect, believing that even with the enigmatic figure of Li Bai, they had little to fear, for they were an ancient clan with means to contend against supreme powers. To be part of an ancient clan or a prestigious lineage, at the very least, one must have an ancestor of imperial caliber. Generally speaking, ancient clans, esteemed families, imperial orthodoxies, and zones of life and death exist on the same level. Even a sacred land is but a feeble entity in their presence. Although their ancestors had once produced emperors, and despite their current decline, their deep-rooted heritage is unmatched by any ordinary sacred land. The formidable Yunming Marsh had never provoked the Flame clan and the Yun family, along with the Yun Xiao sacred land, granted the Flame clan tolerance due to their profound legacy and possession of supreme imperial weapons. While they often exhibited audacity and were reluctant to yield, encountering an emperor would naturally compel their submission. Near the Lord's Hall, the everlasting Azure Lotus manifested, heralding the return of the Azure Emperor, who had concealed himself. The everlasting Azure Lotus returned to the sacred sect, not to Li Bai, but rather to guard the Chaos Azure Lotus. That was the Emperor's weapon, the everlasting Azure Lotus. No, observe the heavenly Tao ranking, that tower, and that celestial ladder. Each is no less formidable than a supreme imperial weapon. What is the meaning of this? This is the sacred sect, with an unfathomable depth of heritage. It is noteworthy that only those of imperial status may enter the hero's tomb of the sacred sect. How much legacy they have preserved remains an enigma. If one were to consider which force possesses the most supreme imperial weapons in the Jiuxiao continent, it would undoubtedly be the sacred sect. In ancient times, when the world was united, all top-tier powers belonged to the sacred sect, fighting battles on its behalf. Only upon the death of an emperor could one hope to be interred in the hero's tomb. The likes of the Wuzhong Emperor are merely commonplace within the hero's tomb. Let us not forget the great accomplishment Saint Body and other various physiques. Such lineages are unparalleled. What then shall we do? Does the sacred sect truly dare to wage war against us? You are mistaken. The rise of the sacred sect is inevitable. Setting aside the Azure Emperor, this sword god and the sect leader are not adversaries we can contend with. We might stand a chance against one, but if both engage, wielding numerous supreme imperial weapons, our Flame clan would face inevitable annihilation. The Grand Elder admonished sternly. Ling Xiao, however, paid little heed to their deliberations. His focus remained solely on attaining the desired outcome. Indeed, they are now able to witness many of the sacred sect's facilities, intentionally revealed to them by Ling Xiao, to demonstrate that the sacred sect, despite its decline, remains vastly more powerful than their own Yin clan. The leader of the Yin clan, Yin Wudao, has spoken. We have come to a realization. We, the Yin clan, wish to submit to the sacred sect's command, with unwavering loyalty, never to betray. As the clan leader, his words reflect the will of the entire Yin clan. Have you come to a clear understanding? Ling Xiao inquired. Yes, we have comprehended and perceived the situation. Henceforth, we shall follow the footsteps of the sacred sect without hesitation. Yin Wudao declared, recognizing that only through such allegiance could they preserve their existence. Otherwise, they would face displacement. For an ancient clan to be compelled to relocate would be a disgrace to the entirety of the Yin clan. Never betray? Ling Xiao pressed further. Indeed, we can represent the entire Yin clan. Our words are our bond. We shall follow the sacred sect and remain steadfast. At this moment, the oppressive aura surrounding them dissipated, and they felt as though they had narrowly escaped the gates of hell. What a terrifying sacred sect! What a formidable leader! Excellent. Now that you have pledged your allegiance to the sacred sect, you should comprehend the necessary actions, but it must not be overt, lest Meng Gudao and the others take notice. Ling Xiao instructed. Yes, sect leader, we understand. The struggle between the Azure Emperor and the Supreme has not yet concluded. Rather, it is only just beginning. In other words, The contention between the sacred sect and opposing forces has not fully commenced. This is 10 drops of celestial essence. As members of my sacred sect, we have never been stingy. The mere sight of the 10 drops left the two in utter astonishment. Such extravagance. Such exaggeration from the sacred sect. No, the leader is simply too lavish. Sect leader, is this truly for us? Yin Wudao stammered in disbelief. Of course, this is merely the first step. There will be divine liquids and even more exceptional items to follow, all depending on your performance. Ling Xiao's words filled the two with elation. This substance, akin to divine medicine, was casually presented by the leader, and in one breath, he offered 10 drops. Even an emperor-level powerhouse would go to great lengths to seize a single drop, yet within the sacred sect, such opulence is commonplace. Yes, rest assured, sect leader. We know what must be done. Very well, go forth, Yin clan. I have always held great expectations for you, not solely because of your lineage, but also due to my disciples, who are as much a part of your clan. You should consider yourselves fortunate that you did not target Xiao Yin or the Xiao family. Haha, this was clearly a warning. Had they not made the right choice, they might have already been crushed by the sacred sect. The two promptly took their leave, and as they passed through the eastern gate, they beheld the chaos bell of the great Tao. My goodness, this is undoubtedly an artifact that rivals the Emperor's weapons. The power of the sacred sect is simply breathtaking. Let us depart. What the sect leader has shown us is sufficient proof that the sacred sect has awakened as a fierce lion, now poised to pounce upon its prey. Indeed, it is fortunate that we made the right choice. Following the Holy Sect may lead us to unprecedented heights. The two returned to the Flame Clan with great excitement, and the heavenly nectar they acquired even roused the attention of the reclusive ancestor. Upon receiving the heavenly nectar, the ancestor appeared rejuvenated and invigorated, simultaneously deepening his reverence for the Holy Sect. Snow State. Located in the northern reaches of the Cloud Heights, this region is characterized by its capricious weather. Most astonishingly, despite being summer, a blanket of white snow persists everywhere. Regardless of the external changes, this area remains forever a realm of snow, hence it is known as Snow State. The occurrences in the Dreaming Marsh naturally stirred the Snow State. Linghua and Maoan, residing there, had once gazed upon the unparalleled elegance of the Azure Emperor. Grandfather, this place is so beautiful. However, I am curious as to why it is perpetually a world of snow. Are there no other colors here? Linghua inquired with curiosity. Maoan found himself at a loss for an answer. After all, every place possesses its unique characteristics. Young master, I too am unsure. However, there have been whispers that in ancient times, there existed a transcendent empress known as the Empress of Wind and Snow, also referred to as the Ice Empress or Snow Empress. In any case, her emergence shattered the constraints that forbade women from attaining enlightenment, and this region is likely tied to that Empress of Snow. Linghua listened intently, captivated and eager to learn more about the tale of this legendary empress. Grandfather, is there more? What ultimately became of this Empress of Snow? I do not know, Maoan replied, but you are from the Holy Sect. Surely you must know. Linghua was taken aback. Why would we certainly know? I have not heard of her in the Holy Sect. Because only the Holy Sect has endured as a lineage of power from ancient times to the present. No other sect can match your numbers. And even the other emperors combined do not surpass the Holy Sect. For instance, the aforementioned Azure Emperor hailed from your sect. What? The Azure Emperor was also one of us. My sect is indeed formidable. Chapter 77, The Frigid Ice Staff. Does the young master not know the history of the sacred sect? Imowen inquired. Linghua, having once been a mere beggar, was oblivious to such matters. Had it not been for a fortuitous encounter with her master, she might still be wandering the streets in search of alms. How could she possibly be privy to such secrets? Nevertheless, her curiosity was piqued, for the topic pertained to the sacred sect, and she felt compelled to inquire further. I am unaware, dear elder. Please enlighten me about the history of the sacred sect. Linghua expressed earnestly. Very well, I shall share what I know, though beyond that, I am at a loss. Imowen began to prepare his thoughts. After all, the ancient sacred sect was a formidable entity, and discussing it could easily lead one astray. In ancient times, the sacred sect stood as the singular superpower that unified the entire Nine Heavens continent, a distinction it has retained to this day, being the only force to have endured through multiple epochs. During that era, the sacred sect was home to countless masters and unparalleled emperors. It was not uncommon for multiple emperors to coexist, and it is said that the first sacred master transcended the void and ascended to the divine realm. Such strength? Ling Xiao exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, you must be familiar with the hero's tomb. It is the resting place of the sacred sect's greatest masters throughout the ages. To enter, one must possess at least the cultivation of an emperor, and bear in mind that an emperor is infinitely close to the pinnacle of power. Ling Xiao was taken aback. She was aware of the hero's tomb, but she had not fathomed the rich history intertwined with it. Those were the extraordinary prodigies of the sacred sect, who, upon their demise, transformed into tombs, ensuring their legacy would endure through generations. Such is the essence of the sacred sect. In time, a nefarious force emerged within the Nine Heavens continent, immensely powerful. The sacred sect rallied the strength of the entire continent to seal it away. Yet this endeavor cost them nearly 90% of their power. It was during this tumultuous period that the Western Buddhist kingdom arose, challenging the sacred sect's supremacy. Even in its diminished state, the sacred sect remained the foremost sect of its time, though it could no longer govern the Nine Heavens continent. As the ancient era progressed, an increasing number of factions emerged, along with a plethora of emperors who established their own doctrines. It was from this point that the true division of the Nine Heavens continent commenced, marking an era of flourishing diversity and the rise of numerous exceptional emperors, propelling the world to unprecedented heights. However, in the medieval period, the witch clan emerged, leading to widespread turmoil. In an effort to quell the chaos wrought by the witch clan, the sacred sect paid a heavy price, ultimately sealing them within the 10,000 Great Mountains. During this time, the influence of the sacred sect waned further, and its dominion weakened. It was not until 10,000 years ago, during the Demon Sealing War, that a hidden antagonist targeted the sacred sect. As the sealing was nearing completion, ancient sovereigns such as the Cloud Emperor launched a surprise attack on the Green Emperor, resulting in catastrophic losses for the sacred sect, leaving it in a state of desolation. This is the history of the sacred sect. Over the course of 10 millennia, it has plummeted to an all-time low, reaching a point where few have even heard of it. Alas, one must reflect on the arduous journey of the sacred sect. Tears glistened at the corners of Ling Hua's eyes as she contemplated her master. In such dire circumstances, her master had shouldered the banner of their sect and led them forward. Truly, her master embodied greatness, bearing an immense burden. Indeed, one cannot help but feel that the current sect leader emerged as if from thin air, rescuing the Holy Sect. Just a few months prior, the Holy Sect was scarcely known, yet now it flourished like the sun at its zenith. Mo12 marveled at the extraordinary presence of the current sect leader. Grandfather, what tales do you have of this legendary empress? I aspire to be like her. Ling Hua inquired eagerly. Mo1 chuckled. Ah, young master, it is commendable that you possess such fervor. Your physique and talent are ample. However, the path to becoming an emperor is fraught with challenges, and achieving such greatness is no simple feat. Moreover, your senior brothers each possess remarkable talents. And although attaining the title of emperor may seem feasible, this era permits no more than a singular emperor. Sighing, he added, I too wish for you to become a legendary empress. It ultimately depends on your destiny. Ling Hua remained fervently eager, yearning to become an unparalleled powerhouse akin to the legendary empress, leaving her name etched in history. As for that legendary empress, all the old man knew were mere fragments of tales, but he suggested, if you could align yourself with forces connected to the Snow Empress, you might uncover more knowledge. Ah, I truly have no idea. After all these years, who knows if the Snow Empress left behind any teachings? Ling Hua expressed her frustration before continuing onward. At that moment, the wind and snow intensified, and a blizzard descended upon them. No, such fierce convection leading to a blizzard is exceedingly rare, Mo1 remarked. Thunderous roars echoed as the snowstorm grew fiercer, causing the very earth to tremble. The vibrations were intense, yet no terrifying aura lingered. Previously, when the Azure Emperor's cave was unearthed, the sky was filled with a radiant beam, and the resurgence of the Azure Emperor was perceptible across the continent. However, this time, although the snow province trembled, the impact was minimal. An avalanche. It's an avalanche, some shouted, accustomed to the phenomenon after years of living there. With snow blanketing the land, avalanches could easily occur when too much accumulated atop the mountains, resulting in tremors akin to earthquakes. Few paid heed to such occurrences. Yet this time was different. Before Ling Hua and her companions stood a resplendent crystal palace. Young master, come quickly. That appears to be the Imperial Palace, and it is highly likely to be the palace of the Snow Empress. Let us enter and explore. Imowen exclaimed, excitement evident in his voice. Truly, the child of fortune encounters such opportunities even on their travels. Without hesitation, Ling Hua stepped into the Crystal Palace, her curiosity about the Empress piqued. Upon reaching the entrance, they beheld 3 grand characters elegantly inscribed above. Snow Empress Palace. It was indeed the Snow Empress Palace. Young master, while no one is around, let us swiftly take the treasures within. Imowen understood the magnitude of this opportunity. Without further ado, the legacy bequeathed by the Snow Emperor, along with the Supreme Tao Imperial weapons and the Imperial scriptures, are each an unparalleled treasure, rare in this world. Grandfather, let us venture inside. I believe I hear someone calling me, Ling Hua proclaimed. Oh, then we must certainly investigate. Let us proceed. This is indeed a complete Imperial palace, laid bare to the world. Fortunately, no one seems to have noticed, which could be deemed a stroke of luck for Ling Hua. Before long, the two of them arrived at the heart of the Grand Hall, where they beheld an exquisite ice sculpture. The woman's breathtaking visage exuded an aura of authority that commanded respect without anger. There was no doubt, this was the statue of the Snow Emperor. Disciples of the Holy Sect, Ling Hua pays her respects to the esteemed predecessor. I apologize for the intrusion. Ling Hua bowed before the ice sculpture and soon noticed an ice staff resting on a nearby seat, along with a spatial ring adorning the sculpture's finger. The glacial ice staff, an actual Supreme Tao Imperial weapon. Imowen was taken aback, yet he refrained from approaching. He was well aware of Ling Xiao's formidable prowess and the Holy Sect's vast resources, which included numerous divine artifacts and even more Supreme Tao Imperial weapons. The one before them was not particularly noteworthy. Most importantly, his affection for Ling Hua left no room for any other thoughts. As Ling Hua grasped the staff, she felt a familiar warmth envelop her. Were you waiting for me? Was the earlier call truly from this esteemed predecessor? Ling Hua gazed at the ice sculpture, then stored the glacial ice staff and approached the sculpture once more, bowing again. Disciples of the Holy Sect, Ling Hua apologizes for the disturbance. But we cannot allow the treasures here to remain exposed, lest they disrupt your serene meditation. So we must take them away. Upon finishing her words, she noticed the spatial ring on the sculpture's finger stirring, swiftly floating towards her as if imbued with consciousness. What is this? Ling Hua was momentarily stunned by such behavior. As she regarded the ice sculpture, she felt an overwhelming sense of kinship, and simultaneously, a snowflake emblem appeared upon her brow. Before she could react, the entire grand hall began to collapse. This is bad, young master. We must flee. The structure is about to crumble. Chapter 78. The legacy of the Snow Emperor. The grand hall began to collapse, forcing the two to retreat from the Imperial Palace. The suddenness of it all left Ling Hua bewildered, and before she could fully comprehend the situation, she found herself in the outside world. The landscape remained a vast expanse of white, yet what astonished them was the complete disappearance of the Snow Emperor's palace, as if it had never existed at all. However, Ling Hua was acutely aware that the frigid ice staff and the spatial ring she possessed were not to be deceived. Young master, perhaps we should leave this place for now. It feels rather eerie, Imowen suggested, a hint of fear creeping into his voice, as the surroundings exuded an unsettling aura that was quite terrifying. Ling Hua, however, felt an inexplicable kinship with the environment and was in no rush to depart. Grandfather, it's all right. I felt a profound sense of familiarity here before, devoid of danger. I wish to see what remains of the legacy left by the Snow Emperor. With that, Ling Hua opened her spatial ring. What she beheld left her utterly astonished, for the resources contained within far surpassed what her master had provided her. After all, as a disciple of Ling Xiao, she had many peers to share resources with. But here, everything was hers alone. In addition, a spectral figure materialized before them. Greetings, Lord Snow Emperor. They both bowed respectfully. Imowen was overwhelmed with trepidation, feeling an immense pressure emanating from the apparition, as if a mere thought from it could obliterate him. After countless years, I have finally awaited your arrival. Though you lack my bloodline, you are the destined one I have long sought. The Snow Emperor spoke. Ling Hua, somewhat perplexed, inquired, Lord Snow Emperor. I am curious, what makes me the destined one? Hee, the secrets of heaven are not to be revealed. You will understand in due time. I have left you ample resources and legacies, hoping that you will rise swiftly. Now, I bestow upon you a drop of my essence blood, to aid you in achieving the ice and snow divine body. Wen gasped in astonishment. That was the essence blood of an emperor, bestowed so freely upon Ling Xiao. The rarity of an emperor's essence blood was extraordinary. Even upon passing, an emperor left behind very little of it, for each drop was invaluable. Following the snowflake mark on her forehead, the essence blood seamlessly entered Ling Xiao's body. Instead of being overwhelmed by the terrifying power of the essence blood, she felt an overwhelming sense of comfort. Ling Xiao's body underwent rapid transformation. To inherit the legacy of the Snow Emperor, one needed the requisite physique. Yet, right before her eyes, the Snow Emperor utilized his essence blood to forge an ice and snow divine body. In an instant, Ling Xiao's cultivation reached the pinnacle of the heavenly martial realm, teetering on the brink of a breakthrough. However, she restrained herself, a surprising display that even astonished the Snow Emperor. For the power of that essence blood was sufficient to elevate her to the realm of the venerable, or even higher. Yet, she chose to remain at the heavenly martial realm for now. It must be said, such resolve is truly rare. You have already acquired the supreme imperial weapon. Now, let me impart my techniques and divine abilities to you. You shall cultivate these at your own pace henceforth. Ling Xiao unexpectedly inherited a vast array of profound skills, particularly those pertaining to ice and snow, which filled her with immense delight. The Snow Empress advised her to gradually comprehend these abilities, while the three divine powers and the force of the world would come to her naturally as her cultivation level advanced. The three divine powers are known as freezing the land for 30,000 miles, snowflake goddess dragon, and absolute zero, with the world's force embodying the realm of ice and snow. Upon reaching the status of an emperor, practitioners would cultivate the power of the great Tao, enabling them to solidify their domain into a tangible world. Thank you, esteemed Snow Empress. Ling Xiao expressed her gratitude. The Snow Empress then turned to Mo1, inquiring, "You are her protector?" "Yes, esteemed Empress. I am indeed her guardian." Mo1 replied candidly, recognizing the importance of honesty to avoid inciting the Empress's displeasure. "With merely the cultivation of a great sage, how can you serve as a protector? I bestow upon you a chance. May you guard her well, for following her could elevate you to greater heights." The Snow Empress's words filled Mo1 with exhilaration. "Yes, thank you, esteemed Empress. I am also a member of the Sacred Sect and will wholeheartedly care for the sect leader's direct disciple. Had it not been for your connection to the Sacred Sect, you would have perished long ago." Mo1 was struck with astonishment, realizing the Emperor's keen perception. He felt fortunate that his intentions were pure. "Does this mean that esteemed Snow Empress is also from the Sacred Sect?" Ling Xiao inquired eagerly. "Indeed, I have preserved these treasures, sufficient to establish an immortal lineage and a formidable power, solely awaiting your arrival." The Empress continued, "The strong of the Sacred Sect are often unassuming and selflessly devoted, a truth they have long recognized. The Azure Emperor exemplifies this, and the Snow Empress remains steadfast in the same spirit. The great emperors of the Sacred Sect are not limited to these two. They have never betrayed the sect nor sought to establish their own power, dedicating their lives to the continuation of the Sacred Sect. For this, they tirelessly strive to ensure that the finest resources are reserved for the sect's members." Ling Xiao was overjoyed. But at that moment, the Snow Empress spoke again. "The time for my projection has come. I shall assist your protector once. The future of your achievements lies in your hands." The Empress's ethereal form directed its energy towards Mo1, who then felt himself transported to an entirely new realm. The sage merely touches upon the principles. The great sage masters the power of the principles, while the Holy Lord cultivates the power of rules. The Emperor focuses on the power of the great Tao, and the great Emperor trains in the power of the world, whereas the Supreme Emperor cultivates the power of order. "I will impart the power of the world unto you. Your growth depends on your own efforts." As Mo1 sensed the boundless power of the rules, he experienced a breakthrough. With the Emperor's aid, failing to progress would be a disservice to his own cultivation. The Holy Lord has comprehended the power of the rules, and until he achieves complete mastery, he will hold absolute dominion over this force. Mo1's cultivation has ultimately stabilized at the mid-stage of the Holy Lord realm, filling him with immense joy. As one advances to the later stages, each realm becomes a universe unto itself, for the disparities are vast. The figure of the Snow Emperor grows increasingly faint until it finally dissipates. Oh, how I long to behold the snow of my homeland once more. At this moment, a heavy snowfall descends upon the sacred sect, yet Ling Xiao remains unperturbed by it all. He has independently forged a space for the chaotic blue lotus, allowing the snow to cascade upon this world. Snow Emperor, your efforts have not gone unnoticed. The sect has not forgotten you and has opened the door to your second life. Thus, it is only now that our sect comprehends this truth. As the leader of the sacred sect, nothing escapes Ling Xiao's keen perception. Previously, when the Blue Emperor was on the verge of demise, there were actions he failed to grasp, but now, upon witnessing the aftermath of the Snow Emperor, clarity dawns upon him. Perhaps this is the cycle of cause and effect within the cosmos. Unlike those fallen sovereigns, you rely on fortune and your formidable strength to manifest a second existence. This is the true path I have come to understand, and thus I shall grant my protection to you all. Ling Xiao has uncovered a staggering secret, which may very well be the key to the resurgence of the sacred sect. Some have perished, yet in truth, they still live. Others may appear to be alive, but their hearts have long since withered. This statement holds no falsehood. Within the sacred sect, under its protective aegis, none shall harm you. And we eagerly await the day of your re-emergence. The chaotic blue lotus and the swirling snow will become the sacred sect's most profound secrets, forming the foundation of its essence. Even the ancient sovereign emperors have the potential for ultimate transcendence. As formidable emperors, their methods cannot be inferior to those of the sovereigns. Time passes swiftly, and now we await the completion of your tasks. That moment shall herald the ascension of our sect. Chapter 79. Within Lingjun City, Shirkaitian. At this moment, Yi Fan and the little girl found themselves in Lingzhou, having parted ways with Chao Yud after visiting the Qingdi cave. According to their original plan, they traversed Lingzhou and proceeded into Zhongzhou. The spiritual energy in Lingzhou was abundant, significantly more potent than that of Yunzhou, where prodigies emerged in droves, ranking among the top 4 in the vast expanse of Jiuzhou. The flourishing martial arts scene in Lingzhou surpassed that of Yunzhou by a considerable margin. Upon entering Lingjun City, it had been over a month since the official commencement of the celestial rankings, and they had a total of 6 months to cultivate freely. In Lingzhou, the martial arts were thriving, and numerous prodigies began to surface in the major cities, some of whom were not inferior to Yi Fan and his companions. Come quickly. In the city center, several prodigies are engaged in a duel. This is a spectacle not to be missed. As soon as they entered, Yi Fan and the little girl heard of the ongoing confrontation, and their excitement grew. It was time to witness the prowess of other prodigies. Junior sister, let us go take a look, Yi Fan suggested. All right, I will follow my elder brother, she replied. They joined the throng and soon arrived at the central square. On the platform, 4 prodigies stood at each corner, emanating powerful auras. All were formidable experts at the celestial martial realm, vying for supremacy in the celestial rankings. Haha, what a rare occasion to encounter such prodigies. Regardless of the outcome of this battle, shall we share a drink afterward? Spoke a dashing young man. Indeed, the young lord displayed great generosity. It was said he enjoyed befriending the world's heroes, and this was evidently true. Since the young lord has spoken, sharing a drink is but a trivial matter. That won't be necessary. I prefer not to indulge. One individual, particularly special, directly declined the offer. We must honor the young lord's invitation. Except for the third individual, all agreed. Everyone's gaze fell upon the third prodigy, for his attire was the least impressive, and it was evident he hailed from a background lesser than the others, lacking abundant resources. This young man caught Yi Fan's attention. Elder brother, shall we go up? The little girl inquired. Not just yet. Let us first observe the situation, Yi Fan replied, discerning that this young man was likely a loose cultivator. Precisely the kind of target he sought to recruit into the Holy Sect. What target, you ask? Naturally, it is to bring him under the Holy Sect's banner. Heh, ungrateful wretch. I shall engage you first so you may realize your insignificance before the young lord, the last individual declared. Refusal is refusal, no need for further justification. If you wish to fight, I shall oblige. The young man spoke earnestly, appearing disinterested in the intrigues of others. If a battle was desired, then a battle it would be. State your name. I am Su Yinzhu. I do not slay nameless individuals. The 4th prodigy, known as Su Yinzhu, boasted a cultivation level at the 7th tier of the celestial martial realm. To reach such heights at this age was a testament to his remarkable talent. At this moment, the earnest young man also spoke. Enough with the idle chatter. I hail from Shurtsuan, and my name is Shur Kaitian. Shur Kaitian, is it? Allow me to send you on your way. Su Inju charged forth, and the clash of such prodigious talents was truly spectacular. In the void, the two engaged in a back-and-forth exchange, but it did not take long for Su Inju to realize that Shur Kaitian's physique was unparalleled, with an overwhelming strength. Battling Shur Kaitian felt akin to striking a rock. After a prolonged confrontation, it was he who sustained injuries. It seemed that brute strength would not suffice. It was time to rely on martial skills. Master brother, who do you favor? The little girl inquired from the sidelines. The two great prodigies were poised to commence their duel, and at that moment, every observer held their breath, fixated on the competitors. The young lord, however, remained leisurely, his expression one of contentment, seemingly unconcerned. If he cannot be of use to me, what purpose does he serve? A flicker of murderous intent gleamed in the eyes of the young lord. This trace of malice did not escape Yi Fan's notice. Yet he too was contemplating whether Shur Kaitian was worth pursuing as an ally. Su Inju's assault was already upon them, while Shur Kaitian slowly shook his head, dismissing the flamboyant techniques. He relied solely on a single punch, wielding strength that could surpass 100 techniques. Their attacks soon collided, and the outcome was swiftly revealed. Shur Kaitian did not flinch nor evade. He shattered Su Inju's offensive and advanced relentlessly, delivering a punch straight to Su Inju's chest. With a resounding thud, a mist of blood erupted, and Su Inju let out a pained scream before collapsing. A once great prodigy, he had yet to truly display his prowess before being obliterated by a single blow from Shur Kaitian. A gaping wound marred Su Inju's chest, flesh and blood mangled. Yet it was clear that Shur Kaitian had crushed his heart, ending his life. Heavens! How formidable is Shur Kaitian? Indeed, he is exceedingly powerful, merely utilizing his physical prowess. He felled his opponent with a single strike. The disparity between them was staggering. The young lord let out a cold huff before casting his gaze toward another contender. The individual understood and stepped onto the stage. He was a swordsman, devoid of any extraordinary constitution, armed solely with his sword. I am called Jian Wuxin. Remember this. The one who shall slay you is I. Jian Wuxin unleashed his sword, a terrifying technique that surged towards Shur Kaitian. I am utterly vexed by your kind. If you wish to fight, then do so without all this superfluous chatter. Shur Kaitian had no time for idle words and charged forth, delivering another punch directly against the sword energy. The collision resounded with a series of explosive thuds. Shur Kaitian's fist, as unyielding as steel, rendered the sword energy utterly ineffective. How intriguing, yet it shall soon come to an end. Sword technique, annihilation. Jian Wuxin unleashed his most formidable sword technique, knowing that failure to defeat Shur Kaitian would spell his doom. Shield of the Stone. In the face of the terrifying sword energy, Shur Kaitian invoked his absolute defense technique. The Shield of the Stone. Thud, thud, thud. A multitude of sword energy was repelled, eliciting gasps from the crowd. Such fearsome sword energy. Such terrifying defensive prowess. This was nothing short of exhilarating. Truly, each of these heavenly prodigies was awe-inspiring. Jian Wuxin is undeniably formidable. Yet I cannot help but feel that he is no match for Shur Kaitian, particularly as he is yet to initiate an attack. Soon after, Shur Kaitian unleashed his offensive with a thunderous roar, proclaiming the supreme treasure technique, heaven and earth creation. He wielded his palm like an axe, striking down with a force that truly embodied the essence of creation. Jian Wuxin was doomed. Yi Fan discerned at once that even he would have to exert considerable effort to withstand such a blow. Jian Wuxin's physical form could not endure. Upon the impact of that strike, he was instantly obliterated. There was no flourish, only the purest expression of fervent resolve. The young lord snorted disdainfully, while Shur Kaitian slowly shook his head, expressing his utter disappointment at the lack of worthy opponents. Halt! Did I permit your departure? The young lord fumed. After having slain 2 of his followers, did he truly believe he could depart unchallenged? Shur Kaitian regarded the youth with an air of incredulity. Are you foolish? Why would I engage you in battle? Furthermore, should I wish to leave, you shall not impede me. If you possess the audacity, summon your father's power and attempt to stop me. The young lord seethed with rage. For there were explicit regulations forbidding the older generation from intervening in the conflicts of the youth. Even in the event of death, it would be deemed a failure of strength. Now, with two of his companions slain by Sir Kaitian, they were left speechless. Oh, you wish to leave? It shall not be so simple. The young lord gestured, summoning a dozen individuals. Yi Fan sensed that the time had come for him to make his move. What? Unable to win, you resort to force? Is this the shamelessness of Lingjun City? Do you not see the expressions of utter disappointment from those around you? Yi Fan interjected. Sure Kaitian turned his gaze toward Yi Fan, surprised that while others remained silent, he was the one to step forward. I need not justify my actions to you. Oh, does that imply we are free to slay you at will? Yi Fan fixed his gaze upon the young lord, who felt an overwhelming sense of impending danger. You have slain my men, and now you wish to leave? If you possess the capability, confront him yourself. If not, cease your bluster. It only serves to belittle you and provide amusement for others. Yi Fan stated coolly. Thank you, but I require no assistance. They cannot detain me. Sure Kaitian replied with a respectful gesture. Yi Fan smiled. Unable to bear the sight of such shamelessness, some individuals simply cannot be ignored. Chapter 80. The stone opens the heavens and enters the sacred sect. Upon hearing Yi Fan's words, the young city lord felt an overwhelming urge to eliminate the two individuals immediately. However, the multitude surrounding them rendered such an act inconceivable, as the repercussions would be dire. His companion was right. Associating with such individuals would only diminish their intelligence. Therefore, it was prudent for them to withdraw for the time being. Stone Kaitian chuckled at this. The young city lord, enraged, bellowed, Enough. You wish to leave? Not a chance. Even if the king of heaven himself were to arrive, you must perish today. His visage contorted with fury. It was apparent that his narrow-mindedness had led him to this impasse. Stone Kaitian had simply refused him. Yet he could not contain his wrath. Such a person was bound to achieve nothing significant. Are you truly daring to publicly challenge the boundaries established by the great powers? Yi Fan inquired, unperturbed, yet aware that some were courting death, and there was little he could do to prevent it. Indeed, I am the most formidable presence in Lingjun City. To provoke me is to seek your own demise. Seize these three. As for their lives or deaths, it matters not. The young city lord commanded, glaring at the onlookers. What do you all stare at? Do you wish to meet the same fate? The young city lord's actions provoked Yi Fan to the brink of fury. He shouted, Where are the masters defending Lingjun City? Which formidable being is present? Do they also turn a blind eye? If so, then today, Lingjun City shall run red with blood. You need not shout, for the lord of Lingjun City is that esteemed individual. The city lord has transcended to the realm of a venerable, a member of the Ling Xiao sword sect. Your words are futile. Stone Kaitian interjected. Yi Fan furrowed his brow, taken aback by this revelation. Ah, splendid. So, the Ling Xiao sword sect dares to openly defy the rules set by the great powers? Enough with the prattle. Kill. The young city lord commanded with a sweeping gesture, and the experts behind him materialized before the three. Their prowess exceeded the rank of martial kings, including a grandmaster among them. With such strength, the three were undoubtedly outmatched. To think that Lingjun City had rotted to this extent. Lord Baitian, since they seek their own demise, let us eradicate this city lord. None shall be spared. Yi Fan declared. He was confident that the Baitian demon saint would discreetly protect them, which emboldened him. The Baitian demon saint soon manifested, holding a memory crystal that recorded the preceding events in their entirety. This served as irrefutable evidence, ensuring that even if other factions pursued the matter, they would possess absolute authority in discourse. At the moment the Baitian demon saint appeared, the lord of Lingjun City also made his entrance, albeit with only the cultivation of a venerable, a stark contrast to the Baitian demon saint's formidable presence. Su Lingjun had encountered a saint. The city lord had revealed himself. No amount of words can alter your transgression of the rules. Prepare to die. The Baitian demon saint was not one to be trifled with. The intent to murder the direct disciple of the sect master was enough justification for their execution 100-fold. With a single hand, the Baitian demon saint seized the city lord and proclaimed, Individuals such as yourselves are deserving of death. Since you are so contemptuous, you shall meet your end. Nay, my lord, spare us. Spare us. We recognize our faults. No, you are not mistaken. How could you possibly be? This is your domain. and everything is dictated by your will. Did you not proclaim that even the mightiest would fall before you?" Upon uttering these words, the demon saint of the azure sky unleashed a devastating fury, transforming Su Lingjun into countless fragments. The demon saint then turned his gaze towards the others. "No, please do not kill me. Spare me." The young city lord was paralyzed with terror, realizing he had ventured into perilous territory. "I can no longer tolerate your insolence." The intensity of the demon saint's wrath revealed the depth of his disdain for the young lord. Ultimately, with the demon saint's intervention, the entire city lord's mansion was uprooted, and all within perished. The previously formidable martial kings also found themselves unable to escape. "Excellent, simply splendid. Thank you, my lord." Numerous citizens bowed in gratitude to the demon saint. "What is the meaning of this?" he inquired, astonished by their reaction. "My lord, you may not be aware, but we have long suffered under this family's tyranny. As you have witnessed, their arrogance knows no bounds. They regard others with contempt, viewing only the powerful and the Yun Xiao sword sect as worthy, while the common folk are mere playthings to be extinguished at will. Their many atrocities have led to their just demise today. We, the citizens, wholeheartedly support your endeavor to eliminate the city lord's mansion. Indeed, our days of suffering have finally come to an end. This family has destroyed countless homes and harmed numerous innocent women. They deserve nothing less than death. Such is the harsh reality of the world, cruel beyond imagination." Yi Fan, not being a saint himself, recognized that he could not save everyone. He reflected on his own struggles, recalling a time when he could not even gain entry to the Dongxian sect, deemed unworthy. It was evident that young ones like Xiao Wan and Ling Hua had risen through similar tribulations, guided by their master. "Friends, we are disciples of the sacred sect. Since the Yun Xiao sword sect has forsaken you, we shall embrace you. While they disregard your lives, we care. From this day forth, Lingjun City shall be under the protection of our sacred sect." Yi Fan's declaration sparked jubilant cheers among the crowd. Most were mere commoners, and the chance to survive was their greatest aspiration. "Thank you, my lord. Thank you, sacred sect." Yi Fan was unaware that this action would lay a monumental foundation for the sacred sect's reputation. While a few experts were familiar with the sect, it was the common folk who truly recognized it. In time, the sacred sect would emerge as the supreme authority in the realm. At that moment, Shi Kaitian felt the warmth of the two sacred sect disciples. "Thank you. I am Shi Kaitian. May I inquire your esteemed names?" he asked, signaling his acceptance of them. "Haha, I am Yi Fan, and this is my junior sister, Ling Xiao. We are disciples of the sacred sect, and we are out here for both training and to participate in the heavenly ranking competition in Yunxiao City. Are you also headed to Yunxiao City?" "Indeed. We have only just arrived here when we heard the news of your impending duel, so we decided to come and witness it. Little did we anticipate that this entire affair was merely a performance orchestrated by the young lord." Yi Fan could discern that the two individuals were merely pawns, meant to accentuate the prowess of the young lord. However, none could foresee the emergence of Shi Kaitian, who remained utterly indifferent. This ultimately led to subsequent events. The young lord, in a fit of rage and disregarding the rules, sought to eliminate several individuals. "Ah, I see. Regardless of the circumstances, I must extend my gratitude on behalf of the Stone Village." Shi Kaitian chuckled. "Sure, do you not belong to any sect?" "No. All that I have learned has been from the Stone Village. I aim to grow and protect Stone Village, to safeguard it," Shi Kaitian proclaimed. He had come this far relying solely on himself, apart from the one in Stone Village. His progress was largely attributed to his own diligence. "Why not join my sacred sect? I am confident that my master would gladly accept you," Yi Fan suggested with a smile. Xiao Wan remained silent, yet her laughter was evident. Her elder brother's intentions had always been clear, to recruit the youth before them into the sacred sect. "I wonder if your master would disdain my humble origins, considering I hail from a rather backward place, like Stone Village." Shi Kaitian spoke with a hint of insecurity. "No, you overthink it. Do you know who I was before? I was a pitiable soul, unable to secure even a position as a menial worker in a small sect. Xiao Wan was also a wandering girl, and my junior sister survived by begging. Yet, our master welcomed us, providing us with countless resources and assistance. He is indeed our rebirth parent." Yi Fan spoke with heartfelt sincerity, his words reflecting genuine gratitude towards Ling Xiao. "Yes, Brother Kaitian, you should certainly consider it. How delightful it would be if we could become fellow disciples." Shi Kaitian was deeply moved. Very well, I am willing to join the sacred sect. Though I wonder when I shall have the opportunity to pay my respects to my master? Yifan contemplated for a moment before responding. This is simple. Leave it to this esteemed individual. He is a sage, and I believe he will return shortly. We shall await your arrival here. Shi Kaitian turned and bowed to the Baitian Yao Sheng, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, esteemed sir. Chapter 81. A special challenge to the disciples of the sacred sect. Yifan addressed the Baitian demon saint, saying, Baitian demon saint, I kindly ask you to escort the Kaitian brothers back to the sect for our master to examine their capabilities. They had faith in the speed of the saints. As they had only just departed from Yunzhou, and the sect was in close proximity, Baitian demon saint offered no superfluous words. He understood this was for the benefit of the sect and was eager to contribute, thus he did not decline. Within the sacred sect, Ling Xiao observed the situation with great satisfaction. Haha, indeed, as the eldest disciple, he always considers the sect's interests. He is a promising talent. I hope he can meet the system's requirements. Ling Xiao was genuinely delighted. However, he was not inclined to accept disciples lightly. He sought individuals with a fortune value of 9,999. Only those born with such innate talent would suffice. Dong Yaoyang and the others, with Ling Xiao's assistance, had also reached the fortune value of 9,999, yet they still fell short when compared to Yifan and Xiao Yan. This slight disparity stemmed from an innate difference that could not be compensated for through later efforts. Before long, at the Dongtian gate, two figures materialized. Baitian pays respects to the sect master. As Baitian appeared, Ling Xiao's form emerged, promptly directing his gaze towards the two. Baitian, what brings you here? The young brother Yifan has invited this individual to join the sacred sect. I request the sect master's decision, Baitian demon saint replied. At that moment, Ling Xiao employed the art of fortune observation to examine Shi Kaitian. Upon scrutinizing, he was taken aback. Name, Shi Kaitian fortune value, 9999 cultivation, 7th level of heavenly martial realm physique, innate supreme bone, ancient dual eyes, not yet activated, bloodline, Panga's creation bloodline beep. Detection of a super fortune child, strong recommendation to accept as a disciple. The system chimed in. Ling Xiao was overjoyed, for thus far, Shi Kaitian was the first individual to genuinely possess an innate fortune value exceeding 9999. The small plus sign indicated everything. This was a situation even more formidable than that of Yifan and others, a true prodigy. Shi Kaitian, perceiving Ling Xiao's silence, feared he had been eliminated and felt somewhat dejected. Shi Kaitian, hailing from Stone Village, possesses the innate supreme bone, ancient dual eyes, and the Panga's creation bloodline. Excellent. You may become the 8th direct disciple of our sect. Do you consent? Shi Kaitian was astonished, as Ling Xiao's words completely overturned his understanding, with just a glance. The sect master had gleaned all his information. What a formidable leader. What an extraordinary master. I am willing. I, Shi Kaitian, pay my respects to my master. Beep. Congratulations to the host for accepting the fortune child, ancient dual eyes, innate supreme bone, Panga's creation bloodline, as a disciple. Reward, sect value 30,000. Rewards include the exclusive divine level technique, Supreme Eye technique, creation art, Supreme treasure technique. Rewards also include the origin of dual eyes. Reward, Supreme artifact, the creation divine axe. Rewards, exclusive divine powers such as creation and destruction, dual eye world, copied divine powers, and Shi Huang treasure technique. Reward, 100 drops of primordial essence. Ling Xiao was astonished upon witnessing the rewards. It was indisputably the most formidable and plentiful set of rewards in history. Very well, rise. As a direct disciple of our sect, you are entitled to what other disciples possess. This is the gift of your dual pupil origin, which will unlock your dual pupil, along with your supreme treasure, the opening heaven technique. This is your exclusive supreme artifact, the divine axe of opening heaven, and you shall also receive unique divine abilities. Accept them all. Thank you, Master. In addition, you may partake in the resources available to other disciples. Here is the longevity fruit, the divine essence, and the celestial liquid. Take them all, along with countless elixirs and spirit stones, which serve as your pocket money. Ling Xiao tossed a spatial ring, and upon its opening, Shi Kaitian was momentarily stunned. After several seconds, he regained his senses. Master, is all of this truly for me? Indeed, it is for you. The same applies to your senior brothers and sisters. Furthermore, as an extra reward, I bestow upon you a drop of primordial essence. You shall take 2 drops and deliver them to Yi Fan and his companion. Yes, master. Now, proceed to refine it and awaken your dual pupil. Once awakened, your power will double instantly. Following Ling Xiao's instructions, Shi Kaitian began the process, first awakening his dual pupil, then practicing the pupil techniques, followed by refining his exclusive methods and artifacts. Due to the abundance of rewards, it would take Shi Kaitian several days to complete. 7 days later, Shi Kaitian departed from the sacred sect, having reached the pinnacle of the 9th heaven. He had long been on the verge of a breakthrough, but had yet to achieve it. Ling Xiao informed him that the celestial martial realm was the stage for testing one's utmost combat prowess. At this level, being able to challenge the martial kings of several heavens represented one's limit, which was a requirement set for every direct disciple. Ling Xiao also utilized a drop of primordial essence and discovered a further enhancement within himself. His body was flawless, and his soul underwent a transformation, rendering his physical form stronger than before. The primordial essence possessed remarkable ancestral return capabilities. System: replicate the dual pupil. Ling Xiao possessed a divine ability to replicate certain powers or physical traits from his direct disciples. Having already replicated several abilities from previous disciples, he could not let the opportunity to encounter the ancient dual pupil slip by. It is essential to note that those who wield the dual pupil possess strength that rivals that of the protagonist, all hailing from Stone Village. Replication of the dual pupil was completed, allowing the host to practice the pupil techniques of the dual pupil world at will. Ling Xiao's primary task henceforth was to master the pupil techniques and refine them to their utmost potential. In the City of Shadows, Yuzhou, Qiao Yud and Dugu Yuqing arrived after parting ways with Yi Fan and his companions, retracing their original path to the City of Shadows. They made their way to Tianyuan Tower, intending to gather information first. Have you heard? A peerless prodigy has emerged in Yuzhou, possessing an extraordinarily powerful physique, and is currently being concealed by the underworld sect. It is likely that he will only reveal himself during the ranking battles. Is this individual truly that formidable? Indeed, there is, and you may not yet be aware that this individual possesses merely a cultivation level of the 4th heavenly layer of the celestial martial realm, yet has triumphantly defeated a seasoned expert of the 9th heavenly layer with a single strike. Is that not impressive? 1 strike? The crowd murmured in astonishment. To vanquish an opponent with a single blow certainly attests to this person's formidable talent and terrifying prowess. They are truly a force to be reckoned with. Even Qiao Yud and Dugu Yuqing would not dare claim they could accomplish such a feat at the 4th heavenly layer. Is there any other intriguing news? Indeed. Aside from that peerless genius, the most talked about topic is the sacred sect. Someone has set up a challenge arena in the Dark City, solely targeting disciples of the sacred sect. Now that is fascinating. What? Challenging the disciples of the sacred sect? Although we all recognize that the sacred sect is merely an emerging power, the notion of challenging them, particularly in one-on-one combat, feels rather peculiar to me. Who can say? Nonetheless, it does not concern us. We are merely here to observe the spectacle. Qiao Yud and Dugu Yuqing exchanged glances, intrigued by the focus on the disciples of the sacred sect. However, seeking to challenge them is no simple task. It is said that this individual possesses a significant clue related to the sacred sect, linked to a certain emperor. Whether this is true remains uncertain. What? Linked to an emperor? The previous Qing emperor indeed hailed from the sacred sect. In truth, the sacred sect was once immensely glorious. It is the only lineage from ancient times to have persisted to the present day. Surely not. Was it not said that the divine sword sect of the Shunxiao is the strongest on the surface of the earth? They may be powerful, but that does not imply they possess antiquity. In terms of longevity, no other force can compare to the sacred sect. Senior brother, what is your perspective? Which emperor could it possibly be linked to? Dugu Yuqing inquired. They overheard the conversation among those individuals, and as disciples of the sacred sect, any information regarding their sect's emperors naturally piqued their interest. Even if someone employs cunning tactics, they would inevitably fall into a trap. We shall see. Whether they be human or ghost will soon be revealed. Rarely serious, Qiao Yud's demeanor captivated Dugu Yuqing, causing her to momentarily lose her composure. Chapter 82. No more pretense. I reveal my intentions. In the dimly lit central square of the dark city, a colossal arena has been erected. Upon this stage stands a youthful prodigy, whose cultivation has reached the heavenly martial realm. Numerous challengers have ascended to confront him, yet none have proven to be his match. Ladies and gentlemen, I humbly admit my limitations, yet my sole interest lies in the disciples of the Holy Sect. I implore all others to refrain from approaching. Should you not be a disciple of the Holy Sect, I shall not engage. The young man declared, "May I inquire, noble young sir, why you specifically seek to challenge the disciples of the Holy Sect? Indeed, what is the reason?" With a mysterious smile, the youth replied, "Ah, that is a secret not to be divulged. When the disciples of the Holy Sect arrive, the truth shall be revealed. However, there are scarcely any disciples of the Holy Sect wandering outside. Are you certain you can wait for their arrival?" The young man chuckled nonchalantly. "If it is destined, we shall meet. If not, all is in vain." The crowd was aware that this young man sought only the disciples of the Holy Sect. Yet the rationale behind his determination remained elusive. Upon exiting the Tianyuan Tower, Xiao Yud and his companion made their way toward the gathering. Before long, they found themselves amidst the crowd, their eyes drawn to the youth on the arena. At the edge of the arena, two long banners unfurled, one proclaiming, specifically challenging disciples of the Holy Sect. The other read, unveiling the mystery of the Holy Sect's great emperor. The Holy Sect? I have frequently heard its name recently. What manner of sect is it? Who knows? It was mentioned previously in Yunzhou, and later, during a visit to the Qingdi cave. Someone claimed that Qingdi hails from the Holy Sect, though the veracity of such claims remains uncertain. Is this Holy Sect formidable? Why have we never heard of it before? Who can say? Nonetheless, their frequent appearances suggest that the Holy Sect possesses extraordinary qualities. At that moment, the young man rose and bowed to the void. "Disciples of the Holy Sect, since you have arrived, I kindly request you reveal yourselves. I, Tianming, have already sensed your presence." The enigma surrounding the youth astonished many. Just upon their arrival, he had perceived them. Could he also be a member of the Holy Sect, or does he possess some unique ability? "Brother, what shall we do? Let us proceed. Since we are here, we shall observe the situation." Xiao Yud then laughed heartily. "Huh? You boldly declare your intent to challenge the disciples of my Holy Sect. Well, here I stand, Xiao Yud, the third direct disciple of the Holy Sect's leader. And I, Dugu Yuqing, the fourth direct disciple of the Holy Sect, am also present. My heavens, the disciples of the Holy Sect have truly appeared." The crowd erupted in astonishment, none having anticipated the actual presence of Holy Sect disciples. At that moment, the young man bowed again. "I am Tianming, honored to meet both of you. You wish to challenge us? We are here today, so let us hear your proposal." Xiao Yud responded with a grin. Tianming spoke, "It is I who shall challenge you. Should you prevail, I will reveal to you a secret regarding your Holy Sect's great emperor. Should I win, you must disclose the secret of another esteemed emperor." Tianming's declaration left many in attendance bewildered, pondering the peculiar circumstances unfolding before them. Xiao Yud was also befuddled by Tianming's words, for regardless of victory or defeat, it seemed that Tianming would impart knowledge regarding the emperor. "Is there a difference?" Xiao Yud inquired. "Certainly, there is a significant distinction. If you win, the Holy Ancestor will reveal the secrets of the emperor to you. Should you lose, the information pertains to a certain emperor among your opponents. The disparity is quite considerable. We shall send forth one individual to compete against you," Xiao Yud declared. "Very well, regardless of the number of participants, there are only two possible outcomes, victory or defeat." At this moment, Dugu Yuqing spoke up. "I shall take on the challenge. Allow me to do so, just in case. I shall be the one." Xiao Yud was determined not to let his junior sister take the forefront. As the elder brother, it was his duty to protect her. "Enough. You need not flaunt your affection in front of everyone. Any one of you will suffice." Tianming interjected, unable to bear the display any longer. "Is it appropriate for you to showcase your romance in front of the crowd? Have you considered my feelings?" Xiao Yud stepped forth to battle. Tianming chuckled and quickly made his move. The duel between the two was a spectacular affair, their skills being evenly matched. After dozens of exchanges, both began to unleash their martial techniques. "You are formidable, but defeating me shall not be so simple," Tianming remarked with a smile. Xiao Yud retorted with equal mirth. "Indeed, you are strong, yet merely that. Shooting stars and galloping moons." Xiao Yud's figure vanished, and Tianming swiftly began to evade, only catching glimpses of afterimages, not the true form. At a certain moment, a colossal spade materialized, striking Tianming atop his head. With a resounding thud, he collapsed to the ground. Xiao Yud emerged victorious, for it was the outcome he sought, regardless of the means. Wow, was that a sneak attack? I'm not sure, but that hefty fellow possesses astonishing speed. He is a remarkably agile, portly man. A bump formed on Tianming's head, yet he quickly rose, though in that moment, the earlier air of confidence and mystery had dissipated. You have lost. Now speak. Xiao Yud laughed. Are you certain you wish to discuss it here? Tianming responded with another smile, as if every matter was of little consequence to him. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yud also found it reasonable. One could not speak in front of all these witnesses. Subsequently, the two brought Tianming to Tianyuan Tower, entering a private room where the portly man began to set up a formation. He was ever so adept in this area. Is it acceptable now? You are rather impoverished. Do you not have any food? Ensure that I am well catered to. We have invited quite the lord. However, Dugu Yuqing did not indulge him. She waved something in front of him. Guess how many types of poison are currently within you? Tianming's expression turned somewhat grim, yet he maintained a smile. Regardless of how many, they shall ultimately be resolved. Well then, I shan't tease you any longer. I am about to start my act. Before Tianming could finish his sentence, Dugu Yuqing delivered a resounding slap. Are you not a man, dawdling like this? Tianming felt like crying, yet found no tears. You wretched girl, what of a woman's modesty? Modesty? Can it be consumed? Dugu Yuqing retorted. Speak quickly. Well, are you aware of a certain rule? Or perhaps an unwritten custom? It is said that all emperors belonging to the sacred ancestor ultimately find their resting place in the hero's tomb, with the exception of those who perish in battle. Tianming spoke up. The two were somewhat bewildered. What rule was this? They had never heard of it before. Although Xiao Yud was aware that the sacred ancestor had once been remarkably powerful, his knowledge was limited. In contrast, Tianming, who spoke so readily, evidently possessed a wealth of information. Does this concern us? Dare to delay further, and you shall see. Dugu Yuqing, with her fiery temper, could no longer tolerate it. Ahem. I say, isn't this enough? There was an emperor from the sacred ancestor who met an untimely demise in the outside world and did not return to the hero's tomb. I am well aware of the location of that emperor's burial. Do you truly know? Are you not deceiving us? Xiao Yud fixed his gaze on Tianming. The latter smiled wryly. Am I not under your control? Do you truly believe I would deceive you? No, your origins are indeed questionable, and moreover, you have directly targeted us from the very beginning. How do you explain that? Dugu Yuqing remained remarkably composed, recognizing that Tianming was far from simple. Very well. I shall cease the pretense. I am the current and sole heir of the Tianji Pavilion, and I lay my cards on the table, Tianming declared, revealing that he was indeed the only heir of the Tianji Pavilion, a fact known to very few, but it was undeniably his true identity. What is the Tianji Pavilion? You do not even know what the Tianji Pavilion is? It is a superpower that spans the entire Nine Heavens continent. Arguably one of the mightiest forces in the realm of the divine, dedicated to gathering intelligence from across the world, as well as rare materials, precious treasures, and secrets of the Supreme Emperors. They have also formulated numerous rankings. In fact, the Yunxiao Tianjia ranking is merely a replica of our Tianji Pavilion's wild rankings. Indeed, the Tianji Pavilion specializes in intelligence. Had Jun Qinma been present, he would have certainly been aware of it. Enough of this trivial talk. Tell us about that emperor. Dugu Yuqing inquired once more. Very well, I shall speak. Is that not sufficient? Chapter 83. The Enigmatic Mystery of the Immortal Emperor. The emperor who met with an unexpected demise in the Holy Sect was none other than the Immortal Emperor. The Immortal Emperor? Why have we never heard of him? Xiao Yud inquired. Tianming rolled his eyes, as it was already stated to be an unexpected death. Do you comprehend the meaning of unexpected? You see, everything you know is inscribed within the heroic tomb, and indeed, the Azure Emperor is considered an anomaly. Tianming elaborated. Xiao Yud interrupted. Hold on. Why is it once again an anomaly? Does our holy sect possess so many unexpected occurrences among its emperors? Haha, to be precise, the Azure Emperor was schemed against. There were those who did not wish for the holy sect to flourish. Thus they devised means to weaken it. This transpired in 4 significant historical events. Pray tell. We are utterly oblivious. Very well, as disciples of the holy sect, you know nothing at all? Does your sect lack even these secret scrolls? Tianming was taken aback. Logically, disciples of the Holy Sect ought to be informed, yet their expressions and reactions indicated profound ignorance. This cannot solely be blamed on them. Even Ling Xiao was unaware, for the inheritance had only reached this generation through him and his master, who had previously passed away abruptly, leaving him all alone. The remnants bequeathed by his master were scant, and any secret scrolls had long since vanished. The first historical event was the Demon Sealing War, during which malevolent entities descended upon the Jiuxiao continent. At that time, the Holy Sect was in its most illustrious era, reigning supreme as the singular overlord of the realm. The founding patriarch had already ascended to the divine realm, and subsequently, several emperors had shattered the void and followed suit. However, amidst this time, the demonic entities emerged, forcing the Holy Sect to initiate the Demon Sealing War. Ultimately, the entire Holy Sect expended 90% of its strength to seal the malevolence. Precisely near the present-day heroic tomb. Within the heroic tomb lie the remains of numerous outstanding warriors who perished in that battle, all at the pinnacle of emperor rank. Before their demise, they buried themselves, leaving behind their legacies. Noticing the earnestness with which the two listened, Tianming grew intrigued. This was the first weakening, and indeed the most severe one. Yet the Holy Sect remained the most formidable force, without a rival. After several 100,000 years, the second significant event unfolded, the War of Annihilation against Buddhism. What? The War of Annihilation against Buddhism? We have never heard of it before. Tianming initially intended to say something, but ultimately lamented their ignorance. The War of Annihilation against Buddhism continues to this day, in the Western Buddhist kingdom, which occupies the entirety of the Celestial Heights. Countless Buddhist practitioners are their subjects. At that time, they established temples in major cities, amassing an overwhelming power of faith, truly terrifying. The Buddha had even attained emperor status, commanding several formidable experts, all of whom were of emperor caliber. However, due to their issues with faith, they incited the wrath of both heaven and humanity, leading to the obliteration of many orthodoxies. Ultimately, the Holy Sect intervened, allying with the heavenly path to seal the entire Buddhist kingdom within the Celestial Heights. Following this battle, the Holy Sect fell from grace, giving rise to a multitude of powerful figures who established their own sects, including the Divine Sword Sect and the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion, among others, all founded during that time. How profound is the foundation of the Holy Sect? What remains unknown to them is that even after expending 90% of its strength during the First Demon Sealing War, the Holy Sect still stands as the mightiest in the world. Following the battle of annihilation against the Buddhists, the power of the heavenly path waned. Insufficient to support the emperors in shattering the void, their realms were even restricted. An emperor, who could have cultivated to the pinnacle and transcended the void, was thereafter limited to the late stages of emperorhood. It is indeed unimaginable. Chao Yud lamented, noting that despite the tribulations faced, the Holy Sect remains unyielding, a testament to its extraordinary nature. Indeed, after enduring such a cataclysm, the Holy Sect may have fallen from grace, yet it still occupies the zenith of superpowers, with at least 2 formidable emperors in each era, until the chaos wrought by the Witch Clan, when the heavenly path crumbled once more. The cultivation of emperors was constrained to the mid-level realm, and the ability to transcend the void became a mere jest. During the war against the Witch Clan, the Holy Sect's strength was drained by over 70%, leaving only 1 emperor remaining. Following this battle, the coexistence of emperors became a pressing issue. With only 1 emperor emerging in each era, the Holy Sect, despite its profound foundation, remained unvanquished by other forces even in the absence of an emperor, and soon after, a new emperor arose. A millennium ago, the Azure Emperor emerged, coinciding with the onset of the Demon Sealing War, after which the Holy Sect's power was nearly exhausted, and the Azure Emperor was ambushed and subsequently suppressed, while countless others perished. Following this battle, the coexistence of emperors became problematic, and for 10 millennia, no one has ascended to the rank of emperor, as if entering an age of decline. Does this relate to the emperor who met an untimely demise? Dugu Yuqing returned to the main topic. Tianming smiled, and after hearing so much, did you not realize who the true enemy of the Holy Sect is? Regardless of who it may be, as long as our master is present, others pose no issue. They cannot fathom the extent of our master's might. Xiao Yud held unwavering trust in Ling Xiao. He knew their master possessed vast supernatural powers and divine abilities. It can be said that the greatest threat still lies with the malevolent forces. Years ago, before they were sealed, the malevolent beings managed to escape with 4 remnants of their souls. The subsequent 3 wars were incited by their chaos, yet there is still another instance looming, the timing of which remains uncertain. You must exercise caution. This is not your concern. Our sect will handle it. Very well. Then let me speak of the Emperor who met an unexpected end. According to our analysis at the Celestial Mechanism Pavilion, this immortal Emperor was slain in a surprise attack by several other emperors. Being the last remaining emperor of the Holy Sect following the conclusion of the Battle of Annihilation against the Buddhists, attacked by other emperors? At this moment, Xiao Yud was incensed. Did these emperors have no shame? Since you are aware of the resting place of this immortal emperor, I fear that the treasures he possessed have surely been taken by your Celestial Mechanism Pavilion. What relevance does this have to us? Dugu Yuqing inquired. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yud realized, indeed, you must have discovered it long ago, and certainly, there is nothing left. However, Tianming shook his head, stating, no, we only recently discovered this. And it was only after thorough verification that we concluded this emperor is indeed the great emperor of the Holy Sect. In truth, the Tianji Pavilion has always maintained neutrality. Our decision to contact you stems from our concern regarding the 4th remnant soul of the evil spirits causing chaos. Therefore, we have chosen to collaborate with the Holy Sect. We are aware of the burial site of this emperor, yet we have refrained from taking any action, opting instead to leave it to the Holy Sect to handle. As a premise for our cooperation, it is important to remind you that the chaos caused by the evil spirit remnants, following previous disturbances and recoveries, may very well unleash a cataclysmic upheaval across the entire Jiuxiao continent, one that no faction or living being can evade. Is this your objective? Asked Dugu Yuqing. Tianming's motives were shrouded in unspoken complexities. Indeed, this is our purpose. Then why not go directly to the Holy Sect and consult my master? Would that not be more straightforward and convenient? Inquired Xiao Yud. Tianming regarded Xiao Yud as if he were a fool. Brother, with my current cultivation, what if I were to encounter your sect's leader? What if something were to happen to me? Or what if I were to be treated poorly? Discussing matters with you alleviates such concerns, and through you, we can convey our goodwill to your master, as we genuinely seek collaboration. After all, this is a significant matter. Tianming elucidated. Enough, we understand your meaning, but I fear we have little time. No, you do have time. That great emperor's burial site lies in Yuzhou. I will guide you there. Once you acquire the treasures and inheritances, you will discern the truth of my words. I trust that by then, you will form your own judgments. Is this truly the case? Xiao Yud exclaimed, excitement coursing through him. Tianming rolled his eyes. Could it be otherwise? If we had not witnessed the Holy Sect's current commitments, we would not have sought you out. Among the myriad super factions in the Jiuxiao continent, the Holy Sect is the only one willing to fight for the sake of all living beings, making it the foremost choice for us in Tianji Pavilion. Without further ado, Tianming declared, let us proceed. I shall lead you. Oh, and do conceal your identities, as many will undoubtedly watch or follow us discreetly. Chapter 84, The Sacred Sect's Secrets, The Phantom Grand Canyon. Ling Xiao observed Xiao Yud and his companion following the mysterious figure, prompting him to ponder several questions. The Sacred Sect, with its formidable legacy, why has it left no vestige of its secrets by the time it reached his master? As the current sect leader, one would presume he possesses the most knowledge about the sect's enigmas, yet he felt woefully uninformed. Something was amiss. It appeared his master had withheld certain information from him, or perhaps failed to convey it with sufficient clarity. Ling Xiao began to recollect the moments when his master, on the brink of passing, entrusted him with several critical tasks. Ling Xiao, the Sacred Sect's heritage is profound, and you, as my successor, must remember a few essential points. The forbidden grounds of the Back Mountain are the very foundation of our sect. They must never be forsaken, for we have already lost far too much. The Sacred Mountain harbors great secrets, but for now, it is perhaps best that you remain unaware. However, as the sect leader, one must comprehend their duties. Otherwise, how could one be anything but a befuddled leader? If one day the Sacred Sect flourishes, you must journey to the 10,000 mountains. for there exists a place known as the Guardian Village, where many of our sect's mysteries reside. My time is limited, and there is much I yearn to impart to you, but time eludes us. Lastly, should the sacred sect face extinction, you must bear the responsibility. The legacy must not be severed, for we are the only ones of our kind. Ultimately, if you aspire to strengthen the sect or find ways to endure, then live on, for even the most ordinary existence is preferable to obliteration. These were the precise words of Ling Xiao's master, articulated with profound significance. The Back Mountain's forbidden grounds, which Ling Xiao had already visited, had granted him an audience with the first sect leader, who had ascended to the divine realm and provided him with some vital clues. This need not be elaborated upon further. As for the great secrets of the sacred mountain, he had come to understand all of them. The directions of the sacred mountain revealed the western area as a land of demonic sealing, the northern as a realm of monster confinement, the southern as the battleground where the witch clan's war concluded, and the eastern region as an enigmatic realm. His next imperative was to preserve the sacred sect, ensuring its survival by any means necessary. Finally, there was the daunting task of expanding the sect, a challenge that loomed large, yet the insights gleaned from the previous 2 pieces of information had provided him with ample inspiration. The 10,000 mountains and the Guardian Village beckoned. A visit was imperative, for there were surely secrets yet to be uncovered in the east. The eastern sky gate corresponded to the western region of Yunzhou, where he had once uncovered a hidden realm, revealed through a fragment of the Five Fiends map from Bamboo Mountain. That fragment hinted at the existence of significant secrets still concealed to him in the east. Currently, 2 tasks lay before him. First, to locate the Guardian Village and reclaim the Scrolls of Knowledge. Second, to explore the eastern territories, for there surely remained mysteries he had yet to discern. From the conversation prior to dawn, it becomes evident that the Holy Sovereign has undergone 4 diminutions, while the 3 directions surrounding the Holy Mountain correspond to 3 diminutions. The eastern direction is likely connected to the Western Buddha Kingdom, leaving the War of Extinguishing Buddhism as the only enigma without clues. Ling Xiao's eyes gleamed with intrigue, setting aside other matters. The mere existence of the Lantern Temple is a conundrum, and why has Li Daoru become a practitioner of both Buddhism and Taoism? Does Li Daoru possess insights into the secrets of the Eastern Holy Mountain? Contemplating these thoughts, Ling Xiao promptly summoned Li Daoru. Upon entering, Li Daoru, having previously met the sovereign, inquired with respectful curiosity, "What may I assist you with, esteemed sovereign?" Ling Xiao nodded slightly and began, "Li Daoru, as a practitioner of both Buddhism and Taoism, might you share your tale? What compelled you to pursue the path of Buddhism?" Li Daoru's appearance exuded a uniquely striking aura, marked by 9 scars on his bald head, yet adorned in an orthodox Taoist robe, creating a powerful visual impact. "What piques the sovereign's interest in this matter?" he queried. "Oh, it is merely a casual inquiry. Speak if you wish. There is no compulsion," Ling Xiao reassured him. Li Daoru acquiesced and began to recount his story. "Ah, sovereign, this all traces back several centuries. At that time, I was devoted to martial cultivation, yet I fell into a state of obsession. One day, I experienced a peculiar dream wherein formidable beings from the Buddhist realm guided me to devote my heart to Buddha, which would liberate me from my shackles. Initially, I dismissed it, but as time elapsed, I found every endeavor met with failure, as if beset by misfortune. Thus, I sought out the Lantern Temple, a dilapidated sanctuary. Yet upon arrival, it felt as though I had returned home. Following the guidance of my dream, after centuries, I attained the state of an arhat. Strangely, my previous injuries have fully healed, and I have not revisited such dreams since." After listening to Li Daoru's narrative, Ling Xiao was both astonished and intrigued. Although he possessed the art of divination to glean certain information about individuals, it was not comprehensive. "So, you remain unaware of the origins of the Lantern Temple, or the existence of other temples?" "Indeed, it was already present when I arrived, and I have searched extensively. Throughout Yunzhou, it stands as the sole Buddhist temple." Li Daoru responded earnestly, unwilling to deceive the sovereign, for there was nothing to conceal. "Very well, we shall conclude this matter here. There is another task that requires your attention," Ling Xiao stated. Li Daoru rose respectfully, eager for the sovereign's instructions. In the southern region of the Holy Mountain, amidst the vast mountains, lies a village called Guardian Village. Your task is to locate this village and retrieve the relics of the Holy Sect. specifically the sect's token and talismans. Should they doubt your claims, they may summon our sect. Upon discovery, use the token to convey a message to me. Li Daoru accepted the token and swiftly set forth on his mission. Ah, how increasingly fascinating. The depths of this world are far more profound than I had imagined. Truly, it is most intriguing. Ling Xiao smiled faintly, expressing no concern for the remnants of the fourth soul of evil or the legendary Buddhist realm of rare earths. He believed that as long as his disciples fulfilled their tasks, he would ascend to become the most formidable individual. At that point, all these matters would be inconsequential. There exists no problem that cannot be resolved with a single sword. If there is, then 2 swords shall suffice. The sacred sect harbors many secrets, and he was confident that in due time, he would uncover them all, for what is destined to occur will inevitably come to pass. In the northwest of Yuzhou lies the ghostly Grand Canyon, a vast chasm that some attribute to human intervention while others insist it is a natural formation. The true age of this canyon remains a mystery, yet it has persisted through the ages, earning its name as the ghostly Grand Canyon. Apart from the vantage point at its summit, where one can discern the canyon's peculiar resemblance to a human form, no other discoveries have been made. After countless years of erosion, the ghostly Grand Canyon continues to draw numerous adventurers eager to explore its depths, yet to this day, none have returned with any findings. All who have ventured into this canyon have ultimately left empty-handed. It was not until the esteemed sages of the Tianji Pavilion discerned the enigma of this location and dispatched a powerful emperor to investigate that any significant revelations were made. It is no wonder others have failed to unearth any clues, for the entire canyon exists in a state of profound mystery. Only an emperor possesses the capability to glean anything of substance within. Consequently, the lack of discoveries over the years has rendered the masters beyond the sage realm disinterested in this site, allowing the ghostly Grand Canyon to retain its original form throughout the ages. Above the canyon, 3 figures emerged: Tianming, Chao Yud, and Dugu Yuqing. Heavens! This appears to be a humanoid shape. Dugu Yuqing exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, does it not seem as though a person fell directly to the ground, creating this formation? Tianming replied with a smile. The two nodded slightly. Upon reflection, they could not deny the resemblance. Had they been unaware of the truth, they might have thought little of it, but now, enlightened, they understood that this humanoid shape was the result of the immortal emperor's fall to the earth. Let us descend and investigate further. Chapter 85. The Legacy of the Immortal Emperor. The 2 individuals were filled with excitement. Following the previous events surrounding the Azure Emperor, they had come to understand that he was a figure of the sacred sect. Moreover, they had gained insights into the illustrious past of the sacred sect. It was once home to numerous formidable emperors, yet now, in this age of decline, it had been a millennium since anyone had attained enlightenment. However, it would not be entirely accurate to claim that no one had. The Azure Emperor had not truly perished, rendering it nearly impossible for others to reach their own enlightenment. Now that the Azure Emperor had returned to the void, opportunities were finally presenting themselves to others. The trio arrived at the Great Canyon, where they observed a number of idle figures, each appearing disheartened and devoid of any success. "Here come 3 more fools," one murmured. This place had been scoured countless times before, yielding no discoveries, and yet they persisted, seemingly oblivious to its notorious reputation for being utterly barren. It was evident they were novice adventurers, brimming with curiosity about the outside world, hoping to find fortune where none existed. Little did they know, this area had been thoroughly searched tens of thousands of years ago, and many times since. "Then why are you here?" someone retorted. "I came to relieve myself." "Do you believe that?" came the curt reply. "No. Do you believe I composed a poem as well? You can write poetry? Listen closely. Prepare to be astonished. It snowed that year, and here it goes. In the snowy field, we urinate together. You left a line, I made a pit. And another. Just wait. Cucumber. In moments of solitude, cucumber, undoubtedly, the finest in the world." The trio disregarded the ramblings of this madman. What manner of person is this? Is that poetry? I might believe the part about relieving oneself. They lamented, "Look, those 3 fools are at it again. Despite our exchanges, they seem utterly oblivious. Does it concern you? We, too, wish to relieve ourselves. Do you intend to watch?" Chao Yud retorted angrily. "Humph, how dull you are. If it were this lady, I would admire her from every angle, without exception." The trio hastily distanced themselves from this eccentric individual. By the way, my name is Zhenshun. Ugh. The onlookers could no longer contain their disgust, mimicking motions of retching. After departing from that place, the three continued their journey forward, for they were now nearing the site of the Emperor's fall. Truly, the world is vast and filled with wonders. Let us hasten onward. This place is too perilous. The trio soon arrived at the site of the Emperor's demise. At first glance, it appeared no different from other locations, yet it was shrouded in an illusory formation. Unbeknownst to the average passerby, before them lay a cave, within which Tianming held a talisman, reciting incantations. In due course, an opening in the formation appeared before the trio. This is the place. You shall enter, while I remain here. This belongs to your sacred sect's emperor. We harbor no ulterior motives. Tianming did not enter, but remained outside, guarding the entrance. Qiao Yud and his companion were not overly concerned about deception, for they had an omnipotent master. Upon entering the cave, it became evident that this place was not meticulously crafted, but rather hastily arranged. It was clear that the esteemed emperor, aware of his dwindling time, hurriedly prepared this abode. Dugong Yuqing, filled with emotion, remarked on the significance of this location, being the resting place of a formidable emperor from their sect. As the two continued onward, they soon arrived at a grand hall. While referred to as a hall, it was merely a spacious area devoid of any embellishment, appearing quite crude. There lay a vividly preserved skeleton of the emperor. Even in death, a powerful being's physical form remains immortal and indestructible. The disciples of the Holy Sect, Qiao Yud and Dugong Yuqing, paid their respects to the remains of the emperor. Concerned that their conversation might be overheard by Tianming outside, Qiao Yud set up a formation to muffle their voices. After countless years, they had finally arrived. A faint, almost inaudible voice emerged at that moment, revealing that the remnants of the emperor's soul were on the verge of complete dissolution. Is it you, esteemed one? We are disciples of the Holy Sect. We apologize for our tardiness. They presented their tokens as disciples of the sect, prompting the voice to resonate once more. Indeed, it is you. How fares the Holy Sect now? Esteemed one, it thrives well. Although few in number, our master possesses immense power and magical prowess, unmatched even by emperors. Just days ago, he vanquished an ancient sovereign. Qiao Yud replied. This information was gleaned from Tianyuan Tower, as the battle between the Azure Emperor and the four ancient sovereigns was widely known. It was evident that the fallen Yun Huang had met his end at the hands of their master. Fortunately, the connection is not entirely severed. My time is short. I shall bestow upon you these relics. An ancient spatial ring appeared in the void, which Qiao Yud approached to retrieve. Within lies my legacy and 3 drops of my imperial blood. You two shall refine 1 drop each, and the remaining drop should be placed within the immortal divine seal. For my strength is about to fade completely. Rest assured, esteemed one, we shall follow your instructions. By the way, could you reveal to us the identity of your adversaries? We wish to avenge you in the future. It is rare to find such determination in you. I shall not withhold this information. There are 4 opponents, 3 ancient sovereigns, Yu Huang, An Huang, and Ing Huang, and 1 emperor, Tuoba. Very well, we understand. Esteemed one, is there anything else you wish to convey? Nothing more. The last remnant of my soul will be granted to you too. The immortal emperor infused the final vestige of his spirit into their bodies, merging it with their souls. Both their comprehension and spiritual strength surged beyond what they had previously known. Their cultivation ascended to the pinnacle of the 9th level of the celestial martial realm. Their power now unfathomable. The 2 individuals bowed once more, expressing their gratitude to their esteemed senior, vowing to elevate the sacred sect to new heights. As they rose, the corpse of the immortal emperor had vanished, leaving them filled with a mix of sorrow and indignation at the despicable ambush orchestrated by the 4 supreme beings. Let us depart. We must convey everything that transpired here to our master. Within the sacred sect, a notification chimed. Congratulations, disciple, for discovering the legacy of the immortal emperor. Your cultivation has ascended, earning your sect a reward of 10,000 points. Your personal cultivation has increased by 1 tier. You have also received the immortal golden body, the immortal scripture, and 10 drops of primordial essence. On the other side, Ling Xiao observed the events unfold with clarity, feeling immense satisfaction at the duo's acquisition of the emperor's legacy. Truly, They were children of destiny, encountering such extraordinary fortunes. Ling Xiao's own cultivation surged once again, reaching the late stage of sainthood, along with an additional 10 drops of primordial essence. What a delightful boon! In the Phantom Grand Canyon, Qiao Yud and his companion did not immediately refine the Emperor's essence blood. Instead, adhering to the Immortal Emperor's prior instructions, they placed a drop of essence blood into the Immortal Divine Seal. After organizing their spatial ring's contents, they finally exited the cave, with the Immortal Divine Seal in hand. Both practiced the Immortal Golden Body and the Immortal Scripture, acquiring several divine abilities and significantly enhancing their strength. Upon their emergence, Tianming distinctly sensed their transformation. Their power had steadily increased, indicating they had reaped substantial rewards. Congratulations to both of you on your enhanced strength. It appears you have successfully obtained the legacy of the Immortal Emperor. Indeed, we are grateful for your assistance. We shall convey your proposal to our master. We have recognized your sincerity. Thank you. Qiao Yud clasped his fists in appreciation. Tianming nodded slightly and chuckled. Haha, splendid. As long as you acknowledge it. I have fulfilled my task. Farewell. Until we meet again. Qiao Yud and his companions swiftly departed, continuing their journey. There was much ahead, and their cultivation had reached its limits, preparing them for a direct journey to Yunqiao City. If only there were a teleportation array here leading directly to the sect, they would avoid the back-and-forth travel. Nevertheless, they could present these resources to their master, seeking a tranquil spot to summon him and bestow the earthly legacy upon him. Shortly thereafter, Ling Xiao arrived to retrieve the Immortal Divine Seal, leaving the remainder with the duo, who subsequently placed the Immortal Divine Seal in the same spatial realm as that of the Azure Emperor and the others. Ling Xiao left them with some resources and primordial essence before returning. Meanwhile, the two continued onward, making their way to Yunqiao City. Chapter 86. Ling Xiao Strikes. Annihilating the Shadow Clan, Xiao Yin and Jun Qianma found themselves in a secluded forest. Upon entering, an unsettling silence enveloped them. Be cautious. We may very well be followed. Or perhaps someone intends to take our lives. Jun Qianma cautioned. Xiao Yin nodded slightly, reassuringly stating, Fear not. Should they dare approach, we shall not hesitate to retaliate. What concerns me is the potential involvement of formidable foes. No matter, we possess the means to resist. Let us first discern their identities, she replied. As they pressed onward, the sense of unease lingered, yet there was a notable absence of murderous intent. Although this place is quiet and peculiar, there is no palpable threat. Rather an air of vigilance, as if something is being guarded, Jun Qianma conveyed telepathically. Jun Qianma, being well-versed and knowledgeable, had a greater understanding compared to Xiao Yin, who often sought her insights along their journey. I am uncertain, but let us continue our advance and see what unfolds. Not long after, a radiant barrier materialized before them, emblazoned with the ominous warning, Forbidden Ground. Intruders will perish. The 8 blood-red characters sent a chill down their spines. They halted, and Xiao Yin inquired, Who stands before us? After a prolonged silence, no reply emerged, prompting Jun Qianma to speak. Elder brother, let us proceed. This formation cannot contain us, she suggested. With no other choice, they forcefully breached the array and entered, determined to uncover what lay within. Just then, 4 ethereal figures manifested before them. This is the Shadow Clan's sacred ground. Outsiders are forbidden entry. If you persist, do not blame us for our lack of courtesy, one of them declared. Jun Qianma scrutinized the spectral forms, which resembled shadows, elusive and formidable, most notably led by a being of royal lineage, all possessing strength beyond the heavenly martial realm. We are disciples of the Holy Sect, having inadvertently wandered here. Since we have arrived, we would like to pay our respects. Please notify your superiors that disciples of the Holy Sect seek an audience, she proclaimed, producing their sect tokens. Upon hearing the mention of the Holy Sect, the 4 apparitions displayed a flicker of surprise before swiftly regaining composure. Apologies, but this is a forbidden area. You cannot proceed further. If you do, we will take action. Exchanging glances, Xiao Yin and Jun Qianma noted the peculiar reaction they had elicited. Was there a hidden secret here? It seems that the mere mention of the Holy Sect causes you to tremble involuntarily. I suspect you are indeed connected to our sect. Jun Qianma quipped with a smile. We do not know you, nor do we recognize you. As stated, continue forward, and our clan's powerful beings will act. At that point, your demise will be certain. Unfazed, they continued onward, prompting the four figures to launch an attack. The flames of war shall rage for 3 months. In conclusion, let us enter, otherwise. Do not blame us for being ungracious, for we shall set this place ablaze. Xiaoyan coldly stared at the 4 ethereal figures before him. With 4 types of and 5 varieties of divine fire at his disposal, his overall strength had reached an unfathomable level. The surrounding jungle, once ignited, would unleash a devastating blow upon them. It appears that we can no longer engage in dialogue. Thus, we invite the elders of our clan to take action and eliminate the intruders. One of the kings spoke at this moment. Immediately, a terrifying aura descended. It was a venerable one, at the 7th level of the venerable realm. You too, leave now while you still can. Trespassing into the forbidden grounds of the Yueying clan comes with consequences. The venerable one warned, his expression filled with caution, having remained hidden for many years. Their discovery was far from favorable. Then, one spoke up. Elder, they claim to be disciples of the Holy Sect. The venerable one was immediately taken aback, a dreadful killing intent enveloping him. Are you certain they are from the Holy Sect? He inquired. Yes, they presented their sect tokens. The venerable one's gaze turned to the 2, his murderous intent unabashed. Very well, we did not seek you out, yet you have come to deliver yourselves to death. Today, I shall slay you. With an unimaginable killing intent, the venerable one charged forward. Xiaoyan and his companion were no match for him. As the crisis loomed, a figure appeared. It was the mischievous heavenly demon saint. A colossal silhouette shielded the 2 behind him. You think you can kill disciples of the Holy Sect? Today marks your demise. As a saint, the mischievous heavenly demon effortlessly dominated the venerable one. However, he could only slay 4 patrolling guards and failed to eliminate this venerable one, whose aura soon alerted the powerful beings in the vicinity. Before long, another formidable presence arrived. A great saint. I have heard that you are from the Holy Sect. The great saint squinted, his eyes filled with overwhelming killing intent. Indeed, it is us. Do you have any unspeakable dealings within the Yueying clan that prevent us from entering? The mischievous heavenly demon replied casually. Humph. Our ancestor has decreed that any sighting of Holy Sect disciples must be met with merciless slaughter. A mere saint dares to wreak havoc in my Yueying clan? You shall die. This great saint's strength was immense, a level far beyond that of the mischievous heavenly demon. With a mere flick of his hand, he had already subdued the 3, while Xiaoyan clutched a talisman, ready to summon his master at the slightest hint of danger. Unbeknownst to them, all of this unfolded under Ling Xiao's watchful gaze. Piecing together the prior events, he began to speculate. As the crisis escalated, Xiaoyan decisively shattered the talisman, summoning Ling Xiao to the scene. Greetings, master. Greetings, sect leader. The 3 bowed in unison. At this moment, the space became constricted. Even the great saint found himself unable to move. The void solidified, and he sensed an overwhelming threat of imminent death. Merely the pressure of his aura rendered him immobile. Instilling a sense of dread, one could easily surmise that should he choose to strike, it would mean certain death. Ling Xiao gazed with satisfaction at the 2 individuals before him. Excellent. Your progress is commendable, and the others have already caught up. After speaking, he directed his attention to the great sage. This sect demands answers to its inquiries. Failure to comply will lead to your demise. With a gentle grip directed at the esteemed elder, Ling Xiao executed his will, and the elder vanished without a sound, utterly obliterated, his presence extinguished. This scene astonished the great sage. The sect master was undeniably a being of imperial caliber, a truly terrifying force. The first inquiry, are you descendants of the Shadow clan or the progeny of the Shadow Emperor and the Phantom Emperor? The great sage regained his ability to move, yet remained ensnared, unable to escape. Simultaneously, Ling Xiao's words detonated within his mind. Their deepest secret had been laid bare before an outsider. Before he could utter a word, Ling Xiao commenced a soul search. Too slow, the direct approach was far more effective. Before long, he crushed the great sage. For his memories indeed revealed a connection to the Shadow Emperor and the Phantom Emperor. Chao Yud and his companions had just departed from the site of the Immortal Emperor's demise, only to discover the Shadow clan, intricately linked to the 2 supreme beings. Who would have thought that the humble region of Yuzhou concealed 2 such exalted figures? Ling Xiao's consciousness began to probe for the Shadow clan. Yet he sensed no trace of the 2 sovereigns. Furthermore, from the memories of the great sage, it appeared that their ancestral figure had been residing in a certain location for an exceedingly long time. In light of this, it seems you shall all face annihilation. Ling Xiao unleashed his formidable power, instantly obliterating the entirety of the Shadow Clan's domain, a colossal chasm forming before all present, with none of the clan's experts escaping. Within their ranks were an emperor-level powerhouse and 7 Imperial Realm warriors, all of whom possessed no means of resistance, succumbing to Ling Xiao's merciless eradication. Master, why have you exterminated their entire clan? Xiao Yin and Jun Qianma were astounded. They rarely witnessed their master in such a state of fury, annihilating an entire lineage. Their ancestors' remnants caused the fall of our great emperor in a distant land. If they are not vanquished, who will be? Very well, take these resources. I shall take my leave. After leaving behind some primordial liquid and resources, Ling Xiao departed. The 3 exchanged glances, then also left the scene, feeling rather unfortunate that calamity seemed to follow them wherever they went. Within the Holy Sect, ding. Congratulations to the host for annihilating the Shadow Clan. Safeguarding the noble spirits of the ancestors. Reward, 100,000 sect points. Rewards. Chapter 87. Why should I justify my actions to others? A reward of 100 drops of primordial essence. A reward of the legendary Zhuxian sword. A reward of the Zhuxian sword formation. This time, the rewards left Ling Xiao exceedingly content, and he promptly inquired, System, is the Zhuxian sword the one I am familiar with? And is the Zhuxian sword formation composed of 4 legendary artifacts? Indeed, it is the very Zhuxian sword you know. However, the one bestowed by this system possesses certain distinctions. When you are in the mortal realm, it will only unleash mortal power. In the divine realm, its true divine might will be revealed, and in the celestial realm, it shall wield celestial strength. To be more precise, the Zhuxian sword was originally an unparalleled artifact of Tongtian, one of the 3 innate sages. Its rank surpasses all other rewards. Goodness, is it truly so exalted? To receive such a treasure now is utterly astonishing. If the host finds it unsatisfactory, the system shall present alternative rewards next time. The Zhuxian sword formation can be revoked as well. Ling Xiao grew anxious. No, please, I accept it as is. System, I adore you. Begone. This system is male. Ah, system, are you not repulsive? You are male, and in my presence. Isn't that somewhat inappropriate? Ling Xiao then secured the Zhuxian sword and began to comprehend the Zhuxian sword formation. Such an extraordinary formation, once manifested, would surely astonish the world. At this moment, Dong Yaoyang and Dong Xingyue arrived in a place known as Wushuang City in Yuzhou. Upon their arrival, they felt a peculiar attraction emanating from somewhere nearby. Sister, do you sense anything? Dong Yaoyang inquired. Dong Xingyue gazed at her brother and nodded. Brother, it seems something is calling to me, a gentle whisper in my heart, yet palpable. This is our opportunity. Initially, we lacked fortune, but our master has bestowed upon us an abundance of luck. Now, our fortune stands equal to others. The only disparity lies in our innate conditions, that is, our very physiques. Dong Yaoyang elucidated. Regardless, our master has truly shown us no lack of support. I understand. Our master has also stated that through diligence, our future may indeed rival that of others. Since an opportunity has presented itself, let us venture forth to seek it. The siblings soon followed the call, exiting the city and arriving at a place called Minghua Cliff. Opposite this cliff stood another precipice, known as Taiyang Cliff. Upon their arrival, they discovered a multitude of individuals seated in meditation, seemingly engrossed in enlightenment. Esteemed friend, what is it that you all are engaged in? Why are there so many here in contemplation? Dong Yaoyang approached a newly arrived companion. You both appear to be newcomers. Do you know where this place is? The two shook their heads, for it was their first visit and they were unaware of much. This place is called Minghua Cliff, while the opposite is known as Taiyang Cliff. Yin and Yang are separated yet inseparable. Look, there are unparalleled prodigies above, meditating here, occupying the finest positions. As the two individuals gazed into the distance, they beheld another pair seated in the void, their prowess evidently surpassing that of others, occupying the most advantageous positions. Thank you. Let us proceed. One remarked. Brother, what shall we do? Now that we are here, we must strive for our place. Our master has granted us this opportunity. We must contend with the heavens, the sun and moon, and other exceptional talents. But remember, do not engage with the direct disciples of our master. Now let us advance. Upon concluding his words, Dong Yaoyang soared across, for his physique was well suited to the sun cliff. Dong Yaoyang approached the esteemed contender, drawing the attention of many who eagerly anticipated the unfolding drama. Look, someone dares to challenge him. Instantly, numerous gazes turned towards the scene, and the previously astonished youth was left in disbelief. Were they truly intent on confronting such an existence? The dual holy sons of the Yin sect are not to be trifled with. It is said one possesses the fiery sun divine body, while the other wields the candlelight Yin divine body. To provoke them is to court death. Indeed, it must be acknowledged that these two were formidable, strong contenders for the top 10 on the celestial rankings. Upon his arrival, Dong Yaoyang assessed the situation, noting that although this individual's cultivation surpassed his by a realm, his physique was inferior. Hey, brother, step aside. I have my eye on this spot. You may leave. Dong Yaoyang's proclamation shattered the tranquility of the area. Chunyang opened his eyes, unleashing two beams of terrifying divine light. Are you speaking to this holy sun? Holy sun? Which holy sun do you claim to be? Dong Yaoyang stood his ground, unyielding. Have you not heard of the Yin sect? It is a super sect second only to the 5 great powers. Apologize and kneel, and this matter shall be forgiven. Chunyang regarded Dong Yaoyang with a gaze that seemed to pierce through to the very essence of his being. My apologies. I am not one to offer apologies lightly. Come now, allow me to witness your strength. Since you seek your own demise, I shall accept the challenge. Chunyang immediately made his move, channeling his fiery sun divine body, radiating an aura of overwhelming brilliance. In that moment, he appeared as the protagonist of the universe, resplendent in his glory. Merely a fiery sun divine body, a worthless physique. Today, you shall comprehend the disparity between us. Behold the 9 sun divine body. Dong Yaoyang revealed his true form, manifesting the 9 suns in the sky. What? Is it truly the 9 sun divine body? It seems the holy sun of the Yin sect has found a worthy opponent, and a natural competitor at that. Indeed, one with the fiery sun and the other with the 9 suns. Let us see who is the more formidable. Upon witnessing Dong Yaoyang's 9 suns, Chunyang's expression shifted. Who are you truly? Listen well, I am Dong Yaoyang, a disciple of the Holy Sect. This place now belongs to me. What? A disciple of the Holy Sect? Recently, the Holy Sect has garnered much attention. The frequency of its mention is remarkable. Indeed, there were those who claimed that the Azure Emperor hailed from the Holy Sect. Its veracity remains uncertain. What utter nonsense regarding the Holy Sect, of which I have never heard. Today, you shall meet your demise. Kill. Radiant sunlight. 9 suns ascending, illuminating the heavens. The 2 prodigies clashed, both embodying the essence of the sun, resulting in a violent collision. Following the strike, the outcome was immediately apparent. Chunyang staggered back several steps, while Dong Yaoyang remained as steadfast as a mountain. Your cultivation is inferior to mine. How can your strength be so formidable? Chunyang's expression grew exceedingly grim. I have already declared that this place belongs to me. I offer you one last piece of advice. Leave now, and you may yet preserve your life. The murderous intent in Dong Yaoyang's eyes was palpable. He understood that if one were powerful, others would submit. If one were timid and fearful, nothing could be accomplished. Do you think this holy sun would concede? Not a chance. Kill. After yet another intense clash, Chunyang fell to the ground, spitting blood, while Dong Yaoyang remained unmoved. The disparity between the two was so vast that it evoked the impression that Chunyang was merely a source of amusement. Dong Yaoyang approached step by step, and Chunyang felt a surge of fear, for the murderous intent in his opponent's gaze was unmasked. Do not come closer. I concede. Is that not enough? Meanwhile, at Mingwei Cliff, when Chun-Ling attempted to intervene, Dong Xingyue blocked her path. What? Are you going to rescue your brother? Do you possess the strength for that? Who are you to obstruct me? Chun-Ling retorted, her annoyance palpable. Dong Xingyue replied coolly, I am Dong Xingyue, a disciple of the Holy Sect. You may leave. This place is now under my dominion. Is it customary for the Holy Sect to act with such arrogance? Chun-Ling realized she could not pass, as she had been effectively cornered by Dong Xingyue. You speak too harshly. The Holy Sect need not justify its actions to anyone. The two of them, so ostentatiously suppressing the 2 holy sons of the Yin sect, left the onlookers dumbfounded. On the other side, Qinyang had already fled, and Dong Yaoyang did not pursue him to the bitter end, but merely drove him away. As for you, if you do not seek your beloved brother, he may very well perish. Ultimately, Chunling uttered a parting remark before departing. Holy Sect, we shall remember this debt when the ranking battles commence. I sincerely hope we do not cross paths. There is no need to wait for that time. We can settle this now. Come. Chunling's speed increased, and Dong Xingyue did not hold back, swiftly claiming the prime position. Once Dong Yaoyang also secured the best vantage point, a stunning phenomenon unfolded, as a blinding divine light emanated from the very spot where they stood. Heavens, what is happening? Chapter 88. The Demon Emperor, Zuyuking. Two dazzling beams of light soared into the heavens, enveloping two figures, and in an instant, two terrifying phantoms materialized in the void. What is happening? No, it cannot be. This was originally our opportunity. Chunyang and Chunling were filled with intense resentment. That fortune rightfully belonged to them, and now it had been seized by others. Ah, the sacred sect, this grudge shall not go unavenged. You shall pay for this. The two did not retreat, but instead sought for a chance. In the void, the two phantoms emerged, exuding an overwhelming sense of oppression that instantly forced all present to kneel. No, this pressure is akin to that of an emperor. How terrifying this force is. What is so different about this place? It appears to be connected to those two individuals. Have you ever heard of the solar and lunar dual sacred emperors? Are you implying that this is related to the two great emperors? The crowd gasped in astonishment. Although they could not rise, it did not hinder their discourse. Within the beams of light, two phantoms appeared in the air. These divine souls were none other than the solar sacred emperor and the lunar sacred emperor. No, this inheritance belongs to our Yin-Yang sect. Why do they react so strongly? Chunyang and Chunling were overwhelmed with unwillingness. The sacred emperors of Yin and Yang were the founders of their sect. Yet, the Yin-Yang sect had suffered retaliation from enemies, and now it lacked even a single emperor-level powerhouse, possessing only two at the imperial realm. Such strength pales in comparison to the likes of the Cloud Sky Sacred Land and other sections. The Nine Yang Divine Body? Indeed, it can endure the solar sacred body of this emperor. The Stellar Sacred Body? Quite adequate, far superior to the Candle Yin Divine Body, perfectly suited for this emperor's legacy. The voices of the two sacred emperors resonated, striking Qinyang and his sister with a devastating blow. We are the true disciples of the Yin-Yang sect. Those two despicable interlopers, I shall slay you. The Extreme Path Emperor artifact has already been entrusted to the sect. The only legacies I can impart are the physical constitution and martial arts techniques. Are you prepared? We are ready. Bring it on. They paid no heed to Chunyang and his sister. After all, our fortune has increased. Do you think this is mere jest? This is the effect of their heightened fortune, as the opportunities that originally belonged to Chunyang and his sister were forcibly claimed by them. In the eyes of the emperors, their fortune was deemed superior, though invisible. It was palpable. The two great sacred emperors began to pass down various physical constitutions, followed by an array of martial arts, techniques, and divine abilities. Dong Yaoyang and Dong Xingyue reveled in this opportunity, for it represented a crucial turning point for them. Once they inherit the solar and lunar divine bodies, their futures will undoubtedly surpass those of others. These opportunities were for others to witness, but not to partake. 2 days hence, the inheritance of the two would culminate. In the final moments, the two emperors imparted a fragment of their divine essence to them, elevating their souls to unfathomable heights. Not only that, but their cultivation also ascended to the pinnacle of the 9th heaven of the celestial martial realm. What lay ahead would be the true test of their mettle. Once the inheritance concluded, the two rose, exchanging a glance that forged an indescribable bond between their spirits. Originally, the Yin-Yang twin emperors were siblings, and whether it be Chunyang and Chunling or Dong Yaoyang and Dong Xingyu, they too were kin, endowed with similar constitutions that enabled them to inherit the legacy of the Yin-Yang Holy Emperor. As they stood, the others gradually returned to their senses. Having knelt for 2 days, their limbs long since numb. Ahem, esteemed guests, my apologies. It seems that the fortunes here are indeed suited to us. Chunyang, Chunling, do you intend to continue your battle? Humph, usurpers, this debt shall not go unaccounted for. No, you can settle it now. Come forth, let us engage. I am eager to ascertain whether merging our constitutions will render me even stronger. Upon hearing Dong Yaoyang's words, The two dared not linger any longer and departed post-haste. It could be said that Dong Yao Yang and his companion carved out a domain of their own through sheer strength. Though they were not yet on par with their senior brothers and sisters, they were swiftly closing the gap. The disciples of the Holy Sect are indeed formidable. Without a doubt, these two will earn their names on this generation's celestial rankings. Some lamented, what can be done? They were already powerful, and having received the inheritance from two emperors, their cultivation has reached the limits of the celestial martial realm. This leaves no room for others. The Holy Sect is poised for a complete resurgence. As the brother and sister walked among the throng, they were treated like celebrities, with all parting to make way for them. Esteemed ones, until we meet again, our destination is Cloud City. The two made their way toward Cloud City, where the fortunes were ample enough to secure their place on the rankings. Moreover, with the Emperor's inheritance and divine constitutions, their foundations were extraordinarily robust. It would not be an exaggeration to assert that the siblings, in certain respects, surpassed Chao Yuda and Du Gu Yuqing. They possessed inherently powerful constitutions, and with the Emperor's endowments, any innate deficiencies had been thoroughly rectified. Not far from Wushuang City lies the city of Shuahua and Shuezhou, where Hu Meinyang and Hui Ling made their appearance. After dedicating herself to the path of Tao, Hui Ling had discarded her former Buddhist garb, opting for attire akin to that of others. Linger, why do I feel an inexplicable sensation upon arriving here? Hu Meinyang inquired, addressing Linger, Hui Ling's birth name, which was Xiao Linger. Hui Ling was a name bestowed by Li Dao Ru during her Buddhist practice. Now she had returned to her original name, Xiao Ling. It signifies that your fortune has arrived. Come, let us investigate. The two clasped hands, their bond deepening along the journey, yet they refrained from breaking through the final barrier. Their master had once said that achieving sainthood before consummation was the most auspicious path. Though Xiao Linger was parched and desperate, she managed to endure. Before long, they arrived at a snow-clad mountain, entirely enveloped in a vast expanse of white, with only a glimpse of rocks and trees visible. Xiao Linger sensed an unusual presence in this place. Soon, the two ascended to the summit, and curiously, when they turned to look back, they found no footprints behind them. Look, we have left no traces of our passage. This place is indeed peculiar. Upon hearing Xiao Linger's words, Hu Meinyang glanced back and was astonished to confirm it. We have encountered a formation. This was their initial impression. Fortunately, Xiao Linger had previously studied formations under her master, adept in both Buddhist and Taoist arts. Under her guidance, they soon uncovered a crevice and entered the formation's interior. Upon entering, both were astounded, for it resembled the Moon Palace, with pavilions and towers floating in the void as far as the eye could see. What is this? Such a dense aura of demonic energy. This must be a realm of demon beasts. Rather than feeling daunted, they were filled with excitement and pressed onward. They explored the pavilions and towers, but found nothing of value. Before long, they stood before the grandest palace, the Demon Emperor's Hall. Hu Meinyang exclaimed in astonishment, quickly followed by elation. Meinyang, what is it? Linger, it seems we have inadvertently stumbled upon the secret realm left by the Demon Emperor. Demon Emperor? Which Demon Emperor? Throughout history, many Demon Emperors existed, yet none were true sovereigns of unparalleled strength. However, there was only one Demon Emperor, Shu Yueqing, who ascended to power as a small white rabbit, radiating unmatched elegance, hailed as the foremost Demon Emperor of both ancient and modern times. Are you certain this is the legacy of the Demon Emperor? Xiao Linger's face also brightened with surprise. It must be. Let us venture inside and discover the truth. Onward. Chapter 89. The Inheritance of the Demon Emperor. The illustrious Demon Emperor, Shui Yueqing, has long been celebrated in history as a prodigious and unparalleled sovereign. With the seemingly delicate and feeble celestial hair, she achieved the status of an exalted emperor, reigning supreme and earning the esteemed title of Demon Emperor, the sovereign of all demon beasts. At this moment, the two individuals entered the grand hall, filled with a profound reverence for this formidable figure. How is it that we can encounter such a legendary domain of an emperor? Xiao Linger pondered with a sense of wonder. Previously, such an opportunity would have been inconceivable, yet upon their entry into the sacred sect, bolstered by the auspicious fortune of their master, their chances had significantly improved. The hall was remarkably intact, and upon their entrance, both felt an overwhelming sense of insignificance. Above them loomed a colossal figure, an imposing silhouette that seemed to stretch across the heavens and the earth beyond imagination. I, Xiao Linger, Humenyang, have come to pay my respects to the venerable Demon Emperor. The terrifying and unparalleled pressure radiated from this presence, affirming their recognition of the extraordinary Demon Emperor. The Demon Emperor was not affiliated with the sacred sect, a fact unbeknownst to the two. However, they were well aware of the historical significance of the eminent figures associated with the sacred sect. A sigh escaped their lips, leaving them astonished as they witnessed the silhouette begin to speak. Instinctively, they knelt in reverence, too awestruck to lift their heads. Alas, I did not expect to be greeted only by a maiden of the nine-tailed celestial fox bloodline, albeit one whose attributes are somewhat akin to mine. I have heard you are disciples of the sacred sect. A phantom appeared above the corporeal form of the Demon Emperor, a projection left behind by her essence. Indeed, we are disciples of the sacred sect, personally taught by the sect master. Xiao Linger spoke earnestly. The ethereal visage of the Demon Emperor regarded her with a hint of contemplation. A congenital spiritual body, and with the wisdom of the Buddha, how peculiar. The Demon Emperor discerned the unusual nature of Xiao Linger. It was uncommon for two distinct cultivation systems to coexist within a single individual, yet Xiao Linger exemplified this anomaly, possessing two entirely different paths of cultivation. Her situation diverged from that of Shi Kaitian, who bore the innate supreme bone, ancient dual pupils, and the bloodline of Pangu, all aligned with martial arts. In contrast, Xiao Linger's connection to the wisdom of the Buddha was rather extraordinary. Nonetheless, Ling Xiao had previously recognized her potential. As long as she remained unharmed, he would continue to nurture her. The Demon Emperor then turned her gaze to Humenyang, a woman endowed with the nine-tailed celestial fox bloodline, possessing an innate charm that could captivate nations. Are you willing to accept my inheritance? The Demon Emperor inquired. Humenyang's eyes sparkled with excitement as she replied, Esteemed predecessor, I am willing. Excellent. Your nine-tailed celestial fox bloodline is remarkably pure. I shall bestow upon you my essence and legacy entirely. However, you must agree to 3 conditions. Please, esteemed predecessor, state your conditions, and I shall strive to fulfill them. Humenyang understood that this was her opportunity, and if seized, it would ensure she would not lag behind others, even if she could not surpass them. Listen carefully. First, once you achieve success in the future, treat the demon race with kindness. In the heart of the Demon Emperor, all demonic beasts belong to the demon clan, and he himself is the sovereign of this clan. This is feasible. In our sacred sect, there exists a demon court, a magnificent hall specifically established for the demonic beasts. So this condition poses no issue. Furthermore, upon the conclusion of this matter, my corporeal form shall dissipate into the cosmos, yet I have already condensed my essence. Enough for you to cultivate into an unparalleled divine body. However, I require you to take my ashes to the Celestial Rabbit clan and inter them there. Humenyang found this acceptable and promptly replied, Rest assured, Senior, to return to the earth is our aspiration. Lastly, should you achieve cultivation surpassing that of an emperor, assist me in eliminating an individual or a clan. Please, Senior, instruct me. I shall not hesitate even at the cost of my life. Excellent. This individual is the evil emperor, and his clan is the evil spirit clan. Humenyang immediately bowed, assuring, Senior, I have committed everything to memory. Should the opportunity arise, I will fulfill your wishes. Now accept my legacy. The Demon Emperor's scriptures are the cultivation methods I practiced, sufficient for you to reach emperor-level prowess. The path to enlightenment shall rely on your own efforts. I shall also bestow upon you my supreme imperial weapon, the Crescent Moonblade. Additionally, I shall give you the last 3 drops of my vital essence, enough for you to inherit my physique. Here are several of my divine abilities. You must accept them as well. Finally, I will leave my soul and the essence of my corporeal form to the 2 of you. What has passed shall inevitably fade, while that which is destined to come shall always arrive. As 2 essences entered their bodies, a remarkable transformation occurred in Humenyang, previously exuding an enchanting aura. She now appeared as pure and captivating as a neighbor's young girl. Her entire demeanor had shifted, and her physique, forged by the Demon Emperor into the strongest form among the demon clan, the Demon Emperor body, bore testament to his formidable strength. Humenyang's cultivation surged to the pinnacle of the 9th heavenly layer of the celestial martial realm, ultimately being restrained. Meanwhile, Xiao Linger also experienced rapid advancement. With the Emperor's essence, his cultivation reached the 9th heavenly layer's limit as well. The opportunity was primarily Hu Meinyang's, and he felt no jealousy, instead rejoicing in her success. Despite possessing a special physique, he recognized that Hu Meinyang, with her singular nine-tailed celestial fox bloodline, paled in comparison to the other direct disciples. Now, with Hu Meinyang obtaining the Demon Emperor's legacy, her future prospects are boundless, which he was genuinely pleased to witness. Thank you, esteemed Demon Emperor. Rest assured, we will fulfill your wishes. After bowing, the two witnessed the corporeal form of the Demon Emperor transforming into ashes. Hu Meinyang carefully collected them into a jar and refined the supreme imperial weapon, the Crescent Moonblade. Once everything was completed, the two returned. At the sacred sect, Ling Xiao observed their circumstances with great satisfaction. With Hu Meinyang now possessing the Demon Emperor body and these legacies, future concerns were alleviated. But what about Xiao Linger? Xiao Linger possessed a rather peculiar constitution, of which he was aware. However, he had previously been oblivious to many secrets. Now that he had uncovered numerous truths, he found himself paying particular attention to Xiao Linger. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The named disciple has forged a friendship with the Demon Emperor and received a legacy, resulting in a significant enhancement of his cultivation. Reward: 20,000 sect points. Reward: host cultivation elevated by 1 level. Reward: the overwhelming power of the Demon Emperor. Reward: 50 drops of primordial essence. Reward: 3 drops of Emperor's blood. Ling Xiao was exceedingly exhilarated. At this moment, his cultivation advanced further, reaching the pinnacle of the Sage Realm. With just one more step, he would attain the perfect Sage Realm, and thereafter, he would ascend to the Great Sage. As his cultivation increased, Ling Xiao also gained mastery over the laws of power. Whether it was the profound powers of the Cloud Emperor and others, or the current dominance of the Demon Emperor, all were pathways to enlightenment. Now, Ling Xiao had learned them all. By integrating dominance into the chaos domain, its potency surged significantly. With each incorporation of a grand principle, the domain's strength was augmented. The addition of 50 drops of primordial essence now allowed for distribution throughout the entire sect. He promptly apportioned the primordial essence, ensuring that the Demon Court, Divine Hall, Inner Sect, and Elders each received their share, with everyone benefiting. After dispersing these, less than 10 drops remained for him, but he knew that more would come in the future. The 3 drops of Emperor's blood, however, filled Ling Xiao with immense delight. He wondered what would transpire if he refined it. System: will refining the Emperor's blood enhance my cultivation? Ling Xiao inquired. Indeed, but you risk being overwhelmed. The power of the Emperor's blood is extraordinarily pure. If you wish to avoid death, you may refine it immediately. For others, only upon reaching the Sage Lord can they attempt to refine Emperor's blood, and it remains perilous. But why can my disciples do so? He asked. Because they possess specialized constitutions, and these 3 drops of blood bear no specific attributes. That cannot be right. I am the embodiment of the chaos path. There should be no power I cannot refine. System: are you deceiving me? Ling Xiao soon realized that as the embodiment of the chaos path, he could cultivate all paths in existence and would not be overwhelmed. Noticing the system offered no further response, he resolutely commenced the refinement of 1 drop. Days later, Ling Xiao's cultivation soared to the apex of the Great Sage Realm, which pleasantly surprised him. Should he fully refine the remaining power, reaching the pinnacle of the Sage Lord would be well within his grasp. Chapter 90. The Summoning of the War God Li Jing. Time flies, and the 6-month transition period has come to an end. At this moment, the talented individuals from various realms have gathered in Yunxiao City, causing it to be more vibrant than ever before. One can observe the presence of formidable warriors of the heavenly martial realm throughout the streets. This realm is the most indicative of an individual's potential, as it allows one to combat across multiple tiers, earning the title of the most exceptional among the gifted. The ability to engage in battle across several smaller realms is a distinctive feature of this level, making it the most significant realm for assessing a person's potential. Those who remain in this realm until their limits are reached, capable of transcending multiple tiers in combat, are hailed as extraordinary geniuses. For instance, if a prodigy can battle across 5 realms, they are referred to as a 5-band genius. Talented individuals from various sacred lands, families, and ancient clans often linger in this realm, ready to soar to new heights upon their breakthrough. This is the second remarkable aspect of the heavenly martial realm. When you are recognized as a certain number of band geniuses, upon breaking through to the martial king stage, you can directly transcend that many realms, achieving a commensurate level of combat prowess. Taking Yi Fan as an example, if he can reach the 9-band level without activating the sacred right domain, it signifies that upon his ascension to king, he would directly ascend to the 9th heaven. This is a true leap to greatness. The 9-band status is the ultimate dream of countless prodigies. Yet, their limited experience prevents them from realizing that beyond the 9-band lies the sacred right domain, and above that, a forbidden domain, also known as the domain of the divine. In contrast to the bustling atmosphere of Ling Xiao City, the sacred sect appears rather subdued. The Grand Elder, Li Daoru, has returned, having completed his mission. "Master, I have returned. The task is accomplished," exclaimed Li Daoru, brimming with excitement. Ling Xiao, upon seeing the precious scroll within the spatial ring, expressed his delight. "Excellent. You have done remarkably well. How fares the Guardian village?" Li Daoru responded, "Master, I wish for them to migrate near the sacred sect, where we can protect them for generations. However, they are reluctant to leave. Therefore, I have set up some protective formations to ensure their safety. You have done exceptionally well. Your cultivation is nearing the imperial level, is it not?" Ling Xiao inquired. Li Daoru's cultivation is at the late stage of the sacred master, and with the baptism of divine essences such as divine liquid, primordial essence, and celestial liquid, he is on the verge of a breakthrough to his peak. Here is a drop of imperial blood. How much it enhances you depends on your own efforts. Moreover, upon breaking through to the imperial level, there will be further tasks for you. Ling Xiao presented him with a drop of imperial blood. Imperial blood. Upon hearing this, Li Daoru was utterly astonished. "Thank you, master. I shall brave any peril and face death without hesitation." "All right, go forth and break through." After Li Daoru departed, Ling Xiao summoned the 9-tailed celestial fox, whose cultivation is at the pinnacle of the imperial realm, just a step away from advancing to the emperor level. "Greetings, master." The 9-tailed celestial fox acknowledged. "This drop of imperial blood should be of great assistance to you. Take it and refine it. Thereafter, a task will be assigned to you." Ling Xiao instructed. The 9-tailed celestial fox was immensely delighted. With this drop of imperial blood, she would undoubtedly transcend to the realm of the emperor. Both the 9-tailed celestial fox and Li Daoru immersed themselves in their cultivation, while Ling Xiao pondered over various matters, tapping on the desk. After all, Ling Xiao City was under the aegis of the Ling Xiao sacred land, and served as the stronghold of the Dream Emperor, where all his disciples resided. Their safety was paramount. Ling Xiao had begun to feel uneasy about the protection afforded by the sage, which prompted him to enhance the prowess of Li Daoru and the 9-tailed celestial fox as much as possible. "System, can I summon again? Having reached the pinnacle of the great sage, I should have a chance." Previously, he had summoned the sword god Li Bai, who had greatly aided the sacred sect. Now, having achieved another breakthrough, he wondered if he could summon once more. Indeed, host, do not forget that within the Tower of Heaven, there are formidable beings. With your current speed and cultivation, you can unlock the first 6 levels. Ling Xiao's expression brightened. Indeed, he had overlooked the Tower of Heaven. According to the system, the 9th level held deities, the 8th level housed imperial powerhouses, the 7th level contained those at the emperor realm, and the 6th level was for those below the sage lord. "Excellent. System, initiate the grand summoning technique." The system responded, "Summoning in progress." Summoning successful. Shortly thereafter, a figure appeared silently in the hall of the sect master. Upon seeing him, Ling Xiao felt immense satisfaction. "War God Li Jing, I pay my respects to the sect master." Ling Xiao raised his hand. "No need for formalities, kingly. As a war god, how much of your power can you currently exert?" Li Jing replied, "Sect master, I can currently manifest to the pinnacle of the emperor realm. Should there be a higher tier, I too can elevate my strength correspondingly." "So, you are in a similar situation as sword god Li Bai?" "Indeed. Li Bai can unleash the might of the supreme ancient emperor, and I can do likewise. Not to mention, I am the undefeated war god." "Very well. Li Jing, you may rest for now. I shall assign you a task shortly." Li Jing soon departed, wielding the Wenchang Tower. his imposing stature reminiscent of a single warrior standing against 1,000 foes. Ling Xiao was still pleasantly surprised to have summoned a war god. He then proceeded to the Tower of Heaven, directly unlocking the 6 levels. 6 figures materialized before Ling Xiao, bowing in respect. Jin Lan pays respects to the sect master. Mu Ling pays respects to the sect master. Shui Qianrou pays respects to the sect master. Huan Nu pays respects to the sect master. Tu Qianzhong pays respects to the sect master. Feng Xiaoyao pays respects to the sect master. Ling Xiao employed the Qi observation technique to scrutinize the 6 individuals. He discovered that each possessed a unique physique, all aligned with a singular attribute. For instance, Jin Lan was of the golden spirit body, while Shui Qianrou belonged to the water spirit body. Each of their physiques was formidable. As for their cultivation levels, he noted that the first few were at the pinnacle of the great sage, while from Feng Xiaoyao onward, they were at the summit of the sage lord. Ling Xiao was somewhat astonished. System, what is the matter with these individuals' cultivation levels? Did you not state that their levels ascend from low to high? Why do several of them appear identical? Indeed, the system is infallible. Originally, their cultivation was suppressed to the realms of martial spirit and martial soul. Yet after prolonged training here, their abilities have flourished, reflecting their current prowess. Ling Xiao was pleasantly surprised. The sudden addition of 6 elders to the sacred sect is undoubtedly monumental news. Moreover, Feng Xiaoyao stands as a peak sovereign. His strength is nothing short of terrifying. Rise. As elders of my sacred sect, these resources are essential for you. Each one of you must possess them. Ling Xiao distributed the primordial essence, celestial liquid, and divine liquid to the assembly, empowering them to break through. 3 days later, the 5 elders of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth successfully advanced their cultivation to the initial stage of sovereign. Feng Xiaoyao reached the pinnacle of sovereign, now only a step away from the emperor realm. Li Daoru emerged from seclusion, attaining the late stage of the emperor realm. The following day, the 9-tailed celestial fox, Hu Ji, also emerged, her cultivation unfathomable and reaching the mid-stage of the emperor realm. Soon, the 8 gathered at the Lord's hall. We pay our respects to the Lord. Dispense with the formalities. The reason I have summoned you is to assign a task. Li Jing, these individuals are entrusted to you as the commander, and Hu Ji as your deputy. You are to proceed to Yunxiao City to protect my disciples. Li Jing, oversee the entire operation, and should they summon the Supreme Ancient Emperor, you shall take action. Li Jing clasped his fists, acknowledging his understanding. Very well, you may depart. The group swiftly vanished, leaving only Li Daoru. His previous mission had been executed with exceptional excellence, which brought Ling Xiao satisfaction and comfort. Your task is to travel to Yuzhou and seek out similar sects or factions, Ling Xiao instructed, recounting the involvement of the ancestors in the matters concerning the Immortal Emperor. At that time, there were the Yu Emperor, Shadow Emperor, Dark Emperor, and Emperor Toba. Li Daoru's mission was to investigate the lineage or clans associated with the Dark Emperor and Emperor Toba, seeking vengeance for the Immortal Emperor. Upon receiving his orders, Li Daoru promptly departed, leaving the sacred sect once again in a state of tranquility. Ling Xiao's gaze was fixed in the direction of Yunxiao City, pondering what achievements his disciples would garner this time. Chapter 91. Swift Descendants, the 9 Forbidden Realms. Within the confines of Yunxiao City, the atmosphere is abuzz with the presence of prodigies from various sections. The time for the challenge tournament has arrived, allowing participants to engage in mutual contests, with the Yunxiao Holy Land providing an initial leaderboard. The objective for these exceptional individuals is to secure a place on this esteemed list. The final 2 months will culminate in the ultimate ranking battle. To qualify for this decisive contest, one must first be listed, which serves as the primary aim of the 3-month challenge. The disciples of the Holy Sect have gathered. Though Yunxiao City is vast, it fails to daunt these skilled individuals. 8 direct disciples and 4 named disciples have assembled at Tianyuan Tower. As for the saints who secretly safeguarded them, they have now withdrawn, replaced by even more formidable saint-level protectors. The room is spacious enough to accommodate a dozen individuals, and they form a circle. Yi Fan, as the senior brother, occupies the prominent central position, drawing the attention of all. Senior brother, what shall we do next? Yi Fan gazes at his junior disciples and inquires, is there anyone among you whose cultivation has yet to reach the limit of the 9th heavenly layer? No one steps forward. Each has seized their own fortuitous opportunities. achieving the pinnacle of the Tianwu realm. Excellent. I trust that throughout this journey, you have all heard the importance of reaching the utmost limit before attempting to break through. Here, to inspire you all, I intend to make a monumental leap and directly ascend to the 9th heavenly layer, truly worthy of being the senior brother. His confidence is undeniable. Yet, Yi Fan does not indulge in pride, but rather regards them earnestly. The reason I embark on this path is to instill a sense of urgency and to demonstrate that with diligence, the 9 forbidden realms are not beyond your grasp. This will be our shared goal moving forward. The 9 forbidden realms, a domain of formidable terror. Despite the array of prodigies present, few can genuinely attain such heights. Even Xiao Yin and Shi Kaitian would not dare claim the ability to reach the 9 forbidden. Yi Fan refrains from disclosing that he can actually attain the Saint Sacrifice realm, as that would only serve to demoralize his companions. Senior brother, you speak of ease, yet the path before us may prove exceedingly arduous. Yi Fan chuckles again. Difficulties breed motivation. I have faith in all of you. For we are disciples of our esteemed master. Whether direct or named disciples, without sufficient talent, do you believe our master would have taken us in? Everyone shakes their heads. Without merit, they truly lack the qualification to be disciples of Ling Xiao, even as named disciples. Dong Yaoyang, with his 9 sons' divine body, was previously overlooked by Ling Xiao. Furthermore, I have heard that along the way, many junior disciples have obtained imperial-level inheritances. To be candid, if, after receiving such inheritances, you still fail to reach the 9 forbidden, that would be the greatest humiliation to the emperor. On this journey to Yunxiao land, several individuals have acquired imperial legacies, including Chao Yud, Dugu Yuqing, Dong Yaoyang, Dong Xingyue, and Hu Meinyang. They have directly inherited the legacy of the great emperor, along with his extraordinary physique. If they lack confidence in such circumstances, it is truly disappointing. As for the remaining individuals, Xiao Yin possesses 4 kinds of and 5 varieties of divine fire, not to mention a plethora of resources. Shi Kaitian is exceptionally gifted, and, coupled with his strength is undeniably formidable. Jun Qianmao, as the reincarnation of the great emperor, holds the complete legacy and memories of the emperor, if he still lacks confidence. It can only be said that they are utterly pathetic. The challenge lasts for 3 months, and we shall make our final push during the last month. In the meantime, I will keep a watchful eye on each of you, providing both pressure and motivation. Understood, senior brother. When we are away from home, the senior brother must be treated with the same respect as our master. They must obey. The challenge has commenced, and the initial leaderboard has been established by the Yunxiao Holy Land, derived from the 5 major superpowers and some elite factions. Yi Fan and Chao Yud recognized a familiar name on the list. Yun Tinga. Having once been defeated by Yi Fan, he now holds a place on the leaderboard. The initial roster includes 72 individuals, and all challengers are free to initiate challenges against them. However, each challenger has only 2 attempts. Failure in both results in immediate elimination. The celestial rankings consist of only 72 slots, each one exceedingly precious. From this list, one can discern that the higher the rank, the greater the strength. Generally, no one dares to challenge those in the top 10 directly. In the sky, the enormous leaderboard has been in constant flux since the challenge began. Yet, it is the lower ranks that experience the most change, as those with lesser strength are deemed easy targets. Time flies, and soon a month has passed. A dark horse has emerged, rapidly ascending the ranks. Have you seen? A dark horse is rising aggressively. It is truly terrifying. The crowd looked up, astonished to see that someone who had recently been in the 30s had now soared to 24th place. Is it possible? A loose cultivator possesses such terrifying strength? Upon discovering the identity of this prodigy, expressions of surprise spread among the crowd. A loose cultivator can be integrated into a sect. Look at this Jian Shun. He is formidable, reportedly born with a sword body and possessing the sword god physique. Such a terrifying talent leaves no room for others. This dark horse is Jian Shun, a prodigious talent in the sword path, born with a sword body and a clear sword heart, boasting unparalleled aptitude in swordsmanship. Various factions have extended olive branches to him. Yet Jian Shun has graciously declined, insisting that the sect he joins must be the strongest. Within Tianyuan Tower, Yi Fan and his companions have also heard of Jian Shun and his formidable prowess as a loose cultivator. Among the 12 of them, none are sword cultivators. While they possess sword techniques, They are not true sword cultivators, whereas Jian Xun is a pure sword cultivator, dedicated solely to the sword path, and his speed is unimaginable. Senior brother, I wish to meet this Jian Xun. Shi Kaitian spoke at that moment. There is no need for haste. Based on my judgment, among you, Qiao Yud, Dugu Yuqing, Qiao Linger, and Ling Hua, you are likely at the level of the 6th forbidden. Ling Xian stands at the 7th forbidden, while the others are at the 8th forbidden, perilously close to the 9th forbidden. Once you reach the level of Shi Kaitian, you may venture forth. He is the first among you to attain the 9th forbidden. It is disheartening that despite your imperial inheritances, your progress has been so limited. In the final month, I shall seek the sages to increase your challenges. Yi Fan's words instantly drained the strength from them. Over the past month, they had been nearly driven to madness. Yet their advancements were indeed significant. However, only Shi Kaitian had reached the 9th forbidden. Even extraordinary talents like Xiao Yin and Jun Xianmo remained at the 8th forbidden. Given their abundant resources and unparalleled gifts, it would be a lamentable waste if they could not fully realize their potential, especially as the later stages would present considerable difficulties. After half a month, Xiao Yin and Jun Xianmo were the first to achieve the 9th forbidden, successfully freeing themselves from torment. The others continued their arduous journey, particularly those with imperial inheritances, who were the primary subjects of training for several sages. Yi Fan initially intended to seek the sages, but the arrival of Jin Lan and others, while the other sages had withdrawn due to insufficient prowess, left several disciples in a state of suffering. Nevertheless, their progress was undeniable. Without exception, Dong Yaoyong, Dong Xingyue, Hu Meinyang, Qiao Yud, Dugu Yuqing, and Ling Hua had all reached the 8th forbidden realm. As inheritors of the imperial legacy, they possessed unparalleled physiques and rare talents. A month later, Ling Xian was the first to attain the 9th forbidden. As expected of one with an innate sacred body, such extraordinary constitution naturally lends itself to reaching the 9th forbidden. Furthermore, others like Dong Yaoyong, Dong Xingyue, and Hu Meinyang also achieved the 9th forbidden, while the remaining individuals reached at least the 8th forbidden. This was the minimum standard. It can be said that, apart from Qiao Linger, everyone else had entered the 9th forbidden realm. Senior brother, we have reached the 9th forbidden. May we leave the mountain? The 9th forbidden signifies that they now possess the strength to contend with masters at the 9th layer of martial kings. This is their current combat capability. Yet, it is still insufficient. Do you believe the 9th forbidden is the ultimate limit? Above the 9th forbidden lies the sacred right realm, in which I currently reside. Though it is exceedingly difficult to attain, I permit you to leave, but this ranking must include one of our own. Go. Yi Fan's words left everyone deeply astonished. It turned out that the senior brother had already become a prodigy in the sacred right realm, surpassing the 9th forbidden. Such talent is truly formidable. Chapter 92. The Terrifying Power of the Saint Sect Disciples. With only a few days left until the conclusion of the challenge, those who remain unranked will face elimination. On this particular day, Yi Fan and his companions took action. Among them, even the weakest had reached the 8th forbidden realm, while the majority were exceptional individuals of the 9th forbidden level, heralding the commencement of their legendary journey. In the central square of Yunxiao City, numerous platforms had been erected due to the overwhelming number of challengers, with distinguished talents stepping forward to test their mettle at every moment. The dark horse, Jian Xun, had firmly secured a position among the top 10, and no one dared to challenge him any further. As for Yi Fan and his group, they began to exert themselves. We will select various challengers, starting from the 20th position to ensure our success, Yi Fan instructed. With 12 of them, they aimed to occupy 12 spots, knowing that the subsequent ranks would be beyond their reach due to the sheer volume of challengers. Only by confronting those ranked higher could they truly showcase their strength. Rest assured, senior brother, we understand. His junior disciples responded obediently, which further reassured Yi Fan. As the eldest disciple, he took the lead and stepped forward to challenge. Saint Sect disciple Yi Fan challenges the 20th ranked Yang Su. What? He dares to challenge the 20th position right away? Is there a mistake? Previously, challengers preferred to target those ranked lower for a greater chance of success, albeit in a more competitive environment. However, few possessed the audacity to confront the top contenders, the elite among the 5 great superpowers. The rules of the challenge dictated that regardless of one's rank, if someone issued a challenge, one must respond. The only exception was for those who had claimed the top position, demonstrating their prowess to all, thus dissuading others from seeking confrontation. Look, a disciple of the Saint Sect has appeared. They have been in seclusion for some time, but now they can no longer contain themselves. The Saint Sect, having recently risen as a transcendent force, had already made many aware of its formidable nature. Yang Su, ranked 20th, hailed from the Ling Xiao sword sect and was regarded as a top-tier genius. As Yi Fan approached, they took their places on the platform. Yi Fan, are you certain you wish to engage in combat with me? Yang Su inquired condescendingly, believing that those challenging him were courting death. Indeed, I challenge you. Is that not permissible? Yi Fan replied with a calm smile. Very well, but be aware that during the challenge and ranking battles, while the older generation cannot intervene, the outcomes for the younger generation can be unpredictable. If I were to defeat you, it would indeed be a pity. Yang Su threatened. Enough of your idle chatter. Let us begin. As adversaries, the clash of life and death was a commonplace occurrence on the battlefield. Yi Fan launched his attack with the 8 Desolations and 6 Harmonies fist. Yang Su countered with his sword techniques, being a sword cultivator practicing the Ling Xiao sword technique. Yang Su initiated the assault, unleashing terrifying sword chi that swept across the arena. Yi Fan smiled, and as Yang Su's sword energy approached, his 8 Desolations and 6 Harmonies fist was unleashed. With a resounding thud, the crowd was taken aback as Yang Su's sword energy was completely shattered. Moreover, the sheer force of Yi Fan's punch propelled Yang Su like a cannonball, delivering a direct hit. A gasp echoed through the air as the spectators beheld a fist-sized gash in Yang Su's chest. Silence enveloped the central square, where at least several tens of thousands had gathered to witness the spectacle. Yet, at this moment, it was eerily quiet, for they had witnessed an astonishing sight. With a single punch, Yi Fan pierced through Yang Su's chest, instantaneously eliminating him. The sheer terror of such strength was palpable. One punch, executed from the front. How formidable this power was. Behold, this is the might of the senior brother, astonishingly powerful beyond imagination. The crowd marveled, as Yi Fan appeared almost divine, dispatching his opponent in a singular strike. This was Yang Su, ranked 20th, hailing from the Cloud Sky Sword sect. A formidable presence ranked among the top 3 within his sect, yet he fell to a single blow? The onlookers were left in awe. After vanquishing his opponent, Yi Fan chuckled nonchalantly. My apologies, but you are too weak to withstand even a single punch. Truly pathetic. Yi Fan's name graced the leaderboard, now ranked 20th, while Yang Su's name vanished entirely. According to the original ranking rules, had Yang Su survived, his rank would have been demoted by 1, thereby reducing the slots for those behind him. However, with Yang Su's demise, an additional slot opened up for the subsequent contenders. The disciple of the Holy Sect, Yi Fan, emerged victorious. The judge proclaimed the result, underscoring the fearsome prowess of the Holy Sect's disciples. Xiao Yin then declared, I challenge the one ranked 21st. And who might you be? Came the reply. I am Xiao Yin, a disciple of the Holy Sect, challenging the Flame Clan's Yin Chong, ranked 21st. Yin Chong, a prodigy second only to Yin Ling within the Flame Clan, now faced the formidable Xiao Yin. Xiao Yin understood the necessity of climbing the ranks for the upcoming battles. He soon ascended the platform, where Yin Chong awaited. To their surprise, they would confront each other, and Yin Chong expressed, I must test your skills. Very well, you may strike first. Should I attack first, you would stand no chance. Xiao Yin wielded 4 exotic flames, along with 5 divine fires, his strength unfathomable. Yin Chong, a master of flames from the Flame Clan, began with a fiery assault. Yet, it was not long before Xiao Yin effortlessly controlled all the flames, demonstrating unrivaled skill in pyromancy. If he claimed second, none dared to assert themselves as first. Yin Chong faced a swift defeat. The disparity in their powers was insurmountable. Unbelievable. Yet another instant elimination. With just a single move, he has dispatched the Flame Clan's prodigy. Xiao Yan's strength is indeed terrifying. The disciple of the Holy Sect, Xiao Yan, emerged victorious. Soon, Xiao Yan secured the 21st position, while Yin Chong fell to 22nd. Next up is Chao Yud, who is set to challenge the 23rd rank. After all, this prodigy from the Yin clan is not deceased and has voluntarily conceded, feeling somewhat reluctant to seize Yin Chang's spot. Disciple of the Holy Sect, Chao Yud, challenges the 23rd rank. Is it truly so? Another disciple of the Holy Sect? When will this end? Alas, what can one do when their prowess is so formidable? The two who have emerged thus far have effortlessly vanquished their opponents. Xiao Yu quickly took to the stage and, with a single strike, dispatched his adversary, who hailed from the Inshao Holy Land. Such an opponent is of no use to keep around. Following Xiao Yud, Dugu Yuqing, Jun Xianma, Ling Hua, Ling Xian, and Shi Kaitian all took to the platform. Their opponents either conceded instantly or were eliminated in a single blow. Not a single one managed to withstand more than 2 moves. My heavens, is the Holy Sect truly defying the heavens? Their strength is simply astounding. It must be said that the Holy Sect is indeed terrifying. Each of these individuals possesses the capability to vie for a position in the top 10. I believe each of them has the potential to contend for the first place. There is no denying that the performances of Yi Fan and his companions have left others feeling utterly despondent. Next, named disciples stepped forward to challenge. One strike, another strike, Dong Yaoyang, Dong Xingyue, and Hu Mainyang all resolved their opponents with a single blow. The entire arena was left in shock. The Holy Sect has produced 11 disciples, each more formidable than the last, all elite representatives. From this day forth, the name of the Holy Sect shall resonate throughout Yinshao City. Disciple Qiao Linger of the Holy Sect challenges the 33rd rank. Are there still disciples from the Holy Sect? This marks the 12th. Qiao Linger ascended the stage and, once again, eliminated her opponent with a single strike. Their strength simply overwhelms the competition. As experts in the 8 and 9 Forbidden Realms, most of their adversaries are merely in the 3 or 4 Forbidden Realms, with hardly any reaching the 7 or 8 Forbidden Realms. Only those within the top 10 may possibly attain the 7 or 8 Forbidden Realms. Every disciple of the Holy Sect is making a name for themselves, with rankings closely clustered from 20 to 33. After today, countless taverns shall speak of the Holy Sect. Chapter 93, Mirror Testing. In merely a day's time, the name of the Holy Sect resonated throughout Cloud Sky City. Countless taverns, tea houses, and pleasure quarters buzzed with discussions regarding today's battle of prodigies. The Holy Sect had become an inescapable topic, for on this day, all 12 disciples of the Holy Sect had made their mark, effortlessly vanquishing their opponents with a single strike. This remarkable feat was attributed to a plan executed by Yi Fan 2 months prior, which had enabled each disciple to attain the 9th Forbidden Realm before their release. In their relentless pursuit of becoming 9th Forbidden Geniuses, they endured ceaseless training and relentless trials, bearing the weight of immense expectations. Have you heard? The Holy Sect is on the rise. In just one day, 12 disciples have made their names known, each challenging opponents ranked 20th and defeating them with but a single move. The whispers spread like wildfire, and it was undeniable that this cohort of disciples was poised for greatness. Whether in taverns or tea houses, the mere mention of the Holy Sect elicited admiration. This generation's Holy Sect was indeed extraordinary. In a certain tavern, Jianshen listened intently to the discourse around him. If he was not mistaken, this Holy Sect was the very sect he sought after. Once the grand competition concluded, he would make his way to the Holy Sect, hoping they would take him in. Previously, Jianshen had been a mere observer, searching for a place where he would not be overlooked. He possessed an unparalleled physique and formidable combat strength, rendering him indifferent to ordinary sections. The Holy Sect, however, was different. It instilled a sense of awe within him. The immense pressure exerted by its few direct disciples signified that they were peers in unparalleled talent. If he was not mistaken, at least 10 among the 12 had reached the 9th Forbidden Realm. What kind of master could cultivate such terrifying disciples? This Holy Sect was undoubtedly his destination. Jianshen believed that only by joining the Holy Sect could he fully unleash his potential and express his talents. In just a few days, the Holy Sect's reputation surged to unprecedented heights. On this day, a sage descended upon Cloud Sky City, capturing the attention of all. Esteemed guests, I hail from Dream Ancient Path. The third phase of this year's Cloud Sky World Ranking is about to commence. The ranking battle. What? So soon? The announcement stirred excitement. The ranking battle was a profoundly significant challenge that would determine the rankings of these prodigies. Who would enter the top 10? Who would claim the coveted first place? Such honors were monumental. The arrival of this sage directed everyone's gaze toward the plaza. I shall preside over the third phase and serve as the judge for the rankings. Now, let me elucidate the rules of the third phase. Beginning tomorrow, a 2-month-long ranking battle will take place. To ensure fairness and transparency in the rankings, we shall employ 2 methods for determination. First, the mirror testing. Second, the practical combat rankings. We will combine both lists to finalize the rankings. What does the mirror testing entail? Could the esteemed elder elaborate further? Many individuals have begun to inquire, as this ranking battle holds paramount significance. The sage soon nodded slightly, acknowledging the matter. The mirror test serves as a unified assessment, wherein participants will face identical avatars of the 9th heaven of the celestial martial realm. The greater the number of challenges undertaken, the higher the rank achieved. Following the conclusion of the mirror test, the tally of challenges will be disclosed alongside the rankings. The mirror test will span 1 month, during which everyone is encouraged to participate enthusiastically. Ultimately, we shall consider the highest personal challenge record as the definitive outcome. All present comprehended the explanation provided by the sage. Over the course of a month, participants will confront avatars of equal prowess, all possessing the 9th heaven of the celestial martial realm. The more challenges one undertakes, the stronger their combat capability and extraordinary potential will be indicated. Once the leaderboard is published, it will include individual achievements, specifically the highest number of challenges faced. The correlation is undeniable. The more one challenges, the stronger they are. The sage surveyed the crowd, addressing them. Esteemed participants, are there any further questions regarding the first round of the mirror test? The absence of response signified that all had grasped the information. The sage nodded approvingly. Excellent. Now, those whose names are on the list, please take your identity tokens and follow me. Those who have not made the list are hereby eliminated. What? Do we have no more opportunities? Countless individuals began to lament and sigh. Indeed, they were out of chances. All had been eliminated, leaving only 72 individuals qualified. The ranking battle will ultimately rank these 72 participants. Esteemed participants, the mirror test will be conducted within the sacred realm of Ling Xiao. Henceforth, all those on the list, follow me into the sacred realm of Ling Xiao, where the heavenly rankings will be updated in real time. The heavenly rankings, though referred to as 2 lists, primarily attract attention to the celestial rankings, particularly the celestial martial realm, due to its exceptional nature. Who does not wish to stand out in this realm? Who does not yearn for overnight fame? Such aspirations can indeed be realized within this domain. Yi Fan and his companions gathered together, undeterred by any potential actions from the sacred realm of Ling Xiao, for they possessed an ultimate trump card, their master. The 72 individuals swiftly followed the sage into the sacred realm of Ling Xiao. Upon entry, Yi Fan and his companions felt little trepidation, for the disparity between the sacred realm of Ling Xiao and the Holy Sect was considerable. To speak of the sect's facilities alone would reveal a stark contrast. As the Holy Sect outshone its competitors, consider the grandeur of the Holy Sect, with its 4 great heavenly gates, countless celestial relics, the Tower of Ascension, the ladder to immortality, the Tao rankings, and the Great Chaos Bell, among others. However, others were deeply awed by the sacred realm of Ling Xiao, as if transported to a realm of immortality. This is indeed the sacred realm of Ling Xiao, the foremost force of Ling Xiao, without a doubt. Many harbored great anticipation for the sacred realm of Ling Xiao, knowing that joining its ranks would undoubtedly be a matter of great pride and honor for their families. With a dismissive scoff, he remarked, "This is nothing compared to my saint ancestor's achievements." The disciples of the saint ancestor displayed little reaction to the magnificent structures, perceiving them as mere ostentation devoid of substantial essence. The sage ambled deliberately, allowing these celestial prodigies to appreciate the true splendor of the cloud sky sacred land. Soon, the group arrived at the outer sanctum of the sacred realm. The sage spoke, "Esteemed ones, elevate your spirits. For the next month, you shall dwell within this secret realm. Once you enter, do not disturb one another. Each of you may commence your challenges simply by contemplating them in your hearts. During the trials, you will remain unaffected by external influences. Should you fail, you may experience slight discomfort, but rest assured, recovery will be swift. Initially, many may find it disconcerting, yet only the finest achievements will be recorded. Now go forth." Yi Fan and the others swiftly entered the secret realm, only to find themselves in a chamber reminiscent of a secluded space. "Where are we?" Yi Fan inquired, but his voice echoed unanswered in the silence. Suddenly, He recalled the sage's instructions about the inward contemplation. Soon, Yi Fan felt his soul detach, transporting him to an enigmatic expanse. Challenger, please select the number and strength of your adversaries. He declared, for the ninth heaven of the martial realm, I shall summon 100 opponents. This initial challenge was but a mere appetizer for them, the prodigies of the 9 forbidden domains. It was akin to a martial king of the ninth heaven effortlessly overpowering the ninth heaven of the martial realm, a vast disparity indeed. As soon as he spoke, 100 phantoms materialized before him, each possessing the strength of the ninth heaven of the martial realm, yet devoid of consciousness, relying solely on brute force for their assaults. Observing the testing of these phantoms, Ling Xiao felt a surge of eagerness. System, how splendid it would be if we had such a method of challenge. It would not only assess the disciples' strengths, but also mitigate any significant harm to them. Ling Xiao inquired. He meticulously monitored each disciple's progress, for these were critical times, and he could afford no negligence. Host, once the sect evolves, such a system will be available, and even at a higher tier, with superior efficacy. The system replied, Oh, I had a feeling. A product of the system is bound to be exquisite. I am enamored with this system. Chapter 94. The Unstoppable Rise of the Sacred Sect. By the way, system, how much prestige is required to reach that level? Ling Xiao inquired. The news of the 12 disciples making their mark on the leaderboard had caused quite a stir, and the name of the sacred sect had spread far and wide. It was a name known to all, revered by many. Just a little more, the system explained. This level of prestige is not excessive. Once the leaderboard is finalized, and everyone dominates the celestial ranking, the name of the sacred sect will reach a new pinnacle. Ling Xiao did not press further. After all, it was merely a matter of a month or two. In less than a year, he had transformed the sacred sect into its current stature, a feat that could only be described as legendary. He then turned his attention back to the disciples. Within the secret realm of the Yunxiao sacred land, Yi Fan felt no pressure at all, as his 100 mirror challenges concluded swiftly. At that moment, he experienced an unparalleled sense of comfort. Although his power had not significantly increased, the pressure from these challenges had proven beneficial. He was confident that the more victories he achieved, the greater the rewards would be. I shall continue my challenges. This time, I aim for 10,000. Yi Fan set a modest goal for himself. Meanwhile, others began to take on challenges as well. Tentatively at first, as no one knew what constituted a successful mirror challenge. Xiao Yan, after completing 10 challenges, quickly grasped the key. Each shattered mirror counts as a completed challenge. The more you shatter, the better your results. I will continue challenging, starting with 10,000. The outcome would be determined by the best performance, meaning one could aim for 100,000, but the actual success would depend on individual capability. Each direct disciple was engaged in challenges, and they all found the mirrors to be rather simple, thus opting for 10,000. For an average practitioner at the 9th level of the celestial martial realm, smashing a single mirror would require considerable effort. However, for these prodigies, the mirrors represented the most ordinary of warriors. This exemplified the disparity between the gifted and the ordinary. Yet, the greater the number of mirrors, the longer the time required, which was precisely why the challenge had a 1-month deadline. For example, choosing 10 might be completed swiftly, but selecting 10,000 necessitated a progress tracker to record how many had been completed and how many had been defeated. 2 days later, Yi Fan had accomplished the challenge of 10,000. He was now drenched in sweat, but felt invigorated. Not bad. After this battle, I sense that I still have room for improvement. It seems that 10,000 is not my limit. With the sacred ritual domain at his disposal, once he entered this realm, his combat prowess would soar. After a brief rest, Yi Fan plunged back into battle, realizing that the more he fought, the greater the pressure he felt, pushing him closer to his limits. He is within the realm of the sacred right. Should he continue to transcend, he shall enter the divine realm, also referred to as the forbidden domain. This is his ultimate aspiration. Above the city of clouds, within the heavenly rankings, Yi Fan's name reigns supreme, for he has accomplished the challenge of 10,000 mirrors. Trailing closely in second place is Xiao Yan, who has also completed the same number in a remarkably short span. However, the saga does not end here. 2 days hence, among the top 15, 12 hail from the sacred sect, alongside 3 others, Jin Shun, Yun Tiange, and the exceptional prodigy of the Yun family, Yun Tianhe. How astonishing! Are the disciples of the sacred sect truly this formidable? Within mere days, they have surmounted the challenge of 10,000 mirrors. It is noteworthy that these figures represent completed challenges, indicating they may still be advancing further. Immersed in his trials, Yi Fan refrains from inquiring about the guardian present, uncertain whether these mirrors will accumulate. For instance, if he now opts for 100,000, do his previous 10,000 still count? If he continues to challenge, will the number of mirrors increase? Or does that initial 10,000 remain as a separate achievement, not reflecting his utmost prowess? In such a case, it would be wiser to undertake multiple challenges at once, lest he suffers significant setbacks. Yi Fan does not pose the question, yet others have. As someone has uncovered this loophole, the sage of Minggu Dao stepped forward to illuminate the matter. The number of mirrors previously challenged will indeed accumulate, meaning that after completing this challenge, Yi Fan would boast a total of 110,000. This is advantageous, for the quantity of mirrors is less significant to him than advancing into that domain. Through persistent challenges, Xiao Yin and others swiftly recognized this as well. They discovered that when the number of mirrors becomes sufficiently vast, it generates immense pressure, propelling them closer to the sacred right realm. Currently, only the eldest senior disciple has achieved this level, and to claim they do not yearn for it would be a falsehood. The sacred right realm allows one to step into that domain at will, ensuring a position of invincibility. After a grueling struggle spanning several days, Xiao Yin finally triumphed over 100,000 mirrors, still holding firm in second place, while Yi Fan remains securely in first. Upon completing the challenge of 100,000, Yi Fan realizes he is but a final stride away from the forbidden domain. He boldly opts to escalate his challenge to 500,000, fearing even 200,000 might fall short, thus increasing it to 500,000, ensuring his entry into the forbidden domain. Xiao Yin, Jun Xinma, and others have all stepped into the sacred right realm, yet, upon seeking to advance further, they find it nearly impossible. Perhaps the sacred right realm is our ultimate limit. After days of relentless effort, they have finally entered the sacred right realm, barely catching up to the eldest senior disciple's footsteps. Who knows if the eldest has broken through to the forbidden domain that lies within an entirely different echelon. Xiao Linger has also entered the 9 forbidden domain. Yet this too represents her limit. Further breakthroughs are unattainable. The potential and talents of individuals are inherently limited, a fact evidenced by the numerous direct disciples who have ventured into the sacred ritual realm, showcasing their superior capabilities. Each enlightened emperor, a figure of monumental significance, stands as an unparalleled force within the sacred ritual domain. The disciples of the sacred sect have firmly claimed the top 10 positions on the celestial leaderboard. Although merely a mirror test, it has induced awe among countless observers. In Yunxiao City, the disciples of the sacred sect continue to dominate the rankings, with an astonishing lead in the number of defeated mirrors. Figures such as Jian Xun, Yun Tianhe, and Yun Tiange find themselves trailing far behind, their shadows scarcely visible. As the month draws to a close, Yi Fan has finally ascended to a new realm, experiencing a profound transformation. Where defeating 100,000 mirrors once required approximately 10 days, he now accomplishes it in merely 2 or 3, an undeniable progression. Having reached new heights, he revels in the ineffable wonders of this realm. With a mere gesture, Yi Fan senses a significant enhancement in his strength, speed, and reflexes, all markedly improved. These advances are starkly apparent, yet there remain subtle, gradual improvements that await further exploration. Yi Fan's ranking sits at the pinnacle, having completed a staggering 633,000 mirror tests. The second-ranked Xiao Yin has achieved 310,000, while the last contender has yet to fully conquer the 20,000 challenge, though he is leagues ahead of the rest. The month swiftly concludes, and the results of the third-round ranking battle are revealed. Unbelievably, Yi Fan's lead over his competitors exceeds 50,000. This is a staggering concept. It suggests that the number he has defeated alone surpasses the combined total of the next 10 competitors, a truly terrifying prospect. Without comparison, one cannot grasp the magnitude of this disparity. The sacred sect firmly occupies the top 10, with Jian Xun in 12th place, Yun Tianhe at 14th, and Yun Tiange 15th. The prowess of the sacred sect is indeed formidable, poised for a remarkable breakthrough. One cannot help but speculate if, during their ascent, each of them delivered a single strike to secure their positions. Could it be that each possesses the potential to vie for the top ranking? The honor of being first on the celestial leaderboard is unparalleled. Previously held by Yun Tianhe, it has now been seized by Yi Fan. The rise of the sacred sect is unstoppable. The ultimate ranking battle will reveal all. Chapter 95. The Malevolent Scheme. The disciples of the sacred sect have dominated the top 10 rankings, becoming the focal point of countless discussions over the past few days. It is undeniable that the disciples of the sacred sect are extraordinarily formidable. In particular, Yi Fan stands out, having annihilated an astonishing 61,000 mirrored foes, thus leading the pack by a significant margin. What an astonishing feat. This implies that he undertook a challenge of 500,000 and ultimately triumphed. In contrast, Xiao attempted a challenge of 200,000 but fell short by a mere fraction. The disparity is strikingly evident. In the central plaza, the venerable sage made another appearance, and Yi Fan along with his companions emerged as well. Behold, that is Yi Fan of the sacred sect, indeed. He exudes exceptional prowess, a remarkable talent. It is rumored that he possesses the ancient sacred body and unparalleled combat strength. It is no wonder he could vanquish such a multitude of mirrored foes. However, this remains mere hearsay until it is substantiated in the final round. Yi Fan and his companions have cultivated techniques to conceal their auras, making it exceedingly difficult for outsiders to perceive their true capabilities unless they choose to reveal them during a fierce battle. Esteemed guests, let us extend our congratulations to the disciples of the sacred sect for securing positions in the top 10. However, this is merely the preliminary result and does not reflect actual combat prowess. Today, we shall take a day to recuperate, as tomorrow marks the commencement of the second round of practical rankings, during which we will also deliberate on how to conduct the final ranking battle. The crowd soon dispersed, and Yi Fan and his companions returned to the Tianyuan Pavilion, where the proprietor personally welcomed them, offering complimentary accommodations and meals as a gesture of goodwill. Master brother, why have you eliminated so many? Is it possible that you Xiaoyan inquired? Indeed, I have made a slight advancement, ascending to a new level. Yi Fan replied. The 11 prodigies cast admiring glances at him. This is their master brother, forever formidable. They had only recently entered the 9 restrictions and dared to participate in the challenge. Having reached their limits and advanced to the sacred offering realm, they soon realized that they could not even glimpse the taillights of their master brother. Yi Fan refrained from further discussing this matter, for the sacred offering realm is a pinnacle that is nearly unattainable for ordinary individuals. And the forbidden realm is even more challenging. Time is of the essence. If I had another month, I believe I could make progress, Sir Kaitian remarked. The others shook their heads in resignation. Previously, they were unaware of this 8th elder, but once they learned of him, nearly everyone fell silent. Born with the supreme bone, the ancient heavy pupil, and the Panga bloodline, each of these traits rivals their own physiques, yet this individual possesses all 3. Perhaps the only one capable of catching up to the master brother is Sir Kaitian. Enough of this discussion. Every individual is unique. The upcoming competition has yet to commence. I hope that when we encounter one another, we can showcase our utmost strength without causing any discord, Yi Fan proclaimed. Master brother, how shall we showcase it? My most powerful techniques are all intended for slaying. Yi Fan let out a bitter smile, affirming that they were family, and one should never turn against their kin. If he were to discover any betrayal, he would show no mercy. He also believed that among these individuals, some certainly harbored grudges against one another. Was this not an opportunity? Aside from their strongest trump cards, a little competition among them could be beneficial. Yi Fan understood his junior disciples well. For instance, Dong Yaoyang and others were envious of Chao Yud and Duga Yuqing, as they too had obtained the legacy of the great emperor, who was truly inferior. Understood, senior brother. Meanwhile, at Menggu Dao, Liao Fan returned to report. I have seen the Dream Sovereign. The Dream Sovereign now directly commanded the 4 major forces, the Yun family, Yun Xiao Sacred Land, Yun Xiao Sword Sect, and the remnants of Yunming Marsh, all of which were under her dominion. Initially, she had no intention of intervening, but the Azure Emperor had compelled these supreme beings to resist. Liao Fan, what is the situation? Does the Yun family currently hold the lead? The Dream Sovereign inquired. Her tone calm. Liao Fan, tasked with overseeing this celestial ranking, sighed and knelt before her. Your Majesty, it is not so. The top 10 of the celestial ranking are all occupied by the sacred sect, with the first place being Yi Fan, who has slain an astounding 61,000 reflections. Such a prodigy is truly fearsome, hence I dared not delay and returned to report immediately. Upon hearing this, the expressions of those present shifted dramatically. What? The top 10 are all claimed by the Sacred Sect? The first has achieved 61,000? At that moment, many were left in shock. Did we not merely complete over 100,000 reflections ourselves? Could it be that Yi Fan is the reincarnation of a great emperor? The Dream Sovereign's countenance darkened. The fact that the top 10 were all from the Sacred Sect was a slap in the face to her authority. Liao Fan, henceforth, regardless of the means you employ, you must drag them into the fray. The members of the Yun family must eliminate these disciples. Remember, the older generation must not act, for within Yunxiao City, 2 imperial-level presences have emerged, and I suspect they are from the Sacred Sect. Only 2 emperors? Your Majesty, even if we take action to eliminate those younglings, what can they do? Questioned a defiant voice from among the imperial-level warriors. The Azure Emperor was already deceased, and the Dream Sovereign now stood as the pinnacle of strength. Indeed, without a great emperor to suppress the myriad paths, all ancient sovereigns and supremes were on equal footing, unless a new great emperor were to arise. However, with the Azure Emperor recently fallen, the aura of Chaos Dao would still influence the realm for some time, indicating that no one would attain the path of emperorship in the next couple of years. Now that we have united the 4 major superpowers, are we to fear the Sacred Sect? The Dream Sovereign gazed coldly at the assembly, silencing any further discussion. This was the weight of her presence. Though a few imperial-level warriors were present, they did not operate on the same tier as the Dream Sovereign. Shall I assign Mangu Dao to you? Or will you confront the Sacred Sect head-on? The Dream Sovereign declared icily, her murderous intent unabashedly evident in her eyes. The individual immediately offered a sincere apology, expressing a sense of trepidation. Your Excellency, the Lord of Dreams, you are indeed the master of the Dream Ancient Path. We shall heed your commands. With a huff, he added, should there be a next time, there will be no mercy. Although the Cloud Emperor of the Yun family had fallen, the Yun family, along with the Yunxiao Sacred Land and the Yunxiao Sword Sect, still possessed formidable strength. Their formidable emperors and sovereign powers were somewhat discontented with the Dream Emperor's direct rule over them. However, they now realized that the Supreme remains the Supreme. Even without the terrifying prowess of an emperor, they were not to be trifled with. Liao Fan reiterated his stance. The older generation must refrain from intervening. Let the younger generation engage and decisively annihilate them. When encountering members of the Sacred Sect, there is but one decree: show no mercy. Liao Fan promptly accepted the order, understanding the gravity of the situation. As for the possibility of our forces being outmatched, should that occur, it would only signify their worthlessness. The Sacred Sect's foundation remains robust. The sword cultivator who previously emerged was immensely powerful. Even if I were to intervene personally, I could not guarantee his defeat. What qualifications do you possess to provoke the Sacred Sect? The others fell silent, taken aback by the rapid ascendance of the Sacred Sect. In a mere year's time, they had acquired a formidable emperor and a supreme powerhouse. The Sacred Sect remained as it had always been, its strength undiminished. Previous appearances had merely been a fade. Upon returning, Liao Fan swiftly devised a strategy. The first round would see the champions of the 4 major factions face off against the Sacred Sect. They would assess the outcome of the initial round first. If the Sacred Sect emerged victorious again, the second round would pit their forces against one another. Ultimately, how many of them could hope to secure a place in the top 10? To dominate the celestial rankings was an unattainable dream. Liao Fan meticulously planned. After the first round of confrontations, if 36 participants remained and the Sacred Sect triumphed, he would arrange for their own members to compete. Even if they were victorious, only 6 would remain. During the third round, they would face each other again, leaving merely 3. In conclusion, to aspire for first place or to dominate the celestial rankings was nothing but a fanciful dream. Chapter 96. Thunder Shattering the Darkness. A night devoid of words passed swiftly, and soon the dawn of the second day arrived. By early morning, all members of the heavenly rankings had gathered here. Today marks the commencement of the ranking battles, and the specifics of the rules were yet to be revealed. Liao Fan arrived at the square early. As the host of this assembly, his presence was indispensable. As the crowd began to gather, Liao Fan spoke up. Esteemed participants, Today heralds the first day of our ranking battles, which will span a month. Ultimately, we shall determine the mightiest among us. I will now elucidate the rules of the ranking battles. Many listened intently, recognizing the gravity of the occasion. Clearing his throat, Liao Fan proceeded. This phase will be divided into elimination rounds and a final competition. In the elimination rounds, participants will face off in pairs. Should two individuals from the same sect encounter one another, alas, only one shall remain. As Liao Fan's words echoed, Yi Fan and his companions sensed a hint of conspiracy. Realizing that this format seemed deliberately aimed at them, not only they, but others also cast glances toward the sacred sect, for its disciples were the most numerous, thereby increasing their likelihood of facing each other. After 2 rounds, 18 individuals remained, who would then engage in another round of matches, leaving 9 contenders for the top 9 spots, while the eliminated 9 would vie for the final position in the top 10. The battle for the top 10 had been meticulously planned. However, it was evident that during this confrontation, forces such as the Cloud Sky Sacred Land would undoubtedly concentrate their efforts against the disciples of the sacred sect. Their antagonistic relationship meant that a defeat here would signify a decisive loss for the new generation. Now, let us commence the battle for the top 10. The subsequent matches will be addressed in due course. Bring forth these paragons of heaven to prepare for the draw. The first round of challenges begins. One individual inquired, "My lord, what if formidable opponents face each other? It would be a shame if those with the potential for a top 10 spot were to clash prematurely, as it does not reflect their true capabilities." Liao Fan retorted coldly, "Remember, I alone am the architect of these rules. What of strong opponents clashing? If your power is sufficiently formidable, the path will yield before you." Enough of this chatter. The arrangements for the top 10 battle stand as declared. Many harbored dissatisfaction with Liao Fan's decree, yet they dared not voice their grievances, for he was not only a sage but also backed by the formidable Menggu Dao. With supreme beings descending into the fray, Menggu Dao's overall strength had ascended to a level commensurate with the 9 heavens continent, rendering them exceptionally powerful. Yi Fan and his companions were equally apprehensive about facing one another, for such an encounter would lead to premature elimination, thwarting their aspirations to dominate the top 10. Shortly thereafter, Yi Fan and the others drew their bamboo sticks. At that moment, Liao Fan announced, "Esteemed participants, those who have drawn the same number shall take the stage." Beginning with number 1. This round of confrontations comprised 36 matches. Yi Fan inquired among his fellow disciples, relieved to discover that none faced each other in the initial round, thus perfectly evading conflict. Is it merely luck? Yi Fan pondered, but he was not convinced. Soon, the first group of opponents took the stage. After a fierce battle, the people from the Cloud Sky Sacred Land emerged victorious. It was inevitable, as they were represented by the second-ranked prodigy, Yun Zhonghe. His strength was only slightly inferior to that of Yun Tiange, far surpassing the others. The second group quickly followed, with the disciples of the sacred sect taking the spotlight. Led by Qiao Linger, "Disciples of the sacred sect, I am Qiao Linger, please offer your guidance." "Humph, the nameless Yun Jianxiao from the Cloud Sky Sword Sect, come forth. In this duel, swords show no mercy. Should you perish, it shall be no one's fault but your own." Yun Jianxiao unleashed his most ruthless and relentless moves. Offering no quarter, Qiao Linger soon realized that he was targeting her specifically. In that case, she would not stand idly by. This is rather interesting. But to defeat me with such tactics is a distant dream. Is it not merely a sword technique? Allow me to demonstrate the Tai Su Thunder Sword technique. With her sword in hand, a terrifying sword aura swept across the heavens and the earth. At that moment, wind, rain, thunder, and lightning accompanied Qiaoling, her aura instantly overwhelming Yun Jianxiao. After several rounds of combat, she refused to give him any chance to retaliate. If he sought her demise without her response, it would be a cold-hearted affair. Tai Su Thunder, a thunderous strike. At that moment, Yun Jianxiao's sword, raised high, was met with a crack of thunder that surged through his blade and into his body. A resounding crash echoed as he was utterly shattered, without even a cry of anguish escaping his lips. The thunder that shattered the darkness. Qiao Linger unleashed her might, and Yun Jianxiao was reduced to ashes, completely vanishing. With this battle, Qiao Linger triumphed, becoming the first disciple of the sacred sect to advance to the next round. After 2 matches, Yi Fan finally took the stage. His opponent was the previous third-ranked contender, The foremost prodigy of the Dream Marsh, Meng Yuyang. Disciples of the Sacred Sect, I am Yi Fan. May I have your guidance? Meng Yuyang of the Dream Marsh. Yi Fan, I have awaited this moment for quite some time. With no further ado, the two engaged in combat. Yi Fan opened with the 8 Desolations and 6 Harmonies fist, a strike powerful enough to annihilate a 9th-tier martial king expert. Meng Yuyang was no slouch either, launching his strongest martial technique right away. Dreaming of the ages. While your moves may seem flashy, I rely solely on my fist. Dominate. Yi Fan maximized his power, delivering a devastating punch that sent Meng Yuyang crashing to the ground. A massive hole appeared in his chest, and as onlookers turned their gaze, it was evident that he had drawn his last breath. With a single punch, Meng Yuyang was slain. It was an instant kill, devoid of any unnecessary words. All that showy flourish was merely for display and of no practical use. One should strive to be like the senior brother. Yi Fan decisively crushed his opponent, leaving no opportunity for mercy. Liao Fan, witnessing the scene, wore a grim expression. He knew full well that Meng Yuyang had reached the 7th Forbidden Realm, a true prodigy. Yet against Yi Fan, he could not withstand even a single blow. Truly pathetic. Not long after, Jun Xianma took the stage. As the reincarnation of a great emperor, she possessed myriad abilities, arguably the most among her peers. This time, however, she opted for the same assertive tactics as her senior brother, directly annihilating one of the Cloud family's prodigies. This individual ranked second among the Cloud family's elite, second only to Yun Tianhe. Yet even he could not withstand Jun Xianma's strike. It was madness, absolute madness. How could the disciples of the Holy Sect be so formidable? What were their limits? Next came the greatest dark horse, Jian Shun. With a single blow, he effortlessly pierced through his opponent. Faced with a sword cultivator of Jian Shun's caliber, few dared to engage him, fearing a swift demise. Jian Shun cast a glance at Xiao Ling'er and the others, his eyes filled with battle intent. He was aware that every disciple of the Holy Sect had cultivated the Tai Su Yu Lei sword technique, a sword art that even he humbly regarded as superior. Mastering it would undoubtedly elevate his prowess to unprecedented heights. Though he possessed the unparalleled sword god physique and extraordinary talent, lacking a powerful sword technique remained his most significant shortcoming. With only a mediocre sword art at his disposal, he found himself wanting. Had he access to the Tai Su Yu Lei sword technique, he too could rival Yi Fan. Originally, Liao Fan intended to compete in only a few matches each day. Yet the pace quickened dramatically once the Holy Sect disciples took to the arena. They dispatched their opponents in the blink of an eye, leading to nearly 10 matches already. And the day was still young. He couldn't believe it. Could they truly be that strong? The prior mirror tests were merely one aspect, but the reality of combat proved different. Who knew these individuals would be even more formidable in actual battle, securing victories with a single strike? They never wasted words. They were efficient and decisive. This was the Holy Sect. After a brief interlude, Xiaoyan entered the arena, with 4 distinct types of igniting in his palms. His opponent immediately conceded, lacking even the courage to fight. He was, after all, the sole survivor among those who challenged the Holy Sect. Had it begun? It was already over. Goodness, that was exceedingly swift. Winning without combat. Now that epitomized true strength. Each type of in Xiaoyan's hands was sufficient to obliterate an opponent, let alone 4. His adversary understood all too well that engaging the Holy Sect head-on would yield but one outcome: instant annihilation. Those who had come before, including Meng Yuyang, were exceptional prodigies in their own right, yet they could not withstand even a single move against Yi Fan. The disparity was not merely significant, it was monumental. With the disciples of the Holy Sect victorious, the next match commenced. Chapter 97. Unexpected Developments. On merely the first day, 6 disciples of the Holy Sect took the stage and swiftly defeated their opponents. Throughout Yinxiao City, nearly every tavern, tea house, and brothel buzzed with discussions about the disciples of the Holy Sect. This generation of the Holy Sect is astonishingly formidable to the point of leaving one breathless. Without a doubt, each of the participants showcased an overwhelming superiority over their adversaries, dispatching them with remarkable swiftness. Confronted with such disciples, their only recourse was to hope for mercy. Any intent to harm would swiftly result in retaliation. Unless, of course, one followed the example of Xiaoyan's opponent, who chose to concede outright. By the day's end, The reputation of the Holy Sect surged, shining brightly and gaining recognition among countless individuals. Liao Fan and his companions seethed with frustration. They too had sent forth skilled fighters, yet upon encountering the disciples of the Holy Sect, they were all eliminated in a single blow. Never had they experienced such humiliation. Liao Fan longed to vociferously curse, lamenting that the esteemed talents of the Yun family were not even worthy to carry the shoes of the Holy Sect disciples. Though he harbored a profound resentment toward the disciples, he recognized the undeniable truth. The disciples of the Holy Sect utterly overshadowed other prodigies, with no element of surprise whatsoever. What to do? A strategy must be devised to eliminate them all, otherwise, they would dominate the competition, leaving no room for others to thrive. The second plan must be enacted. Liao Fan understood that only by having the disciples of the Holy Sect face one another repeatedly could their numbers be diminished, thus increasing the chances for others. In his misguided cleverness, he failed to realize that his actions were being observed by the very disciples he sought to challenge. If he wished to play with fire, he must be prepared to face the flames. Should he resort to underhanded tactics, they would not remain idle. Hu Ji planned to take action during the second round of matches, intending to beguile their opponents. Soon, the second day arrived, and the battles mirrored those of the previous day. Any who encountered a disciple of the Holy Sect either surrendered immediately or were swiftly dispatched. If they encountered someone affiliated with the Yun family, they offered no opportunity for surrender, leaving no room for mercy in their already adversarial relationship. This pattern continued for several days, thankfully with nearly all disciples of the Holy Sect having taken the stage by then. Following the first round of competition, all disciples of the Holy Sect advanced to the top 36. This meant that 1/3 of the 36 contenders were from the Holy Sect. After this round concluded, a 2-day respite followed, during which the entire Yunxiao city buzzed with discussions about the Holy Sect. Truly remarkable, this Holy Sect seemed poised to dominate the rankings. The only concern was the possibility of interference, potentially causing their participants to encounter one another prematurely. Clearly, the first round saw Yunxiao's sacred land attempting to rely on their own fighters to eliminate the disciples of the Holy Sect. Regrettably, the disciples of the Holy Sect were too powerful. Those they dispatched either perished or were gravely injured, operating on an entirely different level. Indeed, the disciples of the Holy Sect were overwhelmingly strong. One must ponder, might they reach the legendary 9 Forbidden Realm? What? The 9 Forbidden Realm? Uncertain as it may be, one thing is for certain. Yi Fan has undoubtedly reached this remarkable realm. During the mirror test, he annihilated an astounding 61,000 reflections, a feat truly terrifying. Indeed, this Yi Fan possesses the formidable strength of the 9 restrictions. The disciples of the Holy Sect have become quite renowned, their fame unparalleled. For instance, Yi Fan, having secured the top position in the mirror test, left the second place far behind by nearly half. A prodigy of the legendary 9 restrictions realm. Little do they know, among the 12 disciples, the weakest still resides within the 9 restrictions, while the others, 10 in total, belong to the sacred offering realm, with Yi Fan ascending to the fabled forbidden realm. Do you believe that the forces of the Cloud Sky sacred land will remain passive? They certainly do not wish to see the disciples of the Holy Sect dominate the rankings, for such a scenario would render them utterly humiliated. It is hard to say, yet they will undoubtedly resort to some schemes. This 2-day respite is likely devoted to devising strategies. Yi Fan and his companions remain steadfast, and with Hu Ji ever watchful of Liao Fan, their attempt to counter the disciples of the Holy Sect may lead to a ferocious internal conflict among themselves. Soon, it was time for the drawing of lots. Liao Fan was in high spirits, for everything had been meticulously arranged. At that moment, Hu Ji intervened, altering the order of the bamboo sticks. As a formidable emperor-level expert, such a feat was well within her capabilities. The results of the drawing were swiftly revealed, and Liao Fan chuckled, proclaiming that this confrontation would undoubtedly be spectacular. Everyone realized that Liao Fan must have manipulated the outcome, otherwise, he would not have made such a declaration. In truth, after speaking, Liao Fan found himself momentarily stunned, for he had not truly intended to say that. It felt as though he had just awoken from a dream, one wherein he encountered an unattainable celestial being. The two began to entwine, and had it not been in a public setting, he would have succumbed to moans of ecstasy. What transpired? Had the drawing concluded? Liao Fan snapped back to reality. But it was indeed over. Each person had received their bamboo stick, leaving them utterly bewildered. The two contenders ascended the stage, Yun Tiange, the holy son of the Cloud Sky Sacred Land, against the foremost prodigy of the Cloud Sky Sword Sect, Yun Jianzong. What? This cannot be. Tai Dan, pinch me. Am I seeing things? Ah, that hurts. Tai Dan, why did you pinch me? It stings. You asked me to pinch you, didn't you? Now you realize it hurts? The revelation sent shockwaves through the crowd. Liao Fan collapsed to the ground, exclaiming, "No, this cannot be." Yet, the outcome was final, and he had no means to alter it. To do so would be an outright act of cheating. Ah, Liao Fan, the sage, is indeed selfless. A true servant to the people. Indeed, orchestrating a match between the Cloud Sky Sacred Land and the Cloud Sky Sword Sect, whilst also facilitating an internal contest within the Holy Sect, is quite a masterstroke. Liao Fan felt an overwhelming urge to find a crevice to hide in. Never had he encountered such a predicament. It seemed that everything had spiraled beyond his control. A profound sense of peril loomed over him. He knew that if the Dream Emperor were to discover this, his demise would be inevitable. However, he is merely a saint. Should the opposing emperor take action, he would possess no means of defense. The crux of the matter lies in the inability to voice such concerns. To do so would unequivocally reveal to the world that we are engaging in deceitful practices, manipulating the situation. Can you imagine? Would anyone still choose your sect in the future? In the subsequent battles, the disciples of the Holy Sect did not encounter one another, not a single one, and curiously, they did not come across Jianchun either. Many were eager to witness the encounter between Jianchun and a disciple of the Holy Sect. Ultimately, they were left disappointed as Jianchun faced Qinyang from the Yinyang sect. This young man, Dong Yaoyang, and others were quite familiar with him. Yet encountering Jianchun proved to be his misfortune, culminating in his defeat, while Jianchun emerged victorious. Congratulations to Jianchun on his triumph. On to the next match. Next up is the Holy Sect disciple Ling Hua. After receiving the legacy of the Snow Emperor, Ling Hua's overall strength is now on par with her peers, complemented by 3 formidable divine abilities that no one can rival. As her opponent prepared to strike, he was instantly encased in ice, and with a gentle breath from Ling Hua, he shattered into countless fragments, buried beneath the ice. What a terrifying young woman. Could she truly be the heir of the Snow Emperor? That seems implausible. The Snow Emperor has long vanished from history. Countless individuals have searched for years without discovering any trace of the Snow Emperor's legacy, making it improbable. Each emperor is an incredibly powerful being, and even the slightest remnant of their existence is fiercely sought after by others. The Snow Emperor is no exception. She did not leave behind a lineage, yet curiously, her dwelling and teachings have also remained undiscovered. The manner in which Ling Hua secured her victory has sparked much speculation. Although this grand event is of modest scale, those in attendance are the foremost prodigies of their generation. If all goes according to expectation, the coming years will undoubtedly belong to them. After Ling Hua, it was Ling Xian's turn. This young girl appears innocent and unassuming, yet she is remarkably astute. Having accompanied Yi Fan for some time, she has grown immensely. In no time at all, Ling Xian claimed victory, showcasing to the world that the disciples of the Holy Sect, even the females, possess extraordinary talent and brilliance. Look, Yi Fan has taken the stage. His name has become synonymous with renown, a topic of conversation among many. As he stepped forward, he garnered a multitude of admirers and fans. His combination of strength and striking appearance, coupled with his tall stature, makes him the focal point of attention. Though this is merely a minor scene. Brother Yi Fan, I wish to marry you and bear your children. Go away, you old hag. I am the one most suited for him. Chapter 98. The top 10 rankings have arrived. 2 swift days have passed, and the disciples of the Holy Sect have not only avoided confrontation, but have all advanced directly to the top 18. Liao Fan, on the other hand, has been subjected to relentless scorn. A conspiracy, undoubtedly. This Liao Fan must be an undercover agent for the Holy Sect. Otherwise, why would he consistently favor them? Your Majesty, Dream Emperor, please take action and eliminate this traitor. Within the Dream Ancient Path, voices began to rise against Liao Fan, fueled by the observation that their own disciples always managed to collide while those of the Holy Sect did not. In the first round, such actions led us to believe you acted in our best interests, yet in the second round, you repeated this betrayal. setting up a match between Yun Tinga and Yun Jin sect in the very first battle. What are you truly thinking? Liao Fan, you have utterly disgraced the Dream Marsh and brought shame upon our dream ancient path. Numerous influential figures criticized Liao Fan, whose face turned ashen, overwhelmed by despair. He realized that his fate was sealed. Having offended so many powerful individuals, survival seemed impossible. Speak up, your previous plan was not like this. The Dream Emperor interjected. Sensing something amiss, Liao Fan could not possibly betray them. Even with 1,000 incentives, he would not dare. Otherwise, he would not have been appointed to oversee such critical matters. Your Majesty, please, I beg for your justice. I had everything arranged, but somehow, in a moment of disorientation, I fell into a dream, and by the time I awoke, the draw had already concluded. Liao Fan cried out loudly. Desperation fueled his tears, creating an impression of profound injustice. What? Are you suggesting you were manipulated? The Dream Emperor's expression darkened, recognizing this as the work of the Holy Sect. They must have uncovered something. That cursed Holy Sect. Enough. Rise. There is no need for further commentary. It is undoubtedly the machinations of the Holy Sect. Your underhanded dealings are glaringly obvious. They could not have gone unnoticed. I have warned you before. Do not entertain any ulterior motives. If the Holy Sect were so easily dealt with, it would not have endured for so long. And you all. This is my final warning. I have plans regarding the Holy Sect. If you dare to act recklessly, I shall deal with you first. Yes, Your Majesty. The others dared not utter another word. The Dream Emperor was no ordinary individual, but a sovereign. Depart, and abandon any other thoughts. Everything is predestined. The Dream Emperor waved her hand, acutely aware of a formidable presence within Yunxiao City, either scanning her or attempting to lock onto her. Yet her path remained elusive, preventing her from being detected. Unquestionably, it was a powerful figure from the Holy Sect. Furthermore, this was the second formidable entity following Li Bai. The foundation of the Holy Sect is truly terrifying. This is also the fundamental reason for her cautious demeanor. Once the forces of Yunxiao's sacred land and others emerge, it would equate to a direct declaration of war against the Holy Sect. To recklessly engage in battle without fully comprehending the strength of the Holy Sect would be sheer folly. Moreover, the Holy Sect has revealed two formidable individuals, in addition to the enigmatic sect master, making a total of 3, who would dare to confront the Holy Sect head-on, particularly the Dream Emperor. Soon, the third round of competition commenced, determined by drawing lots. With 12 representatives from the Holy Sect, it was inevitable that some would face each other. The results emerged swiftly. Within the Holy Sect, 2 matchups were established: Yi Fan versus Qiao Linger, and Shi Kaidian against Dong Xingyue. There was little need for an actual contest. The outcome was already foreseen, yet a formal display was still required. The first match commenced as the participants took the stage. Xiaoyan faced Yanling. Oh, it is you once again. I find myself quite curious as to why our fates seem so intertwined. Xiaoyan expressed his bewilderment. Having previously encountered Yin Chong from the Yin clan, and now facing Yin Ling, the last remaining scion of the Yin lineage, a singular top-tier prodigy. Come forth. I am eager to witness the extent of your current prowess. Yin Ling understood that this confrontation was unavoidable. If he lacked the courage to face Xiao Yan, he would be utterly defeated. Xiaoyan did not resort to his formidable martial skills, but instead engaged at a standard level. Yin Ling soon felt an immense pressure. For Xiaoyan had undergone numerous transformations: the metamorphosis of divine fire, the evolution of exotic fire, and the purification by divine and celestial liquids. Experiences that Yin Ling had never encountered. From the outset of their competition for, Xiaoyan had been victorious, and this trend continued unbroken. In a seemingly ordinary strike, Yin Ling found the force to be terrifying, nearly unable to withstand it. In the subsequent rounds, he was swiftly overwhelmed and pinned down, ultimately choosing to concede, recognizing that an early surrender would preserve some dignity. You are exceedingly powerful. You possess the qualifications to clash with the top prodigies of the 9 heavens, Yin Ling remarked. Oh, are they truly formidable? Xiaoyan inquired. Indeed, once you reach the celestial realm, you will comprehend what true depth entails. The 2 great celestial emperor families dominate the celestial domain, and even the ancient clans must bow before them. The celestial emperor families? What does that signify? It is well known that there exists a hierarchy among the emperor realm. A celestial emperor is an unparalleled stronghold who has once reached the pinnacle of the emperor stage, far surpassing ordinary emperors. Xiao Yin grasped the significance. This was indeed the celestial emperor lineage. Since the conclusion of the Demon Sealing War, the pinnacle of the emperor realm had been the apex of power, yet such figures were exceedingly rare. Following the Buddha Annihilation War, those at the emperor pinnacle vanished, leaving no one capable of transcending to that realm. After the chaos wrought by the Witch Clan, the realms were once again constrained, and prior to the Demon Sealing War, only one emperor could exist per era. In ancient times, it was commonplace for emperor-level beings to shatter the void, marking the most glorious epoch. However, after several upheavals, the Nine Heavens continent descended into an age of magic-esque decline. Having come to understand these truths, Xiao Yin expressed his gratitude. For certain secrets were indeed known to the ancient clans. Following his victory, the next match unfolded. Yi Fan against Xiao Linger, who, without hesitation, chose to concede, recognizing the daunting challenge of facing the senior brother. Upon considering that the esteemed elder brother has ventured into that legendary realm, I find myself utterly dissuaded from such thoughts. Following Yi Fan, it was Jun Qianma who faced Yun Tiange. After an intense battle, Jun Qianma emerged victorious with remarkable decisiveness. Yun Tiange shook his head in resignation, realizing that the members of the Holy Sect were exceedingly formidable. Previously, he had felt some dissatisfaction after losing to Yi Fan, but now he profoundly acknowledged that he would never catch up to their strides. The disparity was simply too vast. In the subsequent battles, Chao Yud, Dugu Yuqing, and Ling Hua all triumphed over their opponents, advancing to the top 10. Next to enter were Shi Kaitian and Dong Xingyue, with the latter conceding defeat immediately, as she comprehended the sheer terror that Shi Kaitian embodied. He was a peerless individual, second only to the elder brother. With his dual pupils, he was invincible, not to mention possessing the innate supreme bone. The Holy Sect swiftly occupied the top 8 positions, with the 9th place taken by Jian Shun, who faced the Holy Sect's Ling Xian. Despite Ling Xian's unparalleled talent, his lack of practical experience ultimately led to his defeat by a narrow margin. The 9 individuals confirmed to be in the top 10 were Xiao Yin, Yi Fan, Dugu Yuqing, Chao Yud, Ling Hua, Dong Yaoyong, Jun Qianma, Hu Mingyang, and Jian Shun. The Holy Sect had 3 members in the latter ranks, Ling Xian, Xiao Linger, and Dong Xingyue. It was inevitable, as their strengths were closely matched, and to claim a spot in the top 10, they would inevitably confront one another. The outcome was that encountering their senior brothers and sisters ahead would lead to elimination. They were well prepared for this eventuality. Ladies and gentlemen, today's competition has concluded. Though it is hard to admit, we must acknowledge that the disciples of the Holy Sect in this session are indeed formidable. Let us congratulate these 9 individuals on their advancement to the top 10, as we will determine the final contender for the top spot starting tomorrow. The day's contest has finally come to an end, with the disciples of the Holy Sect dominating the leaderboard. They had secured their places in the top 10, and their final rankings were of little concern to them. The task has finally been accomplished, yet it is not entirely over. Jianxin, do you have a moment? Come, let us converse. Yi Fan turned his gaze toward Jianxin. If not now, then when? Jianxin ultimately acquiesced and entered Tian Yuan building. Jianxin greeted all present with courtesy. Greetings, fellow friends, he said amicably. Brother Jianxin, I hear you are a loose cultivator? Yi Fan inquired directly. Indeed, I have been alone since childhood, without a teacher or mentor to guide me. The assembly was taken aback. To reach such heights without guidance showcased his extraordinary talent. You have seen for yourself. Our brotherhood has been cultivated by our master. To be frank, would you be willing to join our holy sect? You may freely practice the most elite sword techniques. Jianxin's mouth fell agape, surprised by their straightforwardness, as he had long desired to join. Is this truly the case? Of course. Tomorrow we need not take action. We can take you to pay respects to our master now. Senior, we implore you to appear and accompany our junior to pay his respects. Very well. Jin Lan appeared and promptly departed from the location, accompanied by Jianxin. Chapter 99. Jianxin enters the Holy Sect. With Jin Lan's swiftness, he returned to the Holy Sect in less than a day. Ling Xiao was also filled with anticipation, eager to assess Jianxin's talents and fortune. At the eastern gate, 2 figures emerged, Jin Lan and Jianxin. Having met the sect leader, Jin Lan announced Jianxin's arrival. Ling Xiao appeared, and the two exchanged respectful bows. At this moment, Ling Xiao utilized the art of fortune observation to scrutinize Jianchun. Name: Jianchun. Physique: sword god body, innate, sword embryo. Mastery of the sword path. Fortune value: 9999. Identity: loose cultivator. Upon concluding his observation, Ling Xiao was pleasantly surprised. Indeed, Jianchun's fortune value stood at an impressive 9999. Precisely the talent he sought. Jianchun, do you wish to become the 9th direct disciple of our sect? Jianchun recognized that his opportunity had arrived. Disciple Jianchun pays respects to master. Haha, splendid, splendid. Ling Xiao laughed heartily. At that moment, a familiar notification echoed. Ding. Congratulations, host, for recruiting the child of fortune, sword god body, as a disciple. Reward: sect value 100,000. Exclusive skill: Supreme Sword Classic. Exclusive Divine Artifact: Supreme Divine Sword. Exclusive Divine Ability: Invincible Sword Domain, Sovereign of the Sword, Reincarnation of the Sword Path. Reward: 10 drops of Emperor's Blood. Reward: 100 drops of Primordial Essence. Seeing such bountiful rewards, Ling Xiao's face lit up with joy, and with a grand sweep of his sleeve, he declared, "As you are now a direct disciple of our sect, these treasures are indispensable. Here is the Supreme Sword Classic, along with your exclusive divine artifact, the Supreme Divine Sword. Accept these 3 divine abilities as well, and finally, here is a drop of Emperor's Blood for you." Jianchun was astounded by the sudden influx of rewards. This was indeed his master, bestowing such lavish gifts upon him immediately upon entering the Holy Sect. Truly extravagant. "Thank you, master." Just then, as Jianchun settled in, Li Bai arrived. "This is my Azure Lotus Sword Path, which I shall impart to you. Should you ascend to divinity, I wish to challenge you." Li Bai, thrilled to encounter a swordsmanship prodigy, was in high spirits. "This is your Shi Shu, Master Uncle, the peak master of the Divine Sword Manor. You may often visit the Divine Sword Manor. He is a formidable being." Jianchun was taken aback. Being referred to as a formidable being by his master indicated that this was no ordinary individual. Upon meeting Li Bai, he felt a potent surge of combativeness, as if his very essence yearned to contest with this powerful being. "Thank you, Shi Shu." Jianchun expressed his gratitude. Li Bai chuckled, took a swig of wine, and departed with a carefree demeanor. "Furthermore, take these drops of Emperor's Blood to those without access to Emperor's inheritance or blood. Additionally, here are these drops of Primordial Essence, Divine Liquid, and Celestial Liquid, along with these talismans." Ling Xiao bestowed a plethora of resources upon Jianchun. Certainly, Jianchun possesses a substantial share of resources, which he now has in abundance, allowing him to provide these disciples with the means for rapid advancement. With resources in hand, Jianchun promptly returned to Yunxiao City alongside Jinlan. This day marked the fierce contention for the final spot in the top 10. In reality, the outcome hinged on which of the 3 disciples from the sacred sect would emerge victorious. Ling Xian had previously been defeated by Jianchun, lacking in combat experience, while Dong Xingyue and Xiao Ling encountered formidable senior brothers and, regrettably, had no choice but to concede. After several rounds of competition, only the 3 of them remained. In the ultimate battle, Ling Xian showcased superior skill, leveraging his exceptional physique to successfully advance to the top 10, securing the 10th place. Liao Fan appeared on the square, announcing, "Esteemed guests, the 10th position has been confirmed. Let us congratulate Ling Xian on becoming one of the top 10 on the heavenly ranking." He continued, "Starting tomorrow, we will determine the champions and runners-up. Allow me to outline the rules." Countless spectators were fixated on this climactic battle, which would be an internal contest among the sacred sect, promising to be quite captivating. Listen closely, everyone. 9 contestants will be matched through a draw. 1 individual will have a bye, resulting in the top 5. Subsequently, these 5 will engage in the second round, with 1 again receiving a bye, culminating in the top 3. The final 3 will continue with the draw, with 1 again receiving a bye, leading to the last 2 contenders vying for the championship. Is everyone clear? Liao Fan's explanation was quite lucid. After several rounds of competition, only 3 remained, designated as the top 3, who would then compete to determine the champions and runners-up. That will be all for today. Please return and rest. The true battle for the top 10 will commence tomorrow. Upon returning to Tianyuan Tower, Yi Fan and the others found Jianchun already back, bringing with him a wealth of resources. Among these, the most noteworthy was the blood of the emperor, which was now available to all, something they had previously lacked. Additionally, the Taichu essence, previously unattainable, was now within their grasp. Congratulations, Jian Chun, on becoming our ninth, Yi Fan exclaimed with a smile. Jian Chun, too, smiled. Having finally become a disciple of the sacred sect, his resolve deepened upon witnessing the sacred sect, as the gifts bestowed by his master were nothing short of divine, leaving him profoundly moved. The transcendent techniques, artifacts, and divine abilities he received affirmed that his entry into the sacred sect was an extraordinary fortune. With the ninth position secured, the top 10 of the heavenly ranking officially became the inner ranks of our sacred sect. Senior brother, do you think we still need to continue fighting? Someone inquired. Yi Fan regarded the assembly. I understand your sentiments. Since the top 10 are all ours, does the specific ranking truly matter? Is that what you all think? Nods of agreement followed, particularly from Du Gu Yuqing, Chao Yud, and others, who had expressed disinterest in the top 10 battle during their time at Dongxian sect. Yi Fan smiled, for the times have changed. In the past, we were but a fledgling sect, known only to a select few. Yet now we stand among the top 10. It is imperative that we engage in the final ranking battle. To ensure that all are aware of the prowess of our disciples from the sacred sect, each of whom is a paragon of contemporary talent, the very finest of prodigies. This will undoubtedly attract even more exceptional individuals to join our ranks. In this iteration of the celestial rankings, the sacred sect has welcomed two extraordinary talents, Shi Kaitian and Jian Chun. Both possess unparalleled physiques and innate gifts. Had they not crossed paths with us, they would likely have been claimed by other sections. As more individuals learn of the sacred sect, they will ponder whether joining us would be to their advantage. We have come to a realization. Under the guidance of our esteemed senior brother, let us showcase the grandeur of the sacred sect in this battle. Xiao Yin and the others nodded in agreement, fully supportive of their senior brother's words. On this day, discussions abounded, as all 10 finalists hailed from the sacred sect. Whom shall the final championship crown? Time flew by, and soon the dawn of the next day arrived. The disciples of the sacred sect appeared invigorated and spirited, exuding an air of confidence, such as the essence of the sacred sect. Yi Fan's insistence on continuing the struggle was fueled by the desire to attract more prodigies, to spread the renown of the sacred sect and the caliber of individuals it nurtures. Once the reputation of the sacred sect is established, many shall seek to align themselves with us. Liao Fan appeared on the scene, calling the 9 participants to the stage for the drawing of lots. The results emerged swiftly. Jun Qianma advanced directly, securing a position in the top 5. Such fortuity is unparalleled. However, the disciples of the sacred sect understood that Jun Qianma had faced numerous trials, and her initial quest was to reach the top 5 of the celestial rankings, an endeavor she has now accomplished. The sacred sect. Ling Xiao watched with a sense of satisfaction. Ding! Congratulations to the host disciple for completing the system task, rewarding the sect with 10,000 points. Reward: the artifact of creation jade plate. Reward: 1 primordial beast egg. Ling Xiao was astonished. The magnitude of this reward exceeded all expectations. The artifact of creation jade plate is likely related to Jun Qianma's previous supreme imperial weapon. It must be a replica of the jade plate. Upon return, it shall be entrusted to her. System: what exactly is this primordial beast egg? Ling Xiao inquired with curiosity. It is random. The system does not know. The nature will be revealed upon hatching. This is indeed a flaw of the system, as it withholds such information about the eggs awarded. Previously, the egg of the undying divine phoenix, a cherished treasure of the divine realm's titans, caused considerable chaos. Truly, what a vexing system. If it chooses to remain silent, so be it. The truth will eventually come to light. Chapter 100. The Clash of Talents. In Yunxiao City, the first round of duels has commenced. Shi Kaitian faces off against Chao Yud, and their appearance on stage has captivated a multitude of spectators. Third senior brother, my apologies, but I must continue advancing, declares Shi Kaitian. Haha, old 8, come forth. To ascend, you must first surpass my challenge and demonstrate your prowess. The two formidable talents engage in a contest, both hailing from the sacred sect, offering a splendid opportunity for many to witness the prowess of the sect's disciples. The internal competition within the sacred sect is truly exhilarating, as they have never clashed head-on before. Now the moment has arrived. Anticipation runs high, for if all goes as expected, Yi Fan should emerge as the strongest. Many are eager to see Yi Fan, as he has already surpassed the heights achieved by numerous others. Xiao Yud possesses the legacy of the Immortal Emperor, having cultivated the immortal scripture and attained the immortal golden body, thus earning the right to challenge Shirkai Tian. The duel begins. Immortal golden body. Swift as the stars, the figure of the stout boy vanishes, his speed reaching an extraordinary zenith. Shirkai Tian laughs heartily. Third senior brother. I have found you. Supreme Divine Fist. He strikes a specific point in space, resulting in a resounding boom as the stout boy's figure reappears. Fortunately, he remains unscathed, for the immortal golden body offers astonishing defense. Indestructible and eternal. Creation and destruction. The two divine powers collide, shattering the surrounding space and unleashing a cacophony of explosive sounds. Clouds of dust swirl in the air as their auras intertwine. Boom, boom, boom. The intertwining of their divine powers erupts in a series of detonations. Fortunately, both are extraordinary individuals, and such damage poses no threat to them. Continue. Celestial transformation. The stout boy, having once cultivated the moonlit shadow, has now reached the stage of celestial transformation, his speed so swift that the eye cannot follow. He is an incredibly agile figure. After another bout of fierce exchanges, Xiao Yud brandishes his unique artifact, preparing to strike Shirkai Tian. However, Shirkai Tian is no novice, with the power of his bloodline. He unleashes an unimaginable force that erupts from within him. Xiao Yud, wielding a shovel, is instantaneously propelled backward by this force. Had he not cultivated the immortal golden body, he would have likely sustained severe injury. With a resounding crash, Xiao Yud is sent flying off the stage, thus losing the match. My heavens! Is Shirkai Tian truly this formidable? Xiao Yud, already exceptionally strong, pales in comparison to Shirkai Tian's might. What a thrilling duel! Truly, the disciples of the sacred sect are awe-inspiring. Next, the second match commences, with Yi Fan set to face Dong Yaoyang. Dong Yaoyang swiftly ascends the stage, facing Yi Fan directly. To speak honestly, he felt a twinge of nervousness in the presence of the senior brother, solely due to the astonishing raw power he exuded, amplified by the enigmatic realm he wielded. Senior brother, please. With a hearty laugh, Yaoyang beckoned. Come forth and unleash your utmost strength. I am eager to witness your current prowess. Dong Yaoyang wasted no time with idle chatter, launching directly into action with the explosive emergence of the 9 suns divine body. 9 radiant suns manifested in the sky, a testament to Dong Yaoyang's formidable 9 suns divine body, radiating boundless heat. Yefan laughed heartily, invigorated by the display of such divine prowess. At last, he felt a semblance of pressure. 8 desolations and 6 harmonies fist. The clash reverberated through the air, as the two divine techniques collided with a thunderous roar, the void echoing with the sounds of explosive forces. Their assaults were fierce, domineering, and unyielding, with both warriors engaging in a direct confrontation. The outcome of their encounter soon became evident, an impasse, as their excess energies nullified each other. How terrifying is Dong Yaoyang! Such strength is indeed worthy of contention with Yefan. The might of the 9 suns divine body was fearsome. But wait, had they not noticed? Up to this moment, Yefan had yet to employ his unique physique, which indicated something significant. It dawned on the spectators that Yefan had refrained from utilizing the martial techniques bestowed by his special constitution, opting instead for a straightforward confrontation. In contrast, Dong Yaoyang had unleashed his 9 suns divine body for his most potent strike. The disparity in their strengths remained palpable. Soon, Dong Yaoyang no longer concealed his power, revealing the solar sacred body. The 9 suns converged into one, forming the solar sacred body. Behold, this is the ultimate technique of the solar sacred emperor. He has inherited the legacy of the solar sacred emperor. A revelation struck previously. Disciples of the Yin sect had mentioned being intercepted. Could it be Dong Yaoyang and his companions? The unparalleled Yin sacred emperor had not bestowed their legacy upon the Yin sect, but rather to 2 outsiders, leading to considerable mockery. Now they understood that the inheritance had indeed fallen to Dong Yaoyang and Dong Xingyue. In that moment, Dong Yaoyang radiated a brilliance akin to the sun itself, and as he gathered his incantation, he surged forth towards Yefan. Haha, splendid. 8 desolations suppressing the world fist. This was a punch Yifan had comprehended in the Enlightenment Hall, surpassing the 8 desolations and 6 harmonies fist in strength, embodying an absolute dominance that could subdue all. The two divine techniques intertwined, unleashing an unprecedented, terrifying luminescence that left many spectators momentarily blinded. So bright, it has truly dazzled my eyes. This was no exaggeration. It was akin to witnessing a colossal sun battling right before their eyes. Who could possibly see it clearly? Yifan's formidable punch forcefully repelled Dong Yaoyang, showcasing his might. What an incredibly powerful senior brother. Even my strongest strike cannot budge him in the slightest. Dong Yaoyang was profoundly shaken, realizing that his own blow, if faced against someone like Yun Tiange, would have been lethal, yet against his senior brother, it had inflicted no harm whatsoever. It is noteworthy that Yifan has yet to activate the ancient sacred body. Such an extraordinary powerhouse is none other than his elder brother. Elder brother, do enlighten me. Have you indeed employed that kind of power? Dong Yaoyang inquired. Yifan chuckled softly and shook his head. As expected of an elder brother, Dong Yaoyang sighed. I have one final strike. After reaching the pinnacle of enhancement, if you still manage to withstand it, I shall concede. He lamented, recognizing the overwhelming strength of his elder brother, realizing his own inadequacies. It was not merely his lack of strength. Rather, it was Yifan's formidable prowess that overshadowed him. Upon entering the forbidden domain, Yifan underwent a remarkable transformation, capable of unleashing extraordinary power at will. The 9 forbidden domains, activate. Ultimate Sun, boundless enhancement. Dong Yaoyang bellowed, summoning his utmost strength while still holding back, for the sacred festival domain was far too extravagant to be revealed. This had been previously agreed upon. While the 9 forbidden domains, though legendary, were still acceptable, the emergence of the sacred festival domain would undoubtedly spell disaster. Come forth, 8 desolations reincarnation fist. Yifan, too, perfected the ultimate version of his martial arts. The heavens resounded with thunderous roars, and as the dust settled, the onlookers beheld Yifan remaining steadfast in his original stance, while Dong Yaoyang was sent hurtling back, sprawling on the ground. What? Am I seeing things? Even in the 9 forbidden domains, Dong Yaoyang could not inflict a single scratch on Yifan. The crowd was astounded. This was the might of Yifan. It was utterly breathtaking. At this moment, all eyes were fixed upon Yifan, some radiating icy coldness, while others shimmered with fervor. Yifan, Yifan. The name of Yifan resounded throughout Cloud City, captivating countless admirers and inciting widespread celebration. Of course, Dong Yaoyang was merely putting on a show, maximizing the display of Yifan's formidable strength. Yifan's victory was a foregone conclusion. With just 3 punches, he vanquished his opponent. Next in line for this series of duels was Xiao Yin facing Ling Hua. One wielded fire, the other ice. Water and fire were irreconcilable. Second brother, I implore you to show mercy. Ling Hua laughed. That should be my line. Please do not harm me. Ling Hua's 3 divine abilities were nothing short of monstrous, and even Xiao Yin could not guarantee a certain victory. Another top-tier duel among prodigies was about to unfold. Endless flames. Xiao Yin shouted, and flames engulfed the entire arena. Icebound for 30,000 miles. Ling Hua immediately froze the flames, yet where their powers met, powerful currents crackled. Zzz. Soon enough, the outcome of their initial clash was revealed. The 2 divine abilities canceled each other out, stirring up little more than minimal ripples. A spectacle was indeed at hand. Chapter 101. A spectacle unfolds. The infinite fire domain. Xiao Yin strikes once more, while Ling Hua stands her ground, valiantly countering the boundless flames with her ice enclosure of 30,000 miles. Water and fire are inherently incompatible, yet, at this moment, both forces are skillfully controlled, resulting in yet another stalemate. Be cautious, junior sister. I shall now invoke thee. Its power has surged to at least double that of before. As Xiao Yin harnesses thee, a new fire domain is formed. With the incorporation of, its potency escalates dramatically. The ice enclosure of 30,000 miles can no longer contain it. And before it can even freeze, it is utterly melted away. This process takes a considerable toll on Ling Hua, and soon her complexion pales, for she realizes she cannot persist any longer. Absolute ice enclosure. With an unyielding force of endless snow and ice, she seeks to encase her senior brother. Xiaoyan laughs heartily. Buddha's wrath fire lotus. For types of converge, forming a colossal flaming lotus, emanating a cataclysmic power. The two soon clash once more, fire and ice. An extreme contrast of strength, culminating in an explosive devastation. Boom, boom, boom. Two entirely disparate forces collide head-on, akin to a needle against a wheat stalk. Ling Hua stumbles back several paces before regaining her balance, while Xiao Yin remains steadfast, even after tempering some of his strength. In terms of overall prowess, Xiao Yin undoubtedly qualifies as a senior brother. This is not merely a display of talent, but a testament to his might. After another round of assaults, Ling Hua is thoroughly bested. Xiao Yin emerges victorious. Remarkable. Xiao Yin is so dashing, it seems he could father a child. Mother, you already have me. Do you really need to bear another for him? Does he even want you? A woman, her face drawn with age, vanishes into the crowd, leaving behind murmurs of astonishment. Mother, do not strike me. Father will kill you if he finds out. What is so appealing about this pretty boy? He is not even as sturdy as the rest. The crowd is left in disarray, their gazes wandering elsewhere, deeming the scene unworthy of their attention. Soon, the fourth match arrives, with Jianshen facing off against Du Guyuqing. Xiaojiu, you must show deference to your senior sister. Du Guyuqing admonishes. Rest assured, senior sister. I shall know my limits. What? Did I hear incorrectly? Jianshen addressed Du Guyuqing as senior sister? Has he already joined the Holy Sect? How were we unaware? In that moment, Jianshen officially announces, esteemed ones, I, Jianshen, have become a direct disciple of the Holy Sect, ranking 9th. I kindly request that individuals from other sects cease their disturbances. Thank you. Uffed. No way, we offered such generous terms, only to be rejected? What is so special about the Holy Sect? What shortcomings does Yunxiao Holy Land possess? What is wrong with the Holy Sect? Just look at those on the stage. Your top contender from Yunxiao Holy Land is outclassed before them, facing annihilation. How does that sit with you? Not satisfied? That stings, my friend. The inhabitants of the sacred land of Cloud Heights wore expressions of profound discontent. They had harbored hopes of finally recruiting a top-tier prodigy, only to be thwarted by the Holy Sect. Did this accursed sect not fear inciting public wrath? Each of their disciples was a paragon, a true dragon or phoenix among men, each endowed with extraordinary talent. Du Guyuqing initiated the confrontation with her sword technique, the Supreme Void Thunder Sword art. To her astonishment, Jianshen also executed this technique. He had mastered it since their last encounter. The two sword arts soon clashed, revealing Jianshen's sword energy to be exceedingly fierce, swiftly tearing through Du Guyuqing's own. The disparity in their abilities was stark, in the presence of a sword god. Using a sword technique felt somewhat like a novice attempting to display their skills in front of a master. The outcome was unsurprising. Du Guyuqing conceded defeat without hesitation, leading to Jianshen's victory. Jianshen stood momentarily dumbfounded. His senior sister was undeniably powerful, so why had she surrendered so abruptly? Amidst his bewilderment, Liao Fan announced the results. Jianshen emerged victorious. The 5 finalists were confirmed: Shi Kaitian, Yi Fan, Xiao Yin, Jianshen, and Jun Qianma. At this juncture, Liao Fan addressed the assembly. Esteemed participants, today's contest concludes here. Tomorrow marks the final day of the Cloud Heights Earth ranking and the ultimate determination of the standings. The results will be proclaimed across all major cities of Cloud Heights. The climactic battle was imminent. Yi Fan and the others returned to Tianyuan Tower. After a day of cultivation, Jianshen's prowess had significantly advanced, particularly due to the Supreme Sword Cannon and the Azure Lotus Sword Path, elevating his abilities to a terrifying level. Once tomorrow passed, their mission would be complete, and they could return to their sect. To be honest, after a year, I find myself yearning for our master, remarked Ling Hua and the others. Indeed, I wonder if master feels lonely. Perhaps we should find him a wife? Who among us would qualify to be our master's bride? The group fell silent, each person present feeling that none could truly match their master, and if anyone could, they would undoubtedly have to be a genius of imperial caliber. Ling Xiao, feeling a mix of sorrow and exasperation, noted the self-absorption of these youngsters, who, rather than concerning themselves with him, were preoccupied with their master. Yet, he did not feel lonely. Currently, he was merely at the pinnacle of the great sage realm, still lacking in strength. Once he attained the status of emperor, perhaps he could venture forth and explore the world. For now, However, he would continue to bide his time. Brother, do you think we should exert our full strength in tomorrow's competition? Someone inquired. Foolishness. Tomorrow, we need only put on a show. Today, we have all displayed our capabilities. There is no need to do so again. Our objective has been achieved. Now, we must continue to conceal our true prowess. Yi Fan replied. Hee, brother, I suddenly perceive a hint of cunning in you. The intelligence of the elder brother instilled a sense of trepidation among those present, who knew what might befall them should they become his targets. Yi Fan's expression darkened. It was not that he possessed a devious nature, but rather, he needed to learn the art of survival. The exposure of Dong Yaoyang's 9 forbidden domains had already pushed the limits of their discretion. Tomorrow, everyone need only to perform modestly. As for any extraordinary skills, martial techniques, or the 9 forbidden domains, none shall be exhibited. Rest assured, we comprehend this. However, regarding the specific rankings, shall we engage in a thorough analysis? Among the 5 of us, there are merely a handful of combinations. Regardless of the manner of confrontation, we must first deliberate on a conclusion. Xiaoyan proposed. A splendid idea, second brother. Your approach is truly remarkable. With 5 individuals and 1 person exempt, the scenarios are limited, and thus they commenced their discussions. The night swiftly passed, and by the following day, the square of Yunjiao City was teeming with an exuberant crowd. The sound of gongs and drums resonating, with firecrackers erupting in jubilant celebration. At this moment of immense anticipation, the disciples of the sacred sect made their grand appearance. Do you see them? These individuals are the disciples of the sacred sect, each one immensely powerful, representing the pinnacle of talent in this generation of Yunjiao. Indeed, none surpass them in strength. The prodigies of Yunjiao are all under the banner of the sacred sect. This is an undeniable truth. Yi Fan and the others felt a surge of excitement. After today, they would finally return home, yearning for their revered master. Over the course of the year, they had grown significantly, and with the conclusion of this day, their hearts brimmed with exhilaration. Liao Fan appeared at the podium, addressing the assembly. Today marks the day of the Yunjiao World Ranking announcement. Let us all anticipate with fervor. Now let us welcome the top 5 contenders. They are Yi Fan, Yi Fan, Yi Fan, Xiaoyan, Xiaoyan, Kai Tian, Jian Shun, Jian Shun. I adore you, Jian Shun. Jun Qianimo, a heroine unmatched by her peers. As the 5 ascended the stage, the atmosphere ignited with fervor. Ladies and gentlemen, let us bear witness to the climactic moment. Please, the 5 contestants, step forth to draw lots. One shall have a bye in this round. The 5 advanced, and soon the results were revealed. Yi Fan faced Kai Tian, Xiaoyan confronted Jian Shun, while Jun Qianimo remained exempt. My heavens! This round of confrontations promises to be even more thrilling than before. I can hardly contain my excitement. Next, let us invite Yi Fan and his opponent, Kai Tian, to the stage. A round of applause, please. Amidst the watchful eyes of the crowd, the 2 ascended the dual platform. However, the ensuing scene astounded everyone. I concede. Senior brother has won. What? A victory without battle? Is this not somewhat dismissive? Kai Tian's strength could undoubtedly rival Yi Fan's. What is the meaning of this? Was it not promised that today's duel would be more exhilarating? Chapter 102. Welcome to the Holy Sect. Yi Fan and his companions paid no heed to the opinions of others. They were acutely aware that their mission was nearing completion. This task, bestowed upon them by their master, was being executed with utmost seriousness. When it comes to the dominance rankings, the objective is to reign supreme. At that moment, many expressed their dissatisfaction, yet a victory for Yi Fan remained a victory indeed. Soon, the second match commenced, pitting Xiaoyan against Jian Shun. Their encounter unfolded as a splendid exhibition, with the 2 engaging in a fierce duel for dozens of exchanges, ultimately culminating in Xiaoyan's narrow triumph. Thus, the top 3 emerged: Yi Fan, Xiaoyan, and Jun Qianmo. Jun Qianmo had fortuitously bypassed the last 2 rounds, a stroke of luck unparalleled. Let us extend our heartfelt congratulations to the top 3, Yi Fan, Xiaoyan, and Jun Qianmo. Let us welcome them with the warmest of applause. The audience remained fervent. Such an occasion was indeed a rarity. After a prolonged ovation, Liao Fan continued, Ladies and gentlemen, let us now witness the final moments and discover who shall claim the championship. Yet someone remarked, It's all the same. The Holy Sect has monopolized it. At these words, Liao Fan's countenance darkened. Such a statement struck a chord. The highly anticipated talents from the Yun family and Yun Xiao's sacred land, upon entering the fray, were swiftly vanquished. What hope remained? The ultimate outcome was that the Holy Sect alone basked in glory. At that moment, Jun Qianma stepped forward. "Host, I withdraw." Her proclamation stunned the assembly. What? Surely I did not mishear. She resigns with the third place in her grasp? I sense potential for her to contend for the championship. It would be a pity to seize her battle. Indeed, I too hold her in high regard, as she remains the only woman left in this competition. Liao Fan, momentarily dazed, found himself in an awkward position as these individuals defied expectations. Why was this happening? Unable to restrain himself, Liao Fan spoke up. "Everyone, these two are my senior brothers. Their prowess far surpasses mine, and I am aware of this. Is there any significance in my participation? Shall we engage in a mere exhibition match? There is no need for that." Jun Qianma interjected. "As a disciple of the Holy Sect, we know our capabilities. To voice this is to show respect to the host. My withdrawal merely grants my senior brothers the opportunity to shine. Is that not so?" I find her reasoning quite compelling. Indeed, she must recognize her own limitations, and stepping into the ring would only invite discomfort. Moreover, a defeat would be quite embarrassing. After all, she is a celestial maiden, and preserving her image is paramount. I support you wholeheartedly, my friend. The image of the fairy is of utmost importance. From this day forth, Jun Qianma shall be my goddess, and I shall fervently pursue her. Very well, in that case, you shall be ranked third. If there are no objections. Liao Fan, at this juncture, felt somewhat resigned. There was little he could do. These individuals were disciples of the Holy Sect, and they certainly knew who among them possessed true strength. "I have no objections. Thank you, esteemed host." After Jun Qianma finished speaking, he performed a slight bow and returned to the main group. At this moment, only two individuals remained on stage, Yi Fan and Xiao Yan. To be candid, among all the disciples, only Xiao Yan and Shi Kaitian possessed strength comparable to that of Yi Fan, whether in terms of talent or potential. As for the others, Jian Shun was commendable, yet he currently lingered in the 9 restrictions realm, while the rest had already reached the holy sacrifice realm, illustrating the disparity. Furthermore, Shi Kaitian was the most likely to achieve the forbidden realm, though regrettably, the current circumstances did not permit it. Just as Liao Fan prepared to speak again, Xiao Yan interjected. "Esteemed host, I concede. My senior brother is simply formidable. You are all aware that during the previous mirror test, the results had already emerged. Thus, I believe it is best for me to yield." What? Yielding again? Is this a joke? What is happening? Are the disciples of the Holy Sect so humble? Liao Fan's face contorted in frustration, feeling as though he had become a mere ornament, with no power to decide. Humph, as a man, to submit without a fight. Where is your spirit? Liao Fan was on the brink of losing his temper. Were these disciples of the Holy Sect truly disregarding their own worth? Esteemed host, how about this? You compress your cultivation to match ours and battle my senior brother. I have my pride too. My senior brother is so terrifying. Do we not have any self-awareness? Furthermore, we have previously stated that my senior brother is unrivaled in the world. You all have witnessed it. And he has long been regarded as the champion. Thus, we are merely decorations. What is the point of this? Isn't it exhausting? Xiao Yan turned to the crowd. What do you all think? Indeed, that is the rationale. Well said. Yi Fan's strength will undoubtedly carry him to the summit. Xiao Yan proclaimed loudly. Those who support my senior brother, please raise your hands. The result was that nearly the entire crowd below showed their support for Yi Fan, much to Xiao Yan's satisfaction. Liao Fan's expression was exceedingly grim, as though he had swallowed a fly. Xiao Yan then turned. Esteemed host, you have seen it. Public opinion cannot be defied. The eyes of countless individuals are keenly aware. Since that is the case, is there any need for me to proceed? Very well, you have won. Liao Fan ultimately accepted this reality. In truth, Xiao Yan's words held considerable merit. As fellow disciples, even though they were all prodigies, they were quite aware of who truly possessed the greatest strength. Now, let us extend the warmest applause to welcome this year's top of the Heaven and Earth rankings. The champion of both lists, Yi Fan. Instantly, resounding applause erupted from the audience. Yi Fan was indeed deserving of the title. In the first round of the mirror test, Yi Fan had established a significant lead over the second place, his strength already recognized. In the subsequent practical match, he had displayed unparalleled prowess, defeating all challengers. His victory was no surprise. Next came the rewards. Merely making it onto the heaven rankings entailed receiving a prize. Subsequently, rewards for the top 10, the top 3, and the champion were distributed in succession. According to the rules, everyone may select any sect they desire. I wonder if you have a favorite sect? Liao Fan inquired. Indeed, it is the Holy Sect. We are born as disciples of the Holy Sect and shall die as its spirits. Friends, we at the Holy Sect warmly welcome all to enthusiastically register and, upon passing the assessment, join our ranks. Yi Fan's words incited Liao Fan's fury. Beast, is that what I meant? I intended for you to join our Mengu path, not for others to enter your sect. If not for his saintly cultivation, Liao Fan would have unleashed a torrent of curses. Following Yi Fan's declaration, many were stirred, realizing that joining the Holy Sect was indeed the most desirable outcome. Senior brother Yi Fan, we already belong to a sect, but may we still join yours? Someone ventured to ask. At that moment, Yi Fan, representing the Holy Sect, delivered a speech. Esteemed guests, our Holy Sect is akin to a grand family, a remarkably inclusive sect. Those wishing to enter are welcome, albeit under certain conditions. One must pass the assessment to join. I shall not repeat myself regarding the nature of this assessment. You will learn of it upon arrival. Furthermore, allow me to add this. Following the conclusion of the Ling Xiao Tiandi ranking, our Holy Sect will be recruiting disciples and elder members from across the land, including the distant Jiuxiao continent, with the same requirement of passing an assessment. After all, our Holy Sect has far too many enemies. Is it true? The Holy Sect is soon to recruit elder-level figures? Any individuals possessing saintly cultivation or above may join our Holy Sect and become elders. In an instant, the crowd was abuzz, as Yi Fan's utterance ignited their enthusiasm. Who would not wish to join the illustrious Holy Sect? Such a powerful sect rekindled dreams of ancient times for countless individuals. At no other time in history has the Holy Sect witnessed so many prodigies. Merely counting the children of fortune, there were over 10, a notion once deemed unimaginable. Esteemed guests, we are on the verge of a return. Anyone with aspirations may head to the Holy Sect. We await your arrival. Yi Fan concluded before departing. Shortly thereafter, Puji appeared, gesturing grandly as the Holy Sect's experts ascended into the void, departing from the scene. If I am not mistaken, that was a formidable emperor-level powerhouse. The foundation of the Holy Sect is indeed immense and terrifying. Let us go. Together we shall join the Holy Sect. Subsequently, the Holy Sect publicly announced its recruitment of new disciples and elders. Ding! Congratulations to the host disciple for completing the task, dominating the heavenly rankings. Rewarding the sect with 500,000 sect points. Rewards. Chapter 103. The upgrade of the sect. Abundant rewards. Reward. 500,000 luck points. Reward. 50 drops of Emperor's Blood. Reward. 500 drops of Primordial Essence. Reward. Elevation of Disciples' Cultivation by 2 levels. Reward. Heavenly Technique. The Celestial Seal. The rewards this time are immensely generous, particularly the sect value and luck points, both amounting to 50,000. Moreover, there are 50 drops of Emperor's Blood and Primordial Essence. In addition, all disciples will have their cultivation elevated by 2 levels, which is an extraordinary boon. Ling Xiao plans to allow them to break through first. Once they have done so, he will further enhance their cultivation, thereby maximizing their potential. Shortly thereafter, Yi Fan and the others return to the sacred sect. We pay our respects to the Master. 13 disciples, including 9 direct disciples and 4 registered disciples, have all returned. Ling Xiao's figure manifests, looking quite pleased. You have all performed admirably. The sect has taken notice. Please come inside. Before long, within the sect Master's hall, a gathering of individuals convenes. Besides Ling Xiao's disciples, there are 2 others, Li Bai and Li Jing. This time, your performances have been commendable, and I am very satisfied. The rewards for you will be substantial, but not at this moment. Now, everyone, join me as we witness the birth of a miracle. The group proceeds to the perimeter of the sect Master's hall. Above the hall, the golden dragon of fortune flickers in and out of visibility, having nearly solidified after devouring a supreme being. The auspicious Qilin has also significantly improved compared to before. It is time to upgrade the sect to level 3. System, commence. Upgrading the sect. Ding. Congratulations, host. The sect has been upgraded to level 3. Rewards include the Divine Artifact, Su Xian Sword, Ju Xian Sword, and Xian Trap Sword. Rewards also include the 4 Divine Beasts guarding the 4 cardinal directions. Reward, the Supreme Cultivation Secret Realm, War, God Space. Reward, the Supreme Artifact, Time-Space Tower. Reward, the Sacred Spirit of the Golden Dragon of Luck, and the Sacred Spirit of the Auspicious Qilin. Reward, all Dao Palaces will see a tenfold increase in spiritual energy concentration. Reward, the Divine Artifact, Floating World Divine Bridge. A marketplace for exchanges is now open, allowing the host to utilize luck points and sect value to redeem techniques, bloodlines, divine artifacts, physiques, divine medicines, divine beasts, and more. Ling Xiao is filled with immense joy. This significant upgrade comes at a most opportune time. System, how much sect value is required for the next upgrade? Host, the current sect value is 1,945,000. The next upgrade requires 50,000,000. Ling Xiao is momentarily stunned. How much? 50 million? System, are you mistaken? The requirement for the next upgrade is indeed a staggering 50 million sect value, while he currently possesses only 2 million. Rest assured, host, the system will provide numerous tasks, and by continuing to recruit children of fortune, as well as enhancing the disciples' cultivation and the sect's prestige, the sect value can be significantly increased. After the sect's upgrade, earning sect value will become relatively easier. The system's declaration instilled a flicker of confidence in Ling Xiao. Otherwise, despair would have surely ensued. The uncertainty of the future loomed ominously. In an instant, his aura shifted. It was time for our sacred sect to embark on further expansion. The 4 swords of extermination. Ling Xiao waved his hand, summoning 4 swords that emanated a terrifying aura, the 4 swords of extermination. At that moment, even the sword god Li Bai felt an overwhelming pressure. The intensity of the sword intent was formidable, even for him. The 4 swords of extermination swiftly entered Ling Xiao's being, merging with the extermination sword formation. Onlookers were left in awe, as such a phenomenon was unprecedented for them, though Yi Fan and others had witnessed it before. Our sacred sect had significantly elevated its power. Previously endowed with the 4 great heavenly gates, it was now time for the 4 divine beasts to guard them. Arise for divine beasts. Before the crowd, 4 imposing figures materialized: the Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Black Tortoise, and Vermilion Bird. Concurrently, the 4 statues on the pillars of the main hall vanished, integrating into the bodies of the 4 divine beasts. The Azure Dragon would guard the eastern gate, the White Tiger the western gate, the Black Tortoise the northern gate, and the Vermilion Bird the southern gate. The presence of the 4 divine beasts was far more potent than that of the 9-tailed celestial fox, and they were merely the gatekeepers of the sacred sect. At that moment, many felt their minds overwhelmed. This was utterly astounding and dreadfully powerful. Sword Dust, Stone Kaition, and others had never witnessed such terrifying prowess. Was this truly the mastery of their revered master? They believed that even the emperors could not match such formidable capabilities. We have seen the sect master. The 4 divine beasts bowed in reverence, leaving countless spectators astonished. Ling Xiao then began to bestow the auspicious golden dragon and the fortunate Qilin with divine awareness, enabling them to awaken their consciousness. From this day forth, these 2 divine beasts would take on physical forms, becoming true divine beings. Furthermore, our disciples would possess a trial space. The master had constructed a superior god of war space for them. Suddenly, an immense secret realm emerged, the god of war space, which surpassed the Cloud Sky Sacred Land's realm by hundreds of times. Yi Fan and the others were filled with elation. This was the manifestation of their master's extraordinary abilities, akin to that of a celestial being. With the recent enhancements to our sacred sect's facilities, coupled with these secret realms, it would only become more refined. Henceforth, the spiritual energy within the sacred sect would increase tenfold from its previous levels. As Ling Xiao's words resonated, the spiritual energy within the sect began to thicken at a visibly rapid pace, igniting fervent excitement among the disciples. Time and Space Tower. Appear. From now on, Training within the time and space tower would yield 10 days of experience inside for every day spent outside, with the potential for even greater temporal acceleration. Ling Xiao waved his hand, and a colossal time and space tower materialized, boasting 9 tiers. This was the pinnacle of artifacts, endowed with 9 layers of acceleration. The first layer provided a 10-fold speed, with subsequent layers promising increasingly astonishing rates. Yi Fan and the others were left utterly astonished. Their master was truly unparalleled. The tale is not yet concluded. Let the bridge of the floating world emerge. In the future, upon your return to the sacred sect and your entrance through the heavenly gate, you shall directly traverse the bridge of the floating world to reach the heart of the sacred sect. For bridges of the floating world will connect the 4 heavenly gates with the core of the sacred sect, forming a central axis that governs all. The sacred sect spans an immense expanse of over 5,000 miles. Previously, their return required the guidance of formidable beings, otherwise the journey would demand considerable time. Henceforth, such measures will be unnecessary. Simply traversing the bridge of the floating world will grant you immediate access to the core of the sacred sect. The master exudes an aura of majesty. The 13 disciples bowed in reverence, acknowledging their master's prowess, which rivaled that of the celestial beings. With a gesture, Ling Xiao signaled for them to rise. In the time to come, you shall first enter the time-space tower for cultivation, honing your potential to its zenith before emerging to break through. Following your breakthroughs, our sect will bestow rewards upon you. The 13 disciples promptly entered the time-space tower, where the flow of time is 10-fold that of the outside world. A single day here equates to 10 days of cultivation beyond. Ding! A system task has been issued. Recruit 1,000 outer disciples, 100 inner disciples, and at least 1 child of destiny. The number of elders to recruit must exceed 10. As Yi Fan and the others engaged in their cultivation, a new system task arrived, one of recruiting disciples and elders. With the disciples of the sacred sect dominating the top 10 of the celestial rankings, the name of the sacred sect reverberated across the heavens and earth. Furthermore, with the official announcement of recruitment for disciples and elders, countless prodigies began converging towards the sacred sect. In a bustling street, a boy of unremarkable appearance, devoid of any lineage, physique, or talent, possessed a gaze of unwavering resolve that evoked pity in the hearts of onlookers. Chu Chen, you worthless fool. You bring shame upon our Chu family. How could your father, a man of such stature, father a wretch like you? Indeed, even a dog surpasses you. Why don't you just die? What are you doing? At that moment, a young woman arrived, driving away those who tormented Chu Chen. Brother Chu Chen, are you all right? The girl's voice trembled, tears glistening at the corners of her eyes. Chu Li, you must return. I need to leave this place, to escape these shackles and confines. I, Chu Chen, shall return one day. Brother Chu Chen, where are you going? I am heading to the sacred sect. Only the sacred sect can alter my fate. And I must go? Brother Chu Chen, I will accompany you. I cannot rest easy knowing you are alone. That is unnecessary. I shall depart unnoticed. If you leave, the Chu family will descend into chaos. Take care of father, and tell him that the pressure he bears will not be ignored by me, Chu Chen. One day, I shall reclaim all that has been lost. Chapter 104. The Disciples' Breakthrough, Abundant Sect Value. In the vast realm of Xiao, a young boy lay amidst a heap of corpses, his consciousness fading in and out. After an indeterminate time, he awoke to excruciating pain that penetrated his very soul, causing him to tremble involuntarily. His body convulsing and his face contorted in agony, beads of sweat quickly soaking his form. Why? Why must you betray my heartfelt loyalty? He lamented through gritted teeth. Despite the torment, he steeled himself and began to stagger away from this grim place. He must survive. For there was but one sanctuary that could alter his fate, the Holy Sect. With its revival, he recognized a singular path lay before him, to join the Holy Sect. Meanwhile, in the Buddhist kingdom of Tianshao, a bald youth was hastily fleeing, fully aware that remaining would only lead to his demise, as the Buddha would seize all from him. Damn the Buddha, a mere selfish wretch. You shall not strip me of everything, he vowed defiantly. Fugitive, cease your escape. You cannot elude the Buddha's grasp. Within the Buddhist realm, none can escape his dominion. 3 formidable presences were swiftly closing in behind him. In a moment of desperation, the youth crushed a talisman, disappearing in an instant. Continue the pursuit. We must not let him slip away. The Buddha has decreed that no disciple shall escape, for this pertains to his ultimate objective. The disciples were not singular but 7, each chosen as the 7 divine lotuses to serve the Buddha. Through these lotuses, the Buddha sought the 7 youths possessing the most formidable physiques, guiding their cultivation, only to reap their fruits once they attained Buddhahood. The young monk, previously unaware of this plan, had inadvertently overheard a conversation among several arhats, revealing snippets of the Buddha's intentions regarding the future of the disciples. After learning this, he devised an escape plan, and now he had finally broken free. Yet, the 3 Arhat warriors behind him, each at the realm of the Holy Master, relentlessly pursued him. This wretched boy harbors the relic of the Buddha, making it nearly impossible to track him. Truly infuriating. One of them cursed. Let us continue the chase. You know all the consequences of failing this mission. The remaining 2 Arhats trembled, fully aware that failure would lead them to suffer unimaginable tortures. The Holy Sect. Merely 3 days had passed, and over 10,000 had gathered outside the Eastern Gate. This was just the initial phase of recruitment and to attract promising talents. Ling Xiao had imposed no time constraints. He awaited the return of the Grand Elder. Others were either in seclusion or preoccupied, and he required time for coordination. 3 more days elapsed, and 12 disciples emerged from their meditative states, each having pushed themselves to their utmost limits, while Shirkaitian, harnessing the power of the god of war space, ascended to the legendary realm of taboo. Currently, only Yi Fan and Shirkaitian had reached such extraordinary heights. Xiao Yin and Jian Chun have touched upon this realm, yet the aspiration to transcend remains as daunting as scaling the heavens. Jian Chun, a prodigious talent endowed with 3 unparalleled advantages, also found himself unsuccessful in this endeavor, illustrating just how rare the forbidden domain truly is. Ultimately, the 2 decided to relinquish their efforts, awaiting the next opportunity for breakthrough. The 13 disciples emerged from their seclusion, having attuned themselves to their optimal states, poised for imminent ascension. Ling Xiao's intent in guiding them to this realm was to facilitate a more significant breakthrough when the moment arrived. Among them, even the least promising, Xiao Linger, reached the 9th forbidden realm, a mere step away from the sacred offering realm. The others firmly established themselves as prodigies within the sacred offering realm. Upon their breakthroughs, they would ascend directly to the 9th level of martial kings. Commence your breakthroughs. Should you leap directly into the martial sect and bypass the martial kings, it will yield even greater benefits for your future. Ling Xiao urged them to begin. Yi Fan took the lead, buoyed by an unyielding confidence in his ability to ascend in a single leap. Now was the moment for validation. His breakthrough was swift, his boundless potential allowing for a seamless transition, elevating him straight to the 9th level. Yet, the journey was not complete. He consumed a copious amount of elixirs and, with unrelenting momentum, achieved a further breakthrough, reaching the realm of martial sect at the 1st level. Such is the true meaning of soaring to great heights in a single bound. Following suit, Shirkaitian jubilantly entered the 1st level of the martial sect, while the others stood at the pinnacle of the 9th level, with Xiao Linger just breaching that threshold. In less than an hour, all 13 disciples had elevated their cultivation. The mightiest among them were Yi Fan and Shirkaitian, who ascended directly to the martial sect, while the others also excelled, standing at the zenith of the 9th level. This clearly demonstrates the extraordinary nature of their innate talents and potential. Next comes your reward. All of you shall elevate your cultivation by 2 tiers. As Ling Xiao's decree resonated, the 13 disciples were left awestruck, for their cultivation had once again surged. Yi Fan and Shirkaitian reached the 3rd level of the martial sect, while the others swiftly progressed to the 2nd level. This transformation transpired in the blink of an eye. Thank you, Master. The 13 disciples bowed in gratitude, overwhelmed with joy. They had previously doubted their ability to ascend to the martial sect, yet under their master's grand guidance, their cultivation advanced seamlessly into the realm of grand masters. To describe their strength as soaring to great heights is an understatement. Their collective prowess had experienced a significant enhancement. Ding! Congratulations to the host disciples for their substantial cultivation increase, awarding the sect a value of 13,000,000, rewarding the host with a 4-tier cultivation increase, rewarding a fortune value of 1,300,000. Ling Xiao's cultivation also advanced from the pinnacle of the Great Sage to the later stages of the Holy Master System. Why has the sect value surged so dramatically, exceeding 1,000-fold? Ling Xiao was taken aback, questioning whether the sect values had diminished in worth after the upgrade. Host, all 13 of your disciples have transcended a significant realm, marking a monumental breakthrough. Each is rewarded with 1 million sect points, collectively amounting to 13 million. Their fortune value increases by 100,000 each, totaling 130,000. The system does not err. Through the system's explanation, Ling Xiao finally comprehends that upon reaching the third level, sect points are calculated in units of 100,000. Thus, reaching 50 million to advance to a fourth-level sect is merely a matter of time. Previously, he had perceived this goal as exceedingly distant, yet this time, the mere elevation of his disciples' cultivation has yielded such an astonishing amount of sect points. Thank you, Master. The 13 disciples kneel, expressing their heartfelt gratitude in unison. Rise, for with your breakthroughs in cultivation, it is time to venture forth. Many have gathered from the outside world, and it is your moment to showcase your prowess. First, maintain order. Second, organize these individuals and conduct the assessment systematically. This time, the responsibility for the assessment falls to Hu Ji. Third, we require a minimum of 1,000 outer disciples and at least 100 inner disciples, along with a senior-level expert, to oversee the process. The sect will personally ensure its integrity. Off you go. This task is also intended to hone their skills. After all, with the Grand Elder absent and no other elders capable of imposing control, the external elders, such as the 5 fiends of Zhushan, have only recently reached the pinnacle of the martial sect, still a distance from the revered level. Their advancement has been considerable, yet it pales in comparison. Ling Xiao's direct disciples receive the finest resources and opportunities, and their rapid breakthroughs largely depend on Ling Xiao's support. In contrast, the 5 fiends of Zhushan rely on the sect's advantages to steadily progress. Truthfully, achieving the pinnacle of Grand Master is already remarkable. Now that Ling Xiao has advanced to the Holy Master realm, he still possesses one more summoning opportunity, but he is not in haste to summon. Instead, he gazes upon the East Heaven Gate and the multitude gathered. Over these days, the crowd has swelled to over 100,000, all with the singular desire to join the sacred sect. As the eldest disciple, Yi Fan begins to maintain order. Esteemed individuals, I am Yi Fan, the eldest disciple of the sacred sect, tasked with maintaining order and organizing the assessment. Henceforth, all shall heed my commands. Due to the sheer number of participants, we will divide into 13 smaller groups. Please form an orderly queue to commence the assessment, which will consist of 3 parts. Chapter 105, The Uncommon Child of Destiny. Each disciple led a small group, effectively dispersing the crowd gathered here. Fortunately, among the tens of thousands present, most were compliant, and no troublemakers were encountered. In the distance, some powerful figures concealed themselves, eager to witness the process of elder recruitment by the Holy Sect. Some harbored genuine intentions to join, while others were less certain. Ling Xiao remained hidden, vigilant for any disruptions during this disciple recruitment, as the Holy Sect's reputation attracted many adversaries. May I invite Elder Hu Ji? Yi Fan exclaimed loudly. Soon, a woman of unparalleled beauty appeared before the assembly, her face partially veiled. Nevertheless, her presence was captivating, making it difficult for anyone to avert their gaze. Such a stunning woman. To merely behold her was a delight. To desire more would be sacrilege. With such a woman in the Holy Sect, we have indeed come to the right place. Among the crowd stood a man who appeared to be a beggar, yet his gaze was resolute. After many days, he had finally arrived at the Holy Sect, and this time, he was determined to gain entry, no matter the cost. Ding. Reminder to the host. A child of destiny is among the crowd. Please ensure to take him as a personal disciple. The system alerted Ling Xiao, prompting him to employ the technique of fortune observation. Quickly, through this method, he identified an individual. Name, Chu Chun. Constitution, none. Cultivation, innate stage 1. Fortune value, 0 to 10, 000. Upon confirmation, Ling Xiao found it peculiar that this individual's fortune value existed only within a range. Yi Fan, Xiaoyan, Jin Chun, and others possessed fixed fortune values of 9,999, making Chu Chen's range an unprecedented observation. System, Does a fluctuating fortune value signify that this individual possesses limitless potential, possibly being either a waste or an extraordinary talent? The system responded, the host may interpret it as such, akin to a raw gem that, when polished, transforms into a beautiful jade, becoming a rare treasure. Intriguingly, this Chu Chun, with his determined gaze, seemed to be unstoppable on his path of cultivation. It was common for some to possess talent but lack the fortitude or to falter along the way, yet his eyes exhibited a rarity. This seemingly ordinary man had elicited a proactive alert from the system, underscoring his extraordinary nature. Regardless, there was no need to worry about the child of destiny. At least the Chu Chun before him qualified. Yi Fan then addressed the assembly, esteemed guests. Due to the large number of participants, our assessment will take a bit longer. I appreciate your patience. Now, allow me to outline the aspects of the evaluation. First, we will assess character and integrity. Those with impure motives shall be met with no mercy. Those with ulterior motives shall be met with no mercy. Those with malevolent intentions shall be met with no mercy. Elder Hu Ji shall preside over this round of assessment, focusing primarily on perseverance and resilience. In our esteemed sect, we do not prioritize innate talent or potential. Rather, we place the utmost value on character and tenacity. Even an ordinary individual can be molded into an unparalleled powerhouse. The final assessment will be a comprehensive evaluation of one's qualities, meticulously overseen by our esteemed master. Now let us commence the first round of evaluations. At this moment, Hu Ji has established several formations, enveloping the assembly of over 10,000 individuals within. This task is rather straightforward, involving the use of enchanting techniques combined with illusionary arrays to unearth the deepest desires within each person's heart. As a formidable emperor-level expert, Hu Ji is more than capable of managing such a multitude, which encompasses a wide range of cultivators, from grandmasters to those at the heavenly martial realm. Such a large-scale assessment can only be conducted by the most powerful factions, and thus, the first round of our sect's evaluation unfolds in this manner. Within the formations, the innermost desires of each participant are magnified exponentially. Soon, several individuals fail the assessment. Some are spies from rival sects, and without hesitation, Yi Fan dispatches them with lethal force. A few others, possessing considerable prowess and reaching the Grandmaster level, attempt to evade scrutiny, but with Hu Ji present, they ultimately pay with their lives. Let it be known, do not harbor any illusions. Since we dare to make such declarations, we possess the means to unearth these infiltrators. Yi Fan cautions the remaining individuals. Meanwhile, powerful figures converse discreetly. Do you believe the sacred sect will treat us kindly? Most of those present are independent cultivators, with some having ties to the sect, such as certain ancestors who were once members, now returning. Others are merely spectators, yet everyone remains vigilant. The disciples' evaluations have only just begun. As for the elder-level assessments, they will follow later. Among the tens of thousands, many successfully pass the first round. Yet only a few hundred are identified as spies from other sects attempting to infiltrate the sacred sect, all of whom are swiftly exposed. Some individuals even harbor formations devised by formidable experts, and such individuals are eliminated without hesitation. This round of assessments does not last long, within less than an hour. All evaluations conclude. However, only over 90,000 individuals meet the criteria, resulting in the elimination of several thousand participants. At this moment, Chu Chun, having successfully passed the first hurdle, feels an overwhelming desire to prove himself. Yet, upon the revelation of his cultivation level, he becomes the target of mockery. Is this a jest? A mere first-level innate cultivator? My friend, are you here to amuse us? No, I aspire to join the sacred sect. It is my sole hope. Chu Chun recognizes their disdain, yet remains undeterred. As long as he can enter the sacred sect, it will all be worthwhile. Perhaps you should reconsider returning. With your current strength, you are unworthy even to carry their shoes. Many spectators revel in the spectacle, and upon witnessing this, Yi Fan strides forward. Do you look down upon this, brother? Let me tell you, when the master first encountered me, I was even less impressive than this brother here. I simply wish to inquire, what right do you possess to mock others, just because they currently lack cultivation? Who has decreed that they are devoid of opportunity to enter the holy sect? The foremost rule for disciples of our holy sect is to never look down upon anyone in the world, not even a beggar. Your eyes are filled with derision. devoid of any warmth. All of you have been eliminated. Please depart. Yi Fan directly revoked the qualifications of several individuals who attempted to plead for mercy, only to be unceremoniously cast aside by him. This act resonated with many. Indeed, we may possess lower cultivation and lesser talent, but who has the authority to declare us unworthy? A brief interlude quickly passed, and those who succeeded in the first round would proceed to the second assessment. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to first congratulate you on passing the initial test. The subsequent challenge lies ahead. Have you observed the ascension steps? According to the Master's directive, those capable of ascending 100 steps shall advance to the next round of evaluation. The ascension steps will exert appropriate pressure based on each individual's cultivation level. Now, please proceed. This second round of assessment is indeed the ascension steps, originally designed to evaluate disciples, and it is now aptly employed. Among the 90,000 participants, a thrilling scene unfolded as they began their ascent. Initially, several thousand surged forward with great speed, swiftly reaching the 70th or 80th level. However, upon reaching the 90th level, the pressure increased dramatically, causing many to become despondent. I cannot continue. This is my limit. A multitude of individuals, lacking perseverance and resilience, ultimately faltered at the 50 or 60 level. Amidst the throng, one individual stood out for his unremarkable demeanor. He climbed slowly but with unwavering determination, step by step. This person was Chu Chun. I cannot fail. I must succeed. Chu Chun's gaze was resolute. His body is steadfast as a rock, advancing steadily. While others had already reached the 50 or 60 levels, he remained at merely a dozen, for his cultivation was but at the first level of innate talent, akin to a fledgling. Yi Fan and the others exhibited little disdain, recognizing that among the direct disciples of the Holy Sect, several hailed from humble beginnings. They understood deeply the arduous struggles faced by those at the lower echelons. Keep going. Brother, I believe in your potential. Yi Fan cheered for Chu Chun with unwavering support. Chapter 106. Time to rally the troops. Chu Chun found himself languishing at the bottom of a staggering 90,000 competitors, moving at a pace akin to that of a sluggish snail. Countless individuals surged ahead, seemingly swift, yet upon reaching the 50th or 60th level, their momentum dwindled. It was at this juncture that one's perseverance truly shone through. Without that tenacity, without a steadfast resolve akin to granite, traversing 100 levels would be an unattainable feat in less than 2 hours. Over 50,000 individuals faced elimination, a staggering attrition rate. Yet, even as direct disciples, Yi Fan and his companions could do little. Failing to pass these assessments rendered them utterly futile. Each disciple of the Holy Sect could be sculpted into an unparalleled master by Ling Xiao. Thus, during this recruitment drive, innate talent held diminished significance. A person may possess extraordinary gifts, yet if they are inherently rebellious, their eventual betrayal is a certainty. Such individuals are better left unchosen, for it is better to remain selective than to accept mediocrity. Many among the eliminated were filled with bitterness, having passed the first round. They found the second challenge exceedingly hard to accept. The difficulty escalated, and the pressure felt nearly doubled. It seemed that with even the slightest advance, death awaited. At this moment, over 1,000 individuals had successfully navigated this round, demonstrating substantial resolve. Yi Fan and his companions remained hopeful, anticipating how many would ultimately join their sect and become their brothers in arms. As time progressed, more individuals arrived. A man, drenched in blood, drew significant attention. His appearance was impossible to overlook. Yang Tianxiong, no matter how far you flee, you cannot escape the pursuit of the holy land of Bixiao. Upon arriving here, the pursuers had also followed, promising an exciting spectacle. I must join the Holy Sect. After a few steps, Yang Tianxiong collapsed to the ground, devoid of any cultivation, his visage hauntingly terrifying. Many hastily distanced themselves from him, as several figures emerged behind him. Listen well, disciples of the Holy Sect. We are from the Holy Land of Bixiao. We shall not interfere with your recruitment, but this man must be taken with us. The leader among them was a venerable figure of formidable strength. Those lurking in the shadows began to observe, eager to see how the Holy Sect would respond. Ling Xiao employed divination techniques, and upon his observation, a look of astonishment crossed his face. Yet another child of destiny, remarkably, a rare embodiment of the heavenly Tao. It is said that the heavenly Tao body is immensely powerful, Even the ancient sacred physiques and primordial Tao bodies would hesitate to claim they could best it. The heavenly Tao body, blessed by the heavens, is truly a favored child of fortune. Yet, the plight of this young man appeared to elicit sympathy. Unlike all other disciples, his heavenly Tao body had been forcibly taken from him. Interfere? Unbeknownst to you, your very presence here has already disrupted us. Depart now, and our sect shall spare your lives. Ling Xiao spoke, for he was a child of destiny, with an extraordinary luck value of 9,999. Such a paragon of heaven, if allowed to be intercepted by these people, would render him a most inadequate sect leader. Holy sect leader, we hail from the Bai Xiao sacred ground, which is not on par with the trifling Yun Xiao sacred ground. The foremost figure threatened. Indeed, Yun Xiao is the weakest domain within the Jiu Xiao continent. In contrast, Shun Xiao reigns supreme, followed by Tian Xiao, Qing Xiao, and Bai Xiao among others. Our sect does not wish to repeat ourselves. Holy sect, we shall remember this debt, and soon our esteemed leaders will descend upon this place to demand an explanation. There is no need to wait long. It can happen now. Go forth, rally the people. Li Jing, dispatch your men to Bai Xiao immediately. For I am eager to witness the strength of this Bai Xiao sacred ground that dares to threaten our holy sect. Ling Xiao's words were imbued with even greater authority. At that moment, many were undergoing assessments, and upon hearing their leader's proclamation, they felt a surge of fervor. This was the holy sect they longed to see, undaunted by any challenge, unyielding, and swift to avenge grievances. Yi Fan approached Yang Tianqiong, lifting him and offering him some elixirs. Before long, Yang Tianqiong awoke, gazing at Yi Fan in disbelief. You saved me? No, it was the master who saved you. Since you have come to participate in the assessment, you may proceed now. However, the process cannot be overlooked. Before tens of thousands, Ling Xiao would not directly accept him as a disciple without proper evaluation. Yes, thank you, senior brother. Outside, the people of Bai Xiao's sacred ground were not to be underestimated, promptly sending someone back. Holy sect, you are doomed. You have no idea how powerful our Bai Xiao sacred ground truly is. Proclaimed a disciple of a great master. Indeed, these individuals were disciples of Bai Xiao's sacred ground, already possessing the prowess of great masters. Yi Fan and his companions had fought valiantly, yet they had only reached the third level of martial sovereign, reminding them of the words that their current cultivation level was insignificant even in Xin Xiao. Not to mention Xin Xiao, even Bai Xiao seemed to merely keep pace with others. Without comparison, there can be no pain. Only through comparison can one recognize the disparity with others. You may remain here quietly, allowing your sect to bring more members. Bai Xiao sacred ground is one of the paramount superpowers within Bai Xiao, with a status several tiers above that of Yun Xiao sacred ground. In other regions, merely possessing an emperor-level powerhouse is insufficient to establish a sacred ground. One must also possess an unparalleled imperial weapon to subdue fortune, which implies the necessity of having a transcendent emperor-level expert. The assessments of the Holy Sect continued, while these disciples remained on the periphery, waiting. Hidden powerhouses were also eager to discern the current strength of the Holy Sect and see who was mightier in comparison to Bai Xiao's sacred ground. Of course, this was also a deliberate act by Ling Xiao, meant to showcase the might of the Holy Sect to these onlookers. Indeed, time remains, and it is the moment to summon the formidable. First, I shall proceed to the Tower of Heaven, while the others continue with their assessments. Ling Xiao arrives at the Tower of Heaven, having attained the rank of Holy Master, enabling him to unlock another level. Shortly thereafter, an Emperor-class powerhouse materializes before him, possessing the full cultivation of the Emperor realm. This is the 7th level, and it is noteworthy that the 9th level is home to divine beings. Lei Wanjun has met the sect master. Lei Wanjun respectfully bows to Ling Xiao. Excellent. You shall join the others and become an elder of the inner sect. Ling Xiao declares. Yes, sect master. The other powerful beings, upon seeing Lei Wanjun, step forward to greet him. Greetings, Brother Lei. Greetings to you all. Together, we shall safeguard the holy sect and elevate its glory. Witnessing the harmonious interactions among them, Ling Xiao feels a deep sense of gratification and promptly begins to summon another individual. This summoning is facilitated by the system. With the execution of the grand summoning technique, he can call forth a mighty warrior. Now that he has advanced to the later stages of the Holy Master realm, and with the imminent arrival of the Bai Xiao Holy Land, He must bolster the foundation of the Holy Sect. System. Activate the Grand Summoning Technique. Initiating system summoning. Summoning successful. A mysterious aura of reward emerges outside the Holy Sect, representing the summoned powerhouse. Ling Xiao conveys a message to him. God of wealth, war god. Remain hidden for now and await the instructions of our sect. The summoned warrior is none other than the war god of wealth, Guan Yu, who embodies multiple identities. Besides being the god of wealth, he is also a war god. Guan Yu rides upon a celestial steed, wielding the green dragon crescent blade, concealed within the void. 2 days later, the second round of assessments nears its conclusion. This assertion arises from the fact that, aside from 2 individuals, the rest have either been eliminated or have advanced to the next round. Ling Xiao had somewhat underestimated the influence of the Holy Sect. Individuals occasionally arrive to participate in the assessments. However, Yi Fan and his companions find it exceedingly effortless, hardly needing to intervene themselves. Chu Chun, Yang Tianxiong, keep going. We await your success. Yang Tianxiong, whose heavenly Tao divine body has been severed, rendered a mere shell of his former self, stirs deep resentment within Ling Xiao's heart. He is eager to witness the true nature of those from the Baishao Holy Land, who would so callously extract a divine body from another. Currently, Chu Chun has only reached the 40th level, and in comparison to others, his pace can only be described as slow. Meanwhile, Yang Tianxiong has ascended to the 27th level, yet still trails behind Chu Chun by some distance. As for those who have cleared the assessments, the number exceeds 7,000, out of over 100,000 participants. After 2 rounds of assessments, only 7,000 remain. The elimination ratio is indeed staggering. Fortunately, those who have succeeded do not rush. Rather, many begin to rally support for the 2. Chapter 107. A shocking revelation. Upon sensing the fervor of the crowd, Chu Chun and Yang Tianxiong advanced together. Ling Xiao was also keeping a watchful eye on the duo, with the disciples of the Baishao sacred land yet to arrive. He hoped they would come after Yang Tianxiong passed the second assessment, at which point he would demonstrate to them that Yang was more suited for the Holy Sect. Baishao is still quite distant from Yinxiao, separated by a vast expanse known as Yuxiao. Yang Tianxiong continuously utilized the teleportation array, taking several days to reach this destination. Even for an emperor-level expert, tearing through space would still require a few days, such as the vastness of the Jiuxiao continent. 2 days later, Chu Chun ascended to the 70-something level, while Yang Tianxiong reached the 63rd level, undeterred and resolutely pressing forward. Hang in there, my brothers. You must persevere. The latecomers, witnessing the unwavering determination of the 2, were inspired to begin their own ascent of the immortal ladder. During this period, Ling Xiao did not cease his recruitment efforts. Anyone who arrived was given a chance, but whether they could seize the opportunity depended solely on their individual merit. Many regretted their choices, pondering if a bit more perseverance might have led them to advancement. It is worth noting that the second round had eliminated nearly 90,000 participants, an astounding figure, considering there were only a little over 100,000 in total. As of now, only a little over 7,000 had succeeded in passing the 2 assessments, failing to exceed 8,000. While this number may seem substantial, it pales in comparison to the tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of disciples from other sacred lands. 3 days later, Chu Chun reached the 90th level, while Yang Tianxiong approached the 90th level as well, mere moments away from the final threshold. Such tenacity is rare, and regardless of the outcome, both Chu Chun and Yang Tianxiong are deserving of respect. Indeed, especially Chu Chun, who, lacking any innate talent or qualifications, was on the verge of triumphantly reaching the 100th level through sheer willpower. In the later stages, as one's mindset gradually transforms, the difficulties become less daunting. Ascending the immortal ladder tests not only one's perseverance, but also one's mental fortitude. A positive mindset can turn pressure into motivation, while a negative one may lead to abandonment, ultimately resulting in defeat. At that moment, a tumultuous disturbance resonated from the heavens, as a dozen terrifying auras descended upon the land. Master, it is them, the Holy Sect. They are the ones who rescued Yang Tianxiong, brazenly demanding that we rally our forces immediately. The previously encountered elder emerged, flanked by a dozen emperor-level experts, including 4 imperial lords and 11 at the imperial realm. This showcased the profound foundation of the Baishao sacred land. Yet, this was not the entirety of their strength. What was even more shocking was that the leader wielded an ultimate imperial weapon, exuding an overwhelming presence. I am the Grand Elder of Xiao's sacred land. Which of you is the Holy Sect's leader? At this moment, Ling Xiao made his appearance, flanked on either side by two formidable figures, the sword god Li Bai and the war god Li Jing. Both possessed supreme strength, far surpassing that of ordinary imperial lords. In the sacred land of Xiao, our sect has awaited your arrival for quite some time. I am intrigued. How could you bear to extract the divine body of Yang Tianxiong, a being of the heavenly Tao? To whom has it been given? Ling Xiao's words reverberated throughout the assembly, leaving everyone in astonishment. What? Yang Tianxiong is indeed a divine body of the heavenly Tao? My heavens, such a legendary constitution, ranking among the top 10 unparalleled divine physiques. This physique, akin to the ancestral holy body, the primordial Tao body, and the innate holy body, stands as one of the most terrifying types within the top 10. At this moment, many gazes shifted towards Yang Tianxiong, realizing his former brilliance. Even now, though his divine body has been taken, he remains undaunted. Humph, there is no need for you to know these matters. Hand over Yang Tianxiong, and I shall let bygones be bygones. Otherwise, what will you do? Come, reveal your true intentions. Ling Xiao was unafraid of these individuals. Within the sacred sect, he was invincible, free to act as he pleased. Since the sacred sect refuses to accept goodwill, they should not blame us for being ungracious. King Kong's attack. This is the confidence of the sacred land of Xiao. They possess the supreme imperial weapon, King Kong's At this moment, King Kong's radiated a terrifying aura, capable of tearing the heavens and obliterating the stars with but a wisp of its power. Those hidden in the shadows retreated. They merely desired to join the sacred sect or to spectate, unwilling to be buried here. It is merely a supreme imperial weapon, a pretender to divinity, daring to act recklessly before us. Li Bai scoffed, casually taking a sip of wine. Boldly boastful, prepare to face my strike. The Grand Elder of Xiao's sacred land wielded the supreme imperial weapon and initiated an assault. This battle was not to be underestimated. Yet the sacred sect effortlessly deflected the onslaught. You proclaim it a pretender to divinity, yet you treat it as a treasure. The sword in Li Bai's hand emitted an even more astonishing aura, directly suppressing the pressure emanating from King Kong's as if witnessing a true divine weapon. Indeed, as the sword god, Li Bai's weapon was undoubtedly divine. The sword of the great river descends from the heavens, the Qinglian sword song. With a single move, Li Bai neutralized the entirety of Xiao's sacred land's offensive, leaving countless spectators in awe. Below, more than 7,000 individuals remained, yet to formally join the sacred sect. However, witnessing such strength from their sect, they all rolled up their sleeves, ready to fight. We have passed 2 assessments. We must become disciples of the sacred sect and safeguard it. Have you not heard of the sacred sect's renown? You wretched beings dare to speak of supreme imperial weapons? Ling Xiao now took action, raising his hand to summon a dozen supreme imperial weapons. These weapons were inherited through generations within the sacred sect, now fully controlled by Ling Xiao. Along with the previous secret scrolls, Ling Xiao had located these supreme imperial weapons. However, there was one more place that held supreme imperial weapons, the hero's tomb. The sacred sect shall not be trifled with. Today, I shall bury you all here. Li Jing, Guan Yu, you may take action now, Ling Xiao proclaimed. In the void, a colossal beam of light struck one individual, causing that powerful emperor to explode instantaneously. As they reflected back, they beheld a towering figure in the void, wielding a grand blade and astride a celestial steed, exuding an imposing presence of extraordinary grace. It was the god of war, Guan Yu, who boldly declared, "Who dares to unleash chaos here?" From the heavens descended a magnificent 9-tiered pagoda, intended to subdue a singular individual, a formidable emperor-level warrior. The war god, Li Jing, was present, challenging the audacity of any mere emperor to act recklessly within the holy sect. In a moment of transcendence, the figure of Li Bai emerged between the 2 titans, while at that instant, the remaining emperor from the Xiao sacred land exploded with a thunderous crack, letting out a wretched scream as he shattered into countless fragments. In the blink of an eye, of the 4 emperor-level warriors, only one remained, the venerable elder, clutching the supreme imperial weapon. Such a spectacle was profoundly extravagant. igniting fervor among the onlookers below, who yearned to join the fray. Humph! Holy Sect, await your reckoning. We shall not let you escape. The elder of the Bai Shao's sacred land, accompanied by a throng of followers, made a hasty retreat. There was no choice. Remaining could spell doom for him. As who could have anticipated that an emperor would be so swiftly vanquished before these few? If it had been a single individual, it might have been manageable. Yet 3 had manifested all at once, coupled with the enigmatic sect master. What a terrifying prospect the Holy Sect presented. At that moment, Ling Xiao turned his gaze towards the figures in the void, addressing them. Esteemed guests, having observed for so long, have you not yet come to a decision? The Holy Sect extends a warm welcome to all who wish to join. Upon his declaration, over 100 figures materialized in the vicinity. Amongst them were sages and a handful of emperor-level warriors, though only 4 in number. Sectmaster, is it truly possible for us to join the Holy Sect? Inquired one of the emperor-level warriors. Ling Xiao laughed heartily. Indeed, it is. You need only pass our sect's assessment to gain entry. Your challenge is but a singular trial. What sort of trial? The emperor-level warrior pressed. Naturally, it shall be an assessment conducted by our sect itself, replied Ling Xiao. Ah, Yi Ling Tian. Your ancestor was an elder of our holy sect, and your loyalty is unquestionable. Welcome back to your rightful home. The emperor, known as Yi Ling Tian, was both elated and astonished. The sect master was indeed formidable. With a mere glance, he discerned not only the man's name, but even glimpsed his ancestry. Having met the sect master, Yi Ling Tian expressed his gratitude. Thank you for your benevolence, sect master. Ling Xiao then turned to the others. Our sect is aware that among you, some possess ancestral ties to the Holy Sect, and you are all most welcome here. For the rest, our sect shall peruse the information of each individual. For instance, you, hailing from the dream ancient path, since you have arrived, there is no need for your return. With a swift gesture, Ling Xiao effortlessly crushed a powerful sage, leaving the entire assembly in stunned silence. Chapter 108. Astonishing Rewards. Ling Xiao's prowess and strength astounded everyone. How could a holy master be reduced to ashes in the blink of an eye? The rest dared not conceal anything. Yet they could not hide from Ling Xiao's divination technique, which laid all their secrets bare. Fortunately, there were few spies among them, as most had come sincerely to pledge allegiance to the Holy Sect. Esteemed guests, I welcome you to the Holy Sect. You have successfully passed the assessment. Those who did not have perished. Ling Xiao addressed the more than 100 remaining saints. The distribution of these saints was irregular. 77 at the saint level, 46 at the great saint level, and 18 at the holy master level. We pay our respects to the sect master. Excellent. From this day forth, you shall serve as elders of our holy sect. Yi Ling Tian, you shall be the 2nd elder. Hong Tian Du, you shall be the 3rd elder. Lu Qingsong and Gu Daofeng will assume the roles of 4th and 5th elders, respectively. Ling Xiao directly promoted 4 imperial-level powerhouses to the esteemed ranks of elders. These elders wielded substantial authority, distinguishing them from their counterparts, who were merely elders. Yes, sect master, we shall devote ourselves to the holy sect, ready to face fire and water, unhesitating unto death. The 4 imperial-level powerhouses readily accepted their commands. Meanwhile, a system notification chimed in Ling Xiao's mind. Ding. Congratulations, host, for repelling a formidable enemy and safeguarding the sect. Reward, sect value 5,000,000. Luck value 500,000. Divine liquid 10,000 drops. Celestial liquid 10,000 drops. Ding. Congratulations, host, for recruiting 4 imperial-level elders and over 100 saint elders. Reward, sect value 5,000,000. Luck value 500,000. Primordial liquid 1,000 drops. Emperor's blood 100 drops. A sanctum for the residence of saint, great saint, and holy master level elders. An imperial palace for the abode of imperial level powerhouses. Ling Xiao was utterly stunned. The rewards were astonishingly plentiful, almost beyond comprehension. The sect value surged by 10 million. Luck value increased by 1 million. And both the divine liquid and celestial liquid each totaled 10,000 drops. The primordial liquid was a delightful surprise. But what truly astonished him was the reward of 100 drops of Emperor's blood. From now on, elders below the imperial level would reside in the sanctum, while those above would dwell in the imperial palace, with their offices located in the elders' hall. Upon finishing his decree, 2 palatial structures descended from the heavens, appearing within the sect, leaving all in awe. The elders marveled in unison. This is the Holy Sect. This is our sect master. Our sect possesses immense strength. Is it merely strong? It is extraordinarily powerful. Everyone expressed their agreement. Yi Ling Tian and the 4 of you shall each receive a drop of Emperor's blood. Additionally, arrangements will be made for the primordial liquid, divine liquid, and celestial liquid. Ling Xiao directly awarded each of the 4 imperial-level powerhouses a drop of Emperor's blood. What? Emperor's blood? At this moment, the newly inducted elders were utterly astounded. The Emperor's essence, the primordial liquid, the divine fluid, and the celestial elixir, those unparalleled resources, readily available at the Holy Sect, as if they cost nothing. The 4 were overwhelmed with excitement. With the Emperor's essence, their cultivation would undoubtedly advance to new heights. Ling Xiao's opulence opened the eyes of all present. This was the true foundation and confidence that the Holy Sect should possess. Ling Xiao then approached the eastern sky gate, gazing down at the crowd below. At this juncture, Chu Chun and Yang Tianxiong had laboriously completed 100 steps. Both were in a pitiful state, drenched in blood and already unconscious. They had expended several times the effort of others, yet at last, they arrived at the 100th level. Congratulations on passing the second trial. The next challenge is the third trial, which involves the sect's treasured artifact, the Great Tao Chaos Bell. Your task is to ring the Chaos Bell. 5 chimes will allow you to remain as outer disciples, 6 as inner disciples, 7 as core or elite disciples, and 8 chimes will grant you the opportunity to become a direct disciple of the sect. Ling Xiao had previously used the observation technique and noted that this new batch of disciples was far superior to the last. For the reputation of the Holy Sect had spread, attracting those with substantial backgrounds. 8 chimes. Yi Fan had achieved only 8 chimes initially. It was only after merging with the ancient sacred body that he attained 8.5 chimes, just shy of the coveted 9. Among Ling Xiao's direct disciples, several had yet to be tested, and he instructed them to proceed first. Shi Kaidian, the 8th elder, stepped forward, having never previously struck the bell. All he needed to do was channel his spiritual energy, nothing more. The results for Shi Kaidian emerged swiftly. 8.5 chimes, identical to Yi Fan. Next was Jin Shun, who also achieved 8.5 chimes. Such astonishing potential left all the disciples in awe. Truly, they were the direct disciples of the sect master, possessing talents that seemed almost otherworldly. The remaining 4 registered disciples of Ling Xiao then began their assessments, each achieving 8 chimes. However, Ling Xiao had since raised his standards. Only those with a fortune value of 9,999 would be accepted as direct disciples, while the others would remain as registered disciples. With over 7,000 individuals taking the test, many achieved 5 or 6 chimes, with hundreds reaching 7 chimes. Yet none had attained 8 thus far. It soon came time for Chu Chun, who felt a pang of curiosity. Fortunately, he still possessed a modicum of spiritual energy, lest he face embarrassment. Buzz, 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 buzz. The chimes rang out in a harmonious succession, culminating in 7 resounding echoes, leaving the crowd in sheer disbelief. Could it be that Chu Chun had actually struck 7 chimes? Just then, the 8th chime sounded. Buzz. Instantly, all eyes were fixed on Chu Chun, and Yi Fan and the others exchanged knowing smiles, aware that Chu Chun was destined to become their junior brother. As anticipated, Ling Xiao spoke at that moment. Chu Chun, do you wish to become our sect's 10th direct disciple? I am willing. Thank you, master. Chu Chun immediately bowed, recognizing that such an opportunity was beyond the imagination of others. Subsequently, the others continued their tests, yet the coveted 8 resonances remained elusive. The emergence of such an individual was exceedingly rare. It is worth noting that Ling Xiao's other direct disciples also achieved 8 resonances only after numerous fortuitous encounters, and some even attained 8.5. Initially, given them some time, they might elevate their potential further. After a while, it was Yang Tianxiong's turn. This former embodiment of the heavenly path, would he become a legend this time? Soon, the results for Yang Tianxiong were revealed. 8 resonances. The crowd gasped in astonishment. for no one had anticipated that the two individuals with 8 resonances would be those of the least formidable prowess. Some had already ascended to the 100th level, yet at most, they could only manage 7 resonances. None could reach 8, which certainly indicated that they were not the children of fortune. Ding! Congratulations to the host for recruiting the child of fortune, Chu-chun. Reward: Sect value 100,000. Reward: 1 qualification enhancement card. Reward: 1 bloodline enhancement card. Reward: 1 talent enhancement card. Ding! Congratulations to the host for recruiting the child of fortune, heavenly path divine body. Reward: Sect value 100,000. Reward: 1 restoration card. Reward: exclusive technique, heavenly path divine method. Reward: exclusive artifact, wheel of destiny. Reward: exclusive martial skill, heavenly heart seal, eye of divine punishment, eye of divine retribution. Reward: divine technique, 1 chi transforming into 3 purities. Ling Xiao was elated. The rewards for both individuals were remarkably distinctive. Tianqiong, I shall assist you in restoring your heavenly path divine body. Ling Xiao utilized the restoration card, and immediately, Yang Tianqiong's heavenly path divine body was revitalized. Moreover, it had improved beyond its previous state, effectively rendering it akin to experiencing the heavenly path divine body twice, much like Yi Fan's constitution. Thank you, Master. My cultivation has returned. Following the restoration of the heavenly path divine body, Yang Tianqiong's cultivation swiftly began to recover, soon reinstating itself to its former state. Martial Sovereign, 7th layer. This was significantly higher than that of Yi Fan and the others. Such was Yang Tianqiong. Subsequently, Ling Xiao entrusted Yang Tianqiong with the divine techniques, martial skills, and artifacts, to which the latter expressed profound gratitude. A seed was sown within his heart, vowing to dedicate his life to the sacred sect. Ling Xiao turned to Chu-chun. Your situation is somewhat unique. Your future is shrouded in mystery, and you possess boundless potential. Do you understand my meaning? Master, I comprehend. Regardless of the circumstances, I shall strive diligently in my cultivation. Very well, follow me. The others will be arranged by the elders. According to the previous system, of course. You elders may also select your disciples from among those with 7 resonances. Inner disciples have the opportunity to ascend to the level of the sacred master, while outer disciples may also catch the eye of the saints and become their apprentices. Thank you, Sect Master. After the second elder's tally, there were 112 core disciples, 653 inner disciples, and a total of 108 outer disciples. Out of more than 7,000 individuals, only 875 ultimately gained admission to the prestigious institution, leaving nearly half of the candidates eliminated. Chapter 109. The secret of Chu-chun. In the hall of the sect leader, Ling Xiao and Chu-chun arrived. Chu-chun, your situation is rather unique, brimming with infinite potential. For now, I shall assist you in enhancing your bloodline strength, improving your qualifications, and elevating your talents. The remaining skills of the sect are at your disposal. Feel free to consult me whenever you have questions. Master, I am but a dim-witted disciple, and I fear I have become a hindrance to you. Chu-chun had yet to recover from the unexpected turn of events. Who would have anticipated that a mere gamble on fate would lead to being chosen by the master, a coveted outcome desired by countless others? Chu family, await my return. I shall be back swiftly. Fear not. As long as you are willing to exert effort, surpassing your senior brothers shall not be an issue. Stay focused and clear your mind. Chu-chun settled into a meditative posture and closed his eyes. Ling Xiao utilized 3 enhancement cards to directly elevate Chu-chun's foundation. The results soon materialized, and upon examining the outcome with the Qi observation technique, Ling Xiao was nearly driven to the brink of fury. The enhancement card had only yielded a minimal increase. If talent were to be categorized into 9 tiers, Ling Xiao's enhancement had merely propelled him from 0 to almost the first tier, not yet fully attaining it. What kind of constitution is this? Even a pig could achieve at least the 3rd tier. Observing Ling Xiao's expression, Chu-chun bowed his head once more. I apologize, Master. My talent is truly lacking. This was not Ling Xiao's fault. He had long understood that he was an utterly ordinary individual. Forcing someone to enhance their constitution and qualifications was simply impractical. This situation not only left Ling Xiao exasperated, but even the system seemed to express discontent. Ah, a challenge. This system thrives on conquering difficult candidates. Before Ling Xiao could become overly frustrated, the system was invigorated. Ling Xiao remained silent, contemplating the system's potential solutions. System, is there a method in the marketplace to enhance his abilities? There is, but your sect points are insufficient, not even enough for the smallest fraction. The Enlightenment Flower requires 1 billion sect points. Ling Xiao's expression darkened considerably. Do not be so infuriating. Take these resources, they belong to you. Moreover, there are numerous techniques within, which you may practice freely. Your situation is somewhat unique, and I shall continue to devise a plan. Chu Chen soon withdrew, undeterred by self-doubt, for he was already aware of his predicament. As for Ling Xiao, exchanging 10 billion sect points for the Enlightenment Flower was utterly impossible. With just over 20 million sect points, he lacked even the tiniest fraction. Subsequently, Ling Xiao allocated resources to the second elder for distribution among the outer and inner disciples. Divine liquid and celestial liquid were standard provisions, while core disciples could indulge in the primordial essence. On Chu Chen's end, having tried all 3 divine substances, the results remained unchanged, prompting Ling Xiao to abandon the effort entirely. This individual, even the system could not salvage. Moreover, after thorough verification, it was clear that he possessed no qualifications or special constitution. Even the system had failed to detect any anomalies. This was indeed perplexing. This was the first individual that Ling Xiao encountered who could truly challenge the system, and it was imperative to nurture him diligently. Thus far, among Ling Xiao's 11 direct disciples, all but Chu Chun had reached the martial sovereign realm. It would be exceedingly difficult for Chu Chun to catch up to their strides. After Chu Chen's departure, the system once again emitted its notification chime. Ding! Congratulations, host, for exceeding the disciple recruitment task. Reward, sect value 5,000,000. Luck value 500,000. 1 primordial fruit. 1 3-life flower. 1 boundless floating grass. 1 drop of chaos emperor's blood. Ling Xiao gazed at the astonishing rewards and recognized that these were specifically tailored by the system in response to Chu Chen's potential. However, he refrained from immediately bestowing these divine objects upon Chu Chen. Instead, he chose to observe first. He was eager to discern the nature of Chu Chen's talents. Once identified, he could implement targeted training, for he was confident that with proper guidance, success would be inevitable. During this period, Yi Fan and the others experienced significant enhancements in their cultivation and were consolidating their powers within the sect, with Ling Xiao refraining from assigning them any tasks. Ling Xiao maintained a close watch over Chu Chun. In the preceding days, Chu Chun had shown no signs of progress in any of his cultivated techniques, nor had he grasped any martial skills. Yet, to Ling Xiao's astonishment, Chu Chen's cultivation had remarkably ascended by 1 heavenly layer. It was noteworthy that Ling Xiao had invested considerable resources, divine elixirs, soul-purifying substances, resulting in but a single elevation. Could it be that Chu Chun was truly a piece of driftwood? Ling Xiao momentarily doubted his own judgment, but upon employing the Qi observation technique once more, he noted a shift in Chu Chen's luck value, which now stood at 100, a precise figure rather than a mere range. In the following days, Chu Chun traversed the ascending dragon steps anew, taking 3 days to complete the ascent. Upon finishing, he set his sights on another secret realm, the ascending dragon cliff. Ling Xiao was well aware of the rewards that awaited atop the ascending dragon cliff. Now, Chu Chun had arrived at this very place, alongside numerous other disciples who, upon seeing him, greeted him with respect, referring to him as senior brother. Such deference was unavoidable, status dictated everything. As a direct disciple of the sect leader, Chu Chen's standing was akin to that of an elder, while the inner and outer disciples held significantly lesser ranks. Core disciples were merely students of elders, incomparable to Chu Chun. Look, senior brother Chu Chun has also come to the ascending dragon cliff. I wonder if he can ascend? Who knows? The pressure on the ascending dragon cliff is even more formidable than that of the ascending dragon steps. Senior brother Chi Lu previously rang 7 times, showcasing exceptional talent. Yet he could only ascend halfway before descending. The ascending dragon cliff lacked any visible steps. It merely appeared as an ordinary mountain path. Nevertheless, it remained arduous to ascend. Chu Chen's gaze was resolute. At that moment, he was engulfed by an intense desire to conquer. I shall surely succeed. Ling Xiao had been observing Chu Chun. and he noticed that the latter's gaze was particularly captivating, astonishing him with the presence of fluctuations of a law. Laws are the advanced powers that only those at the level of saints can comprehend, yet they seem to emanate from Chu Chun. System, quickly scan Chu Chun. Ling Xiao commanded, prompting the system to promptly analyze him, revealing a trace of the essence of law. Host, this disciple is extraordinary. Just now, this system detected some taboos. The system declared with an unusual gravity. Taboos. Ling Xiao pondered, understanding that taboos are entities so formidable that even the heavenly Tao regards them with trepidation. For instance, the malevolent beings that amalgamated the strongest powers of ancient saint sects required the expenditure of 90% of their strength merely to seal them away. And even that was just a seal. Such is the nature of taboos. Yet, it appeared that Chu Qin also bore the essence of a taboo. Is it related to the malevolent beings? Ling Xiao squinted, inquiring further. Not at all. The aura of malevolence is wicked, whereas Chu Qin's essence is supremely pure, divine, and masculine. Can you divulge a hint about these taboos? Ling Xiao pressed. Impossible. Your current strength is insufficient. Only when you reach the pinnacle of this world will you be entitled to learn certain secrets. Ling Xiao was rendered speechless. With the system at his disposal, he was invincible within the Holy Sect. Was he not already at the zenith of this world? If you choose to keep it to yourself, then so be it. Pretend I never asked. At present, Ling Xiao knew that should he venture outside, he would undoubtedly be met with defeat. He resolved to endure until he became a significant figure in this world. System, do you believe Chu Qin still holds hope? Ling Xiao began to probe indirectly. It seemed the previous rewards had not yielded substantial effects. This system can suppress even the heavenly Tao, yet cannot see through this lad. The system had suffered setbacks more than once. By the way, system, do you think that this lad can ascend? Ling Xiao continued his inquiries. If he claims he can, then he surely can. The system responded promptly this time. Then there is no cause for concern. Ling Xiao found himself at a loss. Chu Qin's situation was rather peculiar, leaving him feeling helpless. Days passed, and finally, Chu Chun reached the pinnacle of the ascending dragon cliff. In this moment, he had succeeded, conquering a height that others could not surpass, achieving the summit. Countless onlookers were left in awe. This was his senior brother. This was the direct disciple, truly deserving of admiration. With a mighty roar, Chu Chun embraced the moment he had long awaited, once again conquering his inner self and sensing that mysterious power. A golden dragon silhouette entered within him, followed by several drops of ancestral dragon blood that began to fortify his physique. At that moment, Chu Chun radiated with golden light. A five-clawed golden dragon emerging from his back, exuding an overwhelming aura. He had attained the bloodline of the divine dragon, endowing him with the formidable constitution of the five-clawed golden dragon. A resounding dragon's roar echoed throughout the Holy Sect, awakening numerous divine beasts, who gazed in astonishment at the ascending dragon cliff. Chapter 110. The Contest on the Celestial Ladder. Within the sacred hall, even the immortal divine phoenix, Ling Huang, was stirred, her gaze drawn towards the rising dragon cliff. There, a wave of energy, so profound it sent shivers through her, emanated from the blood of the ancestral dragon. It was none other than junior brother Chu Chun, who had awakened the bloodline of the divine dragon. More precisely, it was the bloodline of the ancestral dragon, while the five-clawed golden dragon behind him was merely a derivative manifestation. As the immortal divine phoenix, Ling Huang could not mistake the aura she sensed earlier. The nine-tailed celestial fox and the fire Qilin stared in astonishment at Chu Chun. This disciple had already made a name for himself, albeit met with disdain from many due to his perceived lack of talent and special physique. Yet now, everything had changed. Chu Chun had emerged from his cocoon, possessing the bloodline of the ancestral dragon. Ling Xiao too was awakened by this surge of energy and immediately assessed the situation. At this moment, Chu Chun's bloodline and physique had improved tremendously. His talent level had nearly reached its zenith. Previously, he had only managed to elevate his rank slightly with a promotion card, but now, he was on the brink of reaching full capacity. Ling Xiao continued to employ his divination technique, revealing that Chu Qin's fortune had skyrocketed to an astonishing 9,999. Setting aside all else, the mere possession of the ancestral dragon bloodline was enough to eclipse the nine-tailed celestial fox bloodline of Yang, surpassing many others. The ancestral dragon was not only a divine dragon bloodline, but also the progenitor of all dragonkind, the initial ancestor of the entire draconic lineage. However, it soon became apparent to the onlookers that Chu Chun seemed to revert to an ordinary state once more. Despite his newfound bloodline power, his cultivation had not significantly advanced, merely a single realm higher. Ling Xiao employed his divination technique once more, only to be shocked again. At this juncture, Chu Chun's fortune had plummeted to 888. Just moments ago, it had surged to 9,999, and now it had fallen to 888. Where had all that fortune gone? I still possess ample fortune. Perhaps I shall examine him further. Ling Xiao, with over 3 million fortune points, decided to channel 10,000 to replenish Chu Chun's reserves. The divination technique indicated that his fortune had once again reached 9,999. Yet, within a mere quarter of an hour, this value began to wane, ultimately settling at 999. Though it had decreased, it continued to ascend. This peculiar phenomenon invigorated Ling Xiao. He had never encountered such an extraordinary disciple before. Chu Chun's gaze grew increasingly radiant as he ascended the rising dragon cliff once more. This time, in less than a day, he reached the summit. His progress was unmistakable, yet it was not reflected in a rise in cultivation, but rather in his unwavering resolve. Chu Chun, proceed to ascend the celestial ladder. This time, there are no restrictions. Let us see how many tiers you can conquer. Ling Xiao's voice resounded. Upon hearing this, Chu Chun promptly made his way towards the celestial ladder, followed by numerous disciples eager to witness the birth of a miracle. Ling Xiao too hoped to behold it, yet for the moment, he refrained from using fortune points, opting to observe first. The previous 100 steps were merely an obstacle set by Ling Xiao. Now, the Immortal Ascension stairs are fully open, comprising a total of 999 steps. Master, with such a lengthy staircase, is it possible for anyone to ascend? Indeed, our sect can conquer it at any time. Watch closely. Ling Xiao approached the Immortal Ascension stairs, effortlessly leaping up several steps at once, leaving the disciples in awe. In no time, he reached the pinnacle, igniting fervor among the onlookers. The Immortal Ascension stairs were fundamentally a place for disciples to undergo trials, and henceforth, all could come here to hone their skills. Chu Chun gazed at the stairs, his resolve strengthening. He vowed to reach the summit. Ling Xiao noticed that, as Chu Chun spoke, it seemed certain forces of the laws were activated. To simplify, the words of a sage-level individual merely serve as symbolic praise, yet for Chu Chun, they became a tangible reality. He began his ascent, this time with a swifter pace, and within half a day, he reached the 100th level. Previously, this had taken him over 10 days. Upon arriving at this point, Chu Chun proclaimed once more, "I will surely succeed." It was evident that the Immortal Ascension stairs underwent subtle transformations around him, as if paving a path. Others could not perceive it, but as the sect leader with the passive skill of sovereign of one's sect, Ling Xiao could see it clearly. What forbidden aspects was Chu Chun entangled with? The system remained silent, leaving Ling Xiao to rely on speculation. Chu Chun's pace was not particularly swift, yet he stepped firmly on each step, his strides resolute. Gradually, his speed decreased. After 7 days, he reached over 300 levels, where thousands of disciples had gathered at the mountain gate. Even 10 direct disciples and 4 named disciples had arrived. Chu Chun, my junior brother, is remarkable. Even we dare not claim we could surpass him. Ling Xiao chuckled. Since you are all here, why not give it a try? Clear your minds. It will aid your ascent. Yes, master. Let us also give it a shot. Yi Fan led the way, and soon, a dozen prodigies began their climb, their pace far outstripping that of Chu Chun. In just a few breaths, they approached the 100th level. It must be said, those who became the sovereign's direct disciples truly possess remarkable abilities. An hour later, Yi Fan was the first to reach the same step as Chu Chun, followed closely by Shi Kaitian, Jin Shun, Yang Tianxiong, and others. Gentlemen, among so many senior brothers, who do you think can reach the top? I don't know. At first glance, it seems each of them has the potential. But let us keep a bit of caution. Observing others surpassing him, Chu Chun felt no dismay. Rather, his determination solidified. I will undoubtedly succeed in reaching the summit. Upon uttering these words, his pace quickened slightly. Before him, several exceptional talents were vying for supremacy, subtly competing amongst themselves. In terms of physical prowess, Yi Fan, Yang Tianxiong, Xiao Yan, Shi Kaitian, Jin Shun, Jun Qianma, and the little girl were the strongest. Following them were Ling Hua, Hu Mainyang, Dong Yaoyang, and Dong Xingyue, all of whom possessed the physiques inherited from great emperors. Lastly, there were Qiao Linger, Dugu Yuqing, and Xiao Yud, whose physiques were inferior and lacked the legacy of the emperors, placing them below the aforementioned individuals. At this moment, the Immortal Ascension ladder was divided into 4 distinct stages. Yi Fan and the elite group had ascended to over 700 tiers, while Ling Hua and Dong Yaoyang lingered around 600. Qiao Linger, Qiao Yud, and Dugu Yuqing were at 500 tiers. As for the final stage, it was occupied by Chu Chun, who stood alone at over 400 tiers. Ling Xiao observed closely, keeping an eye on the disciples below, for they were the blooming flowers of the future and must not be neglected. Train diligently. In 6 months, the sect will hold a grand competition. The top 100 from the outer sect will be promoted directly to the inner sect, and the top 100 from the inner sect will ascend to core disciples. The top 10 core disciples, upon passing the assessment, can become the direct disciples of our sect. Moreover, the Heavenly Tao rankings would record each individual's cultivation and ranking, bestowing various rewards. This decree is effective immediately. In 6 months, during the grand competition, everyone must sharpen their skills and prepare to showcase their talents. Master, when we entered, our cultivation levels varied greatly. Won't that put us at a disadvantage? The sect possesses numerous facilities that must be utilized wisely. The spiritual energy here is tenfold that of others, with no limitations on techniques or resources, including divine substances like the heavenly god liquid. With such abundant resources, your focus should not be on the disparity in cultivation, but rather on who can make the most significant progress. The sect is well aware of the differences in cultivation levels, yet when the time comes, these will be equalized, as all will be restrained to a single realm. Now, having observed the Immortal Ascension ladder, return and cultivate diligently. Do not squander the myriad benefits and facilities bestowed upon you. Thank you, Master. The equalization of everyone's cultivation levels is indeed the fairest approach, explaining why the Master remains untroubled. We were merely the jesters in this game. Look, Senior Brother Yi Fan and Senior Brother Yang Tianxiong have reached the 900th tier. 900 tiers represent a pivotal watershed moment, and Yi Fan and his companions' early entry into this realm truly astonishes all. We must also begin to strive forward. Let us charge ahead. Chapter 111. A brand new mission. Shortly thereafter, Shi Kaitian, Xiao Yin, Jun Xianma, Jian Chun, and others entered the 900th level, with the sect master having successfully reached the summit. Could these disciples continue the legacy? Upon arriving at the 900th level, Yi Fan and his companions discovered that this realm was entirely different from the previous ones. Each layer presented formidable challenges, testing various aspects of their abilities. Their pace began to slow, and at this moment, the only aspiration to reach the pinnacle was to maintain a clear mind, free from distractions and feelings of competition. Those who harbored such thoughts would only add burdens to themselves. Yi Fan quickly realized this truth, understanding why his master had previously advised them to empty their minds. It was a lesson already known. With a smile, Yi Fan cast aside the weight of idolization, and once liberated from the urge to compete, he swiftly arrived at the final layer, successfully reaching the summit. In contrast, those who had closely followed him, such as Yang Tianxiong and others, found themselves stuck on the last few layers, unable to advance. When the elder brother descended, everyone was astonished. Elder brother, if you can do it, then surely we can too. Yang Tianxiong and the others refused to be disheartened, striving to reach the summit, yet every step proved arduous, making the pinnacle seem elusive. Yi Fan then reminded his fellow disciples, "Brothers, you must heed the master's words. He warned us that a cluttered mind and feelings of competition will prevent us from reaching the top." Following Yi Fan's counsel, Yang Tianxiong, Xiao Yan, and the others began to adjust their mindsets. They ceased contemplating who would reach the summit first, whether they might fail, or if they were falling behind. Once they discarded these thoughts, their objective became crystal clear: the final layers ahead. Thank you, Ascending Immortal Ladder, for helping us find our balance, and thank you, Master, for imparting this invaluable lesson. After shedding their distractions, Xiao Yin, Shi Kaitian, Jian Chun, Yang Tianxiong, and Jun Xianma all successfully reached the summit. Shortly thereafter, Ling Hua, Dong Yaoyang, and others also accomplished the arduous feat of reaching the top. However, When it came to Xiao Ling'er and her companions, they faced considerable challenges, ultimately stopping at the 994th layer, just a step away from victory. In contrast, Chu Chun remained unhurried, maintaining his own rhythm as he ascended to over 600 layers. Keep pushing forward, transcend yourself, and break through your limits. Dugu Yuqing, Chao Yud, and others did not relinquish their ambitions easily. Witnessing their junior brother, Chu Chun, persist, they found no reason to give up, break through oneself, and achieve a new self. As time gradually passed, when Chu Chun reached the 700th layer, the three companions advanced to the 994th layer. When Chu Chun arrived at the 800th layer, they reached the 997th layer. Half a month later, Chu Chun arrived at the 910th layer, while the three companions finally achieved their ascent to the summit. We did it. We finally succeeded. We did not bring shame to our master, nor did we hold back our fellow brothers. The three wept tears of joy. It had been an arduous journey. Nearly a month of perseverance leading to their success, while Chu Chun continued to forge ahead. His gaze shone with brilliance, as if anyone who met his eyes could not help but believe in him. 3 days hence, Chu Chun ascended to the pinnacle. At that moment, a celestial phenomenon unfolded, centering around Chu Chun, as a colossal divine radiance enveloped him from above. An ancient silhouette materialized, and before him, countless stars emerged, accompanied by myriad laws and vibrant lives. This extraordinary cosmic spectacle did not linger for long, drawing the gaze of numerous formidable beings. Even the heavenly Tao could not resist investigating, for it was evident that Chu Chun's celestial phenomenon was exceedingly terrifying. Ling Xiao observed anew as Chu Chun's fortune surged like a roller coaster. When the celestial phenomenon manifested, his fortune skyrocketed to an astonishing 999, far surpassing Yi Fan and others. However, once the phenomenon dissipated, his fortune settled at 999. In comparison to before, this marked an increase of over 2,000 in his fortune. Indeed, Chu Chun was truly exceptional. Chu Chun, these rewards are yours to keep and utilize at your discretion. Furthermore, within the sect, you may traverse any place freely. Ling Xiao granted Chu Chun immense privileges, a level of authority not even granted to other direct disciples. Thank you, Master. Chu Chun accepted these divine items. The three-life flower, primal chaos fruit, and the blood of the great emperor were all supreme elixirs. After 2 more days of refining these treasures, Chu Chun's fortune ascended to 888. It appeared that to genuinely achieve 999, considerable time was still required. At this juncture, a system task arrived. Ding. System task. The task hall has reopened. Please, direct disciple, proceed to the task hall to claim any tasks, while other disciples may receive their tasks from the host. Ling Xiao considered it was about time. Yi Fan and the others had spent a month solidifying their cultivation, with nearly all of them breaking through a level. He promptly summoned his disciples, and the 14 soon gathered at the Master's Hall. For this task, Chu Chun need not attend, as his innate cultivation was insufficient. Sending him would merely serve to fill the gaps. Moreover, he possessed certain peculiarities that even the system could not address. The task hall is open. You may now collect your respective tasks. The 4 named disciples shall remain, as we will discuss their tasks once others have received theirs. The 10 swiftly made their way to the task hall, and with the prior experience, they patiently awaited their turn. In a short while, 5 beams of light appeared, descending upon several individuals. It became clear that there were 5 tasks that required their completion. A luminous orb above a few heads indicated that they were assigned the same mission. Yi Fan quickly discerned his task, to lead Xiaonuan and Ling Hua to Lanzhou, where a secret realm had emerged, restricted to the martial master realm. Meanwhile, Xiao Yin was tasked with leading Du Gu Yuqing and Xiao Yude to the 10,000 great mountains in the southern region, where chaos had erupted, threatening the protective village. Their mission was to safeguard this settlement and repel the encroaching foes. Shi Kaitian led Dong Xingyue and Dong Yaoyang to Lingzhou, where a malevolent cult had emerged, and their mission was to eradicate this evil sect. Yang Tianxiong accompanied Hu Meinyang and Xiao Ling'er to the eastern gate of Dongtian, where a colossal Buddhist temple had mysteriously appeared in the southeastern region of the Holy Mountain, necessitating an investigation into the situation. Jun Xianmao, in collaboration with Jian Chun, journeyed to Yaozhou, where a surge of monstrous beasts required suppression and a thorough inquiry into its origins. Not long after, a group returned to the sect leader's hall. And at that moment, Ling Xiao became aware of their assignments. 14 individuals, 5 missions, averaging around 3 members per task, with the final mission requiring just 2 participants. Yaoyang, Xingyue, accompany Shi Kaitian to fulfill your task. The rest, Linger and Mainyang, follow Tianxiong to the east. This is of utmost importance, so do not be careless. Ling Xiao instructed. According to the words of Tianming, the Holy Sect had undergone 4 significant weakenings, with the second being particularly enigmatic. As the War of Annihilation against Buddhism had left scant clues behind, other matters such as sealing demons and the witch clan were present around the Holy Sect, yet the Buddhist realm remained devoid of any traces. Furthermore, Tianming had mentioned that the evil spirits possessed 4 remnants, each responsible for 3 upheavals, and the final remnant, once unleashed, would undoubtedly surpass all previous disturbances. This is an era of prosperity, abundant with gifted individuals. However, it is also a time of chaos, with calamities lurking at every corner, compelling one to remain vigilant. Everyone, gather into your respective groups and prepare to depart at any moment. Take these talismans. They will sufficiently aid you in withstanding a strike from the sect leader. This was a talisman crafted by Ling Xiao after his ascension to the position of sect leader. Additionally, his alchemical skills, weapon crafting, talisman techniques, and formations had all reached the level of sect leader, commensurate with his current cultivation. Moreover, his curse techniques, disaster arts, and heavenly poison techniques had also ascended to this echelon. Thank you, Master. We shall set forth now. Yi Fan proclaimed. Yes, go forth. And do not forget the divine abilities previously entrusted to you. Those who are uncertain may inquire with others on their usage. I hope that upon your return, your cultivation will have significantly advanced, and do not forget to recruit any extraordinary talents or powerful individuals you encounter into the Holy Sect. This task was known to several direct disciples, as they had already successfully recruited several individuals, such as Shi Kaitian and Jianchun. Huji, secretly protect Mainyang and the others as they head east. Huiqilan, you shall proceed to Yaozhou to covertly safeguard Jun Qianma and his companion. Yi Lingtian, venture to the Great Mountains to ascertain the situation and provide covert protection. Hong Tiandu, having successfully ascended to the level of emperor, go to Lingzhou to investigate the cult's circumstances. Gu Daofeng, discreetly protect Yi Fan and his group as they travel to Lanzhou. With that, 5 figures vanished, all of whom were emperor-level cultivators. Ling Xiao had previously bestowed the blood essence of the 4 elder emperors upon them, and now they had all ascended to the emperor tier. Chapter 112, Secrets of the Witch Clan. In the southern region of the Sacred Mountain, the landscape is a breathtaking tapestry of towering peaks and verdant foliage. This area is renowned as the 10,000 Mountains, an expanse of mountains that stretches endlessly into the horizon. Xiaoyan, accompanied by Dugu Yuqing and Qiao Yud, ventured into the 10,000 Mountains in search of the Guardian Village. Their journey had scarcely begun when they encountered a group of fleeing villagers. The trio hastened over to inquire about the situation. Greetings, Elder. What calamity has befallen you? Why do you flee? Honorable young warriors, you must also take your leave. A colossal pest looms ahead, indiscriminately devouring all in its path. Our village has been ravaged to the point where only a handful remain. A pest? What manner of creature is this, esteemed elder? Could you elucidate further? Xiaoyan pressed, yet the elder could offer no clarity, shaking his head as he retreated northward. Second brother, shall we not proceed directly to uncover the truth? Let us go. The 3 resumed their advance. Before long, they were greeted by the fearsome roars of a wild beast, which they surmised to be the very pest the elder had mentioned. Upon closer inspection, they discerned a mutated tiger, its eyes gleaming with an eerie green luminescence, its power residing within the martial soul realm. Though its cultivation was relatively modest, it still posed an insurmountable threat to ordinary folk. Xiaoyan stepped forward, dispatching the creature with a single strike. In a shocking turn of events, the tiger rapidly dissolved, transforming into a minuscule insect that appeared intent on fleeing. Alas, this is a goo insect. Dugu Yuqing's countenance darkened. Junior sister, is this truly a goo insect? What purpose does it serve? Both men turned their gaze to her, for she, as the heir of the Poison King Valley, possessed profound knowledge of toxins and a rudimentary understanding of goo poison. This tiger was afflicted by goo poison. The goo insect harnessed its strength to accumulate power. When its master retrieves it, all of the tiger's cultivation or magical prowess will be siphoned away. There are masters of the witch clan nearby, Dugu Yuqing elucidated. The upheaval wrought by the witch clan was instigated by these goo insects, ultimately leading to their domination over the entire Yuntiao. It was only through the intervention of the sacred sect that they were subdued. Is the witch clan truly formidable? Indeed, the witch clan of Ur emerged without warning. In truth, we of the Poison King Valley can be considered remnants of their lineage, though we do not practice with goo insects. According to ancestral teachings, the witch clan was already immensely powerful before being suppressed by the sacred sect, having splintered into several factions. Among them, the Witch God clan, the Celestial Witch clan, the Goo clan, the Miao clan, and the Li clan stand out, each led by individuals who once attained the Emperor realm, wielding terrifying strength. The Witch God clan is the royal lineage. The Celestial Witch clan represents the nobility, while the other three clans are esteemed houses, each possessing unique abilities. Dugu Yuqing, as the former heir of the Poison King Valley, had come to understand some of these hidden truths. Among the various clans, the Witch clan excels in witchcraft and sorcery. Merely knowing your name and birth date allows them to potentially manipulate your very essence, shrouded in mystery. The Celestial Witches are masters of divination, observing celestial phenomena to glimpse the future, wielding powers that are both enigmatic and formidable. The Goo clan, as its name suggests, specializes in various venomous insects and poisons, encompassing all that pertains to the art of goo. The Miao clan is renowned for its alchemical prowess, particularly in the crafting of poisons. We are descendants of the Miao, albeit with a greatly diminished bloodline in the present day. The Li clan possesses immense strength, with each member born a warrior, constituting the most formidable and numerous faction within the Witch clan, accounting for over 60% of its population. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan and his companion realized that they were now facing a master of the Goo clan. Dugu Yuqing had previously dispatched a goo insect, which emitted a crackling sound afterward. Signs of revival within the Witch clan, coupled with disturbances from other factions, indicated that significant events were on the horizon. Xiao Yan mused. Perhaps Tianming was indeed correct. The world may appear tranquil, yet beneath the surface, currents of unrest swirl, and none can predict what the next moment may bring. Xiao Yan remarked that they had learned certain matters from Tianming, and it now seemed that there was indeed a possibility of truth in it. Let us press onward. It is imperative to locate the Goo clan member and inquire about the unfolding events. Additionally, we must find the Guardian village and ensure their protection. The trio hastened forward, seeking both the Goo clan member and the Guardian village. Days later, they finally discovered the Guardian village, situated approximately 8,000 li from the southern gate of the Holy Sect. Fortunately, protective formations surrounded the village, sparing the inhabitants from immediate peril. However, numerous goo insects were attacking the formation, attempting to breach its defenses. Before their eyes, a myriad of creatures, both great and small, including beasts and demonic entities, launched their assault on the Guardian village, moving with a coordinated precision that indicated they were under external control. Upon their arrival, the three did not immediately locate the Goo clan member, who remained concealed in the shadows. Their cultivation had reached the second level of martial sovereign, and their strength had significantly increased compared to before. Without hesitation, they sprang into action. Xiao Yan summoned forth countless flames that surged toward the beasts, filling the air with their anguished cries. Meanwhile, Dugu Yuqing began to eliminate the goo insects, coordinating seamlessly with Qiao Yud, and soon the area was cleared of the wild beasts. Seeing the attire of the disciples from the Holy Sect, the villagers of the Guardian village emerged, yet the formation prevented them from exiting. "Are you disciples of the Holy Sect?" the village chief inquired. "Indeed, esteemed elder, we are disciples of the Holy Sect. Here is our token." Xiao Yan presented the token, and upon the village chief confirming their identity, he deactivated the formation, allowing the three to enter the Guardian village. "Esteemed elder, what has transpired here? Why have so many villagers fallen prey to those beasts?" Xiao Yan asked. You remain unaware, and I cannot fathom how it has come to be, but just a few days ago, disturbances emerged from the sealed land of the Witch clan. Subsequently, the dormant Witch clan began to wreak havoc. We are quite distant from the sealed area. Continuing southward reveals a scene of utter devastation. The village chief gazed towards the south, his face etched with concern. Old man, why not seek refuge in the Holy Sect? Our Holy Sect has expanded considerably. As long as you remain within its bounds, our master shall provide you with protection, proposed Xiao Yin. The elder shook his head. You should venture to the northwest. You will soon understand. The three swiftly arrived at the location indicated by the elder, only to be taken aback, for the area was strewn with graves. They quickly grasped the reality. This was their home, their roots, where generations had lain to rest. Departing from here would indeed be an arduous task. Upon returning, the elder spoke. You should remain. Your presence may prove futile, and should the witch clan instigate turmoil, this place may become perilous. We are aware that a contingent of several dozen has been organized. They must head to the Holy Sect, for they represent the future of our village. We, the old ones. The village chief displayed a hint of nostalgia, as if he recognized his days were numbered. Even in death, we shall guard this place. Our duty has been fulfilled, and we hope the Holy Sect will take these children under its wing. Rest assured, when we arrived, our master conveyed that you are benefactors of our Holy Sect. We shall be responsible for all of you. Xiao Yin declared. The elder again shook his head. No, we wish to remain. Those who desired to leave have already done so. Only we, the elderly, remain, each of us on the brink of death. In truth, we have one foot in the grave. It matters not where we go. Despite their earnest entreaties, the villagers remained resolute in their decision to stay. In resignation, they could only leave behind some protective formations to ensure the safety of the village. Outside, after the insects had vanished, not far away, within a cave, a young man unleashed a howl of frustration. Curse it! If I could devour these villagers, my goo would ascend to the next level. And then I could achieve the status of a sacred goo. Damn it! I shall not forgive you for this grievance. Having uttered his words, the youth rose, filled with murderous intent, swiftly making his way towards the village's defenses. These goo were the key to his advancement, yet at this moment, a multitude had been eradicated, and they were goo, not the parasitic beasts and the like. His hatred burned fiercely. Chapter 113, Breaking Through the Madness of Reason. A strange figure charged towards the guardian village. Faced with the inevitable, Xiao Yin and his companions ultimately had no choice but to abandon their attempts at persuasion. At that moment, they beheld the figure, a peculiar young man, whose hair was composed entirely of serpents. Each snake served as a strand of hair, creating a disconcerting sight that sent shivers down their spines. He belonged to the Gu clan. The Gu worms we previously dispatched were his creations. Dugu Yuqing elucidated. Xiao Yin and his companions regarded this strange being with apprehension. Was it he who sought to annihilate the guardian village? Are you a member of the Gu clan? Why do you assault the guardian village? Xiao Yin questioned warily, for the young man before them possessed a cultivation level that surpassed their own. Standing at the pinnacle of martial sovereign, ninth heaven, their first encounter with an adversary was a formidable one, and he appeared to be a mere youth, seemingly of their own generation. You wretches shall perish. Those who dare to slay my Gu worms shall be transformed into my Gu worms. With that proclamation, he produced a circular disc teeming with at least 10,000 minuscule insects, referred to as his Ben-Gu. Once they identified a target, they would parasitize their host, ultimately draining its very essence. Beware, those are his Ben-Gu, but not his life Gu. In the Gu clan, each member must possess their own life Gu, the most powerful and enigmatic of their kind. The creatures before us are merely his cultivated Gu worms. We must avoid being bitten. Dugu Yuqing cautioned. The two were already on high alert. This Gu youth was indeed terrifying, possessing not only profound strength, but also exceedingly sinister methods. Dare to destroy my years of hard work, and you shall all be cultivated. He muttered ominously, and in an instant, a multitude of Gu worms vanished into the void. Xiao Yin and his companions felt an impending sense of doom, leaving them utterly astounded. These Gu worms had the potential to deliver a fatal blow. Buddha's Wrath Fire Lotus. Divine Fire Defense. Xiao Yin unleashed his flames, first attacking with the, then fortifying his defense with Divine Fire. Second brother, you, as the main force, must remember that fire is the Gu clan's greatest bane. It is their natural enemy. Dugu Yuqing urged. Meanwhile, Xiao Yin concealed himself in the shadows. While Dugu Yuqing enveloped herself in a protective shield, a manifestation of her unique physique. The catastrophic curse-poison god body. Such a physique would be revered among the witch clan, akin to that of a holy son, and it was precisely what the Gu youth encountered. Your physique? The catastrophic curse-poison god body. Truly. Heaven has favored me. The Gu youth, upon witnessing their counterattack, did not retreat, but rather grew exhilarated. Should he eliminate the three of them, he could seize this physique, propelling himself to greater heights. Each of the 5 branches of the witch clan now boasted but a handful of survivors, as they had been thoroughly intimidated by the sacred sect in times past. Just then, Xiao Yan's assault descended upon them. A multitude of venomous insects emitted a hissing sound before descending to the ground, where they met their fiery demise. How infuriating! Is it truly connected to flames? The witch clan harbors an intense fear of fire. In the battles of yore, the Xiao clan exerted tremendous effort, even producing a supreme emperor who eliminated a clan leader with ease. Their suppression was indeed overwhelming. Prepare to meet your end. The wrath of the Buddhist cycle. The surged forth. At this moment, Xiao Yan fused for distinct, once again invoking the wrath of the Buddhist cycle. The swarm of insects was thoroughly subdued. Any that dared to emerge was incinerated. After all, the creature was seething with rage. This detestable Xiao Yan must be eliminated first. However, at that instant, a radiant shovel appeared seemingly from nowhere, striking the back of the creature's head. With a resounding thud, it collapsed to the ground. No matter how powerful one may be, a shovel instills fear. It was felled by a single blow. Blood gushed from the back of its head, and just before losing consciousness, its lips seemed to form the words, MMP. Subsequently, Donggu Yuqing and the others bound the unfortunate member of the Gu clan tightly, while Xiao Yan sealed away his cultivation, thus achieving a resounding victory in their first battle. Even if he were a martial artist at the 9th level, so what? He was still decisively defeated. Second brother, how shall we deal with this fellow? Inquired Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan turned to Donggu Yuqing. Junior sister, you possess extensive knowledge of the Gu clan. What do you suggest we do? Senior brother, we have 2 options for handling this. First, we can locate his life-sustaining Gu and exert control over it. Second, we can present him to our master for soul searching, which would unveil more information. Donggu Yuqing proposed a direct approach. If they could control the creature, would it not divulge its secrets? Should their master arrive and conduct a soul search, all mysteries would be revealed. We cannot rely solely on our master. Let us first seek out his life-sustaining Gu and exert control. If that proves futile, we shall then inform our master, Xiao Yan declared. Unbeknownst to them, every action was observed with clarity by Ling Xiao. Donggu Yuqing, possessing some understanding of the Gu clan, began her search, scouring the creature's body but finding nothing. Typically, a Gu clan member's life-sustaining Gu is concealed, not easily discovered. Some hide within their blood, others among other insects, and some within their very being. Step aside. I must channel my energy to ascertain whether it resides within him. Donggu Yuqing, a descendant of the Miao clan, held considerable knowledge of the entire witch lineage. At this moment, she began to employ her unique constitution. Just as any being instinctively strives for self-preservation in peril, so too does the life-sustaining Gu reveal itself when its host faces danger. Utilizing the most fearsome toxin, Donggu Yuqing slowly traversed the creature's body. She began at the head, gradually moving down to the neck, and continued her descent. Before long, she discovered it. Indeed, the creature was clever, having concealed its life-sustaining Gu at the navel, a diminutive blood-sucking insect. Donggu Yuqing, employing his unique methods, managed to control the bloodthirsty worm before returning it to its original position. The 2 senior brothers have been handled. I have already seized control of his life-bound Gu. Now, it remains to be seen whether he will cooperate upon awakening. Not long after, the creature stirred, and upon seeing the 3 individuals before him, an overwhelming rage engulfed him. Damn it, you all shall perish. The creature, in a pitiful state, bore no trace of his former confidence. Instead, he was furrowed in disbelief, followed by horror, culminating in an insatiable murderous intent. Who are you? How dare you control my life-bound Gu? The creature was utterly astonished. It is well known that what they yearned for most was Donggu Yuqing's physique, which fortuitously proved to be a formidable counter to their own, a mutual antagonism. I am a disciple of the Holy Sect. You would do well to reveal your identity. A disciple of the Holy Sect? The creature was acutely aware of the Holy Sect, and, Upon seeing its disciple, his fury intensified immeasurably. Their kin had dwindled to near extinction, a fate bestowed upon them by the Holy Sect. This enmity had been passed down through generations, reaching an unparalleled intensity. Hatred supplanting his will, at that moment, the creature transformed into a malevolent entity, an explosion of boundless rage erupting forth. This is bad. He has broken through. The three were taken aback and swiftly retreated. At this point, the creature had morphed into a mindless killing machine, subsumed by relentless hatred. His aura appeared to shift, taking on a sinister quality. Indeed, it was once the aura of the witch clan, but now it has morphed into something malevolent, akin to a demon. The creature's strength rapidly ascended to the 4th level of the venerable realm, surpassing the three by an entire realm. At this stage, any attempt by Xiaoyan and his companions to confront the creature using the holy sacrifice domain would prove inadequate, as the disparity would only widen in the realms to come. Ascending to the heavens in a single leap, there were but 2 opportunities. One was the heavenly martial realm, and the other, the fabled chance to attain sainthood instantaneously, a concept hitherto unheard of. Oh no, senior brother, he has already consumed his life-bound goo, which means he now possesses the attributes of the bloodthirsty worm, characterized by an acute sensitivity and a craving for blood. Dugu Yuqing could no longer restrain the bloodthirsty worm. Previously, he could, but once the creature's rationality was shattered, he transformed into a demon. We must ensure his demise. He cannot be allowed to escape. The trio's resolve solidified, and in that moment, they resolved to engage in a life-and-death struggle against the demon. Chapter 114. The Ascension of Ling Xiao, a snap of the fingers to annihilate evil. Dear junior disciples, let us unite and vanquish this foe. No matter the cost, we must ensure he does not escape. Xiaoyan proclaimed at that moment. Understood, senior brother. I have been tracking him relentlessly. Dugu Yuqing interjected. I have also ensnared him with my curse techniques. He shall not evade us. Xiaoyan asserted, as he meticulously arranged formations around their adversary, ensuring he was thoroughly trapped. Though we knew that confronting him could lead to our demise, we were resolute in this moment, with no alternative but to eliminate him. Xiaoyan seemed to deliver a final address. We comprehend, senior brother. We shall slay him, regardless of his formidable strength. This is indeed the moment when he is most vulnerable. Should he slip away, the consequences would be dire. Let us summon our divine artifacts and bring him down. The tales of the malevolent entity were well known. A mere 10,000 miles west of the sacred sect lay the site of the ancient sacred order, a land where demons were sealed. It was there that the first generation of evil was confined. Xiaoyan brandished the Xuanhua heavy sword, casting aside all reservations. The remaining 2, Chao Yud wielded the celestial shovel, while Dugu Yuqing revealed the source mirror. They had no choice but to exert their utmost to ensure his complete destruction. The entity, transformed into a demon, exuded an overwhelming power with every movement. In a single strike, the 3 were sent reeling. Though they did not spew blood, their faces paled under the strain. Meanwhile, Ling Xiao observed from the sacred sect, pondering a significant question. The system had issued a task in 5 directions. Did this signify that the main storyline was intertwined with the demons? It could be posited that the greatest antagonist of the Jiuxiao continent was indeed the demon, with subsequent battles against the Buddhist sect, the sealing of the witch clan, and the war against the beasts all stemming from the havoc wrought by its lingering essence. Now, in the southern domain's vast mountain ranges, where the witch clan was sealed, it was terrifying to witness living beings transforming directly into demons. It appeared that our sect would also need to intervene. This matter had surpassed all expectations. Presently, with the emergence of cults, the eruption of beast tides, mysterious temples, and the appearance of secret realms, could it suggest that unseen hands were orchestrating these events? The 4 locations linked to the demons had displayed unusual activity, indicating a deeper significance. Ling Xiao fervently wished for his 3 disciples to summon him to resolve the demon issue directly. Yet, these 3 naive individuals seemed to have forgotten all that. Each appeared ready to face death, leaving him somewhat exasperated. Were it not for the inability to communicate directly, he would have scolded them, for these seemingly intelligent individuals were now acting with singular focus. Xiaoyan and his companions were prepared to embrace death, driven solely by the conviction to utterly destroy their adversary. Though the demon's power was formidable, their divine artifacts barely allowed them to withstand the onslaught. Yet the toll it took on them was immense. The malevolent entity yearned to devour the three individuals without delay, seeking to locate the elusive Dugu Yuqing. Should it succeed in consuming this person, it would unleash its full potential, bringing forth calamities, curses, or even poison, all of which would significantly augment its power. After a series of intense battles, the trio found themselves gasping for breath, while the fiend appeared unfazed, its aura seemingly growing stronger. As it continued to break through its limits, now reaching the 6th tier of the venerable realm. This is dire. We must act swiftly to prevent it from gaining further strength, or else we shall stand no chance. Xiaoyan's expression was grave. The other two also recognized that the current malevolent force was terrifyingly formidable, with an abnormally powerful physique. And having acquired the ability to absorb the essence of all things through the blood-devouring insect. Despite wielding divine artifacts, they were unable to vanquish it, as the artifact's power was regrettably limited, merely surpassing that of ordinary weapons in durability. As for divine abilities and martial techniques, they remained beyond their reach. Such powers only manifested fully within the venerable realm, leaving them feeling increasingly impotent against the fiend. With its strength continuously escalating, the entity launched another assault. Dugu Yuqing immediately employed the heavenly poison technique, yet the fiend did not retreat. Instead, it reveled in the toxic essence. It became evident that the malevolent force was rapidly developing immunity to the poison, a most ominous sign. Heh. I should truly express my gratitude to the three of you. Had it not been for your fortuitous arrival, I would not have awakened prematurely. As a reward, I have decided to consume all of you. The fiend spoke, its consciousness having completely eclipsed that of its former self. Now that the malevolent entity had fully assumed control, the trio found themselves increasingly outmatched. The gap between their strengths was already vast, and the fiend was akin to a forbidden existence, even in equal ranks. They would likely falter, let alone with such a significant disparity in realms. Their survival was solely due to the enhancement provided by their divine artifacts. Though they could defend themselves adequately, their offensive capabilities were insufficient. If this continued, the fiend would eventually break free, leaving them with no chance of defeat. What shall we do? Must we perish here? If we are to die, we shall take it down with us. Futile. Since I have awakened, I possess an indestructible form. Your artifacts are commendable, and I shall graciously accept them. The fiend gestured toward the trio's divine artifacts, which began to feel an inexplicable urge to break free from their grips. In this dire moment, Xiaoyan shattered a talisman. Master, please save us. At long last, this fool remembered his master. Ling Xiao swiftly descended upon the scene, and upon seeing him, the fiend was instantly engulfed in terror. You are powerful, but my sect is even stronger. I shall accept this fragment of your being. With a mere wave of his hand, Ling Xiao elicited a chilling scream from the fiend, which subsequently dissolved into nothingness. Holy Sect, await your reckoning. I shall not let you escape. With the final echoes of its voice fading, the fiend was eradicated by Ling Xiao. Thank you, Master. The trio immediately bowed, having narrowly escaped death. The three of you, typically astute, find yourselves bewildered at critical moments. Do you truly believe you can contend with the malevolent forces? Must you stubbornly resist? With heads bowed in shame, the trio dared not meet his gaze. For Ling Xiao spoke the truth. They had never considered relying on their master. As your master, I understand your reluctance to depend too heavily on me. Yet it is imperative that you assess the situation. Do you grasp the magnitude of the malevolence you face? Even among peers, you may not stand as equals to such adversaries. Now, proceed onward. Should you encounter peril of this nature again, summon me directly. With that, Ling Xiao's form dissipated, leaving an air of grandeur before his swift departure. The trio, chastised, felt the sting of his words but quickly regained their composure and continued their journey. Here, Ling Xiao had intricately woven a protective formation. Breaching it would not be a trivial endeavor. In the southeastern part of the Holy Mountain, Yang Tianxiong, Xiaoling, and Hu Meinyang arrived before a colossal temple. This site had not harbored a temple until just the day before, when it had suddenly materialized before them. The Great Thunder Sound Temple. Senior Sister Linger, you have studied Buddhism. Do you know what this temple represents? Although Yang Tianxiong was older and possessed a higher cultivation, he had joined the sect later and thus addressed others as senior brothers and sisters. Xiao Linger surveyed the scene and proclaimed, if I am not mistaken, this should be the sacred ground of the Tathagata Buddha. Upon arriving, Xiao Linger felt an overwhelming sense of belonging, as if returning home. The Buddha's wisdom within him stirred with anticipation. Is the Tathagata Buddha held in high esteem within the Buddhist realm? Hu Meinyang inquired, aware that the Tian Shao Buddhist kingdom was widely known yet often regarded with trepidation. Indeed, he holds a paramount position. The strongest among them is the Buddha Lord, said to have survived since ancient times. Under his command are 7 great Buddhas, each of whom once reached the realm of the great emperor, establishing their own sanctuaries. However, during the War of Annihilation against Buddhism, the heavenly Tao suppressed them, reducing all but the Buddha Lord to the status of emperor monarch. Xiao Linger recounted, knowledge gleaned from the lantern illuminating temple. So, during the War of Annihilation against Buddhism, there existed 8 formidable emperor-level beings within the Buddhist realm. Yang Tianxiong and Hu Meinyang felt an overwhelming sense of powerlessness. Indeed, and this represents only the pinnacle of their might. In addition, there are 36 bodhisattvas, 72 vajra, and 108 arhats. Yet, with the current suppression of the heavenly Tao and the onset of the latter Dharma era, their strength has not only stagnated, but has steadily diminished. The arhat's cultivation has now fallen to the level of holy sovereigns. It must be acknowledged. The power of the Buddhist realm is indeed formidable. Truly, how could it not be strong when even the heavenly Tao personally intervenes to suppress them? Chapter 115. The Destruction of the Temple. A new anomaly arises. Linner, why do you think the people of the Buddhist realm are still alive? Do they possess eternal life? Hu Meinyang inquired. The war of the extinction of Buddhism took place millions of years ago, yet the Buddha and the Patriarch remain alive, as do many other bodhisattvas, vajras, and arhats, and their numbers have even increased. Though the heavenly Tao suppresses them, we must not forget that they can reincarnate and cultivate anew. With each generation, their amassed power only grows stronger. It was once due to their invincibility that the 8 great emperors faced no rivals. Apart from the Holy Sect at its zenith, no other force could withstand them. In the end, the manifestation of the heavenly Tao descended, completely sealing the Buddhist realm, thus ushering the 9 heavens continent into an age of decline, with each generation weaker than the last. Within the Buddhist realm exists a formidable scripture known as the Sutra of Rebirth, renowned alongside the Sutra of Deliverance. The Sutra of Rebirth is their secret weapon. Its cultivation requires reincarnation, which is remarkably effortless and allows for the retention of past memories. It is through this method that they have persevered to this day. Moreover, although the 7 Buddhas have experienced a decline in cultivation, they still reside at the level of the great emperor, akin to the supreme beings within forbidden zones. Unquestionably formidable. To this day, the Western Buddhist realm remains a taboo. The 3 entered the temple, which was devoid of any presence. Upon reaching the main hall, Xiao Ling felt as though she was on the brink of transcendence. I sense something here is calling to me. Perhaps my opportunity has arrived. Xiao Linger furrowed her brow. In truth, she held no genuine interest in Buddhist cultivation, yet possessing the innate wisdom of a Buddha made her predicament peculiar. Before long, Xiao Linger discovered a relic of Buddha-level significance within the Great Hall of the Great Thunder Sound Temple. It was indeed a relic of the Buddha, undoubtedly a remnant left behind after the reincarnation and cultivation of the original Tathagata Buddha. However, the Great Thunder Sound Temple is no longer within the Buddhist realm. Thus, she could not summon it back. No wonder she felt a sense of returning home. It was the encounter with the relic of the Buddha that invoked such a feeling. As Xiao Linger held the relic, it seamlessly integrated into her being, manifesting a massive Buddha statue behind her. Her physical form began to radiate with a brilliant golden light. In that moment, she possessed the flesh of a Buddha. This was Xiao Linger's destined opportunity, and following this, her cultivation soared rapidly, soon reaching the 9th heaven of the martial sovereign. Ling Xiao was taken aback to find that among all the disciples, it was Xiao Linger who first reached the 9th heaven of the martial sovereign. After her breakthrough, Xiao Linger's Buddhist nature intensified, beginning to suppress her martial path, much to her astonishment. Oh no, a single thought can lead to Buddhahood or to demonic transformation. The Buddha nature within me is surging, constraining my martial way. If this continues, I will become wholly a practitioner of Buddhism. This is indeed a dire situation. Xiao Linger was now in a state of alarm, fully aware of the consequences, yet powerless to resist. This was her chance, and also the trial she needed to face from her past. Linger, you possess a congenital spiritual body, an innate constitution that undoubtedly has the capacity to suppress the Buddhist nature within you. Quickly, activate the techniques imparted by your master. As she commenced her practice, Linger managed to subdue a portion of her Buddhist essence, yet a perfect equilibrium remained elusive, leading to potential dire consequences. He certainly did not wish to become neither wholly Buddhist nor entirely Taoist. Fortunately, she managed to temporarily suppress it. At that moment, several individuals entered the temple, also in search of treasure. After all, such a grand temple's emergence would undoubtedly attract attention. Someone has entered. Let us investigate. This time, 5 individuals arrived. Upon reaching the grand hall, they encountered 3 others before their gaze fell upon a colossal statue of Buddha. Suddenly, the statue began to radiate light, illuminating the space with a divine glow that enveloped the 11 present. At this instant, Linger's reaction was the most intense. This is the Sutra of Deliverance. If we are to be transcended, we shall become devout Buddhist practitioners, the most loyal of guardians. Linger's expression shifted dramatically as she began to invoke the sutra to counteract its effects. Immediately, she grasped the hands of her companions, attempting to retreat. Yet the pressure within the temple intensified abruptly, rendering her immobile. Master, save me. In this critical moment, Linger shattered a talisman, summoning her master. The presence of Ling Xiao descended, causing the entire hall to tremble violently, as if sensing a formidable force. I knew it could not be that simple. I had not anticipated this. No, the entire Buddhist system is flawed. Ling Xiao swiftly discerned the issue. The Sutra of Deliverance was a profoundly malevolent technique, forcibly subjugating individuals. What a despicable act. No wonder, after the battle of sealing demons, there was a subsequent war against Buddhism. It turns out Tianming spoke the truth. The Buddha had been tainted, and the entire Buddhist realm was similarly afflicted. With Ling Xiao's arrival, the oppressive atmosphere dissipated, and the divine light faded. The others displayed expressions of relief from calamity. Thank you, Master. Thank you, brave young hero. You must all leave at once. This place is exceedingly perilous. If you do not wish to become slaves of the Buddhist realm, depart swiftly. The 5 fled without looking back, exclaiming, "How frightening! There is great danger here. You too must leave. This place must be utterly destroyed." Ling Xiao felt fortunate that matters on the other side of the 10,000 great mountains had not escalated. Otherwise, it would have been too late. After the trio departed, Ling Xiao took action, completely annihilating the temple, reducing it to countless ashes, ensuring that not a trace of the statue remained. Once everything had concluded, he furrowed his brow, sensing that there seemed to be something still not entirely eradicated. However, he could not pinpoint it at the moment. Oh well, it will eventually reveal itself. Upon inspecting the area for issues and finding none, he led the 3 back to their sect. Master, thank you for saving us. I obtained a relic of the Buddha within, Linger proclaimed. To her surprise, Ling Xiao's expression changed drastically as he fixed an intense gaze upon her. Master, did I err? No, you are not mistaken. It is this relic that has been tainted by malevolent forces, and it would be wise for you to relinquish it. However, the ultimate decision rests with you. Ling Xiao did not impose his will upon Xiao Linger. But, Master, Xiao Linger attempted to speak, only to be interrupted by Ling Xiao. Enough. Your task has concluded. Linger, the choice is yours. The trio's mission had reached its end, yet the rewards remained unbestowed. Upon inquiring with the system, Ling Xiao learned that his presence had inadvertently disrupted their task, leading to its failure. Fortunately, there were no penalties, merely the absence of rewards. After descending, Xiao Linger began to contemplate certain matters. Linger, you still trust Master, do you not? He would never harm you, Hu Meinyang remarked. I understand. But the Buddha's relic has already fused. It cannot be extracted. I believe there is no issue. Rest assured, should any problems arise, I will seek Master immediately. Observing Linger's disregard for her master's counsel, Hu Meinyang felt a twinge of concern and conveyed this outcome to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao merely nodded, choosing not to respond. As long as they remained within the Holy Sect, no issues would arise. Moreover, he was keen to observe the ultimate path Xiao Linger would take. Would she attain enlightenment or succumb to darkness? He had long recognized her peculiar constitution and had been vigilant. System, has the mission in the East concluded? Ling Xiao inquired. Not yet, host. Please continue dispatching disciples to the East. New developments have emerged, the system replied. Ling Xiao realized that the situation was indeed far from simple. This time, he directly assigned Yang Tianxiong and Hu Meinyang to embark once more toward the east. The original 5, after departing, harbored illusions of safety, unaware that calamity was already upon them. Suddenly, one among them launched a surprise attack on another, eliminating the strongest member. Yang Kuan, what are you doing? What is your intention? Yang Kuan appeared bewildered. I don't know, second brother. What has transpired? His eyes sparkled with innocence, feigning ignorance, though this was merely a facade. You truly do not comprehend what you have just done? You ambushed and killed elder brother, and yet remain oblivious? Yang Kuan, still feigning confusion, queried, what has happened, dear brothers? You leave one speechless. Just then, Yang Kuan struck again, slaying second brother. The remaining 2 immediately became vigilant, maintaining their distance. Yang Kuan, have you lost your mind? To turn against your own brethren? Yang Kuan ceased to conceal his true nature. His eyes turned crimson, brimming with murderous intent. I have long harbored disdain for you all. Perish. Yang Kuan's power surged, draining the cultivation of several, advancing to the 4th layer of the martial sect. None could impede his resurgence. Chapter 116. The Terrifying Evil Spirit. When Yang Tianxiong and Hu Meinyang arrived, Yang Kuan had already departed, but not too far. At present, Yang Kuan's power was insufficient to claim dominion. He only targeted the weak and acted alone, unless he was confident he could annihilate everyone in his path. We must swiftly locate this malevolent spirit and summon our master to eradicate it. Ling Xiao had already conveyed the seriousness of the situation to the 2. Upon encountering the evil spirit, they were to summon themselves without hesitation and eliminate it. Otherwise, the entire Yuntian would descend into hell. Ling Xiao had also been remiss, failing to inquire about a crucial matter that led to the current predicament. This time, the sect's upgrade did not expand its boundaries, remaining at the previous 5,000 miles. Had the upgrade extended the range, it would have sufficed to envelop the 4 areas surrounding the sacred mountain, granting him the power to suppress all disturbances. He had been careless and did not ask. Next time, he must clarify everything. Regret was now futile for Ling Xiao, as the system's rewards had long since elapsed. Xiao Linger was cultivating within his Dao Palace, but at that moment, he fell into a trance, spitting blood and losing consciousness. The Buddha nature within him once again suppressed his spiritual essence, gaining the upper hand. Ling Xiao sensed this and appeared in time. All is a matter of your own choosing. I shall assist you only this once. Taiji diagram. Ling Xiao utilized the Taiji diagram to balance the Buddha nature and spiritual essence within him, and the results were quite favorable. After Ling Xiao departed, Xiao Linger awoke, aware that his revival was certainly due to his Master's intervention. He checked and found his relic intact, now accompanied by the Taiji diagram. With the diagram in place, everything stabilized, and he felt at ease. My master is truly benevolent. Thank you, master. Linger shall not disappoint your expectations. After expressing his gratitude, Xiao Linger left, intending to inform Hu Meinyang of this news. However, he could not locate her and subsequently sought out Yang Tianxiong, only to discover that both were on a mission. This realization left him disheartened. Did his master doubt him? He remained silent, casting a glance at the sect leader's hall before returning to his quarters. Upon his return, he was obedient, refraining from any reckless actions, and instead focused intently on his cultivation. Everything appeared exceedingly tranquil, devoid of any issues. Unbeknownst to him, the relic within him radiated golden light, and a vague voice echoed in his mind. Do you wish to venture out and seek your beloved? I can assist you. Who are you? Xiao Linger retorted, then fell silent. Ling Xiao naturally took heed of this, realizing that the relic had not yet relinquished its hold. Do not speak of it. I reside within your heart. As long as you desire, you can become the most powerful being in the world. With my assistance, you shall be invincible. Humph, impossible. My master possesses boundless power. Reveal your true identity at once. Cackling, she thought to herself, you will come seeking my presence. I await you. Xiao Linger called out a few times internally, yet there was no response. However, she was acutely aware that this voice emanated from the relic. Indeed, the relic of the Buddha harbored significant issues, yet she found herself unable to dispel it. Should she seek her master? She lacked the audacity, for her master had previously emphasized this matter, but she had chosen to disregard it. Now, to approach her master would be akin to courting humiliation. Thus, She swiftly settled into a meditative position and began reciting the heart purification mantra to calm her turbulent spirit. Within the grand hall, Ling Xiao, were it not for his skills as the sect leader, might have remained oblivious to the grave situation unfolding with Xiaoling. The infiltration of the Holy Sect into their domain was a predicament he intended to navigate with utmost caution. Should you choose to remain hidden, it would be best. However, if you dare to reveal yourself, this sect shall demonstrate its formidable prowess. From Xiaolinger's previous tone, it was evident that the malevolent spirit had cautioned her to remain silent. Consequently, Ling Xiao was left in the dark regarding their exchange. Such a cunning and powerful demon posed a significant threat. In the eastern region, Yang Tianxiong and Hu Mainyang had finally traced the malevolent spirit's whereabouts. The forest was its prime hiding ground. Having learned from its previous misstep, it opted for concealment. As the two ventured into the woods, Yang Tianxiong activated his heavenly Dao divine body, granting him extraordinary perception of the demon. Swiftly, he pinpointed its location. Demon, reveal yourself. We have found you. The efficacy of Yang Tianxiong's heavenly Dao divine body was unparalleled. The demon, skeptical, initially dismissed him, but ultimately, Yang Tianxiong drew nearer. No, it cannot be. It must be mere coincidence. Just coincidence. Before long, Yang Tianxiong discovered the demon's lair, and in that moment, the demon lunged toward them. Without hesitation, Hu Mainyang summoned her master. Ling Xiao reappeared, and this time, the demon had no opportunity to flee. Once Ling Xiao had locked onto it, its demise was assured. The Holy Sect shall not escape my wrath. Await your doom. I shall soon break free from my seal, and when I do, all of you shall perish. Is that so? This sect eagerly anticipates your arrival. But for now, you should simply perish. The demon, do not let this sect uncover your presence. Discover one, and slay it. After vanquishing the demon's avatar, Ling Xiao furrowed his brow. Master, why do you appear troubled? We have underestimated the demon. From what we discern, it possesses multiple avatars, all of which share the same memories. This means that these distinct avatars are interconnected, and the demon's strength is beyond our expectations. Ling Xiao realized that any single avatar of such a demon could wreak immeasurable havoc, presenting a significant dilemma. Having encountered the demon firsthand, his wariness heightened exponentially. This was merely the beginning. Should the decisive battle arrive and his cultivation remain stagnant, he would face dire consequences. For the grand confrontation could not possibly take place within the Holy Sect. Such folly would be unthinkable. Thus, Ling Xiao must hasten to enhance his strength and augment his abilities. Ding! Congratulations to the host disciple for completing the task, rewarded with 1,000,000 sect points. Additionally, 100,000 fortune points have been awarded, and the disciple's cultivation has been elevated by 2 levels. Ling Xiao has grasped the rewards, yet he feels they are somewhat meager, a mere million sect points. Accumulating to 5 million after 5 tasks? He has only reached halfway to the goal of 50 million. You all have performed admirably. This task has been executed splendidly. And thus, here are your rewards. With a mere gesture, Ling Xiao elevated the 2 disciples' cultivation by 2 levels, bringing them to the 4th layer of the martial sect. Thank you, Master. As they rose, Ling Xiao had already returned, while the 2 disciples remained, collaborating with the Yin clan to seek out suspicious individuals. This demonic incursion is large-scale, lurking in multiple locations, undoubtedly a meticulously orchestrated scheme. Coincidentally, the system's tasks align with these locations, allowing the system to accrue sect points. System, I have slain the demonic avatars. The rewards should be forthcoming, correct? Upon his return to the sect, Ling Xiao inquired. Ding! Congratulations to the host for defeating 2 demonic avatars, rewarded with 1,000,000 sect points. Furthermore, cultivation is elevated by 1 level, along with 100,000 fortune points. Haha, system, I adore this aspect of you. Such generous rewards for mere words. Do provide more next time. Ling Xiao's cultivation has finally broken through once again, reaching the pinnacle of the Holy Lord realm. With continued advancement, he would attain the complete Holy Lord state, subsequently allowing him to ascend to the Imperial realm. Li Bai, Li Jing, and Guan Yu. 3 figures materialized in the Lord's hall. Master, what is your command? You 3 shall proceed to the western region of the Sacred Mountain. approximately 10,000 miles away, to reinforce the seal in the demon's sealing land. Should you encounter any suspicious individuals, show no mercy. Ling Xiao, uneasy about the demon's sealing land, directly dispatched the three formidable figures. We shall obey. The trio departed for the demon's sealing land, while Ling Xiao began to assess the progress of others. In the demon state, located in the northern part of the sacred sect, it is not far from the demon's sealing land, merely 2 states apart. Upon their arrival, Jun Xianma and Jian Shen noticed a significant number of people retreating, driven away by the ferocity of the beast tide. My good sir, may I inquire what transpired ahead? Jian Shen asked an individual for information. Alas, esteemed young heroes, it is best you flee quickly. Those demonic beasts are rampaging through the cities and villages, leaving countless casualties. The beast tide has already breached Heavenly Demon City. It is truly a dire situation. No more time for words. We must escape. The breach of Heavenly Demon City, now overrun by demonic beasts, is indeed grave news. With a population in the millions, one can only imagine the calamity that awaits those who remain. Let us proceed to investigate. Chapter 117. The Dimming of the Beast Tide. The occurrence of a beast tide is not a trivial matter. Once it arises, chaos ensues across the land. When the tide of beasts charges forth, only a formidable power can quell them. Otherwise, these savage creatures cannot be deterred. They have lost all semblance of reason, rendering them the most easily manipulated. And they exhibit no remorse when taking human lives. The two soon arrived at the forefront of Heavenly Demon City, where dozens of great beasts loomed in the air above the city. Massive serpents measuring over 20 meters in length and gigantic avians with 3 legs circled ominously in the void. Their aura was overwhelmingly powerful, most of them at the kingly realm, yet the majority of the beast tide resided below the celestial martial realm. Even so, breaching a city under such circumstances would be alarmingly simple. Surrounding them were disciples from various sects who had begun the hunt for these beasts. But the sheer number of creatures proved overwhelming, rendering their efforts futile. Senior sister, what shall we do? To confront such a beast tide, we must uncover the puppet master behind this chaos. Yet at present, we cannot even breach past these beasts. They both possessed formidable strength, yet they were greatly outnumbered. Before them lay a throng of at least several 100,000 beasts. An assault of this magnitude would even trouble a sage, who might be overwhelmed. Now, we can only bide our time for an opportunity. Look, there are powerful beings approaching. We shall wait for our chance. Jun Xianma maintained a rational demeanor. Bold beasts, daring to assault our human city, you shall pay for your insolence. Everyone, follow me into battle. I recognize him. He is the sect master of the beast-taming sect. This beast tide has directly shattered their stronghold. The sect master, at the grand sage level, would surely alter the tides of battle with his intervention. A multitude of beasts perished at his hands, yet the sight left onlookers with a feeling of nausea. Other beasts, driven by instinct, swiftly pounced upon the fallen, consuming them in mere moments, leaving not a trace behind. Soon after, several sages emerged, all from the beast-taming sect, the largest sect in the beast province, leading their formidable disciples to commence the slaughter of the beasts. The human race began to counterattack. In no time, thousands rallied. Among them over 100 at the revered level and more than 1,000 at the master level, with the remainder below the martial sect rank. These beasts ravage our homeland. We shall fight back, proclaimed the sect master of the beast-taming sect as he led the charge. As other experts joined the fray, a multitude of beasts surged forth, rushing towards the gathered crowd. In that moment, the human race appeared starkly insignificant, utterly defenseless against the oncoming tide. The sect master and several sages were quickly dispersed by the beasts, each fighting for their survival, only to be overwhelmed one by one. The human numbers were far too few. Against such a horde of beasts, they were but a drop in the ocean, utterly incapable of withstanding the onslaught. Our next target is the demon sealing city. A great beast roared in response, signaling their intent to assault the city. Beyond the demon sealing city lay the land of demon sealing, perilously close to the domain of the sacred sections. At this moment, hundreds of thousands of monstrous beasts advanced, charging towards the demon sealing city. The formidable warriors of the Beastmaster sect were utterly incapable of withstanding their onslaught. However, Jun Xianma and his companion finally discerned a particularly suspicious figure amidst the throng of beasts, a youth, half-human and half-beast. His blood-red eyes brimmed with an ominous hatred for humanity, and it was evident that he wielded a significant influence over the beasts surrounding him. Numerous creatures with crimson eyes, unmistakably tainted, clustered nearby. We must proceed and immediately shatter the talisman to summon our master. Only he can resolve this predicament. We are powerless. Jun Qianma declared. Sister, I acknowledge our master's might. But can he truly fend off these beasts? Among these formidable demons, there are indeed those of emperor rank, and several of them encircle that half-human, half-beast youth. Do not underestimate our master. His power is beyond imagination, capable of annihilating even emperors, let alone these beasts. Once we arrive, we shall shield ourselves with divine artifacts and then summon him. Upon concluding their discussion, the two swiftly set their plan into motion. Soon, an unimaginable aura enveloped the area, causing the eyes of countless beasts to regain clarity before they fled in terror. Upon the arrival of Ling Xiao, he immediately focused on the half-human, half-beast youth, effortlessly obliterating multitudes of the monstrous beasts with a mere wave of his hand. Behold, that is the supreme warrior of humanity. We honor our master. Jun Qianma and Jian Chun bowed in reverence. I recognize them. They are the prodigies of the Holy Sect. If that is so, he must be the sect leader. How remarkably young. The leaders of the Beastmaster sect and other formidable beings now glimpsed a glimmer of hope. With the Holy Sect intervening, these issues were poised to be resolved swiftly. The half-human, half-beast youth, consumed by fury, hissed, "Human, you shall perish." His overwhelming hatred had tainted countless beasts, inciting this monstrous tide. Compared to the countless innocents you mercilessly slaughtered, it is you who deserve death. Ling Xiao raised his hand, freezing the very air, rendering even the youth immobile. His expression shifted dramatically, revealing profound terror. You perish. With another gesture, Ling Xiao obliterated a multitude of the crimson-eyed beasts, while those who had regained their clarity had long since fled. His target lay solely upon the beasts with red eyes, for he sought to uncover the reason behind this beastly uprising. Ling Xiao's might was cosmic in scale, leaving all who witnessed in awe. This was indeed the leader of the Holy Sect. Many speculated he was an emperor-level warrior, and this seemed increasingly plausible. After all, it was he who had vanquished the Cloud Emperor, suggesting he was likely an emperor himself, or at the very least, a supreme being. The emperor-level warriors who inflicted self-sacrifice were referred to as supreme by humanity, whereas the other beast tribes addressed them as royalty, a convention upheld for countless years. Upon reaching this realm, whether human or of other races, they all transform into human forms, for indeed, this form is the most perfect. Pray tell, what has instigated the beast tide? Ling Xiao inquired. The youth remained silent, prompting Ling Xiao to commence a soul search. Faced with the terrifying presence of Ling Xiao, the youth found himself utterly defenseless. Even an emperor-level powerhouse would be annihilated in an instant. What hope did he possess? After the soul search concluded, Ling Xiao was left profoundly moved. At times, humanity could be even more egregious than the demonic beasts. This young man yearned to adopt a human form, yet certain individuals, upon perceiving opportunity, initiated a series of actions to auction him off at a marketplace, subsequently treating him as a slave and even as a concubine. Enduring unbearable humiliation, the youth rose in rebellion. At that moment, a remnant soul entered his body, a fragment of a malevolent entity. Thus, the youth embarked on a path of vengeance. His first battle was to obliterate the city that had auctioned him, followed by the execution of all those responsible. Those who had humiliated, mocked, and tormented him were all vanquished. However, fate is a cruel mistress. At the height of his fury, the malevolent entity emerged and seized control of his corporeal form. In moments of impulsivity, the defenses of one's will are most vulnerable, as was the case previously, and with Yang Kuan as well. The malevolent entity shattered their psychological barriers, directly occupying their bodies. Those who perished did so, and may they find a better existence in their next life. After defeating the local leader, Ling Xiao returned to the hall of the sect master. The impact of this event weighed heavily upon him. Humanity, at times, could be said to be even inferior to certain demonic beasts. They extinguish humanity, leaving devastation in their wake, treating lives as mere trifles, cruel and ruthless. Such individuals are the disgrace of humanity, deserving of the gravest punishment. Upon Ling Xiao's departure, the onlookers erupted into fervent cheers. Thank you, Sacred Sect, for your intervention. Without you, we would surely have perished. Gratitude to the Sacred Sect. Jun Qianma and Jian Chun, humbled by the gratitude of the crowd, responded, Everyone, please rise. Slaying demons and vanquishing evil is our duty, and we appreciate your understanding. Now, you may return home and begin the reconstruction of your lives and sects. The Sacred Sect is commendable, imbued with a strong sense of responsibility. I shall ensure my children join the Sacred Sect. So shall I. It is imperative that Heir Dan enters the Sacred Sect to serve humanity. Count me in. Add me as well. Chapter 118. A Sin Worthy of Death. Ding. Congratulations, host disciple, for completing the task. You are awarded 1,000,000 sect points. You are also granted 100,000 fortune points. Additionally, your cultivation has been elevated by 2 levels. On the other hand, Ling Xiao soon received notifications regarding the task completions by Jun Qianma and Jian Chun. Without hesitation, Ling Xiao elevated their cultivation levels, mirroring the previous enhancements bestowed upon Yang Tianxiong and Hu Meinyang. The system has now begun to elevate the cultivation of his disciples, indicating that it has come to recognize their inadequacies in strength. Setting aside other concerns, the crises surrounding the Sacred Sect are indeed alarming. In Lingzhou, Shi Kaitian has brought Dong Yaoyang and Dong Xingyue to this location. It has been quite some time since he last returned home, and the reason for his return is the peculiar emergence of a sinister cult, which has taken root disturbingly close to their village. However, before Shi Kaitian could reach home, he observed numerous individuals gathering in the streets, all converging towards a single direction. Simultaneously, they wielded shovels, talisman papers, and long swords, with some even brandishing bizarre objects. This place is known as Lingstone City, an ordinary settlement in Lingzhou. Yet the crowd here exceeds 10,000 and appears to be continually swelling. Upon their arrival, the trio joined the throng. The Lord of Lingstone City possesses a cultivation level within the realm of kings. Given that it is merely a common city, such strength is commendable. Upon their arrival, they were astonished to find the city lord rallying the populace to join the sinister cult. Esteemed citizens, I am the Lord of Lingstone City, and I have now joined the Wanqing sect. This sect is an auxiliary force of the Sacred Sect, established to serve it. By joining us, you shall have the opportunity to enter the Sacred Sect. Is this true? Do we really have a chance to enter the Sacred Sect? Indeed. I assure you, as your city lord, my words are as true as the sun in the sky. Behold, this is the mother of Shi Kaitian, a disciple of the Sacred Sect, now in my custody. Let her confirm the truth of my statements. Despicable city lord, you deserve death. You seek to exploit my son's reputation for your own gain. You shall not end well. Shi Kaitian's mother interjected vehemently. The city lord seized her by the hair, causing many strands to fall away. Citizens, my words are genuine. This woman simply lacks understanding. Join us in the Wanqing sect, and you shall gain entry to the Sacred Sect. What are you waiting for? The city lord's words carried considerable weight. Several individuals began to shout in agreement. Let us answer the city lord's call, join the Wanqing sect, and enter the Sacred Sect. In an instant, hundreds began to voice their desire to join the Wanqing sect. This scene was witnessed by Shi Kaitian and his companions, and upon seeing his mother, he lost all semblance of reason. Mother! Shi Kaitian could no longer contain himself and cried out loudly. At that moment, all eyes turned towards the sound, and 3 youths gracefully descended upon the square. The city lord was immediately struck with terror, for the foremost among them was none other than Shi Kaitian. It was indeed Shi Kaitian, a disciple of the Sacred Sect. They had gained renown for their prowess, having made their mark on the celestial rankings, dominating the top 10. Truly formidable. Indeed, Shi Kaitian is the pride of our Lingstone City, our great hero. The city lord, in a fit of desperation, seized Shi Kaitian's mother by the hair, demanding, Shi Kaitian, do not approach. What do you intend to do? At this moment, Shi Kaitian was on the brink of losing his composure. This city lord deserved to meet a dire fate. He had not yet had the chance to visit his mother when she was captured and brought here. Since you just proclaimed that joining the Wanqing sect would grant you entry into the Sacred Sect, may I inquire what it is you fear now? Spoke Dong Yaoyang. Indeed, you previously insisted that we could also join the Sacred Sect. Why now do you tremble? The city lord was in a state of panic, realizing his doom was imminent. I understand why he fears. He is, after all, a member of the evil cult, seeking to tarnish the name of our sacred sect. Esteemed guests, our recruitment of disciples has concluded, and their emergence now is solely for their own gain. Furthermore, as direct disciples of the sacred sect, why do you cower before us instead of welcoming us? Dong Xingyue added, prompting the crowd to awaken to the truth. Indeed, how could we mere commoners ever hope to join such a prestigious sect? It is all the machinations of this city lord. They cried, City Lord, you must provide us with an explanation, otherwise, do not blame us for our actions. Release my mother. Shi Kaitian glared fiercely at the city lord. The city lord, filled with dread, was consumed by a singular thought, to hold Shi Kaitian's mother hostage and flee this place. Yet, his cultivation was woefully inadequate for escape, as Shi Kaitian had already locked onto him, with the other two also watching intently. Do not approach. Do you hear me? One step closer, and I shall slay her. He warned. As the city lord, why do you resort to taking hostages? Are you afraid of our revelations? Or perhaps fearful that the evil cult will be exposed? Dong Yaoyang addressed the crowd. Esteemed guests, this city lord is affiliated with a nefarious organization. They shall not meet a good end. Do not fall for their deceit. I shall repeat myself one last time. Release my mother. Shi Kaitian's eyes had turned blood red, presenting a terrifying visage. The moment the city lord beheld Shi Kaitian, his eyes widened in horror, for the eye technique was already unleashed. Without hesitation, Shi Kaitian swiftly reclaimed his mother, delivering a powerful strike to the city lord. The city lord spat blood but remained alive. Shi Kaitian had no intention of allowing him to perish so quickly, for he had many questions for this city lord. Mother, are you all right? Tears flowed uncontrollably from Shi Kaitian's eyes. Mother is fine, my son. You are splendid. We are proud of you. Qin spoke weakly at that moment. She had been tormented by the city lord for an extended period, and furthermore, he had slaughtered the village where Shi Kaitian resided. My dear, you must avenge us. Countless villagers perished at his hands. Promise me, avenge the villagers. Mother, rest assured, I will annihilate them all. He must be killed. Qin fainted from the strain. Shi Kaitian quickly administered elixirs and divine liquids, preserving her life. He then turned his gaze toward the city lord, who was now trapped and sealed by Dong Yaoyang. Well done, Shi Kaitian. End this wretched city lord, who sought to deceive us into joining a cult. He is the true embodiment of evil. He glared fiercely at the lord, demanding, Speak. Where is your headquarters? Who else is involved? What secrets do you hold? Haha, you wish to know? I shall never reveal, the city lord proclaimed before taking his own life, leaving Shi Kaitian and his companions without a chance to interrogate him. Arrest those who accompanied him. Dong Yaoyang commanded. The crowd recalled the raucous voices of a dozen individuals, realizing that they were either cult members or had been bribed by the lord. With the collective effort of the people, they captured 10, while 2 managed to flee. Let's search their souls, Shi Kaitian declared, activating his ocular technique. His eyes appeared ethereal, ensnaring the very essence of those he gazed upon. Shortly thereafter, Shi Kaitian uncovered certain secrets. These individuals were indeed cultists, yet they were merely peripheral members, not the core. How is Senior Kaitian faring? Dong Yaoyang inquired. We have identified a stronghold. Let us proceed. Shi Kaitian, cradling his mother, led the two out of the city. This stronghold was well concealed, situated less than 10 miles from the city. Soon, they arrived at the location. Seniors, please secure the perimeter. Allow not a single soul to escape. Shi Kaitian directed as he surveyed the surroundings. Hong Tiandu had to concede that the ancient dual-eyed technique was indeed formidable, even as an emperor. He could not conceal himself from it, having previously sensed spatial fluctuations while accompanying them. You may proceed with your slaughter. Show no mercy to the cult. I shall watch over your mother. Hong Tiandu spoke, remaining hidden yet providing immense encouragement to Dong Yaoyang and the others. Our master has secretly dispatched experts to protect us. How heartwarming. How moving. Chapter 119. The Secrets Behind the Cult of the Halloween. At this moment, the 3 individuals revealed their formidable prowess, swiftly attracting the attention of the experts in the vicinity. Within mere moments, a dozen elite warriors emerged, among them a formidable being at the 3rd level of the revered realm, accompanied by 7 martial masters and 30 kings. This stronghold was indeed terrifying, boasting an impressive collective strength. Who are you to dare trespass upon our sacred ground? Inquired the leader, a revered expert. What? The cult of Halloween has long slandered and defamed our holy sect, and you remain oblivious to our identities? At this juncture, Sir Kaitian was eager for a bloodbath. So, you are disciples of the holy sect. How fortuitous. We shall capture you and present you to the cult leader. He will surely be delighted. A fierce battle was imminent. The three of them summoned their utmost combat strength. Sir Kaitian activated his innate supreme bone, while the ancient heavy I manifested. All of you shall perish. Attack. The trio surged forward. On one side, Dong Yaoyang unleashed the solar saint body, while Dong Xingyue invoked the lunar saint body, positioning themselves to shield Sir Kaitian in the center. As Sir Kaitian conjured eye techniques, he simultaneously executed the supreme treasure art. A divine axe appeared in his grasp, and with a mighty roar, he declared, "Open the heavens." With a single swing, the void fractured, and the terrifying force instantaneously tore apart several kings. One strike, and they were vanquished. They had ascended to the master realm, and slaying kings was akin to childish play for them. Even when faced with martial masters, they maintained a considerable advantage. Their only concern was the revered expert. As a revered being, he undoubtedly held more secrets, and capturing him would unravel everything. Unite the 9 sons, invert yin and yang. Dong Yaoyang led the charge, swiftly eliminating 2 kings. On the other side, Dong Xingyue also dispatched a king. Yet the number of adversaries continued to swell, though their cultivation had yet to reach the royal tier. It's impossible. Just a month ago, they were merely at the heavenly martial realm, and now they have ascended to the master realm? Some recognized the trio, knowing their prior cultivation was only at the heavenly martial level, yet now, within a month, they had advanced to the grandmaster stage. Such a pace of cultivation was indeed monstrous. However, this was not the time for astonishment. Enemies still loomed before them. Others were equally taken aback. These individuals must not be allowed to escape. Open the heavens. Eye techniques, illusionary array. Sir Kaitian employed his eye techniques, initially segmenting their foes into disparate teams before systematically dismantling them. Leading the charge, Sir Kaitian felled several opponents, now facing a master of considerable strength. Yet, against this aberration, even he could only meet his demise. The trio exhibited no fear in the face of their adversaries. Instead, they reveled in the slaughter. Sir Kaitian, in particular, dispatched a multitude of experts. He had yet to fully evolve his eye techniques, but once he ascended to the revered level, and his eye techniques achieved transcendence, it would be his time to reign supreme. In the realm of the revered, possessing divine abilities is their greatest advantage. Once these powers manifest, other martial techniques become insignificant. At this moment, a figure of the revered realm has descended to personally eliminate these individuals. Elder, confine that person. I shall extract their soul, Sir Kaitian proclaimed. Thus, Hong Tiandu launched an assault, and the revered one, lacking any means of resistance, was swiftly sealed. He realized that his fate was sealed along with his companions. Moreover, there were other experts covertly protecting these individuals. Their demise was imminent. On Sir Kaitian's side, he unleashed a grand technique, each strike claiming a life. After half an hour, the remaining adversaries at this stronghold had been entirely slaughtered by the trio, leaving only the revered one. Brother Kaitian, there are no others left. We have vanquished them all, Dong Yaoyang remarked, drenched in blood, yet exhilarated by the battle. Each of them had experienced growth, their cultivation breaking through to the 3rd level of martial sovereign. Approaching the revered figure, Sir Kaitian commanded, "Look at me." The revered one remained unmoved. At that moment, Sir Kaitian continued, "Previously, through soul extraction, I glimpsed you in the memories of that city lord." Suddenly, the revered one cast a fleeting glance, and that brief moment led to his complete downfall. Sir Kaitian then employed his ocular technique to delve into the man's memories, and he was left utterly astounded. As the vision faded, the revered one's expression became vacant. His soul had been extinguished. Sir Kaitian struck him down. "Brother, did you uncover any valuable clues? We must head to the headquarters. I have discovered their location." What a terrifying entity the Church of All Saints is, entirely targeting our holy sect. We must summon our master to annihilate them. Targeting our holy sect? Indeed. Let us proceed. Upon arrival, we shall directly call upon our master to capture them all, leaving them no chance. The trio swiftly arrived at another towering mountain, adjacent to Spiritstone City. Within this mountain lay the headquarters of the Church of All Saints. The revered one's memories held no knowledge of the leader's identity, but it was certain they were not from Ling Xiao. However, their power was fearsome, possessing at least imperial-level cultivation. Upon arrival, the three immediately summoned Ling Xiao. This time, he did not make a grand entrance, but descended quietly. "Is this truly the headquarters of the Church of All Saints?" Ling Xiao inquired, intrigued. "Master, indeed it is. There is an entrance over there." Ling Xiao nodded and instructed the others to step back, preparing to unleash his might. As Ling Xiao raised his hand, the entire mountain began to tremble violently, and a multitude of experts surged forth. Before they could utter a word, they beheld the four figures of Ling Xiao. "Who are you?" someone questioned. Are you from the Holy Sect?" A person's expression changed drastically, realizing it was already too late. "To specifically target our Holy Sect indicates you possess considerable knowledge of us. Now that our sect has arrived, we shall ascertain what this Church of All Saints truly harbors." Upon finishing his words, Ling Xiao annihilated all present. As more individuals emerged, it became evident that this was the headquarters of the 10,000 Saints sect, boasting no fewer than several thousand members. Soon, formidable experts surfaced, among them the Saint Lord-level powerhouses. However, with a mere wave of Ling Xiao's hand, these masters were effortlessly annihilated. It was still too slow. The lack of exhilaration prompted Ling Xiao to interject. "Allow our sect to assist you." With that, he gestured, and the entire mountain was inexplicably leveled, revealing a multitude of palatial structures beneath. At that moment, a figure hastily fled at an astonishing speed. Ling Xiao slowly shook his head. Since he had arrived, there was no way these experts could escape. Hong Tiandu observed everything with keen interest, although he held Qin sure. It did not hinder his ability to act. With the Holy Sect present, your 10,000 Saint sect is destined for annihilation. The fleeing individual was apprehended by Ling Xiao, who discovered that this person possessed extraordinary cultivation, having attained the pinnacle of the Emperor realm. Yet, despite his attempts to resist, escape was futile. Ling Xiao commenced a soul search, but in an instant, the formidable being self-destructed. The lead had been severed. This individual had an astute backer who, to avert any prying eyes from uncovering secrets, had sealed the sea of consciousness, ensuring that any external interference would trigger an explosion. Though the gains were modest, the eradication of the 10,000 Saints sect was a significant achievement. Ling Xiao remarked with indifference, still unaware of the identity of the individual. He then proceeded to conduct a soul search on another Emperor-level expert. This time, he could delve into the soul, but the identity of the sect leader remained elusive. Hong Tiandu manifested directly, ruthlessly eliminating numerous masters, and the entire headquarters of the 10,000 Saints sect was reduced to rubble. Ling Xiao returned promptly, having gained little. The identity of the sect leader remained unknown. Nevertheless, he instructed several disciples to meticulously search, leaving no detail overlooked. "I shall return to our sect. I leave this in your capable hands. You have completed your mission and may continue your training or return to the sect." "Master, what about my mother?" Shi Kaitian inquired. "Bring her back to the sect and ensure she is well settled." Ling Xiao noted that his time was nearly up. He had to depart. Hong Tiandu led the charge, and the three disciples began their thorough search of the entire 10,000 Saints sect. Before long, they indeed discovered a clue. The sect leader was a practitioner of Buddhism. In the quarters where the leader resided, they found no scriptures or techniques, but they did come across a statue of Buddha, albeit in a ruined state. They carefully gathered the damaged relics, leaving no corner unchecked, and subsequently returned to the sect. In the hall of the sect leader, Ling Xiao gazed at the shattered statue, comprehending that even if the individual was not from the Buddhist realm, there was an undeniable connection to Buddhist practice. The Buddhist realm. You shall one day face our sect's reckoning. Chapter 120. The Secret Realm Opens. Master, do you suspect that people from the Buddhist nation are stirring trouble behind the scenes? Shi Kaitian inquired. It is quite likely, though I would prefer it to be the work of malevolent forces. Very well, you all wait a moment. Ling Xiao instructed. The reason for Ling Xiao's request was that the task had been completed, and the rewards were due to arrive. Ding. Congratulations to the host's disciple for completing the task. Reward. Sect value 1,000,000. Reward. Fortune value 100,000. Reward. Cultivation level increased by 2 tiers. Ding. Congratulations to the host for annihilating the holy cult, eliminating a potential threat to the sacred sect. Reward, sect value 5,000,000. Reward, fortune value 500,000. Reward, cultivation level increased by 1 tier. Ling Xiao felt elated. It was finally his turn to enhance his cultivation. While many had achieved breakthroughs, the collective sect value earned resulted in merely a single tier increase. You have all performed remarkably well in this task, and here are your rewards. Each of you shall have your cultivation level raised by 2 tiers. Ling Xiao declared as he gestured towards them, instantly elevating the cultivation of the 3 to the 5th heaven of martial ascension. Thank you, Master. The 3 were filled with astonishment. Such legendary prowess was something even the great emperors could not achieve. The ability to raise one's cultivation at will was simply exhilarating. Master, I love you. Enough of that, Kaitian. Go and make arrangements for your mother. She can reside in the same Dao Palace as you, and many of your resources can be utilized by her. Ling Xiao remarked. Sure, Kaitian was deeply moved. Thank you, Master. I understand. Shortly after, the 3 disciples departed, and at that moment, Ling Xiao's own cultivation also ascended by 1 tier, reaching the pinnacle of the Holy Master realm. With 1 step further, he would enter the Imperial realm. Of the 4 tasks, 3 were related to malevolent forces, while 1 pertained to the Buddhist nation. How intriguing. Ling Xiao harbored little fear of these dark forces. His current priority was to enhance the strength of his sect. It was not sufficient for merely the upper echelon to advance. The emergence of lower-tier disciples was essential for genuine prosperity. Yi Fan, the situation on your end will determine our next course of action. Lanzhou, also located within the Yunxiao realm, Lanzhou is a formidable region, second only to Zhongzhou in overall strength. It was once home to the illustrious Kanglin Emperor, hence its name. However, this emperor left no lineage behind, merely a cave abode. Before vanishing without a trace, little is known about the Kanglin Emperor. His story remains shrouded in mystery. Yet, the name of Lanzhou itself is a testament to his past greatness. At this moment, Yi Fan and his companions have set foot in Lanzhou. Through inquiries, they have learned of its connection to the Kanglin Emperor. Furthermore, this secret realm only permits entry to those of martial ascension, suspected to be the cave or secret realm left behind by the Kanglin Emperor. The number of visitors here is substantial, primarily comprising sects from the Yunxiao realm. Upon their arrival, Yi Fan and his companions observed that prominent forces such as Yunxiao Sacred Land, the Yun family, and Yunxiao Sword Sect had already dispatched their high-ranking martial ascension members, all vying to seize the internal resources. Behold, the disciples of the sacred sect have arrived. There stands Yi Fan, accompanied by Ling Xian and Ling Hua. The 3 walk in the light, while Mo1 lurks in the shadows, alongside a formidable emperor-level expert, Gu Dao Feng, who has ascended to the emperor realm after consuming the blood essence of an emperor. Their arrival draws the gaze of many. Wait, their cultivation has astonishingly reached the martial sovereign realm? Just a month ago, they were at the heavenly martial realm. How could this be? My heavens, is it truly possible to ascend from the heavenly martial realm to the martial sovereign realm in a mere month? It seems as if they have leapt to the heavens, breaking through to the 9th heaven directly. The crowd is dumbfounded. Are these truly the disciples of the sacred sect? Each one of them is exceptionally talented, their growth rate rivaling that of the elite powers of the divine sky. Yi Fan and his companions radiate brilliance akin to the sun, instantly becoming the focus of attention. However, the majority present are from established powers led by Meng Gu Dao, who have long dominated the skies of Yunxiao, with deep-rooted foundations. Although the sacred sect has risen, it is primarily due to the efforts of formidable figures like Ling Xiao. Aside from these emperor-level experts, there are few disciples who can stand out. This secret realm permits entry to martial sovereigns, yet their cultivation seems rather insufficient. Do not underestimate any of them. When they were at the heavenly martial realm, they were certainly geniuses of at least the 8th or even 9th forbidden fields. It is inconceivable for them to have progressed so swiftly to martial sovereign unless they are prodigies of the 9th forbidden field or above. Indeed, it has been accurately surmised. Yi Fan and his companions have leveraged the sacred right domain to achieve the 9th heaven and thus seamlessly broke through to the martial sovereign realm. Among the martial sovereigns present, there are no less than 10,000. The challenge of seizing treasures within the secret realm amidst such formidable opponents is evident. There is no need to worry about them. There are only 3 of them, hardly a match for us. Once they enter, we shall unite and deny them any opportunity. Ling Xiao is vast, divided into 9 provinces, and the province where the sacred sect resides, Yunzhou, is but a speck in comparison. Among the provinces, Yunzhou is the weakest. Nevertheless, many from Ling Yun's sect have also come, and amidst the crowd, Yi Fan spots the figure of Su Ruoxue. Within Ling Yun's sect, Su Ruoxue is regarded as a treasure. Her cultivation has now reached the 4th heaven of the sovereign realm, but she pales in comparison to Yi Fan and his companions. Once, they competed on the same stage. Yet in just a few months, a vast chasm has opened between their fates. In this secret realm, the atmosphere is charged, thick with formidable energy. Even experts would hesitate to venture close. It remains uncertain when it will open, yet the number of attendees has already surpassed 10,000. While 10,000 martial sovereigns may seem plentiful, each sect has not dispatched all their martial sovereigns. Most have come merely for training or to seize resources. They are all top-tier existences, and amidst such a multitude, Yi Fan and his companions indeed appear somewhat ordinary. Master brother, it appears that they harbor some grievances against us. Ling Hua inquired. Indeed, it is only natural. The sacred sect has recently risen to prominence, surpassing them directly. The heavenly rankings have further embarrassed these established powers. How can they not feel indignant? Nevertheless, we need only focus on our own cultivation. Within the secret realm, there is no cause for concern. They are not our adversaries. Yi Fan, now at the 3rd level of cultivation, and the 2 women at the 2nd level, though their levels may seem low, their combat prowess is formidable. Should they encounter any unwise opponents, they shall not hesitate to retaliate. Moreover, with the talismans generously bestowed by their master on several occasions, along with their own divine artifacts, their survival is assured. At this moment, Yi Fan was scanning the crowd, hoping to encounter any fortunate heirs. If such individuals could be found and brought back to the sacred sect, it would be a delightful prospect. The aura emanating from the secret realm was gradually weakening, now diminishing to the level of a revered one. With just a little more patience, they would be able to enter. However, only those at the martial sovereign level could venture in. For kings, it would merely mean becoming cannon fodder. Each state's premier factions dispatched disciples and experts to this gathering. Yet Ling Yun's sect was exceedingly weak, with its previous leader having barely reached the martial sovereign realm. They could only send disciples of the king level. Surrounding them, few individuals remained. At this juncture, the aura of the secret realm continued to fade. Now that it has reached the martial sovereign level, let us proceed. A gap appeared in the secret realm, and numerous experts surged into it. The throng was so vast that Yi Fan and his companions had to wait nearly an hour before they could enter. Upon entering, the 3 beheld a multitude of experts hastily flying towards the depths of the secret realm. Master brother, wait for us. Yi Fan, accompanied by his 2 junior sisters, also soared inward, albeit in a direction less frequented by others. The secret realm was immense. Once inside, everyone resembled headless flies, and as for opportunities, they must be sought individually. Choosing a path with fewer competitors proved beneficial, as the rivalry was relatively less fierce. Furthermore, by banding together, they could significantly enhance their chances of survival. Let us venture in that direction. Ling Xiao pointed towards a particular path, feeling an unusual force seemingly beckoning her. This must be an opportunity. Without further ado, Yi Fan led Ling Xiao and Ling Hua towards that enticing direction. Behind them, others followed. Yet many were preoccupied with their own quests for fortune, for who would wish to share a good opportunity with others? Chapter 121. The legacy of the great Emperor Kanglin in this vast and enigmatic realm. Even with thousands of individuals entering, they would inevitably disperse due to its sheer magnitude. Behind the trio, a group of individuals consistently followed them. Upon closer inspection, Yi Fan discerned that these individuals hailed from the Yin clan. The fact that the Yin clan had submitted to the Holy Sect had already been communicated to these direct disciples by Ling Xiao. Consequently, they halted their pursuit. Before long, members of the Yin clan made their appearance. What a coincidence to encounter one another here, chuckled a skilled practitioner from the Yin clan, albeit somewhat awkwardly. Yi Fan, however, was forthright. I understand your intentions. You wish to protect us. However, there is truly no need for that. We appreciate your clan leader's arrangements, but we genuinely do not require assistance. Moreover, Your presence alongside us will only render us targets, attracting the attention of countless others. Our trio possesses adequate strength, yet opposing a multitude is simply not pragmatic. Thus, we must part ways here, as you two should seek your own fortunes. Surely, you do not wish to encounter treasures only to share them with us? Yi Fan's words, though somewhat blunt, were grounded in reality. With so many individuals gathered, they would attract too much attention, and should they stumble upon any valuable items, it would undoubtedly draw numerous competitors. It would be far more advantageous to separate, allowing each person to pursue their own destiny. Are you certain we are not of any assistance? We truly appreciate your goodwill, but it is unnecessary. To illustrate my point, behold this. He revealed a talisman, its power spanning from the level of a venerable to that of a holy master. Unless an emperor-level expert descends upon this place, no one shall be able to harm us. In order to disperse the crowd, Yi Fan felt compelled to unveil some of his hidden cards. The members of the Yin clan were left astounded upon witnessing the talismans. After Yi Fan presented them with a talisman of the saint level, the Yin clan members departed. Once they had left, the trio resumed their journey. The absence of their followers was a relief. Now, let us each conceal our auras and restrain our presence. In this secret realm, survival necessitates utmost perfection. We must afford no opportunities to others. Yi Fan's aura vanished, followed closely by the two women, rendering any attempts at tracking their energy futile. Following Ling Xian's sensing direction, they soon arrived at the entrance of a valley. Eldest brother, this is the place. Something within is calling to me, Ling Xian declared, gazing at the valley. Yi Fan observed that a formation enveloped the area, and given his limited expertise in formations, he knew that among his brethren, only Chao Yud and Jun Qianma possessed considerable skill in this regard, while the others were merely passable. Yi Fan furrowed his brow. There is a protective formation here. Entering may not be as straightforward as we hope. Fear not, simply watch me. Ling Xian stepped forward, revealing yet another hidden adept. Ling Xian had previously received the complete inheritance from the Eternal Emperor, even inheriting the Emperor's physique. The formations in this place posed no challenge for her. Before long, a breach in the formation was opened, allowing the three to enter, after which the formation fell into tranquility. Unbeknownst to them, this scene was witnessed by a wandering cultivator who pondered for a moment before deciding to remain guard at this location. They were all formidable experts. While he was but one, he feared he would not stand a chance against them. It was evident that they had stumbled upon a grand opportunity, and he deliberated on what course of action to take. After much contemplation, he resolved to gather a few fellow wanderers and wait here. He dared not inform the forces of Yunxiao Holy Land, for doing so would likely yield him nothing, and he might even face dire consequences. Their collective strength was overwhelmingly potent, and should they encounter something valuable, they would undoubtedly keep it to themselves. Upon entering, Yi Fan and his companions discovered an abundance of palatial structures. As they approached the entrance of the grandest palace, they beheld the imposing characters above, the Kanglan Imperial Palace. Could it truly be connected to the Kanglan Emperor? Was this perhaps the abode of the Kanglan Emperor? They had heard whispers about this connection, as many had speculated whether it was related to the Kanglan Emperor. The moment they entered, they found themselves in the Kanglan Imperial Palace, a testament to their fortunate destiny. Had Ling Xian not accompanied them, locating it would have been no simple feat. As the trio ventured deeper into the palace, they meticulously searched each hall, yet found little of value. Eventually, they arrived at the largest imperial palace, radiating an aura of imperial might. Fortunately, all three were not ordinary beings. They had received the legacies of great emperors, enabling them to withstand the imperial pressure. Upon entering, they noticed an object the size of a fist emitting a radiant glow from a throne above. Ling Xian recognized that this was the very item that had beckoned her. "Master brother, it is calling out to me," Ling Xian proclaimed. "Can you retrieve it? Upon our return, we may inquire with our master about its nature," Yi Fan inquired. Ling Xian shook her head. "No need. I already know what this is. It is the Dao, also known as the Dao fruit, the Emperor's Dao fruit. Come forth. Since you have called to me, it is clear you believe I can assist you. What is it that you require?" Ling Xian herself was a reincarnation of the Dao fruit, possessing the Emperor's Dao fruit, and now she encountered another. The Dao fruit resonated with a voice. "This is a fragment of my residual soul. After today, the Dao fruit shall remain without a master. Due to your uniqueness, I sensed you early on. I hope you will utilize the Tao fruit wisely and refrain from malevolence. Ling Xiao promptly assured, rest assured, Senior, as disciples of the Holy Sect, we shall not engage in wrongdoing, as our Master has always taught us. The name of the Holy Sect sounded so familiar. Regrettably, all that once was as irretrievably lost. Nevertheless, having encountered you all is indeed a stroke of fate. Within this spatial ring lies the legacy of this emperor. I hope it flourishes within the Holy Sect. I cannot bear the thought of my heritage being extinguished. Thus meeting you has been a fortuitous event. Rest assured, esteemed Emperor, we shall honor your legacy. Senior, we shall take that fruit for now. Go forth, the last remnants of my soul shall dissipate. Consider it a boon to you. The three sensed a significant elevation in their souls, alongside a two-tier enhancement in their cultivation. Such is the prowess of the Emperor. Indeed, our Master is a formidable force. Thank you, Venerable One. We shall undoubtedly assist you. Ling Xiao entrusted the spatial ring to Yi Fan, believing it safer in the hands of the eldest disciple. However, Yi Fan declined, saying, Junior sister, you keep it. We are unfamiliar with the Tao and should leave it to your discretion. Whether you wish to retain it for yourself or present it to our Master is entirely your choice. As for the remaining legacy, feel free to take it. We are not in want. No, since we have come together, each one of us must partake. Let us first examine what the Emperor's legacy entails. Ling Xiao declared as he opened the spatial ring. Soon, the supreme imperial weapon manifested before them, a long spear known as the Kanglin Divine Spear, crafted by the Emperor Kanglin, whose cultivation manual is the Kanglin Scripture. In addition, there were several divine techniques: boundless sea, cloud and rain transformation, earth-shattering, and destruction of heaven and earth. They also discovered several vials of elixirs, which they divided amongst themselves, each receiving several imperial-grade pills, the efficacy of which is beyond doubt. We shall all cultivate the Kanglin Scripture and the divine techniques together. As for the supreme imperial weapon, let it be bestowed upon the eldest disciple. I possess the primordial bell, which suffices for my needs. The eldest disciple, however, has but a single sword, which hardly meets the standard. Ling Xiao proclaimed. Indeed, elder brother. Accept it. I have no objections. I have received the legacy from Senior Shuedi and also possess a supreme imperial weapon. Although you wield a divine sword, it is only fitting that you accept this supreme imperial weapon. Yi Fan, unable to resist their insistence, ultimately accepted the Kanglin Divine Spear, which was perfectly suited to his stature. I am profoundly grateful to both of you. This acquisition is truly monumental. Now, facing the 9 heavens of the martial sect poses no challenge. Yi Fan exclaimed joyfully. Initially unafraid of the experts from the 9 heavens, their cultivation had now ascended by 2 tiers. Yi Fan reached the 5th heaven, while the other 2 attained the 4th heaven, significantly enhancing their strength. Let us depart. We shall venture forth. Chapter 122. The Return of the Robbery Trio. As Yi Fan and his companions emerged, they beheld 4 formidable individuals before them, each possessing an impressive cultivation level exceeding the 7th tier. If we are not mistaken, you must be disciples of the sacred sect. To think that in just a few hours, your cultivation has advanced yet again. You have indeed encountered a great fortune. The leader spoke, his eyes betraying an unabashed greed as they scrutinized the trio. Yi Fan realized that their presence had been revealed. Fortunately, no one from the Cloud Sky's sacred land had appeared. Knowing that we are disciples of the sacred sect, do you still dare to rob us? Are you aware of my previous endeavors? Yi Fan smirked. It was ironic. Back when they were at the Eastern Xuanzong, they had also been the robbery trio. And now they found themselves at the mercy of others. Hand over your treasures, and we shall allow you to leave unscathed. Otherwise, do not blame us for our lack of courtesy. One of them declared, issuing a blatant threat. Yet, were Yi Fan and his companions intimidated? Certainly not. Huh. I too present you with 2 choices, either depart or perish. While the 4 were indeed powerful, Yi Fan and his companions were not to be underestimated. With their recent enhancements, they felt no pressure facing these adversaries. Even if confronted by a 9th-tier master, they believed they could hold their ground. Let us attack together. Deny them any opportunity. They are but 3. The 4 charged forth, with the leader remaining behind, leaving the others to engage. Each of Yi Fan's companions faced their own opponent, and Yi Fan unleashed a formidable strike. 8 desolations suppressing the world fist. With that punch, his adversary was sent flying. Such power was undeniably monstrous. Eliminate him. Do not grant him a single chance. The leader too pressed forward, denying Yi Fan any respite, though he faced two attackers. The pressure was manageable. The terror he had felt during the mirror test was far greater than this mere skirmish. Meanwhile, the battle between Ling Xiao and Ling Hua was far more intense. Having recently received a legacy, Ling Xiao chose not to deploy it immediately, but instead utilized her prior techniques, demonstrating consistency in her approach. Before her, a massive bell materialized, sending her opponent hurtling away. Then, with astonishing speed, she executed, all spirits returning to the abyss. Another powerful move ensued, obliterating her foe. The life force of a 7th-tier martial artist was extinguished by a mere girl of the 4th tier. Not far off, Ling Hua's combat was equally fierce, ice ceiling for 30,000 miles. Instantly, the surroundings were locked down, rendering it impossible for her opponent to approach. As she unleashed absolute zero, her adversary transformed into an ice sculpture, which she effortlessly shattered with a gentle breath. Is this the extent of your abilities, daring to strike us? The two ladies began to aid Yi Fan, swiftly gaining the upper hand. Release us, or else the news of your obtaining the Emperor's legacy will spread like wildfire. The leader, a solitary cultivator, had long been prepared for this moment. Yi Fan chuckled coldly. If we were to acquire the Emperor's legacy, would we not leap in triumph? Since you seek death, let us grant your wish. Attack. With that, Yi Fan unleashed the 8 Desolations Annihilation Fist, and his opponent was instantly shattered by the overwhelming force. The two women joined forces, swiftly dispatching another adversary. Such a skirmish was trivial for them. The disciples of the Holy Sect have obtained the Emperor's legacy. There is no need for you to search further. At that moment, a resounding voice echoed, reaching the ears of many. The expressions of Yi Fan and his companions darkened as they quickly concealed their presence and departed from the scene. Senior brother, what should we do? This scoundrel is truly going through with it. Ling Hua asked, somewhat helpless. These desperate individuals will undoubtedly have contingency plans. In truth, even if we were to hand over some of the legacy to him, he would still proceed with his scheme, all to draw fire upon us while they reap the benefits. Yi Fan's eyes gleamed with fierce determination. Even if we do not possess it, they will assume we do. This is a predicament, but it also presents us with an opportunity. Feeling Yi Fan's fighting spirit, the two women were equally resolute. Although their strength paled in comparison to their senior brothers, they were more than capable against others. Senior brother, what do you propose we do? Ling Hua and Ling Xiao inquired. We must strike first. If they wish to hunt us down, then we shall hunt them. In the process, we shall enhance our own strength. Yi Fan's words ignited a sense of exhilarating madness within the two women. Change into these garments and wear the veils. We shall now become the new trio of bandits, preying upon others. Yi Fan skillfully donned his disguise. In reality, there was no need to remove his current attire. He merely draped the new clothes over himself. After their transformation, the two women were unrecognizable, save for their feminine forms. Senior brother, we shall follow you, Let us sweep through and raid the smaller sects, those with fewer numbers. While concealing our identities, we shall also confuse them and bolster our own combat prowess. There was no other option. The number of experts here was overwhelming. Over 10,000 had entered, yet they were but 3. Even with the addition of the Yin clan, their numbers were scant, a mere drop in the ocean compared to the vast majority. Soon, they encountered a group of around 10 individuals, each brimming with excitement, as if they had made a significant haul. At that moment, the 3 of them emerged, surrounding the group. Who are you? Hand over the treasures in your possession, and you may leave. Otherwise, you shall remain here together. Yi Fan spoke in a hoarse voice. Ling Hua and Ling Xiao were momentarily stunned. Had they not known their senior brother's identity, they would never have associated that voice with him. So, this is how it can be done. Thus, the two individuals altered their voices to such an extent that their original tones were utterly unrecognizable. Surrender the treasures, and you shall not perish. Hand over the valuables, and we shall spare your lives. They proclaimed. What a farcical jest. For we, the Tongling sect, are undeniably the foremost power in Tongzhou. And yet we have been robbed by but 3 of you. How utterly disgraceful it would be to share such a tale. Let us unite and strike them down. A fierce confrontation ensued, with 3 facing 11, each combatant needing to contend with approximately 4 adversaries. At this moment, the trio exhibited remarkable synergy, directly invoking the legacy of the great Emperor Kanglan. This tactic ensured that their true identities remained concealed, as the prior labels attached to Yi Fan and his companions were all too conspicuous. After a vigorous battle, the three succeeded in incapacitating their foes without annihilating them entirely, leaving a few alive. However, the treasures acquired became the spoils of Yi Fan and his associates. Not bad. At least there are quite a few spiritual herbs. You are not entirely useless. Yi Fan's remark elicited a profound embarrassment among the defeated, making them wish they could vanish into the earth. How utterly humiliating. Indeed, one could hardly fathom your poverty. Had I known, I would have been inclined to offer you some charity. Alas, we merely rob the rich to aid the poor. With a snort, one individual could no longer contain himself, spitting blood in exasperation. Let us proceed to the next target, in search of those fated to cross our paths. Following their plundering, the three continued their quest for the next objective. They deliberately avoided setting their sights on the immense sects such as the Yuntian Sacred Land, as their numbers were formidable and these sects conspired together. To engage one would be akin to confronting four, thus it was prudent to avoid provoking them. Meanwhile, the experts from the Yuntian Sacred Land were scouring for Yi Fan and his companions. Any individual who discovered their whereabouts would be rewarded with a boundary-breaking pill, sufficient to elevate one's status to that of a master. Furthermore, those who provided leads on Yi Fan and his associates would receive generous rewards from our Yun family, including a complete set of celestial-level techniques, weapons, and martial arts. Various factions began their search for Yi Fan and his companions. However, they had transformed into a band of robbers, and for the time being, none recognized them. The entire secret realm was vast, yet treasures were scarce, leading the powerful from the Yuntian Sacred Land to firmly believe that the disciples of the sacred sect had acquired the great emperor's legacy. At this juncture, a figure emerged from somewhere, boasting a cultivation level at the 9th tier of the martial sect. No one could impede this being's hunt. The moment of retribution was nearly at hand. Consuming these prey would restore this being to the strength of a sage. How delightful, how splendid. This individual transformed into a wisp of black smoke, vanishing into the depths of the forest. Chapter 123. All are cinematic kings. 3 days have elapsed. After a series of intense battles, Yi Fan and his companions have once again experienced a breakthrough in their cultivation, with Yi Fan ascending to the 6th layer, while his 2 junior sisters have reached the 5th layer. With such prowess, they harbor little fear even when confronting masters of the 9th layer. As they journeyed forth, the trio paused, for they discovered not just one, but multiple corpses. Senior brother, what has transpired here? While we may have engaged in robbery, we did not slay many, Ling Xiao remarked, her voice tinged with revulsion. Yet the corpses here appear to have met with a gruesome fate. After a thorough examination, Yi Fan's countenance darkened. A mysterious entity had emerged, one of formidable strength, preying on those who ventured alone. Unaware of the sinister presence of evil forces, they nonetheless recognized the gravity of the situation. It seems we must exercise caution. Perhaps someone is imitating our actions. As they pressed onward, the sight of countless corpses ignited a sense of foreboding within them. They were not alone in this concern. The members of Yunxiao Holy Land and others had also taken note of the bloodshed. Along their path, they encountered dozens, if not 100, lifeless bodies, each scene more harrowing than the last. What could have caused this? It is uncertain, judging by the condition of the deceased. It appears they were not slain by beasts, but rather brutally murdered by a human force in a fit of rage. Who could be responsible for such atrocities? Suddenly, a chilling scream pierced the air. A group rushed towards the source, yet aside from the still warm corpses, no other presence was found. Something is amiss. All their blood has been drained. We must examine the other bodies. Soon, they encountered another corpse, and indeed, the blood had been completely extracted, leaving behind a hardened shell. The features still discernible. A sense of dread enveloped the group. What manner of being could be responsible for such horrors? What shall we do? We must uncover the identity of this entity, whether it be human or specter. As they commenced their search, the evil presence continued its rampage, having claimed the lives of hundreds, draining them entirely. Given the limitations on cultivation levels, the malevolent force could not transcend to the realm of the respected. Otherwise, it would have already achieved that status. At a certain moment, it fixated on the approaching trio, contemplating whether to strike. These three were none other than Yi Fan and his companions, whose presence, though veiled, could still be sensed by the evil entity. How audacious to emerge with such meager cultivation. You three shall be my next targets. In an instant, the evil being lunged toward them. But Yi Fan was quick to react, while Ling Hua and Ling Xian were no pushovers either, unleashing their most formidable techniques. Absolute Zero. Primordial Bell. Annihilation of the 8 Desolations. The malevolent entity was struck by the trio's combined assaults, sent reeling backward, and with a surge of energy, it vanished from sight. How powerful that being is. I fear that had we not possessed the extreme Dao Imperial weapons, we might have fallen short in confronting it. It seems we must not underestimate anyone. Yi Fan's gaze was intense as he contemplated the prospect of winning this individual over. Such a formidable figure, if they were to enter the Holy Sect, would undoubtedly be a significant asset, one that would surely please his master. If Ling Xiao were to discover his current thoughts, he might very well erupt in outrage. Come, let us pursue and observe. Yi Fan had made up his mind. This powerful being must be courted. Having previously allied with several prodigies, he intended to do the same once more. Before long, Yi Fan and his companions located the demon, who appeared somewhat taken aback. Did these three truly believe him to be easy prey? After dispatching one of them, blood lingered at the corner of his mouth. What do you want? He questioned. Hee. It seems we have formed an acquaintance through our encounter. How about it? Are you interested in joining us? Yi Fan inquired. The demon furrowed his brow, pondering if this individual was perhaps a fool, unaware of his own identity. Indeed, he was oblivious. Should he manage to disguise himself, it would be splendid. What exactly do you want? Replied the demon. Join us, and we shall rob others together. You will receive your share of the spoils. How does that sound? Yi Fan responded with a grin. After some contemplation, the demon agreed, recognizing the advantage of having these individuals as his free enforcers. In truth, the demon was also unaware of Yi Fan and his companions' true identities, yet miraculously, they formed a team and became allies. Ling Xiao, witnessing this, ground his teeth in frustration. This Yi Fan, usually so astute, had he lost his wits? And this demon, was he not aware of Yi Fan's true nature? A fool indeed. Ling Xiao possessed an omniscient perspective, fully aware of both parties' identities, yet the individuals involved remained oblivious. He could only hope that Yi Fan and his companions would remain unharmed. The demon was far too cunning, and his current strength was nearing the realm of the saints. Thus, the four of them banded together to commit acts of robbery. After targeting several groups, Yi Fan began to sense something amiss, for this individual behaved like a vampire, draining the lifeblood of their victims. This was akin to the corpses they had previously encountered, and they swiftly realized that this individual was the true murderer. Cough, my brother. May I ask how you prefer to be addressed? Call me Xie Sun, the demon replied casually, then turned his gaze to Yi Fan. Oh, I am Yi Xian, a swordsman. Yi Fan, not foolish, refrained from revealing his true name. They were all actors of the highest caliber. I have no interest in treasures. They hold no value for me, but these individuals are mine to deal with, the demon declared. At this moment, Yi Fan interjected, My friend, we are here to rob, not to kill. Your actions will tarnish our reputation. Should you continue down this path, we shall cease our alliance. Despite a few pleasant collaborations, the demon's penchant for murder was causing significant discontent. In the end, all blame would inevitably fall upon them. Indeed, your cruelty in killing is rather excessive. Indeed, we find ourselves disinclined to embrace a companion of your ilk. Yi Fan discerned that this individual was far from the paragon of excellence he desired. While his prowess was undeniable, his character left much to be desired. He was prone to violence, exhibiting an unyielding cruelty. Such a person was not the ally they sought. I shall temper my approach, refraining from slaying them, merely siphoning a modicum of their lifeblood. No objections, I trust? The malevolent entity conceded. Primarily, it was the ease of following them that alleviated his burdens, while concealing his own presence remained paramount. Meanwhile, at the Cloud Sky Sacred Land, the elite of the Yun family and the Cloud Sky Sword Sect convened. Curiously, they pondered why they had yet to locate Yi Fan and his two companions. Where could they possibly be? Had they truly attained the legacy of the great emperor and concealed themselves? Brother, there is a recently renowned organization within the secret realm. The Robbers Quartet. Could they be the ones? Impossible. Yi Fan's group consists of only 3 individuals, and who would dare ally with them? This quartet preys only on the weak. Have you ever seen them target our people? Upon further deliberation, they became increasingly convinced that the robbers' quartet was not Yi Fan and his associates. Unbeknownst to them, it was indeed Yi Fan and his companions. Along with that enigmatic assassin, what a twist of fate. Continue the search. They cannot elude us for long. Keep a watchful eye on the Yin clan. Previously, they were indifferent to our overtures. We must seize an opportunity to eliminate them. But the Yin clan, are we truly prepared to take such drastic measures? To annihilate them outright could provoke their wrath, and even the Dream Ancient Path would have to proceed with caution. The Yin clan possessed the legacy of a great emperor and wielded an unparalleled imperial weapon. They were no mere pushovers. Despite their recent decline, the remnants of their past glory still loomed large. Let us attribute their demise to the sacred sect. A splendid notion, brother. Let it be so. At this moment, Yi Fan and his trio encountered a gathering of individuals, among whom Yi Fan recognized a few, members of the Ling Sect. Let us depart. They are too feeble to merit our attention. The malevolent entity expressed confusion, for they were prime candidates for sustenance. Are you certain you wish to forego this opportunity? Let it be. We derive no satisfaction from preying upon the weak. It would only serve to diminish our honor, Yi Fan articulated. Following his counsel, the malevolent entity relented and spared the Ling Sect members. The tale of the robbers' quartet had spread throughout the secret realm, and the Ling Sect members had recently been filled with trepidation, relieved that the threat had not approached them. Su Ruoxue gazed at Yi Fan, a sense of familiarity washing over her. Could it truly be him? Chapter 124. The End of the Secret Realm. The members of Ling Sect are rather feeble, with only one martial sovereign among them, while the others are merely kings. To be frank, Yi Fan finds no gratification in preying upon them. Had it not been for the shared origins in Yunzhou, he would have acted long ago. With that, both parties parted ways, and Yi Fan and his companions continued to meander through the secret realm, occasionally engaging in a bit of plundering. As for the malevolent spirits, they received scant shares. Merely draining half of their blood, these individuals would not perish instantly, with some enduring for days before succumbing. Nevertheless, the overall mortality rate has significantly decreased, as no one dares to wander alone anymore, fearing the gaze of death. Are you a rogue cultivator? Yi Fan inquired. Yes, I am all alone, replied the malevolent spirit, which was not inaccurate as he indeed was solitary. What do you think of the 3 of us? Yi Fan continued. The malevolent spirit grew wary. What was Yi Fan plotting? Speak plainly. I have no taste for beating around the bush. The spirit retorted with suspicion. Would you be interested in joining our sect? Is your sect truly formidable? The spirit recognized that a sect capable of nurturing such formidable disciples must be extraordinary. Yi Fan chuckled. Indeed. Our sect is undoubtedly the finest in the world. My master's prowess is unparalleled, possessing divine capabilities. The malevolent spirit scoffed. Spare me your grandiose claims. I am a deity who has descended, yet I was suppressed by the heavenly Tao and sealed by a cadre of experts. Do you dare speak of divine capabilities? Have you not witnessed my own? Nevertheless, he refrained from exposing his true nature, deciding to let the matter rest. If my memory serves me, the foremost power in the world should be the Buddhist kingdom, the spirit remarked. Indeed, when considered as a whole, the Buddhist kingdom ranks first, for they possess the Buddha and 7 other bodhisattvas, all of whom are supreme emperors. Furthermore, they dominate an entire region, encompassing the heavenly heights. Their might is indeed commendable. Yi Fan elaborated. The Buddhist kingdom is powerful, yet it is a collective. When it comes to individual sects, our sect is undoubtedly the pinnacle. Yi Fan asserted. Do you hail from the Divine Sword sect? Any faction daring to claim supremacy must certainly have a place among the Divine Sword sect, which is indeed formidable. Yet nothing more, the spirit remarked. Should he regain his former glory, the mere Divine Sword sect would pose no challenge. Yi Fan found himself at a loss for words. Could he not consider the sacred sect? The spirit had not regarded the sacred sect as among the strongest. In truth, he had awakened for some time, generating numerous avatars to break free from his seals and return fully. However, the current sacred sect could hardly be deemed the strongest, a fact he had willingly overlooked. Seeing the malevolent spirit resolutely refusing to engage, Yi Fan felt somewhat helpless. Once you meet my master, you will comprehend his greatness. After this expedition into the secret realm concludes, would you care to join us? Let us just part ways. It's for the best, the spirit flatly declined. What he must now do is lie low. With so many avatars, only this one treasure remains, and it absolutely cannot be compromised. Alas, what a pity. Let us press on. In recent days, our cultivation has finally made another breakthrough. How splendid. Yifan's prowess has ascended once more to the seventh heaven, while the two women have reached the sixth heaven. This is achieved without the use of elixirs or divine artifacts, relying solely on their relentless battles for advancement. The malevolent creature glanced at the trio, acknowledging the alarming enhancement of their strength, which would surely make them formidable opponents in the future. Yet, he harbored no concerns. No matter how swiftly they progressed, it could not compare to his own rapid ascension. All he needed was to continue devouring, and he would reclaim his former glory. When they encountered the next group, they were stunned by a piece of shocking news. Have you heard? The disciples of the Holy Sect have annihilated all the experts of the Flame Clan. Is it possible? Aren't the Holy Sect's members only at the second and first martial realm? Do they possess such power? I don't know. I just heard that both sides erupted in a fierce battle over the legacy of the great emperor, and ultimately, the Flame Clan was completely silenced. Huh, brother, this news is truly explosive. Ling Xiao chuckled. Yifan nodded slightly. Indeed. What intrigues me is where this news originated. He soon approached, asking, "Forgive my boldness, but from where has this significant news spread?" "It is from the Xiao sacred land. A disciple of theirs was secretly observing, which is how we came to know." "Oh, it was the Xiao sacred land. I fear several factions banded together to eradicate the Flame Clan. This is a blatant frame-up. Yifan and his companions had been with the malevolent creature, making it implausible for them to slay their own allies. He was aware that the Flame Clan had already submitted to the Holy Sect, so how could the direct disciples of the Holy Sect annihilate them entirely? This matter reeked of suspicion, and Yifan resolved that once they emerged, he would immediately summon his master, as they would undoubtedly face difficulties ahead. "Thank you. Let us depart." In the ensuing time, Yifan and his companions refrained from further plundering, choosing instead to await the conclusion of the secret realm. Meanwhile, the malevolent creature could not restrain himself, venturing out several times and causing quite a stir nearby. He understood the need for discretion now, refraining from brazenly committing murder. Such actions would lead to his exposure after the secret realm concluded. Having managed to retain one precious avatar, he could not afford any mishaps. That damned Holy Sect leader. Just wait. Once I revive, it will be your demise. Everyone harbored their own agendas, contemplating what lay ahead. The Xiao sacred land and others adamantly asserted that it was the Holy Sect's doing, while Yifan and his companions pondered how to demonstrate the Holy Sect's innocence with absolute strength. As for the malevolent creature, he was devising a means to escape this place at the earliest opportunity. Should this avatar be destroyed, his plans would be thwarted, and any hope of breaking the seal would be pushed further back. As for others, their thoughts revolve around survival. They find themselves in a dire situation, as their overall strength is regrettably insufficient. Yifan and his companions swiftly distanced themselves from the malevolent entity. The repeated invitations had gone unanswered, indicating a lack of interest from the other party, even a hint of wariness that was palpable. "Senior brother, why did you not mention the sacred sect earlier?" Ling Xiao inquired. "You've noticed as well that individuals' focus is entirely elsewhere. We are merely a tool for them to disguise their identity." Yifan replied. "This person possesses a profound understanding of their desires and a comprehensive knowledge of the entire Jiuxiao continent. Such a figure is beyond our grasp, and that contemptuous gaze they cast upon everything is undoubtedly genuine. Should this individual continue to grow, they will undoubtedly become an exceedingly formidable force." Yifan's assessment of the malevolent entity was astute. Indeed, if the malevolent one were present, they would surely seek to form an alliance with Yifan. "What shall we do now?" Ling Xiao also inquired. "We wait. Once the secret realm concludes, we will summon our master without delay, for we will certainly be unable to escape. The Xiao sacred land and others will conspire against us, and this matter will not simply be brushed aside. Therefore, since we must call for our master eventually, we might as well do it sooner rather than later." Yifan's reasoning was sound, and Ling Xiao felt a sense of relief. Although a grave mistake had been averted, commendation was still warranted. Ling Xiao could hardly contain his frustration towards Yifan, thinking, This rascal has allied with a malevolent entity. Does he believe this is some sort of battleground? Everyone awaited the conclusion of the secret realm, for a grand spectacle was about to unfold. The forces of the Yin Xiao sacred land had already unified their narrative, and once outside, they would immediately report the matter to the experts of the Yin clan. They were certain the Yin clan would erupt in fury, confronting the sacred sect. Let them tear each other apart, while Meng Gu Dao watches the conflict unfold from a distance, poised to reap the benefits. Yi Fan and his group also awaited the conclusion of the secret realm, eager to summon their master and resolve the matter. For their meager strength was insufficient to tackle such a crisis. After all, the deaths of over 100 members of the Yin clan within the secret realm, without a single survivor, constituted a significant issue. As an ancient clan, maintaining face was imperative, and they were determined to uphold the dignity of the Yin clan, which would inevitably lead to conflict with the sacred sect. This was their objective. As time progressed, a force of expulsion began to manifest within the secret realm. At a certain moment, everyone was unceremoniously ejected, and the secret realm sealed shut. We are finally out. How wonderful. As the malevolent entity prepared to depart, Yi Fan called out, "Brother, wait. I have a favor to ask of you." "What is it?" The malevolent one, anxious to leave, replied, "For the longer they lingered here, the more perilous it became." Chapter 125. The Celestial King descends upon the ninth heaven. "Please hold on for a moment. I may need you to testify," Yi Fan implored. "I'm afraid I cannot spare the time. I must leave at once." The malevolent entity retorted, unwilling to linger. Yet, in that instant, Yi Fan seized him, prompting a torrent of curses to surge within the latter. "You wretched fool! What are you doing?" As their dispute escalated, a voice emerged from the Yin Xiao sacred land. "Haha! Esteemed elders of the Yin clan, I bear unfortunate news. Every one of your members who entered has perished, and we can attest that it was the disciples of the Holy Sect who vanquished your kin," proclaimed the martial sovereign of the Yin Xiao sacred land, known as Yin Kong Dao. "What? The Holy Sect annihilated all the elites of the Yin clan?" In that moment, all eyes turned towards the Yin clan and the Yin Xiao sacred land. Meanwhile, Yi Fan and his companions revealed themselves, having summoned Ling Xiao. At that precise moment, a terrifying aura descended, heralding Ling Xiao's arrival. Time was of the essence, and he needed to resolve the situation swiftly. Upon sensing Ling Xiao's presence, the malevolent entity instinctively fled, breaking free from Yi Fan's grasp. However, Ling Xiao had already locked onto him. Escape was out of the question. "Since you are here, you shall not depart," Ling Xiao declared, effortlessly capturing the rogue. "Damn it! You are with the Holy Sect?" The malevolent entity was consumed with regret, realizing that had he known, he would have eliminated the trio outright, thus avoiding the fate of losing even his last clone. Ling Xiao chuckled. "Indeed, your demise is inevitable. Now that our sect has manifested, there is no chance for your escape. Prepare to meet your end. You will pay for this. I shall not let you go unpunished." The malevolent entity's essence vanished, indirectly granting a monumental victory to Yi Fan and his companions. All eyes were now fixed upon Ling Xiao, the sect master of the Holy Sect, whose presence incited bewilderment among the onlookers. Upon witnessing Ling Xiao's emergence, the Yin Xiao sacred land's members hastily attempted to flee. "Now you wish to depart? Do you not feel any responsibility for your earlier words?" Ling Xiao raised his hand, conjuring array formations that enveloped the area completely. "Sect master of the Holy Sect, we were in error. Please forgive us," the powerful leader of the Yin Xiao sacred land pleaded. Ling Xiao paid them no heed, instead directing his gaze toward those who had entered the secret realm. "I recall it was you who spoke first. Now, I implore you to repeat what you said." With a wave of his hand, Yin Kong Dao found himself uncontrollably kneeling before Ling Xiao, collapsing to the ground. "Great Lord, spare my life. I have said nothing." Yin Kong Dao realized that if he could feign ignorance, he might yet save his own life. "Master, the Yin Xiao sacred land has slandered us, claiming we have slain allies of the Holy Sect." "How could that be?" Yi Fan interjected. Ling Xiao nodded slightly, affirming, "Indeed, it is impossible. We are allies, and would never turn against one another. I have encountered the sect leader, and I implore the leader to take a stand for us. They have been excessively cruel, slaughtering all our people and then falsely accusing you. Truly, they are unaware of their impending doom." The members of the Flame clan immediately spoke up, leaving the people of Yin Xiao sacred land and the Yun family utterly astonished. How outrageous. They are indeed allies. And this information has remained undisclosed. Rest assured, the baseless slander against us will not go unaddressed. After Ling Xiao spoke, he turned his gaze towards the representatives of the four major factions. Saint Sect leader, everything must be substantiated by evidence. You cannot simply apprehend our people without cause. We too possess formidable experts and are not to be trifled with. A skilled practitioner from the Yun family interjected at this moment. Indeed, you are ripe for the picking. I grant you an opportunity. Go and rally your allies. I am eager to see whether that so-called Dream Emperor dares to appear. Furthermore, I do not require your guidance in my dealings. Do you not seek evidence? I shall present it to you. Ling Xiao activated his ocular technique, swiftly taking control of Yun Kongdao. Speak. How did you conspire initially to frame the Saint Sect? At this moment, Yun Kongdao chuckled. The foolish birds of the Saint Sect. I fear they remain oblivious that we are the true fishers in this game. Let the Saint Sect and the Flame Clan tear each other apart, framing the Saint Sect in the process. They will inevitably face one another in a life-and-death confrontation. Esteemed ones, let us all agree. Everyone must testify that we witnessed the Flame Clan members being slain by the people of the Saint Sect. Uniformity in our statements is essential. Upon hearing Yun Kongdao's words, the representatives of the four major factions turned pale as death. The experts of the Flame Clan were filled with rage. Very well. It appears that it has been far too long since anyone has recognized the might of our ancient clan. This is all a misunderstanding. They protested, confronted with the evidence. They were rendered speechless, left to lament the incompetence of their own kin that had led to their downfall. Enough. My time is limited, and I have no desire to bicker with you. All those involved must pay the price alongside the members of the Flame Clan, Ling Xiao declared, and with a mere gesture, all those from the four factions who had entered the secret realm were obliterated. The scene was profoundly shocking, yet what the onlookers beheld was the unparalleled strength of the Saint Sect leader. Merely a squeeze of his hand resulted in the demise of all present. Such prowess is beyond even that of an emperor. Hundreds of experts perished in an instant, while the others fell into a hushed silence. Fearful of drawing Ling Xiao's attention, the remaining sects were equally astounded by the might of the Saint Sect leader. Never provoke the Saint Sect. Their leader is a figure of sheer terror. You four major factions have failed in your governance, deserving of the utmost punishment. Fear not, for I am not a bloodthirsty individual. I shall allow only those who can return to deliver messages to live. With that, Ling Xiao struck once more. As numerous experts were instantly crushed. In the end, only 4 saints remained from the 4 major factions. All others had perished. On the ground lay a heap of over 1,000 corpses, all slain by Ling Xiao. Cleanse the battlefield, then return. Our sect awaits your return. To those returning, convey to Meng Gu Dao and Meng Huang. If no one offends me, I shall not offend them. Should they provoke me, our sect will annihilate their lineage. After uttering these words, Ling Xiao departed, for his time was limited, and he sought to resolve all matters expeditiously. Once he left, many breathed a sigh of relief. Yet this affair was far from concluded. At this juncture, the masters of the Yin clan proclaimed to the outside world, henceforth, we, the Yin clan, shall heed the Holy Sect, as Meng Gu Dao has treacherously slain numerous masters of our clan, and we demand an explanation, otherwise. Do not blame us for storming Meng Gu Dao and obliterating the 4 major forces. The news that the Yin clan, one of the ancient clans, had become a vassal of the Holy Sect spread at a frenzied pace, soon causing a stir across Yunxiao. The once mighty Yin clan had succumbed to the Holy Sect, leaving countless individuals in shock. Even the realms of Shun Xiao, Bi Xiao, and Dan Xiao had caught wind of the news. The rise of the Holy Sect was inexorable. Yi Fan and his companions surveyed the battlefield, retrieving a multitude of spatial rings, preparing to take them back. Welcome everyone to join the Holy Sect. As long as you pass the assessment, you may become disciples of the Holy Sect. This offer remains valid long-term, as our sect has always maintained a remarkably open stance towards prodigies. After this declaration, Yi Fan and the other 2 returned. Were they speaking the truth? Do we truly have a chance to enter the Holy Sect? It seems so. The current Holy Sect is terrifying beyond measure, with a dozen prodigies walking among us. And the sect master is inscrutable. Such a sect is undoubtedly worth our endeavor. The Holy Sect. Ding. Congratulations to the disciple for completing the task, earning the inheritance of Emperor Kanglin, with a reward of 1 0.00000 sect points. Reward of 100,000 fortune points. Reward of 2 levels in cultivation. Ding. Congratulations to the disciple for slaying the evil demon avatar, thus eliminating a potential threat to the Holy Sect, with a reward of 1,000,000 sect points. Reward of 100,000 fortune points. Reward of the Celestial King's manifestation descending from the heavens. Yi Fan and Ling Xian's cultivation levels rose once more by 2 tiers. Yi Fan reached the 9th heaven, while the 2 women ascended to the 8th heaven. In just over a month, they advanced from the Tianwu realm to the martial sovereign stage, and after another month, they reached the 9th heaven. Such a rate of advancement is astonishingly swift. System. What is the Celestial King's manifestation descending from the heavens? Host. The manifestation of the Celestial King is an unparalleled phenomenon. During battle, it can be invoked to grant a 20% enhancement to the host's strength, significantly boosting combat prowess. Ling Xiao immediately recalled a certain cunning heavenly emperor who possessed a similar phenomenon, effortlessly overwhelming his foes, and he still remembered that phrase. I am the heavenly emperor, destined to suppress all adversaries in this world. Chapter 126. The External Avatar. Ling Xiao distinctly recalls that the esteemed Emperor Yi had once summoned various extraordinary phenomena, which significantly amplified his power during battles. Indeed, the system comprehends my desires. He mused. Humph, this system merely bestows rewards at random. Do not revel in your fortune. Shortly thereafter, Yi Fan and the others returned to the Master's hall. Greetings, Master. They all bowed. Rise, I am quite pleased with your progress. This harvest is commendable. Ling Xiao remarked with a smile. It is all thanks to the efforts of the great Emperor Kanglan. Without him, we might not have attained such cultivation. Yi Fan replied. Then, Ling Xian produced a spatial ring and presented it to Ling Xiao. Master, this contains the legacy of the great Emperor Kanglan. Besides the cultivation techniques and divine powers, eldest senior brother took the supreme imperial weapon, and the rest remains untouched. Ling Xian explained. What of the Dao fruit? Ling Xiao inquired with curiosity. The Dao fruit, also known as the Dao, was well known to him. After all, they were aware of each other's movements. How could Master know? Surely, it is due to your vast powers. Master, that nothing can be concealed from you. Master, it is of no concern. I shall not require it. I am nearing my limits in all aspects, and the Dao holds little significance for me. It is better suited for you. Haha, good child. If that is the case, I shall accept it. This is a reward for you all. Take it, Ling Xiao said, presenting them with several resources. After acquiring the Dao, he returned the spatial ring to Ling Xian. I have already copied the techniques and divine powers to the library. You should take them with you. I am not so petty as to claim what is yours. These are your fortunes, your gains, and you should keep them. Ling Xian was profoundly moved by Ling Xiao's words. Such a master is truly cherished. Now, you may return to your cultivation. I have other matters to attend to. Yi Fan and the others returned to their own Dao palaces and commenced their training. For them, the primary focus was to solidify their cultivation, particularly after their recent breakthroughs to the 9th and 8th heavens. They would emerge again once their realms were stable. System. How does one utilize the Dao? Host. You have stumbled upon a tremendous fortune. The Dao fruit of the Emperor level, when transformed into Dao, can almost guarantee one's ascension to Emperor-level strength in the future, provided one does not fall. As for you, the system recommends cultivating it into an external avatar. The system elaborated. External avatar? This was a concept he had never encountered before. At your current realm, you are indeed capable of manifesting an avatar, similar to that of the malevolent beings. However, your avatars cannot be compared to theirs. Their avatars possess independent thought and are connected to the main body, under its control. This is the essence of the external avatar, which can be sacrificed when necessary to shield oneself from immeasurable harm. In simpler terms, a regular avatar either possesses 1/3 or 1/10 of the main body's strength, and it is impossible for it to exceed 90% of the main body's power. Yet, an external avatar, if one has a unique physique, can potentially grow to the same realm as the main body. Previously, you were capable of achieving the 1-Chi transformation into 3 purities, enabling the creation of avatars. However, these could not compare to external avatars. Ling Xiao had also cultivated the 1-Chi transformation into 3 purities, Yet the 3 avatars he produced possessed only 1/3, at most 9/10, of his original strength. While this augmentation was indeed significant, it paled in comparison to the power of external avatars. The avatars of an emperor's caliber could allow such a being to ascend to the emperor level, with the potential for further advancement in the future. System, do not elaborate. Simply instruct me on the necessary actions. The system suggested that the host spend 10 million sect points to exchange for the Great Avatar technique, or alternatively, 1 million fortune points. Upon successful acquisition, the host would learn how to refine the Tao into external avatars. What? 10 million? Why not just steal it? Ling Xiao had painstakingly gathered over 30 million sect points, and with just over 1 million remaining to meet the promotion requirement, a sudden loss of 10 million would be a considerable setback. Possessing an external avatar would grant him the freedom to roam and, in times of peril, summon his true self to resolve any issues. Surely, he did not wish to remain confined within the Holy Sect indefinitely. Ling Xiao was tempted, not for any other reason, but to be able to venture outside. Frankly, it was quite disheartening that despite the vastness of the Jiuxiao continent, he was unable to explore, forced to linger within the Holy Sect. Ultimately, Ling Xiao gritted his teeth in exchange for the Great Avatar technique. Ding! Congratulations to the host for expending 10 million sect points to acquire the Great Avatar technique. After the deduction, you now have 26,400,000 remaining. Would you like to cultivate the Great Avatar technique? Cultivate. Cultivation in progress. Cultivation successful. After successfully cultivating, Ling Xiao eagerly retrieved the Tao, an entity devoid of gender or consciousness. He merely needed to partition a small fraction of his soul to inhabit it and commence cultivation. System, may I inquire if I could transfer the copying disciple's divine ability physique to the Tao? Ling Xiao pondered this question, as he was already sufficiently powerful, possessing the mightiest physique in both body and soul, along with the Hongming Tao body and the ancient heavy pupil. It could be said that his true form had amalgamated all the strongest attributes of his disciples. Yes, however, the host must expend 10 million sect points to exchange for a divine ability, allowing for shared abilities. After this exchange, any future Tao, sword, or immortal would not require further exchanges, an investment with boundless returns. Having already consumed 10 million sect points, the exchange was successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the divine ability, sharing. From now on, all information may be shared between avatars, and in critical moments, the host can swap positions with the avatar to shield the original from fatal blows. Hey, you insufferable system. Did I say I wanted to exchange? Why did you deduct my sect points without my consent? The host had tacitly acknowledged this, so there was no need to deceive the system. Your thoughts are known to me. Although Ling Xiao felt a sense of helplessness, he understood that the system was ultimately for his benefit. To put it simply, in the event of future peril, he could utilize both his main body and his avatar to shield himself from a lethal strike. However, the sudden reduction of 20 million sect values weighed heavily on him, as he had previously hesitated to exchange them. Do not be troubled, host. A system task will soon be issued, providing you with ample sect values, enabling you to forge the mightiest avatar. The Great Avatar technique had already enlightened Ling Xiao on the specific steps required, which were rather straightforward. A portion of his soul would be divided and infused into the Taoist embryo, followed by the application of shared supernatural powers to commence cultivation. System, employ the replication supernatural power to share the heavenly Tao divine body, sword god body, and the calamity curse poison god body with the Taoist embryo. Ling Xiao declared. Ding. Sharing successful. Host, the shared supernatural power does not interfere with the replication supernatural power. This implies that any enhancement derived from the main body, such as various physiques or supernatural abilities, can be directly shared with the avatar. However, each disciple may share only one skill. Ling Xiao's eyes sparkled with excitement. Did this mean he could essentially mold the Taoist embryo into another version of himself, albeit without the system's support? With this realization, he began to maximize the potential of both the replication and shared supernatural powers. In a brief span of time, all the skills possessed by his main body were transferred to the Taoist embryo. Simultaneously, he replicated the sword god body and heavenly Tao divine body onto his main body to bolster his physique. In the blink of an eye, the Taoist embryo transformed into a boy strikingly similar to him, albeit unclothed. Excellent, nearly perfect. Ling Xiao assessed the avatar, who bowed respectfully. Greetings, fellow Taoist. Splendid. From this moment forth, you shall be named Ling Xiao. Begin your cultivation. I trust that the techniques are sufficient for you to reach your zenith. System. Can the avatar not possess a fraction of my cultivation? Ling Xiao pondered. Typically, a standard avatar retained 1/3 of his strength. However, this external avatar seemed to be at the very onset of its cultivation journey. Despite possessing a plethora of top-tier physiques and bloodlines, its cultivation level was surprisingly low. This avatar is somewhat extraordinary. Thus, it must commence its cultivation from the ground up. It cannot instantaneously attain the same level of power as you. Nevertheless, within a few months, its strength should catch up to yours. Content with this insight, Ling Xiao promptly bestowed a wealth of resources upon Ling Xiao to facilitate his training. Ding. Congratulations to the host's disciple for completing the task. Reward: 1,000,000 sect values. Ling Xiao beamed with joy as Xiao Yan and the others finally completed their tasks and prepared to return. Chapter 127. Ling Huang goes out to play. Reward: 100,000 fortune points. Reward: advancement in cultivation by 2 levels. The cultivation of Xiao Yan and his companions has once again ascended. Although they have not reached the terrifying heights of Yi Fan and his peers, they are not far behind. After a month of battles, Xiao Yan and his companions have attained the 8th heaven of cultivation. During this period, they ventured into the southern wilderness, directly locating the sealed territory of the witch clan and summoning 3 esteemed figures to assist in reinforcing the seal before returning. Ling Xiao has also called upon Yang Tianxiong and Hu Meina to return. Now that the matter of the demons has concluded, there will not be any significant disturbances in the short term. Ling Xiao has thwarted numerous schemes of the demons. Once all the disciples have gathered, Ling Xiao summoned them to the hall of the sect leader. At this moment, the 11 direct disciples and 4 named disciples were present. Yi Fan has reached the 9th heaven of martial sovereign, while Xiao Yan, Chao Yud, Dugu Yuqing, Ling Xian, and Ling Hua have all reached the 8th heaven. Jun Qima has also attained the 9th heaven, and Shi Kaitian, Jian Shun, and Yang Tianxiong have all reached the 9th heaven as well. Among them, Yang Tianxiong was previously at the 7th heaven. He has only advanced 1 level upon completing the task, with the remainder being his own breakthrough. Dong Yaoyong, Dong Xingyue, and Hu Meina are at the 8th heaven, while Qiao Linger remains at the 5th heaven of martial sovereign. As for the unique Chu Chun, he is currently at the 4th heaven of innate, and his cultivation has seen no increase whatsoever during these days, which is indeed peculiar. Chu Chun has consumed a plethora of divine substances and elixirs, yet his progress remains minimal. However, his fortune points have reached 5,999. Ling Xiao speculates that perhaps only when his fortune points reach 9,999 will he truly begin to unleash his potential. The other disciples, under Ling Xiao's guidance, have all attained 9,999 fortune points, and the benefits of reaching this limit are evident. Dong Yaoyong and Dong Xingyue are prime examples. The opportunities that were originally meant for Chun Yang and Chun Ling have instead fallen into their hands. We have seen our master. The 15 exceptional youths bowed to Ling Xiao in unison. Ling Xiao gestured for them to rise. Excellent. In such a short span of time, you have all blossomed into prodigies. Yet, your growth shall not cease here. Your futures are filled with infinite possibilities. You have performed admirably in this task, and the library pavilion will be open to all of you. Each of you should seek out your own opportunities and prepare for the upcoming sect competition. Master, do we also participate? Yi Fan inquired. Their cultivation has reached the 9th heaven of martial sovereign, while the newly recruited disciples exhibit varying levels of cultivation, with the weakest, like Chu Chun, still at the innate level, while the more formidable individuals have already advanced to the monarch stage. Their talents may be comparable, yet some have encountered opportunities earlier and begun their training sooner, while others who joined the sacred sect later have experienced a much slower transformation. Certainly, you must also participate. After the conclusion of the sect competition, you shall leave the sect, and I have but one request. Before your departure, all of you must solidify your foundations. Those who ascend to the 9th heaven should continue to accumulate strength, fostering a gradual yet profound emergence of power. Do you understand? Yes, Master, we comprehend. Ling Xiao nodded slightly. With 4 months remaining until the sect competition, you must ensure that your own cultivation does not falter while assisting your fellow disciples. guiding them in their training, leading them into the hero's tomb and the secret realms. You must also enter the war god space to enhance your combat prowess. Yes, Master. Now, go about your tasks. For months is ample time for you to teach them well. After arranging everyone, Ling Xiao had yet to exit the sect master's hall when he was approached by Ling Huang. Father, we wish to go out and play. Isn't the sect enjoyable? Where do you intend to go? Ling Xiao furrowed his brow. These divine beasts were treasures of the Holy Sect. He would never forgive himself should anything happen to them. Staying in the Holy Sect all day has become terribly dull. We've heard that the northern part of the sacred mountain is teeming with monstrous beasts. We wish to take a look and perhaps even capture a few demon emperors. During this time, Ling Huang's cultivation had soared remarkably, her strength having increased significantly. She now possessed combat power at the saint level, while the three divine birds were at similar tiers, easily surpassing ordinary great saints. As divine beasts, their growth faced no bottlenecks. As long as they had sufficient energy, their strength would continuously rise until maturity. Achieving maturity meant attaining divinity. It remains perilous over there. Even if you go, there is no guarantee you can subdue those demon emperors. What if you fall into danger? Ling Xiao pondered, coming to terms with certain matters. The situation in the abyss had yet to be resolved. Through the insights of the likes of Huntian and Tongtian, he learned that 9 demon emperors were sealed there. Hence the name, the land of sealing demons. However, the strengths of these 9 demon emperors varied. The most formidable among them was the demon master Kuanping, a powerful emperor. Among the remaining demon emperors, there were 3 sovereign-level beings and 5 at the emperor realm. During this period, they had remained relatively docile, so Ling Xiao had no intention of disturbing them. However, the emergence of the evil demon's avatar, along with the previous beast tide, had led him to gain further understanding of the dark forces. According to the analyses from Tianming and the Tianji Pavilion, it seemed that some demon entity had also been affected by the remnants of the evil demon's soul. In light of this, it would not be unwise to investigate. Father, please allow us to go. We promise to behave. Ling Huang transformed into a little girl, approaching Ling Xiao with a playful charm. Ling Xiao felt a bit helpless. He had been preoccupied with other matters and had inadvertently overlooked this little one. Do you truly wish to go? The 4 little ones were like chicks pecking at grains. You need only ascend the celestial steps to exit. There is no time limit. You may leave whenever you reach the summit. Ling Xiao did not simply send them forth. Rather, he devised a series of trials to enlighten them that venturing out was indeed possible, albeit under certain conditions. The 4 young ones eagerly ascended the celestial ladder, transformed into their human forms. Among them, Ling Huang, the youngest, exhibited the mightiest prowess, while the remaining 3 were of comparable strength. Zhu Ke was a spirited little girl, and Bai Feng and Jin Wu were 2 lively boys. Their ascent drew considerable attention from onlookers. On that very day, the chief of the Yin clan and the esteemed elder arrived. Upon witnessing the 4 children climbing the ladder, they did not rush in but chose to observe. Am I seeing this correctly? Are these children truly this formidable? Yin Ling was momentarily taken aback. Ling Huang's cultivation had astonishingly reached the level of a Saint Lord, while the other 3 were at the Great Saint stage. The Holy Sect was indeed a realm teeming with hidden talents, and utmost caution was imperative. The 4 children soon reached over 700 steps. It was undeniable that, based on their innate gifts, they rivaled Yi Fan and even surpassed him in terms of cultivation. In less than a quarter of an hour, the 4 youngsters reached the pinnacle. Wow, we can finally go out and play, they exclaimed joyously, but at that moment, Ling Xiao appeared. Take these items with you. Should you encounter danger, simply crush them. He instructed. Huanger, as the eldest, you must protect them, understand? This occasion also served as a form of testing. After all, they were divine beasts. Encountering those demon beasts would hardly pose a challenge. We have come to pay our respects to the sect master. Yin Wudao and his companions bowed to Ling Xiao. No need for formalities. What brings you here? Ling Xiao inquired. Sect master, it is as follows. The people of Menggu Dao have slain our experts, and this matter cannot be brushed aside. However, we have become vassals of the Holy Sect, and we seek your opinion on how to proceed, Yin Wudao replied. Act as you see fit. Remember, you possess your own autonomy. The sect will not interfere in your daily affairs, but you must understand your position and be ready to stand firm when called upon. Be bold in your endeavors. The sect will support you. With Ling Xiao's assurance, Yin Wudao felt emboldened. Thank you, Sect Master. We shall take our leave now. If we do not receive adequate reparations, this matter will not end here. Yin Wudao departed with his clan. As an ancient clan, it was impossible to lack heritage. Yet when facing equally powerful adversaries, they might find themselves at a disadvantage. Now, with the support of the Holy Sect, they no longer felt fear. After the Yin clan's departure, Ling Xiao addressed the void, fellow Taoists. If any of you have the time, feel free to join in the fun. Haha, I shall go. It has been quite some time since I last engaged in activity. Wise individuals should know to maintain a respectful distance from my great blade, declared the god of war. Guan Yu, ready to join the fray. Chapter 128. The origins of the demon-sealing war. Ling Xiao imparted the projection of the great emperor to Ling Huang, for as his daughter, he harbored great affection for this little one. Once she matures, she shall undoubtedly become a genuine deity, compelling all malevolent entities to bow before her. Meanwhile, Ling Xiao focused on training his avatar, Ling Tian, while keeping a watchful eye on Ling Huang and the others. He chose not to accompany them with the fire qilin and the nine-tailed celestial fox, as their formidable auras could incite chaos if they were to appear. Although the little ones also possessed considerable power, their strength was comparatively insufficient, merely capable of awakening those stronger than themselves. As for what would transpire next, it depended on how events unfolded. He genuinely hoped that Ling Huang and her companions would achieve something worthwhile. In the central region of Yinxiao, the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. The Dream Ancient Path had outright rejected the demands of the Yin clan, asserting that Ling Xiao had already slain numerous elite members of their ranks, thus balancing the scales. Yet, the Yin clan remained unyielding, exhibiting a disposition that suggested a willingness to engage in battle at the slightest provocation. Consequently, in the vicinity of Zhongzhou, with Yunxiao City at its heart, many felt an oppressive sense of impending turmoil. After the Yin clan reaffirmed their refusal to accept reparations from the Dream Ancient Path, they declared their intent to descend upon Yunxiao City, demanding an explanation from the Yun sacred land, the Yun family, and the Yunxiao sword sect. Panic ensued, as the ancient clan's wrath rivaled that of a great emperor, particularly the ancient clans whose depths were unfathomable. One might ponder whether the Dream Ancient Path would personally intervene. It is known that the Yin clan is an ancient clan, and although their strength may have waned, they still wield the might of an ancient lineage, complete with supreme imperial weapons. It is certain that ancient clans possess such formidable artifacts, yet the sacred land may not. Especially considering the Yun sacred land is merely a branch of the Yun family, it is improbable that they would possess supreme imperial weapons. Of the four ancient emperors, save for the Dream Emperor, the supreme weapons of the other three have already fallen into the hands of the sacred sect. Without these imperial weapons, these factions resemble toothless tigers, unable to rise to power. The question now is whether the Dream Ancient Path will take action. The Yin clan had previously stated their allegiance to the sacred sect, indicating that their actions were sanctioned by the latter. I surmise that the Dream Ancient Path is genuinely apprehensive. When the Yin clan was in Lanzhou, their allegiance to the sacred sect was made clear, which speaks volumes. Furthermore, their assault on the three major factions would be implausible without the backing of the sacred sect, for they would not dare to engage without such support. The skies above Yunxiao are on the verge of transformation, capturing the attention of other regions across the Jiuxiao continent. Although Yunxiao is the weakest entity among the nine skies, the presence of the sacred sect here commands respect, and none dare to underestimate this former titan. As the Yin clan prepared for action, in the northern part of the sacred mountain, the demon-sealing grounds awaited. Ling Huang and her three companions arrived at this location, having encountered no demonic beasts along the way, for their formidable auras frightened the creatures away from a considerable distance. Is this the deep pit? Let us descend and explore. Although Ling Huang is still young, her wisdom is profound, for the memories they inherit are immensely vast. Your Highness, please exercise caution, Zhu Ke timidly advised. All right, when we are out and about, do not refer to me in that manner. Simply call me Big Sister. After all, my father understands me well. Understood, Big Sister. Ling Huang found the title Big Sister delightful, exuding a sense of power and uniqueness that she greatly cherished. Halt! Who are you? What brings you to this place? A demon saint suddenly appeared before the four. Humph. Who gave you the audacity to stand before us without paying your respects? Bai Feng interjected, his imposing aura immediately overwhelming the demon saint. And no, a divine beast? The wild creature, possessing a certain sentience, evolves into a demon beast, which, through diligent cultivation, becomes a holy beast. The holy beast then transcends, leaping through the dragon's gate, shattering the void, to attain the status of a divine beast. In the hierarchy of divine beasts, the order is strict. Divine beasts dominate holy beasts. Holy beasts surpass demon beasts, and demon beasts reign over ordinary wild creatures. Upon witnessing the divine beasts, the demon saint immediately bowed in respect. I greet you, esteemed ones. I am unaware of your purpose in visiting this place. The demon saint dared not overstep, knowing that the four could easily vanquish him. The terrifying pressure of the divine beasts now radiated throughout the abyss, causing a tumult among countless demon and holy beasts. Who is in charge here? Step forth and speak. Ling Huang, hands on her hips, appeared diminutive yet radiated immense energy. The aura of an upper echelon being directly suppressed all the holy and demon beasts, instilling great trepidation within them. The voice of the celestial demon emperor echoed here. Having encountered divine beasts before, I am curious about your esteemed purpose in visiting our realm. Spare me the pleasantries. Are you the one with the greatest authority here? Ling Huang inquired with regal authority. The celestial demon emperor, one among the lower-tier demon emperors, replied. No, there are several esteemed ones above me. Then why do they not come to meet me? Ling Huang's imposing presence nearly suffocated the celestial demon emperor. My lord, they are all sealed. Currently, only I and another demon emperor have awakened. The rest remain dormant. He explained. This was indeed the truth. For the sealing of the demon realm had been enacted by the Azure Emperor, a seal of imperial caliber that those of the demon emperor rank could hardly challenge. Furthermore, their early awakening was due to their proximity to the edge of the seal, rendering them as fish that slipped through the net. After all, a demon beast of emperor rank could hardly stir significant turmoil. In the Jiuxiao continent, there are numerous powerful beings among the human race. Although the celestial demon emperor had awakened, his true form remained ensnared by the seal. Such was their plight. So, merely awakened, yet unable to break free? Ling Huang inquired. Indeed, my lord, we were sealed by the Azure Emperor, whose might is beyond imagination. The seal remains exceptionally firm. To break free is not something that can be achieved in a short time. Ling Huang felt a twinge of disappointment. This visit, it seemed, would not yield any excitement. In the absence of supreme beings, only a few sacred beasts roam outside, which explains the disappearance of the Qi Tian Demon Emperor's followers. As there has been little reaction here, this is attributed to the unwavering strength of the Qing Emperor's seal. Escaping it is no simple task. In contrast, the other areas sealed by the Wu clan present a different scenario. After many years, and with the Wu clan's enduring legacy, a trace of their presence has seeped through, resulting in the emergence of an evil doppelganger. Bring forth all your delectable food and drink. We wish to indulge. Ling Huang, unwilling to depart empty-handed, insisted on plundering a little. Yes, my lord, just a moment. Shortly thereafter, the monkey wine was presented. The Qi Tian Demon Emperor spoke. My lord, this is our finest wine, specially for your tasting. We humbly request your release, as we find ourselves terribly constrained here. Indeed, cursed sacred sect. What wrong is there in our demon clan unifying the world? Why must we be targeted? Oh, pray tell, why does the sacred sect seek to seal you? Ling Huang inquired, intrigued. Based on her understanding of her father, the sacred sect was not an unreasonable faction. Rather, it was a sect imbued with a spirit of selflessness, wherein those great emperors would willingly sacrifice their lives for the sake of peace and tranquility. The great emperors of the sacred sect had ventured into forbidden territories, offending nearly all ancient sovereigns, yet they remained undeterred, acting for the benefit of humanity. At this juncture, the Qi Tian Demon Emperor interjected, Esteemed lords, you must advocate for us. We pledge our eternal allegiance to you. Quickly, recount what transpired back then, why the sacred sect chose to seal you, and what the other factions were doing at that time. As a member of the sacred sect, Ling Huang understood the importance of upholding its integrity. This tale begins with the demon court. Our heavenly emperor, emulating the human emperors, established the demon court to stand in defiance of the celestial court. Though the celestial court had long since collapsed, the heavenly emperor remained undaunted and founded the demon court. Our development was remarkably swift. In no time, we unified Yin Xiao, causing other factions to retreat in fear of confronting us. Those ancient sovereigns willingly acknowledged our existence. However, when it came to the sacred sect, they not only refused to recognize us but deemed us unworthy of establishing a demon court, feeling no shame in defying the celestial court. Thus, the conflict commenced. Chapter 129, The Historical Truth. What exactly is this celestial court you speak of? Ling Xiao inquired. Although she had never heard of it before, she knew that the Holy Sect had a demon court, which corresponded to the earlier demon court. Yet, what was this celestial court? My lord, the celestial court is a force established by the Qin celestial emperor, an entity of immense power, revered as the celestial sovereign. Subsequently, the Yi celestial emperor continued to expand its influence. However, after the reign of these two celestial emperors, the celestial court began to decline and ultimately collapsed into ruin. The celestial court, in the traditional sense, was a colossal entity only second to the ancient Holy Sect, having unified the 7 heavens of the 9 skies. Except for the celestial sky occupied by the Buddhist kingdom and the cloud sky where the Holy Sect resided, all other regions were under the dominion of the celestial court. Ling Xiao began to comprehend that the celestial court had indeed existed and possessed such formidable strength. After learning of this, Ling Xiao also began to examine secret scrolls, and fortunately, he found detailed information even surpassing what the celestial demon emperor had conveyed. The reason the celestial court did not notify the cloud sky was not merely due to the presence of the Holy Sect, but also because they were unwilling to become entangled in its affairs. Considering the formidable characters surrounding the Holy Sect, the areas of demon sealing, demon banishment, and the regions associated with the war of annihilation against Buddhism, along with the Holy Sect itself, presented complexities the celestial court preferred to avoid. In other words, the demon court was entirely imitating the celestial court, aspiring to become a similar power. But why did the Holy Sect obstruct you while allowing the celestial court to flourish? Ling Xiao queried once more. Because we are of the demon race, while the founders and rulers of the celestial court are of the human race. After its establishment, the celestial court maintained stability for a long duration, bringing peace to the realm. However, once the demon court was founded, the fundamental differences between humans and demons became apparent. They are of different kinds, and their hearts must diverge. The two races simply do not trust one another. Indeed, distrust is the root cause of the great conflict. The human race does not wish to be governed by the demon race, and that is the reason. And how did your demon emperor respond to this? Ling Xiao continued her inquiry. The demon emperor sought to emulate the human emperors by implementing a series of policies aimed at strengthening relations between the two races. Yet all were ultimately shelved. Proposals for intermarriage between the two races were outright rejected by the human race. Although all beings possess vitality, the notion of intermarriage between humans and demons is utterly implausible. Coincidentally, during that era, the Azure Emperor emerged, not only vanquishing the demon emperor, but also sealing the demon masters. Alongside them, several obstinate demon emperors who defied authority were also slain by the Azure Emperor. That cannot be right. My father once stated that in the latter days of the Dharma, it is forbidden for an era to witness 2 emperors. Your account is inconsistent. Ling Xiao retorted. My lady, I personally experienced these events. Can it not be clarified? The lifespan of our demon race is generally much longer than that of the human race, and with the seals in place, we have survived for over 10,000 years. The experiences we lived through cannot be false. At that time, the demon emperor was already in his later stages, not at his peak. The Azure Emperor attained enlightenment during this period, directly dispersing the paths of the demon emperor and the demon masters. Is this truly the outcome of those times? Ling Xiao concluded her inquiries. Indeed, my lord, I have conveyed all that I know. The celestial demon emperor chuckled, urging the esteemed ones to depart swiftly. Humph. Should I discover that you are toying with me, do not blame me for erasing your existence. Let us be gone. Ling Xiao returned to the sacred sect with several little ones. Though playful by nature, she understood the gravity of the moment. The immediate priority was to consult her father regarding the correctness of these matters. Upon their return, Ling Xiao was already engrossed in a secret scroll, delving into the hidden truths of the past. Among its revelations were 2 pivotal terms, the heavenly court and the demon court. Through the scroll, Ling Xiao discerned that the celestial demon emperor's words contained 7 parts truth and 3 parts falsehood, deliberately obscuring clarity for Ling Xiao. Father, we have returned. Ling Xiao looked up at the four little ones, surprised by their prompt arrival. "Oh, what have you gathered?" Ling Huang recounted the celestial demon emperor's statements, which Ling Xiao had already heard, yet he patiently listened to the young ones finish their tale. "You are somewhat imprudent. How could the celestial demon emperor, unaware of your identities and allegiances, divulge all the details?" "That is true, father. Do you know the truth of the matter?" Ling Huang inquired. Ling Xiao smiled warmly at the four children, then presented the scroll in his hands. "This is a record from the ancestors of our sacred sect. The sacred sect is the only lineage to have persisted from ancient times to the present day, with nearly all significant events of the Nine Heavens continent meticulously documented," he proclaimed with a grin. The four little ones eagerly accepted the scroll, their interest piqued as they began to comprehend the entire sequence of events. Initially, when the demon court was established, there were no irregularities. However, with the series of policies enacted by the demon emperor, chaos ensued. Not only did the demon emperor provoke the two great imperial families, but he also challenged the sacred sect, seeking to subjugate these formidable forces. What a jest! Such a thing was simply inconceivable. During that time, the demon emperor was akin to a madman, consumed by malevolence, decimating numerous factions, inciting wrath among both humans and deities. Their actions were arrogant and overbearing, showing utter disregard for humanity. In their quest for power, they ruthlessly slaughtered humans, ultimately provoking fierce discontent from the sacred sect. It was during this tumultuous period that the Azure Emperor forcefully attained enlightenment. The actions of the demon court had drawn the ire of both heaven and earth, prompting the heavens to intervene. Thus, the Azure Emperor's ascendance was swift and unimpeded, achieving mid-level dominance among the emperors post-enlightenment. In contrast, the demon emperor was merely at the initial stage, no match for the Azure Emperor, who swiftly vanquished him. It was then that people realized the demon emperor had long been blinded, manipulated by sinister forces. Harnessing the power of the heavenly path, the Azure Emperor eliminated the demon emperor, obliterating the remnants of evil, and wreaked havoc upon the demon court, ultimately sealing those who had surrendered to the demon's influence. This is the genesis of the demon-sealing war. How magnificent is the Azure Emperor! Ling Huang mused, feeling as though the Azure Emperor were a savior, destined as the protagonist of the cosmos. Indeed, the Azure Emperor is remarkable, yet behold this tome. Ling Xiao handed them another volume, entitled Chronicles of the Great Emperors. The passage meticulously chronicles the illustrious history of the sacred sect from ancient times to the era of the Azure Emperor, detailing the great emperors and formidable figures within the sect. It narrates the journey from the blooming of 100 flowers in antiquity to the poignant struggles endured through several cataclysms. Many emperors sacrificed immensely and exerted tremendous efforts to preserve the sacred sect, all of which is documented with clarity. From the inaugural Sacred Lord to the Azure Emperor, the sacred sect has birthed 80 emperors, and it is noted that the one who embodies the essence of unity in the number 9 will elevate the sect to unprecedented heights. Having witnessed the legacy of 80 emperors, only one remains. Ling Xiao is the most likely candidate to ascend as this 81st emperor, harmonizing with the principle of unity. Upon reading the chronicles of the emperors, the four young ones were deeply moved. Each emperor, in their devotion to the sacred sect and the welfare of the world, poured forth their heart and soul, confronting malevolent forces while striving to save the world and pacify the realms of life. It can be said that the sacred sect boasts the highest number of emperors, yet it has also witnessed the greatest number of falls, solely because each possessed a heart of selfless dedication. "Father, every emperor is truly magnificent and powerful," Ling Huang exclaimed, her eyes glistening with tears. Though the four younglings are divine beasts, their transformation into human forms and upbringing within the sacred sect alongside Ling Xiao have fostered deep emotions. Indeed, every emperor is remarkable, and our sect intends to disseminate the glorious deeds of these 80 emperors throughout the sacred sect, ensuring that all direct disciples engrave them in their hearts. For these disciples are the ones most likely to wield power in the future, and they must be acquainted with these secrets and this history. Just as Ling Xiao learned certain secrets from his master upon his passing, this legacy must be passed down through generations. The sacred sect is extraordinary. Over the millennia, the number of emperors born within it far surpasses that of other major sections. Even the most illustrious celestial court has produced far fewer emperors throughout its history. Furthermore, whether it is the celestial court or the demon court, their strength has led them to seek the recognition of the sacred sect, as it is historically the first and only transcendent power to govern the nine heavens continent. This glory belongs to the sacred sect and should not be forgotten by history. Well then, shall we take a break and enjoy some leisure? Isn't it time for some serious cultivation? Ling Xiao gazed fondly at the four young ones. No, father. We wish to explore the clouds and the entire nine heavens continent, please. Ling Huang replied, her curiosity about the world insatiable. Chapter 130. Preparations from all sides. You are not permitted to venture outside just yet. The perils beyond are too great. Take these resources and consume them. Only when you ascend to the Emperor realm shall you be allowed to step outside. Ling Xiao did not allow them to go out at this moment. Instead, he provided the four little ones with abundant resources, urging them to continuously devour and break through. Their growth would significantly benefit the Holy Sect, and given time. His doppelganger, Ling Tian, would soon catch up. Currently, Ling Tian was transforming daily, advancing his cultivation at an astonishing rate, already possessing the prowess of the martial soul realm. How little time had passed. Merely a day, perhaps. He believed that once Ling Tian achieved the status of a saint, he would be able to emerge. Until then, they must remain cautious. Within the Holy Sect, he could ensure their safety, but once outside, countless uncertainties awaited. Yun Xiao was manageable, but should they reach the core regions of the nine heavens continent, such as Shen Xiao, the dangers would escalate exponentially. Shen Xiao was revered as the heart of the nine heavens continent, where martial civilization had reached its zenith, with sects proliferating, families dominating, and ancient clans vying for prominence. While the Holy Land wielded immense power, even the realms of life and death demanded utmost caution. Shen Xiao was the dreamland of countless formidable beings, a true grand stage. Yet it was also a battleground of fierce competition, whether among prodigies or between factions. Ling Xiao understood that the Holy Sect would inevitably ascend to the grand stage of Shen Xiao one day, but that day was not now. The four little ones, clutching the resources, were earnest in their demeanor. Was it not merely the Emperor realm they sought? Wait for us, we shall arrive soon. Ling Xiao then summoned Yi Fan and the other 15 individuals, imparting the legacy of the emperors to them. Each must familiarize themselves with the experiences, glories, and historical responsibilities of the 80 emperors of the Holy Sect. Without doubt, in the future, you shall hold the reins of the Holy Sect, ensuring the eternal flame of our legacy endures. Ling Xiao proclaimed. Yes, master. Should we share the tales of the emperors with others to foster cohesion? Yi Fan inquired. Indeed, they may be informed, but it must not be publicized, nor should it become a source of arrogance. The sect's regulations prohibit divulging too much to prevent inflated egos. You must hasten to elevate your cultivation to the ninth heaven, for soon, we shall temporarily depart the sect. Upon hearing their master's words, everyone was filled with excitement. Was there a significant move afoot? To venture out meant either training or tempering themselves, and each was eager to sharpen their skills. Yes, master, we will surely accumulate our strength. They descended, while Ling Xiao continued to enhance the power of his doppelganger. The secret of the doppelganger was known solely to him. Although the sect could not venture out for now, it did not imply the absence of its legends across this continent. In the ensuing days, on the Yun Xiao front, the atmosphere grew tumultuous, a storm brewing on the horizon. The Yin clan was diligently preparing. If they were to engage in battle, they must ensure absolute certainty. Although supported by the Holy Sect, the main force would undoubtedly be their own, with the sect merely dispatching a few experts, a fact they were well aware of. They needed to be thoroughly prepared. System, why is there no response regarding the disciples' cultivation advancements? Ling Xiao inquired. He had observed that, aside from Chu Chun, every other disciple had made significant progress. Some had even achieved several breakthroughs in major realms, becoming considerably stronger than before. Host, there is no need for concern. The system is diligently recording everything. Moreover, the enhancement of cultivation has its own criteria. As long as the required numbers are met, rewards will naturally follow. The system replied. How much longer must I wait? Ling Xiao pressed. Soon, if all goes as planned, it should be just a few days. A grand surprise awaits you. The system mysteriously responded. Ling Xiao grimaced at the thought of a surprise. Anything but a fright would suffice. The recent loss of 20 million sect points had left him in distress. The previous sect mission had yielded only a little over 10 million points, yet in the exchange shop, he had recklessly spent 20 million. Fortunately, over the past few days, Ling Xiao's cultivation had ascended to the martial sovereign realm, a feat that could only be described as astonishing. He estimated that once the system's rewards arrived, Ling Xiao would be ready for his first mission. To be prudent, he intended to wait until he himself reached the Emperor realm before sending Ling Xiao out. Meanwhile, within Yunxiao City, the upper echelons of powerful factions gathered at the Minggu Path, relying solely on the Dream Emperor for support. Dream Emperor, if you would only lend us your assistance, we would willingly sacrifice ourselves for your cause. Yun Haoyin, the head of the Yun family, proclaimed, bowing respectfully. We too pledge our lifelong service to the Dream Emperor should Minggu Path offer us protection. Yun Yangtian, the sovereign of Yunxiao's sacred land, and Yun Beitian, the leader of Yunxiao's sword sect, echoed in unison. The urgency of their situation was palpable. Should the Yin clan decide to attack, they would have no means to resist. You are to proceed to Tuoba City and present this token to their family head. They are likely to respond. Additionally, prepare vast resources. Enticing these individuals will surely require a hefty price, the Dream Emperor instructed, handing a token to Yun Haoyin. Yun Haoyin was profoundly grateful. Following the fall of the Yun Emperor, their status had plummeted from esteemed leaders to mere lackeys. The trio swiftly set their plans in motion and soon arrived at Tuoba City, approaching the Tuoba family. This was a secluded lineage that had once produced a Tuoba emperor. Yet they dared not reveal themselves, aware that the Holy Sect's notorious reputation could spell disaster if they were discovered. They had also received news that the entire Yuan clan had been eradicated by the Holy Sect's leader. The ancient emperors, now hidden within their secret realm, had once been led by the Tuoba emperor. Li Daoru had been lingering around Tuoba City for days, as it was the most likely location. He had searched other major cities, but found no trace. This was a mission entrusted to him by the sect leader. Returning without any discoveries would be a source of great shame. At that moment, three formidable presences caught Li Daoru's attention. Upon closer inspection, he was pleasantly surprised to discover that these three individuals were indeed the leaders from the Yun family. Their arrival at this juncture undoubtedly harbored secrets. An opportunity for the old practitioner had arisen. The three leaders were all at the Emperor realm, with only a few elders and ancestors in seclusion possessing the title of Emperor Lord, totaling less than 10 in number. This constituted the final trump card of their three great factions. Upon arriving at the City Lord's mansion, they presented their tokens. Upon seeing the tokens, the City Lord escorted the three into a secluded courtyard, after which he vanished. Li Daoru could not continue his pursuit, for this small Tuoba city was unexpectedly guarded by an Emperor Realm powerhouse, indicating that the depths here were profound. He hastily departed, intent on relaying this information to the sect master to ascertain how the master would respond. Once the three entered the secret realm, they encountered four terrifying figures, the very same four who had once ambushed the Immortal Emperor. However, currently, three of them lay entombed, while the Tuoba Emperor remained in self-imposed seclusion. Yun Haoyin and his companions had met these venerable elders before. Tuoba Emperor, you have awakened. What is the matter? It is the Dream Emperor who sent us. Now, the Dream Ancient Path is facing a great calamity, and we beseech the esteemed elders to lend us their strength. Yun Haoyin explained. The Dream Emperor is well? Replying to the elder, the Dream Emperor is indeed well, but alas, the Yun Emperor, Spirit Emperor, and Ancient Emperor have all perished. The Tuoba Emperor's aura surged dramatically. Who possesses such audacity? The Holy Sect, the Azure Emperor, and the current Sect Master. The Azure Emperor? The Sect Master? Are they the only two? The Tuoba Emperor found it hard to believe that these two could have slain three of their number. Furthermore, there was a sword immortal of unfathomable strength, who had single-handedly withstood three supreme beings for a quarter of an hour. Yun Haoyin did not dare to conceal the truth. To intervene is not impossible, but currently, Yun Haoyin swiftly produced a prepared spatial ring. Esteemed elders, within this ring lies the most treasured and elite artifacts of our three factions. Please accept them graciously. The Tuoba Emperor cast a glance and nodded slightly. When will the great calamity arrive? We shall naturally intervene. I am uncertain. This time, it is the Flame Clan that has taken action, with the Holy Sect orchestrating the assault, and the Flame Clan has already pledged allegiance to the Holy Sect. We must remain vigilant. Oh, Is the Holy Sect truly this formidable now? After they had slain the immortal emperor, they had hidden away, too fearful to reveal themselves. Precisely because of the Holy Sect's profound heritage, which instilled fear of being discovered. Little did they expect that after such a lengthy concealment, the Holy Sect would still remain so powerful. Chapter 131. The Dark Knight Emperor, Erlang Shunyang Jian. The Azure Emperor has fallen, having been ambushed by that figure from the Buddhist realm, accompanied by a rain of blood. This cannot be doubted. Yun Haoyan expounds. Does this imply that the era of the Azure Emperor has indeed come to a close? Whose era shall we welcome next? The path to imperial ascension has yet to be unveiled. It is premature to speak of such matters now. Indeed, once the path to emperorship is opened, it will become clear who is destined for the throne. The few present have once ascended to the pinnacle of power, and they certainly comprehend the significance of the imperial path. With the Azure Emperor's absence, our chances have substantially increased. You may return now. We are already apprised of this matter. Emperor Tooba has consented, for regardless of the circumstances, they remain adversaries of the sacred sect, and reconciliation is impossible. If that is the case, why not ally with the Dream Monarch to suppress the sacred sect together? The sacred sect's emperors have deeply wounded their interests by pacifying the forbidden zones. Their assassination of the immortal emperor was an act of retaliation. The foundation of the sacred sect is exceedingly formidable, a super sect that has endured since ancient times, and none dare to underestimate it. Meanwhile, the Yin clan has largely prepared itself. Clan leader, with merely our numbers, we may not suffice. Let us not forget, the Dream Ancient Path possesses immense strength. Should they have allies, we may find ourselves outmatched. Yin Wuhui articulates. He is the brother of Yin Wudao and a powerful elder within the Yin clan. Yin Wudao nods slightly. I have already notified the Spirit clan and the Stone clan. They shall intervene when necessary. With their support, victory is assured. The Spirit clan, the Stone clan, and the Yin clan are all ancient clans, and their relationships are profoundly intertwined. Furthermore, the Stone clan has produced two emperors, known as the Greater and Lesser Stone Sovereigns, ranking among the most powerful of all ancient clans. The Spirit clan bears no relation to the previous Spirit Sovereign, and it emerged even earlier. The founder of the Spirit clan was the Spirit Emperor, while the Spirit Sovereign self-proclaims as the sovereign of all spirits, lacking any direct connection. Go and inform the sacred sect. In 10 days, the decisive battle will unfold in Yunxiao City. Yin Wudao commands. Yes, brother, I shall proceed at once. Upon learning the precise timing, Ling Xiao of the sacred sect begins to strategize. 10 days, is it? Very well. By then, the system rewards should have arrived, and my avatar will be able to advance further. Currently, Ling Tian's cultivation has reached the realm of the Venerable, progressing nearly a major realm each day. After all, the subsequent realms are considerably more challenging to elevate, with vast disparities between each level. 3 days later, a familiar system notification resonates within Ling Xiao's mind. Ding! Congratulations. The disciples of the sect have experienced a significant enhancement in strength. All except Chu Chun have at least ascended 3 major realms, rewarding the sect with 30,000 points. Rewarding luck value 3,000,000. Rewarding 300 drops of Imperial Essence. Rewarding the host with a 3-tier cultivation enhancement. Rewarding the manifestation, chaotic seed of the Azure Lotus. Ling Xiao is overwhelmed with joy. This amounts to 30 million sect points, an exhilarating windfall. System, why has the reward this time been so substantial? Could Ling Xiao possibly contain his delight? Previously, he had suffered a loss of 20 million. Yet now he had suddenly gained 30 million, resulting in a profit of 10 million. All disciples had broken through 3 major realms, and the number of disciples was substantial, nearly 5,000 in total. A sum of 30 million sect value was considered modest, and in the future, each time they advanced by a major realm, rewards would be bestowed. Upon the system's explanation, Ling Xiao felt an immense sense of satisfaction as his own cultivation broke through to the 3rd stage, reaching the late Emperor realm. This breakthrough held profound significance for him, not only allowing him to reopen the Tower of Heaven, but also to summon another formidable being. It was akin to bringing 2 powerful allies to the Holy Sect once more, especially since the last summoned, Lei Wanjun, had already ascended to the Emperor realm. This time, he would undoubtedly surpass the emperor and might even be a being of the emperor level. With the war against the Yin clan imminent, the emergence of two great experts would undoubtedly assist the Holy Sect in a most unexpected manner. How splendid! Is this the power of the emperor realm? Truly formidable. As Ling Xiao reveled in his breakthrough, he swiftly made his way to the Tower of Heaven, ascending to the 8th level. In an instant, a shadow manifested before him, transforming into a figure. I have the honor of meeting the sect master, Dark Heaven Emperor. Ling Xiao could sense that this being possessed strength comparable to Li Bai, a true emperor-level powerhouse. Are you a heavenly emperor? Ling Xiao inquired. Indeed. Only those who have reached the pinnacle of the emperor level are worthy of the title Heavenly Emperor. Correct. I was previously a Heavenly Emperor, the Dark Knight Heavenly Emperor. The Dark Knight replied. Excellent. Take these resources for now, and do gather with your brethren. Ling Xiao instructed. In the Tower of Heaven's 9th level, each layer housed a being, but these were all embodiments of specific spiritual forms, such as the Dark Knight's dark spirit. Though Ling Xiao did not yet comprehend the implications, he understood that these individuals were undoubtedly extraordinary. The 9 figures symbolized the 9 elemental attributes of the universe, encompassing all things within existence in the myriad realms. All worldly phenomena are composed of these 9 attributes, which is precisely what Ling Xiao perceived at that moment. Having summoned a formidable emperor-level being, a heavenly emperor no less, Ling Xiao was elated. The next step was to perform the grand summoning technique and see what powerful being would be summoned this time. System. Employ the grand summoning technique to summon a powerhouse. Ding. System summoning in progress. Summoning successful. Before long, a formidable figure appeared outside the eastern heavenly gate. Ling Xiao welcomed him into the Holy Sect. Greetings, Sect Master, Erlang Shun Yang Jian. Ling Xiao was overwhelmed with joy. It was none other than Erlang Shun. What a marvel! At that moment, Erlang Shun wielded a divine weapon in one hand while holding the celestial hound in the other. Moreover, he noticed that even the celestial hound possessed emperor-level strength. This led him to think of another figure, the god of war, Guan Yu. Based on divine rank, he too was a deity, and thus his steed must surely be exceptional. Could it be that his red hair was also of emperor caliber? Ling Xiao was ecstatic. It felt like a buy-one-get-one-free deal, and both were among the pinnacle of combat prowess in the 9 heavens continent. The system's level of attentiveness was simply off the charts. Come forth, everyone, let us become acquainted. Ling Xiao urged several prominent figures to reveal their identities. The sword Immortal Li Bai, the war god Li Jing, each presenting themselves with great pride. Kingly, who would have thought we would meet here? Exclaimed the Erlang Shun. Together we serve our sovereign. How splendid it is. Moreover, the sovereign's abilities undoubtedly surpass those of the Jade Emperor. Indeed, the prowess of our sovereign commands our admiration. After introductions, Ling Xiao felt a profound sense of satisfaction. With the assistance of these formidable allies, victory in the impending battle was assured. He glanced at his numerous disciples, each having attained the pinnacle of the martial sovereign realm. This time, Ling Xiao intended for them to join the fray, thereby enhancing their practical combat experience. Although ascending from martial sovereign to the respectful realm cannot be achieved instantaneously, even a few breakthroughs would be immensely valuable. Ling Xiao held a deep appreciation for his disciples and proceeded to assess Ling Tian. Currently, Ling Tian's cultivation had reached the Great Sage realm, though his progress had slowed considerably. With 7 days remaining, there was ample time for Ling Tian to advance to the Imperial realm. At present, he resembled a divine beast, unencumbered by any bottlenecks, which was quite commendable. Once Ling Tian ascended to the Imperial realm, he would be allowed to explore the vast expanse of the 9 heavens continent, a world he longed to experience. He then cast his gaze upon the 4 little ones. Thanks to the resources previously provided, they were diligently applying themselves. However, achieving breakthrough to the Imperial realm would still require some time. Ling Huang was on the verge of a breakthrough, but had chosen to pause, opting to consolidate her strength, as she wished to ascend alongside her 3 younger brothers. Zhu Ke, Bai Feng, and Jin Wu had already reached the level of Holy Sovereign, yet still had some distance to cover before entering the Imperial realm. The Holy Sect thrived, flourishing in prosperity. Ling Xiao noted the sect's value had reached 47 million. Only a slight increase was needed for the sect to upgrade. The current 3rd-tier sect was already formidable, and should it ascend to a 4th-tier sect, He felt confident it could vie for the title of the foremost sect in the Nine Heavens continent. The strength of the Holy Sect could be described without exaggeration as nearing its pinnacle. Not to mention, there were numerous individuals comparable to the Supreme Ancient Emperor among them. Li Bai, Li Jing, Yang Jian, Guan Yu, the Celestial Hound, Red Hair, the Dark Knight Emperor, and himself, forming a force reminiscent of the Witch clan at its zenith. Of course, as his cultivation advanced further, he would be able to summon even more powerful allies. All at their peak, what is destined to arrive will inevitably come. The tempest is brewing, and I eagerly anticipate this battle. Chapter 132. The Great Battle is imminent. 10 days have swiftly passed. This day marks the onset of the Yin clan's assault on Cloud City, a conflict that has garnered the attention of countless individuals. This time, the participants are none other than the most formidable powers, the Dream Ancient Path, the Yin clan, the Sacred Sect, and the hidden forces of the Spirit clan, Stone clan, along with the formidable Dark Emperor, Shadow Emperor, Ghost Emperor, and Emperor Tuoba. The Yin clan's patriarch, Yin Wudao, leads an impressive army, marching towards Cloud City with great momentum. Yin Wudao has summoned over 30,000 troops from the Yin clan and its allied forces, all of whom possess at least the strength of kings, to the battlefield. On the Sacred Sect side, Ling Xiao gathers a dozen disciples, instructing them, "You shall also partake in this battle, but you must ensure your own safety. Do you understand?" "Understood, Master," they reply in unison. "Excellent. Should any issues arise, summon me immediately." Yi Fan leads his fellow disciples away from the Sacred Sect, as their ranks are insufficient for battle at this time. As for the elders, Ling Xiao decides to leave them be for now, opting to deploy only the most elite warriors. On this very day, the Grand Elder, Li Daoru, returns. "Master, I have made a significant discovery." The two hastily proceed to the Master's hall. "Have you found something?" Ling Xiao inquires. "Just a few days ago, the leaders of the Yun family, Yunxiao Sacred Land, and Yunxiao Sword Sect traveled to Tuoba City, only to vanish thereafter. I suspect they have entered a secret realm." Shortly after, the three emerged, beaming with confidence. Upon hearing this, Ling Xiao realizes that the Dream Emperor has summoned those powerful individuals. Perfect, they shall seize this opportunity together. It appears that this battle is destined to be recorded in history. The Sacred Sect cannot afford to be absent this time. He then calls out, "All powerhouses above the Emperor level, convene at the Master's hall." In a short while, a dozen experts gather. The Night Emperor, Lei Wanjun, Feng Xiaoyao, Li Daoru, Yi Lingtian, Hong Tiandu, Gu Daofeng, Lu Qingsong, Hu Ji, Fire Qilin, Li Bai, Li Jing, Yang Jian, and other formidable figures arrive. We pay our respects to the Master. They all bow in unison. Rise. There will undoubtedly be a confrontation between the Yin clan and Dream Ancient Path. As the masters of the Yin clan, we have no reason not to engage in battle. Furthermore, our Emperor-level powerhouse, the Immortal Emperor, was once ambushed and slain by 4 supreme beings. Now, those 4 will also join this battle. Our sole mission is to eliminate the Ghost Emperor, Shadow Emperor, Dark Emperor, and Emperor Tuoba. Understood, Master. You shall remain hidden in the shadows. Once those supreme beings make their move, strike swiftly to eliminate them. If you cannot kill them, capture them and bring them back to the Sacred Sect for me to deal with personally. Additionally, protect the direct disciples of our sect. Yes, Master. The group swiftly departs, and Ling Xiao does not pause in his efforts. He calls out once more, "You 4 little ones, come here." Soon, Ling Huang, Bai Feng, Zhu Ke, and Jin Wu arrive. "You may take the blood essence of the great emperors for refinement. May you swiftly transcend to the imperial realm and enjoy your adventures." "Thank you, esteemed leader." After obtaining the blood essence, the 4 young ones hurried back to the temple, only to discover that Hu Ji and the Fire Qilin were absent. For some reason, I felt a sense of urgency. Just moments ago, my father exhibited an impatient demeanor. Let us strive to break through and share some of the burdens with my father. Indeed, big sister. The Lord's Hall. All beings of saint level and above. Enter the Lord's Hall. In an instant, a multitude of formidable experts entered the Lord's Hall, including the likes of Bai Tian Yao Sheng, Bai Long Yao Sheng, Han Tian, Tong Tian, Jin Lan, Shui Qian Ro, and others, as well as those saints recruited later. All had arrived. Did they dare defy the Lord's command? Each was to receive a drop of the great emperor's blood to refine here. Along with these medicinal resources, the time to break through has commenced. Ling Xiao wasted no time on frivolities, diving straight into the essentials. The saints were astounded. Such an abundance of great Emperor's blood. To think, there were over 100 saints present. Did this mean there were more than 100 drops of great Emperor's blood? When did such a precious essence become so seemingly common? Yet, they dared not inquire further. They could only strive to elevate their realms as much as possible. As time passed, a dozen or so saints were the first to break through, advancing to the imperial realm. Several strong individuals from the Tongtian Tower also transcended to the imperial realm, with even 4 who previously stood at the great saint level forcibly breaking through to the imperial realm. In a flash, the number of imperial realm experts within the Holy Sect surged to 27. As for the saint level, it has now vanished. The lowest among them had reached the pinnacle of the great saint level, while the remaining 100 or so were all at the saint master level. This formidable force, Ling Xiao had other plans for. Ling Tian appeared in the Grand Hall, having ascended to the mid-imperial realm. Although not yet on par with his true form, he was nearly there. Combined with numerous techniques, even a fully realized imperial realm expert would find him a worthy opponent. This is Ling Tian. He shall lead you formidable individuals into Tuoba City to accomplish your mission. You 4 young ones shall accompany him as well. Ling Huang and the others swiftly completed their breakthroughs. After all, they had previously attained the Saint Master level, making their transition to the Imperial realm merely a matter of time. Ling Huang even utilized the great Emperor's blood to achieve full realization of the Imperial realm. Oh, Father, Ling Huang immediately cast her gaze upon Ling Tian. My daughter, do not make a scene. This is one of your father's hidden cards, one of his avatars. Do not expose it. This time, when you go to Tuoba City, raise it to the ground and avenge the immortal emperor of the Holy Sect. Ling Huang was instantly thrilled, understanding her father's intent. I will be very obedient, Father. As for whether to address him as father or uncle, a child so small yet so astute, with thoughts aplenty. Off you go. As the crowd departed the Grand Hall, only Ling Xiao remained. His gaze was profound, peering into the void. Aside from the 4 divine beasts guarding the sect, it seems I am the sole remaining entity. How tedious this existence has become. Fortunately, my alter ego can venture out. Ling Xiao, despite occupying a lofty position, is, in reality, merely of similar age to Yi Fan and the others, yet he must feign profoundness. In Yunxiao City, the Yun family, the holy land of Yunxiao, and the formidable experts of the Yunxiao sword sect have gathered here, their numbers exceeding a staggering 100,000. This is merely the strength of the 3 factions, not accounting for the Yunming swamp, which has already become the dream ancient path, serving as their master. In the void, after a violent upheaval, tens of thousands of troops descended from the heavens. They have arrived. All eyes in Yunxiao City are fixed on the experts above. The people of the Flame Clan have truly come to battle. The Yunxiao Holy Land, the Yun family, and the Yunxiao Sword Sect, within the secret realm. You have inexplicably slain over 100 elite members of my Flame Clan, even inciting discord between us and the Holy Sect. Today, the clan leader demands an explanation, and you dare to refuse. This day shall be the reckoning for your actions. Kill, kill, kill. Behind Yin Wudao, a multitude of Flame Clan experts exude a chilling aura. The members of the 3 major factions, in a fit of anger, directly assault the experts of the Flame Clan, slapping them in the face. When the Flame Clan sought an explanation, they not only disregarded it, but outright refused any form of compensation. Ladies and gentlemen, I am a staff member of the Tianji Pavilion, and the crystal memory orb in my hand will broadcast the battle live. This clash will determine whether the Flame Clan's demand for justice is fulfilled or whether the forces led by the Yun family can withstand the wrath of the Flame Clan. Let us follow the lens and uncover the truth. Greetings, I am a member of Tianyuan Tower, and what you are witnessing is the largest scale battle in Yunxiao's history. Following this confrontation, Yunxiao will undergo a complete reshuffling, with both sides investing a plethora of powerful warriors, who will emerge victorious in this grand spectacle. Let us witness the miracle together. In Yunxiao City, members of Tianji Pavilion and Tianyuan Tower are recording the scenes with memory crystals, broadcasting them in real time. Upon witnessing this through the projection of the great emperor, Ling Xiao felt a twinge of emotion. Is the live-streaming industry truly this advanced? Even the battles of the Jiuxiao continent are broadcast live? Humph, Flame Clan, you act with impunity. Earlier, you slaughtered so many of our powerful warriors, numerous sovereigns and saints. We have merely taken the lives of a few hundred of yours. In truth, it is we who should be demanding an explanation. Yun Haoyan exclaimed loudly. Indeed, we have suffered immense losses. Why should we compensate you? Upon hearing this, Yin Wudao's fury ignited. Flame Clan, join me in eliminating these individuals. I summoned the Imperial weapon. The Xuanhualing, Yin Wudao bellowed, and an extraordinarily terrifying aura emanated from the void. It was the Imperial weapon. Chapter 133, A Grievous Battle. The aura of the extreme Dao Imperial weapon is terrifying beyond measure. Even a mere wisp of its presence is sufficient to slay a sovereign. And not even those of the Imperial realm dare to confront it head-on. Once the extreme Dao Imperial weapon locks onto its target, escape becomes an impossibility. This is the nature of the extreme Dao Imperial weapon. Once it fully awakens, its horror reaches unfathomable heights. In Wudao, you still have time to retreat. The extreme Dao Imperial weapon is not solely in your possession. We possess one as well. Present the Imperial weapon. At this moment, Yun Haoyan and his companions also summoned an extreme Dao Imperial weapon, albeit one that bore signs of wear. Yun Haoyan, where is your extreme Dao Imperial weapon? Has it been taken by the sacred sect? The Grand Yun family cannot even safeguard their ancestors' Imperial weapon. What a bunch of worthless fools. Yin Wudao's voice echoed throughout Yin Xiao City, bringing disgrace upon the Yun family. Although their ancestor had fallen, they still had the Dream Emperor, who likewise wielded an extreme Dao Imperial weapon. The aura of the extreme Dao Imperial weapons intertwined in the void, igniting numerous sparks. Yin Wudao held the Xuanzuo order, and terrifying flames descended from the heavens in an instant. Anger the Yin clan, and you shall suffer the consequences. Everyone, unleash your divine abilities. Yin Wuhui shouted loudly. Many powerful beings began to manifest their divine powers, launching them towards the Yun Xiao sacred land. On the Yun family side, many strong individuals had long harbored disdain for the Yin clan, and they promptly began to unleash their own divine abilities, sweeping away all obstacles. The clash between the two mighty factions swiftly escalated into a state of fervent intensity. Above, the two extreme Dao Imperial weapons were locked in a stalemate, while below, Yin Wudao and his companions had already charged forward. Kill! 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 The members of the Yin clan were filled with murderous intent. Those before them deserved death. Yi Fan and his companions did not rush into battle immediately. With the extreme Dao Imperial weapons soaring overhead, their entry would be perilous. They decided to wait until the conflict between the Imperial weapons concluded before entering the fray. Eldest brother, when shall we strike? No need to rush. Many powerful beings have yet to reveal themselves. Let us wait and observe. It was evident that the experts from the Dream Ancient Path had not yet made their appearance. While Yun Haoyan and his group displayed little concern, instead exuding a sense of calm. Why? Because they possessed hidden cards and contingency plans. At this moment, it would be unwise to intervene. It would be better to wait until both sides had exhausted their trump cards before they made their move. Deep within the void, many powerful beings lay in concealment, primarily experts from Yun Xiao, alongside others from various regions, for such a grand battle was destined to be recorded in history. Above, the Xuanzuo order had effectively suppressed the opposing extreme Dao Imperial weapon, as the Xuanzuo order remained intact, while the enemy's Imperial weapon was damaged. This is bad. The extreme Dao Imperial weapon seems on the verge of collapse. Summon the Dream Emperor. Yun Haoyan was the first to call for the Dream Emperor and other mighty figures. At this juncture, the extreme Dao Imperial weapon of the Dream Emperor appeared, clashing once more with the Xuanzuo order. Imperial weapons possess spirit and even a semblance of autonomous consciousness. Although they cannot actively unleash their terrifying power, they can erupt with formidable strength when imbued with the energy of a powerful being. The Imperial weapons of the Dream Emperor have emerged, and the two sides once again engage in a fierce battle. Yin Wudao understands that at this moment, they must rely solely on themselves. For the supreme power of the opposing side has yet to truly join the fray. The situation allows them to minimize losses as much as possible. However, under the restraint of the Imperial weapons, the Yin clan does not hold the advantage. With their current strength, the Yin clan is still insufficient to contend against the three major factions, as their opponents boast numerous experts, occupying the most advantageous positions and possessing a multitude of disciples. Call forth the ancestors. Yin Wudao cries out. The battle on their side has reached a boiling point, but the Yin clan suffers heavy casualties. If this continues, the losses may become even more dire. 4 terrifying auras manifest, representing the last 4 imperial lords of the Yin clan. Yin clan, you have gone too far. Today, you must pay a tremendous price. The imperial lords of the Yin clan have entered the battlefield, and with their intervention, countless warriors are instantly reduced to ashes. The imperial lords have harnessed the power of the world to eliminate those who have yet to comprehend even the basic laws. Is this not an act of bullying? Bold indeed. Who would have thought you would dare to strike against lower-tier warriors? Kill them. All the imperial experts from the 3 major factions mobilize. With 6 at the imperial level, and nearly 10 more at the peak of the emperor realm. Although the Yun emperor has fallen, the foundation of the Yun Xiao sacred land and the other 2 factions remain strong and deeply rooted. The 6 imperial lords swiftly intercept the 4 imperial lords of the Yin clan, while the remaining imperial-level experts begin to massacre the Yin clan's disciples. Despicable. In the void, numerous phantoms appear. The Yin clan has activated their trump cards. At this moment, 3 fearsome coffins materialize in the void, accompanied by nearly 10 Emperor Realm experts. This represents their utmost limit in their bid to annihilate the Yun clan and the other factions. The Yin clan has laid all their cards on the table. 3 ancestors, the Yin clan is in peril. We beseech you to act and eradicate our foes. With a thunderous blast, the 3 coffins explode, revealing 3 elder figures who appear almost like desiccated corpses. Their presence emanates an incredibly terrifying aura, imbued with a potent corrosive force, signifying that their emergence heralds imminent demise. Those who seek to extinguish the Yin clan shall face a fate most severe. Their crimes warrant execution. Kill them. The 3 ancestors stand within the coffins and advance towards their enemies. The members of the Yun clan and their allies are utterly astonished. They had not anticipated that the Yin clan still harbored such formidable experts, and nearly all their own elites have already been committed to battle. Moreover, the Yin clan's power is profoundly daunting, especially following the appearance of the 3 ancestors, who are willing to fight to the death, an alarming prospect for any imperial lord. Should they fall victim to the combined might of these 3 ancient beings, the cost would be exorbitant. In the shadows, powerful figures lurk, ready to intervene. The sheer magnitude of strength both sides are willing to deploy is staggering, with many still concealed. The situation is increasingly lopsided. The Yin clan, being an ancient lineage, possesses immense strength, and with the ancestors fighting with reckless abandon, their adversaries dare not approach. The combined forces of the Yun clan and the other factions have already suffered losses exceeding 30,000. The battle had only just commenced, and Yi Fan and his companions felt a sense of relief that they had not engaged. Had they done so, they would surely have been caught in the fray. To the 3 old fools, I shall send you to the netherworld. Yun Haoyin, wielding the damaged extreme Dao Emperor weapon, charged forward. Then, a thunderous explosion resounded, and a colossal mushroom cloud ascended into the sky. Ah, no. The horrendous cries echoed incessantly. The 2 ancestral figures of the Flame clan were instantaneously obliterated, and Yun Haoyin was no exception. With his emperor-level cultivation, he detonated the extreme Dao Emperor weapon, sacrificing himself to take down the 2 ancestral beings. Thus, Yun Haoyin met his demise, igniting a bloodlust among the Flame clan. Ancestral Master, Yun Haoyin, you scoundrels, you all deserve to perish. Kill. Yin Wudao and his comrades were engulfed in fury. Their audacity was intolerable. No matter, the Ancestral Master had little time left anyway. Let us take a few more with us. The last remaining ancestral figure plunged into the crowd and subsequently self-destructed. Boom. A tremendous explosion reverberated throughout Yinxiao City, causing the entire city to tremble violently. This battle could only be described as devastating. All 3 ancestral figures of the Flame clan had fallen. Yet they managed to take down 4 imperial-level warriors from the Yun family, including 2 emperors. With the loss of 2 emperors, the number of imperial-level beings on the Flame clan's side had become equal to that of their opponents, and they now boasted a greater number of emperor-level cultivators. Kill. Yin Wudao and his compatriots surged to the forefront, their sole focus at that moment being slaughter. Flame clan warriors, follow my lead. 1 for 1 is even. 2 for 1 is a profit. To hell with it, charge. Yin Wuhui, engulfed in flames, rushed forth. With another thunderous detonation, thousands were taken. They were fighting as if they had nothing to lose. The three factions of the Yun family began to waver under the relentless assault. The members of the Flame Clan were charging in, willing to sacrifice themselves, launching themselves into self-detonations without hesitation. Self-detonation and being obliterated by others yield entirely different outcomes. Self-detonation concentrated all the power of an Emperor-level warrior into a single point before igniting, whereas being struck down signifies inadequacy in one's strength or being caught off guard by an opponent's self-detonation. Witnessing the second elder's reckless abandon, the others of the Flame Clan were likewise consumed by bloodlust. Let us all charge together. At this moment, Yin Changkong, filled with resolve, plunged into the crowd, transforming into a magnificent burst of fireworks. Chapter 134. The Arrival of All Parties. How infuriating, truly infuriating. Yun Bai and the others were utterly astonished. Had these individuals lost their minds? Why were they so desperate to drag us into their demise? It was merely a skirmish, a performance. There was no need for such dramatic involvement. Initially, the three great powers and the Dream Ancient Path believed that the Flame Clan would not fully emerge, nor would they instigate an ultimate battle. Yet, the current scenario unmistakably signified a decisive confrontation. Furthermore, the members of the Flame Clan exhibited unparalleled bravery, fearless in the face of death, while the three great powers suffered grievous losses, now too intimidated to confront the Flame Clan directly. At this juncture, the experts from the Dream Ancient Path made their appearance. Over 20 Imperial-level powerhouses emerged, including 7 emperors, with the remainder at the Imperial realm. Esteemed ones, there is still room for discussion. Can we pause for a moment? Spoke the consummate expert from the Dream Ancient Path. However, Yin Wudao paid no heed to such entreaties. You declare a battle, and we shall fight. You call for a halt, and we shall cease. Who do you think you are? Get lost. The warriors of the Flame Clan, unafraid of death, demanded their due reckoning, leaving no room for negotiation. Kill, kill, kill. Although the Flame Clan had suffered around 10,000 casualties, the remaining fighters, with bloodshot eyes and an insatiable thirst for vengeance, stood resolute. In comparison to your imperial ranks, we may be lacking, but we fear not death. Since you insist on battle, do not blame us for our ruthlessness. The individuals from the Dream Ancient Path retorted, do you truly believe that you, the Dream Ancient Path, are the world's pinnacle? That everyone must heed your commands? You are merely a pack of stray dogs. Addressing his comrades, he continued, since we have reached this impasse, their arrogance is intolerable, and they have yet to acknowledge their transgressions. There is no room for negotiation. If they wish to fight, then let it be war. We shall not only engage but strike fiercely, leaving them utterly vanquished. Well said. This is our leader. The Flame Clan rallied in support. Leader, we stand with you. Yin Wudao garnered immense backing. The experts from the Spirit Clan and the Stone Clan also made their entrance. With a total of 40 formidable individuals, each clan dispatched 20 imperial powerhouses. The Flame Clan understood that while they could mobilize their imperial strength, summoning those below the Sacred Lord level was out of the question, as they constituted their vital force and would not be squandered recklessly. The individuals from the Dream Ancient Path must either apologize or prepare for a fierce battle. The experts of the Stone Clan exuded a formidable presence, akin to towering mountains. The Dream Ancient Path found themselves at a disadvantage. They had never intended to be embroiled in this conflict. However, the absolute submission of the three great powers was enough to sway the Dream Emperor. If they could bring the three great powers under their control, it would be an undeniable boon. The Dream Emperor was willing to leverage his connections, inviting Emperor Tuoba and other strong figures, all in pursuit of lower-tier Sacred Sect experts. Yet, as of now, the Sacred Sect had yet to intervene, while the experts from the Spirit Clan and Stone Clan had already made their presence known. The Spirit Clan and Stone Clan were formidable factions, even stronger than the Flame Clan, particularly the Stone Clan, which boasted dual emperors and an unfathomable depth of heritage. Indeed, we demand an explanation. Otherwise, we shall not hesitate to eliminate you. Yin Wudao's gaze fixed upon Yun Bai Tian and Yun Yang Tian, the leaders of the three dominant forces, who orchestrated the plan to annihilate the Yin clan's masters. Since that is the case, we invite the esteemed Dream Emperor to render judgment. The experts of the Dream Clan were at a loss, for the Dream Emperor remained wary of the Sacred Sect. The Dream Emperor had long since arrived, and the supreme imperial weapon in the skies was engaged in a standoff with the Xian Hualing, all under her command. Yin Wudao, what will it take for you to relent? The Dream Emperor's icy stare bore into Yin Wudao. Supreme beings are not to be disregarded. With the backing of the sacred sect, Yin Wudao felt no fear. It is simple. The Yun family, Yin Xiao Sacred Land, or Yin Xiao Sword Sect must face the complete destruction of at least one of their factions, with their assets divided between our Yin clan and the sacred sect, accompanied by a formal apology. Our Yin clan has suffered the loss of 3 ancestors and several imperial experts. It will not be so easy to dismiss us. Furthermore, the Yin clan shall emerge, establishing itself openly, using any of the 3 major powers as a foundation. The Yin clan currently dwells primarily within secret realms, akin to that of Emperor Tuoba. Upon reaching the imperial sovereign realm, one can create a world, albeit a hollow one devoid of vitality. Only at the great emperor level can one infuse a world with life. That is impossible. Yin Wudao, your insatiable greed will not allow you to extinguish us. We shall never yield, even in death. Yun Yang Tian and the others could never acquiesce. They had painstakingly built their enterprises and would never surrender them to the Yin clan. Moreover, the Dream Emperor herself coveted these assets. How could she possibly hand them over to the Yin clan? Where are the experts of the sacred sect? Let them reveal themselves. The Dream Emperor gazed into the void. Soon, a figure on horseback appeared before the crowd, none other than the god of war, Guan Yu. The Dream Emperor's heart trembled once more, for she recognized him as yet another supreme being, the third she had encountered. The sword god, Li Bai, who mastered the sword path, emitted a palpable aura. The supreme being who had appeared in Yunxiao City, with an endless battle intent soaring to the heavens, could not be this individual. Who are you? The Dream Emperor's eyelids twitched, for she realized that even this man's steed was a supreme being. How could this be? Listen well, I am the sacred sect's god of war, Guan Yu. My mighty blade is parched with thirst. Guan Yu's words dripped with murderous intent. The Dream Emperor calculated, with 5 supreme beings combined, it would be an even match against the sacred sect, yet the only uncertainty lay with the Spirit clan and the Stone clan. If only a powerful expert would emerge to restrain them. At that moment, a supreme being descended. Ha ha, it truly is lively here. Please, continue. We merely came to observe. The King of Hell demands your demise at the 3rd watch. Who dares allow you to linger until the 5th? The emissaries of the underworld. The black and white impermanents appeared. The underworld, black and white impermanents. Do you also wish to meddle in this affair? The leaders of the Spirit clan looked toward the black impermanents, cackling. Do not misunderstand. We merely passed through, just passing by. Please continue. Both individuals are formidable emperors, vigilantly observing from the sidelines, rendering the Spirit, Stone, and Flame clans quite passive. The high-ranking officials of the Underworld Palace have arrived, which certainly implies the presence of numerous assassins lurking nearby. Ling Xiao, I never anticipated you would dare to show yourselves. Do you truly believe the Soul Palace is easily trifled with? Another powerful presence has emerged. It is the Soul Palace. The Soul Palace of the Divine Sky, much like the Underworld Palace, instills dread in the hearts of many, and behind the Soul Palace lies the Soul Clan, whose strength ranks within the top 5 among all superpowers. Remember, this pertains to all factions within the 9 Heavens continent. From this, one can discern the formidable nature of the Soul Clan. The Soul Palace, merely their outer force, has already established dominance in the Divine Sky, with no one daring to provoke them. Soul and Spirit, I did not expect you to trace us here. No, you have come intentionally. The experts of the Spirit clan comprehend that the big shots of the Divine Sky have also entered the fray. They either aim to incite a clash between both parties to reveal their respective trump cards or create chaos to fish in troubled waters. Regardless of their intent, neither is benevolent. The situation has not yet concluded. In the void, a colossal Buddha statue materializes, drawing the attention of all, their expressions shifting dramatically. The Buddha kingdom has intervened, making it abundantly clear that they target the Holy Sect. The Flame clan now appears insignificant, as they do not measure up to the Holy Sect. Amitabha, the Buddha proclaims that there are fated individuals here, allowing this humble monk to guide them back to the Buddha kingdom. You may proceed as you wish. He is Maitreya Buddha. His intentions are far from pure. This is merely his Dharma form. His true self cannot traverse here. Even as a mere Dharma form, it possesses such formidable power. One can only imagine the magnitude of his strength and terror in his prime. Myriad Buddha soon spots Xiao Linger and smiles, saying, "I have found a fated one. This benefactor, you possess the wisdom of the Buddha and the relic of the Buddha. From this day forth, you shall be the Buddha's child in my kingdom, attaining the status of a bodhisattva. Come, follow this humble monk to the west." Without hesitation, Myriad Buddha invokes the Sutra of Deliverance. The Sutra of Deliverance, a most malevolent scripture of the Buddhist faith, can forcibly convert an individual. Not a chance. I am of the Holy Sect, and I shall never become your Buddha's child. Abandon this thought. Suddenly, Xiao Linger's inner Buddha nature surges, suppressing her spiritual essence. Cackling, "Become a Buddha, and you shall possess boundless merit and divine power." A voice emerges from the depths of Xiao Linger's heart. "No, do not force me, please." Xiao Linger appears quite unsettled, her state raising concerns among those observing. Chapter 135, A Battle That Shook the World. Xiao Linger screamed in despair, and Guan Yu could no longer contain himself, striking fiercely at the manifestation of Myriad Buddha with his blade. The formidable golden figure. "Humph, a wise individual should maintain a safe distance from my great sword." The green dragon crescent blade. As the god of war, Guan Yu unleashed his full power, sealing off the space where Myriad resided. In the next moment, a colossal world appeared, instantly tearing apart the Buddha's form. "Holy Sect, how bold of you! Prepare to face the wrath of the Buddha." The manifestation of Myriad vanished, leaving behind a single ominous threat. Guan Yu's strike sent Myriad fleeing, and he turned his gaze towards the souls of the Soul Palace and the underworld. "Do you wish to meet your demise as well? Hee, you think one of you can slay us? You truly underestimate us." The soul, undaunted, boldly provoked. "One of me is enough to subdue you." Red hair, swift as the wind. In an instant, Guan Yu's figure disappeared, and the power of the world re-emerged, enveloping the soul. Soon, the entire realm was filled with the shadow of Guan Yu, while the soul began to exert its own world power. However, upon collision, the soul's power shattered instantaneously. "No, no, you. How could you?" The soul shrieked in horror, abandoning its corporeal form to flee. "Humph. I had already locked onto you. Where do you think you can escape? Kill." Guan Yu's blade cleaved through the air, and the remnants of the soul, thousands of miles away, screamed as they disintegrated into countless fragments, vanishing without a trace. The deputy lord of the Soul Palace was thus slain. With his singular might, Guan Yu rendered all corners of the battlefield silent, and even the Dream Monarch dared not engage him directly in combat. Ridiculous. They are deities, and their world power has transcended into the divine realm, superior to that of the world, which is why the soul's power was crushed when it clashed with Guan Yu. In the Nine Heavens continent, no one's world power surpasses theirs, for they are all divine realms. Dream Monarch, do enlighten us. What say you to my previous proposal? Yin Wudao spoke at that moment. Many were jolted from their astonishment. The might of Guan Yu from the Holy Sect was indeed formidable. First, he forcefully suppressed Myriad, shattering his manifestation, and then he decisively eliminated the expert from the Soul Palace, the soul, earning his renown in battle. "Humph, to covet our territory? What a dream. Emperor Tuoba, you may as well reveal yourselves. Once we eliminate them, our three great powers shall become your subservient slaves, at your command." Yunyang Tian spoke at this moment. They could not abandon a territory they had cultivated for hundreds of thousands of years. In the void, a tremor reverberated, and four terrifying auras materialized in the emptiness. Merely their phantoms induced a sensation of suffocation. Emperor Tuoba, the Phantom Monarch, the Dark Monarch, and the Shadow Monarch. It is you who stealthily slaughtered the Immortal Emperor? You shall pay for this. Chao Yud and Dugu Yuqing were eager to confront these supreme beings directly. Did they launch a surprise attack to slay the great emperor of the Holy Sect? This cannot be tolerated. Guan Yu, leading the charge, surged forward without hesitation. What are four supreme beings to fear? Boldly, you are playing with fire and courting death. At this moment, Yunyang Tian was consumed by fury. Just as the four formidable figures appeared, a lotus flower manifested in the void. The sword of the great river descends from the heavens. The green lotus, sword song. The pagoda suppresses the river demons. In the emptiness above, a 9-tiered pagoda materialized out of thin air, descending to exert its power. Wong, the 8-9 profound arts. The three-edged dual blade. The darkness of the night is boundless. In an instant, the four supreme beings felt an overwhelming sense of impending doom. The sword god Li Bai, the war god Li Jing, the Erlang god Yang Jian, and the Night Emperor all sprang into action. What? The Holy Sect harbors such depth? No, it cannot be. At this moment, the Dream Emperor trembled in terror. By the order of the Sect Master, slay the four supreme beings. Those who dare to attack our Holy Sect's great Emperor are unworthy of pity. The voice of the sword god Li Bai resonated through the heavens and the earth. In this moment, the people realized that the four great supremes had previously ambushed the immortal great emperor of the Holy Sect, leading to his demise. Now, the Holy Sect seeks vengeance for their immortal emperor. What a terrifying, powerful, and vengeful Holy Sect. This is dire, we must flee. As the four strong figures emerged, they were instantly locked onto by Li Bai and his companions. Simultaneously, the Holy Sect's imperial-level experts appeared in droves. Yi Ling Tian, Hong Tiandu, Li Daoru, Gu Daofeng, Lu Qingsong, the Fire Qilin, Hu Ji, Lei Wanjun, Feng Xiaoyao, and others charged toward the followers of the four great supremes. At this moment, what are we waiting for? Attack! Yi Fan and the others surged forward. Yin Wudao, recognizing the opportunity, knew it was time to counterattack. If not now, when? Sons of the Yin clan, follow me to slay them. The Holy Sect supports us. Vengeance is upon us. Let us kill. Yin Wudao's voice rang out loud and clear, heard by all. The display of strength from the Holy Sect's experts instilled fear in everyone. This is bad. We must escape. The black and white impermanence of the underworld sensed the peril and fled without hesitation. The experts of the Dream Ancient Path also retreated frantically at this moment. The Dream Emperor, shielding herself with the most supreme imperial weapon, sought to return to the Dream Ancient Path. All she desired was to escape swiftly. Remaining any longer would lead only to death. As for the Yun clan, the Yunxiao Holy Land, and the Yunxiao Sword Sect, their fate, whether life or death, is of no concern to us. They provoked the Yin clan and framed the Holy Sect. It is not our doing. With the entrance of the Holy Sect's experts, a massacre ensued. With no opponents left, Guan Yu swiftly dispatched several imperial-level warriors from the Yun clan, then turned to besiege the four supremes. They were the real prize. A tremendous reversal has arrived. Ladies and gentlemen, we are live-streaming the initial battle reports as the Holy Sect's experts confront the four great supremes, intent on their annihilation. An astonishing revelation, shocking. The Holy Sect has mobilized 5 supreme beings. How terrifying. Greetings, everyone. Welcome to the live broadcast, brought to you by Yiyu. This battle has been a whirlwind of twists and turns, a grand spectacle that leaves one breathless. As the Flame Clan wanes, the Spirit Clan and the Stone Clan rise to their defense. However, at this moment, the Soul Palace, the Underworld Palace, and the manifestation of Myriad Buddha have all appeared. Who could have anticipated that the formidable warrior Guan Yu of the Holy Sect would, through sheer strength, turn the tide, vanquishing the Myriad Buddha's manifestation and slaying the experts of the Soul Palace, shocking countless onlookers and achieving fame in a single battle. Please continue to follow Yiyu, who will bring you the latest updates from the front lines. The experts of the Holy Sect have now surrounded the 4 Supreme Ones, aiming to eliminate them completely. While this proves challenging, capturing 1 or 2 is certainly within reach. Everyone, hold them off while I and Li Jing restrain one and escort them back to the sect, declared Li Bai. The other warriors promptly engaged the Supremes, denying them any chance of escape. Following this, Li Bai and Li Jing harnessed the power of the world to seal Emperor Tuoba and bring him back to the Holy Sect. Upon their return, the two swiftly utilized spatial leaps to arrive back here, expertly capturing the remaining 3 Supremes and escorting them to the Holy Sect. Meanwhile, other powerful emperors of the Holy Sect have joined forces with the Flame Clan to commence the cleanup of the battlefield. Yi Fan and his companions remain embroiled in battle, honing their skills and accumulating experience. With the successive capture of the 4 Supremes, this grand conflict draws to a close. Esteemed viewers, I am Yiyu, and I shall proceed to the Holy Sect to bring you the latest developments. Please stay tuned and lend your support, for Yiyu is dedicated to serving you wholeheartedly. The Flame Clan and their allies swiftly eliminate the forces of the 3 great powers, leaving no trace behind. Let us march together against the three great factions. Their territories and resources must not fall into the hands of others. Esteemed elders, please remain stationed at Cloud City, declared Yin Wudao, addressing several emperors. In short order, Yi Lingtian and 3 other powerful emperors opted to stay behind, while the rest proceeded to Tuoba City. This battle has astonished the world. The strength of the Holy Sect has been laid bare for all to see, actively capturing 5 Supremes and escorting 4 ancient emperors back to the Holy Sect. It is imaginable that news regarding these 4 Supremes will soon spread. Quickly, contact the Holy Sect. The moment is ripe. Within the Hall of Heavenly Secrets, several elders issued orders to unite with the Holy Sect, taking the lead. At Tianyuan Tower, numerous experts have gathered, as the battle at Cloud City has captured the attention of the entire Jiuxiao continent. As the outcome was revealed, no one could remain seated. All major superpowers convened to discuss how to face the Holy Sect and confront Cloud City in the days to come. Chapter 136, The Bounty of War. Upon the arrival of the great Emperor Tuoba, Ling Xiao took matters into his own hands. The immortal divine seal struck with ferocity, directly bombarding the great Emperor Tuoba. Ah, damn it. Holy Sect Master, you seek your own demise. As the great Emperor Tuoba attempted to resist, he quickly realized his strength was severely suppressed, while his adversary's power steadily ascended. You think you can kill my Holy Sect's Emperor and expect a peaceful end? You shall descend into hell and plead for forgiveness from the immortal Emperor. With a mighty roar, Ling Xiao summoned the extermination sword, conjuring 4 divine swords before him, enveloping the great Emperor Tuoba within their grasp. The golden dragon of destiny and the auspicious Qilin shall take form this time, Ling Xiao proclaimed. At that moment, the golden dragon of destiny devoured the Emperor's fortune, while the Qilin consumed his spiritual energy. Before long, the great Emperor Tuoba was rendered utterly powerless. No, it's impossible. This cannot be happening. Nothing is impossible. Just as you could never have imagined that you would meet your end so easily. Once Ling Xiao dealt with the great Emperor Tuoba, the other 3 supreme beings were ushered in, all brought before the golden dragon and Qilin. They were ensnared within the extermination sword formation, rendering escape utterly futile. The golden dragon of destiny continuously absorbed the fortunes of the 3 supremes, materializing into a tangible form, while the auspicious Qilin also took shape, having devoured 5 supremes, heralding the day of their transformation. Thank you, Sect Master. Once we successfully navigate the tribulation, we shall attain our true forms. The next tribulation will lead us to divinity. The golden dragon and Qilin clasped their fists in gratitude towards Ling Xiao. They no longer required the essence of the 3 beings. Ling Xiao deactivated the extermination sword formation, and the 3 supremes were irrevocably dead. Previously, Ling Xiao expended considerable time dealing with a single supreme, yet now he effortlessly vanquished them. Ding! Congratulations, host, on slaying 4 supremes, safeguarding the Holy Sect's tranquility, and honoring its heroes. Reward, Sect Value 5,000,000. Reward, Fortune Value 500,000. Reward, The Path of the 4 Great Supremes. Reward, Phenomenon, the bright moon rising over the sea. After claiming his rewards, Ling Xiao witnessed the 5-clawed golden dragon and Qilin beginning their tribulation. The thunderous tribulation they faced was termed the Transformation Tribulation. Previously, they existed in an ethereal state, but with the infusion of sacred spirit, they had coalesced into tangible forms. Yet, only by successfully navigating the tribulation could they attain complete autonomy. The thunderous calamity raged on, and Ling Xiao observed with utmost seriousness, pondering the prospect of encountering a prodigy related to thunder, or perhaps the thunder god himself. Mastering lightning had always been Ling Xiao's aspiration. Although Lei Wanjun had reached the imperial level, his command over thunder remained insufficient, lacking the extraordinary physique he envisioned. The thunder spirit body only enhanced one's prowess while cultivating the power of thunder, allowing for conductivity, yet mastering lightning entirely for personal use posed considerable challenges. It was not that it was impossible, but rather, it was arduous. Many practitioners of fire elements have also perished in flames. Individuals like Xiao Yin, with their extraordinary physique, embodied the very essence Ling Xiao yearned for. On the other side, Ling Tian, accompanied by the formidable Ling Huang and others, arrived at Tuoba City. After the departure of the four powerful figures of the Tuoba Emperor, they did not take immediate action, as they were aware that there were still Emperor-level experts stationed here. After a brief wait, several Emperor-level beings moved into action, and over a dozen experts from the Emperor realm also emerged. Only then did they dare to advance. "Friends, let us charge forth and slay," Ling Xiao proclaimed as he led the charge into Tuoba City. The masters of the Tuoba clan quickly appeared, yet they could not withstand the onslaught of over 30 Emperor realm experts. In a short while, the Tuoba clan fell. Ling Xiao then directed his men to the secret realm, where they plundered extensively before capturing the entire Tuoba clan. All the formidable experts were annihilated, and all treasures were seized. Haha, what a delightful experience. Ling Huang laughed at this moment. Ling Xiao advised her that in the presence of outsiders, she should refer to him as uncle, while in private, she could call him father. However, Ling Huang was resolute in her preference to call Ling Xiao father and Ling Xiao uncle. "Very well, when the time and opportunity arise, I shall comply." Ling Xiao's inaugural battle upon emerging was remarkably effortless, primarily because the upper echelon had been taken away by the Holy Sect. The Tuoba city and the Tuoba clan were directly dismantled by the Holy Sect, leaving a profound impact. "You all return first. I shall take these few to explore other places." Ling Xiao instructed the other powerful figures to return to the Holy Sect. Ling Xiao and Ling Xiao shared a deep mental connection, their memories intertwined, and he was already aware of the events that had transpired within the Holy Sect. The four supreme beings had been entirely eradicated, and with the successful tribulations of the five-clawed golden dragon and the Qilin, 2 Emperor-level experts had been added to the sect. Ling Xiao led the 4 youngsters straight to Yunxiao City. At present, all experts from the Dream Ancient Path had retreated, hiding within the Yunming Marsh, too fearful to emerge. The vast expanse of Yunxiao City had become the spoils of war for the Holy Sect and the Yin clan. The Yun family, the Yunxiao Sacred Land, and the Yunxiao Sword Sect were all established around Yunxiao City, occupying the core area and the most advantageous positions of Yunxiao. However, following the demise of the Yun Emperor, they began to decline, yet they dared to continue opposing the Holy Sect. Currently, the 3 major forces were all being purged. When Ling Xiao and his companions arrived in Yunxiao City, the great battle had already concluded. Many experts from the Yin clan were busy cleaning the battlefield and organizing the spoils. The direct disciples of the Holy Sect were divided into 3 groups, each heading to the headquarters of the 3 major forces. In a single night, Yunxiao City changed hands, leaving countless people in a state of panic. Fortunately, the Holy Sect did not target the common folk. They only seized the 3 major forces, leaving the rest unscathed. Such actions elicited a warm welcome from the people of Yunxiao City. With the experts of the Holy Sect taking control, it signified that Yunxiao City would henceforth become a frontline stronghold for the Holy Sect. The geographical position of Yunxiao City is of utmost importance, as it is one of the few cities that can directly connect to the Jiuxiao continent. In the heart of Yunxiao City lies a large-scale teleportation array. After leaving the Yun family, Yi Fan and his companions were filled with indignation, as the majority of the resources had been whisked away. Others, too, had devised their escape plans. During the retreat of the Dream Emperor, they intended to take those individuals along. Ultimately, Yi Fan and his group managed to procure very little in terms of resources, even less than what their master had bestowed upon them, which left each of them feeling quite disgruntled. How infuriating it was that in the vast expanse of the Yunxiao Sacred Land, they had been met with such parsimony. Was this truly all the resources they could muster? The Yun family seemed pitiable. They were hardly better off than our Dao Palace. "Senior brother, what about your harvest?" As a dozen of the direct disciples gathered, Ling Xiao and his group arrived. Yi Fan and the others felt a peculiar blend of familiarity and estrangement towards Ling Xiao. Familiar because his appearance and aura bore a striking resemblance to their master, and estranged because they knew he was certainly not their master. He lacked the unique presence and mastery that their master exuded, appearing instead to be of a similar age. "Ling Huang, you have come as well." "Oh, who is this?" Everyone's attention turned to Ling Xiao, as he bore an uncanny likeness to their master, coupled with a similar aura. Ling Huang smiled and said, "Allow me to introduce. This is our little Shu, named Ling Xiao. Do not underestimate him. He possesses the cultivation of the Emperor realm. We have met little Shu." Indeed, upon hearing this, no one harbored any doubts, and Ling Xiao embraced this identity. By the way, how did your endeavors fare? Ling Tian inquired. Finally liberated, and alongside these disciples. It was a rare occasion indeed. Should they discover the truth later, it would surely leave them in utter astonishment. In response, little Shu, the Yun family is exceedingly cunning. The remaining individuals have absconded with all the resources, likely retreating to the dream ancient path. Yifan explained. It makes sense. I had anticipated as much. Our purpose for this visit is also by the order of the sect leader. We must ensure the construction of Yunxiao City is executed well. I shall take command of Yunxiao City, transforming it into the forefront base of the sacred sect. Ling Tian proclaimed. Indeed, little Shu. Does this mean we will remain here for the time being? How naive. After the great battle, this will be your optimal moment to break through. The sect competition is still about 2 months away. You must seize this time to cultivate diligently and not disappoint the expectations of your master. You speak wisely, little Shu. Let us return. We must also participate in the sect competition and not allow our fellow disciples to mock us. Chapter 137. The Standards of a Tier 3 Sect. This battle has spread the name of the Holy Sect throughout the world. Across the vast expanse of the 9 heavens continent, descriptions of this encounter abound, with the most captivating and poignant narratives coming from Yiyu, capturing the attention of countless spectators. Yunxiao City requires reorganization, for it is a hard-won territory. To relinquish it is simply out of the question. At this moment, Yin Clan S. Yin Wudao and his companions have entered the city lord's mansion, where Ling Tian and others still linger, while Yifan and his party have just departed. Greetings, fellow Taoist. I am uncertain of your identity, Yin Wudao remarked, sensing an air of familiarity, yet hesitating to confirm. This is my father's younger brother, Ling Tian. He shall henceforth be the city lord of Yunxiao City. Ling Huang proclaimed. The assembly recognized Ling Huang's esteemed lineage as the sole daughter of the Holy Sect's leader. We have met fellow Taoist Ling Tian. Ling Tian nodded slightly in acknowledgement. You may keep your gains. There is no need to submit them to the Holy Sect. This battle has exacted a heavy toll on you, and these offerings are merely a form of compensation. Furthermore, my brother has decreed that these rewards belong to you. Ling Tian presented a prepared spatial ring, bestowing upon Yin Wudao a collection of resources. Upon opening it, Yin Wudao was left utterly astounded. Fellow Taoist Ling Tian, could there be some mistake? Enough. These resources are so commonplace that even the outer disciples of the Holy Sect possess them. You have contributed to the Holy Sect through your allegiance, and these are rightfully yours. Moreover, all individuals of Emperor rank and above may directly refine the Emperor's essence. The remaining resources can be allocated as you see fit. Ling Tian elucidated, having granted the Yin clan 1,000 drops of celestial essence, 1,000 drops of divine essence, 100 drops of primordial essence, and 10 drops of Emperor's essence, 10 drops of Emperor's essence. Without a doubt, this will greatly aid the 10 Emperor-level powerhouses. Yin Wudao expressed gratitude on behalf of the Yin clan. We are deeply appreciative of the sect master's immense kindness and will strive even harder. Thank you. Indeed. You may take control of the Yunxiao Sword Sect. As for the Yunxiao Sacred Land and the Yun family, consider them our stronghold here. The Yin clan may boldly establish themselves as a formidable force in Yunxiao. Ling Tian stated, please convey our thanks to the sect master. We shall make the necessary arrangements. Very well, go ahead. In the expansive city lord's mansion, only Ling Tian and his 5 companions remained. Huanger, take them to the Yunxiao Sacred Land and the Yun family first. They are in close proximity to Yunxiao City. Secure them before the sect's experts arrive. Ling Tian instructed. Understood. On the way, Bai Fong expressed confusion. Big sister, we find ourselves perplexed. Why is the second master so domineering? Who has granted him such authority? This command to bring you here. Some of us feel discontented. Regardless, Ling Huang is not only the sect master's daughter, but also a mighty divine beast. Why does it seem that Ling Tian disregards her, making unilateral decisions regarding matters both grand and small? Enough. Put away your doubts. He is, after all, my father. You must keep this a secret. This is but a projection of my father's essence. Do you think I would disregard his words in favor of yours? What? No way. The 3 divine beasts were utterly astounded. Ling Tian was, in fact, a manifestation of the sect leader. Such a formidable avatar. During the previous battle, they had witnessed Ling Tian's prowess, as he was capable of dispatching foes with remarkable swiftness. Moreover, the sect leader seemed to possess an overwhelming array of divine abilities. He seemed to master nearly every signature technique of his most cherished disciples. How extraordinary the sect leader was! Upon discovering Ling Xiao's true identity, they dared not harbor any doubts and resolved to wholeheartedly assist their esteemed elder sister in her endeavors. On the side of the Holy Sect, Ling Xiao dispatched 8 formidable warriors from the Tower of Heaven into Yuntian City. In addition to this, he brought along 20 elders of the Holy Master rank, as well as the clan of the Green Sky Demon Saint. As for the Fire Qilin and Hu Ji from the Divine Hall, the former accompanied him to Yuntian City, while the latter remained at the Holy Sect's headquarters. For her daughter was still there. Ling Xiao intended to develop the Holy Sect in tandem with his main and auxiliary forces, thus allowing them to encounter a greater number of fortunate progenies. System: if my avatar recruits the fortunate progenies, does that count as mine? Ling Xiao inquired. That does not count. However, the host can establish a teleportation array to directly transport them to the Holy Sect. It merely involves an additional step, the system replied. Ling Xiao was left speechless. It seemed the system recognized only his true self, not his avatar. Yet, the system was correct. If he could establish a teleportation array, was he not assured of acquiring his own disciples? In that case, can I construct the teleportation array at Yuntian City next upgrade? Ling Xiao asked once more. He recalled a game from his previous life, Red Alert, where one could build 2 bases, and the thrill of it was unparalleled. Host, what are you daydreaming about? The system only acknowledges the Holy Sect, not any other locations. After being rebuffed by the system twice, Ling Xiao grew frustrated. With our combined advantages across 3 fronts, surely there must be some system rewards. Furthermore, the Holy Sect's resounding victory will undoubtedly enhance its reputation. What are the system rewards? Ling Xiao pressed. That reward is currently insufficient. It is essential to note that this time, the main force was the Flame Clan, not you as the principal combatants. You merely contributed auxiliary experience, and the last time 4 supreme beings were slain, rewards were already dispensed. That cannot be right. Only 500,000 sect points were awarded. Indeed, for supreme beings garnered you 500,000 sect points. Do you find that problematic? No, that is not the issue. You have bested me. Ling Xiao conceded, unable to argue with the system. By the way, system, since the sect points are sufficient, can I upgrade now? Previously, he had painstakingly accumulated over 30 million sect points, but 2 million were consumed for his avatar. Following his disciples' breakthroughs and the accrued points from this recent conflict, his total had now surpassed 50 million. You may upgrade, but I advise against an immediate upgrade, for after the upgrade, the 9 Heavens continent may struggle to accommodate the Holy Sect, the system elucidated. Why is that? Ling Xiao inquired. The Western Earth Buddhist kingdom is already quite powerful, isn't it? It has been sealed by the Heavenly Tao. If we upgrade now, the Heavenly Tao will sense it and may impose a seal upon us as well. That is one reason. Moreover, the Holy Sect has yet to meet the criteria for advancing to a 4th-tier sect. How can this be? Our sect possesses sufficient worth, yet I am told we fall short of the standards? Do you think I will not lash out at myself in frustration? Ling Xiao was on the brink of madness. The system task required the recruitment of disciples. Over 100,000 outer disciples, 50,000 inner disciples, 10,000 elite disciples, 1,000 core inheritors, and more than 15 personal disciples. Simultaneously, the number of elders, hall masters, and deacons must not be less than 3,000, which, when averaged across the peaks, is utterly insufficient. So many individuals? Host, I did not wish to discourage you earlier, but such a scale of disciples is merely the benchmark for a 3rd-tier sect, akin to the size of a first-rate force like the Divine Sky, comparable to the combined strength of the 3 major clans of the Yun family. Previously, the Holy Sect had only a few thousand disciples, yet now it seeks to recruit 100,000 outer disciples, along with 6,000 inner and elite disciples, and 3,000 elders. My heavens, is this truly happening? However, Ling Xiao did observe one fact. The Holy Sect indeed had a limited number of disciples. Consider the Yunxiao Holy Land and Yunxiao Sword Sect. The combined forces of the 3 major factions exceed 100,000 participants, and that is merely counting those of the king rank and above. If one includes those below the king rank, the total population of the 3 factions approaches 1 million. Haha, I accept this task. Is it not merely a matter of gathering 100,000 disciples? I shall have my avatar handle it. Surely, this is manageable, as they are all disciples of the Holy Sect. Ling Xiao chuckled. This is indeed feasible. Go ahead. Ling Xiao felt an urge to curse. He sensed that he had been maneuvered by the system. Was it too much to ask for a peaceful ascension to a fourth-tier sect? Must they target me so deliberately? Seizing this opportunity for the Holy Sect to gain prominence, recruiting 100,000 disciples should pose no challenge. I could even accommodate more. The following day, the Holy Sect announced its intention to jointly recruit disciples in Yunxiao City and throughout the entire Jiuxiao continent. The announcement on that day sent shockwaves through the Jiuxiao continent once more. What is the Holy Sect up to? They just finished recruiting a batch of disciples, and now they are seeking more. Brother, what does up to something mean? Oh, it's nothing. It simply means I'll take you on a flight through the skies with 5 fingers tonight. Why do I sense that you, a seemingly serious person, are speaking so frivolously? That's because your thoughts are impure. Ling Tian, on his part, could finally return to his true self, embracing the freedom he craved, as he prepared to welcome the entire world. Chapter 138. The Immortal Battle God Body, Bloodline of the Divine Clan. Ling Xiao has already contemplated that if the sacred sect aspires to dominate the entire continent, it must secure Yunxiao City. While the sacred sect may remain inactive, it is essential to establish its own frontline stronghold. Presently, Ling Xiao's mastery of formations has reached the imperial realm, enabling him to successfully create a large-scale teleportation array. Thus, he and his doppelganger commenced the setup, and upon completion, Ling Tian utilized the teleportation array to return to the sacred sect. He directly transported from the city lord's mansion of Yunxiao City to the main gate of the sacred sect, rather than to the positions of the 4 great heavenly gates. It is noteworthy that after the recent expansion, the territory of the sacred sect has increased by 5,000 miles. With the large-scale teleportation array successfully established, the next task at hand is to recruit disciples. Since this is a system mission, both Ling Xiao and Ling Tian approach it with utmost seriousness. After all, it entails the recruitment of 100,000 disciples. When this news spread throughout Yunxiao City, countless individuals were filled with immense joy. To elaborate, Yunxiao City has a population exceeding 10 million, with approximately 100,000 individuals meeting the criteria. This figure pertains solely to Yunxiao City. If we include other talented individuals from various states and consider that this recruitment is open to the entire continent without a specific time constraint, one can only imagine the multitude of applicants eager to partake in the assessment. At the entrance of the city lord's mansion, as well as at the current residence of the Ling family and the Ling Tian sect, a vast assembly of prodigies gathered. According to Ling Tian's estimation, their numbers had already surpassed 10,000. Furthermore, many low-tier disciples from the Yunxiao sacred land, the Yun family, and the Yunxiao sword sect also expressed their intention to enroll. Ling Tian proclaimed that the original Yun family would henceforth be known as the Ling family, and the Yunxiao sacred land would be renamed the Ling Tian sect, explicitly declaring that both the Ling Tian sect and the Ling family are direct descendants of the sacred sect. The Fire Qilin, Ling Huang, and other formidable beings, alongside the clans under the command of the Baitian Yao Sheng, have taken residence in the Ling family, while the 8 imperial-level powerhouses from the Tower of Heaven have stationed themselves at the Ling Tian sect, along with 20 holy lords who have also joined the Ling Tian sect. In contrast, the city lord's mansion in Yunxiao City is solely represented by Ling Tian himself. At the entrance of the city lord's mansion, a throng of over 10,000 aspiring young talents gathered, all eager to join the sacred sect. Greetings, everyone. I am Ling Tian, the brother of the sect master of the sacred sect. The Ling family and the Ling Tian sect are both direct descendants of the sacred sect. However, as the sacred sect can only have one entity, it has temporarily adopted the name Ling Tian sect. I assure you, the sect master is magnanimous and will not hold the past against the remaining disciples of the 3 major factions. This implies that these disciples are also permitted to participate in the sacred sect's assessment. However, I must caution everyone to harbor no ulterior motives, for no one can evade the sacred sect's scrutiny. Additionally, even though we are recruiting disciples, they will still be sent to the sacred sect for evaluation. Is that clear to all? We understand, young Master Ling Tian. Can we proceed with the registration? Ling Tian smiled, pleased that his return had yielded many beneficial items. Of course, you may register, but not at the city lord's mansion. Instead, it will take place at the central square, given its ample space. Please proceed there first. I shall join you shortly. Encouraged by Ling Xiao's words, the crowd eagerly made their way to the central square. The central square here is particularly vast, capable of accommodating 1,000,000 souls. After the arrival of these individuals, Ling Xiao promptly notified the other two locations, instructing that all the gifted individuals needing to participate in the assessment should be brought here. In less than 2 hours, nearly 300,000 youths arrived in a grand procession. Ling Xiao cast a glance at the gathering, feeling a sense of satisfaction. The sheer number of those eager to join the sacred sect and acknowledge its significance was heartening. Dear participants, I warmly welcome you to enthusiastically register for the assessment at the sacred sect. I shall construct a teleportation array right here, directly transporting you to the eastern gate of the sacred sect. At that moment, you may commence your assessments without delay. Ling Xiao, having acquired experience in building large-scale teleportation arrays, was able to execute the task seamlessly, whether through his avatar or his true self, effortlessly constructing without the need for precise coordinates. Ling Xiao couldn't help but marvel at the advantages of possessing an external avatar. Soon, nearly 400,000 talented youths were transported to the eastern gate of the sacred sect via the teleportation array. The Grand Elder, Li Daoru, who served as the chief examiner, had arrived in advance. Esteemed participants, welcome to the sacred sect. I encourage you to eagerly register and partake in the assessment. Here, we have gathered nearly 500,000 gifted youths. Regardless of the final outcome and how many remain, I hope your journey has not been in vain. Li Daoru proclaimed with a smile. Next, Elder Hu Ji was invited to conduct the first round of assessments. All participants were instructed to sit cross-legged and clear their minds. These individuals were generally obedient, as they were all keen to join the sacred sect. On Hu Ji's side, she encountered several youths from the 3 major factions, harboring their grudges deep within, yet they could not conceal their thoughts from someone of emperor-level prowess like Hu Ji. Little ones, do you still aspire to avenge the 3 major factions? Do you truly believe your trivial thoughts can remain hidden from me? After her words, those individuals were swiftly eliminated. Subsequently, Hu Ji commenced a grand formation, enveloping all in an illusion. Following this round, over 10,000 were eliminated, and Ling Xiao regarded the outcome with a sense of satisfaction. Congratulations to those of you who remain. You have successfully passed the first round of the assessment. For those eliminated, the teleportation array is nearby, and you may return to Yunxiao City, Li Daoru announced. Did we truly just pass the first round? How extraordinary. We must join the sacred sect. My dear participants, what you have experienced is merely the first round. The second round involves ascending the 100 tiers of the Immortal Ascension ladder. This is a stipulation set by the sect master that I cannot alter. Let us all ascend together. Before we begin, I must remind everyone to clear their minds and not to give up easily in pursuit of your goals. At this moment, nearly 400,000 individuals commenced their ascent of the Immortal Ascension ladder, but passing through 100 tiers was no simple feat meanwhile. Disciples from within the sacred sect had arrived, exclaiming, Seeing them is like witnessing our own past. Indeed, it is truly nostalgic. We have only recently entered the sect, and once again, the sect is recruiting disciples. This is the period of the sacred sect's most rapid development. It is worth mentioning that senior brother Chu Chun climbed the Immortal Ascension ladder for nearly half a month, a testament to his remarkable perseverance, which few can match. Amid the crowd, a young lad, upon hearing the conversation among the disciples, felt his resolve strengthen even further. Moreover, senior brother Chu Chun has become a direct disciple, accepted by the sect master, a supreme honor indeed. It is evident that the sect master holds a particular fondness for senior brother Chu Chun, a fact we all witness. To be frank, although Chu Chun's cultivation is merely at the 4th stage of the innate realm, no one discriminates against or mocks him. On the contrary, he garners immense respect. Just the fact that he has earned the sect master's recognition and been taken as a direct disciple speaks volumes of his extraordinary nature. Furthermore, whenever senior brother Chu Chun sets his mind on accomplishing something, success is virtually guaranteed. Have you not noticed that the sacred sect's 5-clawed golden dragon has become his devoted follower, eagerly serving him? This has also been tacitly acknowledged by Ling Xiao. It is inevitable, given that Chu Chun possesses the bloodline of the ancestral dragon. the five-clawed golden dragon naturally feels a kinship with him. Additionally, it appears that Chu Chun possesses another layer of identity that even the system regards with caution, which is a crucial factor. At present, the sacred sect is my only hope. I must join the sacred sect. The youth's cultivation is quite low, akin to that of the early Chu Chun. Yet his eyes reflect an unyielding spirit and unwavering determination. Ding. The system detects the presence of a child of destiny among the crowd. The host must ensure his acceptance as a direct disciple. The system reminded Ling Xiao at that moment. He too arrived at the eastern heavenly gate and activated his divination technique, swiftly identifying the young lad, none other than the earlier mentioned youth. Name: Xingzhan. Physique: indomitable war god body, divine race bloodline. Fortune value: 99.99. Loyalty: 99. Ling Xiao felt a surge of excitement. Thus far, among the geniuses he had detected, only Shi Kaitian, Chu Chun, and Jianshin boasted a fortune value of 9,999. Now, encountering another with an indomitable war god body and divine race bloodline. What manner of clan is the divine race? He had never heard of it before. Nevertheless, regardless of the divine race bloodline, the mere possession of an indomitable war god body is sufficient to warrant him as a direct disciple. The legendary warrior Li Jing, known as the war god, also possessed an indomitable war god body, achieving divinity. Ling Xiao began to employ his divination technique again, scanning the crowd for any remaining children of destiny. Unfortunately, his search yielded disappointment. While dozens had fortune values exceeding 79.99, only a single individual reached 88.88, and the only child of destiny was Xingzhan. Indeed, the system only recruits children of destiny, as only they can provoke a response from the system. Chapter 139. Do you possess such strength? However, Ling Xiao did not feel disheartened. Having even one child of destiny was a considerable fortune. It was unrealistic to expect to gather all the children of fate from across the world as disciples. Fortunately, this was merely the first day, and there would likely be opportunities to encounter more promising talents in the days to come. Meanwhile, in Yunxiao City, Ling Tian observed the return of certain individuals and quickly grasped the situation. Ladies and gentlemen, those who were eliminated in the first round either harbored ulterior motives, were driven by insidious intentions, or had other schemes that did not align with the true purpose of joining the Holy Sect. They sought personal gain. And how could the Holy Sect possibly remain oblivious to such matters? I, Ling Tian, hereby announce to the entire city that I shall activate a teleportation array every day. Those wishing to join the Holy Sect may gather at the central square. Let it be known that any insidious thoughts will be utterly transparent before the Emperor. Upon concluding his address, Ling Tian prepared to depart when a young man appeared before him. I am Tian Ming, honored to meet you, young Master Ling Tian. The newcomer was indeed Tian Ming, the contemporary heir of the Tianji Pavilion. Oh, the one from Tianji Pavilion? I have heard of you from my esteemed nephew, Chao Yud. Speak, what brings you to me? Ling Tian, having only just emerged, was eager to experience the splendor of the Jiuxiao continent, having found his time within the Holy Sect rather tedious. Young Master Ling Tian, may I request a private conversation, or would you accompany me to meet an elder? Tian Ming inquired respectfully. Ling Tian, possessing the cultivation of the imperial realm, was perceptible to Tian Ming, who recognized the exceptional nature of this young Master Ling Tian. The name of Ling Xiao, the sect master of the Holy Sect, had already spread across the Jiuxiao continent. As Ling Xiao's brother, Ling Tian was beginning to make his own mark. Very well, I can represent the Holy Sect in this meeting. It would not be an imposition. Ling Tian responded confidently, ready to summon his true form if necessary, for he considered himself invincible. Tian Ming was visibly delighted. In truth, he had been observing Ling Tian for several days. Noting his actions, he had witnessed the respect and compliance shown to him by Ling Huang and others, realizing that all matters, big and small, were dictated by Ling Tian. If Ling Xiao had not trusted him, he would never have been granted such authority. The strength of the Holy Sect was undeniable. However, to advance into the Divine Sky, or even the Jiuxiao continent, their current position was insufficient, as the core of the Jiuxiao continent had shifted. In ancient times, the Holy Sect was the center of the Jiuxiao continent due to its unparalleled strength. Through the ages, the Divine Sky had emerged as the new core, not only the geometric center, but also the heart of martial prowess. Before long, Tianming led Ling Tian to the Tianyuan building in Yunxiao City. Upon entering, they were escorted directly to a private room on the 9th floor, a place of absolute safety. Master, young Master Ling Tian has been brought here. I shall take my leave, Tianming announced. Please, young Master Ling. He gestured as Ling Tian entered the chamber, where he beheld 4 individuals. The foremost among them was an elder, clad in a robe adorned with the 8 trigrams, embodying the attire of a Taoist priest, and wielding a whisk in hand. On the left stood a man with piercing eyes, exuding an air of profound mystery. To the right was a woman, akin to a celestial being fallen into the mortal realm, captivatingly beautiful. Another individual, with a warm smile and a middle-aged demeanor, scrutinized Ling Tian from head to toe. Welcome. Please take a seat. The elder spoke. Ling Tian casually settled into a chair and then turned his gaze towards the group, inquiring, Pray tell, what matter brings you to seek my company? The elder chuckled. I wonder if the sacred sect has received our previous gestures of goodwill? Ling Tian immediately understood he was referring to the matter of the immortal emperor. I am somewhat familiar with this issue. Your sincerity is commendable. Were it not for this lead, we would not have taken down the Shadow Emperor and the other 3 sovereigns. I must express my gratitude to you. Ling Tian's words elicited satisfaction among the group, for mutual sincerity lays the foundation for cooperation. Shall we discuss the potential for collaboration? The elder continued. Collaboration depends on the nature of the partnership. There must be a project to consider. Pray elaborate. At this moment, Ling Tian felt entirely at ease, relishing the atmosphere. The elder scrutinized Ling Tian intently, seemingly attempting to pierce the veil surrounding him, yet a shroud of mystery enveloped Ling Tian, rendering him inscrutable. Allow me to introduce myself. I hail from the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion, known as Tianji. In my old age, people have taken to calling me Elder Tianji, though it is merely a moniker. This individual is the true owner behind Tianyuan Tower, Yuan Chuangang, a direct descendant of the Heavenly Emperor. This gentleman is the master behind the Teaching Bureau, Luo Fanqing, a direct descendant of the Mortal Emperor. And this one is the proprietor of the Jiuxiao Chamber of Commerce, Shun Wanshan, a direct descendant of the Treasure Emperor. Ling Tian clasped his fists together. I am Ling Tian, the younger brother of the Sacred Sect's leader, and it is an honor to meet you all. Ling Tian could distinctly sense that the 4 eminent figures before him were all at the pinnacle of the Emperor realm, each a personage of unfathomable depth, and moreover, they were all direct descendants of emperors. Their status and identity were indeed formidable. Yet, he himself was the avatar of the sect leader, possessing the backing of 80 emperors from the sacred sect. Haha, young Master Ling speaks candidly and with resolve, Yuan Chuangang remarked. Since that is the case, let us be straightforward. Ling Tian nodded slightly. If they intended to collaborate, there was no point in concealing their intentions. We wish to ally with the sacred sect, to become partners who advance and retreat together, with the sacred sect as the foremost entity. Might young Master Ling represent the sacred sect in this endeavor? I comprehend your proposition. Unlike the Yin clan, which is merely an auxiliary force to us, you desire a degree of autonomy, which is entirely reasonable. This minor detail is well within my purview. Haha, young Master Ling is indeed astute, having grasped our intentions so swiftly. Might I inquire if young Master Ling is satisfied with this arrangement? Shun Wanshan inquired with a smile. Ling Tian shook his head. I cannot say I am entirely satisfied, for the notion of collaboration or alliance feels somewhat insubstantial. Would it not be preferable to discuss something more concrete? What do you all think? Do you wish to deceive me? How amusing. You claim to seek no advantage, merely stating that you shall become our leader, dictating all matters. How naive. When there are challenges, you expect us to bear the burden, while the spoils are to be shared equally. What a fanciful notion. If we are to collaborate, clarity is essential. We must delineate the areas of cooperation, as well as the obligations each party must uphold thereafter. Your empty rhetoric holds no credibility. Upon forging an alliance, your esteemed sect could access our networks, connections, intelligence, and the divinatory wisdom of the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion, all resources available for mutual benefit. Luo Fanqing expounded upon this. Ling Tian nodded slightly, inquiring about the role of your sect in this arrangement. Now comes the crux of the matter. Pay close attention, for this is a test. Your sect should open a portion of its resources, such as the secret realms and the heroic tombs, allowing our members to venture forth in search of opportunities. Moreover, Our individuals could train within your sect, should young Master Ling deem them worthy. Granting them minor official positions would not be out of the question. These words were uttered by Shun Wanshan, prompting a smile from Ling Xiao. Yet, simultaneously, a palpable murderous intent began to emanate from his gaze, unmasked and evident. Gentlemen, do you truly perceive our sect as naive? First, you aim to infiltrate us, intending for your ranks to swell with our kin. Second, why should we share our resources, our heroic tombs, and countless legacies with you? What right do you possess? Our sect boasts 80 great emperors, who valiantly quelled the forbidden zones while you idled. When our sect faced numerous calamities, what were you doing? During the great battle of the Buddhists, the war against the Witch Clan, and the Demon Sealing War, did you lift a finger? By what authority do you make such demands upon our sect? Do you dare to seek entry into our heroic tombs? Had it not been for your prior assistance, I would have already taken action. What he stated is the truth. Our sect has endured several diminutions, and while the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion, the Treasure Pavilion, and the Heavenly Fate Tower may not have witnessed it all, they have certainly observed one or two. And now, as our sect rises, you seek to infiltrate us and claim your share? Are you envious upon witnessing 5 supreme powerhouses in motion? You wish to gain access to the legacies of our ancestors for but a trifling contribution, even aspiring to hold positions of power within our sect. To grow strong and prosperous? Do you intend to usurp our sect? Do you possess the audacity or the strength to do so? Ling Xiao's words left those present momentarily speechless. Chapter 140. The Sacred Sect's Purpose, Establishing a Heart for Heaven and Earth. You dare to utter such empty words, demanding that our sacred sect make such sacrifices? How about this? In times of your peril, we shall dispatch at least one supreme powerhouse to assist you, and in return, you shall provide us with the most vital aspects of your respective enterprises. Are you agreeable to this? Young Master Ling jested. We are merely speaking in jest. Conditions are negotiable, are they not? At this moment, Shun Wanshan spoke, his face betraying an unmistakable embarrassment. Jesting? When it comes to you, it's merely jesting. When it involves our sacred sect, it is collaboration? Is this your notion of sincerity? To my eyes, your sincerity is worth less than that of swine or dogs. Furthermore, our sacred sect has never sought your cooperation. It is you who approached us. Be clear on this. Without you, our sacred sect can still rise. Without you, we shall still rejuvenate. Perhaps, without you, we might even do so more swiftly. Ling Xiao cast a scornful glance at the gathered individuals. If you wish to continue discussions of collaboration, present sufficient sincerity. Otherwise, let us cease all discourse. Farewell. With that, Ling Xiao turned and departed, showing no inclination to linger. Observing his retreat, the others exchanged glances. They were taken aback by Ling Xiao's audacity. Had they not demonstrated ample sincerity? What, then, constitutes sincerity? Shun Wanshan exclaimed in indignation. At this moment, the elder of heavenly mechanisms chuckled ruefully. I pride myself on understanding the world, yet I cannot fathom Ling Xiao. He is indeed extraordinary. If collaboration is to be considered, sufficient sincerity must be presented. Elder of heavenly mechanisms, what do you imply? Must we truly suffer significant losses? Luo Fanqing inquired. What you have just stated makes me blush for you. Do you truly believe that their rise lacks strength and means? Only a fool would regard the sacred sect as mere prey. The elder of heavenly mechanisms uttered a final remark before taking his leave. Let us not damage our rapport. Harmony breeds prosperity. Shun Wanshan interjected, yet upon his utterance, it seemed to sour the mood further. Go and seek your wealth. I have no need for it. What began as a promising collaboration crumbled due to a few careless words. Ling Xiao, being the avatar of Ling Xiao, could naturally represent the sacred sect, and these individuals were oblivious, foolishly believing they could sway him. To undermine the sacred sect and seize the legacy of its emperors throughout the ages? Dream on. Upon returning to the city lord's mansion, Ling Xiao began to contemplate certain issues. The sacred sect's ascendance to dominance was undoubtedly supported by its own system, intelligence network, and various means. Now that the sacred sect faced developmental bottlenecks, its shortcomings had become apparent. It seems I may traverse this path as well. Relying solely on the system to establish the foremost sect in the world is far from sufficient. Previously, I did not comprehend why the system refused to upgrade. Now the reason has become clear. I had believed that the sect's value was adequate for a level 4 upgrade, Yet the system had gently declined my request. Now he comprehends the essence of depth. Lacking such foundation is akin to towering edifices built upon unstable ground. The system may indeed be upgraded to level 4. But what lies beyond that? Can a mere few thousand individuals, a handful of masters, truly elevate themselves to the pinnacle of sects? Insufficient. The Sacred Sect, as the sole inheritor of ancient lineage, bears a historical mission and responsibility. If Ling Xiao fails to inherit these, then the so-called Supreme Sect shall become nothing more than a jest, an empty proclamation. The system's intention to aid him in establishing the foremost sect is not merely to gather a plethora of masters devoid of foundational strength, grassroots support, or cornerstone principles. Instead, it should echo the sacred sect of yore, one that is revered by the world, imbued with a sense of duty and mission, dedicated to safeguarding the interests of the Jiuxiao continent as a just sect. Why has the sacred sect endured through numerous trials and tribulations, remaining unbroken? Ling Xiao now understands that it is undoubtedly a testament to the will of the heavenly Tao. For the Jiuxiao continent requires superlative sects like the sacred sect. Is it not merely an intelligence network? I, Ling Tian, shall create one for you. What auxiliary support does the sacred sect lack? I shall provide it. Addressing the sect's deficiencies. As the sect master, Ling Tian is wholly devoted to the sacred sect's welfare. Although he has not personally endured the trials of blood and fire, he inherits the noble spirit of the ancestors of the sacred sect. Each of the 80 great emperors stands tall and resolute. They pacified the forbidden zones and benefited humanity, never once contemplating mere survival, nor resorting to the plundering of life essence to prolong their existence. With these thoughts, Ling Xiao inscribes 4 grand lines: to establish a heart for heaven and earth, to establish a destiny for the people, to transmit the lost teachings for future generations, to open a path of peace for all time. Upon completion, a celestial phenomenon unfolds, with each character gleaming with golden light, exuding a profound and righteous aura. Heaven, behold! What is that? Those still undergoing evaluation, as well as disciples of the sacred sect, including direct disciples and elders, all witness the 4 lines hovering above the sacred sect, each resonating deeply within their hearts. A sect must embody its own culture, heritage, beliefs, and purpose, and the individuals of the sacred sect ought to hold these 4 lines close to their hearts. Although the ancestors of the sect did not articulate these words, each lived by them. This is the demand of our sect. All disciples of the sacred sect, from the sect master and elders to disciples of every rank, must engrave these 4 lines upon their hearts, serving as principles of conduct and guiding tenets in life. The sacred sect, having weathered the storms of war and smoke, remains timeless and unyielding, for the ancestors fought their entire lives for these 4 lines. When malevolent forces descend, slaughtering the innocent, and other sects turn a blind eye, we, the sacred sect, shall take action. When the Buddhist kingdom ravages the land, leaving suffering in its wake, and other sects remain indifferent, we, the sacred sect, shall take action. When the witch clan wreaks havoc, causing despair among the populace, and other sects do not intervene, we, the sacred sect, shall take action. When the demon race runs rampant, oppressing humanity, and other sects stand idly by, we, the sacred sect, shall take action. When this world decays, crumbling and selfish, and other sects turn away, we, the sacred sect, shall take action. Every utterance from Ling Xiao profoundly influences each individual present. Even those who have not passed the assessment will eternally cherish his words. I have transcended. I have reached enlightenment. Matters that once eluded my understanding have become crystal clear after the sect master spoke. How wondrous this is! Look, at this moment, auspicious clouds of 7 colors descend from the heavens, and golden light radiates boundlessly across the sky, heralding an extraordinary phenomenon upon the sacred sect. Host, it is your earlier words that have summoned this celestial spectacle, and due to the actions of the sacred sect, the heavenly Tao has bestowed upon us the power of virtue. You must absorb this virtue swiftly, for it will bring you immeasurable benefits in the future. The system advised. Ling Xiao smiled, responding, System, your perspective is limited. As the sect master of the sacred sect, how could I possibly hoard this alone? Even a slight enhancement of their talents and physiques is a boon for the sacred sect. Esteemed guests, including those undergoing external assessments, The power of virtue previously bestowed by our sect is available for all to absorb. Disciples of the sacred sect, abandon whatever you are doing and come forth to absorb this power of virtue, for it will greatly benefit you. Upon concluding his words, Ling Xiao ascended into the void to begin absorbing the power of virtue. Since this power descended because of him, even if he did not intend to absorb it, an immense amount of virtue would flow into his being. His physique had long been the strongest in history, and with the addition of this power, it became even more extraordinary. Ling Tian then summoned Ling Huang and the Night Emperor, along with other adept members of the sacred sect, urging them to return to absorb the power of virtue. They had rendered exceptional service to the sacred sect. How could they be overlooked? Host, perhaps this is why you were chosen. Ling Xiao's words prompted the system to reflect. Countless individuals yearned to partake in this opportunity. Meanwhile, at the periphery of the sacred sect, a number of individuals sought to absorb the power of virtue. At that moment, Ling Xiao made his appearance. Esteemed guests, only disciples of the sacred sect and those about to become disciples may absorb this power. You have no such qualification. The sect master, the power of virtue belongs to those who witness it. Why should we not partake? They exclaimed. Let us strike. Our sect shall not repeat itself. The void erupted. Sword energy surged forth. A towering pagoda suppressed the malevolent spirits. A blade of fierce resolve severed all transgressions. A fierce bark quelled the demonic entities. Chapter 141. The task of recruiting disciples is complete. Within the Holy Sect, all members began to absorb the power of merit. Ling Xiao alone absorbed nearly 70% of the total merit power, leaving the remaining 30% to share among the multitude. He did not desire such an abundance. Yet the merit power seemed to flock to him desperately, as if fearing his disdain, leaving him rather speechless. As a result of absorbing such a significant portion, he radiated a golden glow. Observing everyone below as they absorbed the merit power, Ling Xiao felt a profound sense of satisfaction. Despite the inevitability of many departing or being eliminated, this was the opportunity they rightfully deserved. After Ling Tian and the others completed their absorption, they returned to Yunxiao City, which also needed development. Ling Xiao planned to establish some auxiliary forces once the recruitment was complete, delegating tasks to his avatars. Meanwhile, the assessment continued, and they were exceptionally fortunate to encounter such a monumental opportunity. The power of merit could indeed alter a person's destiny. Even a mere wisp was sufficient. Originally, not many had passed the assessment, but following this opportunity, over 300,000 individuals ascended to the 100th floor. This signifies that those who would have been eliminated were forcibly brought back. Ling Xiao felt quite gratified. As long as he could recruit more disciples, it would be a form of merit. After all, entering the Holy Sect transformed their destinies, which is also a form of merit. Ling Xiao also discovered that Chu Chan absorbed half a portion of the merit power, emanating a brilliant golden aura before vanishing. Upon checking his fortune value, it had reached 79.99, an increase of 2,000 from before. This lad continually surprises him with unexpected delights, albeit at the cost of some fortune and merit power. At the Eastern Heaven Gate, Li Daoru expressed his satisfaction and promptly addressed the assembly. Congratulations to all for passing the second round of assessments. The next stage, the third round, involves ringing the Great Chaos Bell. 5 rings grant access to the outer sect, 6 to the inner sect, 7 to become core disciples, and 8 to have the opportunity to be a direct disciple of the sect leader. I can candidly inform you that each of the sect leader's direct disciples has achieved at least 8 rings. What? Is it truly that daunting? No wonder they are direct disciples. Such talent is beyond our reach. The crowd marveled, realizing that as long as they passed this round, they would be one step away from entering the Holy Sect. Of course, whether one could become a direct disciple of the sect leader still depended on the leader's will. Now, you may begin. The Great Chaos Bell is singular, yet nearly 300,000 are testing, which will require considerable time. Many of the remaining individuals were eliminated, yet they still received merit power. Even if they did not enter the Holy Sect, it would significantly impact their lives. Within the sect, all disciples diligently practiced, for the Grand Sect competition was drawing near. This time, all disciples are required to participate, including the direct disciples. The other disciples are aware that once the direct disciples take their turn, it will no longer concern them. However, Ling Xiao reassures them that the competition among direct disciples pertains to a different realm, one not comparable to theirs. After all, the direct disciples possess an advantage that can be seen as somewhat unfair, a notion Ling Xiao fully comprehends. Outside, the number of disciples is overwhelming. It is estimated that completing the assessments will take nearly a month. This does not account for the daily influx of tens of thousands of new testers. Ling Xiao remains unperturbed as he awaits, for Ling Tian requires manpower, which will naturally come from those who have been eliminated. They possess a substantial amount of merit power. Even if their talents are somewhat lacking, their character remains trustworthy. Furthermore, these individuals have a strong sense of belonging and would be willing to join the peripheral sects of the Holy Sect. Time swiftly passes, and nearly a month has elapsed. Yet there are still thousands remaining. The sheer number is daunting, and there is but a single grand Dao Chaos Bell. At this moment, it is Xingzhn's turn. He feels a twinge of anxiety, for his cultivation level is rather insufficient. With a cultivation of the 6th level of innate ability, he is capable of standing shoulder to shoulder with senior brother Chu Chun as a pair of hidden dragons and phoenixes. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A series of 6 resonances confirms his extraordinary talent, drawing the attention of all present. Soon, the 7th resonance is heard. Many before him have achieved 7. But whether he can reach the 8th will depend on individual merit. Ling Xiao had previously tested that a fortune value of 7.5 resonances exceeds 8,888, but is yet to reach 9999. Those who achieve the 8th resonance are guaranteed to possess a value of 9,999. As for those above 8.5, they undoubtedly surpass 9999, such as Shi Kaitian and Chu Chun, who, at their peak, exceeded this threshold but could only be recorded as 9999. Is there an 8th resonance? Is there? Everyone watches intently, and at that moment, it resounds once more. The 8th resonance rings out. Heaven! Xingzhn has achieved 8 resonances. Yet it remains uncertain if he will have the opportunity to become a direct disciple. At this moment, all eyes are fixated upon Xingzhn. Achieving 8 resonances signifies a tremendous chance of being accepted as a direct disciple by the sect leader. Ling Xiao steps forward. Having long taken note of this child of fortune, and it is indeed the rightful time to accept a disciple. Xingzhn, do you wish to become a direct disciple of our sect? You will hold the 12th position. I am willing. Thank you, Master. Becoming a direct disciple elevates his status significantly, granting him privileges akin to those of an elder. Congratulations, Senior Brother Xingzhn. At this moment, all present express their congratulations, yet Xingzhn weeps, his eyes glistening with tears. No one knows the trials he has endured to arrive at this point. All they see is his moist eyes, prompting many to avert their gazes, fearing their own tears might fall. Ding! Congratulations to the host for recruiting a child of fortune, not a battle god body, divine clan bloodline. Reward of 5,000,000 sect value. Reward of 500,000 fortune value. Reward, exclusive martial art, the indomitable battle god technique. Reward, exclusive artifact, the indomitable battle god spear. Reward, exclusive divine power, immortality, the indomitable will. The kiss of death. Reward, 1 activation card. Reward, 3 drops of divine blood. Ling Xiao was somewhat astonished. What exactly is divine blood? Host. Divine blood is the essence condensed by powerful deities, its efficacy surpassing that of imperial blood by at least 10-fold. Above the emperor lies the deity. After the system's explanation, Ling Xiao was equally delighted, promptly storing away the 3 drops of divine blood. Such a treasure. Once he ascends to the rank of emperor, he can consume it. Xingzhn, this is your exclusive artifact, martial skill, and technique. Take them all. Furthermore, I shall assist you in activating your bloodline power. Devote yourself to your training. The artifact that Ling Xiao presented left everyone in awe. How could such a divine item be given so readily? Thank you, Master. Xingzhn expressed boundless gratitude. Very well. Go now. Let your senior brother guide you. Ling Xiao turned to the others, urging them to continue. Once concluded, all who have struck the bell 7 times, Li Daru. Summon them. Yes, Sect Master. Everyone, please proceed. Moreover, those who have not entered the Holy Sect should not lose heart. After this, there will be another opportunity. If you wish to stay, you are welcome. If not, we will not compel you. As for what this entails, Ling Xiao refrained from elaborating, yet no one departed. Regardless of what it might be, it is our opportunity. We have already endured 2 rounds, and there is no reason to retreat. Do you not see? The sect master is granting us a chance. This recruitment of disciples persisted for a month and a half before concluding, and Yunxiao City announced a temporary halt to recruitment. Yet a new round of elder recruitment tasks will commence, open to the entire 9 Heavens continent. Initially, the system task encompassed not only disciples, but also elders, 3,000 individuals. This implies recruiting over 3,000 masters beyond the saint level, a formidable challenge indeed. The previous recruitment yielded merely over 100, which was rather insufficient. Li Daoru now appeared in the Sect Master's hall to report. Sect Master, the recruitment task has been successfully completed, with a total of 237,800 disciples recruited. 180 individuals managed to strike the bell 7.5 times, while 2,500 struck it 7 times. I have instructed them to wait outside the Sect Master's hall, along with the numbers from other tiers. Li Daoru performed admirably, instilling great confidence in Ling Xiao. By the way, the number of those who did not pass the assessment is 63,000. They are also awaiting outside the Eastern Heavenly Gate. All right, understood. You go and settle those outside the Eastern Heavenly Gate. I will handle these individuals. Ding. Congratulations, host. Recruitment task completed. Reward. Sect value 10,000,000. Reward. Chapter 142. Cultivating an Invincible Legion. Rewards. 1,000,000 fortune points. Rewards. 300,000 celestial essence. Rewards. 300,000 divine essence. Rewards. 30,000 primordial essence. Rewards. 3,000 emperor's blood. Rewards. 300 drops of divine blood. The rewards presented by the system left Ling Xiao utterly astonished. It was as if a long-awaited opportunity had finally arrived. Everything he lacked seemed to manifest itself at once, showcasing the system's remarkable attentiveness. He promptly appeared outside the Master's hall. We pay our respects to the Master. Please, no need for formalities, Ling Xiao addressed them. The purpose of gathering you here is to bestow upon you a significant opportunity, a great fortune. Each of you shall receive a share of these resources. He distributed a drop of celestial essence, divine essence, and primordial essence to each individual. Thankfully, the quantity of primordial essence was sufficient. Otherwise, distribution would have proven challenging. All of you are to proceed to the Spirit Energy Hall for cultivation and to refine these divine substances. Upon completion, our sect shall assign you a task. Ling Xiao instructed. Yes, Master, we shall go immediately. These individuals had recently joined the Holy Sect as core disciples, and thus, they were to be nurtured with utmost care. Given their considerable number, Ling Xiao intended to concentrate on their training personally. Having resolved these matters, Ling Xiao arrived at the Eastern Gate, where over 60,000 individuals awaited outside. The Grand Elder remained with them, ensuring that no one departed, as they were all eager to learn what the Master had in store for them. Greetings, everyone. I am your Master, Ling Xiao announced, making his presence known. Alas, it is truly the Master. He has not forgotten us. We pay our respects to the Master. Excitement surged among the crowd. Few were honored with the personal attention of the Master. Now, the reason I have called you here is to present a choice for your consideration. The decision to remain or depart is entirely voluntary, Ling Xiao stated calmly. What choice do you speak of, Master? Countless voices inquired, fully aware that this decision could alter their destinies and integrate them into the Holy Sect. You are aware of the recent developments regarding the 3 major powers in Cloud City. They are currently in need of manpower. Your character and talents have been recognized by our sect. Although you cannot join the Holy Sect at present, it does not preclude future opportunities, provided you demonstrate diligence and commitment. Master, please clarify what we would be doing if we went there. Indeed, while we hold great admiration for the Holy Sect, we are not yet its members. With a grand gesture, Ling Xiao conjured a formation that isolated all surrounding energies. You may have heard of Tianyuan Tower, Wanbao Pavilion, and the Teaching Bureau. Our sect intends for you to replace them, establishing the first intelligence organization, the premier assassin group, and the foremost trading association in the Jiuxiao continent. You shall be the founding members of this endeavor. In other words, You are to establish 3 organizations that will rely on, assist, and trust one another. You are the foundational members of these entities, serving the sacred sect. Those who wish to remain may do so, while those who do not may leave. A few individuals still expressed their unwillingness and turned to depart, at which point Ling Xiao intervened, erasing their memories. He did not wish for the establishment of the underground organization to be known by other forces. The remaining over 60,000 individuals chose to stay. Master, you mentioned that we could also become disciples of the sacred sect in the future. Is this truly the case? Some still yearned for entry into the sacred sect. Indeed, after 1 year, our sect will assess your development. Those who stand out will directly join the sacred sect, enjoying all its resources. The others will still have opportunities, with assessments held annually. After 10 years, those who remain will all be promoted to the outer disciples of the sacred sect. Ling Xiao's words filled countless hearts with joy. This meant the sect offered them 2 paths, one being the annual assessment for entry into the sacred sect, and the other being automatic promotion to outer disciples after 10 years. Master, we are willing to do whatever it takes. They finally had the chance to become disciples of the sacred sect, albeit 10 years late. Yet their original intentions remained unchanged. Many wept tears of joy, for the Master had granted them yet another opportunity and hope. Rest assured, we shall dedicate ourselves wholeheartedly to the sacred sect and become its disciples. Excellent. Each of you will receive a drop of this divine liquid. You may begin to refine it now. Once refined, your cultivation should improve. After the refining process, Li Daoru would take you to Yuntao City. After Ling Xiao finished speaking, he left the resources behind and returned. He entrusted everything to Li Daoru, merely providing a direction, confident that others would accomplish the task. Everyone, this is for you. The Master's generosity is admirable, providing everyone with a second chance and renewed hope. I hope all of you will remain true to your original intentions, acting in accordance with the Master's previous principles, demanding nothing of others but fulfilling your own duties. Now, let us commence our cultivation. In the skies above the spiritual energy hall, Ling Xiao appeared, intent on enhancing the fortune values of these individuals. He summoned the first batch of inner disciples along with the second batch of core disciples, totaling 3,000 members. Ling Xiao would focus on cultivating these 3,000 individuals, offering them unique experiences. Fortunately, there was now an ample supply of fortune value. Otherwise, he would truly have been at a loss. For these 3,000 individuals, Ling Xiao elevated each of their fortune values to 9,999. Although a few could not reach this pinnacle, they exceeded 9,000. As such, the consuming of fortune values was swift. After all had been enhanced, only 500 fortune values remained. From over 10 million, a mere 100,000 was left. Ling Xiao found himself at a loss for words. However, for the sake of his grand ambitions and meticulous plans, his actions were entirely justifiable. How suddenly enlightenment dawned upon him. What once eluded him now crystallized into understanding. His cultivation in the way had remarkably transcended its previous limits. The others remained unaware that this was a consequence of their fortuitous luck reaching an elevation akin to that of direct disciples. This suggested that as long as they did not falter in the future, they stood a chance of keeping pace with Yi Fan and his companions. After their refinement, all were directed to the library pavilion to seek out the martial arts that best suited them, and to the divine armory to procure the weapons that resonated with their spirits. There, they would find everything from celestial weapons to sacred artifacts. They were to embark immediately. The 3,000 individuals promptly made their way to the library pavilion. Some of the core disciples and inner sect members having visited numerous times before and already having discovered their paths, thus choosing not to return. 2 days later, everyone had completed their searches, amassing not only martial arts but also combat techniques, divine powers, and weaponry. From this day forth, our sect shall personally nurture you. You shall become the sharpest blades following in the footsteps of Yi Fan, the guardians of the sect, and the reapers of enemies. Upon hearing this, the 3,000 individuals were filled with fervor. The mere prospect of receiving the sect leader's personal guidance was enough to ignite their spirits. As for the upcoming sect competition, participation was not required of you. Your sole objective is relentless cultivation. The time-space tower will be at your disposal at all times. Furthermore, these resources are yours to keep, and those with lower cultivation should consume these elixirs post-haste. Ling Xiao aimed to mold them into the elite among elites, the sharpest of blades. They were destined to become the most formidable force within the sect, and when they all rose to prominence, the sect would undoubtedly flourish. Their fortunes had reached their zenith. In truth, many had already gained the system's recognition, as the system delineates prodigies based on their fortune levels. Now, everyone boasted a fortune exceeding 9,000. With nearly 300 individuals achieving the pinnacle of 9,999, placing them on par with Yi Fan and his peers. Li Jing, from this moment forth, you shall serve as their chief instructor. The first step is to heed orders, to unify command and coordination. The second step is to cultivate a fighting spirit and to merge that spirit. Go forth. Haha, this is what I relish most. I vow to forge them into an invincible army. As the god of war, Li Jing has triumphed in countless battles without a single defeat, wielding strategy with divine finesse. To appoint him as the chief instructor is most fitting. Once they have mastered their skills, Li Jing shall become their commander. Otherwise, it would be a disservice to his extraordinary talents. Meanwhile, in Yunxiao City, personnel and resources were already in place, and Ling Tian had commenced his plans. Chapter 143, The Great Competition Within the Sect. Over 60,000 individuals gathered at the Lord's Manor. Fortunately, protective formations were in place. Otherwise, it would have incited widespread panic. Ling Tian surveyed the crowd with a sense of satisfaction. He had devised a plan to establish at least 3, possibly 4 organizations, each pertaining to distinct fields: intelligence, assassins, trade, and underground operations. In truth, aside from trade, the latter 3 could be classified as underground entities, albeit with varied structural components. Ling Tian summoned the Night Emperor, instructing him to select individuals to train an assassin organization. However, upon arrival, the Night Emperor shook his head, explaining that it was implausible to cultivate only innate or martial vein assassins, as such an endeavor would deplete excessive resources. Young Master Ling, provide me with resources, and I shall forge an organization for you, which you may name, declared the Night Emperor. Let it be called the Night Sovereign. You shall lead, organize, and nurture it. Ling Tian generously supplied the Night Emperor with ample resources, after which the latter departed. While Ling Tian lacked expertise in assassin organizations, the Night Emperor was inherently a leader in this domain. With the assassin organization taken care of, the next concern was the establishment of an intelligence network. The fastest venues for information dissemination were tea houses, taverns, and brothels. If all else failed, he could only resort to utilizing elements from his past life. Although the blue star of his previous existence lacked martial civilization, its technological advancements were commendable. After a moment of contemplation, he ultimately abandoned this notion, as he aspired to create a platform akin to a certain e-commerce giant, consolidating resources. Yet, the current Holy Sect had yet to attain leadership status, rendering other factions indifferent to his ambitions. Ling Tian soon recognized another issue: a shortage of talent. There were insufficient managerial personnel and a dearth of business prodigies. Without these, implementation would prove challenging. Esteemed ones, having just broken through, you shall reside in the Lord's Manor. Those unable to find accommodation may proceed to the Ling Tian sect or the Ling family. Ling Tian resolved to venture forth in search of talent. It was imperative to recruit individuals with specialized expertise, like the Night Emperor, who was naturally adept in his field. While creating a formidable merchant association was a daunting task without ample managerial talent and skilled personnel, the ambition to span the Nine Skies continent. With a conservative estimate of over 1,000 large cities, and potentially exceeding 10,000 when including smaller and medium-sized towns, was a monumental challenge. A sudden idea struck Ling Tian: the establishment of a holy academy, akin to a university. Lacking managerial talent, I shall cultivate my own. Lacking skilled individuals, I shall train them. Lacking resources, I will develop them. It was high time to showcase authentic skills. This would be the course of action. However, naming it the Holy Academy might evoke associations with the Holy Sect. Perhaps a different name was in order. Thus, it was designated as the Jixiao Academy. Without delay, Ling Tian promptly renamed the Ling Tian Sect to Jixiao Academy and issued an immediate announcement. The Ling Tian Sect has been renamed as the Jixiao Academy, now recruiting talents from the Jixiao continent. Through assessments, individuals can gain entry, starting from the martial realm of Wuzong, with no upper limit. and the recruitment quota is set at 10,000, with a preference for female candidates. Simultaneously, the Holy Sect has announced its intention to recruit elders of saint level and above from the Jiuxiao continent, seeking 3,000 individuals with a minimum cultivation level of saint. These two announcements swiftly reverberated across the Jiuxiao continent, and the Holy Sect's increasingly ostentatious demeanor has stirred discontent among various sections. Their relentless recruitment has drained other sects of fresh blood, as many promising disciples have been drawn to the Holy Sect. Consequently, the prominent forces across Jiuxiao continent have begun to announce their own recruitment of new disciples and elders. The Holy Sect's actions, having conducted 3 recruitment drives in a span of approximately 1 year, culminating in a staggering 20,000 disciples in their latest endeavor, have left other sects pondering their survival and perspective in this talent competition, which has become inevitable. Ling Xiao conceived a plan. Given the abundance of saints within the Holy Sect and their need for 3,000 elders, he believed that capable individuals could be sourced from among them. As they are all members of the Holy Sect, and thus trustworthy, it dawned on him that the Holy Sect, despite its numbers, was still lacking in capable personnel. Although there are many experts, their movements are easily detectable. Ling Xiao soon identified a pressing issue. Amidst the fervent recruitment frenzy sweeping the continent, the number of individuals flocking to the Holy Sect was disappointingly low, necessitating an elevation of its prestige. He devised a strategy to journey to the divine sky, seeking vengeance against the Hall of Yama or annihilating the Soul Hall. Ling Xiao promptly commenced arrangements for experts to infiltrate the divine sky. If the Holy Sect aspired to grow formidable and establish itself as the preeminent sect, it would inevitably clash with numerous forces. Since enmity was a given, why not strike first? He entrusted this task to Ling Xiao, who, accompanied by the keen-nosed Hound of Heaven, could effortlessly locate the headquarters of either the Soul Hall or the Hall of Yama. It was high time for the world to recognize the name of the Holy Sect. Previously, the Holy Sect had only made waves in the clouds, but in the divine sky, it was met with disdain. The divine sky is currently the epicenter of the world, flourishing in martial arts, abundant in sects, and dotted with sacred lands, with influential families and ancient clans coexisting, and experts from life-restricted zones interacting freely. It can be said that, aside from the Buddha kingdom sealed by the heavenly path, the divine sky stands as the most powerful. After 2 or 3 days since the announcement, only a few hundred individuals had arrived at the Holy Sect. Nevertheless, Ling Xiao welcomed them warmly, for they were all experts of saint level and above. He personally assessed their qualifications, for within the Holy Sect, nothing could escape his scrutiny. Coupled with his talent for fortune-telling, he could see through each individual's background with clarity. Today marks the day of the sect's great competition. This is a fresh contest that Yi Fan and others have prepared for extensively. Li Daoru summoned all disciples to the martial arts arena, where this momentous event would take place. Esteemed guests, the grand competition of our sect commences today. This event is solely an internal contest, requiring no interaction with the outside world. In accordance with the decree of our sect leader, I shall now proclaim the regulations for this year's contest. Firstly, as you are all aware, only those who ascend the Heavenly Dao rankings shall partake in the subsequent trials. Gaining entry to the Heavenly Dao rankings is quite straightforward. One must venture into the War God space and challenge the mirror images, successfully overcoming just 2 to secure a place on the list. Is that so? Do we not have a chance? This time, we have enrolled over 150,000 disciples, all external disciples, with more than 70,000 internal disciples. However, their cultivation levels vary significantly, causing many newly enrolled disciples to fret over their prospects. Fear not, for every individual possesses an opportunity. Now, let us proceed to the War God space. Currently, the Heavenly Dao rankings feature over 200 names, with Yi Fan holding the highest position, followed by other direct disciples. Next in line are the registered disciples, followed by the core disciples. Direct disciples, registered disciples, and those already on the rankings are exempt from this round of assessments. After 2 days of fierce battles, a multitude of names has emerged on the Heavenly Dao rankings, densely packed, with a staggering total of 129,600 individuals. Many initially believed they would not make the rankings, yet were pleasantly surprised upon discovering their names listed. The number of entries on the Heavenly Tao rankings will fluctuate in accordance with the sect's membership. For instance, should there be a need to increase the count from just a few individuals, it will do so as the numbers grow, thus revealing the significance of the Heavenly Tao rankings. Congratulations to those who have made the list. The true competition is now at hand. As per the sect leader's instructions, we shall divide the contest into 4 levels: external, internal, core, and direct disciples. I shall preside over the core disciple competition, which will commence following the external and internal rounds, while the direct disciple contest will be held last, comparing cultivations at the 9th level of the martial sect. We now begin the external competition, where the top 1,000 will advance directly to the internal sect, and the top 10 will ascend to core disciples. Furthermore, various sect facilities will be made accessible to all as their ranks increase. For example, currently, the external disciples have very limited access, apart from the external Tao Palace. They may only explore the vicinity of the Holy Sect, with no other options available, save for a few select places like the Spirit Chi Hall and the lowest level of the library. Chapter 144. The Master is remarkably powerful. Wow! Look, the eldest senior brother and his companions have arrived. At this moment, as the grand competition of the sect commenced, Yi Fan and the other direct disciples made their entrance. An uproar of cheers erupted, for the popularity of Yi Fan and his peers was unparalleled. They were the most renowned figures within the sect, each radiating an extraordinary brilliance. Greetings, everyone. As we proceed with the competitions, we will all be present. There's no need for excessive excitement. Simply showcase your true abilities and give it your all. The crowd was filled with exhilaration, and Li Daoru nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Now, as decreed by the sect leader, all outer disciples shall enter the secret realm. Once inside, everyone's cultivation will be restrained to the 9th level of the innate realm, ensuring fairness and impartiality. Within this secret realm, various trials await, and the Heavenly Tao ranking will continuously update your standings. The top 1,000 will advance directly. There are approximately 160,000 outer disciples. An astonishing figure indeed, yet only 1,000 shall progress to the inner sect. Moreover, merely 10 shall ascend to become core disciples. Thus, this grand competition holds immense significance for them. Yi Fan and his companions awaited the unfolding events, as they were unable to intervene until the final battle for the top 10, where true abilities would be revealed. Presently, the rankings were being integrated between the Heavenly Tao ranking and the secret realm, free from external interference. After 2 days of fierce competition, the top 1,000 emerged, while the remaining participants were eliminated, destined to remain as outer disciples. Let us extend our congratulations to these 1,000 individuals for successfully advancing to the inner sect. At this moment, numerous names had vanished from the Heavenly Tao ranking, given the significant number of eliminations. Soon, the 1,000 talented individuals appeared in the arena, each brimming with excitement. Entering the inner sect meant access to greater cultivation resources, enhanced privileges, and more training facilities. Esteemed contestants, you will now engage in 4 rounds of duels. Victors will advance, while the defeated shall be eliminated. Following these 4 rounds, only 63 will remain, making the subsequent rounds considerably simpler. What followed were rather uneventful confrontations, as their cultivation levels were low, revealing little in terms of prowess. After 2 days of contests, we finally reached the final round with 64 contestants. Due to one participant having a bye in the previous round, an additional slot was available. Next, we proceed to the arena challenge. With 10 platforms and 10 prodigies, who among you shall emerge victorious and directly ascend to the ranks of core disciples? Fight for your honor. The competition among 64 individuals for 10 coveted slots was undeniably fierce. After a vigorous battle, the 10 finalists were determined. These 10 would ascend to become core disciples, a rank even higher than that of inner disciples. Following 3 additional days of contests, the inner disciples concluded their competitions, with the top 100 advancing to core disciples. Although the top 10 did not become direct disciples or registered disciples, they have the privilege to select an imperial-level powerhouse as their master, a status of considerable prestige. The number of core disciples is quite limited, and after just 1 day, the selection concluded without Ling Xiao finding a suitable candidate. Consequently, they were compelled to choose their master from other imperial-level strongholds. Throughout these days of competition within the Holy Sect, the number of elders recruited has gradually surpassed 1,000. Although this figure falls significantly short of 3,000, it is nonetheless commendable, primarily due to the fierce competition as numerous divine sects have begun to vie for talents. On this day, the message from Ling Xiao arrived, indicating the discovery of the headquarters of the Soul Palace. Although they did not locate the Yama Palace, it was of little consequence. Ling Xiao promptly dispatched several supreme experts to the divine realm to obliterate the Soul Palace. Such a grand conflict could only be partaken in by the Emperor Lord, as others would inevitably be swept into the chaos. Finally, the Holy Sect awaited the clash between the direct disciples and the named disciples. There were 16 in total, however. Excluding Chu Chun and Xingzhan, only 14 remained. Who do you think will emerge victorious this time? It goes without saying that it will certainly be the senior brother. I too believe that the senior brother is extraordinarily powerful. While the other senior brothers and sisters are formidable, they simply cannot match his depth of strength. Yi Fan's prowess is an amalgamation of strengths, whereas others possess more specialized abilities. It is not that they lack strength, but rather it depends on the comparison. At this moment, Ling Xiao made his appearance, capturing the attention of countless individuals. Wow, the sect master has arrived. It seems that the sect master is eager to discern who among these disciples is the mightiest. The several senior brothers and sisters have all attained the 9th level of the martial sovereign realm, merely a step away from ascending to the realm of the venerable. It is not that they cannot break through. Rather, they have chosen to accumulate their strength patiently. All right, everyone, in order to gauge your true capabilities, I shall personally participate in this battle to rank you. What? The sect master is going to join the fray personally? Ling Xiao's involvement piqued the curiosity of Yi Fan and the others, each of them brimming with anticipation. Just how formidable is the master? Few truly comprehend. Yet they are aware that within the Holy Sect, even the supreme experts stand no chance against him. The master has already vanquished 5 supreme experts, all of whom were former emperor-level warriors. Master, how shall this contest proceed? Quite simply, I will engage with you using equivalent strength. The one who endures the longest shall be deemed the strongest, while the others will be ranked accordingly. Ling Xiao's declaration was clear and easily comprehensible. Within the sect, everything adheres to Ling Xiao's commands, including the heavenly Tao ranking, which he now summoned to record each disciple's endurance time. Xiao Linger was the first to step forward, and Ling Xiao restrained his power to the 9th level of the martial sovereign realm. Master, I am ready to begin. Go ahead. Xiao Linger swiftly commenced her display of the Buddha's relics, weaving intricate Buddhist techniques. As for Ling Xiao, he effortlessly neutralized her assaults, manifesting a swastika in his hand, which dissipated all of Xiao Linger's attacks. Xiao Linger began to change her tactics, launching an assault with her martial arts. Ling Xiao, on the other hand, found it rather effortless, defeating her after just a few exchanges. Is it possible? Master, is this formidable? Yi Fan and the others were utterly astonished. They had witnessed Master, with the prowess of a 9th heaven martial sovereign, engage in battle, and yet Xiao Linger, the prodigy of the 9 forbidden domain, could not endure even a quarter of an hour. One could only conclude that Master is extraordinarily powerful. This is hardly a surprise, as he harnesses the strengths of all his disciples alongside his own chaos divine body. It is indeed challenging not to be strong. Next up was Hu Meinyang, who, after receiving the inheritance from the Demon Emperor, had significantly enhanced her strength. However, she too succumbed to defeat in less than a quarter of an hour against Ling Xiao, who crushed her with absolute power. Countless disciples observed this. Such is the prowess of the sect leader, truly remarkable. The subsequent direct disciples took their turns, each one leaving the audience in awe. At this point, Jian Shen arrived, unleashing an immensely terrifying sword aura with a mere wave of his hand. Nevertheless, Ling Xiao, with fingers poised like a sword, demonstrated an impeccable understanding of the sword path. After several rounds, Jian Chun was vanquished. Is it possible? Jian Chun has also been defeated, and it hasn't even been a quarter of an hour. Who would have anticipated that Master would be this formidable? At the same level, he could overwhelm them in less than a quarter of an hour. Next was Yang Tianxiong, who, similarly, fell after just over a quarter of an hour, without any suspense. Everyone understood the extraordinary nature of Master. Previously, they had worried about potentially defeating him and causing him to lose face. But now they realized such a notion was utterly delusional. When Shi Kaitian took the stage, the situation shifted slightly. He managed to hold out for 2/4 of an hour before succumbing, even when employing his eye technique. Master, do you also practice eye techniques? Sure, Kaitian inquired. Well, let us put it this way. I can master all of your strongest skills. Otherwise, why would I dare to compete with you at the same level? Ling Xiao's words left countless individuals in shock, including Yi Fan and his peers. Master possesses knowledge of everyone's most proficient abilities. Is he even human? Ling Hua and Ling Xian, the two girls, also lasted around 1/4 of an hour. Soon, it was the turn of Chao Yud and Dugu Yuqing. Their strengths were relatively weaker. They were defeated in less than 1/4 of an hour. Jun Xianma managed to endure for 1/4 of an hour, while Xiaoyan lasted 1.5 minutes. Now, only Yi Fan remained, and everyone was eager to see how long the eldest senior brother could endure. When Yi Fan took the stage, he commenced with a grand offensive, and Ling Xiao did not hold back, initiating a direct assault. After a prolonged battle, Yi Fan ultimately faced defeat, lasting 2.5 of an hour. At this moment, the Heavenly Tao ranking updated the standings of all direct and registered disciples, capturing everyone's attention. Chapter 145, A Day of Leisure at the Melody Pavilion. At the pinnacle of the rankings stands Yi Fan, followed closely by Shi Kaitian in second place, with the subsequent positions occupied by Xiao Yan, Jian Shun, Jun Xianma, Yang Tianxiong, Ling Xian, Ling Hua, Dong Yaoyang, Dong Xingyue, Hu Meinyang, Chao Yud, Dugu Yuqing, and Xiao Linger. It was quite unexpected that Chao Yud and Dugu Yuqing found themselves placed so low. This predicament is somewhat inevitable, as although both possess formidable physiques, they lack the Emperor's physique. For instance, Dong Yaoyang inherently possesses the 9-yang divine body, and later, the Sun Sacred Emperor bequeathed him the Sun Sacred body, making his physique exceptionally powerful. Additionally, Ling Hua not only has her own physique, but also bears the bloodline and physique of the Snow Emperor, significantly amplifying their combat prowess and strength. How formidable is our master? Even the eldest senior brother could only endure for a mere 1/4 of an hour. At this moment, the other direct disciples were subdued by Ling Xiao, appearing diminutive in comparison at the same level. Indeed, it has become abundantly clear how formidable our master truly is. We must never boast before him again, lest we become the subject of ridicule. Ling Xiao addressed the gathering, stating that the sect conducts an annual assessment, and those who remain at the lowest tier for 3 consecutive years will have their disciple status revoked. In other words, we do not support idleness. If one fails to make significant progress with such resources, what purpose do they serve? Yes, Sect Master, we understand. Li Daoru was the first to express his agreement. Very well, commence your cultivation. As for you, Yi Fan and the others, it is time for your breakthrough. Let them witness your growth. Ling Xiao remarked with a smile. The breakthroughs for Yi Fan and his companions would undoubtedly transcend the mere first level of the Venerable Realm, likely encompassing several realms. After 2 months of suppression, they had amassed considerable energy, and now was the time to unveil their accumulated strength. Yi Fan stepped forward first to initiate his breakthrough. His cultivation surged remarkably, and in the blink of an eye, he ascended to the Venerable Realm, subsequently racing ahead. After a brief incense stick's time, he came to a halt, solidifying his cultivation at the 6th level of the Venerable Realm. Is it so? To suddenly leap to the 6th level? My goodness, that's the Venerable Realm. Not the novice we once were. The eldest senior brother truly lives up to his title. So powerful, so extraordinary. Next was Xiao Yan, whose breakthrough was equally impressive, ultimately reaching the pinnacle of the 5th level of the Venerable Realm. He refined the bestowed upon him by the Azure Emperor, significantly enhancing his foundation. Achieving the 5th level's limit was a source of great satisfaction for him. While there was a slight gap between him and the eldest senior brother, it was not insurmountable. Following this, the remaining direct disciples began their breakthroughs in succession. Shi Kaitian, Yang Tianxiong, Jian Shun, and Jun Xianma all attained the 6th level, while Ling Hua, Ling Xian, Dong Yaoyang, Dong Xingyue, and Hu Meinyang reached the pinnacle of the 5th level. Chao Yud, Dugu Yuqing, and Xiao Linger also advanced to the 5th level, with each individual experiencing a significant enhancement in their cultivation. Ding! Congratulations to the host for the substantial improvement in the cultivation of direct disciples, awarding the sect with 14,000,000 sect points. Rewarding fortune value, 1,400,000. The host has been rewarded with an elevation in cultivation by 1 rank. The reward was swiftly granted, and Ling Xiao was filled with immense excitement. With this advancement, his cultivation had reached the pinnacle of the Emperor realm, with the next step being the consummation of that realm. His fortune value had finally begun to rise. Previously, it had dwindled to around 100,000, which had caused him some concern. On the other hand, Xingzhan's cultivation had also seen a remarkable enhancement within just a few days. He had ascended into the martial soul realm. Now that you have broken through, it is essential to solidify your progress. In due time, there may be tasks assigned to you, Ling Xiao proclaimed. The disciples listened attentively, diligently working to reinforce their cultivation. The tasks were forthcoming as they were about to enter the battlefield of the Jiuxiao continent, where, aside from the Dream Emperor, there were no other adversaries to contend with. However, before addressing the Dream Emperor, it was imperative for him to ensure that the name of the Holy Sect resonated throughout the divine sky. On the front of Erlang Shan, the headquarters of the Soul Hall had already been located, and the elite dispatched by Ling Xiao were nearing their arrival. Once they were in place, a decisive blow to the Soul Hall would be inevitable. In Yunxiao City, the Jixiao Academy had enrolled only a little over 1,000 individuals. Yet for Ling Tian, that number was nearly sufficient. Congratulations to you all for passing the assessment and entering Jixiao Academy. I shall personally guide you henceforth, teaching you how to manage a sect, operate a storefront, and conduct business. At Jixiao Academy, there were a total of 1,327 members, with approximately 1,000 being of the venerable realm, the majority of whom were women, as preference was given to them. Among the remaining 300 individuals, 300 were at the sage stage, and 7 had reached the Emperor realm. Upon passing the assessment, they directly became members of the Holy Sect, serving its interests. After teaching for several days, Ling Tian found that these powerful individuals had largely mastered the art of management. They held him in high esteem, particularly. His innovative ideas regarding business were remarkably avant-garde and unprecedented in their region, with one of the most significant being the concept of an auction. Ling Tian discovered that, thus far, there had been no known auction held throughout the Jiuxiao continent, and trade was predominantly controlled by commercial guilds. The Jiuxiao Commercial Guild consisted of 4 components, which monopolized all transactions and trade across the continent. The first initiative Ling Tian established was a lively tavern in the land of Smoke Willows, for which he devised an exceptionally catchy advertisement, utterly captivating. Today is a free day. Come to the tavern and enjoy the melodies. Across the Jiuxiao realm, various cities witnessed the emergence of these taverns, where there were performers singing, storytellers narrating tales, musicians playing the lute, and even gray market dealings. Here, notions of legality were disregarded. Only the division of interests prevailed. Have you heard? A new tavern has opened. Though it may not compare to the grandeur of the teaching office, it attracts ordinary folk, allowing commoners to indulge in leisure. Is that true? Indeed. Today is a free day. Come to the tavern and enjoy the melodies. This phrase resonated perfectly. The tavern skyrocketed to fame, blooming across the Jiuxiao realm and drawing considerable attention. Many have attended once and expressed great satisfaction with the establishment. Some have a penchant for music, and thus they are serenaded. Others enjoy storytelling, and so tales are shared with them. There are those with specific desires, and their needs shall be met. Upon entering the establishment, a plethora of offerings and services guarantees satisfaction. Furthermore, following the meteoric rise of this venue, directly opposite it, a grand restaurant named Tianxiao Lu has emerged. Tianxiao Lu boasts a tea hall, a wine house, accommodations, and banquet facilities, akin to a hotel from a bygone era, providing an extensive array of services. Merely a day later, in the vicinity of Tianxiao Lu, a shopping mall named Wushuang Mall is destined to appear. Within this mall, divisions are established: the Tianbing Pavilion for weaponry, the Tianbao Pavilion for elixirs, treasures, spiritual herbs, rare stones, and curiosities, the Shinfu Pavilion for talisman trade, and the Wushuang Pavilion dedicated to VIP services. Wushuang Mall oversees these 4 pavilions, and all auction activities must be reported to its management. Ling Tian is acutely aware that the mall's inauguration will undoubtedly attract the attention of various powers. Therefore, he must remain concealed while ensuring that formidable guardians oversee the establishment. He has summoned 70 formidable masters to maintain order within the mall, Tianxiao Lu, and the original venue. Presently, The establishment has opened its doors first, thriving with business, and adopting an approachable ethos. Anyone, regardless of status, is welcome, which serves as its greatest appeal. In contrast to the teaching hall, where entry is reserved for the elite and influential, this establishment embraces a more democratic spirit, making it accessible to the masses. In Yunxiao City, the heads of Tianyuan Lu, Wanbao Pavilion, and the teaching hall have convened, having heard the recent news of this establishment's rapid expansion across various cities, thriving beyond measure. They ponder, should this matter be reported to headquarters? The leaders begin to deliberate. Let us observe further. We must ascertain the identity of those behind it. No need to rush. The current establishments, though numerous, lack strength and cannot compare to the teaching hall. They decide to proceed with caution. Although they have identified the establishment, immediate action is not taken. Uncertainty regarding the identities of those behind it could provoke a backlash. If they were to offend those who wield significant influence, their downfall would be inevitable. Chapter 146. The Great Fire at the Brothel, the Soul Palace under attack. As the Wushuang City and the Tianxia Tower have yet to formally open their doors, not many are aware of their existence. At present, Ling Xiao merely utilizes the brothel as a testing ground, and to his delight, the business is thriving, with a steady influx of patrons each day. Greetings, my dear friends. I am your familiar companion, Yiyu. Previously, I provided a detailed live stream of the battle at Cloud City. Subsequently, I arrived at the Holy Sect and learned that the 4 formidable beings had been vanquished, struck down by the sect master. I understand that this revelation will undoubtedly astonish the world, yet I have chosen to share it today because, on this very day, Yiyu has discovered a brand new venue. Have you heard? Today, there is nothing to do but enjoy the melodies at the brothel. Many have begun to take an interest in the brothel, and numerous individuals are utterly astonished upon hearing this news. The Holy Sect's decisive elimination of the 4 supreme beings occurred just a few days ago, and now, such an establishment emerges? Utilizing a memory crystal, Yiyu projected the recorded footage, allowing countless onlookers to witness 2 lines of text beside the brothel. Today, there is nothing to do but enjoy the melodies. At that moment, the screen displayed a stunning woman passionately singing. My heavens, what is this? Are women today so liberated? You know nothing. I have inquired and learned that this enchanting lady, named Ling Xiao, is the brothel's star performer. She sings, but does not sell herself. I have even heard the staff refer to her as an idol, a star. What peculiar appellations. Who knows? Yet it certainly sounds sophisticated. I too find it rather refined. In comparison to the courtesans of the teaching bureau, perhaps in the future, the terms star and idol will become fashionable across the 9 heavens continent. What are you all discussing? Have you not heard Ning Xiang sing? Though each song lasts merely a few minutes, the melodies are exquisite and rhythmically captivating. As a denizen of the Blue Star, Ling Xiao possesses an abundance of songs. Lacking professional musical equipment, he could only simulate the sounds himself and convey them to the women, enabling them to learn before performing for the audience. Presently, he has chosen to elevate just one individual, Ning Xiang. His ambition is to transform her into a superstar, her fame spreading throughout the 9 heavens continent. Simultaneously, the runes and memory crystals Ling Xiao has been studying have yielded results. He discovered that by harnessing the recording capabilities of the memory crystal coupled with the power of talismans, he could create a live broadcast experience. It was Yiyu who first recognized this potential, prompting Ling Xiao to recruit this paparazzo and cultivate him as his own. Above Cloud City, a vast celestial screen materialized in the void, with Yiyu making his appearance. Greetings, everyone, I am Yiyu. Today, you shall once again witness the enchanting Miss Ning Xiang as she passionately performs the song Night Fragrance. As the celestial screen displayed the scene, it suddenly dimmed, followed by a beam of light illuminating a breathtaking woman, Ning Xiang. Her heartfelt performance of Night Fragrance, combined with the lighting and her own presence, created an immersive experience for countless spectators. Is this truly the brothel? What a novel form of entertainment. As the enchanting performance concluded, the audience erupted into a frenzy, fervently chanting the name of the performer. Grateful for their presence, she expressed her appreciation for their attendance at the event, proclaiming that on this day, devoid of any particular business, it was a perfect occasion to indulge in melodies. She extended an invitation for everyone to visit the venue. promising that she and her sisters would present even more captivating performances in the future, thanking them for their unwavering support. In no time, the entirety of Yuntian City was abuzz with excitement, as the allure of the venue spread like wildfire. Countless individuals began fervently inquiring about the nature and location of this establishment. Dear friends, at our venue, one can not only enjoy music, but also listen to literary tales. We have invited a venerable gentleman who will share anecdotes spanning the ages, recounting tales from novels. Today, he will narrate a story entitled My Sect is Quite Powerful. What sect could this be? What makes it so formidable? Let us await the revelation with bated breath. Soon, the figure of the storyteller graced the screen, addressing the audience with warmth. Greetings, fellow book lovers. I am the aged Pan Xia, here to continue the saga of the Emperor Yi. It is said. At this juncture, the audience was utterly entranced, eyes closed, ears wide open to absorb every word. Pan Xia's oratory was a masterpiece of art, with rhythm and resonance that captivated the hearts of many. Just as he reached a climactic moment, his voice softened, leaving the listeners in anticipation of what was to come. To know what transpires next, please stay tuned for the next installment. What a twist! Wasn't the Emperor Yi engaged in battle at the Tai Chi ancient mine? What became of that supreme being? Did the Emperor sustain any injuries? Indeed, our hearts raced with fervor as we recalled the Emperor Yi's imperious declarations. I am the Emperor, destined to suppress all adversaries in this world. Oh, but have you not heard the earlier tales? Before the rise of the Emperor Yi, there existed an unparalleled prodigy named Wang Tong, endowed with extraordinary talent. His father proclaimed far and wide, "My son Wang Tong possesses the bearing of an emperor." Wherever he went, that proclamation followed, and we could hardly contain our laughter upon hearing it. Countless conversations erupted surrounding these events. The Emperor Yi's battles in the realm of life and death, his cunning ascendance, and his exploits in grave robbing alongside his companions. Truly riveting tales. The silhouette of Yue reappeared on the screen, prompting the audience to wonder if the content had concluded. Not yet, my friends. Please, continue to enjoy. As the music entwined the air, a woman gracefully seated at the guzheng began to play, her fingers dancing upon the strings. The ethereal melodies resonated with the souls of all who listened, transporting them to another realm. With a peace reminiscent of lofty mountains and flowing waters, everyone was enveloped in its beauty. What divine music is this? We must visit the venue. To live a life without experiencing it is to have lived in vain. The emergence of the venue reverberated across the expanse of Yuntian, with cities far and wide bustling with excitement. In an instant, any locale associated with the venue became one of the most vibrant and populous places. Following the meteoric rise of the venue, Ling Xiao hastened to finalize preparations. And as everything fell into place, the divine actions commenced. Ling Xiao has completed the construction of the Tianxia building in Wushuang City, and it is now awaiting its grand opening. At this moment, he paused, for the Soul Palace must be eradicated. In the skies above a certain mountain range, Erlang Shun and his companions appeared. Erlang Shun, are you certain that the headquarters of the Soul Palace lies below? Li Bai inquired, taking a sip of his vintage wine. Without a doubt, it must be. The celestial hound does not err, Erlang Shun affirmed. What does the master say? Guan Yu asked, his mighty blade yearning for action. The master has instructed us to wait. The Dark Knight Emperor and others are already in position, ready to strike at the master's command. Erlang Shun replied. Once everything was prepared on Ling Xiao's side, Ling Xiao began to relay orders. Everyone, you may commence, he declared. The moment we have long awaited. In the void, various treasures manifested, and a towering 9-story edifice emerged, crashing forcefully into the mountain below. Surrounding it, a colossal realm of swordsmanship enveloped the mountain entirely. What is happening? Quick, investigate. Not good. We are under attack. The personnel of the Soul Palace erupted in chaos. What? How dare they assault the headquarters of the Soul Palace? They are courting death. Attack at once. The Palace Master of the Soul Palace commanded, initiating a counterattack. A supreme imperial weapon materialized in the sky. But just as it appeared, it was sent flying by a massive blade. Trouble. A powerful adversary approaches. Quickly notify the Soul Clan. The Palace Master of the Soul Palace soon emerged into the open. What brings you here? Nothing much. We simply find you displeasing and wish to extinguish you. Li Bai replied nonchalantly. Seeking death. The experts of the Soul Palace rallied. All skilled fighters, join forces and slay them. The palace master, Sol Jiuyu, bellowed, wielding the supreme imperial weapon as numerous formidable fighters materialized. Just in time, attack. Qinglian's sword formation. The pagoda suppresses the river demon. The celestial dog devours the moon. As several powerful figures engaged, the experts of the Soul Palace were swiftly decimated. Though Sol Jiuyu was shielded by the supreme imperial weapon and remained unscathed, his countenance was grim. For countless years, the Soul Palace had stood firm in the divine sky, and never had any faction dared to confront them head-on, until now. Soul Palace. If blame is to be assigned, it lies with your own actions. Everyone, let us strike together. The Master has commanded a swift resolution. Chapter 147. The unreasonable and overbearing force. At this moment, Sol Jiuyu felt an overwhelming sense of dread, as an intense crisis of death loomed before him. He sought refuge under the protection of the supreme imperial weapon, desperate to preserve his life. Yet, at that very instant, the assault led by Li Bai and his companions commenced in full force. The earth trembled violently, the mountains around them lay utterly devastated, and countless formidable experts perished beneath. Above, the imperial powerhouses of the Soul Palace emerged, but upon seeing the few before them, their expressions shifted dramatically as the specter of death encroached upon them. You are from the Holy Sect? One among them recognized these individuals as the elite of the Holy Sect. Indeed, we are from the Holy Sect. Previously, when we engaged the three major forces, the experts of the Soul Palace intervened. Now that we have arrived, we seek merely an explanation. Li Jing laughed heartily, a surge of overwhelming battle intent rising within him. The Holy Sect has gone too far. At this moment, Sol Jiuyu finally comprehended that the retaliation stemmed from his own envoy's visit to Yunxiao City. We have already lost a Vice Hall Master, yet we did not hold you accountable, and now you come to us. You are truly excessive. Do you think the Holy Sect remains as vulnerable as before, allowing you to bully us at will? We have come today to demand an explanation from the Soul Palace and the Soul Clan. As several powerful figures materialized, their voices resonated without restraint, echoing outward in all directions. In a brief span, a dozen terrifying silhouettes appeared around them. They were either supreme or emperor-level experts, possessing staggering strength. They were from the Holy Sect, intent on confronting the Soul Palace for answers. It seemed that during the Holy Sect's previous campaign against the three major forces, the Soul Palace's experts had interfered, and now, the Holy Sect's reprisal had arrived with astonishing swiftness. Rumors had circulated that the Holy Sect had already slain four Supremes, though the truth of this claim remained uncertain. The Holy Sect has indeed grown formidable. Do they not fear the consequences of overreach? Some expressed discontent, for the rise of the Holy Sect would inevitably encroach upon the realm of the divine sky, threatening their own status and territory. In essence, the Holy Sect was a potential adversary, one that they could not afford to underestimate. Either you apologize and make amends, or we shall raise the Soul Palace today, Guan Yu declared with formidable authority from the void. Below, Yi Yu was omnipresent. Greetings, I am Yi Yu. Upon hearing the news, I rushed here immediately. When the Holy Sect previously engaged the three major forces, the Vice Hall Master of the Soul Palace intervened, and now, the Holy Sect's retaliation has come with astonishing speed. This impending battle had commenced, and we shall await the conclusion with bated breath. Yi Yu exaggeratedly titled his message, Shocking. The world is astir. As the masters of the Holy Sect arrive at the Soul Palace headquarters, demanding an explanation, retaliation has come in mere days. In an instant, countless experts in the divine sky began to take notice of this unfolding event. In the present moment, several formidable experts from the Holy Sect hover in the void, ensnaring the Soul Palace. Holy Sect, you have gone too far. This is Shun Xiao, not Yin Xiao. Your reach extends too long. A voice echoed through the air. If you have the audacity to speak, you must possess the courage to stand forth. Who was it that just spoke? Step forward now. Guan Yu declared. It is I, the Lord of the Underworld, Yen Jun. The Master of the Underworld Palace emerged. Have you come to champion the Soul Palace? The Underworld Palace? Very well. Let us deal with you both today. I summon the Sect Master. Li Bai shattered a talisman, and immediately, an overwhelming force descended, suffocating all in its wake. Ling Xiao appeared, radiating an aura of authority so profound that even the most esteemed figures were left in utter astonishment. The Sect Master of the Holy Sect? Yan Jun experienced an instinctive fear as he regarded Ling Xiao. Yan Jun, I offer you a path. Submit to the Holy Sect, or face certain death. Ling Xiao stated coolly. What a farce. You think you can slay me? Yan Jun retorted, shaking his head slowly. In an astonishing display, he was seized by Ling Xiao, rendered powerless as if he were a mere chick in the grasp of a giant. Now, I grant you an opportunity. Rephrase your words. The onlookers, whether present or concealed, gasped in disbelief. Good heavens! This is beyond formidable. The Lord of the Underworld, Yan Jun, is being held like a chick, utterly unable to escape. A profound sense of humiliation surged within him, yet Yan Jun faced an even greater peril of life and death. The Underworld Palace has repeatedly sought to provoke the Holy Sect, and I have tolerated you for far too long. Now that you have shown yourself, I shall resolve this matter. He declared, in 3 breaths, make your decision. 1. Ling Xiao's overwhelming presence instilled terror. What kind of confidence could foster such audacity? 2. Ling Xiao continued, demanding the death of Yan Jun and the Dark Knight Emperor, asserting that by his own strength, the future Dark Knight monarch would surely surpass the current Underworld Palace. Enough. I shall not grant you further chances. Perish. Without uttering a third count, Ling Xiao initiated a soul search on Yan Jun, followed by a decisive strike that shattered Yan Jun's skull. Dominance, arrogance, ruthlessness. These were the labels bestowed upon Ling Xiao by the witnesses, yet this was precisely the effect he sought to instill. Dark Knight, your position and instructions have been conveyed. You may proceed. The void trembled as the Dark Knight Emperor departed, heading to the Underworld Palace headquarters to claim it for himself. Such tasks were well within his expertise. Ling Xiao executed the Lord of the Underworld without hesitation, then turned his gaze to the Soul Jiuyo, who appeared to be under the grim watch of death itself, stumbling over his words, overwhelmed by Ling Xiao's formidable presence. Soul Clan, since you have arrived, step forth. My time and patience are limited. This is your final opportunity to reorganize your words. Once again, the atmosphere was charged with dominance and an utter disregard for reason. The actions of the Deputy Lord of the Soul Hall are of no concern to us. They are but the consequences of his own folly. Now that he has met his demise, what further explanation do you seek? The experts of the Soul Clan refuse to yield. Even when faced with the formidable Ling Xiao, they merely cast aside their souls. Thus, the annihilation of the Soul Hall by our sect is also their own doing? Before the Soul Clan expert could respond, Ling Xiao interjected, enough. If you continue, I shall descend upon your clan's headquarters and obliterate the Soul Hall entirely. With a mere gesture, Soul Jiuyu found himself uncontrollably drawn to Ling Xiao. Spare me, my lord. I am willing to submit. The Holy Sect's lord, you are being excessive. Excessive? Is this truly excessive? Reveal the location of the Soul Clan. Just point me in the right direction, and I shall strike with a single sword. His domineering presence exuded an aura of regal might. What a formidable lord of the Holy Sect. Is this generation of the Holy Sect poised for a resurgence? Uncertain. Yet sensing the overwhelming power, Ling Xiao had already seized Soul Jiuyu, erasing the mark of the ultimate imperial weapon and claiming it for himself. Soul Clan, I offer you one final chance. Apologize and make amends, or face annihilation. Ling Xiao's gaze bore down on the Soul Clan expert, who felt a shiver run down his spine, having never encountered such an overpowering and unreasonable leader. Erlang Shun, mark his position. Should he return to the Soul Clan, strike down upon them and eradicate their lineage. Ling Xiao commanded without waiting for a response. Rest assured, my lord, this is a trivial matter. The Howling Celestial Dog can locate the Soul Hall, and thus, the Soul Clan's whereabouts as well. Erlang Shun laughed heartily, his celestial eye radiating an extraordinary light. The Soul Clan expert's heart sank, but at that moment, the clan's leader appeared. My lord, please wait. I am the elder of the Soul Clan, and I come to offer our sincerest apologies. I implore you to show mercy. The clan leader's personal appearance and apology were unexpected. This individual must die, Ling Xiao declared, pointing at the Soul Clan member. The clan leader swiftly acted, arriving behind the man and delivering a fatal blow to his head, ensuring his end. Is the lord satisfied? The clan leader inquired. I shall spare the Soul Hall, but I demand Soul Jiuyu in return, along with 100 billion top-tier spirit stones, 10,000 holy-grade weapons, and 1,000 imperial-grade weapons. This matter ends here. The others were astounded. Such a demand was audacious. Agreed. though the quantity is immense and will require time. 3 days at most. Very well, we shall deliver promptly. The clan leader conceded. At that moment, Ling Xiao vanished, taking the ultimate imperial weapon with him. The overwhelming strength of the Holy Sect and Ling Xiao imparted a profound lesson to all present. Chapter 148, The Soul Clan's Apology. Ling Xiao's moment of ostentation has arrived, and the intended effect has been achieved, which suffices. The expression on the Soul Clan leader's face was ashen. However, he recognized that the Holy Sect's power at this juncture far surpassed that of the Soul Clan, whose foundation is formidable and undeniable. Proceed. In an instant, he appeared significantly aged. The Soul Clan, once so formidable, found itself bowing before the Holy Sect today. With this pronouncement, many influential figures present began to withdraw, signifying a transformation in the realm of Shunxiao. The might of the Holy Sect has made it abundantly clear to all factions that the Holy Sect remains as formidable as ever. It was not on the brink of annihilation, but rather lying in wait. Now, the slumbering lion has awakened, casting its gaze upon Shunxiao. Ding! Congratulations to the host for vanquishing the Soul Palace. The name of the Holy Sect resounds throughout Shunxiao, earning a reward of 10,000,000 sect value. Additionally, reward luck value of 1,000,000. Reward for extraordinary phenomena. 3 flowers gathering at the crown. 5 chi returning to origin. Upon returning to the Holy Sect, Ling Xiao felt immense satisfaction. His display of bravado proved effective. The Soul Clan had indeed bowed its head, not to mention the presence of the Supreme Beings. Along with the howling heavenly hound and the red hare, the Soul Clan could not contend with such power, not to mention the inscrutable leader of the Holy Sect. In truth, the Soul Clan's greatest apprehension lay with Ling Xiao, whose prowess included the ability to obliterate the Lord of the Underworld Palace with a mere gesture, leaving no chance for rebuttal. Furthermore, he could suppress the formidable Soul Jiuyu, who wielded an imperial weapon with effortless grace. The leader of the Soul Clan recognized that he could not achieve such feats. The Lord of the Soul Palace, possessing the cultivation of a great perfection emperor, was rendered as helpless as a chick before Ling Xiao. At this moment, the Holy Sect's members remained present. Yet the news of the Holy Sect's suppression of the Soul Palace, the slaying of the Lord of the Underworld Palace, and the Soul Clan leader's visit to submit in humility spread rapidly. Attention, everyone. The latest report reveals that the Holy Sect's leader personally intervened in this battle, decisively slaying the Lord of the Underworld Palace, who was reduced to a mere chick in his grasp, exhibiting no resistance whatsoever. Subsequently, the Holy Sect's leader effortlessly subdued the Soul Jiuyu, who wielded an imperial weapon with overwhelming force and audacity. Eventually, the Soul Clan leader had no choice but to bow down, ultimately compensating the Holy Sect with 10 billion premium spirit stones and 10,000 sacred weapons, along with 1,000 imperial weapons. Thus, this matter has reached its conclusion. Do not forget to follow and stay updated. Welcome to continue following Yiyu, who will promptly convey the latest news from the world. Shunxiao is in shock, as countless factions and powerful beings are beginning to realize that the Holy Sect's might is unstoppable. Even the Soul Clan has bowed in submission. The resurgence of the Holy Sect is indeed an unstoppable force. Yes, the heavens are changing. It is time for transformation. The current Jiuxiao continent is rife with greed, brutality, selfishness, and apathy, where even the gravest occurrences seem irrelevant, leading individuals to mock others while remaining indifferent to their own plight. The resurgence of the Holy Sect may signal a portent, and let us not forget what lies in the vicinity of the Holy Sect. Perhaps this time, a decisive reckoning is at hand. Countless individuals have speculated on the intentions of the sacred sect, yet at this moment, Li Bai has stepped forth to articulate their purpose. Esteemed guests, let us not forget that the sacred sect is currently seeking to recruit elders of exceptional prowess, with a target of 3,000 individuals. Those who harbor aspirations are encouraged to seize this opportunity. Upon joining the sacred sect, you shall uncover the true essence of what the sacred sect embodies, and the profound heritage that has been passed down since ancient times. Li Bai's words resonated deeply, reaching many within the divine realm, thus igniting an even greater fervor among those inclined to join the sacred sect. Previously hesitant, many have now resolved to join without a trace of indecision. Just 3 days later, The number of aspirants heading to the sacred sect exceeded 10,000, all of whom were experts of saintly caliber. At this juncture, Ling Xiao made his appearance at the eastern gate of the sacred sect. Meanwhile, the patriarch of the Soul clan, adorned with a spatial ring, arrived at the eastern gate, drawing the attention of innumerable formidable beings. My heavens, it is true. The news is authentic. The Soul clan has indeed humbled itself. Astonishing. The patriarch of the Soul clan has come to the sacred sect to offer apologies. Wherever there is news, there is Yu, greeting everyone once more. Today, I shall provide a live broadcast, bringing you the first-hand spectacle of how the patriarch of the Soul clan conducts himself. At the eastern gate, a multitude of skilled warriors sought to join the sacred sect. Upon witnessing the patriarch's arrival, their resolve only strengthened. The Soul Annihilator had previously met with the master of the sacred sect. The patriarch of the Soul clan spoke. Ling Xiao nodded slightly, then took the spatial ring and examined its contents with evident satisfaction. Thank you. If the Soul clan refrains from provoking the sacred sect in the future, we shall consider this matter settled. However, should anyone dare to continue challenging the sacred sect, they shall not find us to be merciful. Indeed, we understand. From this day forth, the Soul clan shall abstain from any involvement with the sacred sect. The Soul Annihilator had no choice but to yield. In the present world, none could rival Ling Xiao, and even those wielding imperial weapons found themselves incapable of resistance against him, had he not witnessed it with his own eyes. The Soul Annihilator would not have acquiesced, yet the truth remains undeniable. Ling Xiao, though not an emperor, possesses the means akin to one, without question. Perhaps he merely lacks the process of attaining such a title. Very well, since this is the case, you may take your leave. Our sect has many matters to attend to, Ling Xiao remarked with a smile, casting his gaze toward the surrounding void. The Soul Annihilator understood that after this confrontation, the prestige of the sacred sect would reach its zenith. Yet, there was no alternative. None could stand against Ling Xiao, unless he were to cease to exist. Nevertheless, the sacred sect is fortified by 5 supreme beings and 2 divine beasts that rival even the supreme. The red hare and the howling celestial hound, like their masters, possess divine-level prowess, thus are indeed divine beasts. Might the master have any interest in collaboration? The Soul Annihilator recognized that this was the optimal moment to resolve grievances with the sacred sect. Establishing friendship with them would hold immense value for the Soul clan. Collaboration requires sincerity and appropriate endeavors. We shall not engage in actions that contravene the heavenly principles, nor shall we partake in endeavors that violate our conscience. Having experienced previous negotiations with the 4 great stewards, he had lost interest in collaborations with such individuals. The Holy Sect stands powerful, requiring no alliances, for countless forces will seek its cooperation instead. Upon hearing Ling Xiao's words, Han Mie sensed a glimmer of hope and stated, though our Soul clan is infamous, we are not devoid of conscience. Sectmaster, we possess information regarding the 4th remnant soul. While it remains a mere conjecture, it warrants verification. Han Mie's subsequent remarks were conveyed directly through thought transmission. Ling Xiao displayed little reaction, for regardless of the remnants, as long as the Holy Sect rises, no specter or demon would pose a challenge. Pray, elaborate, Ling Xiao urged. Sectmaster, we shall provide the information and, upon confirmation, the Holy Sect will intervene to resolve the matter. Additionally, we have several relics and legacies from the Holy Sect's esteemed emperors, which we shall present to you. Han Mie concluded, producing a spatial ring containing the relics of several once mighty emperors of the Holy Sect. Many of these emperors had sacrificed their lives in the perilous endeavor of life's forbidden zones, some unable to leave behind their legacies before meeting their demise. Thank you. I shall remember this gesture of friendship, Ling Xiao remarked, casting a glance at Han Mie. Recognizing that he had achieved his objective, Han Mie took his leave. We shall inform the Holy Sect promptly upon receiving any news. Farewell. Though you are detestable, you possess some worth, far superior to that of the Soul Emperor. Ling Xiao spoke with a detached demeanor. In a certain classic, there existed a Soul clan and a Soul Emperor, and it appears that this Soul clan yet has a chance for redemption. While Ling Xiao harbored no fondness for the Soul clan, he found no compelling reason to eradicate them. Furthermore, the Holy Sect's principle is not to extinguish entire lineages at whim. Esteemed guests, I welcome you all to the Holy Sect. The assessment is quite simple. A mere glance from me suffices. Those deemed worthy shall directly join the Holy Sect, while those with ulterior motives may still flee while they can. Ling Xiao possessed numerous means, instilling fear in many who dared not deceive. Most were eager to join the Holy Sect, if not for themselves, at least for the sake of their descendants. Consider Mo1 and his companions, as well as Li Dao Ru and others. Their ancestors were once members of the Holy Sect, which facilitated their direct entry. Absent this connection, even if they managed to join, they would not be entrusted with significant roles. Yiling Tian and his 3 companions exemplified this. They had long-standing ties to the Holy Sect and upon joining, immediately ascended to the rank of elders. Previously, saints and imperial-level figures were merely elders. But upon reaching Yiling Tian and his peers, they were designated as the second elders, signifying their recognition and trust from Ling Xiao. Chapter 149. The Unveiling of the Nine Nether, Jiang Taishu. We have encountered the Sect Master. Soon, a multitude of formidable experts materialized within the void, the majority of whom were lone cultivators. Given the vastness of this world, survival independently is an arduous endeavor, compelling many to either join sects or clans. Yet, some were driven by the disbandment of their sects, seeking alternative paths in desperation. Each individual queued before the sect master, who required but a glance to ascertain their eligibility. Ling Xiao instructed them to line up. Regardless of their saintly status, they complied dutifully. Su Wu, a great sage, whose ancestors had once aided an emperor of the Holy Sect, was declared accepted. Ling Xiao regarded the first elder with a placid demeanor. What? Sect Master, how do you know this? Su Wu's astonishment echoed among the crowd. Merely a single glance had revealed not only his name, but also his identity and cultivation level. Why are you dawdling? Hurry inside. Yes, thank you, Sect Master. Were it not for my ancestors, I fear entry would have been exceedingly difficult. With the first acceptance, Ling Xiao continued his evaluations, undeterred by the hidden potentials of those before him, thanks to his system and the art of divination. Soon, he encountered a man named Gai Jiuyu, who had faltered in his ascension to emperor, suffering a damaged foundation and a decline in realm. It was a poignant tale. Yet the sect would assist in restoring his foundation. He would henceforth serve as the 6th elder of the sect. Gai Jiuyu's cultivation had dwindled to the early stages of a saint, teetering on the brink of despair. Thank you, Sect Master. 7,000 years ago, I believe the Green Emperor had perished while striving for the throne. Aware that my foundation would falter from that moment, I now find myself merely at the early saint level. I am profoundly grateful. Gai Jiuyu expressed his heartfelt thanks to Ling Xiao, who then proclaimed, your appointment as the 6th elder is not solely due to this. Your participation in the demon-sealing war and your assistance to the Holy Sect have earned you its friendship. Thus, this compensation is well-deserved. Ling Xiao employed a restoration card to mend Gai Jiuyu's foundation. He subsequently provided him with elixirs, and it was evident that Gai Jiuyu's cultivation began to accelerate rapidly. Within mere breaths, he regained his former stature, achieving the pinnacle of the emperor level. Moreover, his foundation now bore greater solidity than before, his strength restored to its prime. Gai Jiuyu knelt, expressing his deepest gratitude. The onlookers witnessed the sect master's extraordinary prowess, likening it to a celestial being descending to the mortal realm. Those whose ancestors had been part of the Holy Sect or had extended their aid would receive preferential treatment and opportunities ahead of other elders. Ling Xiao's words ignited immense excitement among the crowd. Truth be told, many had supported the Holy Sect in its past endeavors. However, time had obscured its name for many. Yet, the stories passed down by the elder generation spoke of the Holy Sect's unparalleled might. The sect master is truly wise. The others exclaimed with overwhelming joy. Not long after, Ling Xiao encountered another formidable figure, the late Emperor Lord, Jiang Taishu, a member of the esteemed Jiang family. Previously, due to his assistance to the sacred sect, the Jiang family suffered considerable losses in strength and subsequently became the target of other sects from Xinjiao, ultimately leading to the family's demise. Rest assured, in this lifetime, our sect shall safeguard your path and uphold justice on your behalf. Ling Xiao reminisced about the white-clad divine king, who sacrificed so much to aid the heavenly Emperor Yi. The tragic conclusion of that hero's journey deeply moved Ling Xiao. Although Jiang Taishu was not that person, his experiences evoked profound sympathy. Thank you, Sect Master. All of this is worthwhile. From this day forth, You shall be the 7th elder of the sacred sect, and additionally, the elder of punishment. Jiang Taishu ascended to greatness, instantly becoming a prominent figure within the sacred sect. Thank you, Sect Master. Take these resources. Restore yourself first. Upon seeing the offerings, Jiang Taishu was utterly astonished, for he beheld the essence of the Emperor's blood. This, Sect Master, is it not? Very well, if you wish to take it, then do so. Our sacred sect lacks for nothing of this nature. What? Lacks for nothing? This is indeed a treasure trove. My heavens, is this the sacred sect? Within less than 2 days, over 10,000 individuals had been thoroughly examined, among whom a few were directly eliminated for harboring ulterior motives and seeking to exploit the sacred sect. They had come to the wrong place. However, the remaining individuals were quite commendable, with 5 emperor-level experts: Gai Jiuyo, Jiang Taishu, Lin Heng, Qin Taibei, and Bailey Tussaw. There were 170 Emperor Realm experts, 543 Sacred Lords, 2,823 Great Saints, and 5,965 individuals at the Saint level. After this event, the foundation of the Sacred Lord soared, no longer burdened by concerns of inadequacy. Every Emperor Realm expert was rewarded with a drop of Emperor's blood, alongside ample quantities of primordial essence, divine liquid, and celestial liquid. None were spared. At the entrance of the Sect Master's Hall, Ling Xiao addressed all the elder-level experts. What? Emperor's blood? So much. Everyone was left dumbfounded. With a mere wave of his hand, over 100 Emperor-level experts each received a drop of Emperor's blood. The others, due to their larger numbers, were all granted a drop of Emperor's blood upon breaking into the Emperor realm. Esteemed members, as you join the sacred sect, I implore you to remember these few words. Ling Xiao conveyed the 4 phrases concerning establishing a heart for the heavens, while also elucidating some principles and rules of the sacred sect, warning that any transgressions would invoke his wrath. These rules must remain unbroken. For my ambition is to elevate the sacred sect to its former heights, even surpassing them. I do not wish for those who emerge from the sacred sect to be ridiculed or scorned. Our people are to be stalwart and dignified, and in death, they shall transform into formidable reapers akin to the King of Hell. I have observed your qualities and hold great faith in you all. Thank you, Sect Master, we understand. Excellent. Grand Elder, select 2,000 individuals from among them, ensuring representation from all levels, to execute that plan. This plan is naturally devised for Ling Tian, as he seeks to establish Tianxia Tower, the brothel, and the Wushuang Mall. Without skilled masters overseeing operations, success is unattainable. But where do these masters originate? Oh, isn't that fortuitous. Upon the arrival of news from Shenzhou, the entire Zhouxiao continent was once again astounded. Has the strength of the Holy Sect reached such terrifying heights? At this moment, the 4 elders of the Tianji Pavilion convened once more. For their previous attempt to ally with the Holy Sect had ended in failure and a scathing reprimand from Ling Tian. The current display of power from the Holy Sect has made it clear that they are not to be trifled with. Tianji Elder, what shall we do now? Is there still hope? Inquired Shen Wanshan. The Tianji Elder shook his head, acknowledging that the opportunity had been missed, and soon, the Holy Sect would enact significant maneuvers that would astonish countless individuals. Alas, perhaps this is fate. This time, all factions will be affected, with none spared. The only course of action now is to rely on Tianming. Though the Tianji elders have lost their chance, Tianming still possesses one. He should continue to engage with Chao Yud and others, extending goodwill. As for the Holy Sect, its future actions remain unpredictable. This represents the sole path the Tianji Pavilion can pursue to ensure their survival. As for Tianyuan Tower, the Ministry of Teaching, and the Wanbao Pavilion, he no longer has the strength to concern himself with them. As news spread throughout the clouds, both Tianxia Tower and Wushuang Mall simultaneously opened in Dodi. The innovative business model and unparalleled hotel-style service immediately captivated a multitude. Wushuang Mall offers a one-stop service, where one can procure any desired item, from weapons and elixirs to runes, and even cosmetics like rouge and lipstick. Across the vast expanse of the Zhouxiao territory, every city boasts a Wushuang Mall, inevitably accompanied by a Tianxia Tower and a brothel. In Yunxiao City, 3 branches of Wushuang Mall have opened, as the population exceeds 100 million, creating an immense demand for goods, making Wushuang Mall their optimal choice. The world as fortunes lie in my hands. The green mountains beyond the tower reached the heavens. What a majestic couplet. Is this truly Tianxia Tower? What kind of experience awaits? At this pivotal moment, Yi Yu reappears. Hello everyone. I am your familiar Yi Yu, an old friend. Today, I will lead you on a journey to explore Wushuang Mall and Tianxia Tower. Surely many are curious about what treasures can be found within Wushuang Mall. Please follow me, and let us feast our eyes. Chapter 150. The grand opening of the unparalleled mall, truly extraordinary. With the commencement of operations on Ling Tian's side, Ling Xiao had also meticulously selected his staff, subsequently leading them to the Jixiao Academy for training. Among the more than 100 formidable experts at the Emperor realm who had previously entered, almost 70 had ascended to the Emperor Monarch level, while the remainder had achieved the pinnacle of the Emperor realm and the Great Perfection stage. Ling Xiao designated 13 Emperor Monarchs, assigning each to lead 10 sovereigns to the 9 provinces of Yunxiao, with 3 Emperor Monarchs stationed in Yunxiao City alone. The remaining cities boasted at least 4 sovereign-level experts, including 1 overseer, 1 from the unparalleled mall, 1 from the Heavenly Tower, and 1 from the Performance Hall. Fortunately, the recent recruitment of elders was sufficiently robust. Otherwise, a shortage of manpower would have posed a significant challenge. Following their training, these individuals would be ready to commence their duties. At this moment, Yunxiao City had become the focal point of attention across the realm, for here, 3 unparalleled malls had opened alongside the Heavenly Tower and other services. Yi Yu, holding the memory crystal, projected it onto the celestial canvas, and upon witnessing the interior of the unparalleled mall, the crowd was left in utter astonishment. Is this real? What am I seeing? Exclaimed one. That's the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion, filled with elixirs, spiritual herbs, and divine medicines. Another noted, and over there is the Heavenly Armory, where all manner of weaponry can be procured. Someone else chimed in. Look at the Divine Talisman Pavilion, where numerous grades of talismans can be acquired. In times of peril, these talismans serve as invaluable assistance to navigate through challenges. Esteemed guests, we are about to enter an auction venue, and I would like to announce that in 10 days, the first auction in the Nine Skies continent will be held right here in Yunxiao City. Many were perplexed by the concept of an auction, prompting Yi Yu to elucidate. An auction is an event where individuals possess certain valuable items they no longer require, yet others may find intriguing. Thus, they can present these items for bidding. Under the auspices of the unparalleled commerce, numerous individuals could place bids, with the highest bidder winning, while the benefactor need only pay a 10% commission. To enhance everyone's experience, Yi Yu would be live-streaming the auction, marking this as an exclusive collaboration, with Yi Yu being the sole invited broadcaster. It must be acknowledged that through Yi Yu, the public gained access to a wealth of information. During the previous conflict between the Sacred Clan and the Yin Clan, Yi Yu had begun to emerge prominently, and thereafter, during the Xinxiao War, when the Soul Palace was vanquished and the Soul Clan capitulated, these updates were shared by Yi Yu at the earliest opportunity. Moreover, even for the promotion of the Performance Hall, Yi Yu invested considerably, securing the position as the exclusive collaborator for the unparalleled mall, a testament to their invaluable contributions. This is simply marvelous. In the future, shopping will no longer require endless wandering. A one-stop service truly stands out. The unparalleled mall imposes no restrictions on entry, regardless of cultivation level. All are welcomed and receive warm service. Such is the essence of a mall. Ladies and gentlemen, I have just received news that at the auction 10 days hence, the Wushuang Mall will present 3 drops of the Emperor's essence as auction items. Furthermore, there will be exceedingly precious resources such as the longevity fruit, divine liquid, primordial essence, and celestial nectar. This information has been disseminated to all. For those intending to attend the auction, prepare your spirit stones and set forth without delay. Under the promotional efforts of Yu's livestream, Yunxiao City has transformed into the focal point of the Jiuxiao continent, capturing the attention of countless individuals. Upon their arrival, they are further enchanted by the thoughtful service provided. At Wushuang Mall, I have truly experienced what it means to be respected. Indeed, at the Wanbao Pavilion, one cannot enter without a cultivation level of a respected figure or higher. Wushuang Mall is far superior, offering not only excellent service, but also delightful conversations that entice patrons to linger longer. It's undeniable that without comparison, one cannot appreciate the difference. Observing the Wanbao Pavilion and the Jiuxiao Chamber of Commerce is simply disheartening. Who could have conceived such ingenious ideas that not only enhance efficiency, but also yield substantial profits? These revelations stem from the Xiao Academy, which has issued a statement. Beyond nurturing talent for the Holy Sect at no charge, any individual can receive training by paying sufficient spirit stones and resources, provided they pass the assessment, even if they are not affiliated with the Holy Sect. What are we waiting for? Let us hasten to open our own establishments. ISNT setting up a stall appealing? Does setting up a stall attract traffic? Will anyone even come? Despite Yunxiao City being a major city with a population exceeding 100 million and many stalls lining the streets, people still find themselves burdened with hefty taxes. On this day, every Wushuang Mall, Tiantian Tower, and Golian in Yunxiao is brimming with patrons, all of whom leave with glowing praise. Without comparison, one cannot appreciate the difference. At Wushuang Mall, one can procure anything, including daily necessities, cosmetics for women, and so forth. In 10 days, Wushuang Mall will unveil a youth-preserving pill, a dream for all women, ensuring that regardless of age, one will retain the visage of youth at 18. Women, inherently at a disadvantage, can reclaim their dignity with the youth-preserving pill. Even in death, their beauty remains unchanged. With vigorous promotion from Wushuang Mall, individuals from all walks of life in Zhouxiao are flocking to Yunxiao City. Within merely a day or two, at least 200 million people have surged into Yunxiao City. Not to mention, the revenue from spirit stones alone amounts to several billion. All these profits will flow into Ling Xiao's coffers. The Holy Sect has appointed Ling Tian as its representative and granted him authority over Yunxiao City, where no one dares to act recklessly. Moreover, the Holy Sect has stationed more than 10 powerful emperors and supreme experts here. Anyone who dares to cause trouble is essentially opposing the Holy Sect. Talented youths from various noble families and sects are heading to Yunxiao City in droves. Unbeknownst to many, they might think that a significant event has transpired. Only upon hearing the news do they realize that all these transformations began with Ling Tian's arrival in Yunxiao City. As a modern individual, a youth of the Blue Star era, Ling Tian ingeniously harnessed some straightforward concepts, instantly becoming an object of admiration for all. The dazzling performance of the entertainment district, the all-encompassing services of the Wushuang Mall, and the hotel-like hospitality of Tianxia Tower were all crafted according to Ling Tian's visionary designs, ensuring that every visitor felt warmth and respect. On the same day, however, the Wanbage was desolate, the Jia Fengxi was neglected, and the Tianyuan Tower's business was lackluster. In stark contrast, Wushuang Mall thrived, not only with a mainstream marketplace, but also featuring the Wushuang Pavilion, known as the VIP Pavilion, dedicated exclusively to esteemed guests. Anyone who spent 100 million spirit stones at Wushuang Mall would receive a yellow diamond VIP card, accompanied by a unique token card that could be utilized across all Wushuang Malls. Guests accumulating 100 million superior spirit stones would be awarded a blue diamond status, enjoying priority service without waiting or queuing. Super VIPs who spent over 1 billion supreme spirit stones would be granted a purple diamond status, receiving personal attention from every city lord of Wushuang Mall, ensuring they were served first. Those who surpassed 100 billion supreme spirit stones would attain the status of a permanent VIP, relishing a 50% discount at all Wushuang Malls and Tianxia Tower, with prompt notifications regarding any exceptional offerings from Wushuang Mall. Following the announcement of these VIP tiers, the entire Zhouxiao continent erupted in frenzy. An insatiable wave of consumption, shopping, and order placements ensued, not for any other reason, but to proclaim to the world, I am the #1 brother, I am Wang Xikong, also known as Wang Xikong. A young man appeared beneath the moonlit sky, having already spent over 1 billion supreme spirit stones on a plethora of goods. Wushuang Mall even boasted a colossal projection displaying a consumption leaderboard, with Wang Xikong proudly occupying the top position as the heir of a commercial consortium. Apologies, but I too have my eyes set on that leaderboard. Remember my name, I am Nihai Shan, exclaimed another contender. Goodness, brother Nihai Shan possesses remarkable prowess, having ascended to the #1 spot on the Wushuang leaderboard on the very first day of its opening. Now, that is a true #1 brother. Let this establishment be adorned with a golden dragon. Chapter 151, Severing Financial Paths. Without further ado, the mere introduction of the Wushuang ranking by the Wushuang Mall has captivated countless individuals. At this moment, Two prominent figures are fiercely vying for the top position. One is Wang Xichong, and the other is Ni Haishan. Observe, these two enigmatic magnates are once again in confrontation, and to the astonishment of all, Ni Haishan momentarily leads the ranking. As people enter the Wushuang Mall, they naturally gravitate towards this leaderboard, for it is irresistibly alluring. This ranking significantly fulfills the desires of the populace, and moreover, it grants access to the most substantial discounts within the Wushuang Mall, along with preferential treatment. Since the launch of Wushuang Mall, everyone has experienced unparalleled convenience. With its one-stop service, it has truly realized the aspiration of acquiring all goods in a single location. Furthermore, here, whether one is a martial artist, an emperor-level powerhouse, or an ordinary citizen, all receive due respect. This is the reason I have come to adore Wushuang Mall. Have you not heard? Wushuang Mall also offers door-to-door service, albeit accessible only to patrons of VIP status level 2 or above, which underscores the significance and exclusivity of being a VIP. Indeed, once one visits Wushuang Mall, the desire to return to Wanbao Pavilion or Tianyuan Building dissipates, for the disparity is palpable. As the saying goes, without comparison, there is no pain. On this particular day, the business at Wanbao Pavilion and Tianyuan Building plummeted to unprecedented lows, as nearly everyone flocked to Wushuang Mall. Ultimately, even the staff of Wanbao Pavilion found themselves reluctant to leave. Upon their return, when they conveyed these revelations to their employer, they realized just how advanced the operations of Wushuang Mall truly are in comparison to theirs. Previously, they had monopolized the leading transactions across the Jiuxiao continent, believing there was no need for change. However, the emergence of Wushuang Mall has shattered their monopoly, employing a more sophisticated business model that yields maximum profits with minimal expenditure and resources. At this moment, for influential figures convene. The Elder of Heavenly Secrets shakes his head slowly, unable to comprehend or penetrate the depths of this individual. Elder, is there truly no recourse? Wushuang Mall, Tianyuan Building, and Golian have all targeted our three establishments directly, and their simultaneous establishment indicates a formidable force behind them. Alas, had I known, I would have consented to their collaboration. This situation has become rather troublesome. The Elder of Heavenly Secrets chuckles, suggesting that we should ponder why Wushuang Mall and Tianyuan Building chose to commence operations following the events in Xinxiao. Do you imply this as a form of intimidation? Shen Wanshan immediately grasps the meaning. They have surmised that these actions stem from the leader of the Holy Sect. Who else possesses such terrifying power? If not the ruler of the Yunxiao realm? While the Holy Sect is indeed powerful, it has yet to extend its influence into other regions, which is indisputable. The entire Yunxiao realm is now thoroughly under the control of the Holy Sect. For them to survive, they must align themselves with the Holy Sect. Ling Tian once remarked that no one is a fool. Perhaps by that time, he had already devised a plan. What shall we do now? We must either withdraw from this market or collaborate with the Holy Sect. Otherwise, it will not be long before we cease operations, for in comparison to the unmatched city, we are truly insignificant. Elder Tianji, do you not possess alternative solutions? Luo Fanxing gazed at Elder Tianji. The elder shook his head, stating that as long as both sides had not yet reached a point of hostility, there might still be a glimmer of hope. However, once direct competition ensues, it will undoubtedly be your demise first. Seize this moment while time remains and approach the Holy Sect. Offer a personal apology. Perhaps there lies a chance for redemption. Apart from this, there are no other options, Elder Tianji advised. The business at Tianyuan Tower also languished, as patrons, after experiencing hotel-style service, felt as though they had entered a doghouse upon returning to Tianyuan Tower. Engaging in a frontal confrontation with the Holy Sect would be futile. Their experts had previously dismantled the Soul Hall, prompting even the leader of the Soul Clan to issue a personal apology. Moreover, Ling Xiao had forcefully slain the Lord of the Underworld Hall, leaving the opponent utterly helpless despite possessing an imperial weapon. Such displays were the methods of an emperor. Who would dare provoke someone so formidable? After deliberation, the three prominent figures resolved not to abandon their enterprise in Yunxiao and recognized that improving relations with the Holy Sect might present an opportunity for their resurgence. On that day, the three leaders jointly approached the Eastern Heaven Gate to seek an audience with the leader of the Holy Sect. Upon truly witnessing the Eastern Heaven Gate, they realized how insignificant they were. The The grandeur of the mountain gate overshadowed all other forces. Shen Wanshan from the Wanbao Pavilion, Yuan Chuangang from Tianyuan Tower, and Luo Fanxing from the teaching workshop sought an audience with the Holy Sect's leader. Shortly thereafter, the Grand Elder appeared, stating, "I'm afraid the sect leader is currently in seclusion and has no time to meet with you." Upon hearing this, the trio felt a wave of melancholy wash over them. They understood this was a clear indication of disinterest rather than a genuine seclusion. Had it truly been a case of seclusion, they would have been informed that the sect leader was in retreat and requested not to be disturbed. "Please convey that we have urgent matters of great importance to discuss with the Holy Sect," they implored. "You have created your own opportunity, yet you have failed to seize it. Do not blame others. Our sect leader has never been a harsh individual, but your conditions have effectively buried your chance. Please take your leave. Do we truly have no opportunity left?" They pressed. "We are willing to demonstrate the utmost sincerity." Li Daoru slowly shook his head, declaring, "You have completely exhausted your chances. The sect leader detests those who speak in empty platitudes. Pray tell, what does your utmost sincerity entail? Please leave." Li Daoru vanished, genuinely angered this time. The three were taken aback, realizing that a single phrase had irrevocably dashed their hopes. As merchants, their primary concern was profit. Yet they kept invoking sincerity. What indeed was their greatest sincerity? "May I inquire? Yet you remain silent. When you speak of utmost sincerity, I see through the facade. No one is a fool. Before us lie but two paths. Either retreat from the Yuntian market or continue to vie against them." Shan Wanshan remarked, his tone somber. "Compete? How shall we compete? Do you truly believe there exists a glimmer of hope?" Upon hearing this, Shen Wanshan fell into silence. It was merely the first day of operations, and already the three major factions found themselves overwhelmed. Should time elapse, they would likely face ruin. On the other hand, Ling Xiao dispatched emissaries to the establishments of the three factions, declaring to their owners that their rental fees had doubled, and they were to settle within 3 days. Failure to comply would result in expulsion. Ling Xiao held dominion over Yuntian City. Even the guild organizations and Wanbao Pavilion were powerless to intervene, for it was a territory they had conquered, and thus they dictated the terms. Upon learning this news, the three owners realized they could no longer sustain their presence here. They had once again jeopardized their futures. The principle of prioritizing profit might require reevaluation. Take a look at Wushuang Mall and Golian, who extend respect and reverence to all. This is their foundational strength. We have been fixated solely on profit, and during negotiations, we remain tight-lipped, offering mere promissory notes. The times have changed, gentlemen. Seek alternative paths. Yuan Chuangang, the owner of Tianyuan Tower, perceived the situation clearly. Shen Wanshan and Luo Fanxing were self-serving opportunists, never willing to concede, which led to an unfavorable impression of Ling Xiao from the outset. And this time, to express utmost sincerity? It is nothing short of a jest. Did Li Daoru truly depart? Where is your sincerity? You are severing your own financial lifeline. Do not blame others. At this moment, Yuan Chuangang arrived alone at the city lord's office, seeking an audience with Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao refused to meet him. Yuan Chuangang proclaimed, "Please inform the city lord that Tianyuan Tower is willing to allocate 70% of its profits to the Holy Sect in the hope of forging a partnership." Upon hearing this, Ling Xiao permitted Yuan Chuangang to enter. "Speak. How do you propose we collaborate? You have but the time of an incense stick. Should you fail to persuade me, you may leave. We seek collaboration without demanding anything in return from the Holy Sect. Furthermore, we shall share intelligence with you, and Tianxiao Tower's interest in Yuntian will yield 70% for you." The phrase "without demanding anything in return from the Holy Sect" elicited a chuckle from Ling Xiao. Chapter 152, Reacquisition of the Son of Destiny. Upon witnessing Ling Xiao's smile, Yuan Chuangang continued, "This is the utmost limit I can offer. Should we fail to cooperate, it would indeed be a lamentable loss." "How lamentable?" Ling Xiao replied, "You have the Heavenly Fate Tower, while I possess the Tower of the World. Perhaps I am momentarily unable to catch up to you, but within a year, the Tower of the World will permeate the 9 heavens continent. Ling Xiao's commercial empire is vast. No one knows how the over 60,000 individuals are being utilized, yet it is evident that a significant portion of the current achievements is attributed to them. Young Master Ling, are you intent on annihilating us?" Yuan Chuangang was nearly apoplectic. He had already made the utmost concessions, yet the other party still refused to collaborate. Ah, it is not to that extent, Ling Xiao chuckled. But I wish to remind you that it was you who sought my collaboration previously. This time, it is you who must plead with the Holy Sect. You are not a child anymore. So I ask, what is your attitude in requesting cooperation? Our Holy Sect does not require collaboration with you. When we face tribulations, you merely watch from the sidelines without intervening. Furthermore, I recall that when the Jiang family was in peril, you acted in secret, did you not? To put it plainly, some of the Jiang family's secrets have escaped from the Heavenly Fate Tower. The Jiang family had previously extended their full support to our Holy Sect, and we shall settle accounts with those who conspired against them. Yuan Chuangang, do not say that this young master did not afford you time. After speaking, Ling Xiao rose, signaling a desire to escort him out. Yuan Chuangang's expression darkened significantly. The matter concerning the Jiang family had been conducted with utmost secrecy, yet it had still been exposed. Let me inform you, Jiang Taishu is now the 7th elder of the Holy Sect. Yuan Chuangang, both destruction and survival lie within the realm of your thoughts. I can only offer this reminder. With that, Ling Xiao departed, leaving Yuan Chuanggang's eyelids twitching violently. This was both a warning and a reminder that to secure his own safety, he would need to sacrifice the interests of others. However, if this situation were mishandled, the Heavenly Fate Tower could face utter annihilation, for the Holy Sect is known for its decisive and ruthless actions. The prospect of survival for the Heavenly Fate Tower under the scrutiny of several supreme beings from the Holy Sect is daunting, to say the least. Damn it, Jiang Taishu is still alive, and has become the 7th elder of the Holy Sect. Ling Xiao's words indicated that the Holy Sect was poised for significant action, and this action was undoubtedly aimed at avenging the Jiang family. As one of the ancient clans, the Jiang family had been besieged and annihilated for their assistance to the Holy Sect. Now that the Holy Sect is rising vigorously, if they disregard these forces, one must ponder who would dare to assist the Holy Sect in the future. In Yunxiao City, the influx of visitors in recent days has increased exponentially. They come not only to experience the shopping of the unparalleled city, but also to witness an auction of unmatched grandeur. After all, the blood of emperors is exceedingly precious. Alongside top-tier resources such as primordial essence, divine liquid, and celestial liquid, even a single drop could transform a person's fate. Yunxiao City has suddenly become the most talked-about city in the Jiuxiao continent, captivating countless individuals. Not far from Yunxiao City, a bald monk hastens his pace, knowing that safety awaits him within the city's walls. Xuanzang, you cannot escape. Surrender yourself. The few arhats trailing behind him are determined to prevent his entry, and they make their move. However, their commotion quickly attracts the attention of Ling Xiao. Utilizing his skill of qi observation, he realizes that the moment has arrived. Name, Xuanzang Constitution, 10,000 Buddha Body Fortune Value, 99.99 Loyalty, 99 Esteemed Guests. You are now within the boundaries of Yunxiao City. Fighting is strictly prohibited. Ling Xiao intervenes. His strength, at the peak of the Emperor realm, sends several arhats flying. Who are you? Furthermore, we have yet to enter Yunxiao City. Mind your own business. One of the arhats retorts, I am the Lord of Yunxiao City. Who told you that one must enter the city to be considered within its jurisdiction? No fighting is allowed within the realm of Yunxiao City. Do you know who we are? Oh, pray tell. Listen well. We are the supreme arhats of the Western Buddhist Kingdom. Surrender the traitor at once. The Western Buddhist Kingdom? Since you seek your own demise, do not blame others. With that, Ling Xiao strikes, decisively eliminating 3 arhats. Xuanzang kneels in gratitude. Thank you for saving me, my lord. Do not mention it. I am the brother of the Supreme Sect Master. Would you be willing to join our sacred sect? Ling Xiao states his intent without hesitation. Upon hearing this, Xuanzang immediately agrees. What a stroke of fortune. How fortunate that I did not perish along the way. Had it not been for certain skills, I would not have had the chance to meet you. From the moment I escaped, I resolved to join the sacred sect. Enough of the tears. Come, let us proceed. Ling Xiao escorts the young monk through the teleportation array in the Lord's mansion. Outside the sect master hall, after leaving Xuanzang behind, Ling Xiao departs. Enter. Ling Xiao's voice resonates in Xuanzang's ears. Stunned by the grandeur before him, Xuanzang marvels. Is this the sacred sect? How powerful. Disciple greets the master. This young man is quite familiar. having addressed him even before the formal initiation. Do you wish to become the 13th direct disciple of our sect? Ling Xiao inquires. I am willing. 100 times over. Xuanzang exclaims enthusiastically. Ding. Congratulations to the host for recruiting the child of fortune, 10,000 Buddha body. Rewards, sect value 5,000. 000. Fortune value 500, 000. Exclusive scripture, Divine Buddhist Sutra. Exclusive artifact, 9-ringed silver staff. Special ability, tightening spell, 10,000 Buddhas returning to the sect, boundless Buddhist law. Reward, 10,000 Buddhas heavenly fire. Ling Xiao is quite pleased. All the rewards are tailored for Xuanzang, which he bestows upon him. Take these, they are rightfully yours. Upon witnessing such an abundance of marvels, Xuanzang was momentarily rendered speechless, only to soon express his gratitude with a smile. At that moment, Ling Xiao discerned that Xuanzang had remarkably attained the 6th level of the Venerable Realm, a level of cultivation that rivaled that of Yi Fan and his companions. This was indeed promising, as concerns regarding their combat strength were alleviated, although there remained 2 disciples among them who were still quite inexperienced. It would be exceedingly challenging for them to catch up within a short span of time, with the difficulties only compounding as they progressed further along their journey. From this day forth, Xuanzang shall be the 13th direct disciple of our sect. Ling Xiao's proclamation resonated throughout the sacred sect. Upon entering the sacred sect, Xuanzang felt an unparalleled sense of security, allowing himself to revel in newfound freedom. His enthusiasm was palpable, unlike Xiao Linger, who had returned to lay life and allowed her hair to grow. He maintained his monk-like appearance. Yi Fan and the others were equally intrigued by Xuanzang, and they eagerly gathered around. Upon their meeting, both parties were filled with delight, reveling in the prospect of their junior brother joining them in battle. Xuanzang, in turn, was overjoyed to earn the recognition of his senior brothers, a rare and precious accolade. You are all preparing to venture to Yinxiao City. This auction will offer you a chance to broaden your horizons. Ling Xiao instructed. Yes, master. Yi Fan and the others soon found themselves at the city lord's mansion, where a teleportation array facilitated their swift arrival. Ling Tian, upon seeing the disciples, urged them to settle in comfortably, yet they clamored to visit the Wushuang Mall. Junior uncle, did you truly create this? It's astonishing. I've never encountered anything like it before. One exclaimed. Indeed, we have visited Yinxiao City several times, but nothing compares to the marvels of Wushuang City. The group of talented youths arrived at Wushuang Mall, and after witnessing its bustling prosperity, they were filled with immense joy. Junior uncle has many ideas, but he simply lacks the opportunity to implement them. For now, enjoy your exploration, but refrain from causing any disturbances. Fellow disciples, let us indulge in our wanderings. Upon their arrival, the young women were reluctant to leave, having discovered a plethora of feminine goods, garments, cosmetics, and other cherished items. Additionally, they stumbled upon the youth-preserving pill. Let us see the youth-preserving pill. I shall take this one. Just then, a woman appeared, flanked by 4 young men. Jun Qianma cast a cursory glance and chose to ignore them. What are you dawdling for? Senior sister, the proprietor has spoken. You may take whatever you wish. The clerk announced. Oh, then we shan't be polite. Let us each have one. Stop. I declare that youth-preserving pill is mine. The woman, infuriated, charged forward. Jun Qianma and her companions exchanged glances, their expressions growing icy. Chapter 153, Qin Ruoli. Who are you? Why should we heed your words? Donggu Yuqing also spoke up, showing no mercy towards this woman. Humph, inform them of my identity. At that moment, a man stepped forward behind the woman, declaring, Listen well. I am Qin Ruoli of the Qin family, a lineage of the divine, celestial emperor. What? The lineage of the divine, celestial emperor? Good heavens, are they the infamous family? A considerable crowd gathered, for the influx of visitors to Yinxiao City was overwhelming. Jun Qianma and her companions had not yet been recognized, but upon hearing the Qin family's name, many approached eagerly. The Qin family was renowned for their unmatched power, even surpassing those ancient clans. Being the very first emperor of the heavenly court, is it true that the heavenly court was established by the Qin family's emperor? Indeed, after the departure of the Qin emperor, the emperor of the Yi family succeeded in saving the heavenly court from impending collapse. Owing to the strong alliance between the Qin and Yi families, both belonging to the same celestial lineage, The Yi family later produced a remarkable emperor and a great emperor, a lineage of dual emperors. At this moment, Jun Qianma interjected. So what? Does being of the emperor's lineage place you above others? What forces do you command? Do you possess any great emperors? Any celestial emperors? Humph, a jest indeed. We, the Holy Sect, have 80 great emperors. May I inquire, do you have any? What? They are disciples of the Holy Sect. Instantly, all eyes turned to Jun Qianma and her companions. Yi Fan and the others were not present, wandering in other areas, as this belonged to the women's domain. Behold, this is the token of a direct disciple. Jun Qianma scoffed. My heavens, it is the token of a direct disciple. They are indeed direct disciples? I see. She is Jun Qianma, but I did not expect her cultivation to have reached the 6th level of the Venerable Realm. Their progress is astonishing, leaving many in utter shock. Bring me a beauty elixir. Qin Ruoli also arrived at the shop. I'm sorry, but the beauty elixir is not yet available for public sale. It will only be released after the auction concludes. The shopkeeper flatly refused. Unfair. Why are they allowed to? They are direct disciples. The sect master has decreed that they can take whatever they need without any payment. Enough. Comparisons are infuriating. They are direct disciples of the Holy Sect, taking a few items from their own shop. What's the problem? Just then, Yi Fan and his companions arrived, and upon seeing their junior sister being bullied, they immediately stepped forward. Everyone, do you not regard our Holy Sect? Yi Fan spoke calmly. We typically do not oppress others. Surely, the fault lies with you. He was well aware of his junior's characters. Each was imbued with positive energy, and none could be deemed wicked or malevolent. Such individuals would never be chosen by their master, nor could they ever become direct disciples. Every individual possesses admirable qualities, which constitute one of their strengths. However, at present, Qin Ruoli exhibits a somewhat willful and capricious demeanor. Miss, perhaps we should let this go. If your sister finds out, she may scold us. Miss, we are in Wushuang City, the territory of the Holy Sect. It would be prudent to endure for now. They have also mentioned that after the auction concludes, there will be public sales, granting us another opportunity. Several talented youths endeavored to persuade Qin Ruoli, yet the young lady felt her pride wounded. At that moment, Ling Tian made his entrance, exclaiming, Here, present this young lady with a beauty pill. Qianma, Linghua, Lingxian. Remember this next time someone bullies you. Simply toss a beauty pill at them. For others, 100 million spirit stones will suffice. Just hurl them away. Why so? This is the virtue of moral persuasion. Upon receiving the beauty pill, Qin Ruoli was elated, yet she sensed that Ling Tian might be mocking her. She then inquired, could you possibly grant me another? I wish to save one for my sister. Certainly, for 1 billion spirit stones. Why don't you go and steal it then? Is a single beauty pill truly so expensive? Qin Ruoli was taken aback by Ling Tian's words. Indeed, the beauty pill is considered invaluable to women. To appraise it at 1 billion spirit stones is an affront to its worth and a slight upon a woman's beauty. Cough. Well, I currently possess only 500 million. That is acceptable. We welcome your return. Ling Tian promptly decided to accept the 500 million spirit stones. In truth, the cost of a beauty pill is quite low, approximately 100 spirit stones, thus representing an exorbitant profit. Qin Ruoli, now in possession of 2 beauty pills, was elated. Her previous displeasure instantly dissipated. Thank you immensely, kind sir. I apologize for my earlier behavior. Qin Ruoli's intentions were not malicious. Upon hearing of the beauty pill, she perceived it as an opportunity that must be seized. Thus, the earlier scene unfolded. Now witnessing Qin Ruoli's apology, Jun Qianmo and the others found themselves momentarily at a loss. Haha, no harm done. As for you, consider it a serendipitous encounter. Xiaoyan, provide this young lady with a second-tier VIP card. Any purchases at our establishments will receive a 20% discount. Ling Tian's actions left Qin Ruoli profoundly grateful and a bit bashful, while Jun Qianma and Yi Fan appeared somewhat perplexed. May I ask your name, kind sir? Qin Ruoli inquired at this moment. I am Ling Tian. You may call me Young Master Ling. Young Master Ling, please wait a moment. I shall return shortly. The young gentleman followed suit, and at this juncture, Yi Fan spoke up. Junior uncle, why do you defend her after her prior behavior? We are not intimidated by them. Listen well. You must remember that one should not judge a person solely by their exterior. As you have witnessed, she directly offered you an apology. Do you think a young lady from another prominent family would lower herself to do the same? In other words, if the roles were reversed, would you apologize? I have previously stated that this is a matter of repaying kindness with kindness. Her intentions are not malevolent. Although our sacred sect is powerful, we do not oppress other sects without cause, especially considering that they had covertly aided our sect in the past. Otherwise, do you think I would endeavor to mend the rift between us? Remember, we, the younger generation, must go to great lengths to express our gratitude towards those who have shown us favor, rather than harboring unfounded suspicions about others. Upon hearing of the Qin family's benevolence towards our sacred sect, the others felt relieved, realizing there was no ill will. The small master uncle's principle of retribution with virtue showcased the charm of Ling Xiao's character. Moreover, we are in a marketplace, a place meant for commerce. As representatives of the sacred sect, it would be unbecoming if we did not uphold our client's interests. Small master uncle, what exactly is a client? A client is someone who comes to purchase our wares, like that young lady just now. Ling Xiao felt a slight headache, but it was easily comprehensible. Small master uncle, you truly are a genius, capable of conjuring such ideas. Not long after, Qin Ruoli returned, this time exceedingly generous, spending a staggering 10 billion superior spirit stones right here. I apologize for not bringing sufficient spirit stones previously. Consider this a gesture of goodwill. These items are gifts for you all. Qin Ruoli handed over everything she had purchased to Jun Qianma and the others, essentially emptying an entire store and presenting the items to them. Very well, young lady. Keep these items. They are not needed by them. Here is a purple card, granting a maximum discount of 50% and including home delivery service, to be given to your esteemed family. Just say that we have not forgotten their kindness towards the sacred sect, and these items shall be declined. Upon receiving the purple card, Qin Ruoli was pleasantly surprised. She had already seen the unparalleled rankings and noted her own name among them, though she still had some distance to cover before catching up to the prominent figures ahead. No, my family insists that this is a gesture of apology, and you must accept it. Otherwise, we would be too embarrassed to face them upon our return. Indeed, please do accept it. Our previous attitude was poor, and we owe you an apology here. The young men also spoke up, and seeing this, Ling Xiao allowed them to accept the gifts. Very well. It seems both parties have come to an understanding. Why not explore the market together? Ling Xiao smiled at this suggestion. This is a splendid idea. And so, the group set off to enjoy their shopping excursion together. Chapter 154. Distribution of the Divine Forces. The two great imperial families possess formidable strength and profound heritage. Even the superpowers, aware of their clandestine support for the sacred sect, dare not confront them directly. After all, the Qin and Yi families share a close relationship, placing them among the foremost superpowers in the divine realm. Ling Xiao began to delve into the secrets and summoned Jiang Taisu. Upon his arrival, Jiang Taisu greeted the sect master. Rise. Which forces participated in the annihilation of your Jiang family? Who covertly aided you? Ling Xiao inquired. Jiang Taisu, taken aback, responded, Master, why inquire about such matters? They are but remnants of the past. No, as long as you live, this matter shall remain unresolved, unless they are all dead. Speak, and I shall advocate for you. Ling Xiao insisted. Filled with gratitude, Jiang Taisu expressed, Thank you, Master, on behalf of the Jiang family. I extend our profound appreciation for your benevolence. Now, recount your tale. Although reluctant to revisit those memories, Jiang Taisu felt compelled to comply. His expression turned somber as he recalled the rapid downfall of the Jiang family. One night was all it took for their destruction, leaving no time for a response. He had managed to escape due to an external mission, yet the fate of the others remained uncertain. A collapse in a single night? Given your heritage, to obliterate you so swiftly and without a trace would require at least a dozen, if not 20, mighty emperors, wielding imperial weapons, no fewer than 3. Ling Xiao analyzed. Acknowledging the gravity of the situation, the Jiang family, with its imperial guardians and formidable formations, should have been impervious to such an onslaught. Over the years, I have conducted my own investigations and uncovered some peculiar clues. Upon returning to the former Jiang estate, I discovered multiple traces and energies. Judging by the aura of the extreme imperial weapons, at least 3 factions were involved. Jiang Taisu recounted. Continue. From the energies of the extreme imperial weapons, he identified the participants as the Yama Palace, the sacred clan, and the ancient beings from the undying mountain. Ling Xiao, not entirely versed in the top-tier forces of the divine realm, sought further clarification. Please enumerate the distribution of powers in the divine realm, or provide a map if you possess one. Ling Xiao requested. I have one, Master. Please take a look. Jiang Tai-Su presented the map, which detailed the numerous formidable forces within the divine realm. Is there truly such a multitude of superpowers in the divine realm? Jiang Tai-Su elucidated, Master. The divine realm is renowned as the center of the world, attracting an abundance of top-tier forces. It is only natural for there to be so many. Categorized into 4 distinct tiers based on strength. Good. Enlighten me on these 4 tiers and the forces they encompass. Ling Xiao, having limited knowledge of the divine realm, recognized the importance of understanding it better, especially with the sacred sect poised to enter this domain following the recent auction. The foremost echelon consists solely of the undying mountain, a realm of life and death, where the number of supreme beings in the northern domain exceeds at least 6. Following this, the second tier is represented by a consortium of 2 clans and 3 families, namely the Divine Sword Sect, the Qin family, the Yi family, the Soul Clan, the Divine Clan, and the Sacred Clan. Ling Xiao quietly committed these factions to memory. The sheer number of forces within the first echelon was indeed formidable. The third tier encompasses continental forces, which include 4 major guilds along with the Hell Palace, the Heavenly Machine Pavilion, the Bureau of Music Affairs, the Celestial Fate Tower, the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion, and the Blood Slaughter Battlefield. What is this Blood Slaughter Battlefield? Ling Xiao inquired, intrigued by this novel term. The Blood Slaughter Battlefield is an underground arena for clandestine fights that spans the entire 9 Heavens continent, engaging in illicit trade, underground competitions, and gambling. Its overall strength surpasses that of several others, came the response. Ling Xiao quickly grasped the concept. It was astonishing how comprehensive the 9 Heavens continent was in its offerings. Next, we move to the 4th tier, characterized by powers possessing imperial foundations, which include 1 palace and 1 pavilion, as well as 2 sects, 3 clans, and 4 sacred sites. The palace and pavilion are the Guanghan Palace and the Heavenly Sound Pavilion, while the 2 sects and 3 clans consist of the Heavenly Demon Sect, the Netherworld Sect, the Hehuan Sect, the Divine Martial Sect, and the Demon God Sect. Jiang Tai-Su directed his gaze toward Ling Xiao and continued. The 4 sacred sites refer to the Divine Sky Sacred Land, the Primordial Sacred Land, the Heavenly Thunder Sacred Land, and the Heavenly Wave Sacred Land, while the 5 families are the Ji family, the Jiang family, the Tian family, the Ling family, and the Xiao family. By this account, it seems there are more than 20 factions, Ling Xiao remarked, astonished by the sheer number of top-tier powers in the Divine Sky. Is it any wonder that the Divine Sky is referred to as the heart of the world? Following the conclusion of the ancient era and the cataclysmic war of the Buddha's destruction, the Divine Sky began its ascent. Since then, powerful emperors have emerged one after another, particularly after the establishment of the Celestial Court, which triggered a surge in the number of emperor-level beings. This explains why so many factions still exist today. You previously mentioned that the most prominent 3 are the Hell Palace, the Sacred Clan, and the Undying Mountain. Ling Xiao queried, skeptical that only these 2 forces would take action among so many factions. One must understand that even the superpowers of the 4th tier should not be underestimated, as they too possess emperor-level strength. The might of the 3rd tier arises from their widespread presence across the 9 Heavens continent, but they fall short when compared to the 2nd tier, where one finds either emperor-level factions or those with multiple emperors. What can they possibly compare? Indeed, the exact number of factions remains unclear. When did this occur? Ling Xiao pressed on. Approximately a century ago. I have been secretly investigating during this time, yet I have not uncovered substantial leads. One person, Jiang Tai-Su, is insufficient, came the reply. Rest assured, the news of the Hell Palace's annihilation will soon spread across the 9 Heavens continent, Ling Xiao said with a mysterious smile, momentarily leaving Jiang Tai-Su in a state of astonishment. Is this truly the case? Very well, I have comprehended the matter. Which factions are secretly aiding you in this endeavor? He understood that this was a game of strategy, with the Qin family making their move. It was entirely possible that other factions had also intervened, albeit discreetly, for to do otherwise would be akin to tearing off a mask. It was said that 5 factions had attempted to provide assistance, yet according to their accounts, it proved futile. My only contact with these 5 factions was through their outward representatives, none of whom were privy to the underlying truths. Which 5 factions? I shall inquire on your behalf when the time comes. The Qin family, the Yi family, the Ling family, the Ji family, and the Xiao family. Jiang Taishu let out a wry smile. The Qin and Yi families were 2 of the illustrious imperial clans, feared by all. The remaining families, the Ling, Ji, and Xiao, were merely typical imperial clans, even less inclined to act openly. Very well, I shall take it upon myself to investigate this matter. Your current duty is to remain within the Holy Sect, enhance your strength, and when necessary, consider the revival of the Jiang family. Ling Xiao's words filled Jiang Taishu with immense excitement and gratitude. Thank you, Sect Master. I shall devote myself wholeheartedly. Shortly after their conversation, a piece of news swiftly sent shockwaves throughout the entire Nine Heavens continent. Have you heard? The Hall of Yama has been annihilated, a vast establishment reduced to ruins overnight. What? Is that true? The Hall of Yama has vanished just like that? How terrifying. Who could possibly annihilate the Hall of Yama? Remember, they are a notorious assassin organization. The news of the Hall of Yama's destruction left countless individuals astounded. The mere mention of the Hall of Yama instilled dread, yet today, this fearsome assassin organization had met its end. Those in the know understood that it was the Holy Sect responsible for this obliteration. Several factions from the divine sky soon revealed the truth. It was indeed the work of the Holy Sect. The sect master of the Holy Sect directly eradicated the Hall's leader and subsequently dispatched powerful experts to ensure its complete destruction. Goodness. This means the Holy Sect single-handedly annihilated the Hall of Yama, relying solely on their own strength to forcefully eradicate the Hall. You know nothing. They did not expend a single soldier. Merely one formidable individual was sent forth, and soon after, the Hall of Yama was reported as destroyed. The news of the Hall of Yama's demise spread like wildfire across the Nine Heavens continent. In Yunxiao City, numerous factions gathered in preparation for the auction, and upon hearing this news, especially concerning the Holy Sect's involvement, they grew even more wary of its power. Many dared not act recklessly in Yunxiao City, for the might displayed by the Holy Sect had reached an exceedingly terrifying level. Chapter 155, A Grand Gesture. In Yunxiao City, many have heard the news of the annihilation of the Yama Temple, a monumental event indeed. It is astonishing that our master has accomplished so much for us. The Yama Temple is no ordinary force, possessing the heritage of an emperor, and yet it was so easily extinguished. What does an emperor signify? Our sacred sect boasts 80 formidable emperor-level warriors. Who can rival us? Indeed, no faction has surpassed our sacred sect in terms of heritage. This is their pride. The sacred sect has been passed down since ancient times, producing countless emperor-level powerhouses. Your sacred sect is currently in its prime, undeniably powerful. At this moment, Qin Ruoli expounded. Haha, all of this was laid down by our predecessors. We have contributed little. Yi Fan chuckled. Enough of your modesty. We are well aware of the sacred sect's profound heritage. In fact, when our ancestors established the Celestial Court, it was upon the advice of the sacred sect's emperors. As you know, the Celestial Court emerged after the War of the Extinction of Buddhism. During that time, the sacred sect suffered great losses, its status diminished. Thus, to combat the remnants of the Buddhist nation, our ancestors established the Celestial Court to unify the realm and then launch an attack on the Buddhist nation. Who would have thought that after the establishment of the Celestial Court, it did not unify the nine skies? Consequently, other emperors emerged, and ultimately, the Celestial Court only ruled over several regions. Qin Ruoli, a direct descendant of the Qin family, was well aware of these matters. So, it can be said that the ancestors of the sacred sect had a strong rapport with the ancestors of the Qin family? Yi Fan inquired. Ahem, to be precise. My ancestor also hailed from the sacred sect. At that time, to counter the remnants of the Buddhist nation, my ancestor branched off to establish the Celestial Court. What? At this revelation, the expressions of Yi Fan and the others turned visibly astonished, their faces reflecting shock at such earth-shattering news. Why are you all so surprised? This is common knowledge. Many are aware of it. Did you not know? Qin Ruoli asked, intrigued. Yi Fan and the others shook their heads. Although they were aware of the 80 emperors of the sacred sect, there was no mention of the Qin emperor, as he had been concealed by the sacred sect after branching off, thus omitted from the records. Not only our ancestor, but the ancestors of the Yi family also originated from the sacred sect. Furthermore, the Ji family, Tian family, Ling family, and Xiao family, each of their emperor-level powerhouses had spent time learning at the sacred sect. It was during that period that the sacred sect began to pave its path. Such information is regarded as common knowledge. It is inscribed in the historical texts of Xinxiao. It is rather peculiar that you, as direct disciples of the sacred sect, are unaware of this. A young man behind Qin Ruoli remarked. Yi Fan and the others wore somber expressions. They realized that had it not been for their master, the sacred sect might have truly faced extinction. In truth, when they first arrived, the sacred sect comprised only the two of them, and it was their master who painstakingly built it up from the ground. All those secret scrolls and records had been lost. At this moment, Ling Xiao, listening to the discourse, also grasped why the Jiang family encountered trouble. As these several families had intervened, it was all connected. It appears that there are still many secrets unknown to oneself. The Holy Sect began laying the groundwork during that time, anticipating potential issues in the future, ensuring that a sect could rise to the occasion when necessary. Shortly thereafter, they encountered individuals from the Yi family, also of the younger generation, while the older generation gathered as well. Sister Xian, over here, Qin Ruoli called out, and soon Yi Xian spotted her and approached. Who are these individuals? Yi Xian inquired with curiosity. Sister Xian, these are all direct disciples of the Holy Sect. I suppose we have established some camaraderie through our earlier encounters, Qin Ruoli replied, a hint of shyness in her voice. Yi Fan and the others stepped back, allowing Jun Xianma and her companions to accompany them. Shall we explore other areas? Yi Fan suggested. Junior brothers, do you understand why our little master uncle previously halted us and granted so many favors to the young lady of the Qin family? Qiao Yid articulated. Did not our little master uncle say that the Qin family has aided us, and we ought to express our gratitude? Yi Fan slowly shook his head. No, you all see only one layer of meaning and have not grasped the full intent of our little master uncle. His implication is that we should interact more with talented youth. May I ask you, what time is it now? Is the auction not about to commence? The others began to comprehend. Elder brother, I understand. Our little master uncle intends for us to forge friendships that may prove beneficial in the future. Precisely. This is the essence of our little master uncle's message. Our master has urged us to connect with prodigies. We should enter the Holy Sect if we can. And if not, we must still cultivate good relations. This too is paving the way for us ahead. Yi Fan remarked meaningfully. While we fear no enemies, having more friends is always advantageous. What do you all plan to do next? Shall we separate or remain together? Yi Fan's intent was quite clear, to meet more extraordinary individuals. Elder brother, why not pair up for mutual support? One suggested. That sounds agreeable. Let us decide on this. Fatty will team with me, Xiao Yin with Dong Yaoyang, Jian Chun with Qiao Linger, and Shi Kaidian with Yang Tianqiao. Elder brother, do not abandon me. Let me join you. Xian Zong pleaded, feeling solitary and distressed. Haha, little junior brother, just stick with me. Yi Fan chuckled. Before long, Yi Fan, Xian Zong, and Xiao Yu began to wander elsewhere, while Xiao Yin and the others also dispersed to different areas. Simultaneously, Yi Fan communicated with Jun Xianma and her group, advising them to split up and seek out some prodigies. In Jun Xianma's group, she took the lead with Ling Hua and Ling Xian, while Dong Xingyue, Hu Meinyang, and Dugu Yuqing formed another. Ling Tian, overseeing the broader picture, felt the necessity to meet some individuals, at least to gather information regarding the downfall of the Jiang family. At this moment, the upper echelons of the Qin and Yi families convened at the Tianxia building. Unlike children, they would not venture to the Wushuang Mall. Their purpose for this visit was to witness the auction and acquire certain items of interest. Ling Tian soon appeared before the assembly, apologizing for the interruption. I am Ling Tian, the younger brother of the esteemed sect master of the sacred sect. It is a pleasure to meet you all. One of the Yi family members inquired, Mr. Ling, what brings you here? There is no need for such wariness. We are all akin to one another. Here are 2 drops of imperial blood as a token of my sincerity. Please accept them. Ling Tian presented the 2 drops of imperial blood, leaving the attendees utterly astonished. Is he truly offering imperial blood so casually? Mr. Ling, this is quite unexpected, they stammered. Let me share some news. Jiang Taishu has entered the sacred sect and has become the 7th elder. Surely, you have heard of him? Ling Tian initiated the conversation with Jiang Taishu to bridge the gap between them. Upon hearing Jiang Taishu's name, the others nodded in recognition. Oh, we wished to assist back then, but there were simply too many adversaries, and they brought more imperial weapons than we could contend with, remarked the elder of the Yi family. I am here to inquire about the various factions involved. After this auction, our sacred sect will be taking significant action, Ling Xiao declared with a smile. The atmosphere shifted as the others tensed at the prospect of the sacred sect's impending moves. As for our connections with the sacred sect, I shall refrain from elaborating, for we are all family here. It is only fitting that I share this intelligence with you and generously offer you the imperial blood. Naturally, should our collaboration yield results, each faction will receive no less than 10 drops of imperial blood. His words left the masters from the two families gasping for breath. 10 drops? The second master of the Qin family echoed, his breath catching. The sacred sect truly operates on a grand scale. Ever since your last intervention, we have known that the sacred sect has returned, unchanged. The elder of the Yi family chuckled. Therefore, if you are privy to any insider information, do share with us. Ling Xiao urged with a smile. Since Mr. Ling of the sacred sect desires to know, we shall oblige. In truth, no fewer than 10 factions participated in the downfall of the Jiang family. Upon hearing this, Ling Xiao was taken aback, yet unsurprised. Although the Yi and Qin families were formidable, a single faction could easily impede them, while the 3 factions that ultimately acted were more than sufficient to obliterate the Jiang family. Does this imply that the forces of Shunxiao also have their own alliances? Ling Xiao posed a pointed question.